Chapter 1: The Many Children, Many Blessings System. Lu Yuan finished his day as a food delivery driver. He wiped the sweat from his brow and parked his electric scooter downstairs. His empty stomach and parched throat spurred him on as he hurried upstairs. He opened the door and found his mother-in-law and wife sitting on the sofa waiting for him. The two were watching TV, but their expressions were somewhat off. Lu Yuan was taken aback. His intuition told him that the visitor was up to no good. "Mom, have you eaten? I'll go cook now." Lu Yuan poured himself a glass of water and asked while drinking it. Wang Liping, the mother-in-law, slammed the remote control on the coffee table, making a crisp sound. "Eat? You can still eat? Lu Yuan, look at yourself now, covered in sweat. Anyone would think you went out begging. Let me tell you, my daughter came with you to enjoy life, not to suffer." Lu Yuan put down his water glass and glanced at Suya behind his mother-in-law. She deliberately turned her face away, her lips tightly pressed together, her hands resting on her knees, her fingers intertwined. Lu Yuan instantly understood everything. She shared the same thoughts as her mother-in-law. "Mom, I remember when I was a programmer earning tens of thousands a month, you were very satisfied with me." "What? I've only been laid off for 2 months, and your attitude has completely changed? Your income was just barely enough before." Wang Liping's usually smiling face was now filled with disdain. "Given my Suya's circumstances, marrying you is already a step down for her. As for now, you're 30 years old, yet you've been reduced to delivering food. What's the difference between you and a beggar? Can you give my daughter a future? Our family can't afford to lose face like that. I earn money to support my family through my own labor, and I don't feel ashamed of anything about it." Seeing her ugly face, Lu Yuan's voice also turned cold. "Just tell me straight, what do you want? It's simple. Since you're incompetent, set my daughter free." Wang Liping arrogantly pointed her finger at Lu Yuan's chest. "We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow for a divorce by mutual agreement. What about our assets? This house, our savings, and our car? Of course you'll leave with nothing." Wang Liping said, spitting everywhere. "You've wasted 5 whole years of my daughter's youth, and this isn't even enough to compensate her. You still want a share of the property. Are you even a man?" The house and car were both bought by Lu Yuan, and the couple also had over 300,000 yuan in savings, most of which came from Lu Yuan. Suya is a white-collar worker with a respectable job, but her salary is not high, only a few thousand yuan a month, and she usually spends all her money each month. Lu Yuan glanced at Suya again. She remained seated on the sofa, silent. "Make me leave with nothing? You damned old man, do you really think shamelessness is invincible?" Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. "Then what do you want?" Wang Liping was originally just asking for an exorbitant price. "Half for each of us, that's my bottom line," Lu Yuan said coldly. After a while, Suya whispered. "But I don't have that much money on me." "It's okay, we'll write an IOU. Half the cost of the RV and half of our savings will be split between us." Suya thought about it for a moment and finally agreed. Lu Yuan immediately took out paper, pen, and ink pad and had her write an IOU and put her fingerprint on it. "Then let's meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Don't waste your time finding another rich man." Lu Yuan put the IOU into his pocket. Wang Liping became excited again after hearing what Lu Yuan said. "What kind of attitude is this? Lu Yuan? You show no remorse and are still being sarcastic. You're a grown man, and you can't even support your family, leaving your wife to live in constant fear. And you still have the nerve to complain?" Lu Yuan stared coldly at Wang Liping. "Shut up, you old woman. Did I even speak to you? You're just barking like a stray dog. If you dare utter another word from your filthy mouth, believe me, I'll slap you right now." Wang Liping was furious that Lu Yuan dared to speak to her like that, and was also genuinely scared. She swallowed hard for a while, then pretended not to hear and sullenly sat back down on the sofa. Lu Yuan took one last look at his former home and wife, then turned and left without looking back, closing the door behind him. Lu Yuan hopped on his electric motorcycle downstairs and went to a roadside shop to buy a hard pack of Z&T. He unpacked the cigarette, picked it up, put it in his mouth, and lit it. He had quit smoking for almost 6 years, and the tobacco had a bitter taste. Today, on his way home, he awakened the system. Now he needs to cut ties with the past as soon as possible. 1 hour ago. Ding! The system has detected that the host meets the activation requirements for the many children, many blessings system. System is binding. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Binding successful. Welcome to the many children, many blessings system. This system is dedicated to helping you expand your family, build a large clan, and reach the pinnacle of life. Lu Yuan stood there, stunned. He blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating. Immediately afterwards, a semi-transparent blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of him, visible only to himself. The light screen has a technological feel, with light blue data flowing on it. The frame of the light screen has a silver metallic texture and the four corners are slightly curved. In the center of the screen, lines of white text were clearly displayed. Many children, many blessings system version 1.0. Host, Lu Yuan. Current task, to conceive the first offspring. At that moment, a soft and pleasant female voice rang in his ears. Dear host, hello. Congratulations on becoming the soul-bound user of the many children, many blessings system. This system aims to address unknown future challenges and opportunities by optimizing the inheritance of humanity's best genes, while providing the host with an unparalleled growth path and material support. Every correct choice you make will add a solid guarantee to the continuation of human civilization and open up endless possibilities for your own life. Wishing you a bright future and a house full of children and grandchildren. I will now show you the core modules of this system. New text appears in the center of the screen. Miracle of Life Core Rewards Module. Function description: this module is the core of the system. When the host successfully conceives a new life with a target that meets the reward criteria, a series of rewards will be automatically triggered. All reward sources have been optimized by the system to ensure their absolute rationality and legality in the real world. Joy of pregnancy: a reward of 10 million yuan will be given upon confirmation of pregnancy. Birth ceremony: a reward of 100 million yuan will be given for a successful birth of the child. There are even more mysterious rewards waiting for you to discover, host. A series of numbers assaulted Lu Yuan's senses. 10 million, 100 million. This amount of money was something he never dared to dream of before. He used to be overwhelmed by his monthly mortgage and car loan payments, and he would work overtime until late at night for a few thousand yuan in bonuses. Now, a system tells him that he can easily obtain all of this by getting a woman pregnant and having her give birth. This is even crazier than winning the lottery. Lu Yuan had come home excitedly, wanting to surprise his wife with the good news, but he didn't expect that Wang Liping and Suya would give him a surprise as soon as he entered the door. Very well, Lu Yuan threw the cigarette butt at his feet and crushed it out. Suya, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Chapter 2: The Eye of the Chosen. The next day, Lu Yuan and Suya went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The main gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau is a heavy brown wooden structure with a gold plaque hanging on it that reads Marriage Registration Office of Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Yuan and Suya walked in one after the other. Several young couples were already queuing in the hall, smiling and holding red marriage certificates. A harmonious atmosphere hung in the air. The cloying sweetness between Lu Yuan and Suya. Promotional posters hung on the wall, featuring smiling couples and children. The two stopped in front of an empty window. Behind the window sat a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, her hair neatly coiled up at the back of her head. The woman took two forms and a black pen from the drawer and pushed them in front of the two men. The forms were made of off-white paper with black song typeface printed on them. Fill out the form. Lu Yuan picked up the pen and looked down at the form. Name, gender, date of birth, ID number, these familiar words now seemed incredibly strange. His hand paused for a moment in front of the marital status column, then he forcefully wrote the word divorced. Suya had already filled out her form, and she neatly folded it and placed it on the windowsill. Our photos. Suya took a small envelope from her leather handbag and handed it to the woman at the window. The woman took the photo, glanced at it, and then looked at the two people in front of her. She took out two dark red notebooks from a metal box on the table. The woman picked up a stamp and forcefully stamped it onto the two notebooks. Lu Yuan opened the divorce certificate, inside which was his photo, his name, and a cold serial number. As Suya walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, she stopped and turned to look at Lu Yuan. She was dressed very formally today, in a light gray business suit with a crisp white shirt collar. Lu Yuan, although we are divorced, I still hope you can live a good life in the future. Find a stable job and start over. Lu Yuan ignored her and rode away on his electric scooter. Suya was left standing there, looking completely bewildered. The system's melodious female voice rang in my ears again. Congratulations, host, on your divorce and regaining your freedom. A celebratory gift of 10 million yuan is hereby bestowed upon you. Lu Yuan's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a text message notification from the bank. XX Bank, your savings card ending in 3847 received an income of 10 million yuan, with a balance of 10,063,847.26 yuan. Transaction time, 11:34. Holy crap! Lu Yuan nearly dropped his phone. His balance had just been over 60,000, and now it really had increased by 10 million. The system's rewards are really genuine. Now there's only one thing to do: find as many women as possible to have children and continuously obtain increasingly rich rewards. Just then, a young girl walked past him. Ding! Eye of the Chosen triggered. Scanning target. Scan complete. A transparent information panel suddenly appeared in Lu Yuan's field of vision. Name, Chen Min. Age, 24. Health index, 95%. Genetic potential rating, grade C. Pure body, no. Relationship history, 3 people. Overall score, 71 points. Eligibility overview, does not meet the reward criteria. The girl was completely unaware and walked away. System, what does this reward standard mean? Lu Yuan asked. Dear host, there are 3 hard requirements for the reward criteria. First, a pure body, meaning never having been pregnant before. Second, the emotional history must not exceed 1 person. Third, the overall score should be no less than 85 points. Only women who meet all 3 criteria can trigger the system's reward mechanism. Lu Yuan frowned. Isn't this standard too strict? High-quality gene inheritance requires rigorous screening. Even if a woman doesn't meet the reward criteria, the host will not face any restrictions in their interactions with her. They simply won't receive system rewards. What's the point if you can't get the reward? Does pure body mean one must be a virgin? A pure body refers to someone who has never been pregnant, including those who have had a miscarriage. The virginity you mentioned is defined as a pure person, meaning someone who has never had sexual intercourse. What are the criteria for this rating? The scoring criteria are based on multiple factors, including appearance, physique, and intelligence. Well, since that's the case, let's wander around a bit more. Lu Yuan decided to go to the mall first to buy a set of designer clothes. His destination was Hang Lung Plaza, the city's most upscale luxury shopping center. He walked into the mall, and the automatic doors slid open silently. Well-dressed men and women passed by him, each exuding confidence and a sense of superiority. In their eyes, Lu Yuan's faded t-shirt and washed-out jeans looked out of place. Lu Yuan ignored the opinions of others and headed straight for the men's clothing section, his target clear: Armani. When Lu Yuan walked in, a saleswoman in a black suit and with exquisite makeup saw him walk in. Her professional smile froze for a moment, but she still went to greet him. Hello sir, welcome to Armani. How can I help you? Her voice was polite, but Lu Yuan still detected a subtle hint of disdain. Most of the female sales clerks assume they're poor and just browsing. I'd like to choose a suit. Lu Yuan didn't care. The long string of numbers on his bank card had suddenly given him confidence and assurance. He glanced at the rows of suits hanging on the racks, their fabrics gleaming with a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the light. Okay, sir. Do you have a preferred style or color? Is it for business or casual occasions? As the saleswoman asked, she glanced at Lu Yuan out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze lingered on Lu Yuan's slightly worn sneakers for less than half a second. Ha, another one who just looks but doesn't buy. I run into a few like that every month, plainly dressed, but always trying to experience the upscale atmosphere of places like this. No problem, just follow the rules and get by. Business occasions. Lu Yuan pointed to a dark gray suit hanging in the most conspicuous position. I want to try that set. Yes, sir. This way, please. The saleswoman took the suit down from the rack and led Lu Yuan to the fitting room. The fitting room was spacious, with huge mirrors on the walls and bright lights that reflected every pore. Lu Yuan took off his clothes and put on the suit. When he came out of the fitting room, the saleswoman's expression subtly changed. Her previous professional aloofness was replaced by a hint of genuine surprise. The tailoring of this suit seemed to be tailor-made for Lu Yuan. His well-defined shoulder line made him look energetic and upright, while the cinched waist design accentuated his inverted triangle physique. The dark gray fabric made his skin tone appear even brighter, and his eyes, which had looked somewhat dull due to fatigue, now appeared more profound. He stood in front of the mirror, the person in the mirror both familiar and strange. This is the power of money. A single outfit can easily change a person's demeanor. Sir, this suit fits you very well and looks great. The saleswoman's tone became slightly more sincere. She stepped forward and reached out to straighten Lu Yuan's collar. Her fingertips touched Lu Yuan's skin, intentionally or unintentionally. At that very moment, the system's voice rang in Lu Yuan's mind once again. Ding! Eye of the Chosen triggered. Scanning target. Scan complete. A pale pink light screen unfolded in front of Lu Yuan, displaying the saleswoman's detailed information. Target information briefing. Name, Wang Jing. Age, 27. Health index, 89%. Genetic potential rating, grade C. Eligibility criteria for the award. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 3. Overall score, 72 points. Eligibility overview, does not meet the award criteria. It does not meet the standards. The emotional experience score is 3, and the overall score is only 72 points, which does not meet the system's requirements. Lu Yuan wasn't particularly moved. This was just a test. What he needs to do now is to complete his armament. I'll take this set. Also, I'll add a shirt and a pair of leather shoes. Yes, sir. The saleswoman smiled brightly. She quickly picked out matching shirts and leather shoes for Lu Yuan, her movements swift and professional. Sir, the total is 138,000 yuan. Swipe your card. The saleswoman quickly packed the clothes Lu Yuan had bought into an elegant bag and handed it to him with both hands. Sir, welcome to visit us again. She bowed deeply to Lu Yuan's retreating figure. Ding, the host has mastered the ability of the Eye of the Chosen. You are hereby rewarded with a Centurion Black Gold card. A black card appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. Is this the legendary top-tier credit card with no credit limit? It's not bad for showing off. Lu Yuan put the card into his wallet with satisfaction. Chapter 3. They could have just robbed me, but they insisted on giving me a haircut instead. Lu Yuan carried his shopping bags and walked out of the Armani counter. He was still wearing his newly bought suit and shiny leather shoes. The people who passed by him had changed their previous disdain to envy. He knew this was only the first step. He went down to the basement level of the mall and found the most upscale-looking barbershop, True Self-Styling Studio. He was greeted by a stylish young hairstylist. Hello sir, what kind of hairstyle would you like? Lu Yuan glanced at the price list on the wall. Men's haircut 588 yuan, women's haircut 888 yuan. Good grief, they could have just robbed me, but they insisted on giving me a haircut instead. This is it. Just cut it short, and make it look neat. Please come with me, sir, and wash your hair first. A hot female assistant walked over. She was wearing a tight black dress with a low neckline that revealed a lot of her fair skin. She bent down to adjust the water temperature for Lu Wei, her soft breasts almost touching Lu Yuan's arm. Ding! Eye of the Chosen triggered. Scanning target. Scan complete. Target information briefing. Name code name, Li Lily. Age, 23. Health index, 92%. Genetic potential rating, C+. Eligibility criteria for the award. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 5. Overall score, 72 points. Eligibility overview, does not meet the award criteria. Another one that doesn't meet the standards. Lu Yuan then looked at another assistant, a girl who was rinsing a customer's face with water. She was being very careful, but some water still splashed out. The girl was wearing the store's uniform black work clothes, which were a bit too big and made her look even smaller. She wore a simple ponytail, with a few stray hairs on her forehead damp with sweat and clinging to her skin. Scanning target. Scan complete. Target information briefing. Name code name, Gu Xiaoya. Age, 19. Health index, 95%. Genetic potential rating, grade B. Eligibility criteria for the award. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 0. Overall score, 87 points. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. B-level potential. No romantic relationship history. Overall score, 87 points. This is definitely a qualified, even excellent, target. Lu Yuan's heart was filled with immense joy. True treasures are often hidden in the most inconspicuous corners. Let her come, Lu Yuan said, pointing to the girl. The hairstylist looked in the direction Lu Yuan was pointing, a troubled expression on his face. Sir, are you sure? She's new, her name is Xiaoya, and her technique might not be very skilled. I'm afraid. Horror. Lu Yuan interrupted the other party's nonsense. Okay. Please wait a moment. The hairstylist walked over to the girl named Xiaoya and whispered a few words to her. Xiaoya looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with surprise and nervousness. She wiped her hands and walked over somewhat awkwardly. Hello, sir. Xiaoya walked up to Lu Yuan, bowed slightly, and spoke in a soft voice with a slight tremor. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiaoya. Her face was small, the classic oval shape. Her skin was fair, and her cheeks had a faint pinkish tinge from nervousness. She had round, almond-shaped eyes with long, thick eyelashes. Her work uniform collar was buttoned up meticulously, revealing only a small section of her fair neck. Hello. Lu Yuan smiled at her, then sat down in the shampoo chair and lay down. Xiaoya walked to the side of his head, picked up the shower head and tested the water temperature. Sir, is this water temperature all right? Can. Warm water flowed onto Lu Yuan's hair, bringing a comfortable warmth. Xiaoya's movements were very gentle, even a little too careful. What should I do? I'm so nervous. This customer looks really rich, wearing such an expensive suit, and he specifically asked me to serve him. I absolutely must perform well and not make any mistakes. What if he's unhappy and I get a complaint? My living expenses for this month depend on this job. The more nervous Xiaoya became, the stiffer her hands became. She poured some shampoo into her hands, lathered it up, and then applied it to Lu Yuan's hair. Because she was nervous, she used a little too much force, and her fingernail accidentally scratched Lu Yuan's scalp. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Xiaoya immediately apologized, her voice trembling with tears. Fine. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the slight stinging sensation on his scalp. This clumsiness, ironically, made him feel somewhat real and endearing. You can be a little stronger, it's okay. Lu Yuan guided her. Oh well. Xiaoya took a deep breath and composed herself. She relaxed her fingers, using her fingertips instead of her nails, and began to gently massage Lu Yuan's scalp. Her movements were still clumsy, but much better than before. You can tell that she's trying her best to do this job well. Lu Yuan didn't say anything more, but simply enjoyed the moment quietly. He could smell a faint, milky scent emanating from Xiaoya. It's not perfume, but some kind of body odor. It's very clean and smells nice. He began to think about how to win over this girl. She is naive, timid, and insecure, yet she craves recognition. The most effective way to deal with a girl like this is to give her enough affirmation and gentleness. Make her feel dependent, make her feel special and needed. A financial offensive might work, but it's not the best approach. Talking about money too directly might scare her away and make her wary. What he needs is a subtle and gradual influence. After washing his hair, the barber began to cut Lu Yuan's hair. His technique was very efficient, and in no time he gave Lu Yuan a neat and stylish haircut. Lu Yuan had Xiaoya wash her hair again, and perhaps Lu Yuan's comforting words had an effect, as she calmed down a lot this time. After washing him, Xiaoya asked Lu Yuan to sit down and picked up a hairdryer to dry him. Looking through the mirror, Lu Yuan saw the girl behind him who was bending down and earnestly blow-drying her hair. Her ponytail swayed gently with her movements, a few stray hairs playfully hanging down her neck, where the skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade. The first step in winning her over is to break down her defenses. After drying his hair, Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the front desk. Call your store manager over. Lu Yuan said to the receptionist at the front desk. A moment later, the hairstylist who had brought Lu Yuan in walked over quickly. Hello sir, I'm Ken, the store manager. How can I help you? Are you dissatisfied with our service? Ken was a little nervous. He had just heard about the minor incident that had happened in the hair washing area. It's not that I'm dissatisfied, it's that I'm extremely satisfied. Lu Yuan said something that stunned both Ken and Xiaoya. Especially this employee named Xiaoya, her service attitude is excellent and her technique is very professional. I really like her. These words left Xiaoya's mind blank. She couldn't understand what was happening before her eyes at all. Store manager Ken was also completely baffled, but as a shrewd businessman, he immediately understood. This customer probably has ulterior motives. He's got his eye on this new young girl at our shop? The tastes of the rich are truly strange. However, this is a good thing for me. Being able to retain such a big client, I'd be willing to praise Xiaoya a few times, or even make her a star technician. Sir, you have excellent taste. Although Xiaoya is new, she is very hard-working and dedicated, and she is one of the key talents we are developing in our store. Following Lu Yuan's lead, Ken continued praising Xiaoya to the skies. Since you are so satisfied, sir, I'll take the liberty of giving you a 20% discount on your bill. No need for the discount. Lu Yuan waved his hand and took out a black bank card from his wallet. I don't want to go through all this trouble every time I come. Please give me your store's highest level membership card. The moment the card appeared, the air in the entire barbershop fell silent for a few seconds. The shop manager, Ken, stared wide-eyed. As the manager of a barbershop serving high-end clients, he certainly recognized this legendary top-tier credit card. Lu Yuan placed the Centurion Black Gold card on the front desk. Sir, are you sure? Our highest level gold VVIP card has a stored value of 300,000. Is there a problem? Lu Yuan asked back. No. Absolutely not. Ken immediately snapped out of his daze, his face beaming with an unprecedentedly enthusiastic smile. I'll process it for you right away. It's our honor that you chose our store. He personally took the black card and handed it to the receptionist with both hands, as if he were holding a rare treasure. Quickly! Get this gentleman a gold VVIP card. Treat him to the highest level of privileges. The receptionist processed the paperwork as quickly as possible, and the POS machine printed out a long sales slip. Lu Yuanlong signed his name with a flourish. A beautifully crafted gold membership card was respectfully handed to Lu Yuan by the store manager. All the employees in the barbershop looked at Lu Yuan and Xiaoya, who was completely stunned, with envious and curious eyes. In their eyes, this newcomer named Xiaoya was incredibly lucky. This is a 300,000 gold VVIP card. Even if Xiaoya is just a newcomer, she can still get at least 30,000 in commission. Lu Yuan put the card away and then turned to the store manager. I have one more small request. Please speak freely, sir. I will go through fire and water for you. It's not that serious. Lu Yuan smiled. I have a dinner party tonight and I need a female companion. I'd like to ask Miss Xiaoya to come with me. I'm wondering if she's off work yet. Would that be too much trouble for her? The true intentions were revealed when the map was unrolled. This was Lu Yuan's real purpose. Store manager Ken immediately understood. No delay. Not at all. Xiaoya's work for today is finished, she can go home now. Xiaoya, come here quickly. This gentleman has invited you to dinner. It's an honor for you. Chapter 4. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Xiaoya's body seemed to be frozen in place, completely still. To go or not to go? What will happen if I go? This man seems wealthy and has great manners, but why would he invite me? Is it just a simple meal? What will my colleagues think of me? Do they think I'm the kind of girl who would go out with any man for money? But what if I don't go? Will I lose my current job? She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength. I've made up my mind. I'll go with you. Store manager Ken's face immediately lit up with a warm smile again, and he clapped his hands loudly. That's great. This is truly the most considerate employee in our store. Let's go, Lu Yuan said to Xiaoya. Xiaoya was still in a daze, but she subconsciously followed in Lu Yuan's footsteps. As they walked out of the glass door with the gold logo, the sound of all the shop assistants' voices rang out behind them. Take care, sir. Welcome to visit us again. The air outside carried the coolness of the evening, blowing against Xiaoya's burning cheeks. As dusk settles and neon lights twinkle on the streets, the entire city is bathed in a dazzling array of colors. They walked through a bustling commercial street and turned into a relatively quiet alley. The alleyway was dimly lit, and on both sides were old-fashioned residential buildings that looked like they had been around for a long time. This place is like a completely different world from the magnificent shopping mall we just left. Xiaoya felt a little more relaxed. At the end of the alley, there is a small restaurant. It's not big, there are only 5 or 6 tables inside. The table is natural wood in color and has been wiped very clean. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was almost full. Diners sat in 2s and 3s, chatting quietly, their faces relaxed. There's none of the formality of upscale restaurants here, it's full of the warmth and vibrancy of everyday life. This is fine. The food here is pretty good. I found it when I was delivering takeout, and I've eaten here several times by myself. He pushed open the creaking wooden door of the restaurant. A wave of hot, fragrant food wafted out. A middle-aged woman wearing an apron saw them come in and immediately greeted them with a smile. Please come in, both of you. There's just one corner seat left. The woman led them to a window seat at the very back. Xiaoya lowered her head and pretended to look at the menu seriously, but in reality she couldn't concentrate on a single word. The place this man brought her to was completely different from what she had imagined. She imagined it would be a lavish, high-end restaurant where a single meal would cost her several months' salary. But this place felt very familiar and welcoming, just like the small restaurants in her hometown. This made her understand the man in front of her even less. I'm fine with anything. You can have some. Xiaoya pushed the menu back, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Lu Yuan didn't insist. He picked up the menu and skillfully ordered a few dishes. 1 braised pork belly, 1 steamed sea bass, 1 scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 1 baby bok choy broth. 2 bowls of rice. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter noted down the names of the dishes and then turned and left. Lu Yuan picked up the teapot on the table and poured Xiaoya a cup of barley tea. The tea was warm, with wisps of steam rising from it. Have some water. Thanks. Xiaoya held the teacup with both hands and took small sips. A brief silence fell between them. The only sounds were the laughter and chatter coming from the nearby table and the clanging of spatulas from the kitchen. Lu Yuan didn't rush to speak. He just sat quietly, looking out the window. Outside was the quiet alley, with a few residents occasionally walking by carrying shopping baskets. This silence did not embarrass Xiaoya, instead, it gave her the opportunity to calm herself down. She secretly raised her head and quickly sized up Lu Yuan across from her. He was dressed in an expensive suit, sitting casually with his elbows on the table and his fingers lightly tapping the surface. He possesses a calm and composed demeanor, as if he can handle any situation with ease. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be in a small restaurant like this. But he happened to be here, and he ordered a table full of the most ordinary home-style dishes. This stark contrast fueled Xiaoya's even greater curiosity about him. Finally, Xiaoya broke the silence. She asked the question that had been nagging at her. Why did you choose me? Because you look very serious. Lu Yuan's answer remained calm. I saw you washing other customers' hair, and you were very careful and focused. I believe that a person who is conscientious in their work will also provide excellent service. This reason surprised Xiaoya. She thought he would say something frivolous, or simply not answer. However, the comment's serious left her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. But I splashed water into your eyes. Lu Yuan smiled. That was just an accident. I saw your sincerity when serving customers. Then the waiter started serving the dishes. The braised pork belly was stewed until it glistened with oil and smelled wonderfully fragrant. The steamed sea bass was topped with bright green scallions and red chili peppers, making it vibrant in color. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were a beautiful combination of golden and red, looking incredibly appetizing. Eat up. You've been busy all day, you must be hungry. Lu Yuan picked up his chopsticks, took the largest piece of braised pork, and put it into Xiaoya's bowl. The piece of meat trembled in the bowl, coated in a rich sauce, and looked incredibly tempting. Xiaoya looked at the meat in the bowl, then at Lu Yuan. Her nose suddenly felt a little sore. It's been a very long time since anyone has cared about her hunger or offered her food. Since arriving in this unfamiliar city, she has been struggling to make a living every day, eating mostly fast food and the cheapest instant noodles. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Lu Yuan noticed that she hadn't touched her chopsticks and asked. No. Xiaoya quickly waved her hand, picked up her chopsticks, and put the piece of meat into her mouth. The meat was stewed until very tender, almost melting in your mouth. The perfectly balanced sweet and savory sauce burst in your mouth, filling your entire taste buds. It's delicious. It was the taste of home that she hadn't had in a long time. Xiaoya gradually lowered her guard. Actually, my mother is sick. She has uremia and needs dialysis every week, which costs a lot of money. She finally spoke and told her story. She came from a remote mountain village. Her family was very poor, and she had a younger brother who was still in school. She was the eldest daughter in her family. After graduating from high school, she started working in the hope of earning money to treat her mother's illness and support her younger brother's education. She has done many jobs, standing on a factory assembly line for more than 10 hours at a time, and washing mountains of dishes in a restaurant kitchen. Later, she heard from her fellow villagers that shampoo girls working in hair salons in big cities could make money, so she came here. She sent most of her monthly salary home, keeping only a small amount for herself for living expenses. She lived in the cheapest shared apartment and ate the cheapest fast food. This meal was the best she had eaten since arriving in this city. I just haven't had such delicious food in so long. It reminds me of my mother's cooking. Xiaoya's voice choked up again as she spoke. Lu Yuan listened quietly without interrupting her. After she finished speaking, Lu Yuan put his chopsticks on the table and looked into her eyes. How much does your mother's treatment cost each month? If you don't count other medications, dialysis alone costs more than 10,000 yuan a month. After Xiaoya finished saying the number, she lowered her head even further. This number was a mountain weighing on her, making it hard for her to breathe. What if I could help you solve this problem? Xiaoya suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say? I said, I can cover all of your mother's medical expenses. I can give you 100,000 yuan every month. This money is enough to cover her medical expenses and will also allow your family to live a better life. Xiaoya's breathing stopped instantly. 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan a month. The number struck her like a thunderbolt. She had never seen so much money in her life. What do you want me to do? Her voice trembled with nervousness. Lu Yuan took out a pack of cigarettes and a metal lighter from his pocket, but he didn't light them, he just played with them in his hand. It's very simple. His gaze was frank and direct, without any attempt to conceal it. I want you to be my woman. To have a child with me. Chapter 5, Dragons and Tigers. Boom. Something seemed to explode in Xiaoya's mind, leaving her completely blank. She stared blankly at Lu Yuan. Be his woman? Have his children? Are you joking? Do you think I'm joking? Lu Yuan retorted. Why me? Because I like you. From the first moment I saw you. Xiaoya fell silent. She was torn between her inner thoughts and her own conscience. On one side is her seriously ill mother, her impoverished family, and a reality she cannot change no matter how hard she tries. On the other hand, there is her dignity and her morality. However, her mother's haggard face due to illness and her younger brother's eyes yearning for reading kept appearing in her mind. If we agree, my mother will receive the best treatment, my younger brother will be able to continue his schooling, and the whole family's life will improve. I need time to think about it. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded and stood up. I'm staying at the Hilton Hotel nearby tonight, room 808. This is my room key. You can come find me if you've decided. Lu Yuan was not surprised when the doorbell rang at the hotel room. I've made up my mind. Xiaoya walked into the room, her voice calm. I promise you. The room in the luxury hotel was spacious, with only one floor lamplit to provide soft light. Lu Yuan closed the door. Would you like something to drink? He pointed to the small bar counter on one side of the room. No. Xiaoya shook her head. She stood in the center of the room, looking somewhat awkward. Go take a shower first, Lu Yuan said. The bathroom is over there. There are new bathrobes and toiletries. Xiaoya didn't say anything, just nodded and silently walked towards the bathroom. Several tens of minutes later, the sound of water stopped. The bathroom door was pushed open a crack, and a wisp of steam mixed with the scent of shower gel wafted out. Xiaoya, wrapped in a white bathrobe, walked out of the room. The bathrobe was very large, hanging down to her ankles. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with water droplets dripping from the ends. Her face turned rosy from the heat, and her lips were red, like cherries with water on them. She didn't dare look at Lu Yuan, lowered her head, and sat down on the edge of the bed. The pure white bathrobe she wore clung tightly to her shapely figure. The neckline of the bathrobe was slightly open, revealing a patch of fair and delicate skin and a refined collarbone. Water droplets slid slowly down her long, fair neck, disappearing into that unsettling depths. A pair of straight, slender legs were faintly visible at the hem of the loose bathrobe, with delicate ankles and toes slightly curled up due to tension, which was captivating. "Are you scared?" Lu Yuan asked. Xiaoya didn't answer, but lowered her head even further, gripping the collar of her bathrobe tightly with both hands. Lu Yuan did not press the matter further. He reached out and gently lifted Xiaoya's chin, forcing her to look at him. "Close your eyes." Lu Yuan's voice had a kind of magic. Xiaoya obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under the light, like butterfly wings. Then, Lu Yuan kissed her. His kiss was gentle. Gradually, Xiaoya's stiff body began to relax. Lu Yuan's hand slid to her bathrobe and gently untied it. The large bathrobe slipped off her shoulders and fell onto the carpet. Her skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, delicate and smooth, with a warm, ivory-like luster. Lu Yuan picked her up and carried her to the large double bed. The girl's flawless body was exposed without reservation under the dim light. The temperature in the room is rising steadily. Lu Yuan was surprised to find that this was Xiaoya's first time attending class. Lu Yuan and his ex-wife Suya were college classmates. She had a boyfriend before him. When Lu Yuan and Suya had a friendly conversation, Lu Yuan found out that this wasn't Suya's first time attending class, and to be honest, he was a little bothered. The thought of teaching a pure young girl her first lesson excited Lu Yuan somewhat. When it was all over, Xiaoya was so exhausted that she couldn't even move a finger. The next morning, Lu Yuan opened his eyes first. He turned to his side and looked at Xiaoya, who was still fast asleep beside him. The girl's cheeks were still flushed from studying last night, and her long eyelashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow under her eyelids. Her lips were slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth, and her breathing was even and long. She was like an unsuspecting little animal, curled up in the large quilt, with only her tiny head sticking out. A corner of the blanket slipped off her shoulder, revealing her fair and rounded shoulders. Ding, respected host. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 5 million yuan for your first sexual encounter. An additional 5 million yuan will be awarded if the recipient is a virgin, for a total of 10 million yuan. I'll reward the host with another Tiger Energy Enhancement pill, so that he may soon have a large family. My phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly vibrated. It was a text message notification from the bank. Bank of XX, your savings card ending in 3847 received a deposit of 500,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 14,760,147.26 yuan. Transaction time, 8:52. Bank of XX, your savings card ending in 3847 received a deposit of 500,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 19,760,147.26 yuan. Transaction time, 8:53. A black pill appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, which was probably the Tiger Energy Enhancement pill that the system had mentioned. This system is really practical, and the rewards are quite generous. Great, I like it. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiaoya beside him and swallowed the pill in his hand. He. Now it's time to see if this pill is as magical as the system said. Lu Yuan reached out and gently stroked Xiaoya's cheek with his fingertips. Her skin was very delicate, like the finest silk. Xiaoya's eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a little dazed, as if she hadn't fully woken up from her sleep. When she saw Lu Yuan standing so close, her body stiffened instinctively, and a hint of panic and shyness flashed in her eyes. Everything that happened last night flooded back into her mind like a tidal wave. She recalled that intense period of study. Her face flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. She pulled the blanket over her head, not daring to look at Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan smiled as he watched her ostrich-like behavior. He didn't say anything, but simply reached out and pulled back the covers. Xiaoya let out a short gasp and tried to bury her head back down. Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance. He leaned down and accurately captured her lips. Another friendly exchange ended, and Xiaoya was completely exhausted. But Lu Yuan was unlucky. Xiaoya still didn't get pregnant this time. Lu Yuan picked Xiaoya up. Her eyes were wet, as if veiled by a layer of mist. From now on, you have to call me husband, understand? Lu Yuan looked into her eyes and spoke in a domineering yet gentle tone. Husband. Xiaoya's face turned even redder. She held the two words in her mouth, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz. Good. Lu Yuan gently pecked her lips again, then sat up in bed. Get up, I'll take you to work. Ha? Oh, okay. Xiaoya responded somewhat flusteredly, and was pulled into the bathroom by Lu Yuan. The sound of water soon came from the bathroom. Ha? What are you doing again? I really can't go on anymore, really. Lu Yuan led Xiaoya to the entrance of a true self-styling studio. It's still morning, and there aren't many customers in the store. Only a few employees are making preparations before opening. Store manager Ken was standing at the front desk, talking to the receptionist. When he saw Lu Yuan and Xiaoya come in together, his eyes lit up instantly. He rushed over, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Mr. Lu, why are you here so early? Are you here to get your hair done? I'll arrange it for you right away. Ken's gaze swept over Xiaoya, his eyes filled with ambiguity. Xiaoya felt uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously hid behind Lu Yuan. We're not here to get our hair done. Lu Yuan pulled Xiaoya out from behind him and made her stand beside him. He casually put his arm around Xiaoya's waist. I'm bringing Xiaoya to work. Also, there's something I need to tell you. Just tell me. Tell me everything. As long as it's within my power, I'll do it perfectly. Ken assured him, patting his chest. Starting today, Xiaoya won't have to work as a shampoo girl anymore, Lu Yuan said slowly, looking into Ken's eyes. From now on, Xiaoya will be my personal image consultant, serving only me. She can come to work whenever she wants, and if she doesn't come, don't compare yourselves. Her salary will be based on the standard for the highest level hairstylist in your salon. Understand? Ken was stunned for a moment, but he immediately realized what was going on. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Ken readily agreed. Mr. Lu, please rest assured, I will arrange a new position for Xiaoya immediately. She will be the store's one-on-one senior image consultant, specifically responsible for serving you. Only in this way can the esteemed guest like you be truly distinguished. Chapter 6 Another Chosen One. The other employees in the barbershop looked at the scene with varying expressions. There was jealousy, envy, and curiosity. They whispered among themselves. Look at Xiaoya, she's only been here a few days and she's already hooked up with such a rich man. You bet. I don't know what stroke of luck they had. They were crying and wailing yesterday, and today they're here in a Mercedes. Stop being so sour. If you're so capable, go find one yourself. She's just more innocent looking than you, and she's better at playing the victim. TCH, who knows what tricks she used? This kind of man is just playing around. Once the novelty wears off, he'll just kick him to the curb. Although the sounds were not loud, they still drifted into Xiaoya's ears intermittently. Her face flushed red and then turned pale, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes so tightly they turned white. She wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. Just then, Lu Yuan spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out all the other comments. You all seem to have a lot of free time? Do you have any objections to my arrangements? He glanced at the gossiping employees, his gaze calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. The shop assistants immediately shut their mouths, trembling with fear. The entire barbershop was completely silent. If you have no objections, then keep your mouths shut. Xiaoya is my woman. If anyone dares to talk behind her back or bully her, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yuan's voice turned cold. Remember, I can buy this shop anytime. Whether you stay or leave then will depend on my mood. These words were like a bombshell in the barbershop. Everyone was stunned, including the store manager, Ken. He stared at Lu Yuan with his mouth agape, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Buy this store? He knew Lu Yuan was rich, but he didn't expect Lu Yuan to be this rich enough to casually say he would buy this barbershop in a prime downtown location. The gossiping shop assistants were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to breathe. Xiaoya was also stunned. She looked up at Lu Yuan beside her. In her mind, the image of this man grew taller and more mysterious. Did you hear that? Get back to work. Store manager Ken was the first to react. He yelled at the employees, then turned to Lu Yuan and gave him an even more humble and respectful smile than before. Mr. Lu, please don't be angry. It's all my fault for not disciplining them properly. I will definitely educate them properly in the future. Don't worry, Xiaoya will never suffer any mistreatment in our store again. I promise. Ken nodded and bowed in response, his back already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Xiaoya stood next to Lu Yuan, and she could clearly feel the heat from Lu Yuan's palm. The heat penetrated through the thin fabric, reaching her waist and then spreading throughout her body. This gave her a sense of security she had never felt before. She looked up at Lu Yuan. His profile was clearly defined under the bright lights of the barbershop. His eyes remained calm, but beneath that calm lay a hidden power. This man shielded her from all the gossip in the most domineering and direct way. This made her the focus of everyone's jealousy and envy at that moment. "Mr. Lu, please calm down. It was my fault for not recognizing your worth and for my poor management. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against them." Ken bent over even lower, almost at a 90-degree angle. "I promise, this will never happen again. Xiaoya is the queen of our store. Anyone who dares to suffer even the slightest grievance against her, I'll be the first to punish them." Lu Yuan ignored Ken and turned to look at Xiaoya, his tone softening. "Okay, just relax and focus on your work here. Call me after you get off work tonight, and I'll come pick you up." Xiaoya nodded and agreed softly. Her cheeks were still red. It was hard to tell whether it was from shyness or excitement. Lu Yuan released her waist and then raised his hand to gently and affectionately tidy up the stray hairs on her forehead. After doing all this, Lu Yuan turned around and walked out of the barbershop under the awe-inspiring gazes of Ken and all the shop assistants. He didn't go back to the hotel, but went directly to the Changnan International Auto City. This is the city's largest car market, bringing together 4S stores for almost every brand. From domestically produced cars costing tens of thousands of yuan to imported luxury cars costing millions, you can find everything. Lu Yuan's goal was clear. He went straight to the innermost part, where the top luxury car exhibition area was located. Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, these brands, which were once only seen in movies and magazines, are now quietly displayed in their respective showrooms, like exquisite works of art. Lu Yuan finally stopped in front of a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Compared to the flamboyance of other brands, Mercedes-Benz's showroom design appears understated and reserved, with the huge three-pointed star logo radiating a calm glow in the sunlight. He pushed open the door and walked into the lobby of the 4S store. The hall was spacious and bright, with a floor made of glossy black marble. Soft lighting streamed down from the ceiling, illuminating the several brand-new Mercedes-Benz cars displayed in the center of the showroom. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of a new car, a mixture of leather and plastic. Several sales consultants in uniform were standing to the side, and they immediately came forward to greet the customer as he entered. "Hello, sir, welcome to Mercedes-Benz. How can I help you?" A female saleswoman with a sweet voice walked up to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked up at her. At that very moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Eye of the Chosen triggered. Scanning target. Scan complete. A familiar pale pink light screen, visible only to Lu Yuan, unfolded behind the female saleswoman. Name codename, Jomani. Age, 25. Health index, 92%. Genetic potential rating, B. Eligibility criteria for rewards. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall score, 88 points. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. Another one. Yet another chosen one who meets the criteria. Lu Yuan's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. He never expected that his trip to buy a car would lead to such an unexpected gain. The saleswoman in front of me, named Jomani, was wearing a well-tailored black business suit that perfectly accentuated her shapely figure. She wore a white silk shirt, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her fair neck and a small, delicate collarbone. The shirt was stretched taut by her full breasts, as if it might burst open at any moment. The skirt suit was high-waisted, tightly hugging her pert buttocks, and the hemline was just at mid-thigh, revealing a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. She was wearing a pair of black high heels with very thin heels, which made her look even taller and more slender. Her face was adorned with delicate light makeup, and her red lipstick made her look both professional and slightly alluring. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on Jomani for a few seconds before he subtly looked away. "I'd like to see the car." Jomani's smile became even sweeter. "Okay, sir. Which type of car are you interested in? A sedan, an SUV, or a sports car? We have a full range of models to meet your different needs." As Jomani spoke, she guided Lu Yuan toward the center of the exhibition hall. "I want to buy the best one," Lu Yuan said calmly. "The best?" Jomani was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what she meant. Sir, Mercedes-Benz has many high-end models, each with its own unique charm. I'm not sure if you mean performance, comfort, or luxury when you say best. If you are seeking the ultimate in luxury and prestige, I recommend our flagship model, the Maybach S-Class. As Jo Manny spoke, she led Lu Yuan to a black sedan parked in the center of the exhibition hall. Maybach S680. Its body is longer than the regular S-Class, with smooth and elegant lines. The two-tone body design highlights its distinctive identity. The front features a huge, waterfall-style air intake grille, inlaid with the Maybach exclusive logo. The car sat there quietly, like a silent emperor, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression and luxury. This is the Maybach S680, the pinnacle of our Mercedes-Benz brand. Jo Manny's voice carried a hint of pride. It features a V12 twin-turbocharged engine, top-of-the-line interior and features, providing an ultimate driving and riding experience. Of course, it comes with a hefty price tag. The current suggested retail prices. No need to say anything more, Lu Yuan interrupted her. This is the one. Are there any cars available right now? I hope to drive it away today. Lu Yuan's decisiveness left Jo Manny with a whole set of prepared arguments stuck in her throat. She stared at Lu Yuan with her mouth agape, somewhat incredulous. Sir, are you sure? Won't you reconsider? Or, I can arrange a test drive for you first. No need. Lu Yuan took out the black Centurion card from his pocket and handed it to Jo Manny. Swipe the card. Get all the formalities done for me today. When Jo Manny saw the black gold card that symbolized the highest level of wealth and status, she was completely stunned. As a sales consultant at a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, she had seen a lot and served many wealthy clients. But she had never seen anyone like Lu Yuan, who would look at cars for less than 5 minutes and then swipe his card to buy a top-of-the-line Maybach. Moreover, it was with this legendary king of cards. Chapter 7: The Sleeping Beast. The other sales consultants nearby also noticed the commotion and cast shocked and envious glances at them. Jo Manny felt her heart pounding wildly, and her palms were sweating. She knew that she had met a real super rich person today. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. With slightly trembling hands, she accepted the black card. Mr. Lu, is that right? She glanced at the surname on the card. Please wait a moment, I'll go and process your paperwork right away. I'll go call our manager first. Jo Manny practically ran towards the manager's office. Although Jo Manny had met many wealthy people, her intuition told her that this man was different. After all these years of hard work, isn't it all for a better life? Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. After weighing the options, Jo Manny decided to take the initiative. Mr. Lu, do you have some time tonight? She smiled sweetly and charmingly. If it's convenient, I'd like to invite you to join me for dinner. Jo Manny gracefully tossed her long hair. I wonder what Mr. Lu would like to eat? French or Italian? I know a few very good Michelin-starred restaurants. Various documents and contracts were presented to Lu Yuan, who glanced at them briefly and then suddenly put down his pen. I don't want that car anymore. The air in the entire 4S store lobby seemed to freeze instantly. Jo Manny's smile froze. The 4S store manager and other sales consultants, who had been watching this scene with envious eyes from a distance, were all so surprised that they stopped what they were doing. No. I don't want it anymore? Why? Didn't we just agree on this? I even took out the card. Is he playing me? Or is there another reason? Could it be that I was too eager for quick success, which made him feel disgusted? Oh no, is such a big order going to slip through my fingers? Jo Manny's mind went blank. She felt as if her heart was about to stop beating. She forced herself to calm down and quickly thought of a strategy to deal with the situation. Mr. Lu, is there something about this car that you're not satisfied with? Or, is there a problem with my service? Her voice trembled slightly. If you feel the price isn't right, I can ask the manager for the biggest possible discount. Lu Yuan shook his head. He strode forward, ignoring the bewildered Jo Manny, and headed straight for another corner of the exhibition hall. There, separated by a velvet fence, is a car that stands out even more. That was a Maybach S680 Haute Voiture. Its body features a unique two-tone paint scheme, with an elegant sea blue upper half and a dazzling rose gold lower half. Under the soft lighting of the exhibition hall, this color scheme presents a dreamlike, flowing luster. The wheels are forged in the same sea blue color as the body, like a work of art meticulously sculpted by an artist. This car is more than just a means of transportation, it is a luxurious work of art in itself. Lu Yuan walked to the fence and stopped. He didn't speak, but just quietly looked at the car. Zhou Manny and the others then realized what was happening. They followed Lu Yuan's gaze, and everyone's breath caught in their throats. That's Haute Voiture, a top-tier collectible with only 150 units produced worldwide. Since this car was delivered to the store, it has been treated as the store's prized possession. Most customers only glance at it from afar through the fence, sigh, and don't even have the courage to touch it. No one expected that anyone would actually buy it. Mr. Lu, you mean? Zhou Manny's voice trembled even more violently. She carefully walked to Lu Yuan's side, even her breathing became soft. So that's how it is. It's not that he didn't want it anymore, it's that he just didn't like the regular S680. His target from the very beginning was this Haute Voiture. Good heavens! I was just trying to sell him a regular Maybach. How blind I was. Open the fence, I want to see the car. Lu Yuan's voice remained calm, yet carried a sense of authority. Yes. I'll go right away. As if she had received a royal decree, Zhou Manny turned around and went to find the key. The 4S store manager reacted even faster than her. He practically tumbled out of his office, clutching a bunch of keys and wearing a humble smile. Mr. Lu. You have such a good eye. This Haute Voiture is the only one of its kind in the entire South China region. Limited to 150 units worldwide, this one is numbered 88, which sounds like get rich, it couldn't be more auspicious. As the manager spoke, he stepped forward and, with slightly trembling hands, unlocked the velvet fence. Mr. Lu, please feel free to look around. Lu Yuan stepped into the fence, reached out, and gently opened the driver's side door. An atmosphere of extreme luxury wafted over me. The interior of the car is even more breathtaking than the exterior. The seats, dashboard, door panels, almost everything in sight is covered with a fabric woven from white crystal and rose gold threads. The built-in foot pads are made of linen and mohair, and feel soft and thick, like walking on clouds. An exquisite plaque is embedded in the center console, engraved with the words Haute Voiture and a unique limited edition number, 88 of 150. Zhou Manny stood by the car door and began to use her professional knowledge to introduce the interior of the car to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over Zhou Manny subtly. Her business suit perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. As she bent over to introduce the vehicle, glimpses of her skin were revealed at the neckline, her fair skin gleaming alluringly under the lights. Beneath the tight skirt, her legs, encased in stockings, displayed sculpted lines, perfectly emphasizing the curves of her hips and exuding the allure of a mature woman. Every movement she made seemed meticulously calculated, showcasing her strengths to the fullest. Her voice was high-pitched with excitement, and every word was full of passion. Lu Yuan didn't listen to what she was saying. He got into the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. The steering wheel is made of white piano lacquer and fine leather, and feels warm and substantial. He pressed the start button. The dashboard and center console screen light up instantly, and light blue ambient lighting flows through the car, creating a futuristic and technological feel to the entire space. The V12 engine emitted a deep and melodious roar, like a sleeping beast being awakened. Lu Yuan looked ahead, his gaze piercing through the glass wall of the exhibition hall, reaching out to the vast world outside. How much? He asked the question. Sir, the official list price for this car is 6.8 million. If you include optional extras and various taxes, the final price will be around 8 million. The manager cautiously quoted the price. It was an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Swipe your card. Lu Yuan took the black card out of his pocket and handed it over. This time, no one was surprised. Everyone was stunned into a state of near numbness. In the VIP lounge, the air was filled with the aroma of freshly ground coffee. Lu Yuan sat on a soft leather sofa, with a newly signed car purchase contract and a thick stack of documents in front of him. Zhou Manny personally brought him a cup of hand-drip coffee. The coffee cup was made of exquisite bone china and decorated with gold patterns. Her face was radiant and genuine with an unprecedented smile. This deal earned her a commission of nearly 300,000 yuan in one go. This amount was more than all her other earnings this year combined. The way she looked at Lu Yuan changed. In addition to respect for the client, there was also an undisguised admiration and respect. Mr. Liu, here is your car purchase contract and all the documents. Please take a look. Zhou Manny pushed the documents in front of Lu Yuan, leaning forward slightly. A sweet scent, a mixture of perfume and her own body fragrance, wafted into Lu Yuan's nose. If there are no problems, please sign here, and this haute voiture will be yours. Chapter 8 Double Happiness. Lu Yuan signed his name on the last page of the contract, his handwriting strong and fluent. He put the pen back in the pen holder. It was a heavy Montblanc gold pen. Zhou Manny carefully organized all the documents and placed them into an exquisite leather document bag with the Mercedes-Benz logo. Mr. Liu, all the formalities have been completed. This Maybach S680 haute voiture is now entirely yours. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement, and her cheeks were flushed a charming pink with excitement. You can leave work early today. Lu Yuan stood up and straightened the collar of his Armani suit. Ha! Zhou Manny was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Now, right now. Lu Yuan looked at her. Take my new car for a spin around the city, then we'll go out for lunch. Consider it a celebration of our first successful collaboration. His words were very domineering, but he also gave Zhou Manny face by using phrases like successful cooperation. A drive? A meal? Now. Is he really pursuing me? Or is this just a pastime for rich people? Never mind, I've already got the commission for this car. Even if he's just playing around, I'll accept it. To be able to ride in this globally limited edition luxury car and accompany such a person is something many women dream of. After a moment's thought, Zhou Manny was immediately overwhelmed with immense joy. Of course. It's my honor, Mr. Liu. She immediately nodded in agreement, her smile even brighter than when she sold the car. She quickly handed over her work to the manager, went into the dressing room to change her clothes, and then, carrying her Hermes handbag, followed behind Lu Yuan like a proud peacock. Just as the two were about to walk out the door, a soft female voice sounded beside him. Excuse me, are you Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan raised his head. A girl in a white dress stood in front of him, her face showing uncertainty. The girl was beautiful, with a gentle and classic beauty. Her hair reached her waist, her skin was fair, and her almond-shaped eyes were as clear as mountain spring water. Her temperament is very pure, like a white lotus that has never been tainted by the world. Lu Yuan searched his memory, but he didn't recall knowing such a girl. Do we know each other? You probably don't remember me. The girl smiled a little shyly. I'm Lin Xiao, your junior from university. I heard your graduation speech. You were a legendary figure in our department back then. Lin Xiao. Lu Yuan remembered. During his senior year, he gave a speech as a representative of outstanding graduates, and there were indeed many younger students in the audience. However, he was so full of youthful vigor at the time that he hadn't noticed a particular face among them. I never expected to meet you here in this way. Just as he was about to say something, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Eye of the Chosen triggered. Scanning target. Scan complete. An unprecedented panel, shimmering with golden light, suddenly unfolded before Lu Yuan. Target information briefing. Name code name, Lin Xiao. Age, 25. Health index, 98%. Genetic potential rating, grade A. Eligibility criteria for the award. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 0. Overall score, 95 points. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. A level potential. No romantic relationship history. The overall score is as high as 95 points. Perfect. This is a perfect chosen one. Lu Yuan was deeply shocked. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a perfect target. Senior brother, what's wrong? You don't look well. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yuan and asked with concern. It's nothing, it's nothing. Lu Yuan forced down his excitement. I didn't expect to run into you here, what a coincidence. You are now. Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, another clear female voice interrupted. Xiao Xiao, where did you run off to? I've been looking for you everywhere. A girl dressed provocatively and with glamorous makeup walked over and grabbed Lin Xiao's arm. When the girl saw Lu Yuan, she looked him up and down, her eyes wary. Who is this? This is my senior from university, Lu Yuan, Lin Xiao introduced. Senior, this is my best friend, Zhou Qian. Hello, senior brother. Zhou Qian nodded to Lu Yuan, her attitude neither warm nor cold. She pulled Lin Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, we should go, our appointment time is almost here." "Oh, okay." Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yuan with some difficulty. "Well, senior brother, we'll be going now. We can talk again another time." "Wait a moment." Lu Yuan called out to them. He couldn't let this perfect goal slip away. He had to do something. "Lin Xiao, let's exchange contact information. It's not easy to run into each other, so let's keep in touch." "Okay." Lin Xiao readily took out her phone. Zhou Qian, standing next to her, frowned. "Xiao Xiao, don't add just anyone. You can only know a person's face, not their heart." "Ha, this man, he's obviously no good. He's dressed in designer clothes, but the eagerness and desire in his eyes are impossible to hide. My Xiao Xiao is so innocent, the first hope she doesn't get fooled by this kind of person." "Qian, don't say that. This is my senior brother." Lin Xiao was a little unhappy. So what if he's a senior? He graduated from university years ago. Zhou Qian muttered softly, but still didn't stop him. Lu Yuan and Lin Xiao exchanged contact information. "Then we really have to go, goodbye, senior brother." "Goodbye." Watching Lin Xiao and Zhou Qian's departing figures, Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiao. He opened his phone and looked at the new name and profile picture in his contacts. Lin Xiao in the profile picture is smiling brightly, like a flower in bloom. Looking at Lu Yuan's eyes, Zhou Mani felt a surge of inexplicable jealousy. She was all too familiar with that look. She considered herself naturally beautiful and had never lacked suitors, whether in school or after entering the workforce. She didn't know how many men had looked at her with that kind of gaze. But this was the first time she had seen the man beside her look at another woman with that kind of gaze. "Mr. Lu, shall we go too?" She took Lu Yuan's hand and deliberately pressed her breasts against his arm. Lu Yuan knew exactly what she was thinking, so he smiled and led her out of the store. A brand new Maybach S680 Haute Voiture was parked quietly in front of the 4S store. Sunlight shines on its two-tone navy blue and rose gold body, reflecting a dreamlike, flowing luster. Lu Yuan walked to the passenger side and opened the car door for Zhou Mani. "Thanks." Zhou Mani was flattered and gracefully sat down inside, lifting her skirt. The car door closed slowly, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. The interior of the car is like a mobile, luxurious palace. Zhou Mani's fingers gently brushed over the unique tweed fabric on the seat, woven with crystal and rose gold threads. The texture was delicate yet had a unique grainy feel, a luxury she had never experienced before. Lu Yuan got into the driver's seat and pressed the start button. The V12 engine let out a deep, powerful roar. He skillfully shifted gears and lightly pressed the accelerator. This top-of-the-line luxury car, worth nearly 10 million, glided silently into the city's traffic like an elegant beast. Zhou Mani sat in the passenger seat, watching the street scene rushing past the window, and then glanced at Lu Yuan beside her, who was focused on driving. He wore an expensive suit and drove a limited-edition Maybach. Young, handsome, and mysterious. This man was like a huge mystery, making her want to explore and get closer to him. "Mr. Lu, where shall we have lunch? I know a very good Italian restaurant called La Scala. The ambience and the food are very authentic." Zhou Mani took the initiative to break the silence, wanting to seize every opportunity to showcase her taste and value. "Can." Lu Yuan nodded and gave a faint reply. Zhou Mani skillfully turned on the car's navigation system and entered the restaurant's name. The car traveled through the city streets, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Whether it's the car's unique appearance or its valuable license plate, it's enough to make it the focus of everyone's discussion. Sitting in the car, Zhou Mani enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. She straightened her back, a reserved yet proud smile on her face. She felt as if she had stepped into another world. A world she could only look up to before. Chapter 9: Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. The Italian restaurant La Scala is located on a quiet tree-lined avenue. The restaurant is a detached white villa with blooming roses planted in front. The Maybach slowly pulled into the restaurant's private parking lot. The parking lot was filled with expensive luxury cars. Even so, the appearance of this haute voiture still caused a small commotion. Several diners who had just come out of the restaurant couldn't help but stop and take out their phones to take pictures of the car. Lu Yuan turned off the engine. He didn't get out of the car immediately, but turned to look at Zhou Mani. He reached out and gently lifted a strand of Zhou Mani's curly hair, then brought it to his nose and smelled it. Your perfume smells wonderful. Lu Yuan's gesture was aggressive and suggestive. Jo Manny's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart began to race. It's Gabrielle Chanel. It suits you perfectly. Lu Yuan let go of his hand, then pushed open the door and got out of the car. He went around to the passenger seat again and opened the car door for Jo Manny. Jo Manny lifted her skirt and stepped out of the car. Jo Manny's outfit today was clearly carefully chosen. The burgundy bodycon dress perfectly hugged her voluptuous figure, outlining her waist-to-hip ratio in a breathtaking way. As she got out of the car, her skirt was pushed up, revealing her tight and slender thighs encased in black stockings. The slit in the skirt reveals glimpses of the edge of black lace safety shorts, creating a more alluring effect than outright nudity. As she straightened up, Lu Yuan suddenly reached out and put his arm around her waist. Jo Manny stiffened for a moment, but did not resist. She leaned into Lu Yuan's arms. The two stood next to the luxurious Maybach in a very intimate pose. Just then, a white BMW 5 Series sedan slowly drove past on the road in front of the restaurant. Sitting in the car were Suya and her mother, Wang Liping. Suya was driving. She was also wearing a business suit today, with delicate light makeup on her face, but there was a lingering weariness between her brows. Wang Liping was sitting in the passenger seat, talking incessantly. Xiaoya, let me tell you, the son of that Aunt Zhang I introduced you to last time, he's a PhD who returned from overseas, and he's a department manager at a large state-owned enterprise, earning several million a year. He's quite handsome, and he seems interested in you. You'd better pay attention and stop thinking about that good-for-nothing Lu Yuan. You're divorced, he's no longer your concern. Suya didn't say anything, just drove silently. She was used to her mother's nagging. Look at this restaurant, it's called La Scala, it sounds really upscale. Let us have lunch here today, I want to see what is so delicious here that makes it so expensive. Wang Liping pointed to the restaurant outside the window and made the suggestion. Suya subconsciously slowed down and prepared to turn the steering wheel and drive into the parking lot. It was at this moment that her gaze was firmly drawn to the glaring scene in the parking lot. She saw the car. That Maybach S680 Haute Voiture, a car of unparalleled luxury that she could probably never afford in her lifetime. Then she saw the two people standing next to the car. The man was wearing a well-tailored designer suit, his hair was neatly combed, and he exuded a confidence and composure she had never seen before. He also had a woman in his arms. The woman was wearing a sexy burgundy dress, had a hot figure, and exquisite makeup. She nestled sweetly in Lu Yuan's arms, tilting her head back to look at him with eyes full of love and admiration. Suya's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints in an instant. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She felt as if her breath had stopped at that moment. How is that possible? How is that possible? Was that man really Lu Yuan? Is that Lu Yuan, the one wearing a delivery uniform and covered in sweat? Is it Lu Yuan, the one who was humiliated in front of her and her mother and then silently agreed to the divorce? How much time has passed? A day? Or two? How could he have become like this? He was driving a luxury car worth millions, wearing a suit worth tens of thousands, and embracing a woman who was younger and more beautiful than him. That car, where did he get the money from? Who is that woman? Countless questions flooded Suya's mind like wildly growing weeds. She felt as if her world had collapsed at that moment. Wang Liping, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also saw this scene. Her reaction was more intense than Suya's. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then leaned forward as if trying to get a clearer view of the two people. That one, is it that little bastard Lu Yuan? Wang Liping's voice changed tone, becoming sharp and shrill. That good for nothing. That penniless bastard. What's he doing here? How could he possibly afford a car like that? Who is that woman? A vixen. She must be a vixen. He must be being kept by some rich woman. Yes. That must be it. I knew it. How could a food delivery guy suddenly be rich? Turns out he went to be a gigolo. Shameless bastard. I'll go down and ask him. I want to see if this shameless bastard got all this by selling his body. He even has the nerve to hug and kiss other women here. What does he take our Xiaoya for? As Wang Liping spoke, she went to unbuckle her seatbelt, preparing to get out of the car and question Lu Yuan. Mom! What are you doing? Suya grabbed her arm. Don't go. Why can't I go? He lied to us. He's not a penniless nobody at all. He's deliberately getting revenge on us. Wang Liping was trembling with rage. Xiaoya, let me go. I'm going to tear that vixen's face to shreds today. Mom, please stop talking. Suya shouted, her voice trembling with a sob she herself was unaware of. Wang Liping was stunned by her daughter's shout, and she stared blankly at Suya. Suya's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, her lips trembled slightly, and her eyes were brimming with tears. But she held them back, refusing to let them fall. She looked out the window at the glaring scene. Lu Yuan was whispering something in the woman's ear with his head down. The woman laughed hysterically, pressing her body tightly against him. Then, Lu Yuan put his arm around the woman and turned to walk into the restaurant. He didn't glance in their direction once throughout the entire process. A car horn sounded behind me. It was the car behind urging me to hurry up. Suya snapped back to her senses, stepped on the gas, and the white BMW shot forward, narrowly missing the Maybach that was parked in place. Lu Yuan was completely unaware of all this. He put his arm around Zhou Manny and walked into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, soft light poured down from the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a warm glow on the dining table covered with a pristine white tablecloth. The air was filled with the melodies of classical music and the aroma of food. Lu Yuan and Zhou Manny sat by the window, with the menu they had just ordered on the table. Ding, dear host, congratulations on receiving your exclusive reward EX Regret. Your combat ability +1. What is that? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. What was going on? I didn't do anything. EX's regret? Could it be Suya? Although he was completely baffled, Lu Yuan naturally accepted the reward with a smile. An average person's fighting ability is 1. Now, after receiving the reward, Lu Yuan's fighting ability has become 2. This is roughly equivalent to a fairly capable average person. Zhou Manny on the other side had no idea what was going on. I heard that the lobster pasta here is very famous. It is made with red lobsters air-shipped from Sicily and paired with the chef's secret tomato sauce. The taste is very special. Zhou Manny rested her chin on one hand, leaning slightly forward. The neckline of her burgundy dress was lower, revealing a patch of snow-white skin on her chest. Her voice was soft, with a deliberately sweet tone. Lu Yuan picked up the lemon water on the table and took a sip. Then let's give it a try. Just then, the wind chimes at the restaurant entrance rang out with a clear, crisp sound. A young man wearing a Versace latest printed silk shirt walked in. The man had his hair dyed flaxen and styled with thick hair wax, and wore a sparkling diamond earring. He held a Maserati car key in his hand and wore a gleaming gold Rolex watch on his wrist. His eyes lit up instantly when he saw Zhou Manny sitting by the window. But then, when he saw Lu Yuan sitting opposite Zhou Manny, the smile on his face immediately froze, replaced by an expression that was a mixture of surprise and anger. The man strode towards Lu Yuan and Zhou Manny's seats, his Gucci shoes making a crisp sound on the marble floor, attracting the attention of diners at several nearby tables. Zhou Manny also saw the person who came. The smile on her face stiffened for a moment, and she subconsciously sat up straight, increasing the distance between herself and Lu Yuan slightly. Lu Yuhao? What's he doing here? He's like a persistent ghost. He asked me out several times before, but I always turned him down with the excuse of working overtime. I never expected to run into him here today. The man walked to the table, ignoring Zhou Manny, and fixed his gaze directly on Lu Yuan. He slammed his hand, adorned with a gold watch, heavily on the table with a loud bang. The tableware on the table shook. Who the hell are you? The man's voice was loud and full of provocation. You dare to hit on my girl? You're asking for trouble. Chapter 10. You've practically delivered yourself to my doorstep, haven't you? The surrounding diners all turned to look, their faces showing expressions of anticipation. Zhou Manny's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Lu Yuhao, what are you doing here? Who's your? Watch your language. I'm crazy? Lu Yuhao sneered, pointing at Zhou Manny. Manny, tell me, who is this pretty boy? Didn't you say you were going to work overtime today? What, you're working overtime here? Are you going to end up in bed with him later? Zhou Manny was so angry that she trembled all over, her face turning red and white in turns. Lu Yuhao. Don't talk nonsense here. This is my client, Mr. Lu. A client? Lu Yuhao looked Lu Yuan up and down. Lu Yuan was wearing an understated Armani suit, which looked much more simple compared to Lu Yuhao's glamorous designer clothes. Lu Yuhao's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Is this guy, looking so poor, really a customer? When did Manny's taste become so bad? This guy must have used sweet talk to fool her. Client? I think he's more like an adulterer. As Lu Yuhao spoke, he reached out to grab Zhou Manny's arm. Just as Lu Yuhao's hand was about to touch Zhou Manny, Lu Yuan moved. He didn't stand up, but simply sat in the chair and casually reached out and grasped Lu Yuhao's wrist. His movement seemed casual, but Lu Yuhao felt as if his wrist was being clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move. Ah! Let go of me, you fucking bastard! Lu Yuhao cried out in pain, his face turning deathly pale. He tried to pull his hand back, but no matter how hard he tried, Lu Yuan's hand wouldn't budge. Lu Yuan looked up at Lu Yuhao with a playful smile on his face. My friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You said Miss Zhou is your woman, has she admitted it? Lu Yuhao was taken aback by the question. Furthermore, making loud noises and physically assaulting others in public places. Do you think that's something to be proud of? Lu Yuan tightened his fingers slightly. Ouch. It hurts. Let go. Let go of me. Lu Yuhao felt like his wrist was about to break. The surrounding diners were all dumbfounded. They never expected that this seemingly gentle man would be so decisive and efficient when he took action. Zhou Manny was also stunned. She looked at the scene before her, at Lu Yuhao's grimacing and disheveled appearance in front of her, and then at the calm man beside her who seemed to be in control of the entire situation. A wonderful feeling welled up in her heart. He's amazing. Lu Yuhao looks like a clown in his presence. This man is far more unfathomable than I imagined. I can't let him slip away, I absolutely can't. This thought instantly filled Zhou Manny's mind. She stood up and walked to Lu Yuan's side, wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, and pressed her voluptuous body tightly against his back. Honey, don't take it to heart. We still need to eat, she said in a sweet voice. That cry of husband struck Lu Yuhao like a bolt from the blue, hitting him squarely on the head. In front of her suitors, Zhou Manny called another man husband. This was undoubtedly announcing to everyone that she had made her choice. Lu Yuhao's eyes instantly turned red, as if they were about to bleed. Husband? You called him husband? His voice became shrill with anger and disbelief. Zhou Manny. You bitch. You actually. Smack. A crisp slap echoed through the restaurant. Lu Yuan released his grip on Lu Yuhao's wrist and slapped him hard across the face. The slap was incredibly powerful. Lu Yuhao was sent spinning halfway around before landing hard on his backside. His left cheek swelled up rapidly to the naked eye, leaving 5 clear finger marks. The entire restaurant fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lu Yuan slowly stood up from his chair. He looked down at Lu Yuhao, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with extreme contempt. I'll give you a chance to apologize to Miss Zhou. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold knife piercing Lu Yuhao's heart. I'll F your mother. You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? My dad's the chairman of the Lu Group. You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead. Lu Yuhao covered his face, got up from the ground, and roared fiercely but inwardly. Oh? The Lu Group? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. I think I've heard of it. So what? Lu Yuhao's face went from flushed to deathly pale. He looked at Lu Yuan, his eyes slowly filling with fear. He didn't know who the man in front of him was, he only knew that he felt like he had kicked a real rock today. Who are you? Lu Yuhao's voice was trembling. Who I am is none of your business. Lu Yuan took out a tissue from his pocket, wiped his hand that had just hit Lu Yuhao, and then threw the tissue in Lu Yuhao's face. Now, immediately, get out of here. Don't get in my way. Lu Yuhao looked at the tissues on the ground, then at the mocking and disdainful gazes around him. He felt a burning pain in his face, but his pride hurt even more. He wanted to say something harsh, but looking into Lu Yuan's unfathomable eyes, he couldn't utter a single word. In the end, he could only slink out of the restaurant in silence, looking utterly pathetic. Lu Yuan sat down again, adjusting the cuffs of his suit jacket with unhurried movements. Zhou Manny looked at him, her chest heaving with excitement. She sat back in her seat, her body involuntarily leaning closer to Lu Yuan, almost touching his arm. Honey, you're amazing. Her voice trembled slightly, a mixture of adoration and excitement. Women are always attracted to powerful men, whether that power comes from authority, money, or physical strength. But pure physical strength is always more stimulating to the senses. A waiter wearing a black vest and bow tie approached carrying a silver tray. He stopped at the table and bowed slightly. Sir, madam, your food is ready. May I serve it to you now? Serve the food. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and withdrew. Soon, the first dish was served. It was a Mediterranean-style grilled octopus salad. In the center of a large white porcelain plate, several octopus tentacles, grilled over charcoal, are curled up, their surfaces displaying an alluring caramel color and bearing clear grill marks. Beneath its deep purple skin lies snow-white, firm flesh. Olive oil is drizzled over the warm octopus, releasing a fresh, herbal aroma. Bright red cherry tomatoes are cut in half, revealing their juicy flesh. Dewdrops still cling to the emerald green arugula leaves, and a few paper-thin slices of Parma ham are casually placed on top, creating a beautiful marble-like texture. Jo Manny picked up the serving fork on the table, picked up a small piece of octopus, and put it on her plate. She cut off a small piece with her fork and put it in her mouth. The octopus has a springy texture and a smoky aroma unique to charcoal. The fruity notes of olive oil, the sweet and sour taste of cherry tomatoes, the slight bitterness of arugula, and the salty umami of ham intertwine and collide in the mouth, creating a rich yet incredibly harmonious flavor. Sunlight streamed through the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dining table and making the food on the plates even more vibrant, as if carrying the bright atmosphere of the Mediterranean coast. I never expected you to be such a good fighter. As Jo Manny chewed, she looked at Lu Yuan with a strange glint in her eyes. That is not called fighting, it's called self-defense, Lu Yuan smiled. Besides, wasn't I standing up for you? Lu Yuan's words, tinged with a hint of teasing, instantly bridged the gap between the two. Jo Manny's heart skipped a beat. She put down her knife and fork, picked up a napkin, and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Then, should I thank you properly? Her voice became alluring, and she leaned closer to Lu Yuan. The second course was the main course, lobster pasta. The noodles were served on a deep blue porcelain plate, as dark as the ocean. A whole, enormous Boston lobster was cut in half, its red shell gleaming with an oily sheen under the light, and its snow-white, plump meat almost overflowing from the shell. The thick, orange-red secret tomato sauce coats every strand of handmade pasta, and is topped with bright green basil leaves and white Parmesan cheese powder. A rich, warm aroma, a blend of the salty and savory scent of the ocean, the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes, and the aroma of garlic, wafts towards you. The waiter used professional tools to carefully remove the meat from the lobster shell, then cut it into small pieces and evenly distributed it on the noodles. Jo Manny looked at the pasta dish in front of her, which was like a work of art, and her mouth watered. She picked up a small clump of noodles with her fork, still topped with a piece of lobster meat and thick sauce, and put it in her mouth. The pasta has a chewy texture and a rich wheat flavor. The tomato sauce is thick and flavorful, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour, and subtle hints of garlic and herbs. The lobster meat is firm and chewy, incredibly sweet, and the delicious flavor from the deep sea explodes in your mouth. It's so delicious, she exclaimed sincerely. It's even better than I imagined. Lu Yuan used his fork to pick up the largest piece of lobster meat and then naturally placed it on the plate in front of Jo Manny. Jo Manny's heart raced again as she looked at the tender, white lobster meat covered in sauce on the plate. Jo Manny picked up the wine glass on the table. It contained an expensive Burgundy wine. Mr. Lu, no, my husband, she changed her address, her voice alluring, to thank you for getting me out of that predicament today, and to celebrate our meeting, I'd like to propose a toast to you. She brought the wine glass to her lips, the bright red wine contrasting beautifully with her equally vibrant red lips, creating an irresistible allure. Chapter 11 The Victor. Looking into Jo Manny's eyes, which were filled with desire and ambition, Lu Yuan did not immediately pick up his wineglass. He put down his knife and fork, leaned back in his chair, and placed his hands on the table, crossed over each other. Ms. Zhou, let's be frank. You are a smart woman, you should know the purpose of everything I'm doing today. Jo Manny tightened her grip on the wineglass. I understand. Of course she understood. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Yuan had spent a fortune on her and stood up for her. It couldn't be that he simply wanted to be friends with her. Very good. Lu Yuan nodded. I like dealing with smart people, it saves me a lot of unnecessary trouble. He looked into Jo Manny's eyes and said, word by word. I want you to be my woman. And to bear me a child. Jo Manny was taken aback. She had considered that Lu Yuan might keep her as a mistress. But she didn't expect him to make such a direct request as having a child. Then, will you marry me? Marriage is impossible, Lu Yuan confessed. I just ended a marriage and don't want to walk into the grave of love again so soon. Lu Yuan noticed the strange look on Zhou Mani's face. She was probably imagining how much of the family fortune she would get from divorcing him. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. If you agree, I can give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and another 1 million yuan as a bonus after you get pregnant and give birth to my child. During the period you raise the child, an additional 100,000 yuan will be added to your monthly child support. Zhou Mani's heart started pounding. Excitement, along with a vague and inexplicable fear, intertwined and overwhelmed her reason. She is a pragmatic woman. She craves money, status, and a way to escape her current life. The man in front of her could give her everything she wanted, and even more. All she has to give up is her body and a child. This price doesn't seem too high for her. After all, when she was selling cars, she was selling her expertise and her smile. Now she's just changing the way she's selling them. What is the essential difference? Then, what do I need to give in return? Zhou Mani continued to ask, besides having a child. I need your loyalty. Lu Yuan looked at her. As long as I have you, your body and heart can only belong to me. I don't like sharing my things with others, especially my woman. Zhou Mani's heart raced because of his words. For some reason, instead of feeling offended, she felt a little sweet. For such a powerful and outstanding man to demand loyalty from himself is itself a form of tacit approval. Zhou Mani opened her mouth, wanting to agree immediately. But her remaining modesty made her hesitate. I need some time to think about it. After lunch, the Maybach, a blend of navy blue and rose gold, glided silently into the Hilton Hotel's underground parking lot. Lu Yuan didn't turn off the engine. He turned to look at Zhou Mani in the passenger seat. Zhou Mani's cheeks were flushed with a faint rosy hue from the red wine, and her eyes were misty, making her look somewhat dazed. Let's go upstairs and have a seat. Zhou Mani did not answer immediately. She looked at Lu Yuan, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the metal clasp on her handbag. To go or not to go? Going there meant she had accepted the deal. Her life would be completely intertwined with the man before her. Not going would mean giving up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she would return to the life of a car sales consultant who wore a business suit every day and smiled obsequiously at various customers. She was rapidly weighing the options in her mind. This man can give her everything she wants. Security, wealth, status, and a kind of thrill of being conquered by the strong. Okay. She took Lu Yuan's arm. The hotel's presidential suite is located on the top floor. The room card was placed on the sensor, which emitted a soft beep sound, and the heavy door opened in response. The room was even more luxurious than Zhou Mani had imagined. A huge, ornate chandelier made of countless crystals hung from the high ceiling. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows occupy an entire wall, offering a view of the city's most bustling cityscape, towering buildings and heavy traffic. In the center of the room was a set of imported Italian sofas, and the floor was covered with a thick, intricately patterned Persian carpet. A faint aroma of fragrance wafted in the air. Lu Yuan took off his suit jacket and casually tossed it onto the sofa. He walked to the bar on one side of the room and took out a bottle of whiskey and 2 crystal glasses from the liquor cabinet. What would you like to drink? Same as you. Zhou Mani walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city below. She felt as if she were standing on a cloud, and an unprecedented feeling of being in control of everything welled up within her. Lu Yuan walked over with 2 glasses of whiskey with ice and handed one to her. The amber-colored liquor swirls gently in the crystal glass, the ice cubes clinking together with a crisp sound. Now, you can tell me your final decision. Lu Yuan leaned against the railing of the French windows and took a sip of wine. Zhou Mani turned around and looked at him. She didn't say anything, but instead made a bold move. She downed her glass of whiskey in one gulp, then grabbed Lu Yuan's tie, pulled him towards her, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him fiercely with her whiskey-scented lips. It's like asserting its sovereignty, yet also like waging a futile resistance. Lu Yuan didn't move, letting Zhou Mani kiss him with a playful smile on his face. It wasn't until Zhou Mani's breathing became rapid and her body began to weaken that Lu Yuan reached out and put his arm around her waist, pulling her close to him and taking the initiative. His kiss was more domineering and deeper than Zhou Mani's. Like a seasoned hunter, he easily took control of the entire rhythm. He sucked on her tongue, savoring the lingering aroma of wine in her mouth, while one hand began to roam restlessly over her shapely body. Her burgundy dress was easily lifted, and Lu Yuan's hand, through the thin stockings, caressed her pert buttocks. Zhou Mani's body trembled, and she let out a suppressed groan. Her resistance seemed so insignificant in front of Lu Yuan. Her body quickly and honestly responded. A surge of heat rose from her lower abdomen and rapidly spread throughout her body. Lu Yuan picked Zhou Mani up by the waist and strode towards the bedroom. The presidential suite's bedroom is even more spacious than the living room. In the center is a large bed that can comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 people, with sheets and duvet covers made of the finest Egyptian cotton, which feels silky smooth to the touch. Lu Yuan threw Zhou Mani onto the soft bed. Zhou Mani's body bounced on the bed. Her burgundy dress was now disheveled from the movement, the hem of which was rolled up high, revealing most of her long, beautiful legs clad in black stockings, along with the sexy lace trim at the top of the stockings. She lay there on the pristine white sheets, her legs slightly pressed together in tension, but the fleshy contours of her thighs, accentuated by the stockings, were even more pronounced. Beneath her skirt, the edge of her black thong was faintly visible. Her chest heaved with rapid breathing, the V-neck of her dress stretched taut, revealing her deep cleavage. A few strands of curly hair fell loosely across her cheeks and neck, adding to her allure. Lu Yuan stood by the bed and began to unbutton his shirt. He solved them very slowly, one by one, two by two. His gaze never left Zhou Mani on the bed. Zhou Mani felt hot all over from his gaze. She subconsciously wanted to cover her body with her hands, but then felt that the action would seem too coy. She simply gave up resisting and lay there boldly, meeting Lu Yuan's gaze. Her eyes held a mixture of provocation, anticipation, and a hint of excitement at being conquered. "Come on, conquer me. Let me see just how powerful you really are. If you can satisfy me, everything I have is yours." Lu Yuan took off his shirt, revealing a strong and well-defined upper body. He didn't have any exaggerated muscles, but every inch of his body was full of explosive power. He leaned down and braced himself above Zhou Mani's body. "Safe period?" he asked, his voice low and hoarse. "No." Zhou Mani licked her slightly dry lips, her voice carrying a hint of provocation. "Today is the day I'm going to get pregnant." Her words were like a fuse, instantly igniting all the desires within Lu Yuan. "Ah!" Zhou Mani let out a scream. Her body began to relax. "Ah, husband, you're so amazing." Zhou Mani felt like a small boat on a turbulent sea. Giant waves tossed her up to the clouds and then crashed down on her. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and all she could see was the swaying crystal chandelier on the ceiling. When Zhou Mani regained consciousness, it was already afternoon. She lay naked on the bed, covered with a thin silk quilt. Lu Yuan was nowhere to be seen. She moved her body, feeling as if her whole body was falling apart. She struggled to sit up in bed, and just as she was about to get out, she saw a bank card and a note on the bedside table. She picked up the note, which was written in Lu Yuanlong's flamboyant handwriting. "There's 100,000 in your card, this is your allowance for this month. Take a good rest, I have something to do outside." She picked up the card and pressed it tightly against her chest. She knew that from this moment on, her life would be completely changed. She was no longer the car saleswoman who was smug about earning tens of thousands in commissions, nor was she Zhou Mani, who had to navigate between various men and sell her smile. She is Lu Yuan's woman. She is the woman who will bear his child. Thinking of this, a victorious smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Chapter 12 Cloud Peak. At 5:30 p.m., the barbershop is about to finish its busiest time of the day. The background music in the salon switched from upbeat pop to soothing jazz. Several female customers who had just finished getting their hair done were paying at the counter and chatting with their familiar hairstylists. Store manager Ken was leaning against the front desk, flipping through today's sales report while chatting casually with customers. Xiaoya sat in the room next to the store manager's office. This was the image consultant's office that Ken had specially arranged for her. The room wasn't large, but it had a separate desk and a comfortable swivel chair. Her main job now was to chat with VIP clients. Compared to her previous job in the hair washing area where she was constantly busy, her current job is so leisurely that she feels somewhat lost. She had just finished a follow-up call with a client and was now holding a glass of water, watching the traffic on the street outside the window gradually thicken. At that moment, a Maybach, with its navy blue and rose gold accents, slowly pulled up in the most conspicuous spot in front of the barbershop. The moment the car appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the store. The female customers at the front desk stopped talking and all looked outside. Wow, what kind of car is this? Is it a Maybach? This color is so beautiful. It's not just a Maybach, look at that logo, it's Haute Voiture. It's a limited edition worldwide. A female customer who knows a bit about cars exclaimed. I've only ever seen them in car magazines, I never thought I'd see a real one today. Who's so rich? Are they here to get their hair done? Store manager Ken's eyes widened. He rushed to the door, his face beaming with the warmest smile, ready to welcome this top tycoon. The car door opened, and Lu Yuan got out of the driver's seat. He changed into casual clothes, a simple white t-shirt, dark casual pants, and white sneakers. He looked fresh and relaxed. Lu Yuan is in a great mood right now. He's incredibly lucky today he and Joe Manny conceived on their first try, and it's even twins. He could almost hear the pleasant voice of the system from not long ago again. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first attempt. The system has added a special reward of 10 million yuan. Ding, congratulations, host, on the birth of twins. You have received a pregnancy reward of 20 million yuan. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully raising Joe Manny's love index to 85 points. Reward, 5 million yuan. Ding, congratulations, host, on your first successful pregnancy with twins. The system rewards you with 1 free skill point, which you can freely allocate to any skill as needed. The notification sound of the money arriving on his phone was like the most beautiful music to Lu Yuan, not to mention the unexpected bonus of free skill points. However, Lu Yuan hadn't decided where to allocate them yet and decided to think about it further. When Ken saw Lu Yuan, who was beaming with joy, his smile became even brighter. Mr. Lu. It's an honor to have you here. Please come in. Please come in. Ken bent down and opened the glass door of the barbershop for Lu Yuan. The other employees in the store also showed expressions of surprise when they saw that the person who came in was Lu Yuan. Especially the female shop assistants who had previously gossiped about Xiaoya behind her back, now kept their heads down, not daring to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. Lu Yuan ignored Ken's enthusiasm and walked into the store, scanning the lobby with his eyes. Where is Xiaoya? She's in her office. I'll go get her right away. As he spoke, Ken turned to call for help. No need, I'll go by myself. Lu Yuan strode forward and headed straight for the assistant's office. He pushed open the door and saw Xiaoya holding a water glass, looking at him with a surprised expression. I'm off work, I'll come pick you up. Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe and smiled at her. I'll go change my clothes right away. No need to change it, it's fine as it is. As Lu Yuan spoke, he stepped forward and naturally took her hand. Xiaoya's soft, cool little hand was grasped by Lu Yuan's warm hand, and a blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks. Lu Yuan took her hand and walked out of the office toward the door of the hair salon. The entire barbershop was completely silent. All eyes were on their clasped hands. Everyone was thinking that Xiaoya had really hooked up with a rich man. Lu Yuan led Xiaoya out of the barbershop and into the car. Lu Yuan opened the passenger door and let Xiaoya get in first. Then he went around to the other side and got into the driver's seat. The Maybach started slowly and merged into the city's evening rush hour traffic. The car interior was quiet, with soothing instrumental music playing from the premium sound system. Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, still feeling a little awkward. She looked at the street scenes rushing past the window, and then secretly glanced at Lu Yuan, who was driving beside her. How was your day at the store? Lu Yuan broke the silence. It's pretty good, Xiaoya replied softly. The store manager assigned me a new job, which is very easy. My colleagues, they're all very nice to me. That's good. If anyone bullies you, be sure to tell me. Xiaoya nodded, a warm feeling welling up inside her. Is this car new? Yes. I just bought it today. Do you like it? It's really beautiful, Xiaoya said sincerely. It must be very expensive, right? Lu Yuan smiled. Money is just a number. If it can buy you something you like, then it's worth it. You'll have plenty of money in the future, and then you can buy whatever you want without worrying about the price. Xiaoya didn't know how to answer. She lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. Thank you for last night. She suddenly raised her head, looked at Lu Yuan, and said very seriously. Thank me for what? Thank you for giving me that card. I checked at the bank this morning. There really is 100,000 in it. I've never seen so much money in my life. I already told you, that's just your monthly allowance, Lu Yuan said. Pocket money, you really want me. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Yuan understood what she meant. Yes. I need a child of my own. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at her. Of course, I will also take responsibility for you and the child. I will not let you suffer any grievances. But I'm not good enough for you. Xiaoya lowered her head and whispered. She was a shampoo girl from a mountain village. She had no education, no background, and nothing but youth and a fairly pretty face. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, drives a luxury car worth millions and can casually pull out tens of millions. He seems to live in another world. The gap between them was too large. So large that it terrified her. Whether you're good enough for me or not isn't up to you to decide, it's up to me. Lu Yuan stopped the car at a traffic light intersection, turned around and looked at Xiaoya very seriously. I chose you, and I have my reasons. You don't need to belittle yourself. You just need to trust me and be a good woman to me. His words carried an undeniable power. Xiaoya looked at him, and her heart started pounding uncontrollably. She felt like she was really falling for him. The car restarted and slowly drove into the upscale residential area in the city center, filled with high-rise buildings. Where are we going? Xiaoya looked at the unfamiliar surroundings outside the window and asked. You'll know when you get there. Lu Yuan didn't answer directly, but instead kept everyone in suspense. The Maybach stopped at the door, where a young woman in business attire was already waiting. Lu Yuan got out of the car first, then reached out and helped Xiaoya out. The woman bowed. Mr. Lu, and this lady, I am Xiao Wang, the agent you contacted earlier. Please allow me to show you around. The two followed Xiao Wang into an elegantly decorated elevator. The elevator walls were made of dark brushed stainless steel, and the floor was covered with a soft gray carpet. Xiao Wang took out an access card from his pocket, swiped it on the sensor inside the elevator, and then pressed the button for the top floor, 66F. The elevator ascended silently. The floor numbers on the digital display jumped rapidly. Bite. With a soft click, the elevator doors slowly opened. Outside the door is a separate, marble-paved entryway. Directly in front is a heavy, dark brown walnut door with a German-imported fingerprint lock. Xiao Wang stepped forward, entered the password, and with a click, the door unlocked. She pushed open the door and gestured for us to enter. Mr. Lu, welcome to Hentaying Mansion. Lu Yuan put his arm around Xiaoya's waist and walked inside. Upon entering the room, the first thing that catches the eye is a huge, arched floor-to-ceiling window that stretches from the floor to the ceiling. The entire living room, or rather the entire room, is almost entirely a panoramic glass curtain wall structure. Outside the window, the city's most vibrant and unobstructed view unfolds. Towering financial centers, rows of skyscrapers, and bustling elevated highways are all within sight. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky a brilliant orange-red, and the city lights began to illuminate one by one, like diamonds scattered on black velvet. The room's interior design is minimalist and modern. The floor is light gray matte marble, and the walls are pure white. Instead of a main light fixture, the ceiling uses numerous concealed light strips and spotlights to create a soft and layered lighting environment. In the center of the living room sits a gray fabric sofa from the Italian brand Minotti. The rug in front of the sofa is made of pure wool, and the coffee table is made from a single piece of polished natural travertine. In the open kitchen, all the kitchenware is from Gaggenau, Germany, with its silver metallic texture and black glass panels, exuding a high-tech feel. This apartment has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms, with a floor area of 280 square meters. Agent Xiao Wang changed into a pair of slippers and began to introduce the apartment to them. The entire apartment is equipped with central air conditioning, a fresh air system, and a whole-house water purification system. Chapter 13: Moving to a New Home. She led the two on a tour of the room, explaining things as they walked. Hentaying Mansion is our group's flagship project, which we just completed this year. It is located in the most prosperous financial district in the city center, next to Hang Lung Plaza and MixC. The transportation, shopping, entertainment, and medical facilities are all top-notch in the city. The master bedroom also boasts a full-length window facing the city landmark, the Sky Tower. The room features a huge double bed with a headboard wall entirely upholstered in genuine leather. The separate walk-in closet is spacious enough to host a small fashion show, with rows of neatly organized wardrobes. The entire project consists of only 2 buildings, with 2 units per floor, all of which are fully furnished large apartments. We have hired world-renowned designers to personally handle the interior design. All the decoration materials and appliances are from the world's top brands, making it truly move-in ready. The master bathroom is larger than the living room of an average home. It features a double vanity, a separate shower, and a huge round bathtub right next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. You can soak in the tub while enjoying the city's night view. The other 3 rooms include a study with a full-wall bookcase and a large desk, and 2 guest rooms, each with its own bathroom. This is the best apartment layout, with a 360-degree panoramic view and stunning scenery. It's currently priced at only $35 million, which is a great deal. Xiaoya followed behind Lu Yuan as if she were visiting a museum. She walked cautiously with every step. She dared not touch the expensive-looking furniture, nor step too hard, for fear of leaving even the slightest mark on the spotless floor. Everything here was too perfect, too luxurious, and she felt out of place. After touring the area, the 3 returned to the living room. "Mr. Lu, what do you think of this house? Are you satisfied?" Lu Yuan didn't answer her. He took Xiaoya's hand and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Night had completely fallen. The city outside the window is transformed into a dazzling sea of lights. Countless building lights converge, creating a shimmering spectacle. The traffic below has become ribbons of golden and red light, flowing slowly through the city's veins. Standing here, it feels like you own the whole world. "Do you like it here?" Lu Yuan lowered his head and whispered in Xiaoya's ear. Xiaoya stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. She nodded, then shook her head. "It's so beautiful here. It's like a dream," she whispered. "But I'm scared." "What are you afraid of?" I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up from this dream and go back to that tiny rented room, worrying about a few hundred yuan in rent every day." Her voice trembled slightly. "I'm afraid that everything here will disappear like a bubble." This dramatic shift in wealth and status brought her not only surprise, but also a deep sense of insecurity. She was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, but she didn't know how long it would hold her up. Lu Yuan turned around so that Xiaoya was facing him. He cupped her cheeks in his hands and made her look into his eyes. "Xiaoya, look at me." His voice was very serious. "This is not a dream, nor a bubble. From today onwards, this is our home. I promise you, as long as I'm here, you'll never have to go back to your old life. You'll never have to worry about money again, and you'll never have to be at anyone's mercy. I will give you everything you want, and a real, stable home. All you need to do is trust me and stay by my side. Okay?" His eyes shone brightly against the backdrop of the dazzling city lights, brimming with sincerity. Xiaoya's eyes welled up with tears again. But this time she didn't let the tears fall. She just bit her lower lip hard, and then nodded heavily. After receiving Xiaoya's affirmative answer, Lu Yuan released her. He turned to Xiao Wang, the real estate agent standing not far away, and said, "Manager Wang, this is the one. Let's sign the contract now." "Ah. Okay. Okay." Xiao Wang was so excited she almost jumped for joy. She hadn't expected the deal to go so smoothly. With lightning speed, she pulled a pre-prepared purchase contract and a portable POS machine from her briefcase. "Mr. Lu, this is the purchase contract. The total price is 35 million. We have already confirmed all the terms. If you have no questions, you can sign here." She handed the contract and a Montblanc pen to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took the contract and flipped directly to the last page, signing his name in the buyer's section. Xiao Wang turned on the POS machine and handed it over. Lu Yuan took the black gold card out of his pocket and handed it to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang took a deep breath, took the card with both hands, and swiped it on the POS machine. Soon, a long receipt was printed out. "Payment successful." Xiao Wang respectfully handed the purchase receipt and bank card back to Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu, congratulations, this house now officially belongs to you." The transaction was complete, and Xiao Wang's smile was brighter than the neon lights outside the window. The commission she would receive from this deal was definitely not a small amount. She took out 2 metallic access cards and several keys from an exquisite box and handed them to Lu Yuan with both hands. "Mr. Lu, Here is your access card and key to the new home. Please keep them safe. We will process all the transfer procedures for you immediately, and the property certificate should be issued within about a week. Lu Yuan took the key. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I won't disturb your time with your girlfriend any longer, Xiao Wang tactfully said. The real estate agent, Xiao Wang, left with a humble yet excited smile. The heavy walnut wood door clicked shut, completely shutting out the noise from the outside world. Only Lu Yuan and Xiaoya remained in the room. Husband. Xiaoya's timid voice came from behind. Lu Yuan walked up to her, took her hand, and led her towards the open kitchen. In the future, there will be the aroma of food, the sound of a television, and the cries and laughter of our children. This place will become a real home. The kitchen is larger than the rental apartment Xiaoya used to live in. A complete set of Zwilling knives from Germany is displayed on the island, each one like a work of art. The walls are fitted with huge double-door refrigerators, ovens, steam ovens, dishwashers, everything is brand new and gleaming. Xiaoya reached out and carefully touched the cool, smooth stone countertop of the kitchen island. Her fingertips traced the top of the line kitchen utensils she had never seen before and couldn't even name. Everything here seemed like something from another world to her. She suddenly remembered that when she was very young, her mother also had a clean and bright kitchen. Back then, her mother would be busy in the kitchen every day, preparing delicious meals for her. The kitchen was always filled with the aroma of food, the warmest taste in her memory. Later, her mother fell seriously ill, and the family incurred debts. From then on, she never ate a meal cooked by her mother again. Lu Yuan Xiaoya looked up at Lu Yuan. I want to learn how to cook. I want to learn to cook. She repeated, this time her voice much firmer. I want to cook for you myself. To make breakfast, to make lunch, to make dinner. I want to make this home feel like home. The girl in front of Lu Yuan had less timidity and inferiority in her eyes, and more determination and anticipation for the future. Perhaps this is the happiness I've been looking for? For every woman who comes with me to find her own value and a sense of belonging. Lu Yuan thought to himself silently. Okay. Lu Yuan smiled, reached out and gently pinched Xiaoya's small nose. But we need to go buy some groceries first. The refrigerator in this new house is cleaner than your face. Xiaoya blushed at his intimate gesture. She lowered her head, but couldn't help but smile. There is a 24-hour high-end supermarket downstairs from the cloud-top mansion. Lu Yuan took Xiaoya's hand and took the elevator directly down to the supermarket entrance through the private entrance for residents. The supermarket's decor is consistent with that of the cloud-top mansion, both simple and luxurious. The lighting is bright and soft, the shelves are spaced far apart, and the floor is spotless. Soft music plays in the air, along with the aroma of coffee and freshly baked bread. The supermarket wasn't crowded. The few customers who were there appeared to be wealthy and influential residents of the neighborhood. They were well-dressed, elegant in manner, and spoke in hushed tones. Xiaoya was a little lost in this place since it was her first time there. She instinctively gripped Lu Yuan's hand and leaned closer to him. Lu Yuan sensed her nervousness and patted the back of her hand. Don't be afraid, take whatever you want to eat. He pushed his shopping cart over and led Xiaoya into the supermarket's fresh produce section. The fresh produce section here is completely different from that of a regular supermarket. Everything was arranged neatly, as if attending an exhibition. On the ice platform of the seafood section, a thick layer of crushed ice was laid out. On it were displayed top-quality seafood from around the world, enormous Alaskan king crabs, bright red Boston lobsters, plump French Guillardo oysters, and a whole chilled bluefin tuna from Japan. Each item has a neat electronic price tag next to it, clearly indicating the product name, place of origin, and price. Xiaoya stared at the long numbers on the price tags, inwardly gasping. A single king crab cost several thousand yuan. A small piece of tuna belly was even more outrageously expensive. She tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve. Honey, the things here are so expensive. In her opinion, buying groceries here is simply a wasteful luxury. It's okay, take it if you like. Chapter 14 The First Dinner. As Lu Yuan spoke, he picked up what looked like the freshest Boston lobster from the ice counter and tossed it into the shopping cart. The lobster was still struggling in his hand, its two huge claws waving. He then walked to the meat section next door. The beef here is Wagyu from Japan, arranged in refrigerated display cases according to different cuts and grades. The A5 grade Wagyu beef has beautiful, evenly distributed marbling, like marble. Lu Yuan selected the best sirloin steak and took several boxes of sliced Iberian black pork ham. Then comes the vegetable section. The vegetables here are all varieties that are hard to find normally. Purple cauliflower, yellow carrots, and various organic salad greens that I can't name. They are all washed clean, individually wrapped in plastic wrap, and look very fresh. Xiaoya looked at the expensive ingredients that were gradually filling her shopping cart, and felt a mix of emotions. She felt both sweet at Lu Yuan's generosity and his doting on her, and uneasy and apprehensive about this extravagant way of spending. She was used to being frugal since childhood, and these things were not just food to her, but a luxurious lifestyle that she had never experienced before. "Honey, did we buy too much? There are just the two of us, we can't finish it all. If we can't finish them, we'll leave them and eat them tomorrow." Lu Yuan threw another box of imported Chilean cherries into the shopping cart. "From now on, our refrigerator should always be full. That's what makes it feel like home." Xiaoya looked at Lu Yuan's serious profile and didn't say anything more. She followed silently behind him, watching him put one item after another into his shopping cart, items she had only ever seen on TV and in magazines, representing the highest quality of life. She felt as if this man was gently pulling her into his world, little by little. A world she never dared to even dream of. The two pushed a cart full of groceries to the cashier. The cashier was a young girl in a smart uniform. She looked surprised when she saw the items in the shopping cart, but quickly regained her professional smile. She skillfully scanned the barcodes on each item. The total price on the display screen was jumping up rapidly. Ultimately, the price settled on a number that made Xiaoya's heart skip a beat. "Hello sir, the total is 13,862 yuan. I spent more than 10,000 yuan just on grocery shopping. This amount of money is almost equivalent to half a year's salary for her before." Lu Yuan took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay without changing his expression. "Honey, we bought so much, what should we cook tonight?" Xiaoya followed Lu Yuan into the spacious and bright kitchen, carrying a shopping bag full of fresh vegetables. Lu Yuan took the other ingredients out of the shopping cart one by one and arranged them on the island counter. Boston lobster, a 5-grade Wagyu sirloin, Iberian black pork ham slices, and various brightly colored organic vegetables. "What do you want to do?" Lu Yuan looked at Xiaoya. "You're the head chef today, so you're in charge." I can't cook anything." Xiaoya looked at the high-end ingredients on the island counter, whose name she didn't even know, and felt a little helpless. "I can only cook some of the simplest home-style dishes. I'm afraid I'll mess these up and waste them." "It's okay, if it's messed up, we'll just buy a new one." Lu Yuan walked to her side, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, and gently rested his chin on her shoulder. "Or, we can learn together. Didn't you say you wanted to learn to cook? Now is the perfect opportunity." He took out his phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and then handed the phone to Xiaoya. On the phone screen was a cooking tutorial video. In the video, a foreign chef dressed in a chef's uniform was demonstrating how to make a classic Wellington steak. "Honey, this looks really difficult." Xiaoya looked at the complicated steps in the video: puff pastry, mushroom sauce, ham slices. Just looking at it made her head spin. "How will you know if it's difficult if you don't try?" Lu Yuan kissed her cheek. "Don't be afraid, I'll be with you. Just think of it as playing a game." Lu Yuan opened the double-door refrigerator behind him, put in the food that needed to be refrigerated, then took out an iPad, fixed it on the stand on the island, and projected the instructional video onto it. "All right, head chef, please give your first instruction." Lu Yuan gave Xiaoya an exaggerated bow. Xiaoya was amused by his appearance, and her tension and anxiety dissipated considerably. She took a deep breath and nodded. "Well, let's start by processing the mushrooms." Xiaoya took a box of brown mushrooms out of her shopping bag and, following the example in the video, rinsed the mushrooms under the tap. Lu Yuan stood next to her and helped her dry the washed mushrooms with kitchen paper towels. "What's next?" Xiaoya put the chopped mushroom pieces into a glass bowl and looked up to ask Lu Yuan. "The next step is to put them in a food processor and blend them into a mushroom puree." Lu Yuan pointed to the video and said. He took a brand new food processor out of the cupboard and plugged it in for Xiaoya. Xiaoya poured the diced mushrooms into the food processor, closed the lid, and pressed the start button. The food processor hummed as the diced mushrooms were quickly blended into a smooth, dark brown paste. "Next, we'll make the mushroom sauce." Xiaoya turned on the stove, and blue flames rose up. She poured some olive oil into the pan, then added the mushroom puree. Sizzle. With a soft sound, a rich aroma of mushrooms instantly filled the kitchen. Xiaoya carefully stirred the food with a spatula. You need to keep stirring it until all the moisture inside is evaporated, Lu Yuan reminded him from the side. Xiaoya nodded very seriously. This process was long and tested one's patience. A fine layer of sweat gradually appeared on Xiaoya's forehead. Lu Yuan picked up a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. His fingertips accidentally touched her skin, and Xiaoya's body stiffened for a moment, her cheeks starting to burn again. After nearly 20 minutes of stirring, the mushroom sauce in the pot finally became thick and dry. Okay, now take it out and set it aside to cool. Having completed the most complicated step, Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to prepare the steak. Lu Yuan took the A5 grade sirloin steak out of the packaging and placed it on the cutting board. The beef was a vibrant cherry red, with fine, evenly distributed white fat marbling, like snowflakes. First, pat the surface of the steak dry with kitchen paper towels. Lu glanced at the video, then tore off a kitchen paper towel and handed it to Xiaoya. Xiaoya took the tissue and gently pressed it onto the steak. Then, sprinkle salt and black pepper evenly over the surface of the steak. Lu Yuan handed a grinding bottle to Xiaoya. Xiaoya turned the grinder, and black pepper powder and white sea salt crystals were evenly sprinkled onto the red beef. Heat a pan, add oil, and put the steak into the pan. Sizzle. A louder sound than when the mushrooms were being stir-fried. A rich aroma, a blend of grease and meat, instantly filled the entire kitchen. The surface of the steak caramelizes rapidly under high heat, turning an enticing brown, and the melted fat sizzles in the pan. Following the instructions in the video, Lu Yuan and Xiaoya took turns searing each side of the steak until it was golden brown. Then comes assembly. Xiaoya spread a layer of plastic wrap on the cutting board, then layered Parma ham slices and cooled mushroom sauce on top, followed by the pan-fried steak. She then rolled it up tightly with the plastic wrap and placed it in the refrigerator to set. The final step is to wrap the shaped beef roll in puff pastry, brush it with egg yolk, and bake it in the oven. Alright, now we just need to wait 30 minutes. Lu Yuan set the oven time and temperature and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaoya also leaned against the island counter, feeling her legs go weak. Cooking a Western meal was much more tiring than she had imagined. You've worked hard, chef. Lu Yuan took a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and handed it to Xiaoya. Take a rest first. Thank you, honey. 30 minutes later, the oven beeped. Lu Yuan put on oven mitts and took the baking tray out of the oven. A powerful aroma, a blend of butter, pastry, and meat, instantly filled the entire room. The Wellington steak on the baking tray has a uniform golden brown surface, and the puff pastry is baked in distinct layers, making it look crispy and delicious. It looks like it succeeded, Xiaoya said in disbelief. Lu Yuan transferred the steak from the grill to the cutting board and cut it in half with a sharp Western-style knife. As the blade cut in, the crispy crust made a soft crack sound. The moment it was cut open, everyone held their breath. The cut surface revealed a perfect, layered appearance from the outside in. The outermost layer was a golden, crispy pastry, followed by dark brown Parma ham and mushroom sauce, and in the very center was perfectly pink beef. The juices were perfectly locked inside, shimmering with a crystalline sheen under the light. Wow, so beautiful. Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This dish is simply a work of art. Lu Yuan placed the sliced steak on 2 warm porcelain plates, then took out the expensive bottle of burgundy red wine from the refrigerator and poured 2 glasses. The two carried their trays and sat down at the dining table in the living room. On the dining table, Lu Yuan had already set out exquisite tableware and candlesticks. Lu Yuan pressed a button, and the living room lights gradually dimmed, with only a few spotlights above the dining table focusing their light on their dinner. Try it, our first dinner that we made ourselves. Chapter 15. You really have to believe how lucky you are. Lu Yuan raised his glass. Xiaoya also raised her glass and gently clinked it against his. Bite. The crystal glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Xiaoya put down her wine glass, picked up her knife and fork, carefully cut off a small piece of steak, and put it in her mouth. The puff pastry melts instantly in your mouth, the aroma of butter mingling with the crisp texture, a truly delightful experience. Next comes the savory flavor of Parma ham and the rich mushroom sauce. Finally, there's the pink beef. The beef was incredibly tender, melting on her tongue with almost no chewing. The rich juices burst in her mouth, and the exquisite, pure meaty aroma instantly captivated her taste buds. It's so delicious. It tasted better than any food she had ever eaten. Xiaoya's eyes welled up with tears again without her realizing it. She looked at Lu Yuan across from her. He was smiling at her. How is it? Is it to your liking? Xiaoya nodded vigorously. She wanted to say something, but her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. She could only pick up her wine glass, take a big gulp of red wine, and try to cover up her embarrassment. Eat more if you like it. Lu Yuan cut off half of the steak from his plate and put it on Xiaoya's plate. This is all thanks to you, chef. No, you're the one who's helping me. I was just an assistant, Lu Yuan smiled. You're the one who brought life and warmth to this kitchen. A warm and cozy dinner came to an end. Xiaoya took the initiative to clean up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. As she watched the dishwasher start working automatically, spraying out jets of hot water, a look of wonder appeared on her face. Lu Yuan then brewed 2 cups of hot tea. The two of them, holding hot tea, once again came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The city night view outside the window is still bustling and dazzling. Xiaoya leaned against Lu Yuan's chest, looking at the myriad lights below, and felt an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. Husband. She called out softly. From now on, I'll cook you delicious food every day, okay? Okay. Lu Yuan tightened his arms around her. But don't overwork yourself. I don't want you to work too hard. No, I won't. Xiaoya pressed her face against his chest, listening to his steady and strong heartbeat. I'm happy to cook for you. Lu Yuan didn't say anything more. He lowered his head, searched for Xiaoya's lips, and kissed her. Xiaoya closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and awkwardly responded to him. Her arms wrapped around Lu Yuan's neck. Lu Yuan lifted her up in his arms. Xiaoya gasped and instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Lu Yuan carried her and turned to walk towards the spacious master bedroom. He gently placed Xiaoya on the big bed, then leaned down to kiss her lips again, his hands beginning to wander under her clothes. Xiaoya's body trembled slightly as he touched her. Husband, I. Xiaoya's breathing became rapid, and her body twisted involuntarily. No. I can't take it anymore, husband, I want it. Ah. Finally, Lu Yuan let out a low growl and collapsed beside Xiaoya. Xiaoya lay limply on the bed, feeling completely satisfied. Honey, will we have a baby? Yes, we will. Lu Yuan kissed her sweaty forehead. Soon, we'll have a lovely baby. Xiaoya didn't say anything more. She just hugged Lu Yuan tightly, a satisfied and happy smile on her face. She fell into a deep sleep in the man's arms. Ding! The system has detected that the host has raised Gu Xiaoya's love index to over 90 points. The host will be given a random reward. The system is randomly selecting rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 hangover pills as a system reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a system reward of +1 luck value. Ha! Luck stat? What's the use of that? The hangover pills were actually quite useful, but Lu Yuan felt like he had no luck at all. Well, something's better than nothing. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan stopped worrying and drifted off to sleep with Xiaoya's slender waist in his arms. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains and shone on the two of them. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Xiaoya was still fast asleep in his arms. Her cheek was pressed tightly against his chest, her breathing steady and long, like a docile kitten. Lu Yuan did not get up immediately. He simply looked at her quietly. The night's nourishment gave her originally pale cheeks a healthy rosy glow. He reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek behind her ear. As if sensing something in her sleep, Xiaoya unconsciously snuggled closer to Lu Yuan, letting out a satisfied, soft murmur. The clock on the wall points to 8 in the morning. Lu Yuan gently pulled his arm away from Xiaoya's pillow, then carefully lifted the silk quilt and got out of bed. He went into the bathroom and took a shower. When he came out wearing a bathrobe, Xiaoya was awake. She sat on the bed, wrapped her naked body in a silk quilt, and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Good morning, honey. Her voice was hoarse and languid, as if she had just woken up. Good morning. Lu Yuan walked over, bent down, and kissed her forehead. Sleep a little longer, it's still early. No, Xiaoya shook her head. I want to get up and make you breakfast. She lifted the covers and prepared to get out of bed. When her feet touched the cold floor, she realized she was completely naked. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly shrank back under the covers, leaving only her head sticking out. My clothes. It was too intense yesterday, you got everything dirty. Lu Yuan smiled, walked to the dressing room, and took out one of his own white t-shirts and a brand new pair of underwear. Wear this for now, I'll take you to buy some new ones later. Xiaoya took the clothes and quietly put them on in bed. Lu Yuan's t-shirt was too big for her. The hem reached all the way down to her upper thighs, just covering her pert buttocks. The wide neckline revealed her delicate collarbones and rounded shoulders, making her appear even more petite and delicate. After washing up, the two went to the kitchen. Xiaoya, like a real wife, skillfully opened the refrigerator and took out the milk, eggs, and bacon she had bought yesterday. She stood in front of the central island counter, preparing breakfast for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe, watching her busy figure in the morning light. For some reason, he felt that this scene made him feel more satisfied than any luxury car or mansion he owned. After breakfast, Lu Yuan drove Xiaoya to her hair salon in his Maybach. The car was parked in front of the barber shop. I'll pick you up tonight. Lu Yuan turned to the side and helped Xiaoya unbuckle her seatbelt. Mum. Xiaoya nodded, leaned over and kissed Lu Yuan on the cheek, then ran off the car quickly like a startled little rabbit. Lu Yuan smiled as he watched her run into the hair salon, then started the car, turned it around, and drove towards the Cloudtop Mansion. Lu Yuan parked his car in the underground parking lot of Cloudtop Mansion and took the private elevator upstairs. He had just stepped into the bottom row when a girl dressed in sportswear with a high ponytail walked in as well. The girl was tall with long legs. Her face was bare of makeup, yet her delicate beauty was still undeniable. A thin layer of sweat covered her forehead, indicating that she had just finished exercising. Lu Yuan looked up and saw Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also saw Lu Yuan, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lu Yuan? What are you doing here? I live here. You live here? Lin Xiao's eyes widened even more. What a coincidence. My relative lives here too, on the 16th floor, room 1602. It seems we really are destined to meet. I live in 6602. Lu Yuan smiled. Yes, what a coincidence. Lin Xiao smiled brightly and looked Lu Yuan up and down. You're quite something, keeping a low profile. There aren't many simple people living here. I'm not some kind of character, I'm just an ordinary person. Can an ordinary person afford a limited edition Maybach? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. I saw it clearly last time at the car market. Oh, it's nothing to mention, just a means of transportation. A means of transportation? Lin Xiao was amused by his words. You're just pretending. Want to come to my place for a bit? I just got back from the gym downstairs, and I just made myself a pot of tea. Okay. Lu Yuan had no reason to refuse. The elevator reached the 16th floor, and Lin Xiao walked to the door of room 1602 and opened it. Come in. Lu Yuan followed her inside. Lin Xiao's relative's house has the same layout as Lu Yuan's house, both being large single-level apartments of 280 square meters. However, the decoration styles are completely different. If Lu Yuan's home is a modern, minimalist luxury style, then this one is a gentle and elegant Chinese style. The living room features a set of mahogany sofas and coffee tables, intricately carved with patterns. Several ink paintings depicting landscapes, flowers, and birds hang on the walls. A faint scent of sandalwood and tea permeates the air. A middle-aged woman dressed in a modified cheongsam was sitting at the coffee table, elegantly brewing gongfu tea. The woman looked to be in her early 30s, with fair and delicate skin. Her features were 7 or 8 parts similar to Lin Xiao's, but her temperament was more gentle and calm, like a blooming white magnolia flower covered in dew. She looked up when she heard the door open and saw Lu Yuan walking in. Xiao Xiao, you're back. And this is? Auntie, this is Lu Yuan, the senior from my university whom I told you about. Lin Xiao changed into a pair of slippers, then pulled Lu Yuan to the coffee table. Lu Yuan, this is my aunt. The moment Lu Yuan's gaze met Lin Xiao's aunt's, that familiar voice rang in his mind again. Ding. Target matching reward criteria detected. Chapter 16. The Lin family has really good genes. Ding. Target matching reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name code name, Lin Wanqing. Age, 32. Health index, 92%. Genetic potential rating, A. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall score, 94. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. Looking at the information displayed on the system screen, Lu Yuan felt a surge of shock. Lin Zhao's aunt? Grade A? 94 points? The Lin family has really good genes. Or was it the luck stat I just gained that had an effect? He calmly closed the system interface, maintaining a polite smile on his face. Hello. Please have a seat. Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded to Lu Yuan, then took out a new teacup and poured him a cup of tea. I am Lin Wanqing, Xiao Xiao's aunt. I often hear Xiao Xiao mention you, saying you are a very interesting person. Meeting you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a handsome and talented person. Her voice is very pleasant, gentle and soothing, making it very comfortable to listen to. Lu Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip of delicate orchid fragrance spread across his tongue. Your tea ceremony is excellent. This tea must be top-grade tea Guanyin, right? Lin Wanqing showed a hint of surprise on her face, which quickly turned into a gentle smile. Mr. Lu is also a connoisseur of tea. This is red tea Guanyin, specially sent by an old friend. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I've had it a few times with clients before and found the taste quite unique, so I remembered it. Lu Yuan put down his teacup and turned his gaze to the layout of the living room. Your home's decor is really stylish. This new Chinese style retains traditional charm while also being modern. Lin Zhao's face lit up with pride when she heard Lu Yuan praise the renovation. Of course. My aunt designed it herself. She's a great designer. Let me show you. Lin Xiao pulled Lu Yuan up from the living room. This is the studio that my aunt and I share. Lin Xiao pushed open a door next to the corridor. The room was large and had excellent natural light. One wall was a huge, floor-to-ceiling bookshelf, crammed with all sorts of books. On the other wall hangs a huge corkboard, covered with various fabric samples, design sketches, and clippings from fashion magazines pinned to it. In the center of the room was a huge, white workbench. On the workbench, there is an Apple computer, a graphics tablet, various types of technical pens and markers, and piles of A3 drawing paper. The drawing paper was filled with all sorts of human figures and clothing design sketches. Lu Yuan picked up a design draft. The drawing depicted a woman wearing a long trench coat. The trench coat was sharply tailored, and the belt at the waist accentuated her slender figure. The collar design was distinctive, featuring an asymmetrical lapel. Did you draw all of these? Yeah. Lin Xiao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It was just a quick sketch, it's not very polished yet. You call this immature? Lu Yuan put the design back in its place and pulled a book from the bookshelf. It was a thick, all-English book, a general history of fashion. The edges of the pages were curled, clearly indicating that it had been frequently read. Besides various fashion magazines and design theory books, the bookshelves also contain many professional books on human anatomy, color theory, and material science. You're too modest. With this level of skill, you could already be an independent designer. Lu Yuan saw several beautifully bound collections of works, with a very stylish logo printed on the cover WQ.lin. WQ.lin? Wanqing Lin? It seems this must be Lin Wanqing's own brand. Lu Yuan didn't immediately touch the collections of works. His gaze passed over Lin Zhao's workbench and fell on a separate mahogany desk at the far end of the room, which looked like an office desk. The desk clearly didn't belong to Lin Xiao. Instead of the messy design tools, it neatly held a laptop, a pen holder, and several folders. The folders were made of a semi-transparent frosted material, and one of them was not fully closed, revealing the headers of a stack of printed documents. Lu Yuan has excellent eyesight. He can clearly see the bold Song typeface in the header, WQ.lin High Fashion Company, Limited 2024 second quarter financial statements. The moment Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the document, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Critical information file detected. Activating Insightful i4 in-depth analysis. Analysis complete. Document type, company financial statements top secret. Key summary, the report indicates that WQ.lin is currently experiencing extremely tight cash flow. The main reasons are, 1. The high-end custom market is shrinking, with order volume declining for 3 consecutive quarters. 2. Operating costs remain high due to the need to maintain brand image and design research and development. 3. Banks are tightening credit, and the company faces significant repayment pressure due to several short-term loans maturing soon. Risk assessment: there is a risk of a broken capital chain. If the company cannot obtain a large amount of financing in the short term, it will face the crisis of bankruptcy liquidation. Behind the glamorous exterior lies such a predicament. Lu Yuan showed no sign of anything amiss. He put the general history of fashion back on the shelf, turned, and walked out of the study. Your study is practically a mini fashion archive. It's so professional. No way. Lin Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly after being praised by Lu Yuan. My aunt forced me to look at it. She said that to do design, you must have a solid foundation. The two returned to the living room. Lin Wanqing had already brewed another pot of tea. Finished your tour? She asked with a smile. The tour is over. It's been an eye-opening experience. Lu Yuan sat back down on the sofa. Xiao Xiao is amazing. She's so talented at such a young age. She'll definitely become a great designer in the future. He picked up his teacup, but his gaze fell on a row of photo frames hanging on the wall opposite the sofa. One of the photos in those frames shows Lin Wanqing, wearing a white dress, standing in a field full of sunflowers. Her smile was radiant, and the sunlight shone on her hair, giving it a golden glow. The white dress she wore was very unique in design. The upper part of the dress had a fitted shirt collar, while the lower part was a layered, irregular tiered skirt. The fabric of the dress also featured delicate, hand-embroidered sunflower patterns. In the photo, Lin Wanqing is wearing a conservative long dress, but her enviable figure is still evident. Her slender waist is perfectly outlined by the dress's cut, while her chest is pushed up in a full curve. Although not as exaggerated as Zhou Mani's, it still looks upright and well endowed. In the sunlight, she turned slightly to the side, the wind blowing her skirt and revealing a small section of her fair and slender calves. Her skin glowed white in the sunlight, so delicate that not a single pore could be seen. Where was this photo taken? It has a really nice feel to it. Lu Yuan pointed to the photo and asked. Lin Wanqing looked in the direction he was pointing, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. This happened a few years ago. It was taken during a trip to France. This dress has a very unique design, and it doesn't look out of style at all now, Lu Yuan continued. I've never seen such a great design on the runways of many big brands. It's all right. Lin Wanqing smiled. Auntie, don't be so modest. Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Let me tell you, Auntie is a true professional, a graduate of Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design in the UK, which is the best fashion design school in the world. She even won a gold medal the year she graduated. Later, after returning to China, my aunt founded her own brand called WQ.LAN, which specializes in high-end custom-made women's clothing. Many celebrities and socialites are her clients. Lin Xiao recounted Lin Wanqing's glorious history like pouring out beans, his face filled with pride. Lu Yuan was secretly astonished. Central St. Martin's was the Harvard of the fashion world. Those who graduated from there and won gold medals were absolutely geniuses among geniuses. WQ.Lin? Lu Yuan repeated the name, then suddenly had a look of realization. I remember now. No wonder this logo looked so familiar. Auntie, is your company located in the Shanghai World Financial Center building in the city center? Yes, Lin Wanqing nodded. How did you know? What a coincidence. Lu Yuan slapped his thigh. My old company was in that building. Right above yours. I used to pass by your company every day on my way to and from get off work. I remember your company's reception area was designed so beautifully, like an art gallery. This time, it was Lin Wanqing and Lin Zhao's turn to be surprised. Senior, you used to work at the Shanghai World Financial Center? What did you do there? I worked in IT, as a programmer. But I resigned a while ago. I see. Lin Wanqing nodded. So what are your plans now? I haven't decided yet. I'll take a break for a while. I've been working too hard in the past and haven't had a chance to enjoy life properly. Lu Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Now that we're neighbors, I'm afraid I'll be coming over quite often. You won't find me annoying if I come over for a cup of tea or something, will you? Of course not. Lin Xiao said immediately. We'd love to welcome you. Right, Auntie? Just then, Lu Yuan's phone, which was on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed on the screen read Zhou Mani. Lu Yuan frowned. He had instructed Zhou Mani not to call him while he was working unless it was something very important. He picked up his phone and made an apologetic gesture to Lin Wanqing and Lin Xiao. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Zhou Mani's voice, trembling with tears, immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Husband. Help me. Lu Yuhao. Lu Yuhao brought people to our store and is causing trouble." Chapter 17. Don't you have any new words? The background noise of the phone call included a man's arrogant shouts and the sound of things being smashed. They smashed our store's display carts and injured our manager. Now, they're blocking the entrance and won't let me leave. Honey, I'm so scared." "Don't panic." Lu Yuan's voice remained calm. "Where are you now? Are you still at the 4S store?" I'm in my office, and I locked the door from the inside. But they keep kicking the door from the outside, and I'm scared. I'm scared they'll break in. Listen, find a safe place to hide, lock the door, and don't come out. I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan turned around, his face already calm. "Xiao Xiao, I'm so sorry. A friend has an urgent matter to attend to and needs to go take care of it right away." "Huh? So rushed?" Lin Xiao was a little disappointed. "Yes, it's rather urgent." Lu Yuan picked up his coat from the sofa. "Thank you so much for your hospitality today. I'll treat you to dinner another day." "It's all right." Lin Wanqing stood up. "Then you should go quickly, and drive carefully on the road." Lu Yuan nodded and quickly left, entering the elevator. Lu Yuan stood in the elevator, contemplating his next move. Lu Yuhao. Lu Group. It seems the lesson I taught him at the restaurant last time wasn't enough. It's unclear how many people Lu Yuhao brought, but they probably had weapons with them. System, I remember I still have one free attribute point, right? Add it to my fighting skill. Okay, esteemed host, your combat points have increased by 1. Your current combat points are 3. A level 3 in combat skills is equivalent to half a professional level. Taking down a few thugs should be a piece of cake. The elevator takes you to parking lot B1. Lu Yuan strode towards the Maybach, a car with a combination of sea blue and rose gold, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. The V12 engine let out a deep roar, like a beast awakened from its slumber. The tires screeched sharply on the smooth epoxy resin floor. Like an arrow released from a bow, the Maybach shot out of the underground parking garage and merged into the city traffic. The Maybach weaved nimbly through traffic, leaving one car after another in its wake. Meanwhile, at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Changnan International Auto City, the once spacious and bright exhibition hall is now a mess. A huge hole had been smashed in the glass door in the center of the exhibition hall, with sharp shards of glass scattered all over the floor. Several potted plants used for decoration had been knocked over, with soil and broken ceramic flower pots mixed together. A brand new Red C-Class coupe was on display, with a dent on the hood made by a steel pipe and spiderweb-like cracks in the windows. 7 or 8 young men wearing black vests and with tattoos on their arms were gathered in front of the manager's office of the 4S store. The one leading the group was Lu Yuhao, whose face still bore some bruises. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a baseball bat in his hand, rhythmically tapping it against the palm of his other hand. "Damn it! Zhou Mani! You filthy bitch! Get the hell out here! You think you can get away with this by hiding inside? Let me tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear this whole place down." Lu Yuhao cursed as he kicked the office door hard. Bang! 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 The thick solid wood door panel made a dull sound. The manager of the 4S store, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was covering his bleeding forehead and trying to stop the thugs along with several security guards. "Young Master Lu, please talk this out, don't hit me. We've already called the police, they'll be here soon." "Call the police?" Lu Yuhao sneered, pointing his baseball bat at the manager's nose. "Who the hell are you trying to scare? In this southern part of the city, I, Lu Yuhao, am the law. Today, not even the police, not even the King of Heaven himself, can protect you. Smash it. Smash the door open. I'm going to fuck that bitch to death today." At Lu Yuhao's command, several thugs behind him immediately swarmed forward and began frantically pounding on the office door with steel pipes and wooden sticks. In the office, Zhou Mani leaned against the wall, trembling. The door was blocked by the furniture she had dragged over, which prevented it from being smashed open instantly. She covered her mouth with her left hand, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. Her right hand gripped the phone tightly, the screen still showing her call history with Lu Yuan. "Honey, come quick, I'm so scared." Just as the office door was about to be smashed open, a piercing engine roar quickly approached from afar. With a sharp screech of brakes, a navy blue and rose gold Maybach came to a stop across the entrance of the Forest store in a beautiful drift. The car door opened, and Lu Yuan got out of the driver's seat. He was wearing sunglasses, so his expression was obscured. Lu Yuan closed the car door and strode towards the exhibition hall. Lu Yuhao and the others, who were banging on the door, were drawn to this sudden turn of events. They stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the door. When Lu Yuhao saw that the person who came was Lu Yuan, his pupils contracted instantly. "It's you?" "It's me." Lu Yuan took off his sunglasses, a faint smile on his face. "Young Master Lu, we meet again. It seems the lesson I taught you last time wasn't profound enough. Damn it! You dared to come here again." Lu Yuhao's old and new grudges surged up when he saw Lu Yuan. He felt he had been greatly humiliated. "Go get him. Kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." He gave orders to the thugs behind him. The thugs exchanged glances, then, carrying steel pipes and wooden sticks, charged towards Lu Yuan with sinister grins on their faces. The Forest store manager and security guards turned pale with fright upon seeing this scene and quickly retreated. "Mr. Lu! Watch out," the manager shouted. Lu Yuan stood motionless, watching as the steel pipe in the hand of the blonde thug at the front was about to smash into his head. Suddenly, Lu Yuan slightly shifted his body, easily dodging the steel pipe that the blonde-haired man swung down. At the same time, his right hand reached out and precisely grabbed the blonde-haired man's wrist, twisting it downwards. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. "Ah!" The blonde-haired man let out a shrill scream, and the steel pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Lu Yuan didn't stop. He raised his right foot and kicked the knee of the second bald thug who rushed up. The bald man's knee made a dull thud, and he instantly lost his balance, screaming as he fell to his knees. The third thug swung a steel bar at Lu Yuan's neck from the side. Without turning his head, Lu Yuan kicked the thug's ankle with his left foot in a lightning-fast motion. The thug instantly lost his balance and flew forward, crashing to the ground in a daze. The remaining thugs, seeing their companion so easily taken down by Lu Yuan in just a few seconds, were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks and dared not go any further. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Lu Yuan. "The man in front of me is clearly a martial arts expert." Lu Yuhao was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Lu Yuan's skills to be so terrifying. Lu Yuan ignored the thugs lying on the ground and walked step by step toward Lu Yuhao. Every step felt like it was treading on Lu Yuhao's heart. You stay away." Lu Yuhao instinctively stepped back, dropping the baseball bat in his hand out of fear. My dad is the chairman of the Lu Group. You've messed with me, you're going to get what's coming to you." "You said that last time." Lu Yuan walked up to him and looked at him. "Don't you have any new words?" You. Lu Yuhao's face turned deathly pale. Usually, once he said this to someone, he didn't need to say anything else. But Lu Yuan is no ordinary person. He reached out and grabbed Lu Yuhao by the collar, lifting him up with one hand. "I warned you last time to stay away from my woman. It seems you didn't take my words to heart." Lu Yuhao's feet left the ground, and his face quickly turned a liverish color due to lack of oxygen. He grabbed Lu Yuan's arm with both hands and struggled desperately, but to no avail. "Since you can't understand human speech, I'll have to find another way to improve your memory." After Lu Yuan finished speaking coldly, he delivered a heavy punch to Lu Yuhao's stomach. Lu Yuhao's eyes bulged out instantly, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Ouch! It hurts so much. Help! You bunch of useless trash. Save me. I'm going to be beaten to death." The remaining thugs looked at each other, but none of them dared to come over. Just as Lu Yuan was about to continue teaching him a lesson, a rapid siren sounded from afar. Several police cars with flashing red and blue lights were parked in front of the Forest store. 7 or 8 uniformed police officers jumped out of the car and rushed into the exhibition hall. The leader was a middle-aged policeman with a square face who looked to be in his 40s. "Don't move! Police!" The middle-aged policeman saw that the exhibition hall was in a mess, with several thugs lying on the ground groaning, and Lu Yuhao being lifted into the air by Lu Yuan. "Put him down immediately." Lu Yuan glanced at the police officers who rushed in, then looked at Lu Yuhao, who was almost rolling his eyes back in his arms. He casually tossed Lu Yuhao to the ground like trash. Lu Yuhao knelt on the ground, clutching his neck, gasping for breath and coughing violently. "Officers, you've come at the right time." Lu Yuan clapped his hands. "I just got here and saw these people smashing and robbing things, and they even tried to attack me. I was just acting in self-defense." When Lu Yuhao saw the police arrive, it was like seeing a savior. He pointed at Lu Yuan and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Officer! It's him! It's him! He hit me! He even tried to kill me! Arrest him quickly!" The middle-aged policeman glanced at Lu Yuan again, then winked at the younger policeman behind him. "First, take all these people under control and bring them back to the station for questioning. Then call an ambulance." "Yes, Captain." Two young policemen stepped forward, took out gleaming handcuffs, and were about to handcuff Lu Yuan. Just then, the office door opened. Jo Manny rushed out from inside. She was stunned when she saw the scene in the exhibition hall, and then when she saw Lu Yuan standing there unharmed, she immediately rushed over and hugged Lu Yuan tightly. "Honey! Are you all right? I was so worried about you." Her voice was trembling with tears. Lu Yuan patted her on the back to soothe her emotions. "I'm fine. Don't be afraid, I'm here." The two young policemen who were about to handcuff Lu Yuan stopped when they saw this and looked at each other in bewilderment. The middle-aged policeman frowned. "Who exactly called the police?" It's me, officer," the manager said, rubbing his forehead as he walked out, answering tremblingly. "Come back to the station with us, and let us talk about what really happened." Chapter 18, Going Through the Procedures. "Sir, please come back with us to cooperate with the investigation." Husband Jo Manny gripped Lu Yuan's arm tightly. Lu Yuan patted the back of her hand. "It's okay, it's just a formality." He turned to Jo Manny. "Take the car keys and drive home. I'll handle the rest." Jo Manny hesitated for a moment before taking the Maybach car keys. Then be careful. Rest assured." "Let's go, officer." In the interrogation room of the Changnan District Police Station, a single incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a cold, white light onto an iron interrogation table. On the other side of the table sat a middle-aged man in a police uniform, slightly overweight, with thinning hair. "He is Li Weidong, the director of the Changnan District Police Station." A steaming cup of tea sat in front of Li Weidong, and he held a freshly printed statement, slowly and methodically reading it. Lu Yuan sat in an iron chair opposite him. The interrogation room door was pushed open, and a young policeman walked in and whispered a few words in Li Weidong's ear. Li Weidong nodded, and the young policeman then left. Li Weidong put down his statement, leaned back in his chair, which creaked. He crossed his arms and placed them on his protruding belly, looking at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, right? 30 years old, unemployed. I've reviewed your statements and the others' testimonies." Li Weidong paused, picked up his teacup, and blew on the steam. "They all say you started it. And you weren't gentle. One of those young men had a broken wrist, and another had a torn knee ligament. They were both taken to the hospital." Lu Yuan remained silent. Although Lu Yuhao was at fault first, for provoking trouble and damaging other people's property, what you did constitutes excessive self-defense and intentional injury. According to the law, you will bear criminal responsibility. Li Weidong put down his teacup, his voice carrying an official tone. "So?" Lu Yuan finally spoke. "So, this matter is probably not going to be resolved so easily." Li Weidong picked up a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table, took one out, put it in his mouth, but did not light it. Lu Yuhao's father, Lu Deshing, is the chairman of the Lu Group, a major taxpayer in our district, and a representative of the Municipal People's Congress. His secretary has already called me, demanding that we handle this seriously. Li Weidong deliberately emphasized the words seriously deal with. "What do you want?" Lu Yuan asked directly. Li Weidong smiled. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and placed it on the table. "It's easier to talk to smart people. This matter could be a big deal or a small deal. Lu Yuhao will definitely have to pay for medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. The 4S store will also have to compensate you for the damaged car and other losses. I reckon you won't be able to leave this place without 3 to 5 million. Lu Yuan sneered inwardly. No wonder Joe Manny and the others called the police, and the police only arrived after a long time. It turned out that the police station chief and Lu Yuhao were in cahoots. Of course, we can also handle this officially. Seeing that Lu Yuan remained silent, Li Weidong changed his tone. We can file a public prosecution against you for intentional injury. When you go to court, it's very possible that you'll be sentenced to a few years. You're still young, and I don't think you want such a stain on your life, right? After this barrage of words, Li Weidong felt that Lu Yuan had no choice but to accept his fate. Just then, the interrogation room door was forcefully pushed open from the outside with a bang. It happened very suddenly. The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Li Weidong was startled and sprang up from his chair, almost dropping the teacup in his hand. Who is it? How rude of them! He roared angrily toward the door. There were two people standing at the door. Walking in front was a woman wearing a crisp, dark blue police uniform. The woman looked young, perhaps around 32 or 33 years old. She was tall and slender, and her police uniform had 2 bars and 2 stars on the epaulets. Her hair was cut very short, giving her a neat and tidy appearance. She had a classic oval face with delicate features, but her brows conveyed a sense of heroic spirit and an imposing, dignified presence. Following behind her was Lin Wanqing. Today, she was wearing a beige Chanel suit, her hair was neatly pinned up, and although her face showed a slight anxiety, she still maintained her elegance and composure. When Li Weidong saw who it was, the anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme shock and fear. Director Su. Director Su? You, what brings you here? Li Weidong's voice trembled as he frantically straightened his slightly wrinkled police uniform, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, and quickly went to meet him. The woman in front of me was none other than Su Muyue, the executive deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. A woman who rose to this position at the age of 32. She is a legend in the entire city's political and legal system. Su Muyue ignored Li Weidong's fawning. She walked straight into the interrogation room, her gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the interrogation chair. Her eyes were calm, but Lu Yuan sensed a hint of a smile in them. At that very moment, the system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's mind again. Ding! Target matching reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name code name, Su Muyue. Age, 32. Health index, 95%. Genetic potential rating, A. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall score, 96. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. Another A-level official. And a female bureau chief at that. This world is getting more and more interesting. Lu Yuan closed the system interface without making a sound. Lin Wanqing walked quickly to Lu Yuan's side and looked him up and down. Lu Yuan, are you alright? Did they give you any trouble? Lu Yuan shook his head. I'm fine, but what brings you here? Xiao Xiao just saw a news flash on TV about the vandalism at the car market, and your car was in the footage, Lin Wanqing said. She was very worried, so she asked me to call Muyue. She turned to Su Muyue beside her. Muyu, thank you so much. Wanqing, why are you being so polite with me? Su Muyue's voice was cold, but she spoke gently to Lin Wanqing. Your business is my business. She turned her head, her sharp eyes looking at Li Weidong, who stood there helplessly like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Chief Li, what's going on? Director Su, this is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Li Weidong felt his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. We are following procedures to question this Mr. Lu. Interrogation? Su Muyue sneered, pointing to the iron chair Lu Yuan was sitting in. Does your police station conduct all interrogations in an interrogation room? She then pointed to the statement on the table. And I've also heard that someone wants to classify this case as intentional injury? No. Nothing like that. Absolutely not. Li Weidong shook his head vigorously. We're still investigating. Where is Captain Wang? Call the person in charge of this case here. Soon, Wang Jiangwo, the middle-aged policeman who had previously led the team at the 4S store, strode in. Director Su. Captain Wang, tell me, what exactly happened in this case? Wang Jiangwo glanced at Li Weidong, who stood beside him, his face ashen. Then he recounted in detail what he had learned at the scene and what he had seen after reviewing the surveillance footage. Based on the evidence we currently have, we can preliminarily determine that this is a case of premeditated provocation and intentional damage to property, instigated by Liu Yuhao and others. Mr. Liu Yuan's actions constitute legitimate self-defense. After listening to the report, Su Muyue nodded. If it was self-defense, then why is the person still being detained here? Wang Jiangwo didn't speak, but glanced at Li Weidong out of the corner of his eye. The answer is self-evident. Li Weidong's face turned deathly pale instantly. Director Su, I'm just going through the motions. Release him now. Release him immediately. Remove Mr. Liu Yuan's handcuffs, Su Muyue ordered. Yes. Wang Jiangwo personally stepped forward and used a key to unlock the handcuffs on the armrests of the interrogation chair. Liu Yuan stretched his wrists and stood up from the chair. Thank you, he said to Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo nodded to him. Su Muyue turned her gaze back to Liu Yuan. Mr. Liu Yuan, is that right? Yes. Although your actions were deemed legitimate self-defense, you did use a bit too much force. Faced with a group of thugs wielding knives and steel pipes, I think it would be difficult for me to control my strength, Liu Yuan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Su Muyue looked at him, a barely perceptible smile appearing on her lips. It seems that Mr. Liu is not only skilled, but also has extraordinary courage. Su Muyue did not continue the topic. She withdrew her gaze and turned to Li Weidong, who was still standing to the side with a deathly pale face. Director Li, regarding your issue, the comrades from the Municipal Bureau's Discipline Inspection Commission will come over and have a good talk with you. After saying that, she didn't look at Li Weidong again and turned to walk away. Lin Wanqing also breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to Liu Yuan's side and checked again to make sure he was not injured. Liu Yuan, you mustn't act so recklessly again. I understand. To thank you both for your help today, would I have the honor of treating you to a cup of coffee? Chapter 19 Agave. Just then, Su Muyue's phone suddenly vibrated. She took out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and frowned slightly. Hello? What? Where are you? Okay, I understand. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, she walked to Lin Wanqing's side. Wanqing, there's an urgent mission at the bureau, I have to go back immediately. So urgent? Lin Wanqing also stood up. I'll take you there. Don't delay our business. Su Muyue nodded and looked at Liu Yuan. Regarding your matter with Liu Yuao, although you acted in self-defense this time, I still want to remind you that there are many ways to solve problems, and violence is always the lowest form of violence. Thank you for the reminder, Director Su. I'll keep it in mind. Su Muyue took a business card from her briefcase and handed it to Liu Yuan. This is my personal number. If you encounter any problems in the city that you can't solve, you can call me. Su Muyue got into Lin Wanqing's car and left. Liu Yuan had just come out of the Changnan police station when he ran into Xiaoya. She was wearing a hair salon uniform, but with an oversized, ill-fitting denim jacket over it. She had clearly just received the news and rushed over. Following behind her was a girl Liu Yuan had never seen before. The girl looked to be about the same age as Xiaoya, but their styles were completely different. She had short, neat hair dyed a striking silver gray. She had several pierced ears, adorned with studs and earrings. The girl wore heavy smoky eye makeup, with long eyeliner. Beneath her crop top, her stomach was flat and toned, revealing clearly defined abs. Her long, straight legs were clearly defined beneath her ripped jeans. She exuded an aura of unapproachability and rebellious unruliness. When her gaze swept over us, her eyes, framed by heavy eyeliner, revealed a wild and defiant spirit. Husband. Xiaoya ran up to Liu Yuan, grabbed his arm, and looked him up and down. Are you all right? I called you so many times but you didn't answer. I was so worried about you. I'm fine, don't worry. Liu Yuan patted the back of her hand to reassure her. My phone was on silent at the police station. He glanced at the girl following behind Xiaoya. Who is this? Her name is Agave, she was my former roommate, and also my good friend, Xiaoya introduced. Just as Liu Yuan was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice again. Ding. Target matching reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name code name, Agave. Age, 21. Health index, 98%. Genetic potential rating, B+. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 0. Overall score, 86. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. B+? Or was she Xiaoya's former roommate? Lu Yuan's heart was stirred once again, but he remained expressionless. The girl named Tequila sized Lu Yuan up and down. Her gaze was aggressive, like an X-ray trying to see right through him. You're Xiaoya's husband? Tequila asked, her voice slightly hoarse but with a unique magnetism. Lu Yuan didn't answer her question, he just smiled. I asked Xiaoya to bring me here, Tequila continued, pointing to Xiaoya. She said you were being harassed and she was worried you'd get hurt. So I came along to check on you. Don't worry, it's nothing. You're quite the braggart, Tequila raised an eyebrow. You don't seem to be missing any limbs. Thank you for coming with Xiaoya today. But I'm trained, so most people can't hurt me. Uncle, you're quite the braggart. Agave clicked her tongue. I don't believe you. Unless you fight me. If you can beat me, I'll admit you're not a gigolo and that you're qualified to protect Xiaoya. Tequila. Stop messing around. Xiaoya quickly tugged at Tequila's sleeve. I'm not being silly. Tequila shook off her hand. Xiaoya, I'm testing him for you. You can't be looking for a man who's all looks and no substance, can you? Her body shot out like a taut bow. A simple, direct right straight punch was thrown towards Lu Yuan's face. This punch was fast and fierce, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Lu Yuan stood still without flinching. Just as Tequila's fist was about to hit his nose, he turned his head slightly to the left. Tequila's fist flew past his cheek. Lu Yuan reached out his left hand and grabbed Long Ryland's wrist, which she couldn't retract in time after her attack missed. His right hand formed a palm and slashed towards the Agave's neck. Tequila reacted quickly. She didn't panic after Lu Yuan grabbed her wrist. Instead, taking advantage of Lu Yuan's pulling force, she leaned forward and slammed her other elbow into Lu Yuan's chin. Lu Yuan had no choice but to abandon his attack, leaning back to avoid the vicious elbow strike. The two separated immediately after touching, each taking 2 steps back to create distance. This brief exchange allowed both men to make an initial assessment of each other's strength. Wow, that's fast. This woman's explosive power is incredible. Moreover, her moves are very practical, they're real fighting techniques. Lu Yuan was secretly surprised. He was now a level 3 fighter, and this girl was actually able to spar with him. The Agave plant was also not at peace. This guy, he actually dodged my attack. And his reaction speed is incredible. If I hadn't changed my move in time, he would have already sliced my neck. He's definitely not an ordinary person. The two stared at each other, each searching for the other's weakness. Spare me, I don't want to go back in right after I get out of jail. Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled, spreading his hands to indicate that he would stop fighting. And I'm hungry now, let's find a place to eat first. A bunch of messy things happened today that Lu Yuan didn't even get to eat lunch, and it's almost time for dinner. Lu Yuan flagged down a taxi parked on the side of the road. Xiaoya, get in the car. Xiaoya obediently sat down inside. Lu Yuan then looked at the Agave. Come up here too. Tequila didn't stand on ceremony, she opened the back door and got in. Honey, where are we going now? What would you like to eat? Whatever, Xiaoya replied. Hot pot, said Tequila in the back row, succinctly. I want the spiciest kind, the 9-compartment hot pot with beef tallow. Okay, let's go eat hot pot then. The car stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant called Shudu Impression. The shop is decorated in a classic Chinese style, with 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, indicating that the business is booming. As the three entered the store, a powerful aroma of butter and chili wafted towards them. Hello, are there 3 of you? Please come in. A waitress in a cheongsam led them to a booth by the window. Soon after, a copper pot was brought out, filled with a bubbling, deep red broth. The bottom of the pot is divided into 9 squares, and each square is filled with a large amount of dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. The rich aroma of butter, along with the rising steam, continuously stimulates people's sense of smell and appetite. Scan the QR code to order food. The waiter placed a QR code on the table and then left. Lu Yuan took out his phone and pushed the QR code for ordering food in front of Xiaoya and Tequila. Order whatever you want to eat. Xiaoya took the phone, glanced at the dazzling array of dishes on the menu, then at the prices, and then pushed the phone to Lu Yuan. "Honey, you order. I'm fine with anything." Lu Yuan didn't take the phone but skillfully ordered food. Premium marbled beef, 9-foot goose intestines, fresh tripe, pig brain, beef aorta. The dishes were served quickly. A waiter pushed a stainless steel cart and placed the beautifully plated dishes on the shelf next to the table. The bright red slices of meat, the tender pink goose intestines, and the white tripe looked especially tempting under the restaurant's soft lighting. Lu Yuan picked up his chopsticks, took out a slice of marbled beef, and placed it in the center of the tumbling 9-square grid. 7 dips and 8 lifts, then cook for 10 seconds and it's ready to eat. As he spoke, he placed the cooked beef slices into the dipping sauce dish in front of Xiaoya. Lu Yuan helped Xiaoya prepare the dipping sauce, a simple sesame oil and garlic dipping sauce that preserves the original flavor of the ingredients to the greatest extent. "Thank you, honey." Xiaoya picked up the slice of fatty beef and put it in her mouth. The beef is incredibly tender, with a rich buttery aroma and a hint of spiciness. With each chew, the juicy goodness bursts in your mouth. "Another bottle of white wine, please." Tequila suddenly spoke. Lu Yuan glanced at her and called the waiter to bring 2 bottles of Nulanxian liquor. He opened one of the bottles with a bottle opener, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. He poured wine for all 3 of them. "Shall we have one together?" Lu Yuan raised his glass, gestured to Xiaoya and Tequila, and then drank it all in one gulp. "Done." Tequila also raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, his drinking gesture exuding a touch of boldness. Xiaoya picked up her wine glass and took a small sip, but the spicy taste made her cough. "Cough, cough. If you can't drink it, then don't drink it. Have some juice instead," Lu Yuan said to Xiaoya. Tequila picked up the bottle and filled Lu Yuan's glass to the brim, then filled her own glass as well. "Let's try a different way of drinking," Tequila said, looking at Lu Yuan. "1 bite of food, 1 glass of wine. Whoever passes out first loses. How about it? Are you up for the challenge?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lu Yuan smiled. "But there has to be some kind of prize, right?" "A prize?" Tequila raised an eyebrow. "Tell me. If I win, you have to tell me your real name." Lu Yuan looked at her. "If I lose, you can ask me any question, and I have to answer truthfully." Agavi gave a snort. "Okay, I'll bet with you." She picked up her wine glass. The first cup. The 2 of them simultaneously drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. Lu Yuan picked up a slice of blanched tripe and put it in his mouth. The tripe had a crisp texture, and the grains on it had absorbed the spicy broth, making it both crunchy and chewy. Tequila ate her food without changing her expression. She seemed to really enjoy spicy food, specifically choosing dishes covered in chili peppers. The second cup. The third cup. The bottle of Nulanxian liquor was quickly emptied, and both of them blushed slightly. Lu Yuan opened the second bottle and continued to pour wine for the 2 of them. "You have a good alcohol tolerance." After finishing half of his third bottle of Nulanxian tequila, Tequila spoke up. "Likewise." Lu Yuan smiled, his tongue feeling a little numb. "Now can you tell me your name?" "I haven't lost yet," Tequila said, looking at him. "I think you'll be there soon." Lu Yuan chuckled, and at the same time, while drinking tea, he swallowed the hangover pill given to him by the system, instantly becoming much more sober. After downing the third bottle of wine, Xiaoya couldn't resist anymore. "Honey, you should drink less." Lu Yuan glanced at the tequila sitting opposite him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were becoming unfocused and glazed. Her body swayed, as if she might collapse at any moment. Lu Yuan put down the wine bottle in his hand. "Okay, I won't drink anymore." He took Xiaoya's hand. "Let's go home." Lu Yuan stood up, walked around the table, and went to the tequila. "Can you still walk?" Tequila raised her head and looked at Lu Yuan with a dazed expression. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just shook her head. Lu Yuan didn't ask any more questions. He bent down, put one of Qin Lan's arms on his shoulder, and put his other arm around her waist, lifting her up from the chair. "Xiaoya, go and pay the bill." Lu Yuan said to Xiaoya, who was standing to the side. "Oh, okay." Lu Yuan half-dragged, half-carried Qin Lan as they struggled toward the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Qin Lan's marten boots had very high heels, making walking very difficult. Lu Yuan simply stopped, squatted down, and helped her take off her shoes and carry them in his hands. Chapter 20 How could such a thing be allowed? The barefoot agave has slender ankles and very white skin on the instep, with visible blue veins. Lu Yuan helped Longshalan out of the hot pot restaurant. Xiaoya had already paid the bill and quickly followed him out. The three of them went to the roadside and flagged down a car. Lu Yuan opened the back seat of the taxi and carefully placed the agave inside. Xiaoya also sat in the back. Lu Yuan opened the passenger door and got in himself. Where does Agave live? Lu Yuan asked. I don't know. Xiaoya shook her head. We used to share an apartment, but she moved out 6 months ago. She said she found a new job, but she didn't tell me where. We can't just leave her like this, master. Let's go to the Cloud Top Mansion. The taxi arrived at the underground parking lot of Hentang Mansion. Lu Yuan opened the back door of the car, bent down and carried Agave out of the car in his arms, then carried her toward the elevator. Xiaoya followed behind them, carrying the heavy tequila boots in her hand. Bite. The elevator arrived at the 66th floor. Lu Yuan carried Qin Lan out of the elevator, and Xiaoya opened the door first. Open the guest room door. Lu Yuan said to Xiaoya. Oh. Xiaoya walked to the end of the corridor, pushed open the door of one of the guest rooms, and pressed the switch on the wall. The lights in the room turned on. This is a room of about 20 square meters, furnished with a 1.8 meter wide bed, a wardrobe, and a small sofa. The room also has a separate bathroom. Lu Yuan carried Qin Lan inside and gently placed her on the bed. Xiaoya helped her take off her oversized denim jacket. Honey, go take a shower. I'll take care of her. Xiaoya looked up at Lu Yuan and said. Are you sure you can manage on your own? No problem, Xiaoya nodded. I'm going to take a shower now. Call me if you need anything. Lu Yuan soaked in the bathtub, the warm water enveloping his body, gradually relaxing his tense muscles. So much happened today. Lu Yuao's revenge, Lin Wanqing's appearance, Su Muyue's intervention, and the mysterious Agave. As he was thinking, the bathroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Xiaoya poked her little head in. Honey, I made you some hangover soup. Would you like some now? Bring it in. Xiaoya pushed open the door and walked in. She was carrying a tray with a bowl of steaming soup on it. Today she was wearing a pink, strappy silk nightgown, the hem of which was very short, just covering the top of her thighs. Her two fair and slender legs were completely exposed to the air. She walked to the bathtub, squatted down, and placed the tray on the table next to her. Honey, try this. I just learned how to make it online. It's made with honey and ginger and can help with hangovers. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoya, who was squatting in front of him. Her cheeks were flushed with a beautiful rosy glow from the steam in the bathroom. Her eyes sparkled, as if filled with stars. Lu Yuan did not drink the soup. He reached out and pulled Xiaoya into the bathtub. Ah! Xiaoya gasped and fell into the water. Her nightgown was instantly soaked, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her shapely figure. Honey! What are you doing? Xiaoya struggled to stand up from the water, but Lu Yuan held her tightly. I don't want soup, Lu Yuan whispered in her ear. I want to eat you. His hand had already slipped under the hem of her soaked nightgown. Xiaoya's body went limp instantly. She leaned against Lu Yuan's chest, letting him do whatever he wanted. The water in the bathtub began to shake violently. The sounds of water and panting intertwined, composing an ambiguous yet beautiful melody. An hour later, Lu Yuan carried Xiaoya, who had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion, out of the bathroom and placed her on the large bed in the master bedroom, covering her with a blanket. He then put on a bathrobe and left the bedroom, intending to check on the Agave in the guest room. He gently pushed open the guest room door. The room was dark, with only moonlight filtering through the thin curtains. The Agave is still dormant. She lay curled up on her side in the blanket, like a wounded little animal. Lu Yuan walked to the bedside, intending to tuck the blanket in for her. Just as he bent down, he heard the tequila's murmur. Lan. Lan? What does that mean? Lu Yuan leaned closer, wanting to hear more clearly. My name is Qin Lan. Tequila explained things a little more clearly this time, then turned over and fell asleep again. So this girl's name is Qin Lan. Lu Yuan reached out and gently stroked Qin Lan's hair, then stood up and left the room. He quietly closed the door behind him as he left. The hangover headache felt like a chisel, relentlessly pounding against Qinlan's temples. She let out a painful groan, her eyelids feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, trying to block the sunlight from the window. Something's not right, this isn't her apartment. Qinlan regained most of her consciousness in an instant. She suddenly opened her eyes. What came into view was a completely unfamiliar ceiling. She sat up, and the silk blanket slipped off, revealing a black sports bra. She began to try to recall what had happened last night. Yes, she was drunk. Did Lu Yuan and Xiaoya bring her back? Is this Lu Yuan's home? Qinlan threw off the covers, got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Outside the window, the city appears as tiny as a model. Skyscrapers stand tall, and traffic flows like ants. She could see the winding river in the distance and the bridge spanning the river. This is Hentaying Mansion? The most luxurious mansion in the city? She walked to the door, gently opened it, and peeked out. A long corridor connects the various rooms. At the end of the corridor is a more spacious living room. She heard voices coming from the living room. She walked barefoot on the carpet, silently heading towards the living room. In the spacious and bright open kitchen, Lu Yuan was standing in front of the island counter. He was wearing casual home clothes, with an apron around his waist, and holding a frying pan in his hand, frying something. Sizzle. The bacon sizzled in the pan, filling the air with a rich aroma of meat and butter. Xiaoya stood next to him, wearing a pink slip dress. She was holding an egg beater and whisking eggs in a glass bowl. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing them in a golden glow. This scene looks incredibly heartwarming, like a scene from a family movie. A feeling that she couldn't quite describe welled up inside Qinlan. Tequila, you're awake? Xiaoya turned around and saw Qinlan standing at the corner of the corridor. Awake? Lu Yuan turned to Qinlan and smiled. Does your head still hurt? Come and have breakfast, I just made it. Qinlan walked out from around the corner, looking somewhat awkward. She rubbed her messy short hair, then looked at her black sports bra and felt a little disheveled. The bathroom is over there, why don't you go take a shower first? I found you a clean set of clothes, Xiaoya said, pointing to another room opposite the guest room. She put down the whisk, walked up to Qinlan, and handed her a set of neatly folded clothes. After taking a shower, Qinlan changed into the brand new casual clothes that Xiaoya had given her. The oversized t-shirt and sweatpants looked a bit loose on her, but they also made her look less aggressive and more like a girl next door. When she came out of the bathroom, Lu Yuan and Xiaoya were already sitting at the dining table. A white tablecloth covered the rectangular dining table. 3 identical breakfasts were laid out on the table. On a white porcelain plate sits perfectly cooked, golden brown scrambled eggs with a runny yolk. A few slices of crispy, caramelized bacon are casually placed beside the eggs. 2 slices of slightly charred whole wheat toast are cut into triangles. There was also a small glass bowl next to it, filled with brightly colored fruit salad. 3 steaming cups of milk were placed next to each person's plate. Come and sit down, or it'll get cold. Lu Yuan waved to Qinlan, who was standing there. Qinlan walked to the dining table, sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and put a piece of scrambled egg into her mouth. The scrambled eggs have an incredibly smooth and tender texture, melting on the tongue with almost no chewing required. The yolk is semi-solid when gently squeezed with your teeth, the rich egg liquid bursts in your mouth. The toast's outer layer is baked to a crisp, rich wheat aroma, while the inside remains soft and moist. Finally, there was the fruit salad. The sweet and sour taste of strawberries, the fruity aroma of blueberries, and the refreshing taste of honeydew melon, all mixed together and drizzled with a little yogurt, perfectly cut through the greasiness of the bacon. This breakfast was surprisingly delicious. How is it? Is it to your liking? Lu Yuan looked at Qinlan and asked. It's all right. Qinlan lowered her head and continued eating what was on her plate. She wasn't used to being taken care of like that. After breakfast, Qinlan hurriedly said goodbye and left as if she were fleeing. Xiaoya watched Qinlan's departing figure, her face full of worry. She turned and walked up to Lu Yuan. Husband. Lu Yuan was clearing the plates off the table. Could you help Agavi? Xiaoya whispered. Lu Yuan put the plate into the dishwasher. How do you want me to help her? Xiaoya bit her lower lip. Tequila, she's my best friend. We always supported each other. But she has changed recently. I know she is in some kind of trouble, but she won't tell me anything. I don't want to see her living like that anymore. Honey, I know you're amazing. Could you take her in too? Xiaoya finally revealed her true feelings. Lu Yuan paused for a moment. Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you do such a thing? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiaoya interrupted him, her emotions running high. I'm serious. I don't want to break up with Tequila. I want the three of us to be together forever. Now that she's your woman, you can rightfully protect her, can't you? Xiaoya walked up to Lu Yuan and reached out to grab his arms. Honey, I know you're not completely indifferent to Tequila, are you? She leaned forward, her soft breasts pressed tightly against Lu Yuan's arm. Honey, please say yes, okay? If you say yes, I'll do whatever you say. Xiaoya tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Lu Yuan's neck, and brought her lips to Lu Yuan's ear. Please, husband. Chapter 21 Global Financial Center. Lu Yuan appeared troubled on the surface, but he was secretly thrilled. This is like a godsend. Xiaoya actually took the initiative to make this request. Now there are far fewer obstacles for me to win over Qinlan. However, I can't appear too eager. I need to make her feel that I'm only agreeing reluctantly because of her. Let me think about it. Lu Yuan finally spoke, his voice sounding as if someone was about to cut off his flesh. He gently pushed Xiaoya away from him a little, but his hands were still on her waist. This is no small matter. Qinlan, she has a very strong personality and may not accept our help. No way. Xiaoya insisted eagerly. Sister Qinlan only looks strong on the outside, but deep down, she longs for a home and someone to rely on more than anyone else. Husband, you are that person. Xiaoya's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were glistening with tears. For you, and for Sister Qinlan, I'm willing to do anything. Lu Yuan reached out and gently stroked Xiaoya's cheek. All right. He sighed, as if making a difficult decision. Since you've put it that way, then I'll give it a try. A bright smile immediately bloomed on Xiaoya's face. She nodded emphatically, then threw herself into Lu Yuan's arms again, hugging him tightly. Thank you, honey. You're so sweet. Hey honey, Qinlan told you her real name? Xiaoya finally realized what was happening. She said it herself last night, when she was drunk outside the hot pot restaurant. She rarely tells others her real name, and she doesn't let me say it either. This shows that she trusts you, her husband, a lot. Maybe. After comforting Xiaoya in his arms, Lu Yuan took her to work. After saying goodbye to Xiaoya, Lu Yuan walked away, lost in thought. Xiaoya said Qinlan is in trouble, so what kind of trouble is it? We need to investigate this thoroughly before we can proceed. The problem is that Lu Yuan doesn't have that much time to investigate him himself, since he's busy having children. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and dialed the phone number of Wang Jiangwo, the captain of the Chengnan District Police Station. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Hello, Captain Wang, this is Lu Yuan. Hello, Mr. Lu. Wang Jiangwo's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Captain Wang, thank you for what happened last time. I'm calling today to ask you about something. You say. I want to investigate something and I'm looking for a reliable person to handle things. Do you know any connections? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Mr. Lu, the question you asked is a bit sensitive. We are public officials and it is not appropriate for us to get involved in these matters. I understand. I just want to find a source of information, and I definitely won't cause you any trouble, Captain Wang, Lu Yuan said. Another silence followed. Download an encrypted communication software, Wang Jiangwo said in a lower voice. Search for an ID called Ghost 117 on it. After adding him, send the message yesterday's stars, last night's wind. He will contact you. Thank you very much, Captain Wang. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Remember, I didn't tell you any of this. I see. The call was disconnected. Lu Yuan put down his phone and searched for the software Wang Jiangwo had mentioned, then downloaded, installed, and registered it. He opened the software, entered Ghost 117 in the search box, and found a user with a pure black avatar. Lu Yuan typed in the chat box, last night's stars, last night's wind. The message was sent but disappeared without a trace, receiving no immediate response. A minute later, a call from an unknown number came into Lu Yuan's phone. What do you want to investigate? The person on the other end of the phone was clearly using a voice changer. Their voice sounded a bit strange. I need to investigate a girl named Xin Lun. She's in trouble right now, and I need to know what kind of trouble it is and who caused it. Okay. Depending on the complexity of the situation, I need 7 days to investigate. The investigation fee is 200,000. Please transfer half of it to my account as a deposit first. The call ended. Lu Yuan received a text message on his phone containing information from an anonymous account. Lu Yuan opened his mobile banking app and transferred the 100,000 yuan deposit to the anonymous account he had just received. After the transfer was completed, Lu Yuan thought for a moment and then called Zhou Manny. Hey. Honey. Are you alright? I was so worried about you. Zhou Manny's charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you? I'm in Chaichang. What's up, honey? Missing me? Get in my car and wait for me downstairs at the Global Financial Center, Lu Yuan said. I'm coming now. Okay, honey. I promise I'll get the mission done. Zhou Manny hung up the phone and rushed to the dressing room. She took out her most precious battle outfit from the wardrobe. It was a white suit from Alexander McQueen's latest collection. She took off her casual clothes and stood naked in front of the dressing mirror. In the mirror, her skin was fair and firm, her waist slender, and her legs long. Her full D-cup breasts were perky and elastic. She changed into a black La Perla lace bra, then put on the silk camisole. Finally, she slipped on the well-tailored blazer and slim-fitting trousers. The deep V-neck of the blazer perfectly showcased her impressive cleavage. She sat in front of the dressing table, applying a sophisticated and professional makeup look, emphasizing her expressive eyes and full red lips. Finally, she took out a pair of black Jimmy Choo stilettos from the shoe cabinet and put them on. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at the radiant, confident, and charming woman reflected in it. She took a deep breath, then picked up her handbag and went out the door. Downstairs at the Global Financial Center. This is a modern skyscraper that is over 300 meters tall and is one of the city's landmark buildings. Zhou Manny parked her flashy Maybach S680 Haute Voiture in the most conspicuous spot at the entrance of the building, immediately attracting envious glances from countless passers-by. She got out of the car and leaned against the door, waiting for Lu Yuan to arrive. A taxi stopped by the roadside, and Lu Yuan got out of the car. He was dressed in all black casual clothes today, looking very low-key. Honey, you're here. Zhou Manny took off her sunglasses and gave Lu Yuan a charming smile. Let's go upstairs first. Upstairs? Where to? An interesting place. Zhou Manny walked quickly to Lu Yuan's side and naturally took his arm. The two entered the elevator, and Lu Yuan pressed the 33 button. The elevator doors closed slowly and the elevator ascended smoothly. The floor numbers inside the elevator are constantly changing on the LCD screen. Bite. The elevator arrived at the 33rd floor. The elevator doors slid open to both sides. Lu Yuan stepped out of the elevator, followed closely by Zhou Manny. After passing through the elevator lobby, Lu Yuan pushed open a heavy glass door. The original tenants on this floor had a conflict with the landlord and tore down all their renovations, taking away anything of value. So it's not easy to rent it out. Lu Yuan put his arm around Zhou Manny as they walked and talked. But that's not a problem for me anyway, I was going to renovate anyway. All four walls are huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows, but this place has been kept as it is. Zhou Manny walked to a floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. From here, you can overlook most of the city. Below you are matchbox-like buildings and a constant flow of traffic. In the distance, you can see winding rivers and rolling mountains. The feeling of having the entire city beneath her feet gave her a surge of excitement. She turned around and looked at Lu Yuan. Husband, you brought me here, I plan to rent this entire floor. Lu Yuan walked to her side. From now on, this will be my new company. A company? Zhou Manny's eyes lit up. What company? An entertainment company, Lu Yuan said casually. I'll tell you the specifics later. Lu Yuan already had a preliminary plan in mind. If things continue like this, with him searching the world for women who meet the system's requirements on his own, it's far too inefficient. If I set up a company, would it make beautiful women come to me? Wouldn't that increase my efficiency instantly? What kind of company can legitimately hire beautiful women? Entertainment companies, of course. Moreover, Lu Yuan remembered that one of the main businesses of the Lu Group, run by the father of the rich second-generation Lu Yuhao, was the entertainment industry. Humph, you dare mess with me? One day I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangqing City. He looked at Zhou Manny. The rest is up to you. Lu Yuan took a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Zhou Manny. Take this card, the money in it is enough to cover the rent and initial renovation costs. Honey, do you mean I'll be responsible for all of these things by myself? This is not just a matter of money. Renting an entire floor of office space, registering a new company, and then undertaking a comprehensive renovation and design. This involves negotiation, legal matters, finance, design, construction. It's practically starting from scratch to create the embryonic form of a business empire. Lu Yuan actually entrusted such an important matter to her, a woman he had only known for a few days, so casually. This trust was heavier than the card itself. What? No confidence? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. No. Zhou Manny immediately shook her head. I just think this is too. I believe in your abilities, Lu Yuan interrupted her. This little thing is no problem for you. There really wasn't anyone more suitable than Zhou Manny around Lu Yuan, and he himself was too impatient to do these troublesome things. Zhou Manny took a deep breath, stretched out her hands, and solemnly took the card from Lu Yuan's hand. She gripped the card tightly, as if she were holding her future destiny in her hands. He actually trusts me so much. Does entrusting me with such an important matter mean that I'm different from other women in his heart? I'm not just his woman, I can also be a helper in his career, an indispensable person in his life. Zhou Manny, this is your chance. You must do your best and absolutely cannot let him down. Honey, don't worry. Zhou Manny looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination and resolve. I promise I will handle this matter perfectly. I will definitely not let you down. Very good, I'll call you later and tell you to quit your current job. Lu Yuan nodded, satisfied with Zhou Manny's reaction. He turned around and walked back towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Go contact the building management and tell them I rented the 33rd floor. Okay, honey. Chapter 22 Paramila Iceberry Powder. Zhou Manny watched Lu Yuan's tall and upright back as he looked out the window at the entire city. A strong emotion, mixed with worship and adoration, welled up from the bottom of her heart. She walked over to Lu Yuan and stood beside him. She reached out and took Lu Yuan's arm, pressing her soft body tightly against it. Honey, what should we name our new company? Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness. What do you want to call me? Lu Yuan turned to look at her. Zhou Manny tilted her head, twirling a strand of hair behind her ear with her fingers. Since it's an entertainment company, it needs to have a catchy and easy-to-remember name. How about we call it Myth Entertainment? It means that we want to create an entertainment myth of our own. Myth Entertainment? Lu Yuan repeated the name. Okay. Let us call it that. He didn't care about the company's name. From now on, you will be in charge of the company's daily operations. You will be the general manager of Myth Entertainment. Zhou Manny felt her mind go completely blank. Should we make her the general manager? Why would he have so much faith in himself? Husband, this isn't appropriate, is it? Zhou Manny's voice trembled. How could I? If I say it's suitable, then it's suitable. Lu Yuan's tone carried a domineering air. You just need to remember that you are my woman. That's enough. Zhou Manny looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes gradually reddening. The man in front of her might truly love her. Husband, I will follow you wholeheartedly from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I am yours for the rest of my life. Zhou Manny tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss Lu Yuan's lips. She draped her entire body over Lu Yuan, pressing her full, soft breasts tightly against his chest. Lu Yuan put one arm around Zhou Manny's slender waist, and with the other hand he ran his fingers through her soft curls and pressed down on the back of her head. The two embraced and kissed passionately. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. A shimmering, ambiguous thread stretched between the two. Zhou Manny's red lips became slightly swollen from the long kiss, making them look even fuller and more alluring, like a ripe cherry waiting to be picked. Husband. Zhou Manny's voice was so soft it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. What's wrong? I need it. Here? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of being seen? I don't care. Lu Yuan grabbed her misbehaving hand. Don't rush. He looked at Zhou Manny with a wicked smile on his face. Want something a little more exciting? He took Zhou Manny's hand and led her to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Would you like to work here? Zhou Manny's heart began to pound wildly. Over 100 meters in the air, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows that are completely transparent, overlooking the entire city. Just thinking about it gave her a thrilling, tingling excitement. This is insane. Honey, husband, are we really going to stay here? Zhou Manny's body was completely exposed in front of Lu Yuan. Her pert and round peach-shaped buttocks gleamed with an alluring, ivory-like luster in the light of the setting sun. Her waist was very thin, forming an exaggerated and breathtaking curve with her full hips. Her hands gripped Lu Yuan's shoulders tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Half an hour later, everything returned to calm. Zhou Manny collapsed into Lu Yuan's arms like a lump of mud. Ding, congratulations, host. Because you have raised Zhou Manny's love index to over 90 points, the system will give you a random reward. The system is currently drawing random rewards. Congratulations! You can choose one of 3 rewards. 1. A perfect encounter. This reward will arrange a completely natural and logical fate when you encounter difficulties, leading you to the key person who can solve your problem. 2. Talent infusion. This reward will allow you to infuse any unborn child with talent, granting them absolute talent in a specific area. 3. Free attribute points. This reward will allow you to increase the size of any part of your body by 1 centimeter. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the rewards. Wow, that's amazing. Did we get a rare reward this time? Lu Yuan began to seriously consider which one to choose. So first, let's eliminate the third one. Next, let's compare the first and the second. The second reward is equally outrageous. Absolute talent? Does that mean everyone would be Michael Jordan in basketball or Warren Buffett in the stock market? It's amazing, but it's too slow. If you want to have a child through a competitive process, you'll have to wait at least 10 years. By then, it'll be too late. System, I choose the first reward. Alright, the perfect encounter reward has been issued. It will be activated at any time according to the host's wishes. After choosing her reward, Zhou Manny recovered. She dressed again, tidied her slightly messy makeup, and her face regained its sharp and capable expression. You've rested enough? Then come with me. Where are we going, honey? Let's go to the car dealership. I'll buy you a car, it'll be easier for you to run business in the future. Lu Yuan drove his Maybach with Zhou Manny on the back and arrived at the Changnan International Auto City once again. This time, the car was driven directly into the VIP parking space at the Porsche Center. As soon as the two got out of the car, the sales manager of the Porsche Center personally came out to greet them. This manager clearly recognized Lu Yuan's unique car and was also aware of what had happened at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store next door. Mr. Lu, hello. Welcome. I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence today. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you properly. The manager's face was beaming with a warm smile. I'm here to pick out a car for my girlfriend, Lu Yuan said, pointing to Zhou Manny beside him. Understood. Miss Shou is an old acquaintance. You are so lucky to have found such a good man as Mr. Lu. The manager's words were as sweet as honey. Please come in. We just received a batch of new Panamera models, with a full range of colors and configurations, perfect for a lady of your taste. The manager led the two into the exhibition hall. Zhou Manny's gaze was immediately drawn to the ice-berry pink Panamera in the center of the showroom. It was a very special color, exhibiting a soft yet sophisticated metallic texture under the light. The streamlined body exuded a sense of sportiness and power. This one will do. Zhou Manny did not hesitate at all. Good eye. The manager immediately stepped forward and began to enthusiastically introduce the car. This one is currently priced at 2.48 million, and it has our top-of-the-line configuration. No need for introductions, Lu Yuan interrupted him. Just swipe your card. This car needs to be driven away today. Yes. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. The manager, as if injected with adrenaline, turned and ran towards his office. From entering the store to swiping the card and picking up the car, the entire process takes no more than 15 minutes. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in the rest area, drinking coffee, while Zhou Manny held the keys to her new car and excitedly stroked the cool body of her new vehicle, as if she were looking at a rare treasure. After completing all the formalities, Zhou Manny drove her brand new iceberry pink Panamera and parked it next to Lu Yuan's Maybach. She rolled down the car window and waved to Lu Yuan. "Honey, let's go." Just then, two people walked out of the Volkswagen 4S store across from the Porsche Center. It was Suya and Wang Liping. The two women seemed to be looking at cars as well, and a Volkswagen salesperson was following behind them, enthusiastically introducing something. Suya's gaze inadvertently swept over this area. When she saw the incredibly conspicuous Maybach parked on the side of the road, she paused for a moment. Then she saw Lu Yuan standing next to the Maybach and Zhou Manny sitting in the pink Porsche next to them. Suya's body stiffened instantly. She subconsciously tugged at Wang Liping's sleeve. "Mom, let's go." Wang Liping followed Suya's gaze and saw Lu Yuan and Zhou Manny. Her eyes widened instantly. "It's him?" She remembered Zhou Manny's face. That was the woman who sat in the passenger seat of Lu Yuan's Maybach that day. Today, she actually drove a Porsche herself. Lu Yuan was standing right next to her. What does this tell us? Wang Liping felt a mix of emotions, like a jumbled mess of feelings, bitterness and anger. Her useless ex-son-in-law, after divorcing his daughter, not only didn't become more destitute, but seemed like a completely different person, buying luxury cars one after another. However, his daughter, due to increased financial pressure after the divorce, had to sell her decent car and look at this kind of affordable car costing a few $100,000. The immense psychological gap nearly drove Wang Liping to the brink of madness. That ingrate. That little beast. Where did he get so much money? He must have done something shady. I have to go ask him. Wang Liping was about to rush over as she spoke. Mom! What are you doing? Suya grabbed her arm. Don't go. How can I not go? Wang Liping shook off Suya's hand. Look at his smug look. Why does he deserve to live so well? All this money should have been yours. Mom! Suya's voice rose slightly. Calm down. What can you change by going there now? It will only make things more embarrassing for us. Suya held onto Wang Liping's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into Wang Liping's flesh. Look at yourself. What do you look like? You look like a shrew. Suya's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Liping's head. Wang Liping was stunned. She looked at her daughter's face, which was filled with disappointment and exhaustion, and couldn't say a word. Lu Yuan and Zhou Manny didn't seem to notice them. After exchanging a few words, they got into their respective cars, and the two luxury cars drove away from the car city, one after the other. Only the mother and daughter remained standing in front of the Volkswagen 4S store, witnessing everything. Yeah, let's go home. Suya released Wang Liping's arm and turned to leave. Wang Liping watched her daughter's lonely figure, then looked in the direction where the luxury car disappeared, and her eyes became extremely gloomy. Chapter 23. Xiaoya is also pregnant. Zhou Manny's hands rested on the steering wheel of the Porsche Panamera. The steering wheel was made of glossy carbon fiber and delicate artificial leather, with a complex and luxurious feel. The red nail polish on her fingertips stood out against the black steering wheel. She started the car. The dashboard lit up instantly, displaying a classic yet technologically advanced layout with 5 circular virtual gauges. The large touchscreen on the center console displayed various vehicle information. She lightly pressed the accelerator, and the iceberry pink Panamera glided silently out of the parking space like an elegant cheetah. After driving onto the main city road, Zhou Manny took a deep breath and pressed the driving mode selection knob on the lower right corner of the steering wheel. The screen displays a switch from normal mode to Sport Plus mode. In an instant, the entire car seemed to be infused with a soul. The engine roared higher and deeper, and the exhaust pipe emitted a series of low backfire sounds. She floored the accelerator. The powerful thrust pressed her body firmly against the seat. The scenery outside the window rushed past, blurring into a flowing mass of colors. She skillfully used the paddle shifters behind the steering wheel to downshift and overtake. Every movement was clean and efficient. Lu Yuan followed closely behind her in his Maybach. After driving for a while, the two stopped on the side of the road, one after the other. Lu Yuan walked to her car window and knocked on the glass. Zhou Manny lowered the car window. How are you feeling? Very good. Zhou Manny rolled down the car window. I really like this car. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. Husband. Thank you. She suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Lu Yuan tightly. I won't let you down. She buried her face in Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan patted her on the back. I trust you. 33rd floor of the World Financial Center. The huge space was filled with construction scaffolding and piles of building materials. Dozens of workers, wearing safety helmets, were busy at their respective posts. Joe Manny was also wearing a white safety helmet and staying here. For several days in a row, apart from going out to handle the company registration procedures, Joe Manny spent almost all her time on the 33rd floor of the Global Financial Center keeping an eye on the progress of the project. Lu Yuan spent almost all his time at his home in the Cloudtop mansion. These past few days have been a crucial time for Lu Yuan. Xiaoya's critical period has arrived. In order to seize the favorable opportunity, Lu Yuan handed over all the external affairs to Joe Manny and worked hard day and night. Lu Yuan worked so hard, and Xiaoya cooperated very well. In order to get pregnant with Lu Yuan's child as soon as possible, she would give him almost anything. The two are now in the bathroom, with water splashing everywhere in the bathtub. Xiaoya supported herself on Lu Yuan's chest with both hands, rising and falling, twisting her slender waist. After the cream puff was filled up again, Lu Yuan finally heard the system's pleasant voice as he had hoped. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully getting Gu Xiaoya pregnant. You are rewarded with 10 million yuan. The system has detected that the host has successfully conceived 3 offspring. You will receive a random reward. The system is drawing a random reward. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a career luck boost buff. Your career will receive an extra boost for the next 3 months, making it twice as successful. Lu Yuan, surrounded by the warm, soft embrace of the bathtub, couldn't help but want to laugh out loud 3 times. The company is about to start operating, so this reward came at a very opportune time. Lu Yuan glanced at the bank transfer information on his phone. He had spent a lot of money recently, but now he had about 18 million yuan in cash on hand again. He bent down, picked Xiaoya up in his arms, and spun her around several times. Xiaoya! You're amazing! He put Xiaoya down, then cupped her face and kissed her passionately. Starting today, you are not allowed to go to work anymore. Stay at home. Xiaoya was a little dizzy from being spun around and didn't know why Lu Yuan was suddenly so happy, but she still obediently answered. Okay, honey, I'll do whatever you say. The next morning, Lu Yuan went downstairs to check on the situation at the Global Financial Center when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Hello? Husband. On the other end of the phone, Xiaoya's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. My mom. My mom is saved. The hospital just called me and said they found a matching kidney. Xiaoya's voice was trembling with tears. Real? Lu Yuan stopped abruptly. It's true. It's true. The hospital wants me to go there right away to complete the formalities and prepare for surgery. Okay, don't worry. I'll be right back. We'll go to the hospital together, Lu Yuan said. I'll contact someone right now to transfer your mother to the best hospital in Zhangcheng. Okay, honey, come back soon. Be good and wait for me. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and dialed the private number Su Muyue had left behind. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Director Su, it's me, Lu Yuan. What's up? On the other end of the phone, Su Muyue's voice remained calm and capable. I need your help. A relative of mine needs a kidney transplant. I want to transfer her to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital so that the best specialist can perform the surgery. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Send me the patient's information and the hospital they are currently at. I will make the arrangements. Thank you. It was just a small favor. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and sent Xiaoya's mother's medical records and the address of the hospital to Su Muyue. He quickly went upstairs and returned home. Xiaoya was sitting anxiously on the sofa, waiting. Seeing Lu Yuan enter, she immediately stood up. Husband. Everything is arranged. Lu Yuan walked up to her and patted her head. I've also made arrangements with Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. The best specialists and the best wards have all been reserved for us. Xiaoya's eyes instantly turned red. She looked at Lu Yuan, unsure of what to say. All she could do was stretch out her arms and hug him tightly. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Silly girl, we're family, why are you thanking me? Lu Yuan patted her back. Let's go. Lu Yuan drove Xiaoya to the hospital where her mother was staying. Xiaoya seemed very excited the whole way. She kept describing to Lu Yuan where she would take her mother to play and what delicious food she would buy for her after her mother recovered. His face beamed with a smile he had never seen before. Looking at her, Lu Yuan felt a surge of relief. The vehicle arrived at the hospital quickly, and the transfer procedures went very smoothly. After Su Muyue gave her instructions, the hospital gave her the green light and cooperated fully. Xiaoya's mother was carefully lifted into a state-of-the-art medical ambulance. Lu Yuan drove his car behind the ambulance, heading towards Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital is the top-tier tertiary hospital in the province, boasting the most concentrated medical resources. The top floor of the hospital's inpatient department is a VIP ward area that is not open to the public. Xiaoya's mother was taken directly to a private hospital room here. The room was spacious and bright, and the facilities inside were all state-of-the-art. A doctor in a white coat, with a refined demeanor and who looked to be in his 50s, was already waiting at the ward door. Hello, are you Mr. Liu? The doctor extended his hand. I am the vice president of this hospital and the director of the kidney transplant department. My surname is Zhang. Dean Zhang, hello. Lu Yuan shook hands with him. I understand the patient's condition, Dean Zhang said. Our hospital has the nation's top transplant team and technology, so please rest assured. As soon as the kidney arrives, we can arrange the surgery immediately. How long will it take? Well, it's hard to say yet. Dean Zhang glanced at the documents in his hand. The hospital's kidney matching system is a very complex network. Although the system shows that there is a preliminary matching kidney, further, high-precision typing tests are needed before the formal transplant to ensure that everything goes smoothly. This process could take anywhere from a few days to half a month. Dean Zhang, money is not a problem. Lu Yuan looked at him. I only ask for one thing, the best medicine, the best equipment, and the best treatment plan. And I hope that the waiting time can be shortened as much as possible. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a bank card into Dean Zhang's white coat pocket. Dean Zhang paused for a moment. He glanced down at his pocket, then looked up at Lu Yuan and gave him a knowing smile. Mr. Liu, please rest assured. I understand what you mean. I will personally oversee this matter and notify you as soon as there is any news. After Dean Zhang left, Xiaoya went to the bedside and held her mother's hand. Her mother, suffering from long-term illness, looked very thin and haggard, but at this moment, she had a peaceful and contented smile on her face. Xiaoya, is Mom dreaming? Mom, you're not dreaming. Xiaoya shook her head, tears streaming down her face again. It's all real. You'll get better, you definitely will. Lu Yuan stood aside, watching this scene without saying a word, but he was genuinely happy for the mother and daughter. For the next 2 days, Lu Yuan and Xiaoya spent almost all of their time at the hospital. Lu Yuan handled company affairs, while Zhou Manny would deliver various documents to the hospital and then report the progress of her work to him. Xiaoya stayed by her mother's bedside without leaving her side, feeding her water and food, and chatting with her. With top-notch medical care and meticulous attention, Xiaoya's mother's mental state improved day by day. Everyone was immersed in a hopeful anticipation. On the afternoon of the third day, Dean Zhang came to the ward again. This time, the smile was gone from his face. In its place was a solemn expression. He called Lu Yuan and Xiaoya out of the ward. Mr. Liu, Ms. Xiaoya. I have some very bad news to tell you. He looked at the two of them with an apologetic gaze. Xiaoya's heart jumped into her throat instantly. Dean Zhang, has there been any change in my mother's condition? No, Dean Zhang shook his head. It's the kidney donor. There's a problem with the kidney donor. Chapter 24, A Perfect Encounter. Dean Zhang took a document out of his pocket and handed it to Xiaoya. This is the notification we just received regarding the kidney that was previously a successful match. The donor's family suddenly changed their minds at the last minute. They withdrew their decision to donate. What? Xiaoya felt her brain go blank with a buzz. How so? Why did you suddenly change your mind? What does this mean? Dean Zhang, didn't you say everything was ready? Xiaoya's voice trembled. This is an unexpected turn of events that none of us anticipated, Dean Zhang sighed. Although the probability of such a thing happening is very small, it does indeed occur in clinical practice. We must respect the wishes of the family. Therefore, the surgery has to be cancelled. Cancelled? Xiaoya swayed, almost losing her balance. Lu Yuan reached out and helped her up. This news was like a bucket of ice water poured over Xiaoya's head, extinguishing all her hopes and joy. Then what about my mom? What will happen to her? We can only continue to wait, Dean Zhang said. We will re-enter the patient's information into the matching system and wait for the next suitable kidney to appear. But no one can say for sure when the next one will be. Dean Zhang said a few more words of comfort and then left. A deathly silence fell between Lu Yuan and Xiaoya. Xiaoya looked at her mother, who was sleeping soundly on the hospital bed after being given a sedative, and tears silently streamed down her face. She couldn't understand why fate was playing such a cruel joke on them. They were given hope, only to have that hope cruelly crushed in an instant. Lu Yuan stood beside her, silent and expressionless. But the hand he was holding onto Xiaoya tightened its grip. He glanced down at the document left behind by Dean Zhang. The reason given by the donor's family for withdrawing the donation on the document was due to personal religious beliefs. This reason seems irrefutable. However, Lu Yuan sensed something unusual in this perfect reason. He left Xiaoya in the ward, took out his phone, and walked to the corridor outside the ward. He dialed the encrypted number Ghost 117 again. Help me investigate something. After the call connected, Lu Yuan spoke immediately. I need all the news about kidney transplants from Jiangcheng First People's Hospital within the last 3 days. A kidney that was originally allocated to my girlfriend's mother has been cancelled, and I need to know the real reason for the cancellation and its whereabouts. I need to know who that kidney was given to. When can the investigation be completed? The sooner the better. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. This information isn't too hard to get. The hospital's firewall is incredibly outdated. For expedited service. 500,000, I'll give you the information in an hour, and as usual, you'll need to pay half as a deposit first. No problem. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and transferred 250,000 yuan to Ghost 117's account. An hour later, Lu Yuan's phone received an encrypted file on time. He opened the file with a password. Inside is a detailed investigation report. The report shows that in the past 72 hours, only one kidney transplant surgery was scheduled to be performed at Jiangcheng First People's Hospital this afternoon, but it was cancelled at the last minute. Here's where things get weird. After the cancellation, the surgery was scheduled for 5 days later, and the recipient of the transplant became Lu Jianjun, who was 68 years old. His son, Lu Wentao, is a member of the board of directors of the Lu Group. He is Lu Yuhao's uncle. The report also included a bank transfer record. Just last night, 1 million yuan was transferred from an overseas account into Dean Zhang's personal Swiss bank account. The actual controller of that overseas account was Lu Wentao. The truth is already very clear. The so-called family members changing their minds is all a lie. It was the Lu family who bribed Dean Zhang to steal the life-saving kidney from Xiaoya's mother. Lu Yuan closed his phone. He turned around and walked back to the ward. Xiaoya was still sitting on the edge of the bed, silently shedding tears. Lu Yuan walked over to her and squatted down. Xiaoya. Husband. Don't cry. Lu Yuan reached out and wiped away her tears. Believe me, this isn't over yet. I assure you, your mother's illness will be cured. She will have a kidney that belongs to her. But they said. What they say doesn't count. Lu Yuan looked into her eyes. Only what I say counts. Xiaoya looked at him and gradually stopped crying. She didn't know what Lu Yuan was going to do. But she trusted him. You stay here and stay with your mother. Your husband will go and help you resolve this, understand? Lu Yuan smiled and touched Xiaoya's face. Also, you're not allowed to cry. I'm not crying anymore. Honey, I believe you. Good girl. Lu Yuan kissed Xiaoya, stood up, and walked out of the ward. The smile he had shown when facing Xiaoya was gone, and now his eyes were filled with raging fury. It's that Lu group again, from the same ditch. This time, he wants everyone to know. They dared to harm Lu Yuan's women, and they dared to harm the family of Lu Yuan's unborn child. The price they would have to pay was too high for them to bear. Lu Yuan arrived at the parking lot and got into the driver's seat of the Maybach. System, activate the perfect encounter reward I reserved. Perfect encounter, the system explained at the time, meant that this reward could arrange a completely natural and reasonable fate when the host encountered difficulties, allowing them to meet a key person who could solve their problems. Now is undoubtedly the best time to launch it. Yes, host. Your perfect encounter reward has been activated. Dear host, please proceed to the Monologue Cafe. Navigation is now available. Estimated arrival time, 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Lu Yuan stepped on the gas and followed the system's navigation all the way to the designated location. The cafe has no flashy neon sign, its name is simply engraved in brass lettering on the dark brown wooden doorframe. Lu Yuan got out of the car and came to the door. He pushed open the heavy glass door and a warm breeze mixed with the aroma of roasted coffee beans and the sweet smell of dairy products wafted in. The shop is small, decorated in an industrial retro style. Exposed red brick walls, dark wooden tables and chairs, and a few light bulbs emitting a warm yellow glow hanging from the ceiling. A silver espresso machine sits in the center of the bar. Lu Yuan looked around the store. There were only a few scattered customers, and one employee was working at the bar. Could this be the shop assistant I'm going to meet? It doesn't seem like it. Lu Yuan ordered an iced Americano and sat by the window, observing the customers in the store. If someone came in, he could see them immediately from here. System, tell me who I'm meant to meet. I'm sorry, esteemed host. The content you requested is not included in this reward. Please discover it yourself. What? You want me to find it myself? Damn it, who exactly is my perfect match? Am I supposed to ask them one by one? That would be so stupid. Just as Lu Yuan was feeling down, the wind chimes in the coffee shop rang softly. A woman walked in. She looked to be around 35 or 36 years old, wearing large sunglasses. Her neat black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin was fair and firm, clearly well maintained. She possessed a dignified and serene demeanor. She wore a well-tailored beige trenchcoat over a white silk blouse and black trousers. On her feet were black low-heeled leather shoes. She carried a simple black leather briefcase. The woman walked into the coffee shop and went straight to the bar. 1 cup of hand-drip coffee, made with Yirgacheffe beans, lightly roasted. Her voice was beautiful, clear, and gentle. Okay, please wait a moment. The barista got busy. After paying, the woman didn't wait at the counter, but instead turned around and found an empty seat. That location was diagonally opposite Lu Yuan. Could it be this woman? Lu Yuan waited for a while and felt that there were no other suspicious persons. Just as he was about to stand up and start a conversation, another figure flashed in through the doorway. He was a thin man wearing a gray hoodie. His hood was pulled down low, obscuring most of his face. After the man came in, he didn't go to the bar. Instead, he pretended to look at the decorative paintings on the wall, but his footsteps moved silently toward where the woman was sitting. Something's up. Lu Yuan put down his coffee cup and turned his head to look out the window. At this moment, the thin man had already walked up behind the woman. The woman was looking down at her phone, completely unaware of what was happening. The man quickly glanced around, making sure no one was watching. A hand emerged from the wide sleeve, 2 fingers silently slipping into his briefcase and pulling out a document. Bang! A sharp, loud bang suddenly rang out in the quiet coffee shop. Lu Yuan threw a sugar jar on the ground next to the man. Everyone in the coffee shop was startled by the sudden noise. The short man stuffed the documents into his arms and was about to run when Lu Yuan swiftly blocked the doorway. Lu Yuan pointed at the short man and asked, "What are you doing, sneaking around like that?" The man avoided eye contact with Lu Yuan. I was just passing by, I took the wrong turn." As the man spoke, he turned and tried to walk towards the back door. "Don't rush off." Lu Yuan reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. Lu Yuan's hand didn't seem to be using much force, but the man felt as if his shoulder was being clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move. "Have a coffee before you go." "It's on me." Cold sweat broke out on the man's face. I'm not thirsty." "Let me go." He began to struggle. "Sir, this is a coffee shop. Please do not cause trouble here." The barista also came over. "I'm not causing trouble." Lu Yuan smiled, his hand on the man's shoulder tightening slightly. "I just want to ask this friend to return the thing he accidentally took to that lady." As Lu Yuan spoke, he gestured with his eyes to the woman sitting not far away. The woman was stunned. She subconsciously looked down at her briefcase on the table. The briefcase had been opened, and an important document inside was missing. She immediately understood what had just happened. You fucking spout nonsense. When did I take her things? The skinny man still stubbornly insisted. Really? Lu Yuan grabbed his hand and took the document from his pocket. Then tell me what this is? After the thief was taken away by the police, the woman who had been sitting stood up. She walked up to Lu Yuan, took off her sunglasses, and said, "Thank you, sir. It was just a small favor." Lu Yuan was about to say that her eyes were beautiful when he suddenly heard the familiar system notification sound. Ding! Target matching reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name code name, Chen Jingshu. Age, 36. Health index, 92%. Genetic potential rating, S. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall score, 96. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. Chapter 25 Qinlan's Secret. Thank you so much for today, Chen Jingshu said, sitting across from Lu Yuan. What he took wasn't worth much, but it was very important to me. She opened her briefcase and took out a business card. My name is Chen Jingshu, and this is my business card. Lu Yuan accepted the business card. The business card was white and of good quality. It only had the name Chen Jingshu and a phone number printed on it, without any title or company affiliation. My name is Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan introduced himself. Actually, I came here today to ask for someone's help. Lu Yuan has now confirmed that the person he met today is her. Oh? Chen Jingshu was somewhat surprised. Go on. I have a friend, Lu Yuan said, whose mother is seriously ill and needs a kidney transplant. A matching kidney had already been found at Jiangqing First People's Hospital, but the day before the surgery, the kidney was stolen by someone else through some improper means. Chen Jingshu frowned slightly. Is that so? Okay. Lu Yuan nodded and sent the evidence that Ghost 117 had sent him to Chen Jingshu. Here are some pieces of evidence that I have collected. I originally intended to contact some friends in the media to expose this matter. However, when I saw you, I felt that you have an extraordinary presence and must not be an ordinary person. Lu Yuan looked at her, his tone very sincere. So, if I may be so bold as to ask, do you have any solutions to this problem? Chen Jingshu did not answer immediately. She looked at the information Lu Yuan had sent her on her phone. The report begins with an investigation into the Lu Group and Zhang Jianguo, the vice president of Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Below is the bank transfer record for that 5 million yuan. Her gaze lingered for a moment when she saw Lu's group. Chen Jingshu placed her phone on the table. Mr. Lu, you are a very interesting person. We're complete strangers who just met today. How do you think I can help you? As I just said, I felt that you had an extraordinary temperament, and for some reason, this thought just came to me. Lu Yuan, I can't exactly say that the system sent me here, can I? Chen Jingshu looked at Lu Yuan with a half smile. It was unclear how much she believed him. Good. She finally nodded. I'll accept these things for now. You'll see the results within 3 days. Then, thank you for your help. You're welcome, Chen Jingshu said. Consider it, repaying the favor you did for catching the thief for me today. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked out of the store. A black Audi was parked on the side of the road at the entrance. A driver in a black suit was already waiting by the car door. As soon as he saw her approach, he opened the back door for her. After Chen Jingshu got into the car, it started silently and merged into the traffic. 3 days later. The evening headline of Jiangqing's local news broadcast an explosive news story. Lu Wentao, a director of the well-known private enterprise Lu's Group in this city, has been taken away by relevant departments for investigation on suspicion of serious financial fraud and illegal fundraising. Zhang Jianguo, vice president of Jiangqing First People's Hospital, has been criminally detained by police on suspicion of accepting huge bribes and illegally trafficking human organs. On the television screen, Zhang Jianguo and Lu Wentao, both handcuffed, were escorted by bailiffs out of the courthouse. Their faces were filled with despair. At the same time, in the VIP ward of Jiangqing First People's Hospital, Xiaoya's mother was wheeled into the operating room. A healthy, perfectly matched kidney is waiting for her. Lu Yuan and Xiaoya stood in the long corridor outside the operating room. Honey, Xiaoya held Lu Yuan's hand, her palm sweaty. You think there won't be any more accidents this time? It won't happen again. Lu Yuan pulled her into his arms. I promise. The screen of Lu Yuan's phone, which was on the table, displayed his search results. The text above reads, Chen Jingshu, Deputy Secretary of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee and Mayor. After the long surgery, the heavy automatic doors slid open to both sides. 2 nurses wheeled out a white portable hospital bed. Lying on the bed was Wang Xiufang, who had just undergone surgery. She wore an oxygen mask, had an 4-line in her arm, and her eyes were closed. Xiaoya rushed over immediately, grabbing the bed railing with her hand. Nurse, how is my mother? The surgery was very successful, one of the older nurses replied. The patient's vital signs are stable. He will now be transferred back to the VIP ward for postoperative observation. Lu Yuan stayed by the hospital bedside. The group walked through a long corridor, took a private elevator, and returned to the luxurious single room on the top floor of the inpatient department. The nurses worked together to move Wang Xiufang from the mobile hospital bed to the electrically adjustable multifunctional nursing bed in the center of the room. They connected various monitoring instruments to the bedside and adjusted the infusion rate. On the screen of the electrocardiogram monitor, green waveform lines jumped rhythmically, emitting regular beep, beep sounds. The patient needs to abstain from food and water for 6 hours after the surgery, the nurse explained the postoperative precautions. You, the family members, should pay close attention to her condition. If anything abnormal happens, press the call bell by the bedside immediately. Okay, thank you. Lu Yuan nodded to the 2 nurses. After the nurse left, the ward became quiet. All that remained was the monotonous beep-beep of the electrocardiogram monitor. Xiaoya sat on a chair by the bed, her hands tightly holding her mother's hand that wasn't receiving in-4 drip. Her gaze never left her mother's face. Lu Yuan walked to the sofa on the other side of the room and sat down. He took out his phone and began processing some documents about the new company that Joe Manny had sent him. Time passed by, second by second. The digital clock on the wall showed the time from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. Wang Xiufang, lying on her hospital bed, twitched her fingers slightly. Her eyelids trembled, and then she slowly opened them a crack. What came into her view was an unfamiliar white ceiling with a soft glow. Mom! You're awake! Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, leaning down to get close to her mother's face. Mom, how are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Wang Xiufang's lips moved slightly, and a thin layer of mist rose inside her oxygen mask. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Where am I? Her voice was weak and hoarse, like a crumpled piece of sandpaper. Mom, your surgery was successful. Xiaoya squeezed her mother's hand. How are you feeling now? I'm thirsty. The doctor said I can't drink water yet. Lu Yuan had somehow moved to the other side of the hospital bed. He held a cotton swab in his hand and dipped it into a cup of water next to him. He gently applied the moistened cotton swab to Wang Xiufang's chapped lips. Wang Xiufang's gaze fell on Lu Yuan's face. You are Xiao Yuan? Auntie, it's me. Lu Yuan smiled. You should rest well, you'll be discharged soon. Wang Xiufang looked at Lu Yuan, then at her daughter. She felt like she was having an unreal dream. She asked Xiaoya, the treatment costs here must be very expensive, right? Mom, don't worry about these things. Xiaoya tucked the stray hairs from her mother's forehead behind her ear. You just need to focus on getting better. As for the money, Lu Yuan is here, he's here for you. Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously glanced at Lu Yuan. Wang Xiufang's gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Yuan and Xiaoya. Although she had been bedridden for a long time, she was not confused. She could tell that the light in her daughter's eyes when she looked at the young man named Lu Yuan was something she had never seen before. She pulled Lu Yuan and Xiaoya's hands together, making them intertwine. Xiaoya has had a hard life since she was little. She hasn't had a good life with me either. She's simple-minded and doesn't have any guile. From now on, I'm entrusting her to you. Wang Xiufang looked at Lu Yuan with a serious expression. Xiao Yuan, you have to promise me. You must treat her well from now on. You can't let her suffer any grievances. Auntie, don't worry. Lu Yuan looked at Wang Xiufang and then at Xiaoya beside him. Xiaoya is my woman, and I won't let anyone bully her. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. A relieved smile appeared on Wang Xiufan's face. Lu Yuan suddenly heard a system notification. Ding, congratulations, host. Gu Xiaoya's love index for you has reached the maximum value of 100 points. The system rewards you with 10 million yuan and a random reward. The system is currently drawing random rewards. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained one free skill point. Lu Yuan left Xiaoya in the ward to take care of his mother and left the hospital himself. While Wang Xiufan was undergoing surgery, Ghost 117 sent over the report that Lu Yuan had asked him to investigate Qinlan. Lu Yuan got into the car, transferred the remaining payments from the previous 2 commissions to Ghost 117's account, and opened the report to read it carefully. The report is titled, Preliminary Investigation Report on Qin Feng, an associate of the target person Qinlan. Lu Yuan scrolled down to continue reading the report. Target, Qin Feng. Codename, Wolf Warrior. Gender, male. Date of death, August 14, 2021. Location of death, Gladiator Arena, Underground Boxing Club. Official cause of death, open head injury, acute subdural hematoma. Determined as a competition accident. Background information. Qin Feng, male, an orphan, grew up in the Chunawei orphanage. After leaving the orphanage at the age of 18, he entered the Gladiator Arena and became a contracted boxer. Professional record, 48 fights, 47 wins, 1 loss, 35 by knockout. His only defeat was in his last fight. Event recap. On August 14, 2021, at 10 p.m., Qin Feng defended his title at the Gladiator Arena against Thai boxer Buaka. Pre-fight odds favored Qin Feng with a 1 minute and 3.5 seconds advantage. At 2 minutes and 14 seconds into the third round, Qin Feng was struck in the head by a high kick from Buaka, immediately losing consciousness and later dying in hospital. Analysis of points of doubt. Abnormal odds. 10 minutes before the start of the match, a large amount of money from overseas poured in, betting on Buaka to KO Qin Feng and win. Autopsy report. The forensic report noted, an unidentified drug was found in the deceased's stomach, requiring further testing. Eyewitness testimony from police archives. A staff member at the scene said that he saw Wu Zhendong, the owner of the Gladiator Arena, have a brief contact with Buaka's agent backstage before the match. Other testimonies indicate that on the night of the match, the deceased's sister repeatedly approached the police after the game, claiming that someone had poisoned her brother before the match. Ultimately, the case was dropped due to insufficient evidence. The report concluded with a blurry photo that appeared to have been taken with a mobile phone. In the photo, a thin girl is kneeling on the boxing ring, embracing a man who has lost consciousness and crying loudly. Although the image was blurry, Lu Yuan recognized the girl as Qinlan at a glance. Lu Yuan closed the report. He leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head. Wu Zhendong. Gladiators Arena. It seems Qinlan's troubles are not simple. Chapter 26, The Arena. Jiangcheng Old Industrial Zone. Rows of abandoned red brick factory buildings stood like silent behemoths in the night. One inconspicuous building had walls covered in haphazard graffiti and a massive rusty iron gate. A black Maybach silently glided to a stop in the shadows opposite the factory. Lu Yuan got out of the car. He walked past several smelly garbage bins piled up by the roadside and reached the huge iron gate. 2 burly men wearing black vests and with large tattoos on their arms stood at the door. They saw Lu Yuan and stretched out their arms to stop him. Membership card, one of the burly men asked. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but pulled a card out of his pocket. It was a pass he had bought from Ghost 117 to enter the arena. The burly man took the card and swiped it on an inconspicuous card reader on the wall next to him. A soft beep sounded. The heavy iron door was pulled open a crack from the inside. Lu Yuan stepped inside. Behind the door was a narrow, deep passageway that stretched downwards. Rough cement walls lined both sides of the passage, with tangled electrical wires dangling from them, and a few dim incandescent bulbs covered with wire mesh emitting a faint light. The air was filled with a complex smell, a mixture of sweat, rust, alcohol, and cheap cigarette smoke. The deeper you go, the clearer the music, like a heartbeat, and the clamor of the crowd, emanating from the depths of the earth, become. At the end of the passage, there was another iron gate. Lu Yuan pushed open the door, and a bright and clear view suddenly appeared before him. A wave of heat, mixed with the smell of adrenaline, hit me. This is a space converted from a huge underground air raid shelter. In the center of the space is an octagonal iron cage surrounded by tall barbed wire. Above the iron cage, a dozen high-powered spotlights emitted blinding white light, focusing on the canvas-covered ground in the center of the cage. The iron cage was surrounded by tiered, circular seating areas for the audience. The stands were packed with at least 1,000 spectators. They waved their arms, their faces contorted with excitement and alcohol, shouting and yelling loudly. In the first row of the audience seats, several gambling tables covered with red velvet tablecloths were set up. The tables were piled high with bundles of cash and chips of various colors. Several scantily clad bunny girls moved among the gamblers, serving them drinks. The match in the cage has just ended. A man covered in blood was carried out on a stretcher by 2 medical staff. The victor stands in the center of the cage, arms raised, receiving cheers from the crowd. Lu Yuan did not linger in the audience. His gaze swept quickly across the crowd. He soon found the person he was looking for in a private booth near the iron cage. There sat a dozen or so men dressed in matching black suits. Unlike the enthusiastic spectators around them, they stood quietly, their eyes coldly observing everything inside the cage. A woman was sitting among them. Xin Lan. She wasn't wearing her rebellious denim outfit and Doc Martens today. Instead, she wore a black, tight-fitting sports vest and shorts, which, combined with her short, silver-gray hair, made her look both cool and sexy. She wasn't wearing makeup, revealing her pure yet determined face. She lowered her head and carefully wrapped a roll of white bandage around her hands, one circle after another. There was another woman sitting next to Xin Lan. The woman looked to be around 35 or 36 years old, with long, black, curly hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a black, high-necked, form-fitting dress with a high slit that revealed a long, voluptuous leg. Her nails were painted bright red, and she held a slender cigarette between her fingers. Her face wore a languid yet alluring smile, but her eyes revealed a hint of aloofness. Ding! Target matching reward criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name code name, Han Xiaoya. Age, 35. Health index, 98%. Genetic potential rating, A. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall score, 92. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. This woman seems quite attractive. Lu Yuan straightened his clothes and walked towards the booth. He made his way through the crowded people to the entrance to the booths. Several men in black suits immediately stood up and blocked his way. We do not accept outsiders here. Lu Yuan ignored them. His gaze went directly to the woman sitting inside. Ms. Han, Lu Yuan began, I am Lu Yuan, Xin Lan's friend. I think we should talk. Xin Lan looked up in surprise. Lu Yuan? How did you get in? Han Xiaoying glanced at Xin Lan and Lu Yuan, then waved to her subordinates. The men immediately stepped aside. Sit. Han Xiaoya pointed to the empty seat opposite her. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down. Han Xiaoying picked up a bottle of whiskey from the table and poured a glass for Lu Yuan. The amber-colored liquor shimmered with a captivating luster under the light. Handsome, want to talk to me? Han Xiaoying took a drag of her cigarette and then slowly exhaled the smoke from her bright red lips. Now you can talk. Xin Lan is boxing for you? Can you tell me why? Lu Yuan didn't beat around the bush. He looked directly into Han Xiaoya's eyes and asked. Xin Lan stiffened upon hearing this. She looked up as if to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Madame Han Xiao. She stubbed out the nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray. Because she owes me, or rather, I have done her a favor. Really? Lu Yuan took a sip of his drink. I wonder how much money it will take to repay this favor. Han Xiaoying smiled. You seem to have misunderstood. I never asked Xin Lan to box for me. On the contrary, I tried to dissuade her several times. It was she who insisted on doing it. Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious. Lu Yuan put down his wine glass. What kind of kindness could make a girl willingly risk her life for you in a place like this? Ladies and gentlemen. Just then, a high-pitched, electronically accented sound came from above the iron cage, resounding throughout the entire underground space through a huge speaker. Next up is our fourth match of the night. By Xin Lan, the Silver Flash of the Azure Dragon Society. Facing off against the heavyweight from the Black Tiger Gang Iron Hammer Oleg. As the host introduced her, Xin Lan stood up. The tight fabric hugged her powerful body, perfectly outlining her flat stomach, toned abs, and long, straight legs. She glanced at Lu Yuan, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She turned and walked towards the passage leading to the iron cage. I know you have a lot of questions, Han Shoya said, picking up her glass, but let us watch the game first. At the other end of the iron cage, a burly white man, as big as a bear, also came out. He was shirtless, revealing his steely bronze muscles, and a roaring black tiger's head was tattooed on his chest. He is Iron Hammer Oleg, a former Special Forces combat expert from Russia. The two met in the center of the iron cage. The huge difference in height and weight made Qin Lan appear exceptionally petite in his presence. After briefly explaining the rules, the referee stepped aside. Clang! A clear bell rang out. The competition has officially begun. Without probing, Oleg let out a beastly roar and charged straight at Qin Lan like a tank. His strategy was simple: use his absolute strength and weight advantage to overwhelm Qin Lan. Qin Lan did not engage in a head-on confrontation. Her footwork was agile, like a butterfly dancing on a knife's edge. She kept moving, maintaining her distance from Oleg, while constantly disrupting his offensive rhythm with rapid jabs and low kicks. Each of her attacks, while unable to inflict fatal damage on the thick-skinned Oleg, gradually weakened his stamina. Oleg swung his fist, which was as big as a casserole dish, and kept smashing it at Qin Lan. But Qin Lan skillfully dodged every single one of his attacks. Kill her. Kill that little wench. Sledgehammer. Break her neck. A cacophony of shouts erupted from the stands. Most of the bets were placed on Oleg. In the first two rounds, Qin Lan managed to maintain the balance of the game with her agile movement and accurate strikes. But by the third round, her stamina began to decline noticeably. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, her breathing became somewhat rapid, and her movement slowed down. Oleg seized the opportunity. After Qin Lan dodged to the side, he suddenly lunged forward, crashing into Qin Lan's arms like a wall. His two thick arms, like iron hoops, tightly hugged Qin Lan's waist. Ah! Han Shoying couldn't help but stand up, her face filled with nervousness. Oleg picked up Qin Lan and then slammed her heavily to the ground. Bang! A muffled thud. Qin Lan's back slammed solidly onto the hard canvas ground. She let out a muffled groan of pain. Oleg gave her no chance to catch her breath. His massive body pressed down on her, like a mountain, completely covering Qin Lan's petite body. He straddled Qin Lan, raised his enormous fist, and began a brutal ground punch. Bang! 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 Each punch landed heavily on Qin Lan's arm, which she used to block. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and used her arms to protect her head tightly. However, the immense force of the impact still caused her consciousness to begin to blur. Stop! We surrender! We surrender! Han Shoying could no longer sit still and stood up, shouting towards the boxing ring. But her voice was quickly drowned out by the thunderous cheers and shouts of excitement from the crowd. Kill her! Kill her! Chapter 27: The Final Battle in the Octagon Part 1. Lu Yuan picked up a glass bottle filled with whiskey from the table. He flicked his wrist. The bottle flew out of his hand like a cannonball. It traced a precise parabola through the air, soared over the tall barbed wire fence, and then slammed into Oleg's head with a bang. Oleg's descending fist abruptly stopped in mid-air. Then his massive body slowly collapsed and remained motionless. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared in disbelief at this sudden turn of events. Only Lu Yuan remained calmly seated in his position. He picked up another glass of wine and swirled it gently. Sorry, he smiled at Han Shoying, my hand slipped. In the chaos, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a floral shirt and a large gold chain around his neck, stood up from another booth. He is Wu Zhendong, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. He was absolutely furious. With a wave of his hand, he led a dozen or so Black Tiger Gang members over and stood in front of Lu Yuan's booth. He glanced at Lu Yuan, then at Han Shoying and Qin Lan behind Lu Yuan, and sneered. Mrs. Han, your friend certainly has a lot of influence. They broke the rules in our arena, so there has to be an explanation, right? Han Shoying stepped forward and stood in front of Wu Zhendong. Wu Zhendong, my friend was in the wrong today. I apologize to you on his behalf. Han Shoying took out a checkbook and a pen from her handbag, quickly wrote down a string of numbers, tore it off, and handed it to Wu Zhendong. Here's 500,000. Consider it compensation for your boxer's medical expenses and for us breaking the rules. How about we just call it even? Wu Zhendong glanced at the check, but didn't reach out to take it. He let out another cold laugh. 500,000? Han Xiaoying, do you think I'm a beggar? He reached out and knocked the check away. I, Wu Zhendong, have been in Jiangqing for so many years, and I didn't rely on money, but on face and rules. Today, you pretty boy wrecked my place in front of so many people. If I just let him leave like this, where will Black Tiger Gang's reputation be? Then what do you want? Han Xiaoying's voice also turned cold. It's simple. Wu Zhendong's gaze fell on Lu Yuan. Since your friend is so good at fighting and likes to show off, I'll give him a chance. He pointed to the octagonal iron cage behind him. Let him in. 1 against 2. He can take on 2 of my men. One of them is Oleg, the one who didn't finish fighting earlier. I'll let him choose the other one himself. As long as he can walk out of there standing up, we'll call it even. But what if he loses? Wu Zhendong paused, then turned his gaze to Han Xiaoya. I don't have any unreasonable demands. All I ask is that you, Mrs. Han, and this little girl next to you, stay here tonight and have a few drinks with my brothers. By the way, transfer those bars that your Green Dragon Society currently controls to our Black Tiger Hall. Wu Zhendong. Don't push your luck. A member of the Azure Dragon Society behind Han Xiaoying couldn't help but shout angrily. Wu Zhendong ignored him. So, Mrs. Han? This bet is fair, isn't it? Okay, we'll do it your way. Lu Yuan walked out from behind Han Xiaoya. Since everyone's so interested, let's raise the stakes. If I lose, I'll give you 10 million. If you lose, all ownership of this place will belong to the Green Dragon Society. Are you in? The entire audience erupted in uproar. No one expected that this seemingly mild-mannered young man would dare to directly challenge the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Wu Zhendong was also stunned, and he looked Lu Yuan up and down again. Who exactly are you? Just passing by, Lu Yuan said. You don't dare? Wu Zhendong's face turned pale and then red. He sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't back down in front of so many of his men. Ha ha ha. Wu Zhendong suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of bluff. Young man, you're very arrogant. But I, Wu Zhendong, am not someone to be intimidated. I'll take the bet you offered. Wu Zhendong walked up to Lu Yuan's face. I advise you not to expect to renege on your debts after losing. Even if you have to sell your organs, I will make you pay. Okay, it's a deal. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Don't want. Han Xiaoying and Qin Lan spoke at the same time. Lu Yuan, you can't go. Han Xiaoying grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. You don't know what they're capable of. They'll kill you. Yes, Lu Yuan. Don't go. Qin Lan said urgently. This is none of your business. You go. I'll handle things here. Lu Yuan smiled at the two of them, reached out, and gently pushed away their hands that were trying to grab him. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He turned around and walked towards the octagonal iron cage. As he walked, he took off his casual jacket and tossed it to a member of the Green Dragon Society next to him. Underneath the jacket was a black, tight-fitting t-shirt. The outline of his muscles was clearly visible beneath the t-shirt. He walked to the door of the iron cage, where a man in a referee's uniform opened the wire mesh door for him. Lu Yuan bent down and went inside. He walked to the center of the iron cage and stood still. He twisted his neck and moved his wrists and ankles, his joints making a series of crisp crack sounds. System, add my free skill points to combat. Received. Skill point allocation complete. Respected host, your current combat skill points are 4. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a powerful force surge up. Han Xiaoying and Qin Lan stood outside the cage, their hearts pounding in their chests as they watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure. When Wu Zhendong saw that Lu Yuan had actually entered the cage, a smug smile appeared on his face. Oleg, he shouted towards the backstage area, your chance for revenge has come. A moment later, the burly Russian man, shaking his still slightly dizzy head, walked out from backstage. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Wu Zhendong then looked at a thin man beside him, whose eyes were as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. Achai, you go. Together with Oleg. Take him down. The man named Achai was a Muay Thai expert. He nodded, his face expressionless. Oleg and Achai entered the iron cage, one on each side. The iron cage door slammed shut behind them and was locked from the outside. Clang! The starting bell rang once again. Oleg and Achai approached Lu Yuan, who was standing in the center, slowly from two directions. They formed an angle, attempting to compress Lu Yuan's movement space. Oleg was like a furious rhinoceros. He lowered his center of gravity, his huge fists protecting his face, and each step he took made the ground tremble slightly. His goal was clear: to get close and then crush Lu Yuan with his overwhelming strength. Achai, on the other hand, was like a lurking venomous snake. He relaxed his body, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, and moved lightly along Lu Yuan's flanks. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan's vulnerable areas, his throat, ribs, and knees. Faced with the two attacking him from both sides, Lu Yuan did not retreat. He stood still, his body slightly lowered, his arms raised, assuming a standard free-fighting defensive stance. Die! Oleg roared and launched the first attack. He charged towards Lu Yuan like a runaway truck. A powerful right straight punch, accompanied by a whistling sound, aimed straight for Lu Yuan's face. At the same time, Achai, who was on his flank, also made a move. He sprang forward like a fully drawn bow. A swift, powerful right high sweeping kick, delivered from an extremely tricky angle, aimed at Lu Yuan's temple. This is a deadly encirclement. No matter which side's attack Lu Yuan chooses to dodge, he will inevitably expose an opening and be hit by the other side's attack. Han Xiaoying and Qin Lan, standing outside the cage, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan did not choose to retreat or move to the side. He did something that no one expected. He met Oleg's heavy punch head-on, neither dodging nor avoiding, and took a step forward. Just as Oleg's fist was about to strike his face, his body sank downwards like a weightless leaf, a dramatic dive. Oleg's fist grazed his scalp as it flew past. The immense force caused his body to stagger forward due to inertia. Just as Lu Yuan was diving, Achai's deadly high kick arrived. Lu Yuan's crouching body suddenly burst forth like a compressed spring. He squatted down, using his right heel as a pivot, and with his entire body close to the ground, he made an incredible 180-degree spin. Achai's sweeping kick missed. Now! Lu Yuan's body stopped after spinning half a circle. He remained in a half-squatting position, his left leg sweeping out like a whip ready to be unleashed, skimming the ground with lightning speed. The target was Achai's right ankle, which had just landed and hadn't yet retracted. Snap! A chilling sound of bone cracking. Achai let out a piercing scream. He fell straight to the ground like a broken bamboo pole, clutching his ankle and rolling and howling in pain. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Oleg, who was standing to the side, was also stunned, and even forgot that he was supposed to chase after Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stood up and beckoned to Oleg with his finger. Continue. Chapter 28: The Final Battle in the Octagon Part 2. Roar! Oleg was completely enraged. He let out a beastly roar and charged at Lu Yuan once again, like a runaway heavy tank. He abandoned all attempts and techniques, raised his arms like two giant iron hammers, and smashed them madly at Lu Yuan. He only wanted to use the most primal and purest power to smash the man in front of him, who terrified him, into a bloody pulp. Lu Yuan's body was like a rock in a raging torrent, or a butterfly fluttering in a storm. His footsteps moved in a small, high-frequency rhythm, with each movement at an extremely precise angle. Oleg's powerful punches narrowly missed him each time, the wind from the punches ruffling his clothes, yet they could never touch him in the slightest. After more than a dozen attacks all missed, Oleg's stamina was rapidly depleting. His movements became sluggish, and his breathing became increasingly erratic. Just as Oleg swung his right fist again, his middle part was wide open due to excessive force. Lu Yuan took a half step forward with his left foot, instantly lowering his center of gravity. A swift left straight punch, like a cannonball, struck Oleg's right rib area, near his liver. Bang! A dull thud, like striking thick leather, rang out. Oleg's massive body seemed to have been struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, his forward momentum coming to an abrupt halt. The intense pain took a second to travel through his nerves to reach his brain. His pupils dilated instantly, and his mouth opened silently, spitting out a mouthful of acidic liquid mixed with gastric juice and bile. This punch was delivered to Qin Lan. As Lu Yuan's left fist struck, his right knee shot upwards with lightning speed, slamming into Oleg's chin. Oleg's head snapped back, and his body fell straight backward as if his bones had been removed. Boom! A loud bang. Oleg's heavy body, weighing over 200 pounds, slammed heavily onto the floor of the iron cage. His eyes rolled back, white foam appeared at his mouth, and his body was still twitching slightly uncontrollably. He had completely lost consciousness. "This is because you're so damn smelly, you idiot." Lu Yuan covered his nose and spat on the ground. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Hundreds of spectators stared in disbelief at what was happening inside the cage. From the moment Lu Yuan made his move to the moment Oleg fell, the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Clean, efficient, and effective. Even, somewhat elegant. Lu Yuan dusted himself off and turned to look at Wu Zhendong, who was standing outside the cage. Wu Zhendong's face had turned as pale as a corpse. The cigar he was holding fell to the ground, but he didn't even notice. He looked at Lu Yuan in the cage, and only one thought echoed in his mind. Is this thing a human or a ghost? Lu Yuan glanced at the referee, who quickly unlocked the door. Ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Lu Yuan has won. The audience then seemed to wake from a dream and began to shout loudly. Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan! Lu Yuan opened the iron cage door and walked out. All eyes in the room followed him. He stopped in front of Wu Zhendong. Wu Zhendong, didn't you say that you've been in this business for so many years because of your connections and the rules? What do you say now? Wu Zhendong's body trembled almost imperceptibly. A bet is a bet. His voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth. This place will be the territory of the Azure Dragon Society from now on. Speak louder, I didn't hear you. You. Wu Zhendong's face turned pale and then flushed, and his lips trembled. Kid, I advise you not to get too cocky. Anyone who goes against me, Wu Zhendong, will end up badly. Remember that. Wu Zhendong uttered a few polite words and hurriedly left with the Black Tiger gang members behind him. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Then I'll be waiting to see what you've got. Han Xiaoying looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She handed Lu Yuan a towel and said, You're crazy. Perhaps, but I prefer you to say, I'm your friend. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, then put his arms around Han Xiaoya and Qin Lan's waists and left the arena. Wherever he went, the crowds parted automatically to make way for him, just as Moses parted the sea. There were whispers and murmurs all around. Who is this person? He's terrifyingly powerful. I've been here so many times, and this is the first time I've seen something this exciting. Who knows if this person will come back again? The Black Tiger gang has been utterly defeated this time. The Maybach drove smoothly through the streets of Jiangcheng at night. A dozen minutes later, the car left the bustling main road and turned into a quiet alley paved with bluestone slabs. At the end of the alley is a bar. 2 red lanterns hung at the entrance of the bar. The words Qing Ke were written on the lanterns in calligraphy. The car stopped in front of the bar. A tall woman in a black cheongsam was already waiting at the door. Seeing the car stop, she immediately went forward and opened the car door for Han Xiaoying. Big sister, you're back. Han Xiaoying nodded and got out of the car. Lu Yuan and Qin Lan also got out of the car. We're not accepting any guests here tonight, Han Xiaoying said to the woman in the cheongsam. Close the door. Yes. The woman bowed in response. Han Xiaoying turned around and gestured please to Lu Yuan and Qin Lan. Mr. Lu, and Lan Lan too. Let's go in and have a drink. I think there are still many things between us that we need to talk about properly. Han Xiaoying did not linger in the casual seating area, she went straight to the huge bar. What would you like to drink? She asked Lu Yuan and Qin Lan. Qin Lan shook her head and walked to the bar to sit down. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down next to Qin Lan. Is there anything special about this place? Yes. Han Xiaoying covered her mouth and smiled. She took a short, thick-bottomed glass from the bottom shelf, picked up a bottle of whiskey labeled Ardbeg Wigadale, and poured it into the glass. Please use it. She pushed the wineglass towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan picked up his wineglass and took a small sip. Upon tasting, the first sensation is a strong burning sensation of alcohol, followed by a rich peat and smoky flavor. After swallowing, a faint, lingering sweetness of citrus fruits remains in the mouth. Good wine. Lu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. It seems you're a connoisseur of wine. Han Xiaoya poured herself a glass of whiskey. She picked up her wineglass and gently clinked it against Lu Yuan's. Bite. A crisp sound. For our encounter today, After she finished speaking, she drank the wine in her glass in one gulp, and a faint blush rose on her face. Mr. Lu, she refilled their glasses. Let us be frank. You saved Xinlan in the arena today, which is equivalent to saving my Azure Dragon Society. I, Han Xiuying, will remember this favor. Tell me, what do you want? Money? Territory? Or a woman? As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, her two fair and full breasts faintly visible at the neckline. You can take anything I can afford. Her voice was full of allure. Chapter 29 is always serious. Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled. What if I said I didn't want anything? Han Xiuying was stunned for a moment. I told you, I was just passing by, Lu Yuan continued. I'm willing to help you because you're Qin Lan's friend. Of course, it's also because I don't like that scoundrel Wu Zhendong. That's all? That's all. Han Xiuying looked at Lu Yuan, trying to read something from his face. Okay. Han Xiuying nodded, abandoning her seductive demeanor. Since Mr. Lu is so noble, I, Han Xiuying, will not say any more. From today onwards, you are the most honored guest of my Azure Dragon Society. We will never again interfere with your affairs with the Black Tiger Hall. From now on in Jiangcheng, anyone who dares to mess with you is going against me, Han Xiuying. Mrs. Han, you've misunderstood. Lu Yuan spoke up. I did say I didn't want anything, but that doesn't mean I want to stand aside. On the contrary, I still want to help you. Han Xiuying was taken aback. Help me? How will you help me? Lu Yuan did not answer. He stood up and walked behind Han Xiuying. He reached out and grasped the back of the high stool she was sitting on. With a slight effort, he turned the stool, along with Han Xiuying sitting on it, so that they were facing him. He slowly lowered his head, their faces only a few centimeters apart. I'm willing to help you revive the Azure Dragon Society and take care of that Black Tiger gang while I'm at it. However, I have one condition. Han Xiuying looked at his face, which was so close to hers, and gestured with her eyes for him to continue. My gang isn't interested. I'm not interested in being the boss. But... Lu Yuan reached out and gently lifted Han Xiuying's chin, making her look at him. I'm actually quite interested in you. Han Xiuying's body trembled slightly. She watched as Lu Yuan's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just smiled gently. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Yuan's neck, tilting her head back to offer her soft lips. The kiss didn't last long. Han Xiuying took half a step back, widening the distance between them. She touched her lips with her fingertips, which were painted with bright red nail polish. Your kissing skills are not bad. But to win me over, that alone is not enough. She turned around and poured herself a refill of her drink. I only like real men who can move my heart. You did quite well today, Han Xiuying said, raising her glass, but not to the point where I'd be willing to give myself to you. My husband is a hero, but he believes too much in the word loyalty. Qin Feng was the same, he wasn't much older than Qin Lan is now when he died. She seemed to be talking to herself. On this road, there are no heroes, only losers and winners. My husband is dead, and Wu Zhendong and the Black Tiger Gang are pressing us harder and harder. The Green Dragon Society almost collapsed. In order to protect the little business he left behind, I have tried every means possible in the past few years. She looked at Lu Yuan again. I only have the Azure Dragon Society left. I can't let it fall in my hands. So Mr. Lu, I agree to your terms. As long as you can help me preserve my Green Dragon Society and get rid of Wu Zhendong and his Black Tiger Gang, I, Han Xiuying, am yours. She paused and then added. But let me make this clear from the start. If you're just here to play around and brag, then this deal between us can be voided at any time. I will repay the favor you did for me today in another way. Lu Yuan picked up the bottle of whiskey on the bar and poured himself a glass. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. I, Lu Yuan, always mean what I say. I look forward to the day when you truly move me. Han Xiuying turned around and walked back to the bar, leaving behind only a charming and alluring silhouette. Lu Yuan and Qin Lan walked out of the bar. You? Qin Lan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Why are you helping us? Because you are Xiaoyao's friend, you are naturally my friend too. I don't believe it. Qin Lan shook her head. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Then what do you think I'm doing this for? Lu Yuan countered. For your eldest sister? Qin Lan's eyes flickered in the darkness. You like her? She is a very charming woman, isn't she? Lu Yuan didn't answer directly. Qin Lan remained silent. After a while, she spoke again. My older sister is suffering a lot. I know. No, you don't know. You have no idea how she's managed these past few years. You also don't know what she's sacrificed to protect the Azure Dragon Society. So I'm warning you. Qin Lan stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Yuan, looking up at him. If you're just trying to hurt her with the intention of playing around, I don't care how good you are at fighting, I will definitely kill you. Lu Yuan looked at her and suddenly reached out to touch her head. No. Qin Lan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to react this way. All the harsh words he had prepared were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Let's go home together. Don't go back to your shabby rented room today. Lu Yuan withdrew his hand. Good. The two returned to the Cloud Top mansion. Please sit down for a while, I'll go get the first aid kit. Lu Yuan walked to the storage cabinet on one side of the living room and took out a white first aid kit. Come here and lie down on the sofa. Lu Yuan patted the sofa in the living room. Qin Lan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. She took off her shoes and then lay down on the sofa. Lu Yuan placed the first aid kit on the coffee table and opened it. Take off your shirt, Lu Yuan said. Qin Lan's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist. She obediently took off her top and put it aside, revealing her smooth and firm back. Her skin was very fair, which made the scars she sustained during the competition look particularly shocking. It might hurt a little, just bear with it. Lu Yuan unscrewed the cap of a bottle of medical alcohol, dipped a cotton swab in it, and then gently applied it to the broken wounds on her back. Hiss. The moment the alcohol touched the wound, Qin Lan's body tensed up. She instinctively bit her lip, swallowing back a cry of pain that was about to escape her lips. Lu Yuan carefully cleaned every wound for her. After finishing the treatment, he took out a tube of ointment for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis from the medicine box. Lu Yuan squeezed some ointment into his palm, then applied it to the bruises on Qin Lan's back and began to massage. Don't move, let me massage it with ointment so it will heal faster. Under Lu Yuan's care, Qin Lan's tense muscles began to slowly relax. Her breathing became even and deep. Lu Yuan moved his hand to her lower back. His fingers precisely located two acupoints on either side of her lumbar spine, and then he pressed them down. A strong, complex sensation, a mixture of soreness, numbness, and swelling, spread throughout my body instantly like an electric current. Qin Lan's body trembled uncontrollably, and she let out a moan like a kitten whining. Does it hurt a lot here? Lu Yuan asked. Qin Lan's voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz, and she felt her cheeks burning. She had never made such a sound in front of anyone before. This feeling made her feel unfamiliar, and also made her feel ashamed. The massage ended 10 minutes later. Lu Yuan straightened up and used a clean towel to wipe away the excess ointment from Qin Lan's back. Okay. That's enough for today, we'll continue tomorrow. He packed up the first aid kit. Go take a shower in the bathroom, it'll make you feel better. There are clean bathrobes in the bathroom. Qin Lan sat up from the sofa and hugged her chest with both arms. After a while, Lu Yuan heard a suppressed sob. He frowned, walked up to Qin Lan, and reached out to brush the stray hairs from her forehead. He saw that her eyes were red and brimming with tears. But she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to let the tears fall. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked cautiously. No. It's nothing. Qin Lan shook her head, raised her hand, and wiped her eyes haphazardly. But those tears, so uncontrollable, flowed like beads from a broken string. The more they were wiped away, the more they appeared. Lu Yuan reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Qin Lan's body stiffened the moment she touched Lu Yuan's chest. But she immediately gave up all resistance. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them tightly around Lu Yuan's waist, burying her face in his chest. Chapter 30 Husband and Brother. Lu Yuan could feel the girl in his arms shedding her hard facade. She is no longer the fierce Silver Flash and the rebellious Tequila. She was just a lonely and fragile girl who had lost her only relative and was struggling to survive alone in this cold city. It took a long time for Qin Lan's crying to gradually subside. All right, you've cried your eyes out. Lu Yuan reached out and gently patted her back, then took a few tissues from the coffee table and wiped away the tears on her face. Go take a shower and get a good night's sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up tomorrow. Qianlan lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. You can live here from now on, Lu Yuan interrupted her. Don't go back to your small, messy rented room. Qianlan was stunned. She looked at Lu Yuan. His eyes were serious, he didn't seem to be joking. There are plenty of rooms here. You can choose whichever one you like, Lu Yuan continued. And you don't need to worry about rent or utilities. After a moment, she nodded slightly. The bathroom door in the master bedroom was opened a crack, and Qianlan walked out from behind it. She was only wrapped in a white cotton bath towel. The hem of the towel barely covered her mid-thighs. Water droplets from her hair slid down her slender neck and delicate collarbone, disappearing into her body wrapped in a bath towel. She walked barefoot slowly behind Lu Yuan. Qianlan took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Can I sleep with you? The moment the question left her mouth, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, unable to look at Lu Yuan. She didn't want to go back to that drifting, insecure life she had lived before. She was afraid that after today, this man in front of her would disappear from her life like a gust of wind. Lu Yuan turned around, stood up, and walked to Qianlan. He was more than half a head taller than Qianlan. Qianlan could smell a faint scent of tobacco and masculinity emanating from him. Lu Yuan reached out and gently placed his hand on Qianlan's chin, then with a slight force, lifted her head, which had been hanging down, forcing her to look him in the eye. Lan, why did you say that? Lu Yuan asked. Because, Qianlan's lips trembled, she didn't know how to answer. Should I tell him it's because she feels insecure? No, she can't. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. Because you like me? Look into my eyes and answer me. Qianlan was forced to look directly into Lu Yuan's eyes. Her mind was in turmoil. Do you like it? She didn't know. All she knew was that this man had resolved all her troubles and given her tenderness and protection during her most desperate time. She was grateful to him and depended on him. Is this complex emotion a sign of liking someone? Or, Lu Yuan whispered in her ear, is it that you just want to repay me with your body? Just like you did to repay Han Xiuying back then? These words were like a sharp knife, precisely dissecting Qianlan's innermost feelings and exposing the parts she had been trying to hide. Yes. She has always been this kind of person. If someone is kind to her even a little, she wants to repay them tenfold or even 100-fold. The Azure Dragon Society provided shelter for the brother and sister, and she fought desperately to protect the Azure Dragon Society. Lu Yuan saved her, and she wanted to repay him with her most precious possession, which she felt was the only thing she could offer her body. This was the only way she could think of that would make her feel at ease. Qianlan's eyes reddened. Lan, I'm not helping you free your body. I don't lack women. If you don't like me, there's no need to force yourself. Qianlan remained silent for a while, as if she had made up her mind, and then took off the bath towel wrapped around her body. I like you. Please, hold me. Lu Yuan smiled, bent down, and picked her up horizontally. Qianlan subconsciously let out a soft gasp, her arms instinctively wrapping around Lu Yuan's neck. Then you'll regret it. The big bad wolf won't let a lamb that comes to its door go. Lu Yuan carried her to the large bed in the master bedroom and placed her on it. He placed one hand on Qianlan's side, while the other hand gently traced her cheek, her slender neck, and her delicate collarbone. It's like admiring a flawless work of art. Qianlan closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling gently under the light. Lu Yuan bent down. She twisted her waist, her body instinctively responding to Lu Yuan's movements. Qianlan cried out in pain. Lu Yuan kissed away the tears on her cheeks. Does it hurt? Qianlan didn't answer, she simply stared at the man on top of her with her misty eyes. Then she stretched out her arms and took the initiative to wrap them around his neck. Qianlan felt like a small boat tossed about in a storm, finally finding a harbor to dock in. She gave everything to Lu Yuan. She surrendered her body, her pride, her stubbornness, and her pretense. She also gave up her heart, which had been lonely for too long. It's late at night. Qianlan curled up in Lu Yuan's arms. She used one of Lu Yuan's arms as a pillow. With a satisfied and peaceful smile on her face, she fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yuan wasn't asleep, he was busy checking the system notifications. Dear host, congratulations on receiving the Pure One's Rain and Clouds reward of 5 million yuan. Dear host, the system has detected that Qinlan's love index has reached 85 points or above, and you will be given a random reward. The system is currently drawing random rewards. Congratulations! Respected host, the system has rewarded you with 1 dragon-given fertility pill. Taking it will greatly increase your chances of getting pregnant within 1 hour. Oh? Not bad, not bad. This fertility pill is very useful. It can save me a lot of time. Lu Yuan held the Weilong fertility pill in his hand and examined it for a while. Why does it look so much like Maltesers? Never mind, as long as it works, I need to think carefully about who to use this pill on. Lu Yuan used his other hand to hold Qinlan tightly in his arms and fell asleep as well. The next morning, Qinlan opened her eyes in Lu Yuan's arms. Her body still retained the lingering soreness and tingling sensation of last night. She pressed her cheek against Lu Yuan's broad and muscular chest, her breath filled with his masculine scent. You could clearly hear his steady and strong heartbeat. After an unknown amount of time, Qinlan looked up and found that Lu Yuan had woken up some time earlier and was looking at her with a half-smile. Qinlan blushed slightly. You're so mean, you're awake and you don't say a word. Lu Yuan hugged the girl in his arms even tighter. I just wanted to lie here with you a little longer. Qinlan buried her face shyly in Lu Yuan's chest, then looked up at him earnestly after a while and said, I'm thinking. Can I call you brother from now on? Lu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the little girl was projecting her attachment to her deceased brother onto him. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Sure. From now on, I will be your brother and your husband. You might as well just call my husband brother. You're so irresponsible. Qinlan blushed again. She pulled away slightly from Lu Yuan's embrace, then, like a kitten, adjusted to a comfortable position and curled up in his arms again. Elder brother. She called out. Would you like to hear my story about my brother, Qin Feng? Chapter 31 Myth Entertainment is ready to open. I've never seen our parents since I can remember. I grew up in an orphanage. When my brother was 16, he came to the orphanage by himself and took me out. Back then, he was just a teenager, working as an apprentice at a car repair shop, earning only a few hundred yuan a month. The two of us squeezed into a rented room of less than 10 square meters. That room leaked in the summer and was drafty in the winter. I remember one particularly cold winter. There was no heating in the house, so my brother took off his only thicker coat and put it on me. He slept all night in just a thin shirt. The next morning he developed a high fever, his face turned bright red, and he was delirious. I was terrified and cried as I went to find a neighbor for help. It was Aunt Zhang from next door who took my brother to the community clinic in her tricycle. That injection to reduce the fever cost us a whole week's worth of food money. From then on, my brother started working like crazy. He worked at the car repair shop during the day and set up a stall at the night market at night to sell small trinkets. On weekends, he also helped people carry cement at construction sites. He spent all the money he earned on me. He bought me new clothes, delicious food, and sent me to school. As for himself, he only had 2 or 3 old clothes that were faded from washing. He always told me, Lan, don't worry. With your brother here, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Later, he met Sister Han's husband, who was the leader of the Green Dragon Society at the time. That leader admired my brother's skills and loyalty, so he let him join the Green Dragon Society. My brother is doing very well in the underworld. He's a good fighter, loyal, and quick-witted, and he quickly became the boss's right-hand man. Our lives gradually improved. We moved to a bigger house. I also got into university. Qinlan bit her lip at this point, then continued. I thought good days were just around the corner. But 3 years ago, Sister Han's husband was ambushed and seriously injured during a fight with the Black Tiger Gang. From then on, the power of the Azure Dragon Society declined day by day. Although the eldest sister tried her best to maintain it, many of her businesses were still seized by the Black Tiger Hall. My brother fought Bwaka of the Black Tiger Gang in the octagon, wagering territory against him in order to reclaim the gang's assets. Qinlan's voice began to choke up. But no one expected that the Black Tiger Gang would be so despicable and shameless. Knowing they couldn't beat my brother, they poisoned him before the match. When I got there, he was lying on the ring covered in blood. He said to me, Lan, don't cry brother didn't he let you down and then he. She couldn't say anything more. Lu Yuan held her tightly in his arms, warming her body with his own body heat. He didn't say anything to comfort him, because he knew that any words would seem pale and powerless at this moment. He simply stayed quietly by her side, letting her release all her pain and sorrow. A long time passed. Xin Lan's sobs gradually subsided. Lu Yuan then slowly spoke. Lan, you are now my woman, Lu Yuan's woman. I will avenge you twice over for any grievances you have suffered. Go wash your face now and come out with me. In front of the company gate of Myth Entertainment, Zhou Mani was wearing a well-tailored white suit, her hair was styled in a neat updo, and her face was covered with exquisite makeup. She exuded the confidence and charm of a professional woman. Lu Yuan drove the black Maybach with Xin Lan to the parking lot downstairs. Mr. Lu, good morning. When Zhou Mani saw Xin Lan getting out of the passenger seat, she quickly changed her tune. Xin Lan was wearing a simple white t-shirt, light blue jeans, and white sneakers today, making her look like a student who had just graduated from university. Who is this girl? Why is she with Lu Yuan? A question flashed through Zhou Mani's mind, but she maintained a perfect professional smile. Who is this? Xin Lan, Lu Yuan introduced simply, my godsister. Hello, Ms. Qin. I'm Zhou Mani, the general manager of Myth Entertainment. Zhou Mani extended her hand. Xin Lan reached out and gently shook her hand. Zhou Mani led the two into the company. The spacious and bright reception area features the four large, gilded characters Myth Entertainment in a bold, flowing style on the background wall. The floor is decorated with geometric patterns made of black and white marble. The company's renovation involved 3 construction teams working in shifts around the clock. All the materials used were top-of-the-line environmentally friendly materials, Zhou Mani said as she walked, her voice filled with undisguised pride. She led the two to a heavy door made of frosted glass. Zhou Mani positioned her face towards the recognition device on the door. With a soft beep, the door slid open silently. Before you is a space of nearly 200 square meters. This is Lu Yuan's private office. The entire office design emphasizes understated luxury. Thick, soft gray wool carpets cover the floors. A large, solid wood desk sits prominently in the center of the room, exuding an imposing presence. Behind the desk is a floor-to-ceiling window that covers an entire wall, offering a panoramic view of most of the city. This was designed according to your preferences, Zhou Mani said. The desk is made of Brazilian black rosewood, molded from a single piece. The wall behind you, which we call the Smart Wall, is actually a single-touch sensitive ultra-high-definition display screen that can access all the company's data at any time or conduct video conferences. Xin Lan was stunned by the sight before her. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the matchbox-like building and the endless stream of vehicles below. Seeing the satisfied expression on Lu Yuan's face, Zhou Mani smile deepened. Mr. Lu, this way please. She walked to the wall beside the desk. Reached out and pressed a hidden switch. Click. A slight click of a mechanism was heard. The wall slid silently from the middle to both sides, revealing a completely new space hidden behind it. This is a luxurious private lounge with an area of over 50 square meters. The lounge features a luxurious king-size bed, next to a small bar and wine cabinet. Further inside, there's a separate bathroom with an oversized jacuzzi. This is a lounge prepared for you, Zhou Mani said. It's completely soundproof and has an independent ventilation system, so you can rest undisturbed. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Lu Yuan, her gaze carrying an undisguised, fiery hint. If Xin Lan weren't here, she would probably be here with Lu Yuan to rest properly. Chapter 32 Romance Forbidden. The three of them sat down at the desk. Mani has already built a very good overall framework for the company. The hardware facilities are impeccable. Lu Yuan spoke first, affirming Zhou Mani's work. But the most important thing for a company is its software, which is what we need to do and who we need to do it. He looked at Zhou Mani. Mani, from now on, your focus should be on recruitment and learning. Myth Entertainment's business will be mainly divided into 3 major segments in the future. Lu Yuan held up one finger. First, a high-end girl group. This is the face of our company and our core competitiveness. What I want is not an ordinary singing and dancing group, but a top-tier girl group that can truly make a name for itself in China. Therefore, the selection of members must be based on the principle of quality over quantity, and each member must be the elite of the elite. appearance, physique, and talent are all essential. All candidates who pass your initial screening must undergo a final interview with me. He then extended a second finger. Secondly, idol groups. This is our reserve force and our talent pool. Our primary target audience is young girls aged 16 to 20. We aim to create a nurturing idol brand that emphasizes fan engagement and a sense of companionship. Outstanding members may have the opportunity to be promoted to the Shinhwa Girl Group after their contracts expire. I have a very important request for this section, Lu Yuan's voice deepened. For the sake of the fans, all members are absolutely prohibited from dating during the contract period. Anyone found to be in a relationship will be immediately dismissed and will have to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. This point must be written into the contract and highlighted in the most prominent font. Finally, he extended his third finger. Third, online female anchors. This is the section that we can monetize the most in the short term, and it also has the largest traffic. The selection criteria for this section can be relatively broad, including game streamers, talent streamers, and appearance streamers. You will be fully responsible for the specific signing and management. The company's subsequent renovation plan should align with these three areas, ensuring all necessary hardware and software are in place. If you need more money, come to me anytime. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, the entire office fell silent for a moment. Jo Manny lowered her head and quickly took notes in her notebook. She originally thought that Lu Yuan's establishment of this company was just a passing fancy, mostly a hobby. But now she realizes how wrong she was. Lu Yuan has an incredibly clear, ambitious, and logically rigorous plan for the company's development. These three business segments are interconnected, ranging from high-end to low-end, and from long-term to short-term, forming a complete and cyclical business loop. This is definitely not something an ordinary rich kid could come up with. The man before me possesses more than just wealth and power. He also has a keen sense of business acumen. President Lu, your plan is absolutely perfect, Jo Manny said sincerely, putting down her pen. However, to realize this blueprint, a large number of professionals are needed, especially in artist management, music production, and marketing. My knowledge and connections in this area are clearly insufficient. I know. Lu Yuan nodded, as if he had expected her to say that. That's why I said your focus should be on recruitment and learning from now on. He transferred several files from his mobile phone to Jo Manny's terminal. These are all the publicly available financial reports and market analysis reports of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country over the past 5 years. These are also some classic works on modern corporate management and entertainment industry operations. I'll give you a month to thoroughly understand all of this. At the same time, I will find you a professional team to assist you. But ultimately, you are the one who manages it. You need to learn knowledge in the short term so that you won't be easily fooled. I need you to grow into a qualified manager who can stand on his own and manage this entertainment empire for me in the shortest possible time. If you can't do it, Lu Yuan said calmly, I can replace you at any time. Jo Manny felt a cold sweat break out on her back. She felt unprecedented pressure. But at the same time, I also felt a tremendous sense of anticipation and motivation. She took a deep breath, stood up, and solemnly said to Lu Yuan. Understood, Mr. Lu. I will definitely not let you down. Xin Lan showed great interest when she heard about the gym. Take me to see it, she said to Jo Manny. So the three of them went to the gym. Although the space inside is not large, it is fully equipped with all kinds of equipment. From treadmills and elliptical trainers in the cardio area to Smith machines, cable machines, and a full set of dumbbells in the strength area, everything is available. There was even a small fighting area covered with soft mats, with a punching bag hanging next to it. Xin Lan walked up to the sandbag and delivered a sidekick to it. Bang! A muffled thud. The sandbag, weighing 20 pounds, was kicked so high by her that it swung almost parallel to the ground. Jo Manny was stunned. She couldn't imagine that such a thin and weak girl could unleash such terrifying power. Lu Yuan smiled and walked to Xin Lan's side, reaching out to help her stabilize the sandbag that was still swaying back and forth. It seems you're quite satisfied with this place. Not bad. Xin Lan withdrew her leg and smiled. I can come here to practice more often in the future. Lan. From today onwards, you are the head of the security department at Shinhwa Entertainment. Yes, you. Lu Yuan walked up to her. You are in charge of the entire company as security, from personnel recruitment and system setup to emergency plans. You have the ability, and I believe in you. I have no management experience. There is nothing that can be learned, Lu Yuan said, but your professional skills and vigilance are things that others can't learn. Manny, please discuss the budget and staffing for the security department with Lan Lan later. Lu Yuan turned to Zhou Manny. In principle, all reasonable requests should be met. Safety is the company's most important line of defense, and there can be no carelessness in it. Lu Yuan wasn't exaggerating after all, he would be dealing with enemies like the Black Tiger Gang in the future, so it was best to be prepared. Yes, Mr. Lu. Zhou Manny closed her notebook and looked at Qin Lan with a smile. Minister Qin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Please prepare a plan outlining the security department's needs as soon as possible, and I will prioritize processing it. The two women looked at each other, seemingly realizing that the other's relationship with Lu Yuan was not ordinary. An invisible contest quietly began in this luxurious office. Chapter 33. Believe it or not, I'll sink you into the sea to feed the fish. The next morning, at the Shanghai World Financial Center. Sunlight streamed through the massive glass curtain wall, illuminating Lu Yuan's private office. He was sitting behind his desk, reviewing the draft of the company's first recruitment plan prepared by Zhou Manny. The phone on the table vibrated. The caller ID showed Han Xiaoya. Lu Yuan answered the phone. Mr. Lu, good morning. I hope I haven't disturbed your work? Han Xiaoying's slightly hoarse yet uniquely charming voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm already downstairs at your company. I'm bringing you a few flower baskets to congratulate Myth Entertainment on its grand opening. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look down. It's just the beginning, it's not officially open yet. He could vaguely see a black Bentley Mulsanne with an imposing presence parked in front of the building. Han Xiaoying was leaning against the car door, wearing a black high-neck tight-fitting dress that outlined her voluptuous and alluring figure. Would you like to come up and have a seat? No, thank you. Han Xiaoying chuckled softly. With my brothers from the club following me, it might scare the young ladies in your company. Come to the coffee shop downstairs, I'll treat you to a drink. Okay, wait 5 minutes. Lu Yuan hung up the phone. The Monologue Cafe on the first floor of the World Financial Center. This is the most upscale cafe in the entire building. The decor is a retro European industrial style, with dark wood tables and chairs, red brick walls, and warm yellow Edison light bulbs, creating an atmosphere that is both private and stylish. Lu Yuan and Han Xiaoying sat in a booth by the window. On the table are 2 steaming cups of freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee. That little girl Qin Lan seems to be having a great time at your place. Han Xiaoying gently stirred her coffee with a small silver spoon. It makes me more and more curious about you. What makes you so charming? It's innate. Lu Yuan took a sip of coffee. Han Xiaoying was amused by his answer. President Lu, you really know how to joke. She put down her coffee cup. Let's get down to business. The Black Tiger Gang has been very quiet these past 2 days. Wu Zhendong suffered such a huge loss, yet there hasn't been a single sound. This is very unusual. It's just the calm before the storm, Lu Yuan said. He is not inactive, he is waiting for an opportunity, or he is waiting for someone's permission. What do you mean? Han Xiaoyue frowned. Wu Zhendong has been running rampant in Jiangqing for so long, and no one has dared to do anything about it. I suspect he must have someone protecting him in Jiangcheng. The quiet these past few days is because he is waiting for instructions from his master. I did receive information that he had connections with high-ranking officials in Jiangcheng's political circles, but we have been unable to find out who that person is. Han Xiaoying's expression was solemn. The rabbit's tail will show sooner or later. You need to be on high alert lately. Then we. Just as Han Xiaoying was about to continue asking questions, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the coffee shop. A woman with disheveled hair and a resentful expression rushed in. Behind her was a younger girl. It's Wang Liping and Suya. After spending a lot of money to hire a private investigator, Wang Liping finally discovered that Lu Yuan had opened an entertainment company in this building. She came here today to cause trouble. She wanted to expose Lu Yuan's true colors as a pretty boy in front of everyone. She wanted to ruin his reputation and turn him back into a penniless nobody. Wang Liping spotted Lu Yuan sitting by the window at a glance, and Han Xiaoying, who looked adorned with jewels and exuded an air of nobility, sitting opposite him. An unnamed rage surged from the depths of her heart, burning away the last shred of her reason. Lu Yuan. Wang Liping let out a sharp scream, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She rushed to Lu Yuan and Han Xiuying's table and pointed at Lu Yuan. Well, you're something else. I thought you had all this money from somewhere, buying luxury cars and starting companies. Turns out you've hooked up with a rich woman and become her gigolo. Her voice was high-pitched and loud, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the coffee shop. You shameless man. Have you forgotten how you used all those sweet words to persuade me to marry my daughter to you? Now that you have money, you've completely abandoned my daughter and me to sleep with these sluts. Have you lost all your conscience? Wang Liping became more and more excited as she spoke, spittle flying everywhere. Suya followed behind her, her face pale. She tried to pull her mother away, but Wang Liping shoved her aside. Mom! Please don't do this. What do you mean by what else? Wang Liping turned around and glared at her. Look at you, so spineless. You were deceived by this kind of man, and you're even taking his side. Let me tell you, he definitely had assets before the divorce. That's all our money. Today I'm going to show everyone what kind of person this man really is. Lu didn't even bother to look at Wang Liping. He simply picked up his coffee cup and slowly took another sip. His disregard further enraged Wang Liping. Fine. You're pretending to be deaf and dumb, huh? And you too. Wang Liping turned her attention to Han Xiuying. I don't care which rich woman you are, let me tell you, this man is someone my daughter used. He's second-hand. You're picking up my daughter's discarded trash, don't you find it disgusting? She looked Han Xiuya up and down, her eyes filled with disdain and jealousy. Look at your outfit, so provocative. You're obviously not a respectable woman. Let me tell you, don't think you're so great just because you have a little money. Wang Liping was in the middle of a tirade when a cup of scalding hot coffee was splashed directly on her face, causing her to cover her face and let out a pig-like wail. Han Xiuying stood up and gracefully poured the remaining coffee from her cup over Wang Liping's head. It's burning hot, it's killing me. Wang Liping frantically shook the hot coffee off her face and head. You heartless woman. How could you? Slap. Slap. Before Wang Liping could finish speaking, Han Xiuying raised her hand and slapped Wang Liping twice across the face. The blow caused Wang Liping to stumble and fall to the ground. 5 clear red finger marks quickly appeared on her left and right cheeks. The entire cafe fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Han Xiuying looked down at Wang Liping, who was slumped on the ground, her eyes filled with cold contempt. You, Han Xiuying said slowly, have you sprayed enough? Wang Liping covered her burning face, looking incredulously at the woman in front of her who had been dignified and elegant just a second ago, but had started hitting her the next. You dare hit me? Hit you? Han Xiuying sneered. She bent down, grabbed Wang Liping's hair, and forced her to look up at her. Hitting you would be too lenient. I'm telling you, I don't care who you are, or what grudges you have with him in the past. How dare you spew filth at Han Xiuying and Lu Yuan, the benefactor of the Azure Dragon Society? Han Xiuying leaned close to her ear and whispered. Believe it or not, I'll sink you into the sea to feed the fish today. Chapter 34. Welcome to Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center. Mom! Are you alright? Seeing her mother's disheveled appearance, Suya knew that they had messed with someone they absolutely shouldn't have today. Let's go! Suya pulled Wang Liping, who was still in a daze, and wanted to leave this place of trouble. Stop! Han Xiuying's voice came from behind them. Did I tell you to leave? Several men in black suits wearing Qinglong Society badges blocked the entrance. Suya and Wang Liping froze on the spot. Han Xiuying slowly walked up to them. Apologize. She looked at Wang Liping and said only those 2 words. Wang Liping covered her face and looked at Han Xiuying, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Make her apologize to the woman who hit her and that little beast Lu Yuan? No way. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Han Xiuying didn't waste any more words with her. She took out her phone and made a call. Hey, Black Panther? Get 2 gasoline drums and cement ready. And a boat too, we're going out to sea tonight. Suya's face turned deathly pale. She grabbed Wang Liping's arm and spoke in an almost pleading tone. Mom! Apologize. Apologize to this lady right now. Wang Liping finally felt afraid. She knelt down on the ground with a plop. He kowtowed deeply to Han Shoya. Big sister. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I was foul-mouthed. I deserve to die. Please, have mercy on me, just let me go. She kowtowed while slapping herself in the face. Slap. 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 The sound was both loud and crisp. Han Shoying looked at her humble appearance without a trace of pity in her eyes. She turned to look at Lu Yuan. How should we handle this? Lu Yuan stood up and walked to Suya. Suya. For the sake of our past relationship as husband and wife, I can pretend that nothing happened today. But, Lu Yuan lifted Suya's face with his hand, making her look at him. I want you to remember that this is the first and the last time. If there's a next time, and she appears in front of me again, saying things she shouldn't say, doing things she shouldn't do. Lu Yuan didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already very clear. Suya knelt there blankly, staring at the man in front of her who was both familiar and unfamiliar. The aura of life and death, of complete control that he exuded was something she had never seen before. Wang Liping also heard Lu Yuan's words. She looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with fear. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous sense of humiliation overwhelmed her already fragile nerves. Wang Liping has lived half her life in luxury and privilege. She has never suffered such humiliation. To be so blatantly threatened and warned by a poor boy whom he once looked down upon, someone who was like an ant. He was slapped in the face and had coffee thrown on him in public by some random woman who appeared out of nowhere. They also had to kneel on the ground and kowtow to beg for mercy, just like a dog. Her dignity, her composure, her false pride were torn to shreds and crushed underfoot at this moment. Ah! Wang Liping let out a piercing scream. Her eyes rolled back, her body jerked backward, and she fell straight down, completely unconscious. This sudden turn of events completely threw Suya into a panic. Mom! Mom! What's wrong with you? Wake up! She threw herself at Wang Liping and shook her body desperately, but Wang Liping was like a lump of mud, unresponsive. Han Shoying frowned. She hated trouble the most. She walked to Lu Yuan's side, leaned down and whispered in his ear, speaking quickly in a voice only the two of them could hear. All right, you take that young woman and leave. I'll handle things here. Lu Yuan glanced at her. How do you want to handle this? A new private mental hospital has opened in the east of the city. Han Shoying smiled slightly. I think it would be a good place for this lady, whose emotions are not very stable, to recuperate for a while. This woman is not someone to mess with, Lu Yuan thought to himself. He didn't linger, pulling the stunned Suya out of the coffee shop. Han Shoying looked at the men in black suits around her and pointed to Wang Liping on the ground. Send her to the Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center in the east of the city. Yes, Chairman. The man in the black suit said nothing unnecessary. Several people immediately stepped forward and dragged the unconscious Wang Liping from the ground like a dead dog, heading towards the car outside. After a period of time, Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center, located in the eastern part of Jiangcheng. This is a luxuriously decorated private psychiatric hospital that claims to have the nation's top medical team and equipment. Wang Liping slowly woke up to a pungent smell of disinfectant. She opened her eyes and found herself lying on a cold, stainless steel hospital bed. Her wrists and ankles were firmly strapped to the four corners of the bed with leather straps, rendering her immobile. A doctor in a white coat, holding a syringe, stood beside her bed. His coat read Sunshine International Rehabilitation Center. Where am I? Who are you? What do you want? She started screaming frantically and struggling desperately. But the tough restraints held her firmly in place. Let me go. You bunch of bastards. I'm going to sue you. I'll make sure you rot in jail. I'm not crazy. I said I'm not crazy, did you hear me? Help. Murder. The doctor wearing a mask ignored her shouts. He simply walked to her bedside and glanced at her medical record. The diagnosis section of the medical record states: severe paranoid schizophrenia, accompanied by severe violent tendencies. The doctor put down the medical record and picked up the handle of a stun gun on the table. He skillfully attached two round metal electrode pads to Wang Liping's temples. The patient is emotionally agitated and may exhibit self-harm or aggressive behavior towards others, he said to a nurse next to him. Preparing for the first ECT treatment. Voltage, 120 volts. Clear. The nurse nodded and pressed a red button on a nearby instrument. Sizzle! A powerful electric current instantly passed through the two electrode pads and was injected into Wang Liping's brain. Wang Liping's body suddenly arched and began to convulse uncontrollably. When the current stopped, Wang Liping's body fell heavily back onto the hospital bed. Her eyes became unfocused, dull, and lifeless. The doctor looked at Wang Liping's dazed and confused appearance and nodded in satisfaction. It seems the treatment is very effective. Let's take her back to her ward for observation first. The second treatment will be conducted tomorrow morning. He gave instructions to the nurse next to him. Yes, Director. Which one is Chapter 35? The following morning, in a VIP ward at Zhongcheng First People's Hospital. Wang Xiufan leaned against the hospital bed, looking much better than she had a few days ago. A peeled apple sat on the bedside table, next to a glass of warm water. Xiaoya sat on a chair by the bed, head down, carefully cutting an apple into small pieces with a fruit knife and putting them into a glass bowl. When Lu Yuan pushed the door open and came in, Wang Xiufan greeted him with a smile. Lu Yuan, you're here. Auntie, how are you feeling today? Lu Yuan placed a thermos on the table. I made some black chicken soup to nourish you. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Wang Xiufan looked at Lu Yuan with an undisguised smile of satisfaction on her face. My health is much better now. I thought to myself, staying here is such a waste of money. I want to take Xiaoya back to my hometown in the countryside for a while. The air is fresh and quiet there, which is good for her health. Xiaoya paused in her apple cutting motion, looked up at Lu Yuan, seemingly waiting for his decision. All right. Lu Yuan walked to the bedside and reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair that had fallen across Xiaoya's cheek behind her ear. The environment in the countryside is good, which will help your recovery. However, there's something Xiaoya has to promise me. What is it? Xiaoya asked. When you get back, you're not allowed to do any heavy work or strenuous exercise. Eat well, sleep well, and get yourself plump and healthy. Lu Yuan's fingers gently traced her cheek. Okay, I understand. Xiaoya lowered her head and continued cutting the apple, but her ears were already turning red. Wang Xiufan couldn't stop smiling as she watched the intimate interaction between the two young people. Lu Yuan chatted with the two for a while longer, and when he saw that it was almost time, he got up to say goodbye. Auntie, Xiaoya, I'll be going now. I have some things to take care of at the company. I've already booked your train tickets. I'll have the driver pick you up at the station this afternoon. Okay, drive carefully on the road. Lu Yuan walked out of the ward and got into the Maybach. Just as he was about to start the car, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Lu Yuan frowned as he answered the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone, a voice that had been altered by a voice changer came through. Is that Lu Yuan? I am. Very well. The other party sneered, your wife is now in our hands. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He leaned back in his chair, quickly going through the images of the women around him in his mind. Gu Xiaoya? She's at the hospital with her mother. Zhou Manny? She should be at the company handling business. Qin Lan? She's in charge of the company's security. She should be in the monitoring center right now. Han Xiaoya? She's not exactly his woman yet. Wife, he asked instinctively, which one? As soon as those words were spoken, an eerie silence fell over both ends of the phone. The kidnapper on the other end of the phone seemed to be stumped by Lu Yuan's unconventional question. What kind of insolent and lewd words are these? After a long while, the other party finally spoke again, his voice clearly filled with anger. It's that Suya. Don't fucking play dumb with me. We saw you and her come out of the coffee shop together with our own eyes. Suya? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean her. His tone was as flat as if he were talking about today's weather. She is not my wife. We are divorced. What? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly rose 8 octaves, even the voice changer couldn't mask the shock in his voice. Divorced? Lu Yuan said, you've kidnapped the wrong person. You? The kidnapper on the other end of the phone was clearly furious. He took a few deep breaths before forcing himself to calm down. I don't care if you're divorced. This woman used to be your wife, right? Now, she's in our hands. Prepare 10 million in cash immediately. Or use old, consecutively numbered bills. Deliver it to the abandoned dock in the west of the city within 5 hours. Do not call the police. Otherwise, we will kill him. The kidnappers shouted out their demands in a fierce and menacing voice. 10 million? Lu Yuan laughed. You guys are really asking for an exorbitant amount. But, he changed the subject, why should I give you the money? Because she's in our hands now. So what? Lu Yuan retorted. What does it matter to me whether a woman lives or dies? She has nothing to do with me anymore. You're not even human. She was your husband for a time. That's why I'm kindly reminding you, Lu Yuan said coldly. Instead of wasting your time on me, you should contact her family. Perhaps they'll be willing to pay to ransom her. He hung up the phone without waiting for the other person to speak again. On the other end of the phone. In the western part of Jiangcheng, in an abandoned dock warehouse. A burly, bald man held his phone, staring dumbfounded at the disconnected call screen. There were 7 or 8 equally fierce-looking men standing next to him. Behind them, on the ground, Suya, bound hand and foot and with a rag stuffed in her mouth, looked at them with a terrified expression. Be big brother, he hung up the phone, a blonde-haired thug asked cautiously. Damn it! The bald, burly man snapped out of his daze and slammed his phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. What the hell is going on? He said they're divorced. This woman is worthless to him. What? They're divorced? The blonde-haired thug was dumbfounded. Then we've been working on this for nothing? You idiot! You piece of trash! The bald man slapped the blonde-haired man hard on the head, making him stagger. Didn't you say you'd found out this woman was Lu Yuan's wife? Turns out she's his ex-wife? I didn't expect this kid to be such a scoundrel. Why did he leave so quickly? The blonde-haired man said with a mournful face. Brother, what should we do now? Another tattooed man said angrily. How the hell should I know? The bald, burly man paced back and forth in frustration. What do we do now? Do we really tear her apart? What's the point of tearing it up? We won't get a single penny. And we'll still have to bear the blame for a life lost. The kidnappers huddled together, arguing amongst themselves. Suya, who was tied to the ground, heard every word of their conversation. A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Lu Yuan. He actually said that his life or death was none of his business? He just gave up on himself like that? Yes. They are divorced. She meant nothing to him anymore. At this moment, Suya truly understood what regret and despair meant. Her tears slid silently down her cheeks, soaking the dirty rag in her mouth. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan sat quietly in his car, his fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel. He was thinking. Although he no longer had any connection with Suya, this matter was clearly aimed at him. It was retaliation from the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't dare to directly harm him, so they wanted to use such underhanded methods to annoy him and test him. If he truly ignores this, their next target might be Xiaoya or Zhou Mani. He can't let that happen. He must teach them a lesson they can't afford to forget, to make them tremble in fear. He must show them that some people are people they can never afford to mess with. Lu Yuan picked up his phone, first sent a message to Han Xiaoying, and then dialed Qinlan's number. Lan. Brother, I'm listening. Find out the source and location of a phone number for me and send it to me. Take a few capable men and meet me there. Be quick. Lu Yuan gave Qinlan the unfamiliar number he had just received. Also, put the company's security team on high alert immediately and begin 24-hour protection for Manny and Xiaoya. Understood. Qinlan didn't waste any words. I'll give you the results in 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan started the car. The blue-gold Maybach, like a beast awakening, roared out of the hospital parking lot and merged into the city's traffic. Chapter 36 Limited Time Return. The roar of the engine was blocked out by the heavy windows, and the only sound inside the car was the faint hum of the air conditioning system. Lu Yuan gripped the steering wheel, watching the numbers on the dashboard steadily climb. 150,160,180. The scenery outside the car window had turned into blurry, flowing light and shadow. Qinlan's voice came through the hands-free speaker of the phone. Brother, I found it. The number was an anonymous virtual number and could not be directly traced. However, by cross-referencing data from signal base stations, I was able to pinpoint the approximate range of the signal source. West of the city, Binjiang Road, abandoned dock area. I have retrieved all the municipal and traffic surveillance footage for that area. 15 minutes ago, a black Jinbei van without license plates entered an abandoned warehouse at Pier Number 3 and has not come out since. I have already sent the warehouse location and all the real-time monitoring footage to your Vehicle S system. I'm on my way with the security team right now. New. After hanging up the phone, the location of the abandoned warehouse immediately appeared on the central control screen in front of Lu Yuan. At the same time, several split screens were displaying live surveillance footage from several intersections around the warehouse. Lu Yuan increased the car's speed to another level. The Maybach sped off like an arrow toward that corner on the edge of the city. Abandoned warehouse at Pier Number 3 in the west of the city. Suya was kneeling on the cold, damp cement floor with her hands tied behind her back. The dirty rag in her mouth made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Her long hair was disheveled and draped over her shoulders, and there were still traces of tears on her face. The once elegant and well-fitting business suit she was wearing was now wrinkled and covered in dust. The bald, burly man in front of her was pacing back and forth impatiently. Damn it! Almost an hour has passed. Why hasn't that kid made a sound? Big brother, he wouldn't really abandon this woman to her fate, would he? A blonde-haired henchman asked cautiously. Damn it! He dares. The bald, burly man spat viciously. If he dares not to come, I'll rape this woman and then post the video online. I'll fucking ruin his reputation. Brother is wise. Call Lu Yuan again, use this woman's phone. I don't believe it. Huang Mao rummaged through Suya's handbag and found her phone. Just as he was about to dial the number, a tall figure slowly walked in from the front of the warehouse. I think there's no need for that. I'm already here. Lu Yuan spoke as he walked. Lu Yuan? All the kidnappers were startled and grabbed their weapons to surround them. You've got some nerve, kid, coming all alone. Where's the money? The bald man said, pointing a knife at Lu Yuan. What money? Randomization. You think you can fool me? Believe me or not, I'll chop you up right now. I'll give you 3 seconds. Put the knife down. 1, 2. This was actually the signal he and Qin Lan had agreed upon beforehand to make their move. Behind the warehouse, Qin Lan and her men had quietly arrived at the area below the designated window. The bald man laughed heartily. 3 seconds, my ass. Did you get your head stuck in a door? Come on, let's see what you can do. 3. A loud crashing sound of a window breaking came from behind. Qin Lan led her people in and rushed in. Qin Lan charged ahead, delivering a sidekick to one of the kidnappers, sending his dagger flying from his hand. Immediately following, a knee strike to the kidnapper's abdomen sent him into a blood-curdling scream. Almost simultaneously, the burly security team rushed forward and swiftly subdued the remaining bandits, binding their hands tightly with pre-prepared restraints. The entire process, from breaking the window to subduing all the robbers, took less than 10 seconds. Seeing that things were not going well, the bald man was about to run away when he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Lu Yuan had already arrived in front of him without him noticing. He kicked the blonde-haired thug so hard he flew up and kicked him. The blonde-haired thug's body slammed heavily against the wall in the distance like a tattered sack, and he fell asleep immediately. Immediately following, a chop to the wrist struck the bald man. The bald man screamed in pain, and the knife fell to the ground. Then, with a side kick to the ankle, the bald man immediately lay on the ground like a dead pig, howling in pain. Lu Yuan looked down at him, then stepped on the bald man's face, silencing his pitiful scream. Say it again with your dog mouth. Lu Yuan's voice was icy. Weren't you going to ruin my reputation? He increased the pressure on his feet even further. I was wrong, The bald, burly man's voice was muffled. Now you realize you were wrong? Lu Yuan laughed. Too late. He lifted his foot and then slammed it down between the bald man's legs. Well. The bald, burly man suddenly arched his back, his eyes widening as if they were about to bulge out of their sockets. A yellowish-white, foul-smelling liquid flowed from his crotch. Then he immediately lost consciousness. Lu Yuan walked up to Suya, squatted down, reached out and untied the ropes binding her, and removed the rag from her mouth. It's all right now, he said. Suya looked at him and burst into tears. You said You weren't going to abandon me, were you? I did say that, Lu Yuan said, looking at her, but you were my woman before, and it's not up to these trash to touch you. Lu Yuan drove Suya back to her home. Pushing open the door, I was greeted by the familiar room, but everything had changed. You get some rest, I'm leaving. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, Suya grabbed the hem of his clothes. Lu Yuan. Her voice was thick with nasal tone and a sobbing quality. Let's remarry, okay? I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. She stretched out her arms and hugged Lu Yuan's neck tightly. I shouldn't have divorced you. I shouldn't have left you when you were going through the most difficult time. Please forgive me, okay? Let's start over, let's go back to how things were before, okay? Lu Yuan let her hug him, and after a moment he reached out and pushed her off him. Suya, we can't go back. There is no going back in this world. What has been done and what has been said are like water spilled, they cannot be taken back. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Dear host, you can now complete the returning player for a limited time mission and draw a mystery reward. Target individual matching the criteria detected. Generating information panel. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Health index, 85% temporarily decreased due to severe emotional stress. Genetic potential rating, B+. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall rating, 88. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. Chapter 37 Mysterious Reward Bonus Chapter. Lu Yuan paused for a moment. He looked at the familiar face before him and felt a surge of absurdity. Suya. So he's also one of the chosen ones? Emotional history, 2? Isn't there only one person like me in X's list? He struggled with himself for a while, and finally let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll take the reward first. But just when Suya was about to completely despair, Lu Yuan changed the subject. I'm not such an unapproachable person. I can give you a chance. Hope rekindled in Suya's eyes. From today onwards, Lu Yuan said, looking at her and enunciating each word clearly, you can prove to me with your actions whether your feelings for me are real or not. If you can satisfy me. Perhaps, Lu Yuan said, I will consider making you one of my women. One of my women? Suya keenly noticed this keyword. Her pupils contracted sharply. A bitter and poignant feeling welled up in her heart. She's not stupid. She understood, of course, what those words meant. This means that she will have to share this man with other women. This man once belonged only to her. This was an unacceptable insult to her, who was always proud. But she suddenly realized that she seemed to not have the right to refuse. They don't even have the right to feel insulted. Because the relationship between her and him was no longer one of equality. Now, she is nothing more than a dependent, relying on his charity. And he was the one high above, the one who controlled her destiny, the master. A soft body pressed against me from behind. Suya wrapped her arms around Lu Yuan's waist, pressing her cheeks tightly against his back. He could clearly feel the curves of her body and the amazing elasticity of her two soft mounds. Lu Yuan, please, don't leave tonight. Let's be like before, okay? Just one night. Lu Yuan felt a surge of primal, burning heat rise up, making his breathing somewhat heavy. He bent down and lifted her up in his arms. Suya gasped and instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Lu Yuan carried her and strode into the bedroom where they had lived together for 3 years. He kicked open the bedroom door. He threw her heavily onto the soft, large bed. Suya's body bounced twice on the soft mattress. Lu Yuan leaned in and pinned her down. He began to roughly tear off her clothes. He rudely ripped open the buttons on her business suit. She revealed the white lace lingerie underneath, which barely contained her ample breasts. He showed no mercy or pity whatsoever to women. She murmured. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but responded to her with his actions. Suya gripped the sheets beneath her tightly with both hands. Lu Yuan had never treated her so roughly before, and Suya found it hard to bear. Half an hour later. The room gradually returned to calm. Lu Yuan turned over and lay down next to Suya. Suya, if you still want to continue our relationship, have a child with me. This is the first test for you to stay by my side. Lu Yuan uttered these words that he had planned long ago. Every month, I will give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money until you successfully get pregnant. After the child is born, I will give you another million yuan. During the period of taking care of the child, I will give you an additional 100,000 yuan in child support every month. Suya did not answer immediately. The thin blanket covering her only covered her from the waist down, drawing a breathtaking arc in the dim light. If I agree to have your child, will you remarry me? Remarriage is impossible. But I can give you a chance to come back into my world. He won't remarry me? But he wants me to have his children? Suya was momentarily stunned, but then she thought, this means that Lu Yuan still has feelings for me, otherwise why would he insist on having a child with me? His insistence on not remarrying suggests he still harbors some doubts about me. But who knows what will happen if I go back to him? Maybe I still have a chance. Having figured this out, Suya stopped worrying about it. Then the IOU I wrote? Lu Yuan had almost forgotten about this matter. Yes, about the IOU. I'll deduct the money from the amount on the IOU first, and I'll tear up the IOU after the deduction is complete. Then we'd better hurry. She mounted her horse again. I want both a girl and a boy. Two blushes rose on Suya's face, and her eyes began to glaze over. This feeling of being in control of the rhythm gave her an unprecedented thrill. Suya was curled up asleep in the large quilt, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. Her slender shoulders swayed slightly, and the white silk sheet slipped off her smooth shoulders, revealing a large expanse of ivory-like, delicate skin and her exquisitely perfect collarbone. Lu Yuan went to the bathroom and looked at the system's rewards while taking a shower. It's a pity I didn't get pregnant this time, but there are still other rewards. Ding, dear host, congratulations on receiving the limited time return of veteran player's mystery reward. The system is drawing a mystery reward for you. Congratulations, host. You have won a grand prize package. We will now introduce the prizes inside. Reward 1, Seed of Friendship. This reward will greatly increase the favorability of the designated person towards you, making them feel like you are an old friend. If you already have some kind of relationship with the other person, the effect will be even better. Reward 2, 5 million yuan in cash. Reward 3, a temporary skill boost buff, valid for 10 minutes. After use, it will greatly increase the host's proficiency in any skill of their choice for 10 minutes. Reward 4, one random piece of information that may be useful to you. The idol group Starlight Girls under the Lu Group, and its core leader Sun Yaki, are about to leave the Lu Group due to differences in production philosophy. Oh? Lu Yuan was very interested. This was a great opportunity to poach talent. System, tell me in detail where I can find this person named Sun Yaki? Reporting to the host, Sun Yaki enjoys archery and trains at the archery hall in the west of the city once a week. Tomorrow morning is her training day. You can find her at the archery hall. How good is Sun Yaki's professional skills? Does she have any real talent? Reporting to the host, Sun Yaki's level as a producer is among the best in China. Very well, in that case, I will go and meet her in person tomorrow. As for this seed of friendship, Lu Yuan had already decided who he wanted to use it on. Mayor of Jiangcheng City, Chen Jingshu. Chapter 38 3 Arrow Showdown. The next morning, at the Wind Arrow Archery Range in the west of the city. This is not a place for tourists to have fun. It is a members-only, professional archery club. When Lu Yuan led Qin Lan inside, it was very quiet. The only sounds were the whoosh of arrows piercing the air and the crisp thud of arrows hitting the bullseye. On the innermost, secluded archery path, a woman dressed in a black, tight-fitting archery suit with her hair tied in a high ponytail is drawing back a recurve bow. She stood with perfect posture, her back straight, and the muscles in her arms were smooth and powerful. Lu Yuan compared the photos on his phone and realized that she was Sun Yaki. In the rest area behind the archery range, sat 3 men in suits. The one in the lead, who was about 40 years old, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an unsettling, lewd smile on his lips. On their table were several documents, the top one titled Supplementary Agreement to Artist Management Contract. Sun Yaki released the bowstring. Whoosh thud. The arrow struck the bullseye perfectly. Clap clap clap. The man with glasses clapped slowly and deliberately. Producer Sun, what excellent archery skills. No wonder you're one of the top producers in our company. You're so capable, you always get it right. Sun Yaki did not turn around. She drew another arrow from the quiver and knocked it on her bow. Joe Boppy, she said coldly, if you're here to disgust me, then you've succeeded. If you're here to make me sign that contract of servitude, then you can take your things and get out of here. The man nicknamed Joe the Skinflint is Joe Shermau, the deputy manager of the entertainment department of the Lou Group. Hearing Sun Yaki call him that, he wasn't angry, his face was still plastered with a shriveled smile. Producer Sun, don't be so absolute. Look, these are all colleagues from the company's legal department. We're here today just to follow the procedures. He picked up the documents on the table. The company's latest decision is to disband the Star Girls project team on the spot. The girls in the group either signed the live streaming contract that was tailor-made for them, or they went to the company's live streaming platform to dance and act cute for the big brothers. They'll either have to wait for a lawyer's letter and pay a penalty they can never repay in their lifetime. As for you, Joe Boppy's gaze turned somewhat cold. General Manager Lou, considering your past contributions to the company, has specifically pointed you in a clear direction to manage the warehouse and the logistics department, a leisurely job. Sun Yaki turned around abruptly and glared angrily at Joe Shermau. The two legal department staff behind Joe Shermau were so frightened that they immediately stood up from their chairs. But Joe Shermau himself remained seated there steadily. Producer Sun, don't be impulsive, he said slowly. I know you're reluctant to part with those girls. But you need to understand, they are company assets, not your daughters. How the company disposes of its assets is none of your business, as a project manager. You. Sun Yaki was so angry that she trembled all over. Just then, Lu Yuan's voice came. Hey, you ugly guy, I'm talking to you. How dare you talk to such a beautiful woman like that? Can't you see Miss Sun is angry? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Lu Yuan leading Qinlan towards them. Lu Yuan ignored the skinflint and walked directly up to Sun Yaki, saying, Hello beautiful lady, my name is Lu Yuan, the boss of Myth Entertainment. I want to talk to you. Perhaps I can give you and Starlight Girl Guan a brighter future. Joe Shermau's face turned extremely ugly as he looked at the sudden scene before him. He pushed up his glasses and said, Myth Entertainment? What kind of crappy company is this? Never even heard of it. I'm warning you, we're from the Lu Group, so I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. The Lu Group? I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the Lu Group. I'm here to steal your people. He said to Qinlan, Lan, tell these people to get out of here. Miss Sun doesn't want to talk to them. Joe Shermau chuckled coldly, Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. I want to see who dares to. Oh, whoa. Qinlan's hand gripped his wrist like an iron clamp, causing Joe Shermau to grimace in pain. You're intentionally hurting me. Ouch. Stop pinching me. I'm leaving. Lu Yuan gave a wink, and Qinlan, understanding, escorted Joe Shermau and the others away from the scene. Finally, some peace and quiet. Lu Yuan sat down in the chair next to Sun Yaki. Ms. Sun, could I have a few minutes of your time to talk? Lu Yuan secretly used his eye of heaven to take a look. It was a pity, although she was good looking, she didn't meet the reward requirements. There's nothing to talk about. Sun Yaki's response was very cold. Mr. Lu, many people have been trying to poach me lately. I don't see the need to choose a little-known company like Myth Entertainment. Please leave. After Sun Yaki finished speaking, she picked up the bow and arrow again. Lu Yuan was prepared for Sun Yaki's coldness, and after a moment's thought, he picked up another compound bow. It seems Miss Sun is very fond of archery. Lu Yuan looked at the target in the distance and tested the bowstring with his hand. It's just a small hobby, and I've been lucky enough to win a few awards in amateur competitions. Miss Sun is too modest. I think your skills are already comparable to those of a professional. Lu Yuan changed the subject. I have a suggestion, how about we have an archery contest? If I lose, I'll turn around and leave immediately, and I'll resolve your contract issues with Starlight Girl. If I win, all I need is for Miss Sun to spare a little time to talk to me. What do you say? Resolve contract issues? You have that capability? Of course, if Miss Sun doesn't believe me, you can just consider yourself fooled. Anyway, you won't lose anything, will you? Interesting. Sun Yaki glanced at Lu Yuan. You really think you have a chance to beat me? How will you know if you don't try? What if you don't? How should we compare them? Simple, we each shoot 3 arrows, and the one with the highest score wins. He. Sun Yaki smiled. In fact, her skill level was already comparable to that of a semi-professional player. Lu Yuan might get lucky with 1 arrow, but she was certain he had no chance with 3. Okay, who wants to go first? Ladies first, of course. Sun Yaki did not refuse. She took a deep breath and slowly drew back the bowstring. Whoosh! The first arrow shot through the air and landed firmly in the bullseye, a perfect 10. Wonderful! Lu Yuan clapped his hands in praise. She smiled slightly, then fired a second arrow, hitting the bullseye once again. The third arrow, perhaps slightly disturbed by the wind, deviated a little and hit the 9 rings. Please, Mr. Lu. Sun Yaki put down her bow and said. Xin Lan, watching from the side, had sweaty palms. Oh no, she'd never heard of Lu Yuan being able to shoot arrows. How could she possibly win against such a skilled woman? When it was Lu Yuan's turn to go on stage, he didn't make much preparation and remained calm. System, used the skill enhancement buff to improve my archery skills. Received, esteemed host, the skill enhancement buff has taken effect. Within 10 minutes, your archery skills will rival those of a top athlete. Lu Yuan drew 3 arrows from his quiver, knocked them, pulled the string, and released them with fluid, seamless movements, so fast that they were almost invisible to the eye. The 3 sharp whistling sounds of arrows cutting through the air were almost consecutive. The first arrow struck the bullseye without a doubt. The second arrow followed closely, perfectly cleaving the first arrow in 2 from its fletching, and taking its place again, a bullseye. What? Sun Yaki couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, how could anyone be so accurate? Is it just a coincidence? And even Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of Sun Yaki's reaction out of the corner of his eye and chuckled to himself, that's why bosses love driving luxury cars. It's not just about showing off, it can also make things go more smoothly. The group arrived at the 33rd floor of the World Financial Center. The receptionist, dressed in a business suit, immediately stood up and bowed 90 degrees the moment she saw Lu Yuan and his group. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded slightly, then led Sun Yaki further inside. Zhou Mani was already waiting in the corridor. She smiled sweetly when she saw Sun Yaki. Miss Sun, I am Zhou Mani, the general manager of Myth Entertainment. As arranged by President Lu, please come with me for a brief tour of our company. Sun Yaki looked at Zhou Mani, then glanced at Xin Lan beside her, thinking. There are quite a few beautiful women at Myth Entertainment. Their looks are comparable to the minor stars at Lu's group. It seems that Lu Yuan is probably a big womanizer. Sun Yaki followed quietly behind, and together with the group, they visited the open plan office area, the state-of-the-art conference center, the staff lounge, the professional recording studio, the dance studio, and so on. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. The facilities here are on par with those of well-known companies in the industry, such as the Lu Group, suggesting considerable ambition. What alarmed her even more was the professionalism, confidence, and clear vision for the company's future that Zhou Mani displayed during her presentation. It seems my earlier guess was wrong, this woman is more than just a pretty face. Finally, the group arrived at the place that Zhou Mani called the starting point of trainees' dreams, the exclusive training base for idle trainees. It is equipped with top-of-the-line audio equipment and spacious practice rooms, as well as accompanying vocal classrooms, dance studios, dressing rooms, and a psychological counseling room. In addition to professional training, all trainees must undergo psychological assessment and counseling at least once a month, Zhou Mani said, pointing to the room with the sign Mind Station. We are not training machines that can only sing and dance. Physical and mental health is what Xinhua values most. Sun Yaki fell silent. She recalled that when she worked at Lu's group, several girls had experienced varying degrees of psychological problems due to the company's intense exploitation and malicious attacks online. She repeatedly applied to the Lu Group's senior management to hire a psychologist for the children, but each time her request was rejected on the grounds of wasting resources. Myth Entertainment is willing to proactively consider these issues, rather than treating its artists merely as commodities and money-making tools. The difference between the two is obvious. Miss Sunday. Lu Yuan's voice came, and he walked to Sun Yaki's side. What we, the mythology, want to take is a completely different path from that of the Lu family. If you've been a boss for a long time and only focus on money, you'll get used to treating your company's employees as cold, hard numbers. But I believe a company is made up of living, breathing people. I value the development of each employee in the company more than making money, and I believe more in the warmth between people. If the Lu family heard what I said, they would probably think I was dreaming. Of course, I'm not a pure idealist. I know that it's not enough to get things done just by having ideals. I need people who can work with me to turn this dream into reality. And you, I think, are that kind of person. I want you to serve as the head of the training department at Shinhwa Entertainment, responsible for the management and training of all the company's artists. Sun Yaki was not surprised by the position given her abilities, it was only natural. She asked Lu Yuan, "What about Starlight Girls, which I'm currently in charge of?" "I'd like to hear your plans." "I will preserve the Starlight Girls project in its entirety. They will officially debut as Shinhwa Entertainment's first idol group. The company will provide top-tier support for all related resources, including music production, promotion, and stage design. I need absolute autonomy." Sun Yaki took a deep breath and stated her conditions, from the style of the music to the stage presentation, everything about this project, I need to have the final say. I don't want any outsiders interfering. Sure. Lu Yuan agreed without hesitation. You're a professional, and I trust your judgment. However, he added, I will also periodically evaluate the project as progress. If the results don't satisfy me, I can revoke this authority at any time. Fair and reasonable. Sun Yaki nodded. Zhou Mani, who was standing to the side, obediently handed over a contract. In that case, Miss Sun, why don't you sign the contract today? Don't rush, I'll bring the Star Girls with me tomorrow, I want to sign autographs with them. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Miss Sun is indeed cautious. All right, let's do it together tomorrow. We'll have the contract drafted today. The next morning, Sun Yaki led 5 beautiful young women into the conference room of Myth Entertainment. She turned around and looked at Lu Yuan, who was standing not far away. This is Mr. Lu Yuan, the owner of Myth Entertainment. All the girls' eyes fell on Lu Yuan. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, inquiry, and a little surprise. This man looked so young and handsome, completely different from the greasy, fat investors they had met before. He seems to possess an innate and powerful aura. Lu Yuan's gaze slowly swept across the faces of each girl. Ding! Eye of the Chosen triggered. Scanning for target. Scan failed. We apologize, esteemed host, but this system cannot scan for women under the age of 18. Please try again with a different target. Chapter 40. Otherwise, why would I have a no dating rule? Damn it, it still doesn't work. Frustrated, Lu Yuan gave up trying. No, so what if I'm under 18? Can't I even look at your information? What's wrong with just looking? System, do you think I'm that kind of beast? I'm sorry, esteemed host, this is a system security restriction. It has nothing to do with you being a beast. Damn it. This security restriction prevented Lu Yuan from obtaining information on all women under the age of 18, so Lu Yuan specifically emphasized the need to implement a strict no-dating rule for the company's idol department. What if a girl who meets his requirements ends up being taken by a jerk? Wouldn't Lu Yuan be at a huge loss? Sun Yaki clapped her hands and said, Kids, introduce yourselves to President Lu. The girls were very outgoing and immediately stepped forward one by one to introduce themselves. Yang Lele, 17 years old, is the captain of the Star Girls. She has a neat high ponytail, a classic oval face, a well-proportioned figure, and a calm demeanor. Zhao Shuer, 17 years old, has well-defined features, a tall figure, and an air of sophistication. Her expression carries a sense of aloofness, making her seem like an ice queen. Zhang Yi, 16 years old, has thick, long, chestnut-brown curly hair and a striking appearance with a hint of mixed heritage. She is the main dancer in the group, with a firm, smooth waist and abdomen, and well-proportioned, explosive muscles. Bai Lu, 15 years old, has long black hair. She has a pure and sweet appearance with a bit of baby fat. She is petite and has 2 shallow dimples when she smiles. She is the lead singer of the group. Su Xiaoli, 16 years old, has long blonde hair, a small and delicate face with charming, captivating eyes. She is the visual center of the group. 5 people, 5 completely different styles, but standing together they have a wonderful sense of harmony. Seeing that the girls were all of high quality, Lu Yuan's mood instantly improved. Welcome to Myth Entertainment. A gentle smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. From today onwards, this is your new home. You only need to focus on your dreams. I will provide you with top-notch resources and the most professional team. One day, I will make the name Star Girl shine on the biggest stage in the country. Lu Yuan's words were full of confidence, like a shot of adrenaline injected into the hearts of every girl. The girls looked at him, and hope began to gleam in their eyes. Looking at the scene before her, Sun Yaki finally showed a genuine smile of relief. She walked to Lu Yuan's side and extended her hand. President Lu, please guide me in the future. Lu Yuan reached out and held her hand tightly. It's a pleasure working with you. Tonight, I'll be hosting a dinner party, let's all get together. The first core team of Myth Entertainment has been officially established. That evening, at the Star Palace high-end custom restaurant. The restaurant is located in the most bustling area of Jiangcheng City and operates on a reservation-only basis. Lu Yuan had booked the largest private room. One entire wall of the private room is made of transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, with the city skyline undulating in the night view outside the window. A long table occupied the center of the private room. Lu Yuan sat in the main seat, with Sun Yaqi to his left. 5 girls sat below him in order. Several exquisite cold appetizers were already laid out on the table, but no one touched them. Don't be shy, everyone. We're not talking about work today. We're just having a casual meal together so we can get to know each other better, Lu Yuan said, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Other hot dishes were also quickly brought up by the waiters. A steaming bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall was served in an antique purple clay jar. As soon as the lid was lifted, a rich and mellow aroma instantly filled the entire private room. Another dish, golden yellow grouper, lay quietly in the center of a white porcelain plate, drizzled with hot oil and soy sauce. The skin was slightly curled, revealing the snow-white and tender flesh underneath. Lu Yuan took the lead in warming up the atmosphere, and gradually the atmosphere at the table became much more lively. Sun Yaqi took the initiative to serve the girls the food. She used serving chopsticks to put the tender abalone, sea cucumber, and fish maw from the Buddha jumps over the wall soup into the girls' bowls one by one. Eat more. You've been training so hard lately, this is a good way to replenish your energy. Her tone was like that of a concerned matriarch. The girls loosened up a bit and started talking in hushed tones. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, Lu Yuan, seeing that the atmosphere was just right, steered the conversation back on track. Lele, he looked at young Lele sitting next to Sun Yaqi, now that you've changed companies, have you thought about your future development direction? Yang Lele put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a napkin. She glanced at Sun Yaqi beside her, and after receiving an encouraging look from her, she said to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, first of all, on behalf of the team, I would like to thank you and the company for giving us this opportunity. All 5 of us cherish it very much. We've discussed future plans with Sister Yaqi. We feel that in the current domestic market environment, it's difficult for a simple singing and dancing idol to achieve significant breakthroughs. We hope that in the future, Star Girls can become a girl idol group where each member has their own distinct identity. Her voice was calm and unhurried, her pronunciation clear and logical. For example, Jiang Yi's dancing is one of our core competitive advantages, and we will continue to strengthen her performance in the professional dance field. Bai Lu's voice is very distinctive, and we hope to give her more opportunities to showcase her singing skills. Xiaoli has outstanding physical attributes, and we believe she can explore more opportunities in the fashion and variety show fields. As for Shuer and me, we hope to be more involved in music creation and dance design. We don't want to just passively accept projects assigned by the company. We hope to create music and dance with a distinct personal style that better suits us. After she finished speaking, she bowed slightly to Lu Yuan. These are just some of our immature ideas. If we say anything wrong, please criticize and correct us, Mr. Lu and Sister Yaqi. Well said. Lu Yuan nodded in approval. No wonder this group was abandoned by the idiotic Lu group, they have great potential. A single meal was enough time for him to make a more intuitive initial judgment about the personalities of these girls. Yang Lele, as the team leader, is steady, has a good overall perspective, and is the kind of anchor that makes the whole team feel at ease. Zhao Shuer is a so-called cool and aloof idol, but whether there is a burning flame hidden beneath the iceberg remains to be seen. Jiang Yi is bright and confident, with a sharp edge and no attempt to hide her ambition. White Du, gentle and pure, is endearing and full of dreamy girlish charm. Su Xiaoli is sweet, clever, and alluring, with a keen eye for detail. The meal was enjoyed by both the host and guests, and it didn't end until almost 10 o'clock. After dinner, Lu Yuan arranged for company cars to take Sun Yaqi and the 5 girls home. Chapter 41 Suya joins the company. After the dinner ended, Lu Yuan checked his watch, it was still early. Suya should still be awake at this time. I should go find her. I haven't received the pregnancy reward yet, I need to work harder. Lu Yuan drove to Suya's building, went upstairs with ease, and took out his key to open the door. Who is it? Honey, is that you? Suya's languid voice came from the bedroom. Lu Yuan didn't answer, took off his coat, and sat on the sofa in the living room with his legs crossed. The sound of footsteps patter-patter came from the bedroom. Suya came out wearing slippers. Today she was wearing an ice blue silk robe, the outline of her skin faintly visible beneath. Especially at the waist where the belt is tightened, her amazing waist and hip curves are outlined without reservation. "Look at you, you didn't even say you were coming back," Suya said coquettishly to Lu Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa. "Have you been drinking? You reek of alcohol." As Suya spoke, she went into the bathroom and brought a basin of hot water, placing it beside Lu Yuan's feet. She then placed a damp towel soaked in hot water in Lu Yuan's hand. "Let's wipe our sweat first." Then she squatted down beside Lu Yuan's feet, untied his shoelaces, took off his shoes and socks, and held his feet in a basin of hot water. "Honey, how's the water temperature? Is it too hot?" Perfect." Lu Yuan casually pinched her cheek. Suya rolled her eyes at him, turned and went into the kitchen. When she came out, she was carrying a crystal fruit platter with sliced fruit on it. Suya placed the fruit plate on the coffee table in front of Lu Yuan, then naturally knelt down on the carpet next to Lu Yuan, picked up a grape, and offered it to Lu Yuan's lips. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and put the cool, sweet fruit inside. Lu Yuan had never enjoyed such treatment before. When they were deeply in love, Suya treated him quite well, but things had been getting worse ever since they got married. Adding to the fact that Suya's mother, that old dang, always caused trouble, the rift between the two deepened. Lu Yuan once had a question while watching TV: why did those tyrannical emperors on TV always have beautiful women feed them grapes? And why did they look so enjoy it? Now Lu Yuan feels, you can't blame the emperor entirely. To be fair, it was quite satisfying. His gaze fell on Suya's face. She looked like she had just taken a shower. A few strands of wet hair clung to her smooth forehead and fair neck. Lu Yuan reached out and pulled Suya up, letting her sit on his lap. "You did a good job today, I give you a score of 60. Suya obediently adjusted her posture, allowing her body to lean more comfortably against Lu Yuan's chest. "I served my husband so well, and I only got 60 points? You think it's not enough? Well, we'll have to see how you perform from here on out." With a gentle tug, the ties of her robe silently came undone, revealing her smooth, creamy skin and most of her full, firm breasts. Suya made a barely audible nasal sound. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her body close to his. Lu Yuan placed her on the sofa. "Ah, husband." After a fierce and relentless attack, Lu Yuan turned over and sat back on the sofa. "Frustrating, I didn't win again." Lu Yuan considered for a moment whether to use the dragon-giving fertility pill rewarded by the system, but then dismissed the idea. There's only one of these, it's best to save it for a crucial moment. For Suya, it's just a matter of time. She can afford to wait. At this moment, Suya gradually came to her senses and felt that she still had some weakness in her limbs. "Honey, does your company need any more staff?" "How? I'd like to work at your company." "What, is 100,000 a month still not enough for you?" "Oh no, I just wanted to help my husband more. You know, I used to work as an administrative supervisor at the company for 3 years. I'm very familiar with human resources recruitment, logistics management, and corporate culture development. I don't want to be just a vase that stays at home every day, waiting for you to come back and visit. I want to do something for you." Suya had another thought she didn't voice. She wanted to create more opportunities to spend time with Lu Yuan, just in case he softened his heart and remarried her. Although she knew the chances were slim, one always needs something to hold on to. Lu Yuan pondered, this suggestion isn't bad. Having her involved in keeping her under my watchful eye will make it easier to control her and also make it easier to get the rewards. "You want to work at the company?" "Sure," Lu Yuan said. "But I have to tell you in advance, you'll be an ordinary employee, with no special treatment whatsoever, understand?" Suya was delighted to hear the first half of the sentence, but felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the second half. "I can let you start as my secretary and see how you perform. If you think you can do whatever you want just because you're my woman, you'd better give up that idea now." He sat up, and Suya pulled him up to face him. "Our myth entertainment will expand rapidly. You may have other more important positions in the future, but it all depends on yourself. Did you understand?" "I understand. I understand, honey. I will work hard." Suya buried her face in Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan held her full, soft body, and his hands began to wander again. I think you've rested enough, let's have a second round. Oh. You're so bad. How did you become so amazing? Just now, you were all ready. Ah. The next morning, the two had a simple breakfast together. Lu Yuan finished dressing, and Suya was already standing in the entrance hall. Today she wore a well-tailored off-white suit skirt. Underneath, she wore a champagne-colored silk blouse, the collar of which was tied into a delicate bow. Her long hair was neatly styled in a bun, revealing her smooth neck and beautiful jawline. Her face was adorned with sophisticated and professional makeup. She wore a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels. Let's go. Lu Yuan picked up his car keys and walked out of the apartment building one after the other with Suya. The blue and gold Maybach glided out of the underground parking garage and merged into the torrent of the city's morning rush hour traffic. Suya and Lu Yuan arrived at his office together. You need to be on call at any time during your work hours. Lu Yuan pushed a black access card and a tablet computer in front of Suya. The screen displayed a calendar app, with several items marked in different colors. These are some of Myth Entertainment's recent work schedules. I need you to know them as soon as possible. Lu Yuan picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed a number. Manny, come to my office for a moment. A moment later, there was a knock on the office door. Joe Manny walked in. Today she was wearing a black Chanel suit with a red silk blouse underneath. She saw Suya standing in front of the desk and couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Yuan pretended not to see Joe Manny's reaction and said to her, Manny, let me introduce you. This is Suya. She will be my personal secretary from now on. Show her around and get her an office. Chapter 42. If you're bad, you need to practice more. Okay, Mr. Lu. Ms. Su, please come with me. A smile appeared on Joe Manny's delicate face, her expression reminiscent of when she was still in the car market. She stepped aside and gestured for him to follow. The tap of black stiletto heels hitting the marble floor was particularly clear in the quiet office area. The two walked one after the other, with Suya lagging behind Joe Manny by half a step. The duo immediately attracted countless curious glances in the open office area. The employees who were originally engrossed in their screens all quietly raised their heads and peered at this strange scene through the gaps in the glass partitions or green plants. I heard the new woman was personally brought here by the big boss. I wonder what her background is. I noticed that President Joe's expression was a bit strange. It's just stuffing someone in, why is President Joe so concerned? You're really not aware, are you? Everyone's saying that President Joe is the big boss's woman. Don't you know that? The employees around them started gossiping quietly. Joe Manny stopped in front of a door. How about this one? She asked, pushing open the door. This is a fairly large private office with brand new desks and chairs. The decor is simple yet modern, and the floor-to-ceiling windows face a city park with a wide view and lush greenery. Joe Manny leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed over her chest. This posture made her full breasts appear even more perky. The marketing department is right next to this room. The marketing department is the company's most important window to the outside world, and it's very similar to your job. Setting up your office here will make it easier for you to collaborate with the team here. Moreover, Joe Manny added, the view here is the best in the entire company. Suya entered the room and ran her fingers across the surface of the brand new office desk. She walked to the window and looked down at the park below and the rolling old residential area in the distance. The scenery is indeed beautiful. She turned to look at Joe Manny, but Mr. Joe, I didn't come here to see the scenery. My job is to serve Mr. Lu. This office is too far from him. What if Mr. Lu has an emergency and can't find me? She walked out of the office and headed directly towards Lu Yuan's office. Then she stopped in front of the door next to Lu Yuan's office. Pushing open the door, the office space became much smaller. I think this place is fine. Suya turned around and smiled at Joe Manny. Joe Manny still crossed her arms in front of her chest. Miss Su has excellent taste. But I think the previous room suited you better. Lu Yuan happened to come out of the office at that moment. Ha! What are you guys doing standing here? After the two briefly explained the situation, Lu Yuan understood. It's just one office, Suya. If you like it, then let's book the one next to mine. Manny, you go ahead and get busy. Suya, come to my office. A flash of jealousy crossed Joe Manny's eyes, but she immediately smiled, nodded, and left. Suya followed Lu Yuan into his office, where Lu Yuan asked her to sit on the sofa. How is your mother doing now? Upon hearing this, Suya's eyes immediately dimmed. When I last went there, the doctor at the rehabilitation center told me that my mother had high levels of anxiety, intermittent confusion, and an overreaction to external stimuli. This is accompanied by a certain degree of paranoia. A preliminary diagnosis of short-term reactive psychosis is possible, and treatment may require 3 to 6 months. It's that serious. Lu Yuan was absolutely overjoyed. You old bastard, you've been courting death every day. Now you can just lie in the hospital and enjoy yourself. Since the doctor said so, we should listen to the professional's opinion. Lu Yuan said with a serious face, in this way, your mother's future treatment expenses will be paid through the company's account, which can be considered as a small token of my appreciation to her. Oh, honey, I can't accept that. My mom used to scold you. That's all in the past, Lu Yuan said, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Now that you are my woman and willing to have my children, of course I have to take good care of your family. Husband Suya's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. You're so good to me. By the way, I'd like to talk to you about your dress code at the company. Lu Yuan changed the subject, opened the wardrobe next to him, and took out a black knee-length dress. He pressed a button, and the hidden door to the adjacent lounge slowly opened. Come on, go change into this. Suya took the dress and went into the lounge. A moment later, the door to the lounge opened again. Suya came out, now dressed in a black dress. The dress fit her perfectly, showcasing her beautiful curves. It featured a high slit on the side, revealing her shapely legs in black stockings as she moved. Not bad, they look great. From now on, you should wear clothes from this wardrobe whenever you come to my office. Okay, honey. There's an asset liquidity risk assessment report for the Lu Group in the filing cabinet on your right. Find it for me. Suya turned around and walked to the filing cabinet on the other side. The filing cabinet was unlocked, and she bent down to look for the document in the lowest compartment. This movement caused her buttocks to stick out high in Lu Yuan's direction, revealing her perfect peach-shaped buttocks tightly wrapped in her dress. Lu Yuan walked up behind her with a mischievous grin. He had wanted to play this game for a long time. Give me a report. What are the core points of this report? Speak within 5 minutes. As he spoke, he reached out and touched Suya's beautiful legs in black stockings. Hurry up and report. This report mainly analyzes the Lu Group's recent series of abnormal operations in the high-risk derivatives market. Before long, a fine layer of sweat had appeared on Suya's forehead. What abnormal operations were there? Explain them one by one. Lu Yuan slowly raised his hand. Their leverage, it exceeds the regulatory limit by 30%. Her voice trembled. Secondly, a large amount of their funds flowed to several unidentifiable offshore shell companies. Suspected of. Her voice stopped abruptly. Ah. What? Can't you even speak clearly? Lu Yuan squeezed hard. Oh, I said, the Lu Group has several senior executives secretly, funds, transactions. Stop, wait a minute, husband, I can't take it anymore. You're already done after just a few words? If you're bad, you need to practice more. Lu Yuan chuckled, picked up Suya, and strode towards the lounge. Chapter 43. How do you want to die this time? Lu Yuan and Suya had a very in-depth exchange and discussion about work in the break room until Suya had no more energy to continue working. Lu Yuan walked out of the lounge with satisfaction and saw his phone ringing on the table. Hello? Mr. Lu, this is Yaki. My children and I were shooting a music video in a rented studio when some thugs came and started causing trouble. Could you send someone over immediately? What? Who's so blind as to cause trouble for my company's employees? Where are you right now? Lu Yuan got excited as soon as he heard the address, and immediately called Xinlan to set off. 30 minutes ago. In the eastern part of Jiangchang, a huge photography studio was brightly lit. Tracks, rocker arms, and light fixtures divide the entire space in a staggered and orderly manner. In front of a huge green screen, Sun Yaki was loudly directing the on-site operations through a monitor. Lighting team. Move light number 1 a little to the left. Yes. That's the angle. Photographer. Zoom in again. I need to see the details of each of their expressions. Under the intense spotlights in the studio, the 5 girls of Stargirls were wearing matching silver performance outfits, repeatedly performing the dance moves from their new single's music video. Each girl's clothes were tailored to fit perfectly, highlighting the youthful and vibrant curves of their bodies. The girls all had slender waists, flat stomachs, and faint abs, clearly showing that they had worked hard in their training. The super short silver pleated skirts fluttered like blooming flowers as they turned and jumped, revealing long, straight legs beneath the hem. The girls had sweat on their faces, but their eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. This is their first official single and music video after signing with Shinhwa Entertainment. The girls wrote and composed the song themselves, and then polished it for a long time. The choreographer and MV director that Lin Yaki found were also top-notch. During breaks in filming, the girls gathered in the rest area. Assistants immediately brought them towels and warm water. "Oh my god, this dance is so tiring," Su Xiaoli complained while wiping away her sweat. "I feel like my legs don't even belong to me anymore." "Hang in there, little fox," Captain Yan Lele encouraged. "This is our first battle to turn things around, so we must fight it well." Yes, Bailu said, "Didn't you see what those trolls on the internet are saying about us?" "Of course we saw it," Zhang He said bitterly. "They said we were discarded pawns of the Lu group, and that we had no chance of making a successful debut. We must prove them wrong with our abilities." Zhao Shuer didn't speak, but her eyes shone with determination. The girls chatted excitedly, encouraging each other. Sun Yaki stood not far away, looking at the group of girls she cherished, a gratified smile on her face. She could sense that after coming to Myth Entertainment, the girls' entire demeanor had been completely transformed. Just then, the studio door was violently pushed open from the outside. A dozen or so men with fierce faces, who were clearly not good people, swaggered in. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a flashy pink suit. He was Zhou Shimao, who had caused trouble for Sun Yaki. He had a slick-back hairstyle, several large gold rings on his fingers, and a gold chain around his neck that was as thick as his little finger. Behind him followed a group of thugs who looked like they had been recruited from the streets. "Sun Yaki, things are getting better for you guys. You've already started filming your music video in just a few days," Zhou Shimao said in a sarcastic tone. His small eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, quickly scanned the photo studio. Finally, his gaze fell upon the girls. His eyes were filled with undisguised lewdness. TSK, these girls are all so pretty. That waist, those legs. Producer Sun, you really know how to train them. It's just a pity that such a good asset is no longer yours." All the staff stopped what they were doing, looked at each other in bewilderment, and had no idea what had happened. The music video director stood up from behind, frowning as he looked at the group of uninvited guests. "Who are you? Don't you know we're filming here? Get out." Zhou Shimao glanced at him, took a document out of his pocket, and threw it on the ground. "We belong to the Lu group. These girls," he pointed with his gold-ringed finger to the star girls behind Sun Yaki, "have a contractual dispute with our company. According to the contract terms, they cannot engage in any commercial entertainment activities in any form until the dispute is resolved. Nobody's getting a chance to film this music video today." Sun Yaki walked forward with an icy expression. "Jobapi, Myth Entertainment has already commissioned a legal team to terminate all the performance contracts between Star Girls and the Lu Group, following all proper procedures. We have already paid all the penalties for breach of contract. Are you here now trying to act like a rogue? Terminate the contract?" Zhou Shimao sneered. "Producer Sun, aren't you being too naive? Contracts aren't something you can just terminate as easily as you think." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the thugs behind him immediately understood and began to scatter in all directions in the studio. They surrounded the staff, preventing them from working. Several other people, all grinning, surrounded the bewildered girls. "Little sister, stop taking pictures, why don't you go out and have some fun with us?" "Exactly, what's the point of filming this? It's exhausting. Let's go eat something delicious and sing some nice songs." As they talked, they made lewd gestures, and one of the thugs reached out to touch Su Xiaoli's face. "Stop." A female voice rang out in the photography studio. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of authority. Before anyone knew it, Qin Lan had appeared at the entrance of the photography studio with more than a dozen tall security personnel dressed in uniform black, completely blocking Zhou Shimao and his men's escape route. All of the security personnel at Myth Entertainment were recruited from retired military personnel and carefully selected by Qin Lan. Each of them has an upright posture and sharp eyes. They weren't carrying any weapons. But the chilling aura they exuded made the temperature in the studio drop several degrees. The thug who was about to touch Su Xiaoli's face froze in mid-air. But he had spent years mingling on the streets and was used to being arrogant and domineering, so he actually walked towards Qinlan. "Hey little girl, who do you think you are? Daring to meddle in your grandpa's business? Believe me or not, grandpa will." He hadn't finished speaking. Qinlan took a step forward and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. The thug felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and instantly one of his front teeth was knocked out. He immediately collapsed and enjoyed a peaceful, baby-like sleep. Just then, steady footsteps sounded at the door. Lu Yuan walked in, followed by Suya. His appearance was like a reassurance, giving everyone from Xinhua Entertainment a sense of peace. Lu Yuan glanced around and immediately spotted Zhou Shimao, who was wearing a flashy pink suit. "It's you again, you ugly man," Lu Yuan chuckled. "Tell me yourself, how do you want to die this time?" Chapter 44 Starlight Dreamers. "Hey Lu, don't be so arrogant." Zhou Shimao chuckled lewdly. "You think you can do whatever you want just because you found a little girl from the Green Dragon Society to back you up?" He glanced at Qinlan with disdain. "Let me tell you, I specially invited a top expert from the Black Tiger Gang at great expense today. Don't be so scared you wet your pants." "Oh? From the Black Tiger Gang?" Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. "Who is it? Let's call them out and see." "Humph, I advise you, if you want to kneel down and beg for mercy, do it now." "Iron Hammer Oleg Brothers. It's your turn to step in." Where are they?" Zhou Shimao looked around and finally spotted Oleg, who had been trying to hide, but he was too big to be concealed. My stomach hurts a little. I can't hold it in anymore, really. Don't push me." Oleg, pushed forward by a group of thugs, faced Lu Yuan. The scene became very awkward. "Brother Lu." "Hello." Oleg rubbed his hands together, forcing an ugly smile onto his bear-like face. "Who do we have here?" "It's you." Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw an old acquaintance. "How about we practice again today?" No. Oleg exclaimed in shock. The memory Lu Yuan had given him last time was too vivid, and the last thing he wanted to do now was to fight Lu Yuan again. "Brother Lu, I'm just doing this on my own to earn some extra money. If I had known this place was under your protection, I would never have come here even if you killed me." "What?" Zhou Shimao was dumbfounded. "Brother Oleg, this isn't what you said before. Didn't you say you'd take care of everything? You'd already taken the money. You don't know anything." Oleg punched Zhou Shimao on the head, sending stars flying through Zhou Shimao's head. "Brother Lu, just pretend I don't exist. Do whatever you need to do. Sorry to bother you." Oleg quickly walked to the side, found a chair, sat down, and entered a meditative state, focusing his mind on his nose. Lu Yuan laughed heartily after reading it. "You're smart to know what's good for you." He winked at Qinlan. At Qinlan's command, the security personnel behind her immediately sprang into action. Zhou Shimao brought only thugs and hooligans. They were no match for these veterans. They instantly brought the rabble to a complete halt, pinning them to the ground one by one, rendering them immobile. Screams and wails rose and fell. Qinlan slowly walked towards Zhou Shimao, who was the only one standing. You stay away." Zhou Shimao was terrified of this little devil. "If you come any closer, I'll..." Ouch. Just as Zhou Shimao pulled out a stun gun, Qinlan punched him in the stomach. The immense pain instantly rendered him incapable of resisting, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Qinlan used a backhand grappling move to twist his arm behind his back. Then she slammed her knee into his lower back. Lu Yuan walked straight up to the director, who looked visibly shaken. "Director Wang," Lu Yuan said with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry to have startled you." Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu." Director Wang saw Lu Yuan as if he had seen a savior. "What do you think about this matter?" "This was a small oversight in our company's internal management, which allowed some flies to get in," Lu Yuan said. "Rest assured, Myth Entertainment will bear all the losses, including the additional costs incurred due to the work stoppage." He said this while looking at Suya beside him. Suya immediately understood. She stepped forward and bowed slightly to the director and all the crew members present. "Dear teachers, to express our apologies and to thank you all for your hard work today, our general manager Lou has decided to give each staff member present an extra 10,000 yuan red envelope on top of the original filming fee. In addition, we have booked the rooftop revolving restaurant of Jiangcheng Hotel for tonight's wrap party to help everyone calm their nerves. After Suya finished speaking, the entire studio fell into a moment of deathly silence. Immediately, a thunderous cheer and applause erupted. President Liu is awesome. Myth Entertainment is awesome. A red envelope worth 10,000 yuan. That's more than their monthly salary. And there's the revolving restaurant on the rooftop of the Jiangcheng Hotel. The average cost per person there is several thousand yuan. The crew members, who were complaining about the interruption of filming just a moment ago, now looked at Lu Yuan as if he were a god of wealth. Seeing how much Lu Yuan valued them, Director Wang was so excited that his face turned red. Mr. Liu, you're too kind. Rest assured, we will definitely ensure quality and quantity, and use the most professional attitude to make this music video a hit. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, then turned his head and waved his hand. Throw all this trash out. Don't let them delay our business. At Lu Yuan's command, those thugs were dragged out like chickens by the mythical security guards. Wait, don't let this person go. Take him to the river and let him drown for half an hour to sober him up. Lu Yuan pointed at Zhou Shimao. Xinlan understood, grabbed Zhou Shimao by the collar, and dragged him out like a dead dog. The music video for Star Girl's single Star Dreamer has sparked an unstoppable youth storm on major music platforms, video websites, and social media, garnering rave reviews. On the NetEase Cloud music platform, the top popular comment reads, "This is definitely the best new artist of the year." The melody of Star Dreamer is full of energy and hope, and the arrangement is rich in layers. Every time you listen to it, there is a new surprise. The girls' voices are all unique, yet the harmonies blend perfectly, making it a treasure of a song you could listen to on repeat all day. Renowned music critic Zhang Fangfang commented on her social media, "The success of Star Dreamers lies in the fact that it does not pile up empty slogans, but uses sincere lyrics to depict the sweat and obstacles on the road to pursuing dreams." The song's message of "even if you stumble, you should still run towards the starlight" deeply touched us busy adults in the city. The comments section of the official music video was filled with enthusiastic messages from fans. One highly rated comment excitedly stated, "Every shot in the music video is as beautiful as a painting. The transitions from the fresh campus to the dazzling stage perfectly echo the theme of the dreams coming true." Another highly rated comment said, "The girls' dance was perfectly synchronized, combining power and beauty, and their facial expressions were impeccable. Especially the star-picking dance in the chorus, I already predict it will go viral. Star Girls, the future is bright." Lu Yuan checked the online comments and nodded in satisfaction. The girls' previous efforts have finally paid off. With its excellent production, sincere emotional core, and the outstanding performances of the members, Star Dreamers has transformed the previously unknown Star Girls into a highly anticipated new group. Then the next step of the plan can be implemented now. Chapter 45. An old friend arrives from afar. The entrance to the Jiangcheng Municipal Government Building. Lu Yuan came to see Chen Jingshu today specifically because he needs the support of Chen Jingshu, the mayor of Jiangcheng City, to realize the next step of his plan. The seat of friendship awarded by the system has been used on Chen Jingshu for some time now. If all goes well, she should now consider Lu Yuan an old friend. Just as Lu Yuan was about to enter, someone blocked his way. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" The young security guard standing at the entrance straightened his back and looked Lu Yuan up and down. Lu Yuan, dressed casually, stood out somewhat from the crowd of people in suits and ties around him. "I'm looking for Mayor Chen," Lu Yuan replied with a smile, his tone as relaxed as if he were going to meet an old neighbor. "Mayor Chen?" The security guard frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, sir. You cannot enter without an appointment or internal notification. That's the rule." His tone was firm, and his eyes showed increased vigilance. Lu Yuan said helplessly, "She's my friend, and I've already told her." "A friend?" The security guard didn't believe him at all and already considered Lu Yuan a suspicious person. "Sir, please leave." He stretched out his hand, making a pleased gesture, and blocked Lu Yuan's path. Just as the atmosphere became slightly awkward, the building's glass revolving doors creaked open, and a woman in a well-tailored business suit and gold-rimmed glasses strode out. She was none other than Li, the mayor's chief secretary. Li had come down to check on Lu Yuan's arrival as ordered by Mayor Chen, but she was surprised to see this scene at the door. She was stunned at first, then her face darkened. "Xiao Wang, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Secretary Li, the young security guard immediately straightened up like a soldier greeting his superior and saluted, saying, "Good morning, Secretary Li." This gentleman insisted on forcing his way in. "Break in?" Lily raised her eyebrows even higher. She quickly walked to Lu Yuan's side, her previous seriousness instantly replaced by respect and apology. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry, it was my oversight that I didn't inform the security guards downstairs beforehand." She turned her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over the security guard, her tone turning icy. "Xiao Wang, this is Mr. Lu Yuan, an important guest of Mayor Chen. Your job is to ensure security, not to turn away the mayor's distinguished guests. Don't you even have the most basic common sense? Your bonuses deducted this month. Go back and write a self-criticism." The young security guard's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He realized just how important the person he had stopped was, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He stammered an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. Secretary Li, Lily didn't look at him again. Instead, she turned to the side, made a standard please gesture to Lu Yuan, leaned forward slightly, and spoke in an extremely humble tone. "Mr. Lu, let's go upstairs. The mayor has been waiting for you for quite a while." Lu Yuan smiled at her and patted the shoulder of the young security guard who was terrified and at a loss, as a way of comforting him. Then, amidst the curious or surprised gazes of those around him, he was respectfully led by the mayor's first secretary to the mayor's office. Lily stopped at the door of the mayor's office and gently knocked twice. "Come in," came Chen Jingshu's voice from inside the door. Lily pushed open the door, and Lu Yuan followed her inside. Chen Jingshu was sitting behind her desk looking at a document when she saw Lu Yuan come in and smiled. "Please sit for a moment, it will be ready soon." Lu Yuan sat on the sofa. Lily brought him a cup of tea, then quietly walked out, closing the door behind her. Lu Yuan took a sip of tea and glanced around Chen Jingshu's office. The office space was larger than Lu Yuan had imagined. One side of the room had a whole wall of dark bookshelves, which were densely packed with all kinds of books. On the other side is the reception area where he is now sitting. Several solid beige leather sofas surround a glass coffee table. "My little temple is small, but is it worthy of your attention, sir?" Today, Chen Jingshu wore her long, glossy black hair up in a bun, which made her look both classic and dignified. "Jingshu, you're making fun of me again. What kind of big boss am I? You're the mayor." Lu Yuan deliberately called her in a very intimate way in order to test whether the seed of friendship would work. "You're such a chatterbox," Chen Jingshu said dismissively. "I think you only come to me when you need something. You haven't contacted me all these years. Do you still consider me a friend? Jingshu, I'm so ashamed of what you said. How about I treat you to dinner tonight to apologize?" Lu Yuan thought to himself, "I did want to find you, but you didn't know me before." "No need, it's a trap." Chen Jingshu relaxed and crossed her legs, completely treating Lu Yuan as an old friend who hadn't visited in a long time. "Tell me, what brings you here today?" "I now own a company, Myth Entertainment. The currently popular star girls are from my company." "The singer of Starry Dreamer?" "I've heard it, it's very good, I like it very much." Yes, these girls are just starting out. I was thinking of doing something big, filming a large-scale outdoor variety show entirely designed and led by Xinhua. We'll take advantage of their popularity to make these girls household names in China." "You want me to give your filming the green light? Smart. With you asking, all the formalities can definitely be avoided if possible. But that's not all. There are two other things. First, the company's cash flow is a bit insufficient to handle this matter. I hope you can talk to the bank and get me a loan. How much do you want to borrow? For how long? 100 million, for 1 year. A year? You're so confident you can pay it back in a year?" "Of course, I have 100% confidence. When Gu Xiaoya and Zhou Mani have their first child next year, the 3 children will be worth 300 million yuan. A mere 100 million yuan loan will be a piece of cake." "Alright, there's one more thing. This matter is a bit more complicated," Lu Yuan chuckled. "If I remember correctly, Jingshu, your hometown is Xinjiang, right?" "Yes." "Is Yan Quan, the director of the hugely popular variety show Fearless Challenge, from your hometown?" "You mean I'll connect you with Yan Quan to be the director of your new variety show?" It's so comfortable talking to smart people, Lu Yuan immediately flattered. "I have some connection with Director Yan, and he is indeed currently unemployed. However, You bastard, Shen Jingshu glared at Lu Yuan. You've been gone for so many years, and the first thing you do when we meet is ask me to do this and that for you. What kind of person do you take me for? I am guilty, sir, spare my life. Lu Yuan stood up with a grin and walked behind Shen Jingshu, placing his hands on her shoulders to massage her. Actually, I did this variety show not entirely for the company, but at least half of it was for you, Jingshu. That's utter nonsense. What does it have to do with me? Shen Jingshu squinted, letting Lu Yuan do as he pleased, like a cat being groomed. Chapter 46 Persuasion. Of course they are related. Lu Yuan's large hands gently massaged Shen Jingshu's shoulders and neck. Look at you, always sitting with your head down looking at documents, you've become stiff. The massage lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and Shen Jingshu's entire body was completely relaxed. The variety show I'm going to make is called The Inheritors. At this moment, Lu Yuan spoke, his voice carrying a hypnotic magic. In each episode, the Star Girls will transform into experience officers to search for our intangible cultural heritage projects that are on the verge of being lost. His hand slowly moved down from her shoulder to her graceful back. From the weaving of Nanjing brocade to the lanterns of Qinhuai, from the engraving of Buddhist scriptures in Nanjing to the needlework of Suzhou embroidery. We will use the top-notch photography team and the most professional production standards to present these brilliant national treasures, which have been buried in the long river of history, to everyone in a way that best suits the aesthetics of today's young people. His fingers began to press on several acupoints on her back, sometimes lightly and sometimes heavily. He could feel that Shen Jingshu's body, which had been somewhat defensive and tense, was gradually softening completely. Of course, simply showcasing culture is boring. So for each episode, we introduced different challenge segments. For example, after learning the weaving techniques of Yunjin brocade, the girls need to immediately take on the challenge of using the techniques they have learned, combined with modern fashion design concepts, to create a new Chinese-style item that would be worth the price by the judging panel composed of professional fashion buyers and online influencers. In short, it will keep the audience entertained throughout and promote our traditional Chinese culture. Lu Yuan leaned down and whispered in her ear. The central government is now vigorously promoting ethnic culture to the world and encouraging local governments to come up with their own solutions. I think this kind of program is more than qualified to become the most shining name card of Zhangcheng, right? Jingshu, this will also be your political asset in the end. Don't you think half of the reason I'm doing this variety show is for you? Shen Jingshu's heart was touched at that moment. You mean you want me to use my personal connections to hire the top variety show director in the country for you? Shen Jingshu leaned back slightly, breaking free from that languid state. She picked up the celadon teacup on the table, her fingertips tracing the warm glaze of the cup. Jingshu, you know very well that if we want the program The Inheritors to reach our expectations and become a new calling card for Jiangcheng, the choice of director is crucial. There are very few directors in China who can handle this kind of subject matter. Director Yan Quan of Fearless Challenge is one of the best in terms of narrative ability, pacing control, and the depth of exploring humanistic spirit. I know that people of his caliber no longer value money. But I think he will definitely give you that face. Shen Jingshu looked at Lu Yuan for a while, and finally smiled helplessly. Alright, let's take this pie in the sky first. After all, we've been friends for so many years. She took out her personal cell phone from her handbag and dialed a number. The phone was answered after ringing 3 times. On the other end of the phone came the voice of a middle-aged man who sounded slightly tired. Jingshu? Why did you suddenly call me? Is there some official mission for me again? Let me make this clear, I'm not taking any more propaganda videos with a patriotic theme. I've had enough. The man's voice carried a hint of teasing, his tone casual, like that of someone speaking to an old friend. A relaxed smile appeared on Shen Jingshu's face. Old Yen, you've guessed wrong. I'm not here to see you on official business. A friend of mine works in the entertainment industry and has a new idea he'd like to discuss with you. I think you might be interested. As she spoke, she pushed her phone in front of Lu Yuan. This is both a sign of trust and a test. She wanted to see for herself what this man could offer to convince the top director in the domestic variety show industry, who was known for his pickiness and sharp eye. Lu Yuan picked up his phone and brought the microphone to his mouth. Director Yen, hello. My name is Lu Yuan, and I am the head of Myth Entertainment. Oh? Yan Quan's voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of scrutiny. Myth Entertainment? Never heard of it. Tell me, for Jingshu to personally endorse you, your new idea must be something special. I wouldn't dare say it's that different, Lu Yuan said, his voice neither humble nor arrogant. I just want to create something that can truly stand the test of time. A program that people will still want to watch 10 or 20 years from now. Quite the boast, Yan Quan chuckled. Director Yan, I think we've all had enough of those boring and melodramatic variety shows on domestic TV, haven't we? What I want to make isn't a fast-moving consumer product, Lu Yuan continued, but rather a legacy project. Inheritance? Yes, Lu Yuan said, to inherit those things that are about to be forgotten by this era and sunk into the river of time, those things that belong to our nation culture and spirit. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Yan Quan's voice rang out again, his previous teasing and casualness gone. Interesting. That's a very interesting point of view. It's not easy for a young person to have this kind of mindset. But having the will is not enough, Yan Quan said. Do you have the money? Making this kind of program is very expensive. Moreover, 9 times out of 10 it's a thankless task, critically acclaimed but not commercially successful. Money is not a problem, Lu Yuan said, but I need the best team, the best shooting effects, and the most exquisite presentation. As for it being a thankless task? Lu Yuan smiled. I'm not doing this show to please anyone. I'm here to make the rules. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Lu Yuan didn't urge him. He picked up the tea that Chen Jingshu had just poured for him and slowly took a sip. Young man, Yan Quan's voice finally rang out, you have succeeded. It piqued my curiosity. I will go to Jiangcheng in 3 days. I want to see for myself what kind of background you and your myth entertainment really are. We are ready to welcome you anytime. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and returned it to Chen Jingshu. Jingshu, thank you. It's not settled yet. Chen Jingshu took the phone. Old Yan has a sharp eye, and he's also very stubborn. His willingness to come is only the first step. Whether you can get him to agree depends on your own abilities. I know. Lu Yuan nodded. But without you, I wouldn't even be able to take this first step. I'll remember this favor. He suddenly stood up and leaned down to kiss Chen Jingshu's plump and delicate face. Hey, what are you doing? You're drooling. Chen Jingshu playfully pretended to hit him. After kissing her, Lu Yuan immediately hid by the door and laughed loudly. Goodbye, Mayor. I'll treat you another day. Push open the door and step out. Chapter 47 Tom Yum Goong and Curry Crab. After leaving the municipal government building, Lu Yuan walked to the parking lot and got into his car. I feel like there's something I've forgotten. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, deep in thought. By the way, since this variety show is of great importance and is Xinhua Entertainment's first big splash, we must make full use of the resources we have. Lu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Lin Xiao's number. After a few rings, Lin Xiao answered the phone. Senior brother, what's up? Xiao, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Okay. Then I want to eat Thai food. Okay, see you tonight. 7 p.m. The Siam Love Thai restaurant in the center of Jiangcheng City. The restaurant was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a rich aroma of lemongrass, galangal, and chile. Lu Yuan and Lin Xiao sat facing each other at a 2-person table by the window, where several classic Thai dishes were already laid out on the table. There was a brightly colored tom yum soup served in a silver dish, thinly sliced grilled pork neck with a special dipping sauce, and a visually striking curry crab served on a large golden plate. Lin Xiao wore a white silk V-neck dress today. Under the soft lighting of the restaurant, the fabric of the dress reflected a warm, pearl-like luster. The V-neck of the dress was just right, neither too revealing nor too revealing, perfectly outlining the long lines of her neck and the fair, delicate skin below her collarbone. Her long, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, creating a striking contrast with her white dress. I've wanted to come to this restaurant for a long time, but I'm always alone and can't eat many dishes. Lin Xiao picked up a soup ladle and ladled a small bowl of tom yum soup into the silver pot. In the red soup, you could see white mushrooms, large fresh shrimp, and bright green cilantro leaves. Yeah, I also think Thai food is more fun when eaten with a group of people, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Lin Xiao scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The tangy flavor of lemongrass and lime instantly exploded on her taste buds. Then, the unique, slightly spicy aroma of galangal began to spread, making the sourness even more refreshing. The shrimp meat is firm and springy, and every bite is full of the sweetness of the ocean, while the straw mushrooms, which have soaked up the soup, burst open with a gentle bite, pushing the complex flavor of sour, spicy, and savory to another climax. Hiss. Lin Xiao put down the spoon, picked up the ice water next to him and took a big gulp, and the pungent sour and spicy taste was slightly suppressed. How are you? Are you getting used to it? Lu Yuan smiled when he saw her reaction. It's all right, Lin Xiao said, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead with a napkin. It was just a bit too strong. It felt great. It has to taste exactly like this to be authentic. Lu Yuan used serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of roasted pork neck that was charred and fragrant, and placed it on Lin Xiao's plate. Try this, with their sauce, it's just the right amount to cool down the spiciness. The edges of the pork neck were seared with an enticing caramel color from the charcoal fire, while the meat in the middle had a tender pink hue. Lin Xiao used a fork to dip the piece of meat in the sweet and spicy sauce in the small dish next to her. The sweet and sour sauce perfectly neutralized the greasiness of the meat. The pork neck meat was very elastic, and the meat fibers were full of juice. Lu Yuan then fed Lin Xiao a few more bites of curry crab before speaking. Xiao, the reason I asked you out today is that I'd like to invite you to join a project. Project? Lin Xiaozhang picked up a piece of pineapple fried rice, then paused upon hearing this. Yes, a variety show. He picked up the prepared folder and pushed it in front of Lin Xiao. Our Myth Entertainment is preparing to invest in and produce a large-scale outdoor reality show called The Inheritors. Lin Xiao looked slightly surprised. She put down her chopsticks, picked up the folder, and opened it. It contains detailed information and pictures about the core concept of the entire program and some other details. Lu Yuan did not disturb her. He picked up his cup, drank some water, and waited quietly. It took more than 10 minutes before Lin Xiao finally raised her head. Her face wore a complex expression, a mixture of excitement and confusion. This idea is very bold, she said, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with my major, does it? I studied fashion design, not program planning. Of course we're related. In fact, we're very close. Lu Yuan closed the folder and put it back in his hand. I would like to invite you to be the chief costume and art designer for this program. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Chief? Costume and art designer? That's right, Lu Yuan said confidently. I have a very clear requirement for the art style of this program. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. I hope that the Inheritors can blend traditional culture with modern trends and present an art style that can be accepted and loved by today's young people. For example, our regular guests, the Stargirls, wear clothes that incorporate elements of traditional clothing on the show. However, the overall cut and design must be fashionable, sexy, and in line with modern aesthetics. We want to make a bold innovation while protecting and respecting tradition. Let the culture come alive again in these young girls. Lin Xiao frowned and took a few sips of her drink. How large is the variety show you're talking about? How much are you planning to invest? The scale is certainly not small, and as for the investment, I've prepared this amount. Lu Yuan held up 5 fingers to Lin Xiao. 5 million per episode? 50 million per episode. I plan to make 10 episodes for the first season. 50 million per episode? A total investment of 500 million? Lin Xiao was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I can't take on such a big investment project. You should find someone more capable. I'm just a novice designer. What qualifications do I have? You're underestimating yourself. I saw your designs in your studio the other day and I thought you had a lot of talent. This project needs a newcomer like you with ideas. Of course, I'm also trying to control costs. I expect to invest a total of 100 million yuan in art and costumes, of which 10 million yuan is your compensation. Of course, you can't do such a big project by yourself. I'll sign the final contract with your aunt's company. You can choose the people you need from your aunt's company or from outside. Lin Wanqing will be the producer, but you'll still be the overall person in charge. How about it? This is a rare opportunity, you should think it over carefully. Chapter 48. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Lu Yuan's unspoken purpose was naturally to take the opportunity to get closer to Lin Xiao and her aunt Lin Wanqing. Those are 2 chosen ones, if they could both get pregnant. An expenditure of 100 million is nothing. Besides, this money has to be spent anyway, so it's better to let Lin Xiao do it, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Xiao gnawed on the curry crab in her mouth with a troubled expression. I need to discuss this with my aunt first. It's such a big matter. No problem, I'll ask her when I get back tonight and give me an answer first thing tomorrow morning. My aunt went to France on a business trip. I'll call her tonight. After finishing their meal, the two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Lu Yuan checked his watch, it was a little past 9. He started his car and drove to the company. He plans to visit the livestream operations department to check on things. Hello, Mr. Lu. As employees stood up to greet him along the way, he merely nodded slightly, his steps never faltering. Pushing open the glass door with the sign Live Streaming Operations Department, Lu Yuan went directly to the place where the company's live streamers broadcast every day. This is a live streaming room that the company built specifically for its streamers. Lu Yuan glanced around and saw that there were about a dozen streamers broadcasting live at this time. The live streaming rooms, each decorated in a different style, were lined up in a row. A dozen young girls dressed in various colors and with exquisite makeup were interacting with the audience in front of the camera and the screen. Lu Yuan casually walked to a live streaming room, where a female anchor wearing a lace mini skirt and with wispy bangs was demonstrating a foundation. Babies, this color is super flattering and makes your skin look brighter. It's an absolute heartbreaker. It looks great on all skin tones and won't cause flaking. There's a special discount for orders placed during today's livestream, so hurry and bring it home. However, Lu Yuan noticed that she didn't explain the texture or ingredients in a timely manner, nor did she make any comparisons with other similar products. The number of viewers in the livestream was only a few thousand, and the comments were sparse. Lu Yuan shook his head, didn't linger, and walked past several more live streaming rooms. The situations are largely the same. Either the female anchor's professional skills are inadequate, and all she can say over and over again is babies, this is super pretty, and buy it, and she acts cute in front of the camera, but she can't explain the features of the product itself. Either the scene setup is unoriginal, the product display is haphazard, and the lighting is so bad it casts shadows on people's faces. Sales figures were even more appalling. Some live streams lasted for over an hour, yet total sales were still less than 5 figures. Finally, he opened the eye of the chosen and took a look, and as expected, there wasn't a single qualified candidate. That's why they say you shouldn't get involved in romantic relationships with female streamers, they've probably already been played around with by the top spenders in the rankings. He went to the live streaming operations department office and called out the department head, a middle-aged man in his 30s who wore black-rimmed glasses and seemed somewhat timid. Manager Chen, Lu Yuan pointed to the live streaming rooms behind him, is this the result your department has produced? President Lu, Manager Chen said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped them away. It's mainly because the market competition is too fierce right now. The products our company currently distributes don't have much of a price advantage. And these live streamers, they've all done their best. Did you do your best? Lu Yuan pulled up a chair and sat down. You spent so much of the company's money renovating the venue, purchasing equipment, and poaching so-called talent, paying them high salaries every month, and this is the kind of revenue you get in return? Then, Manager Chen, tell me, what else would be considered a lack of effort? Should the company give you a few $100 million more so you can hire some celebrities to endorse them? Manager Chen blushed with embarrassment at these words and lowered his head, no longer daring to argue. I know better than you how tough the market is. The lack of product advantage isn't a new thing. But why is it that other live streamers can generate tens of millions in monthly revenue, while yours isn't even a fraction of that? Lu Yuan stood up and paced around the room. He pointed with his finger at the dusty filming equipment tucked away in the corner. Tell me what I just saw on site, they couldn't even adjust the color temperature of the ring lights, the microphones were all placed incorrectly, and they hadn't even done the most basic staff training. How dare you tell me you've tried your best? After saying that, he ignored the pale-faced Manager Chen who was standing there, turned around and walked out of the live broadcast department. It's time to let professionals do what they're good at. This company doesn't need incompetent people who just coast along. He returned to his office and made a phone call to Zhou Manny. I just went to the live stream operations department, Lu Yuan said. Did you hire that Manager Chen? Yes, Mr. Lu. He previously worked in operations at another MCN company, and his resume is very impressive. Get him fired tomorrow. Have you checked on the live streaming department recently? Of course, I go every day. So where do you think the problem lies in this department? Our current live streaming model is too outdated. It's completely imitating the show-style live streaming from a few years ago. The skill levels of the streamers are also uneven. Go on. There is only one way to break this deadlock, Joe Manny said, to introduce a real catfish from the outside. Find a top-tier live streamer in the current market and sign her to Myth Entertainment. Then, send all the current live streamers back for a complete overhaul. Re-establish the standards. Those who meet the standards will stay. Those who don't. Joe Manny paused for a moment. Eliminate them all directly. Then, using this top influencer as the core, we will incubate several brand new live streaming IPs with completely different styles. What we want to achieve is the emergence of 2 or 3 super live streaming rooms that can become industry leaders in their respective fields. The idea is all right. We'll immediately recruit a suitable department head and find a promising candidate. Once our variety show is over, we'll have time to get this done. The next morning, Lin Xiao called and said that Lin Wanqing was very supportive of her participation in the Myth Entertainment project. Lin Wanqing also said that she would not be a hands-off manager and would definitely take the time to guide Lin Xiao properly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan immediately asked Suya to go to Lin Wanqing's company to sign the contract. With the backing of renowned designer Lin Wanqing and her prestigious brand WQ.LAN, the chances of this variety show's success have increased even further. Lu Yuan got up, went to the refrigerator, opened a bottle of energy drink, and gulped it down. He quietly arrived at Qinlan's room and pushed the door open. The little girl was still sleeping soundly in bed. Yan Quan will arrive in Jiangcheng tomorrow, so today is a very important juncture for Lu Yuan. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Qinlan's danger period begins today. Lu Yuan chuckled and walked into Qinlan's room. Chapter 49. The so-called adopted sister is just 4. Phew. Lu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and exhaled a smoke ring with a sense of contentment. A cigarette afterwards, pure bliss. The bed was covered in signs of a struggle. The expensive, high-end sheets were crumpled into a ball and piled up in the corner. Several pieces of torn women's underwear were scattered on the floor. Although Qinlan is physically strong and capable of fighting, she is no match for Lu Yuan in bed, who has taken the system's energy-enhancing drug. She lay face down on the pillow, a thin blanket covering her waist, her pert buttocks forming a breathtaking curve. Sunlight bathed her, making her fair skin appear as if it were translucent white jade. After being tormented for almost an hour, she now feels sore all over. After Lu Yuan finished his cigarette, he slapped Qinlan's butt. Get up! It's not time to play dead yet. Today, your brother will take you out for some fun. 10 minutes later, Qinlan finished tidying up and came out of the room. Lu Yuan glanced at Qinlan and saw that she was wearing dress pants and a white shirt, paired with her short, silver-gray hair. She still had her usual androgynous and cool style. Don't you get tired of wearing this all the time? Listen to your brother today and come with me. Without saying a word, Lu Yuan shoved Qinlan into the car. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a stop in the underground parking lot of MixC World, the most upscale shopping mall in downtown Jiangcheng. Lu Yuan took Qinlan's hand and led her directly to the women's clothing section. The sales assistant at the entrance immediately greeted the two with a warm smile. Good morning. We just received a batch of our latest summer haute couture collection. Would you like to take a look? Lu Yuan glanced at it. Let's start with Gucci. Bring out everything here that suits her. Lu Yuan pointed to Qinlan beside him, dresses, high heels, bags, everything, and let her try them on. Wow, this young lady is so talented and beautiful. If she wore makeup, she would definitely be a stunning beauty, the saleswoman praised. Sister, come with me. Qinlan felt like a doll who could be dressed up at will, being pushed into the fitting room and trying on one outfit after another. There is a boldly designed black backless dress that exposes the entire back. There is a red strappy dress with an extremely sexy design that tightly hugs every inch of the body's curves. There was also a gold fishtail dress covered in sequins that made her feel like she was about to suffocate. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in front of the dressing mirror, occasionally nodding when she changed into an outfit he thought looked good. Wrap this one up. Finally, Lu Yuan had her change into a black silk slip dress that reached mid-thigh, and a pair of black strappy high heels with metallic embellishments. This outfit will do. Lu Yuan stood up and swiped his card to pay. Qinlan frowned as she looked at her new outfit in the mirror. Having grown accustomed to trousers, she always felt a chill on her bottom. Not to mention those high heels that made her look as thin as cones. Let's go, next stop. Lu Yuan drove Qinlan to the amusement park. Why did I come here? I'm not a child anymore. Xianlan looked at the giant Ferris wheel and asked. "Let me show you what life is like for an ordinary girl," Lu Yuan said. In the time that followed, Lu Yuan dragged her to ride the most thrilling pirate ship ride, as well as the crazy giant swing that rotates 360 degrees. They also went to the haunted house, which was completely dark and occasionally had skulls appear. He was even forced to take a toy water gun and have a water fight with a group of elementary school students in the Rapid River Adventure area. When they finally walked out of the amusement park, in Xianlan's hand, there was a huge pink plush rabbit. Those were the trophies that Lu Yuan had won for her at the shooting game booth. Lu Yuan bought 2 cans of chilled cola from the vending machine next to him. He pressed one of the cans against her cheek. The icy touch sent a shiver down her spine. She looked up. "Thanks." Lu Yuan pulled the tab on his can of Coke and took a big gulp. "Is it fun?" Xianlan looked at the silly rabbit in her hand and shook her head. Then, as if possessed, he nodded. "It's getting late, I've booked a hotel. I'll take you to see one last thing. The top floor of the tallest twin towers in Wuhan. A top-tier club-style hotel known for its privacy and luxury." Lu Yuan swiped the card to open the door to the suite. The room was covered with a thick, dark red Persian carpet. The most striking feature was the enormous, round, black bed in the center of the room, large enough to comfortably seat 4 or 5 people. Directly opposite the bed was a massive floor-to-ceiling glass wall that stretched from the ceiling to the floor. From here, one could overlook the entire night view of Jiangcheng. The city lights resemble a carpet woven from countless tiny diamonds, stretching to the horizon. On the other side of the room, there is an equally huge sunken jacuzzi made of black marble. The bathtub was already filled with water, and a layer of bright red rose petals floated on the surface. "This is..." Xianlan stood at the door of the room, speechless for a moment. "This is our private playground." Lu Yuan didn't give her any time to react. He picked her up horizontally and carried her to the huge bathtub that was already covered with rose petals. With a plop, water splashed everywhere. Before Xianlan could even gasp in surprise, she was thrown into a pool of water that smelled of roses. The black silk dress, once soaked through, became completely translucent, clinging tightly to her curvaceous body. Her short, silver-gray hair, wet and disheveled, made her look less heroic and more charming. She struggled in the water for a moment before managing to stand up. She looked up and wiped the water droplets from her face. She glared angrily at the person who had started this, standing by the bathtub, leisurely taking off their clothes. "Lu Yuan. Don't rush, it's coming." Lu Yuan walked down the steps and into the pool. He walked step by step to her. Xianlan instinctively wanted to back away. But her back was already pressed against the cool, smooth black marble pool wall. He cupped her face in his hands. Xianlan's body gradually relaxed. Her tightly clenched fists loosened and hung limply in the water at her sides. The water in the bathtub was shaking more and more violently because of their vigorous movements. Bright red rose petals rose and fell around their bodies with the ripples of the water, as if a grand ball was being held. "Ah, brother, no. There, no. Ah. Dear host, congratulations on successfully getting Miss Xianlan pregnant. A reward of 10 million yuan is hereby given. Because you have successfully impregnated many outstanding women, the system will draw a luxurious and mysterious reward for you. The system is currently drawing your reward." Chapter 50 Perfect Home. The system is currently drawing a luxurious reward for you. Congratulations! Respected host, the homestead system has been activated. You will receive a perfect homestead that belongs only to you. Homeland? What exactly is that? Please proceed to that location on your own. We will provide further information upon your arrival. The system sent a set of coordinates. Lu Yuan glanced at Xianlan, who was already asleep on the bed, pulled the blanket over her body, then put on his clothes and went out alone. "Ha! I remember this place being near a park, how come there's something here?" Lu Yuan's car followed the system's navigation and drove to the vicinity of the park in the city center. Could that be? Lu Yuan noticed a large gate that had suddenly appeared on the wall next to the park. A screen directly above the main entrance, not embedded in the wall, lit up, and a soft green beam of light quickly swept across the entire Maybach from top to bottom. Then, the doors slid open silently to both sides. After driving along a long road, the scenery suddenly opened up. The system voice announced, "Dear host, the homestead system has generated an exclusive territory for you, number 001 Eden. Before you lies a complex of buildings surrounded by towering alloy walls covered with solar panels. As far as the eye can see, there are countless detached villas, all with a unified style but diverse details, brimming with modern design. The villas are separated from each other by meticulously manicured gardens and winding artificial streams, ensuring that they do not disturb each other, yet they are closely connected by paths paved with white pebbles. Villa allocation is complete. V001 has been assigned to Gushioya, V002 has been assigned to Zhomani, V003 has been assigned to Qinlan. Please grant your loved one the right to stay when needed. In the very center of this villa area stands the only building, entirely dark gray. That places the residence of Lu Yuan, the sole ruler of this Garden of Eden. The main building, the temple, is for the host's exclusive use. You can enter through the main gate and then quickly access the interior of the temple via the underground passage. The car eventually stopped in the plaza in front of the main building. The plaza's surface was paved with a special black material that could absorb and convert light energy. Lu Yuan walked through the automatically opening building door. The hall is 10 meters high, and the floor, walls, and ceiling are all made of the same gray material with a cold, metallic sheen. In the center of the hall, there are few furnishings, only a circular control panel that rises slowly from the ground. Dozens of holographic projection screens were projected onto the control panel, displaying a variety of complex real-time information, including the base's energy consumption, security status, and weather data. Welcome back, Supreme Authority. A soft, synthesized electronic voice echoed in the empty hall. Lu Yuan walked to the control panel and casually slid his hand across a touch panel, bringing up an overview of Eden. Numerous villas surrounded the gray main building where he was currently located, arranged in a sophisticated layout. Master, would you like afternoon tea prepared for you? I am your personal butler, Alice. A gentle female voice came from behind. A wall slid open silently, and a female robot with delicate features, dressed in a classic black and white maid outfit, slowly glided out, carrying a tray of black tea and snacks. Its movements are fluid and elegant, almost indistinguishable from those of a real person. Give me a detailed introduction to this place. Yes, Master. Currently, there are 100 residential units in Eden. Each residential unit is a fully equipped detached villa, featuring a heated swimming pool, private garden, garage, and a complete smart home system. On the holographic map, the image of a villa was magnified to its maximum size. Lu Yuan could clearly see the villa's spacious living room, cozy bedroom, and even a nursery specially designed for babies, with a soft carpet covering it. The entire operation of Eden is managed by the base's intelligent core, Athena. It has no physical connection with the outside world and does not require any external supplies. 70% of its energy comes from solar energy, and the other 30% comes from geothermal energy. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the holographic map of his enormous residence, which was located at the very center. He could see that beneath the main building was a complex network of passageways, as dense as a spiderweb. Those passageways, like the roots of a plant, spread out and precisely connect to each individual villa in Eden. Master, Alice seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. To ensure your absolute freedom and privacy within Eden, you can reach any corner of Eden in 30 seconds via your private underground transportation system, without having to pass through any public areas. As for the base's security, please rest assured, Alice said, as a dense, red defensive network covered the entire Eden on the holographic map. The entrance gate is equipped with optical camouflage, so it cannot be detected by you or anyone other than those you have authorized. In Eden, all security systems operate 24 hours a day. The outer alloy wall is equipped with a high-voltage electric grid and an automatic defense system. Inside, 128 silent patrolling guardian robots are responsible for daily vigilance. Any unauthorized entry will be considered the highest threat and physically eliminated. Lu Yuan was completely shocked at this moment. This technology is amazing. It's completely surreal. Won't my woman discover my identity as the system host as soon as she walks in? Please rest assured, only those chosen ones who bear your bloodline will be allowed to enter here. Once inside, the system will automatically activate perception modification, making everything here seem natural to them. It's almost unfair that they have this ability. Alice, Lu Yuan suddenly asked, everything here obeys my orders, right? What about outside? I'm very sorry, host. All of Eden's technology is used for the purpose of inheriting superior human DNA and cannot be used for other purposes. Therefore, technology and items belonging to Eden cannot be used outside of Eden or taken out of Eden. Damn, so many restrictions? Lu Yuan already had a few ideas for using Eden technology to subvert the world, but now it seems like those are out of the question. After touring around Eden for a while, Lu Yuan drove away and returned to his hotel room in the Twin Towers. He had already decided that since this place was so wonderful, he had to hurry and move all the pregnant women into Eden tomorrow. Chapter 51: The Blessing of Having Multiple Women. The next morning, Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of the Global Financial Center. In front of him were 3 identical black luxury cars, all of which were intelligent and self-driving. Lu Yuan got into his Maybach and led the way, with 3 cars following behind. Gu Xiaoya was in the first car. She seemed very excited, almost pressed against the car window, curiously looking outside. The second car contained Zhou Mani. She was wearing a well-tailored light gray haute couture business suit, her legs together, sitting upright. She was intently watching the constantly updating financial statements and project progress reports for Myth Entertainment on the screen in front of her. Xin Lan was in the last car. She was quietly looking out the window, seemingly lost in thought. They didn't know where they were going yet. Lu Yuan only mysteriously indicated that he would take them to a utopia beyond their imagination. As the Maybach stopped in front of the black metal gate that seemed to lead to another world, the gate emitted a green light that scanned the interiors of several cars. After confirming that the conditions for entry were met, the gate silently slid open to both sides. The vehicle entered the rapid underground passage and, after a short drive, arrived at Eden Central Square. After getting out of the car, the women all looked around curiously. Here. In the end, it was Gu Xiaoya who first spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Her small hands gripped Lu Yuan's clothes tightly, as if only in this way could she confirm that what she was seeing was not an illusion. The scene before my eyes is enough to overturn anyone living in a modern city's understanding of housing. Alice, the intelligent robot who had been waiting nearby, began to introduce the territory to the 3 ladies in her sweet and gentle voice. Ladies, please allow me to take you to your future residences. Zhou Mani's residence is closest to the main building. It's a villa filled with modernist Bauhaus style. It features clean lines, an open view, and a private office connected to the internal servers of Myth Entertainment. She walked straight into the office, bent down slightly, and her slender fingers quickly operated on the holographic interface. Her eyes sparkled, and her form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated her pert and full peach-shaped buttocks, with a thin black thong visible beneath. Xin Lan's residence is built on a high ground on the edge of the entire Eden estate. The villa was built with materials that gave it a texture close to military-grade titanium alloy, and all the windows were fitted with special glass capable of withstanding armor-piercing bullets. Its location overlooks the entrance to the entire manor and a large outer defense zone. Upon entering the villa, she quickly located the main security terminal. She pulled up a 3D map of Eden's entire defense system and began meticulously examining the coverage area of each surveillance camera and each defense robot. Gu Xiaoya's residence is a villa located on the shore of an artificial lake, with the largest private garden. It was a small white building with a European pastoral style. The exterior walls were covered with blooming roses. You are free to do as you please this afternoon. Get to know your own homes or wander around anywhere in the manor. Alice will accommodate your requests. Gu Xiaoya was completely immersed in planning her future housewife life. I want to go to the garden and plant some of the vegetables we like to eat. And flowers, she whispered. I want to smell the fragrance of the flowers I planted every morning. Of course. By the way, Alice actually has many functions, one of which is body detection. We have nothing else to do, so let us have a try it out, Lu Yuan said casually. Alice, who was waiting nearby, bowed. Excuse me, according to the master's instructions and the vital signs management regulations of Eden Park, we now need to conduct a routine health index scan for the 3 ladies. When the test results came out, Alice held up a tablet in front of everyone, and the screen read: Health check results for Gu Xiaoya, Zhou Mani, and Xin Lan. All 3 women are pregnant and currently in their first trimester. Embryo implantation is stable, and all hormone levels are normal. Vital signs score, grade A. Ha? The 3 women were all startled. Ha? You're all pregnant at the same time? Lu Yuan feigned surprise. This must be a gift from heaven. We absolutely have to make sure we give birth to these babies, otherwise we'll be defying the heavens. Alice's eyes shot out a beam of light, which slowly condensed into a small 3-dimensional ball of light in the air. Look, this is a simulated image of a baby now. Beside the ball of light, a beating electrocardiogram floated, emitting a soft, rhythmic thump, thump sound, like the first movement of life. Whoa! Gu Xiaoya was the most excited one. She jumped up suddenly and threw herself barefoot into Lan's arms. Lan. Look! It's the baby. The baby's heartbeat. Lan smiled and hugged Gu Xiaoya, then gently stroked her lower abdomen with her other free hand. Zhou Mani stared blankly at the image, then couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Yuan, her face flushed as she bit her lip. Having planned this all along, Lu Yuan immediately announced that he would provide them with dedicated drivers and bodyguards to protect them and their unborn babies 24/7. At the same time, Lu Yuan ordered Alice to tailor a nutritionally complete diet for them, monitor the health of the mother and child every day, and conduct comprehensive prenatal checkups regularly. In addition to their regular income, each pregnant woman's allowance will increase to 200,000 yuan per month, with additional allowances available as needed. The three women were moved to tears when they saw how thoughtful Lu Yuan had been in such a short time. Husband, you're so good. Brother. The three women breathed softly, their full, supple bodies pressing tightly against him. Chapter 52. Welcome to the Inheritors. After finally satisfying the three women, Lu Yuan, who was boosted by the system's energy-enhancing pills, found his legs slightly weak as he walked toward the parking lot. This is really bad. I'll have to ask the system for some energy-boosting stuff to take when I get the chance. There's no land that's been over-cultivated, only oxen that have died from exhaustion. After leaving Eden, Lu Yuan's car quickly drove to the Lan Yuge Chinese restaurant. Today is the day Yanquan arrives in Jiangcheng, and Lu Yuan has already sent Suya to wait at the airport to pick him up. Yanquan is currently checking into a nearby 5-star hotel, and Chen Jingshu has arranged to come with Lu Yuan to welcome him. Lu Yuan walked into the reserved private room, where Suya had already ordered the dishes. Lu Yuan waited for a while, and then Chen Jingshu and Yanquan arrived one after the other. The group sat down and began to exchange pleasantries. How are you doing, Director Yin? Can you still stand the summer heat in Jiangcheng? Lu Yuan gently pushed a cup of West Lake Longjing tea, its color clear and emerald green, toward Yanquan. The humidity is much higher than in the capital. Yanquan picked up the teacup, held it to his nose, and smelled it. But your tea is quite good, it really helps to clear away any heatiness. Chen Jingshu smiled. Old Yan, if you like them, I'll have someone prepare some for you to take back with you later. The door to the private room was gently pushed open, and the waiter placed the first cold dish on a glass turntable in the center of the round table. Distinguished guests, please enjoy the Jiangnan 8 flavors platter. 8 small white porcelain dishes, like 8 flower petals, surround a small dry ice rockery in the center, from which wisps of white mist drift, adding an ethereal touch to the dishes on the table. Chen Jingshu was the first to pick up the serving chopsticks and take a small bite of osmanthus sticky rice lotus root. Old Yen, you don't know. Xiaolu raved about you to the skies before, she said, placing the dish on Yanquan's small plate, saying that you have a deep affection for our country's traditional culture. The whole city of Jiangcheng is overjoyed that you agreed to come this time. These words not only praised Yanquan, but also subtly elevated the nature of this collaboration from a private invitation to a cooperation with the government. Yanquan put down his teacup and asked directly, "When will the money arrive in my account?" Lu Yuan laughed. "The bank has already secured 100 million yuan in funding. I will have the company's finance department transfer 50 million yuan to the independent account for the Inheritors project." Yanquan nodded. Since they had money, they could have a serious talk. With Chen Jingshu's cooperation, Yanquan finally made the decision and accepted the position of director for this variety show. What followed was intense preparation, and 2 weeks later, the day finally arrived for filming the first episode of The Inheritors. An ancient town on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. The bluestone path meanders, its color turning dark in the morning light as it is moistened by moisture. Several black cameras were now set up in the open space in the center of the ancient town, which is usually only frequented by the elderly and tourists. All the filming crew members performed their duties swiftly and silently. The electrical wires, like black vines, were carefully laid along the corners of the walls and the ground, finally converging at a workbench filled with monitors. Yanquan sat in a director's chair with a row of monitor screens in front of him. He held a megaphone in his hand and wore a pair of black sunglasses. Lu Yuan sat on a bamboo chair not far away, with a cup of tea in front of him. He was just a passing boss today. The 6 people on the field were divided into 2 teams, standing clearly separated in the center of the field. The girls' outfits were very distinctive and eye-catching. "Xiao Xiao, your costume design this time is very interesting and shows great skill," Lu Yuan said to Lin Xiao, who was standing to the side. Lin Xiao was wearing a baseball cap, a simple t-shirt, and jeans today, concealing her beauty. My aunt gave me a lot of advice, Lin Xiao readily admitted. Lu Yuan turned his attention back to the field. Lin Xiao's design this time was indeed very successful. Jiang Yi is tall and has a slender frame, typical of a dancer. Lin Xiao designed a dark indigo sleeveless crop top for her, paired with loose-fitting matching lantern pants. The top was shorter in the front and longer in the back, perfectly revealing a section of her toned, clearly defined abs. The pants were fitted at the ankles, allowing her to perform any large dance moves. The overall look combined the flowing elegance of ethnic clothing with the sharpness and dynamism of modern street dance. Zhao Shuer has a cool temperament, and Lin Xiao gave her a pure white, modified long cheongsam. The dress has a relatively loose fit, and the design highlights are the neckline and cuffs. Lin Xiao abandoned the traditional Chinese knot buttons and instead hand-embroidered a budding orchid on one side of the stand-up collar. The embroidery stitches are so fine they are almost invisible, making the orchid appear as if it grew out of the fabric. The cuffs feature a wide, song-style design, with the edges trimmed with a very fine line of silk thread in the same color. Zhao Shuer has an introverted personality, so she doesn't need too many fancy decorations, Lin Xiao said. Her beauty is the kind that requires people to calm down and appreciate it. So I focused all the details on the texture and patterns. The orchid on her collar is made using one of the oldest stitches in Suzhou embroidery, called random stitch embroidery. This embroidery technique takes a long time, but the finished product has a watercolor-like effect, which is very elegant. Lu Yuan only half understood what he was hearing, but nodded repeatedly. He felt that he had indeed found the right person this time. Yan Quan picked up the megaphone, and his deep, calm voice came through the loudspeaker. Everyone! Welcome to the Inheritors. The ancient town beneath your feet is called Wuming Town. It has a history of over 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, the people of the town have been guarding something. It is a mysterious scripture printed using the lost solar movable type printing technique. Let's call it. Yan Quan paused for a moment. The Sun Scripture. The scriptures contain all the secrets of this town over the past 1,000 years. It is said that whoever can unlock these secrets will find a huge treasure that can change a person's destiny. But he changed the subject. Last night, just as we were moving into this town, the scripture of the sun was stolen. The mayor has found us in hopes that we can help him retrieve this sacred text by today. In return, if we succeed, he will reveal all the secrets about the treasure within the text to us. He put down the megaphone and glanced at the 6 people in front of him. Those of you present will become the core participants in this treasure hunt. You will be divided into 2 teams, the red team and the blue team. From now on, you will need to search for clues and complete tasks in every corner of the ancient town to obtain hints about the whereabouts of the Holy Scripture. Chapter 53 Whispers of Affection. I made significant changes to the previous chapter. If you find it disjointed, you can go back and take a look. Now, let's divide into groups. Yan Quan looked at Sun Yaqi, who nodded and took out a lottery tube. The draw was quick. Yang Lele, Jiang Yi, and Su Shili formed the red team, while Chen Jiai, Zhao Shuer, and Bai Lu formed the blue team. Now, you will receive a clue for your first mission. Please look at the large screen behind you. As soon as Yan Quan finished speaking, a huge LED screen on the sidelines lit up, displaying a line of large characters. Wuming Town, southeast corner. A phoenix arrives, its silken threads conveying affection. Seeking a century-old shop, one hears the sound of looms weaving. You have 10 minutes to discuss. The competition will officially begin in 10 minutes. At Yan Quan's command, the 2 teams immediately huddled together and began a tense discussion. Lu Yuan walked to the monitor and watched the 2 teams of girls' performance with great interest. 10 minutes passed quickly. Yan Quan picked up the megaphone. Time's up. The competition officially begins. The camera immediately followed. The drone also rose into the air. Southeast corner. Yang Lele immediately led the red team to set off. When we first entered the town, we passed by there and saw a memorial archway with what looked like a phoenix carved on it. As Jiang Yi walked alongside Yang Lele, she said, "Silk whispers convey emotions, the sound of looms weaving. This must be a shop related to textiles or tailoring." Su Shili then took out the map of the ancient town distributed by the production team. Here, she pointed to one of the spots. The map says there is a Suzhou embroidery shop here, which is said to have been in business for generations. Meanwhile, on the blue team's side, Chen Jiai turned around and said, "The mission prompt is a century-old shop. In that area, besides Su embroidery workshop, I also noticed a shop that sells silverware and another that makes wood carvings." Lu said, perhaps the real clue to the mission isn't so simple, and it's not in the Suzhou embroidery workshop, but in some other shop? So, Zhao Shuer continued, you go find a shop. And I'll go find the only post office in this town. Bai Lu was taken aback. Post office? Why a post office? Because Zhao Shuer said softly, the phoenix comes to pay homage, and silken words convey affection. Here, conveying affection could refer to needlework, but it could also refer to letters, Chen Jiayi said. All communication records with the outside world. Lu Yuan came up behind Yan Quan and together they watched the footage from multiple cameras on the monitor. Yan Quan, wearing headphones, was constantly issuing instructions. Attention all units. Camera A, focus the camera on Su Shelley from the red team. I want a close-up of her talking to the townspeople, to see every expression on her face. C machine, follow Jiang He, don't lose her. The alley is dark, so make sure to use the lights. Blue team, drone, zoom up a bit. I need to see their position relative to the entire ancient town. Lu Yuan asked when he had a brief moment of free time. Director Yan, what do you think of these girls in our company? Yan Quan's gaze did not leave the monitor. He raised his hand and tapped on the monitor screen. These two are particularly interesting. Lu Yuan's gaze followed his finger to the screen. On the screen were Zhao Shuer and Jiang He. However, the others are all promising talents as well. With a little guidance, they can all become great. As noon approached, everyone started to feel hungry. In the most open space in the town center, the production team temporarily set up several simple open-air kitchens, with long tables filled with fresh ingredients airlifted from the foot of the mountain. Yan Min announced through his megaphone that lunch would be prepared by the members of both teams themselves. This round, we won't compete on speed or strategy, we'll only compete on cooking skills. After fierce competition, the match ended in a dramatic reversal. As dusk fell, this game, which had cost a fortune, finally came to an end. In the end, the more skilled red team won by a narrow margin. Although the blue team failed at the last moment, the composure shown by Captain Chen Jiayi throughout the process left a deep impression on everyone. Filming has temporarily come to a halt, and the crew members are busy packing up the equipment. The girls were gathered in the rest area by the field, chattering away as they reviewed the day's match. Lin Xiao stood in an inconspicuous corner, holding a drawing board. Instead of joining the crowd, she quickly sketched something with charcoal, looking at the sky reddened by the setting sun and the scattered eaves of the ancient town. Her long hair was casually tied back with a black hairband, revealing her smooth forehead, and her expression was extremely focused. Lu Yuan had somehow appeared behind her. What are you drawing? Startled by the sudden sound, Lin Xiao's body trembled slightly, and the pen in her hand shook, leaving an extra mark on the drawing paper. She turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Lu Yuan. Then, she glanced at her painting with some annoyance. It's nothing, just some random drawing. She answered in a somewhat unnatural voice, trying to hide the easel behind her back. I'm just looking for some inspiration. Is it for the next issue's costume design? Lin Xiao nodded. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke softly. Senior, why did you choose me to be a designer? Of course it's because I think highly of you. Or, do you mean, why don't you just go to your aunt? Lin Xiao put down the easel, hesitated for a moment, and said. Do you know? Since I was in middle school, all the beautiful clothes I wore were designed and made by my aunt. Because my parents passed away a long time ago, she treated me like her own daughter since I was little, and I love my aunt the most. She is my idol, and the goal I most want to reach in this life. Her husband, who was my former uncle, was a very impressive explorer and photographer. He travels all over the world year-round, going to places no one has ever been before. My aunt used his adventure stories and the exotic photos he took during his travels as inspiration for her designs. She lowered her head as she said this. He gently kicked a small pebble at his feet with his toes. Last year, my uncle went missing while climbing a snow mountain. The rescue team searched for half a month, and in the end they only found his broken camera. Lin Xiao sniffed as she finished speaking. After he left, my aunt seemed to become a different person. Sometimes she would lock herself in the house all day, not speaking and not seeing anyone. Because I was worried, I moved in with her. Now, she only has me left. So, she took a deep breath. I have to be the best designer and encourage her to rediscover herself. Chapter 54. Zhou Shimao could not accept it. At this moment, a victory celebration banquet had already begun in the open space in the center of the town, and bursts of laughter could be faintly heard. In this forgotten corner, the light was so dim that one could barely make out the outlines of each other. The two unknowingly drew closer and closer. Looking at Lin Zhao's stunningly beautiful face, Lu Yuan felt a surge of impulse. He leaned forward, and the distance between the two quickly closed. The moment their lips met, Lin Zhao's body visibly stiffened, her previously relaxed shoulders tensed instantly, and her fingers gripped the hem of her clothes. Lu Yuan didn't back away immediately. He tilted his head slightly and his lips covered hers again. He could feel their breaths mingling together. The kiss ended. Lin Zhao lowered her head and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. When she looked up again, a smile had returned to her face, as if nothing had happened. Lu Yuan, is this an extra reward for the chief designer? If this is a reward, then it's far too meager. He leaned closer, looking directly into Lin Zhao's slightly evasive eyes. Xiao Xiao, I like you. Will you be my woman? Lin Zhao kept her head down and didn't speak in the dim light, her expression was unclear. I understand, she said after an awkward silence. I will seriously consider it. I'll think about it, but I need to be quick, I'm an impatient person. Lu Yuan smiled, pulled Lin Zhao back to the square, and found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Someone handed over 2 bottles of locally brewed rice wine in bamboo tubes. Lu Yuan opened a bottle, took a sip, and handed it to Lin Zhao. Want to try some? Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. She imitated Lu Yuan, tilting her head back and taking a sip. A spicy yet slightly sweet liquid slid down her throat. A blush immediately appeared on her face. Cough cough. It's so strong. This wine has a strong aftereffect, Lu Yuan patted her head, drink it slowly. As the celebration banquet drew to a close, everyone was a little drunk. Lu Yuan arranged for a car to take the crew, the girls, and Chen Jia back to the hotel to rest. President Lu? As we were getting ready to get on the bus, Chen Jia came over. A slight blush graced her face, but her eyes remained clear. Thank you for your hospitality today. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Miss Chen, you're too kind, Lu Yuan said. Go back and get some rest. Let's keep in touch. After intensive post-production, the master tapes for the first episode of The Inheritors have been completed. Myth Entertainment, Lu Yuan's office. Regarding the broadcast of The Inheritors on Jiangcheng Provincial Television, Lu Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. I need you to immediately assemble a top-notch legal and distribution team. He looked up at Zhou Manny, who was standing across the desk. Get all the paperwork done for me as quickly as possible. Understood. Zhou Manny smiled sweetly. Also, once it airs, immediately contact as many companies as possible that are interested in using our name or placing advertisements. Given the quality of our film, there should be quite a few such companies. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone on the table vibrated, and the screen displayed the 3 words Chen Jingshu. Lu Yuan gestured for Zhou Manny to wait a moment and pressed the answer button. Lu Yuan, it's me. Chen Jingshu's voice, tinged with amusement, came from the other end of the phone. I have some good news that I wanted to tell you first. Oh? For Mayor Chen to personally call and inform me, it must be no small matter. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair. I sent a sample copy of the tape of The Inheritors to the provincial leaders. They were very interested in and appreciated your idea of telling our own cultural stories in a way that young people can't. Therefore, your subsequent filming and future broadcast on the provincial TV station may go much more smoothly than you imagine. The leader said he's really looking forward to seeing the finished product of your show, Chen Jingshu continued. He also encouraged you to speed things up and finish filming the rest of the first season as soon as possible. Which leader is it? Could you tell me? You'll find out soon enough, but keep it a secret for now. Chen Jingshu chuckled softly and hung up the phone. That's interesting. Lu Yuan stared at his phone screen, lost in thought. Who could it be? Could it be the director of the Provincial Radio and Television Bureau? Entertainment Department, Manager's Office, Lu's Group. A well-dressed young woman knocked on the door of Zhou Shimiao's office. Mr. Zhou, this is a sample of the new variety show The Inheritors from Myth Entertainment, sent to you from the provincial government. The woman placed a tablet computer on Zhou Shimiao's desk. Okay, I'll put it here. Zhou Shimiao casually pinched the young woman's buttocks, causing her to gasp in surprise, before laughing heartily and picking up his tablet to watch something. He initially watched it while smoking and with his legs crossed. As he watched, he stopped smoking and put his legs down. Looking again, sweat was dripping down his forehead, and his complexion was getting worse. After watching until the end, Zhou Shimao threw the tablet onto the sofa and roared to the sky. This is absolutely amazing. Yan Quan. How did Myth Entertainment, which was only established not long ago, manage to persuade this big-name director to take the lead? What makes Lu Yuan, a mere youth, so special? Zhou Shimao was so angry he slapped his thigh. He picked up the tablet and started watching it again from the beginning. The visual quality is cinematic. From the use of camera angles to the composition of light and shadow, it reveals a sophisticated aesthetic that is completely different from the mass-produced variety shows on the market. The content, in particular, sent a chill down his spine. Yan Quan, that old fox, understood the audience all too well. He didn't turn the show into a dry, didactic cultural popularization program. Instead, he wrapped those intangible cultural heritages that sounded dull and boring into a highly dramatic reasoning game full of suspense, conflict, and plot twists. The pace was so fast it was breathtaking. He also catalyzed the chemistry between the guests to its extreme using all sorts of unexpected rules. The young girls from Stargirls completely shed their idol image under his lens. They would argue fiercely over the smallest clue. And when faced with setbacks, they would hug each other and cry their hearts out, disregarding their image. It is authentic and full of life. There's also that actress named Chen Jie. Zhou Shimao has seen a few of her dramas and has always thought she's just a pretty face with mediocre acting skills. But in this program, her suppressed competitive and even aggressive energy was completely unleashed. In one scene, in order to trick her opponent into handing over a crucial item, she went to great lengths to mislead them, ultimately turning the tables. In that instant, the madness and determination in her eyes sent a chill down Zhou Shimao's spine. He could foresee that once the show aired, it would definitely be a hit, and might even become a phenomenal phenomenon. At that time, this newly established and unknown entertainment company will leap to become the most sought-after entertainment upstart in Jiangcheng province and even the entire southern region. This is something Zhou Shimao absolutely cannot tolerate or accept. Chapter 55. You're still too green. This young upstart named Lu Yuan has repeatedly disrupted the Lu Group's plans. First, they poached Sun Yaki and Stargirls, causing their project, which was ready to be monetized, to end up being a complete failure. Then, they somehow managed to bring in Yan Quan, a big shot in the industry, and he came up with this game-changing project. This man was like a ghost, an uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. Every move he made hit the Lu Group where it hurt the most. This can't go on any longer. Absolutely not. Zhou Shimao took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. A slightly hoarse, greasy middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Director Chen. Zhou Shimao's voice instantly changed to a humble and obsequious tone. It's me, Xiaozhou from the Lu Group. Oh. Director Chen on the other end of the phone drawled, it's you. What's up? It's nothing serious. It's just, Zhou Shimao said with a smile, that I'd like to host a dinner at the Jiangcheng Hotel tonight, and invite Director Chen to join me for a casual meal. Our company recently signed a few new live streamers who just graduated from film school. Their figures, their looks, wow, let me tell you. All right, Director Chen interrupted him impatiently. Speak quickly if you have something to say, or shut up if you have something to say. I'm busy here. Okay. It's like this, Director Chen. Recently, there's a company called Myth Entertainment that started a new variety show called The Inheritors. Yes, that's it. Is their film currently going through your approval process? Yes, that's true, Director Chen said. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this program? Problems? Well, not really. However, Zhou Shimao said with an awkward laugh, our company has done an internal evaluation of this program. We feel that its theme and concept are a bit too risky. They claim to promote traditional culture, but in reality, the content is full of vulgar competitive segments designed to attract attention. There are even some plots that deliberately encourage vicious competition among the guests and spread negative energy. We feel that if such a program were to actually air on our provincial TV station, it would have a negative impact on the overall cultural image of our province. We're just concerned about the cultural development of our city, Silence fell on the other end of the phone. Director Chen did not answer immediately. They're all shrewd people. How could Director Chen not know Zhou Shimao's true intentions? His current silence is partly a pretense of profundity to put pressure on Zhou, and partly a way of weighing what benefits he can gain this time. Zhou Shimiao's heart was in his throat. He knew that success or failure hinged on this moment. Director Qian, do you remember Xiao Lu who had dinner with you last time? Yes, that's the young actress we just made famous. Actually, she's told me several times that she's been captivated by your refined and cultured demeanor ever since our last meeting. How about we give Xiao Lu a chance? I'll arrange a karaoke session tonight so she can have a deeper conversation with you. Zhou Shimao knew that this old Qian was a womanizer and enjoyed playing with young stars. Sure enough, as soon as this was brought up, Director Qian immediately softened his stance. He first pretended to decline, but finally, under Zhou Shimao's persistent persuasion, he reluctantly agreed. I understand the situation you're describing. Knowing that the young celebrity was with him, Director Qian's voice became much more friendly. Since you are acting out of public interest, then as the competent authority, our Radio and Television Bureau must also treat this matter with caution. Here's what we'll do, he said. I'll have them hold off on this film for a while. It'll go through the internal review process, and there will always be opinions, revisions, and polishing. It's quite normal for things to drag on for 3 to 5 months, and even have to be sent back to be redone in the end. Oh my! Director Qian! You are so brilliant! You are simply the pillar of our Jiangcheng cultural circle. Zhou Shimao immediately showered him with a string of flattery. Stop flattering me, Director Qian said. That night at the bureau. Arrange it. Absolutely. I guarantee you'll come with high expectations and leave completely satisfied. Director Qian responded with satisfaction, then I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Shimao put down the phone. His face once again revealed a lewd, sinister smile, tinged with a hint of smugness. He lit the cigar he had been holding but hadn't been willing to light. He took a deep breath, and thick, pungent smoke filled his lungs. Myth Entertainment? Lu Yuan? He leaned back in his office chair, watching the smoke rise into the air. So what if the filming is excellent? With just one word from me, your lousy program will never see the light of day in Jiangcheng. He picked up the tablet and glanced again at the face on the screen that made him grit his teeth in hatred. Trying to fight me? You're still too green. A few days later, Zhou Mani came to Lu Yuan's office. Something's not quite right, Zhou Mani said, frowning. A few days ago, the provincial radio and television station clearly promised that it would be approved after just a few steps. But now they're suddenly saying that our film needs further scrutiny because it might have some negative connotations? I think there's something fishy going on here. She sat on Lu Yuan's lap and said worriedly, Honey, do you think someone might be jealous of how well our film is made and is deliberately trying to sabotage us? Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then patted her on the shoulder. It's okay, leave it to me, you can go ahead. After Zhou Mani left, Lu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Chen Jingshu's number. Is that so? Chen Jingshu was somewhat surprised by Lu Yuan's words, and after a moment of contemplation, she said. Okay, I have a meeting later. Come to the provincial government building at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I'll take you to see someone. Jiangcheng Provincial Government Building. Lu Yuan followed Chen Jingshu's car and drove directly into the parking lot inside the compound through the dedicated passage. After getting out of the car, Chen Jingshu led Lu Yuan to a meeting room upstairs. Wait here. Chen Jingshu asked Lu Yuan to sit on the sofa. After about the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the door to the reception room was reopened. A middle-aged man with a slender build, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, came out accompanied by Chen Jingshu. Behind the man was a young male secretary who looked very capable. Lu Yuan quickly stood up. Secretary Zhang, Chen Jingshu said to the middle-aged man in a respectful tone, This is Lu Yuan from Myth Entertainment, whom I mentioned to you. Then, she turned to look at Lu Yuan. This is, she paused slightly, the Provincial Party Committee Secretary Zhang Qingyun. Chapter 56 Is there still fairness? Is there still justice? Lu Yuan was startled. Provincial Party Secretary. This was undoubtedly the most energetic person he had ever met. Lu Yuan quickly extended his hand and said respectfully, Secretary Zhang, hello, I'm Xiao Lu. Zhang Qingyun looked the young man up and down. His eyes were gentle, but they seemed to have the power to penetrate people's hearts. He smiled and shook hands with Lu Yuan, gesturing for everyone to sit down. His secretary went outside and gave him a signal, and someone came in to pour tea for everyone present. Xiao Lu, you're so young, but you have a lot of ideas. Zhang Qingyun's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an aura of authority without anger. I've seen your film The Inheritors, and it's quite well made. It's a great thing to present the traditional culture of our Jiangcheng province in a way that young people enjoy. However, Zhang Qingyun glanced at Chen Jingshu. I heard that your film has encountered some trouble with the state administration of radio, film, and television? It's just a minor procedural issue, Lu Yuan said with a smile. We may need to communicate and report to the relevant department leaders more. Oof. Zhang Qingyun scoffed. Some comrades in some departments of our province have rigid thinking and serious bureaucratic tendencies. They wield power like it's their domain, doing nothing but setting obstacles and tripping people up. He turned to his secretary standing behind him and said, Xiao Li, go make a call. Tell Chen Bagua from the Broadcasting Bureau to come here right away. Secretary Li nodded slightly and immediately went out to make the contact. Zhang Qingyun picked up the teacup, blew away the tea leaves floating on top, and took a sip. If all the leaders in our Jiangcheng province could be like Comrade Jing Shu, and consider things from the perspective of ordinary people no matter what they encounter, I would have a much easier time. Chen Jingshu said with a smile, Secretary Zhang, aren't you afraid I'll become arrogant if you praise me like this? Cheng Qingwan also found it amusing. I've watched you grow up, do you think I don't know you have the best self-control? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan realized that Chen Jingshu was a close junior of Zhang Qingyun, implying that the two families had some connection. Xinhua Entertainment is a good company. The Inheritors is also a good show. Zhang Qingyun then returned to the topic. Such programs should not only not be hindered in our Jiangcheng, but should receive the greatest support. Thank you for the praise, Secretary Zhang. We just did some small things within our capabilities with our meager strength. The three chatted for a while when the office door rang. Secretary Li pushed open the door, followed by a slightly overweight middle-aged man covered in sweat. Secretary, Director Qian is here. Secretary Li led Qian Bagua in. On his way here, Chen Bagua had already found out who was with Zhang Qingyun. His usually stern face in front of his subordinates was now adorned with a fawning smile. Secretary Zhang. Zhang Qingyun pretended not to hear him, and only looked up at him after a while, leaving Qian Bagua in an awkward position, unsure whether to stand or sit. Director Qian, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Come on, let me introduce you. He pointed to Lu Yuan sitting opposite him. This is Lu Yuan from Myth Entertainment. Qian Bagua turned to look at Lu Yuan, then at Chen Jingshu, who was smiling at him. He understood everything instantly and almost collapsed to the ground. Director Qian. Zhang Qingyun's voice was calm, but to Qian Bagua it was like a bolt from the blue, making him tremble with fear. Yes, Secretary. Do you know that Myth Entertainment has a program that's under review by your organization? I know, Secretary. I heard that the program has been sitting on your screen for several days, but no one has shown any interest in it? I just want to ask you. What exactly is wrong with this show? Is it that the content is non-compliant, or that there is a problem with the direction it represents? Or, Zhang Qingyun leaned forward slightly, what personal opinion do you, as the bureau chief, have on this program? Even a pig would understand now that Secretary Zhang was very dissatisfied with the suppression of Myth Entertainment's programs. If he said the wrong thing here, he might lose his job as bureau chief. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Reporting to Secretary, I also watched the Myth program. I personally really liked it. I've repeatedly told my subordinates that such a good program must be reviewed as soon as possible, and all procedures that should be waived. Yes, it must be that the people below didn't understand the spirit well, and they are rigid and dogmatic in their work. Secretary, don't worry, I will make them make a thorough self-criticism as soon as I go down. Good programs like The Inheritors must have simplified procedures. No, they must be handled with special measures. I promise I'll get all the paperwork done by tomorrow, no, today. Okay, then go and get on with it. In the future, you need to pay more attention to the work of your unit, and don't let others think that you are aloof and a hands-off manager. Zhang Qingyun said calmly. Yes, Secretary, I understand. I will personally oversee the matter immediately. Lu's Group, Entertainment Department Manager's Office. Zhou Shima was humming a little tune as he enjoyed a massage from his beautiful secretary in his office, while still humming a tune. I'll wield my steel whip, beat you to death, you living bastard. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Chen Bagua. He quickly waved for his secretary to leave and answered the phone. Hello? Director Qian? Is everything taken care of? I'm here. Get your mother's fucking XXXXXX done. Xian Bagua released all the humiliation and fear he had suppressed for half a day with a thunderous roar. He sat in the car, put his phone to his mouth, and continued to rant. Zhou Shimao, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Are you a pig? A complete idiot whose brain is filled with shit? You dare to touch the provincial party secretary's people? Ha! You almost got me killed this time, you idiot. Let me tell you, from today onwards, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Don't ever come looking for me again with your Lu group stuff. From now on, if you see me, you better dodge me. He roared in one breath, his chest heaving violently, and he felt dizzy and his vision blurring. Before Zhou Shimao on the other side could react to the sudden barrage of insults, Xian Bagua pressed the hang-up button hard. Meanwhile, Zhou Shimao stood there stunned for a full half minute, holding the phone that had been abruptly disconnected. What did he just say? The provincial party secretary? He's talking about the provincial party secretary's person? Who is the provincial party secretary's man? Could it be Lu Yuan? When did this kid suddenly become involved with the provincial party secretary? Zhou Shimao spat a mouthful of blood onto the screen. This is absolutely outrageous. Is there any fairness left in this world? Is there any justice left? Chapter 57 Dream of the World. Damn it, don't get too cocky. Let's see who has the last laugh. Ash fell from the top of his cigar and landed on his expensive, custom-made Italian trousers, but Zhou Shimao was completely unaware. He slammed his hand on the table. The pen holder on the table fell to the ground with a thud, scattering pens and pencils all over the floor. Someone spread the word. Keep an eye on the remaining content of the first season of The Inheritors. He shouted hoarsely at his secretary who rushed in, find a few professional evaluators and keep an eye on their crew's movements 24/7. I don't care what methods you use, magnifying glass or microscope. I've scrutinized every detail, from their guests and the process to post-production. I refuse to believe this show can't dig up a single scandal. In the afternoon, Myth Entertainment. The atmosphere in the company was subtly different from that in the morning. The approval process for The Inheritors was completed in an astonishingly short time. This matter, which would have taken weeks or even months to resolve, was settled before anyone could even react. A few young women from the administration department huddled together in the break room, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? The approval for The Inheritors came through an hour ago. How could it be so fast? I heard those people from the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television are the most difficult to deal with. Who knows? It's definitely because our CEO Lu has connections. 3 days later, Myth Entertainment. The huge embedded LCD screen on the wall of Lu Yuan's office was playing a rebroadcast of The Inheritors, which premiered last night on Jiangcheng Provincial Television. The comments below the video rolled by like a surging river of color. Lu Yuan leaned against his desk, holding a glass of whiskey on the rocks in one hand, sipping it while reading. The secretary, Suya, silently took out a tablet computer and showed Lu Yuan the trending topics list on Weibo. On the trending topics list, the hashtag variety show Inheritors hashtag with a flame icon is prominently displayed at the top. Following closely behind, related topics such as hashtag heartache for Chinjai hashtag red team match again hashtag, and hashtag Yang Lele godlike command hashtag also firmly occupied the top 10 positions. Lu Yuan clicked on the main topic. The screen was instantly flooded with a massive stream of information. A drama watching fairy, aha! What an amazing variety show! I originally watched it for my Jai, but I've become a complete fan. The pace is so fast. Not a single dull moment. It's like watching a suspenseful blockbuster. Professor Wang, an archaeology enthusiast, the production team put in a lot of effort. I looked up the legend about the Phoenix Stone at the end, and it turns out it's true. Such a custom did exist in a small, now extinct tribe in southwest China. Kudos to the production team for their research. Don't watch if you're a chauvinist, Yang Lele is so cool. How did she come up with that idea at the last minute, using the rules to turn the tables on the blue team? That look in her eyes was absolutely amazing. I declare that from today onwards, she is my husband. The show's DB rating soared to a terrifying 9 points or higher in just a few days after its premiere. The well-known media outlet Guangming Daily also published a special editorial entitled, In an Age of Entertainment to the Death, we have seen another possibility for cultural inheritance. Meanwhile, the official phone number for Myth Entertainment and Joe Manny's personal cell phone were practically ringing off the hook. From top domestic internet giants to well-known fast-moving consumer goods brands, and then to those deep-pocketed car manufacturers, countless brands, like sharks smelling blood, are lining up and waving checks, wanting to get a share of the pie in The Inheritors, a project that is about to become a blockbuster. Nominal sponsorship, content integration, pre-roll ads, prices have multiplied several times in a single day, and they continue to rise. I just had the legal department draft a new plan. Joe Manny looked up at Lu Yuan. I've done a preliminary estimate, and just by selling the advertising space for the next 9 phases, we can get at least 300 million yuan back. Suya also stepped forward and placed the tablet she was holding on the table. This doesn't even include the collaboration series proposed by LV. I consulted a professional brand valuation consultant. If this series launches successfully, the brand licensing fees and future sales revenue alone could bring the company at least 150 million yuan in additional revenue. Very good, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The success of the first episode is just the beginning. Manny, go and inform director Yen and the others to start filming the remaining 9 episodes of the first season immediately. I want every episode to maintain the same high standard. Clear. By the way, where does director Yen plan to film the next episode of The Inheritors? I heard we're going to an island. An island? 2 nights later, at the dock in Zhangcheng. A massive luxury cruise ship was docked at a private berth. Lu Yuan stood at the front and glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Our personnel boarded the ship an hour in advance and completed a preliminary search of the entire vessel. No suspicious equipment or personnel were found. Qin Lan's voice rang out from behind Lu Yuan. 2 days ago, when Lu Yuan heard that Yen Quan wanted to go to the island to film, he immediately had a flash of inspiration. Since everyone was going to go anyway, why not invite everyone to go together? He immediately instructed Suya to charter a giant luxury cruise ship as quickly as possible. Today, the ship would carry the entire film crew and some guests invited by Lu Yuan to the island. Let's go, our sea party is about to begin. Lu Yuan took the lead and stepped onto the main deck of the yacht via the red-carpeted gangway. The main deck was as spacious as a small plaza. The wooden floors were polished to a mirror shine, and in the center was a huge outdoor swimming pool, the water reflecting a dreamy blue under the lights. Next to the pool was a fully equipped bar, where a bartender in a vest was wiping a shaker in his hand. A man in a crisp white uniform saluted Lu Yuan and said, "Good evening, Mr. Lu. I am Guo Dahong, the captain of this ship. The entire crew of the World Dream is honored to serve you. All services on board are available to you and your VIP guests 24 hours a day." Okay. Lu Yuan nodded. Notify the kitchen to prepare for the meal. Also, have the DJ play some music. He turned to the crowd and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's not talk about work tonight, let's just party." Wah! A loud whistle echoed throughout the entire dock. The giant ship, named World Dream, officially set sail and headed towards the deep blue sea. Chapter 58 Pool Volleyball Battle. The sound of the ship's horn seemed to herald the beginning of a new era, its echo reverberating across the vast sea. The World Dream ship drew a graceful silver-white arc in the waves, leaving the city skyline behind. In the open-air swimming pool on the yacht deck, the warm, azure water rippled with the slight rocking of the boat. As soon as Qin Lan boarded the ship, she led the security team to patrol, and Lu Yuan couldn't stop her. Wow! The once quiet deck instantly came alive with excited screams from young girls. The 5 girls from Starlight Girls were like 5 colorful mermaids, rushing out of the locker room and then plop, plop, one after another, jumping into the pool. Little Tanuki. This outfit looks amazing on you. Lead dancer Jiang He plunged into the water and then surfaced, shaking her wet chestnut hair. Her gaze fell on Su Xiaoli, who was carefully immersing herself in the water while holding onto the edge. Su Xiaoli was wearing a cherry blossom pink bikini today. The edges of the swimsuit were decorated with delicate lace. There were several crisscrossing straps on the chest and sides. No way, I think Sister Jiang He's outfit is the most stylish. Su Xiaoli said with a grin, splashing a handful of water at him. Jiang He was wearing a black and white color-blocked sporty bikini, which perfectly accentuated her long, slender legs, a result of years of dance training. The remaining 3 girls, with team leader Yang Lele wearing a sky blue halter neck bikini, appeared poised and elegant. Lead singer Bai Lu wore a pale yellow 2-piece swimsuit with ruffles, which perfectly complemented her pure and sweet temperament. Zhao Shuer chose a pure black 1-piece swimsuit, which fully revealed her slender figure. The girls were soon splashing and playing in the water. Laughter and splashing sounds rose and fell, injecting vibrant life into the giant ship. On the other side of the pool, near the bar, are several large beach chairs. Lu Yuan sat on one of the lounge chairs. He wasn't in the water. He was wearing a white linen shirt and beach shorts, with Ray-Ban sunglasses perched on his nose. He held a mojito with ice in his hand. This ship is not bad. You really know how to spend money recklessly. Lin Zhao's voice came from the recliner next to her. She was wearing a white dress and holding a sketchbook. At the bar, Zhou Mani, Suya, Han Xiuya, and Lin Wanqing, for women of very different ages, backgrounds, and temperaments, sat together, a rare occurrence for them. This Azure Coast cocktail was specially made by our bartender for this voyage. Zhou Mani picked up the gradient blue cocktail in front of her. It's a mix of blue curacao liqueur, vodka, and a touch of grapefruit juice. The alcohol content is low, making it perfect for ladies. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. Lin Wanqing also raised her wine glass and nodded slightly to her. She wore a cotton linen long-sleeved shirt and wide-leg pants today. She still exuded a gentle and elegant temperament. Han Xiuya watched with great interest the bartender who was showing off his flair bartending skills behind the bar. This vintage, Karuizawa, she asked, pointing to a brown bottle of whiskey on the top shelf of the bar counter. The bartender paused, looking at the woman in the black dress with some surprise. He hadn't expected her to recognize the bottle of his prized, time-honored collectible at a glance. Yes, ma'am, it's from 1989. There are very few bottles left in existence now. Give me a drink, Han Xiuya said. Add an ice hockey puck, nothing else. Suya sat quietly to the side, holding a glass of red wine, her gaze following Lu Yuan not far away. Secretary Su, Zhou Mani said as if she had suddenly remembered something, have you checked the dinner menu for tonight, as well as some details about the room service, with the ship's butler? It's been checked, Suya replied. The bedding in Mr. Lu's room has been changed to Egyptian cotton as he requested. The ingredients for dinner, including Australian Wagyu beef and French oysters, were all air freighted to the ship this morning. They're guaranteed to be fresh. Mr. Lu, come down and have some fun. Su Xiaoli lay on the edge of the pool and shouted loudly in Lu Yuan's direction. She wiped the water droplets from her face with the back of her hand. They're here. Lu Yuan responded, put down his wine glass, and took off his linen shirt. His well-defined, powerful upper body was revealed. Defined abs, broad shoulders, and a strong chest. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a perfect diving leap, smoothly jumping into the pool and splashing up a large spray of white water. Wow! The girls erupted in an even louder cheer. Mr. Lu! Catch! Jiang Yi pulled out a beach volleyball from somewhere and threw it towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan easily lifted the ball. Come on! The loser has to drink a whole bottle of beer as punishment. Jiang Yi shouted. And so began a volleyball battle in the water. Lu Yuan, Yang Lele, and Zhao Shuer formed one team. The remaining three girls formed another team. More often than not, the volleyball doesn't fly over the net, but rather bounces around on people's heads and bodies. In the end, it simply turned into a water fight. The scene was quite chaotic at one point, with everyone laughing in the pool. Lin Xiao sat on the lounge chair watching the crazy scene in the pool, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up. She picked up her pen, and the sketchbook turned to a new page. She began sketching rapidly on the paper. The mature women who had been drinking at the bar also put down their glasses. They all turned their gazes to the man who was being surrounded by several lively young girls. Childish ghost. So, he has this side to him too. Several people seemed to be deep in thought. The water volleyball game in the pool finally ended amidst laughter and chatter. Lu Yuan, soaking wet, climbed out of the pool and grabbed a dry towel to haphazardly dry his hair. On the other side, 5 girls, also soaked to the bone, came ashore one after another, chattering about the battle they had just fought, their youthful bodies glowing healthily in the setting sun. Lin Xiao remained seated in the same spot, a vivid sketch now filling her sketchbook. You seem quite engrossed in your drawing, Lu Yuan said, drying himself off as he walked to her recliner. Let me see, do you think I look exceptionally handsome in your drawing? He bent down to try and look at the sketchbook. Lin Xiao was startled and instinctively closed the notebook and hugged it to her chest. No, no. This is my creation, it's not finished yet. I can't show it to you. Her cheeks flushed slightly, partly because Lu Yuan was too close. What does it matter? I'm your first investor and boss. Lu Yuan reached out to try and snatch the notebook. I'm just checking it out beforehand to see if you're slacking off. Hey! What are you doing? Don't grab it. Lin Xiao dodged, and the two of them started playing around across a deck chair. I caught you. Taking advantage of his long arms, Lu Yuan easily bypassed her defenses and snatched the sketchbook. Lin Xiao cried out and tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. Chapter 59. Why don't you come and bully me from now on? Lu Yuan opened his sketchbook, and what came into view were vivid sketches. There's Yan Quan sitting behind the monitor, a cigar in his mouth, frowning in deep thought. There's Chen Jiayi in sportswear, intently reading the script during a break, and there's the scene of the star girls playing around in the pool. Of course, there are also sketches of Lu Yuan. There are photos of him standing on the dock waving at the cruise ship, watching girls playing around at the bar, and a photo of him climbing out of the pool. The man in the painting has an unguarded smile in his eyes. Each painting captures his most natural side. That's actually quite good. Lu Yuan handed the sketchbook back to her. Looks like you weren't slacking off. Have you come up with any new design ideas yet? Lin Xiao took the notebook and breathed a sigh of relief. I had some initial ideas, and this ship gave me a lot of inspiration. For example, its streamlined structure, and the light and shadow in the interior space. As the two chatted, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the evening glow on the horizon was dyed a magnificent purplish red. Sir, madam, dinner is ready. A ship's steward appeared beside them without them noticing. Let us take a look around before we eat. Lu Yuan stood up and extended his hand to Lin Xiao. I haven't really looked at this ship properly yet. Lin Xiao looked up, but before she could speak, her wrist was grabbed by his warm hand. She didn't struggle, letting him pull her across the empty main deck and toward the glass door leading into the cabin. The two walked and looked around, and finally pushed open a large door. Wow! Even though Lin Xiao had already seen all the luxury of this ship, he still couldn't help but let out a small gasp when he saw the scene behind the door. Behind the door was a two-story indoor playground. There was no one here at the moment. It was as if it had been prepared just for the two of them. Do you like it? Lu Yuan asked Lin Xiao. Okay. Lin Xiao grabbed Lu Yuan's hand and rushed inside. The two first went to ride bumper cars. Lu Yuan was a skilled driver. He drove recklessly around the field, knocking Lin Xiao off balance. Ha, you're no good, great designer. Lu Yuan drove around her car, taunting her. You're cheating. Lin Xiao shouted indignantly. If you're so capable, let's compete in that. She was referring to the basketball shooting machine next to her. The result is self-evident. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yuan, whose shooting accuracy was almost perfect, and at his own pitiful single-digit score. She pouted angrily. Finally, the two arrived in front of a row of claw machines. Those transparent glass cabinets were filled with all sorts of adorable plush toys. Lin Xiao's gaze was drawn to one of the long-eared rabbit dolls that looked rather silly. That's the one, she said, pointing to the rabbit. Lu Yuan inserted a coin and began to crank the joystick. The first time, the claw slipped off the rabbit the instant it touched it. Oh dear! Lin Xiao exclaimed in regret. The second time, the claws grabbed the rabbit's ears, but fell down again during the ascent. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. Finally, just when Lin Xiao was about to give up, the rabbit was gently picked up by the mechanical claw. Then, with a thud, it fell into the exit. We've got him. Lin Xiao was even more excited than Lu Yuan. She jumped up and cheered as she carried the rabbit doll out of the exit. Here you go, Lu Yuan said. Thank you. Lin Xiao hugged the rabbit, her face beaming with a genuine, radiant smile. When the two got tired of playing, they sat down on a bench next to the carousel to rest. Lu Yuan somehow got hold of a bucket of popcorn and stuffed one into Lin Xiao's mouth. Lu Yuan looked down at her and gradually approached. Under the flickering lights of the carousel, their lips met tightly once again. After a kiss, Lu Yuan picked up Lin Xiao's light body and walked a few steps to the giant swan seat next to the carousel, where he placed her on it. Lin Xiao's long dress was already disheveled from their earlier playfulness, and now Lu Yuan had lifted it up to her waist. Her slender legs instinctively clamped together, but Lu Yuan quickly and forcefully parted them with his knees. Soft sobs escaped from Lin Xiao's lips. It took a long time for Lin Xiao to regain some strength. You bastard, she turned to Lu Yuan and said, you only know how to bully me. Lu Yuan smiled and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Why don't you come and bully me from now on? I'll let you be on top. Lin Xiao was both annoyed and amused, so she punched him in the chest with her small fist. The two cuddled and snuggled together for a while before starting to tidy up their messy clothes. Xiao Xiao. Do you want to have a child with me? The question was so sudden that Lin Xiao's originally tender eyes instantly turned into one of panic and shyness. Her face flushed bright red instantly, like a ripe apple. What are you saying? She abruptly shook off Lu Yuan's hand, turned around and took a few quick steps forward, leaving him with a slightly disheveled back view. I don't want to. You're dreaming. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like that. Don't want it? That's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The atmosphere was wonderful when the two returned hand in hand to the rooftop restaurant on the top deck. The star girls, Xin Lan and Lin Wanqing, sat together, chattering about the upcoming recording plans for the show. Meanwhile, Zhou Manny, Suya, and Han Xiuying sat with the captain, seemingly discussing the route and the weather forecast for the next few days. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and Lin Xiao enter, everyone tacitly stopped their conversations. Zhou Manny raised her wineglass and toasted Lu Yuan from afar. Mr. Lu, it seems your private visit went very well. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone at the table to hear clearly. The chattering from the Starlight girls' side immediately subsided. The girls all turned their curious gazes toward Lu Yuan, who had just entered, and Lin Xiao, whose face was slightly flushed. Han Xiuya swirled the amber-colored whiskey in her glass, the ice ball making a crisp ding sound as it collided with the glass. Suya calmly picked up the communal fork and put some food into Lu Yuan's plate. Lin Wanqing glanced at Lin Xiao, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. It's all right. Lu Yuan pulled out the chair in the main seat and sat down. He put his arm around Lin Xiao's waist and made her sit close to him. It's just that the popcorn inside wasn't very fresh. Remember to ask the shipping company to change the brand next time. Chapter 60. Han Xiuya keeps her promise. After dinner, everyone went to their rooms, except for Lu Yuan, who leaned against the deck railing, smoking and checking the system messages. Dear host, because Lin Xiao is a pure person, the system will grant an additional reward of 5 million yuan. Because Lin Xiao meets both the criteria of an A-level gene potential rating and a comprehensive score of 95, he has been recognized by the system as an excellent candidate for gene inheritance. The system will award you an additional reward. Ding, the system has transferred ownership of the World Dream cruise ship to your name. The system will cover all subsequent maintenance and staff salaries for the cruise ship. Oh my! This luxury cruise ship is mine now? That's going to be a lot of fun. Multiple ways to play the game instantly flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. I had only smoked half of my cigarette when I heard footsteps behind me. Your variety show performance this time received rave reviews. I haven't congratulated you yet. It was Han Xiuya's voice. She had somehow appeared behind him. With the sea breeze blowing, her long, beautiful legs were faintly visible beneath the high slit of her skirt, and her skin shone with a porcelain-like luster in the dim light. Lu Yuan exhaled a smoke ring, watching the white smoke swirl and dissipate in the air. As expected, thank you anyway. Your drive reminds me of my younger days. Han Xiuying walked to his side and leaned against the railing. What I want, I have to get by any means necessary. She leaned forward slightly, revealing her deep cleavage just right. Speaking of which, Han Xiuying turned to look at him. Shouldn't you keep your promise to me from last time? Those bastards from the Black Tiger gang have been getting more and more arrogant lately. I heard that old fox Wu Zhendong has found a group of helpers from somewhere and is planning to take over my territory. Wu Zhendong? Lu Yuan flicked his cigarette ash. I don't even consider an opponent of that caliber a threat anymore. I can take care of him with just one phone call. Do you believe me? Han Xiuya narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes. Prove it to me. Lu Yuan smiled and threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray next to him. He took out his phone, found the name Chen Jingshu, and dialed it. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Hey, Lu Yuan? Still not asleep this late? Chen Jingshu's slightly lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Jingshu, I'm sorry to bother you so late. There's something I'd like to ask you. You say. I've heard, Lu Yuan said calmly, that there seems to be a slight problem with public security in Jiangqing recently. Some discordant groups, such as an organization called Black Tiger Hall, are seriously damaging our city's good image and even threatening the lives and property of ordinary citizens. This is not good news for our grand plan to transform Wuhan into a new national cultural tourism landmark.
Chen Jingshu, on the other end of the phone, remained silent for a few seconds. She was incredibly intelligent and immediately understood the meaning behind Lu Yuan's words.
Your information network is quite good, she said. The Municipal Bureau is also paying attention to this matter. It's just that they've been struggling to find conclusive evidence.
That is too much of a coincidence. I have the evidence, Lu Yuan said. My people have worked hard and have obtained the exact locations of all the Black Tiger Gang venues, as well as a detailed list of their core members and evidence of their crimes. This includes all of Wu Zhendong's money laundering and illegal transactions over the past few years. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Wu Zhendong will be conducting a large-scale illegal transaction in a private room on the top floor of his old lair, the Golden Splendor nightclub. Chen Jingshu on the other end of the phone was somewhat surprised.
Is this information accurate? 100%. A brief silence followed. 3 days.
When Chen Jingshu's voice rang out again, it had become unusually serious and decisive.
Within 3 days, I will make Wu Zhendong's gang disappear completely from Jiangcheng. Send me the list and evidence immediately. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan looked at Han Xiuying, who was in shock. Are you satisfied now?
I told you, I can take care of an opponent of this caliber with just one phone call. Han Xiuying looked at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
This man, just how deep are his connections and influence? He can mobilize the entire city police department with a single phone call to dismantle a deeply entrenched criminal organization.
She thought she had already thought highly of Lu Yuan. But now she realizes that what she saw was perhaps only the tip of the iceberg.
I owe you a favor, Han Xiuying said.
This was the first time she had spoken to Lu Yuan in such a serious tone.
Then you'd better think carefully about how to pay it back. Lu Yuan walked up to Han Xiuying.
Han Xiuying, times have changed.
This is no longer an era of fighting and killing. Your old ways are outdated. Would you like to switch to a more relaxed and dignified way of life?
He reached out his hand to her.
Let's retire from this life. Bring your brothers to my company. Of course, I only want the best and most loyal ones. The others will be given a sum of money for severance pay. Myth Entertainment's security department still has a significant shortage of personnel. You can manage it together with Qinlan for now.
From now on, you will no longer be the shady sister-in-law, but Minister Han of Xinhua Entertainment. I guarantee you will receive hundreds of times more than you have now. These words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, creating a tidal wave in Han Xiuying's heart. She looked at the man in front of her and realized she had no reason to refuse.
Perhaps, he's right. I've had enough of that life of fighting and killing. It's time to change my way of living.
She reached out and hooked her fingertips around the shoulder strap of her dress. I told you, as long as you solve the Black Tiger Gang's troubles for me, I will be your woman.
Lu Yuan didn't stop her, he just watched quietly. So eager to fulfill your promise? I, Han Xiuying, always keep my word.
Her skirt slipped down, revealing her perfectly curvaceous body. She took a step forward and straddled Lu Yuan's lap. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Lu Yuan's neck, her face almost touching the tip of his nose. This small Jiangcheng is just the beginning. I want you to be the king of the entire Jiangnan region.
Lu Yuan smiled.
He reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her close to his chest.
You've got quite an appetite. You think so highly of me? Since I've staked my entire future on you, I can't help but have faith in you.
Han Xiuying chuckled softly and twisted her waist slightly.
Han Xiuying let out a muffled groan.
Some time later, her face, still flushed, rested on Lu Yuan's shoulder.
Remember, I'm not just a pretty face to you. I'm going to be your shadow queen. Chapter 61 Rats.
The next day at noon, the World Dream cruise ship finally arrived at the destination for the variety show, filming a private island called Moonlight Island.
The cruise ship docked smoothly at its private pier.
When Guo Dahong saw Lu Yuan come onto the deck, he immediately came up to him and gave him a standard nautical salute. Mr. Lu, we have just received notification from headquarters that the ownership of the World Dream cruise ship has been officially transferred to your name. From this moment on, I and all 120 crew members on board will serve you wholeheartedly and be at your disposal. These words once again shocked the crowd following Lu Yuan with his extravagant gesture.
How much would it cost to buy a ship like this? $1 billion? $2 billion? Is there any limit to this man's wealth?
After disembarking, everyone transferred to electric sightseeing vehicles on the island to travel to the resort hotel located in the center of the island. This place is less like a hotel and more like dozens of villas surrounded by tropical plants. Each villa has its own private pool and a path leading to the beach. After settling into the hotel, director Yin Kwan's team immediately went into high-speed work mode, setting up the equipment and scenes needed for filming in various areas of the island. Chen Jiai also arrived at the island on another passenger ship that day, and the 6 groups of the inheritance reunited. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was like a leisurely tourist. He changed into beach shorts and walked alone toward the beach. The beach was quiet, and the soft white sand felt warm and ticklish underfoot. Not far away, under a huge white parasol, Lin Wanqing was lying on a beach chair, wearing an elegant one-piece swimsuit with a white gauze skirt over it.
She was wearing large sunglasses and leisurely gazing at the distant sea view.
Beside her was a woven beach bag and a bottle of sunscreen that looked unopened.
Lu Yuan walked to her recliner, the shadow of the parasol enveloping his upper body. Sister Wanqing, what a refined taste you have.
Lin Wanqing took off her sunglasses upon hearing the sound.
It's Lu Yuan.
A gentle smile appeared on her face.
What brings you here?
They're all preparing for tomorrow's work, I'm the only one with nothing to do. Lu Yuan sat down on another beach chair nearby.
What about you? Aren't you going with Xiao Xiao?
That girl goes crazy as soon as she gets to a place like this, I don't know where she runs off to sketch.
Lin Wanqing's tone was full of affection.
I can't keep up with her pace. I can only stay here and soak up the sun to get some calcium. As she spoke, she picked up the bottle of sunscreen next to her.
I'll do it. Lu Yuan naturally accepted the bottle of sunscreen.
This sudden action startled Lin Wanqing.
Lu Yuan didn't give her time to refuse. He had already unscrewed the bottle cap.
He squeezed some of the milky white sunscreen into his palm, rubbed it evenly, and then covered her delicate shoulders with his hands. The skin under his palms was like the finest silk, smooth and elastic. As the hand moved, a thin layer of oil slowly spread across her fair back. Sister Wanqing, your skin is so well maintained.
Auntie. A crisp sound rang out from not far away. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly.
Lu Yuan, however, straightened up without changing his expression and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. Lin Xiao was standing a few steps away under a coconut tree, holding a drawing board taller than herself. Her skirt fluttered gently in the sea breeze, revealing a small section of her fair and slender legs.
Auntie, your face, why is it so red? Are you feeling unwell?
Lin Xiao put down her painting tools and walked over to Lin Wanqing, asking with concern. And nothing, Lin Wanqing subconsciously straightened her clothes.
It's just, the sea breeze is a bit strong, that's why.
Lin Xiao looked at her with a puzzled expression, then at Lu Yuan standing to the side, and vaguely sensed something.
Really, she deliberately drawled. I find the breeze here quite pleasant.
As she spoke, she naturally walked between Lu Yuan and her aunt.
Lu Yuan, didn't you say you'd come with me to see the meteor shower?
Lin Wanqing stood up and patted the dust off her gauze skirt.
I can't stay up all night, I'm going back to my room to rest. Xiao Xiao, you, don't stay up too late either. After Lin Wanqing left, Lu Yuan pinched Lin Zhao's cheek. Our Xiao Xiao is so petty, she's even jealous of her own aunt. No way.
Lin Zhao's face flushed red again. She turned her head away and stubbornly said, I
was just afraid you would bully my aunt. Bully? Lu Yuan laughed. Do I look like that kind of person?
Picture. That evening, after everyone had dinner together, Yin Quan announced that filming for the second episode of the first season of The Inheritors would begin the next morning at daybreak. Led by Sun Yaki, the girls from Starlight Girls left the meeting first and returned to their respective villas to rest and recharge for tomorrow's filming. At this moment, Chen Jiai, holding a glass of red wine, slowly walked to Yin Quan's side.
Director Yen, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you regarding tomorrow's filming.
Yen Min put down her cigar and nodded.
Sit.
Just as the two of them began discussing the script, Xin Lan appeared silently behind Lu Yuan.
Brother, rats have come to the island. Lu Yuan didn't turn around. He picked up the glass of whiskey with ice in his hand and gently swirled it. How many? 6 of them. 4 are on the beach, pretending to be tourists.
The other 2 are disguised as hotel staff, scouting the area around the villas.
Xin Lan quickly gave the report. Are they from the Lu family?
It's pretty much a done deal, Qinlan said. These people were probably sent to dig up dirt on us, or to cause some trouble.
Just these few rotten fish and shrimp? Brother, we can't be careless. Qinlan's tone was serious.
The island's terrain is very complex, covered in tropical rainforest.
Once they hide inside, it will be very difficult to find them again.
Besides, the show officially starts filming tomorrow, and there will be many people around. What if they become desperate and do something rash?
I understand, Lu Yuan said. Don't tell anyone about this beforehand.
In particular, don't let Yaki and those girls know, so as not to affect their mood tomorrow. He downed the wine in his hand in one gulp.
Don't they like playing hide and seek? Then let's play along with them. Tell the security department to keep busy tonight.
Before sunrise tomorrow, I want all the rats caught, but deliberately let one go.
Lu Yuan slammed the wine glass down on the table.
A sharp, cold glint flashed in Qinlan's eyes.
Clear. Chapter 62 requires more money. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Moonlight Island Beach.
The main beach area of Moonlight Island, which was originally a tranquil seascape, was completely occupied by the equipment and personnel of 2 film crews. The staff of Xinhua Entertainment had just moved the filming equipment to their positions when they discovered that on the other side of the beach, the luxurious filming team of Gangnam Superstar Entertainment had already set up their equipment.
What's going on? We clearly booked it to start at 9 a.m.
Sun Yaki, holding the contract, strode towards the other party's staff who were directing the set setup. She was still wearing the casual clothes from last night, a white linen shirt and khaki shorts, her hair a little messy, clearly indicating she had rushed over. The other party's on-site director, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a light-colored suit, glanced lazily at Sun Yaki. We're Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment, and we have a priority usage agreement with the island owner.
Your Myth Entertainment? Never heard of it.
Yen Quan stood up from behind the monitor, took off his fisherman's hat, his face as grim as the calm before a storm. Priority use rights? We booked according to the proper procedures. The island owner personally confirmed the schedule.
Really?
The production supervisor sneered, pulling out his phone from his pocket.
Island Master, it's me, Director Zhang. There's a small film crew here talking about a booking issue. What? Oh, is that so?
The island owner's slightly embarrassed voice came through the phone. Director Yen, I'm so sorry, Jiangnan Superstars has added an extra venue usage fee at the last minute.
According to our agreement, the highest bidder gets priority. Please reschedule your time to 2 p.m. I guarantee you'll have enough time.
Sun Yaki's face flushed instantly. Island Master. We signed a full daytime shooting schedule. Now it's been changed to the afternoon at the last minute, and the lighting is completely different. That's the business rule, young lady.
Director Zhang put away his phone, put his sunglasses back on, and said, if you're not satisfied, you can offer an even higher price. Just then, a tall woman wearing a pink bikini walked out from under the parasol. She was Wenya Yun, the leading lady of Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment.
Even on the beach, her makeup remained flawless, her wavy hair swayed in the sea breeze, and every step she took exuded the professionalism of a professional model. Wenya Yun's figure certainly meets the standards of a top-tier celebrity. Her pink bikini top barely covered her meticulously sculpted breasts, which swayed slightly with her movements. Her super short bikini bottoms clung tightly to her long, slender legs, outlining the perfect curves of her hips. Sunlight shone on her fair skin, and beads of sweat glistened at her collarbone.
What's going on? Why is it so noisy?
Wen Yade's voice was soft and pleasant, but her tone carried obvious impatience.
Director Zhang, who are these people?
Ms. Wen, they're a small team here to film some kind of web series, and there's a slight conflict regarding the venue and schedule, Director Zhang explained respectfully. When Yage glanced at the Myth Entertainment team, her gaze lingering for a moment on the members of Stargirls, a slight, disdainful smile playing on her lips. Oh, just one of those third-rate variety shows.
Why don't you just wait a bit? We're filming a blockbuster movie, time is precious. What did you say? Bai Lu couldn't help but stand up.
This usually docile girl's face was now flushed with anger.
What do you mean by third-rate variety shows? Our program will be broadcast on the provincial TV station. Provincial TV station? When Yage laughed exaggeratedly. Which channel? The children's channel?
Several assistants and staff behind her chuckled along. Zhang Yi clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. With her strong personality, she was most sensitive to this kind of disrespect. Su Shelley grabbed Bai Lu's arm and whispered, "Don't argue with them, that's just how they are."
Yan Quan's temples bulged with veins.
Having navigated this industry for so many years, he couldn't stand this kind of arrogant, condescending behavior. Ms. 1, we're all here to work. Mutual respect is basic courtesy.
Respect?
Wen Yage took a few steps closer and stood in front of Yan Quan.
Director Yan, of course I respect you. Fearless challenge is indeed a classic. But. She paused deliberately, that's all in the past, isn't it? In today's market, it's all about viewership and capital.
These words struck a nerve with Yan Quan. He had indeed felt the changes in the industry over the years. Capital was paramount, traffic was king, and many talented directors had been marginalized. But he never expected such blatant mockery to come from the mouth of a second-rate star.
You?
Yan Quan was about to explode when Lu Yuan's voice came from behind him.
What's going on? Why is it so lively so early in the morning?
Everyone turned around and saw Lu Yuan, wearing a white polo shirt and beach shorts, walking towards them from the direction of the hotel. His face was expressionless, but everyone present could feel the calm and composed aura emanating from him.
Sun Yaki quickly went to meet him. Mr. Lu, there's been a problem.
She quickly explained the situation briefly.
Lu Yuan nodded after listening, then looked at Wen Yage. Miss 1, is that right? I've heard so much about you.
Wen Yage hadn't noticed Lu Yuan before, but now, upon closer inspection, her eyes lit up.
Although the man was dressed casually, his mature masculine charm and composed demeanor were undeniably attractive. She subtly adjusted her hair. You are Lu Yuan, CEO of Myth Entertainment. Lu Yuan briefly introduced himself. Regarding the venue issue, I think we can resolve it through negotiation. Director Zhang then interjected, what are you negotiating?
Rules are rules, the highest bidder wins.
If you want priority, add another $1 million. Lu Yuan glanced at Director Zhang, then took out his phone. I'm Lu Yuan. Yes, from Myth Entertainment. Regarding today's venue arrangements. What? You're sure you want to do this?
The island owner on the other end of the phone sounded visibly nervous. Mr. Lu, the contract terms with Jiangnan Superstar are indeed.
Okay, I understand. Lu Yuan hung up the phone, his face still expressionless.
Yan Quan and Sun Yaki's hearts sank. They thought Lu Yuan hadn't been able to change anything either.
But Lu Yuan's next words stunned everyone.
Everyone, Lu Yuan looked around at everyone present. Actually, you've all misunderstood. He walked to the device bearing the Jiangnan Superstar Entertainment logo. This island no longer belongs to its original owner, starting this morning. On the edge of the scene of the argument, Lin Xiao was holding a tablet and color charts, trying to do final color calibration for the upcoming shoot. But she was quickly drawn to the sudden conflict. Having worked in the art world for a while, Lin Xiao was no stranger to the ruthlessness of commercial competition. But seeing Director Yan's humiliated yet helpless expression, a surge of indignation welled up inside her. How could someone as talented as Yan Quan have his dignity trampled on like this by a second-tier star?
She secretly observed Lu Yuan's reaction.
She had always noticed that this man always maintained an unusual calmness in crucial moments, as if everything was under his control. Even now, in this humiliating situation, there was still no anger or anxiety on his face. When Lu Yuan uttered those words about the island owner, Lin Xiao keenly sensed something.
Looking at Lu Yuan's calm profile, a strange feeling rose within her. Anticipation? Or nervousness?
She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she felt that something very important might be about to happen.
Chapter 63. I'm coming clean.
Lu Yuan stood there, his expression still calm as still water, as if the provocations from Wen Yayun and Director Zhang were just a gentle breeze to him. His gaze lingered on Wen Yayun for a moment, and the scrutinizing look made this actress, who thought she had a lot of influence in the industry, feel inexplicably uneasy.
Actually, this island.
Lu Yuan's voice was calm and unhurried, is mine.
These words exploded on the beach like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned. Director Zhang was the first to react, his face instantly turning deathly pale. What did you say?
Moonlight Island, including this beach, and every inch of the land where you are standing now.
Lu Yuan said calmly, I just completed the acquisition procedures 3 hours ago. It now belongs to Myth Entertainment. Wen Yayun's haughty expression froze instantly.
She subconsciously took a step back, her high heels leaving deep marks on the sand.
No. Impossible.
Director Zhang's voice trembled slightly.
The island owner clearly said. Island owner?
Lu Yuan laughed, a hint of amusement in his smile.
You mean the person you contacted earlier? He's always just a delegated manager, now I'm the true owner. Lu Yuan didn't rest last night. He worked hard on Suya's field all night and finally got her pregnant. In addition to money, the random bonus is ownership of the island. Yan Quan watched this scene from the sidelines, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As a director accustomed to grand occasions, he could clearly sense the imposing aura emanating from the young man before him. This wasn't an act, it was the confidence born of genuine ability. Sun Yaki and the other members of Starlight Girls were also stunned. They knew Lu Yuan was rich, but they never expected that he could buy an entire island. When Yates tried her best to maintain her composure, but her voice had lost its previous arrogance. Mr. Lu, even so, our Jiangnan superstars booked the venue through normal procedures, we can't possibly. Normal procedure? Lu Yuan interrupted her. On my island, anything without my consent is just waste paper. He turned to Director Zhang. Now, please pack up your equipment and leave immediately. I don't want to see anything belonging to Gangnam Superstar on my beach within 10 minutes. Director Zhang's face turned pale and then red. He wanted to refute, but looking into Lu Yuan's deep eyes, all the words stuck in his throat. When Yage gritted her teeth, unwilling to be humiliated like this. Having worked in the entertainment industry for many years, she had met all sorts of investors and bosses, but she had never encountered anyone like Lu Yuan. Young, calm, and possessing absolute strength that left no room for doubt. Mr. Lu, when Yage forced a smile, is there some misunderstanding between us? If I offended you with my words just now, I apologize. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yuan had already turned and walked towards Yen Min, completely ignoring her presence. This feeling of being ignored was even more embarrassing than a direct rejection. Director Yen, Lu Yuan said to Yan Quan, can we begin preparing for filming? Yan Quan nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Of course, Mr. Lu. This opening is more exciting than any script. Seeing this, Director Zhang knew that staying any longer would only lead to greater embarrassment. He gritted his teeth and waved to his subordinates, pack up the equipment. Let's go. The staff hurriedly began packing up the equipment, and the assistants who had been so arrogant just moments before now all had their heads down, afraid of being noticed by Lu Yuan. Under a parasol not far away, several local waiters were whispering among themselves. My God, did that young man really say this island was his? A waiter said in a low voice. I heard from the island owner's assistant that a mysterious buyer did want to buy the whole island. I never imagined it was him, another waiter replied. That female celebrity was so arrogant just now, but now she's slinking away like a mule. It's so satisfying. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear. But seriously, that young boss seems really shrewd. They secretly observed the situation on the beach, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Behind the rocks by the sea, Wen Yun's assistant was on the phone. What? The whole island belongs to him? How is that possible? A shocked voice came from the other end of the phone from a senior executive at Jiangnan Superstar. It's absolutely true, boss. That Lu Yuan, he said we all had to evacuate within 10 minutes, and Director Zhang didn't dare utter a single word. The assistant's voice was filled with fear. Wait. We can't leave. Wen Yun said to her crew. If filming cannot be done here, then the original filming schedule will definitely be missed, the film's release will be delayed, and no one can afford the resulting losses. Mr. Lu, we are both reasonable people, and we can discuss anything. Wen Yun walked a few steps to Lu Yuan's side and whispered in his ear, shall we go somewhere else and talk privately? Lu Yuan glanced at her, gesturing for her to come with him. Wen Yun followed behind Lu Yuan, walking in high heels down the soft carpeted corridor. She hastily threw on a sheer shawl over her pink bikini, but it still couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. The two arrived at Lu Yuan's villa in the hotel. Lu Yuan didn't speak immediately. Instead, he walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He turned around, leaned against the edge of the bar, and looked calmly at Wen Yun. Speak, what is it? His tone remained indifferent, as if everything that had just happened on the beach was not worth his attention. Wen Yun bit her lower lip. Having worked in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had long since learned how to read people's expressions and how to show different faces to different people. But when facing Lu Yuan, she found that her previous set of rules was completely inapplicable. She walked slowly to the center of the room, her sheer shawl swaying gently with her movements, vaguely revealing the outline of her full breasts encased in a pink bikini. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on her fair skin and making her figure appear even more alluring. Wen Yun was well aware of her physical advantages,
and at this moment she needed to use every possible weapon to salvage this terrible situation. "Mr. Liu, I apologize for what happened earlier." Wen Yage stopped 2 meters away from Lu Yuan and bowed slightly. This movement caused her bikini to slip down slightly, revealing more of her fair skin. "My team and I were indeed too reckless. We bumped into you without understanding the situation." She raised her head, her eyes filled with a pitiful look. "But Mr. Liu, I really hope you can give us a chance.
This film is very important to me.
If filming cannot be completed on time, it will not only be my loss, but also the hard work of hundreds of people and the entire crew will be wasted."
Chapter 64 Filming begins.
Lu Yuan took a sip of whiskey, his gaze slowly moving from Wen Yiyun's face to her chest, which was trembling slightly with nervousness, and then back to her eyes. "Miss Wen, your behavior on the beach just now didn't seem like you were considering the film crew's well-being." Lu Yuan's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "You seemed more like you were enjoying the thrill of trampling on others." A flicker of shame crossed Wen Yage's face, but she quickly composed herself. "Mr. Liu, everyone makes mistakes, don't they? I'm willing to pay the price for my mistakes." As she spoke, she reached out and untied the ribbon of her shawl. The sheer fabric fluttered down onto the carpet, revealing Wen Yiyun standing before Lu Yuan in a pink bikini. A sea breeze blew in through the half-open French windows, causing her long hair to sway gently. Without the shawl to cover her, Wen Yiyun's figure was fully exposed to Lu Yuan's eyes. The pink bikini top tightly hugged her full breasts, and the two soft mounds rose and fell under the thin fabric, with her cleavage deeply recessed in the middle, trembling slightly with her breathing. The bikini bottoms featured a classic triangle design, clinging tightly to her lower abdomen and hips, outlining her perfect curves. Her long, slender legs gleamed like ivory in the sunlight, every inch of her skin exuding the allure unique to mature women. "Mr. Liu, you see," Wen Yage's voice became even softer, "if you're willing to give us a chance to continue filming, I can." She didn't finish her sentence, but slowly walked towards Lu Yuan. Each step carried an obvious seductive quality, her hips swaying gently, her breasts trembling slightly with each step. When she was less than an arm's length away from Lu Yuan, she stopped. This distance allowed Lu Yuan to clearly smell her perfume, mixed with the salty, damp scent of the sea breeze. Wen Yiyun raised her head, gazing at Lu Yuan with her alluring eyes, her red lips slightly parted, as if ready to utter some seductive words at any moment.
"Mr. Liu, whatever compensation you'd like, I can consider it." Her voice carried a clear implication. After all, many things in this world are negotiable, aren't they?
The air in the room seemed to thicken with her words. Wen Yiyun knew what she was doing. She was using her physical allure to gain Lu Yuan's forgiveness and help. She had seen too many of these kinds of deals, and had participated in quite a few herself. Lu Yuan put down his whiskey, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before returning to her eyes. His expression remained calm, but Wen Yiyun keenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the room.
"Compensation?" Lu Yuan repeated the word. "Miss Wen, do you think you have anything that I need?"
On the beach, the staff of Gangnam Superstar all wore expressions of anxiety and unease. "Why isn't Sister Wen out yet?" a young assistant muttered quietly.
"It's been 20 minutes already." "Shoo, don't talk nonsense." The makeup artist warned in a low voice. "Didn't you see that man's expression just now?
The whole island is his."
"We can only pray that Sister Wen can handle this."
Lu Yuan said to Wen Yiyun, "How about this, you can play a villainous supporting role in my variety show this time. After I finish filming here, you can film it." Wen Yiyun was stunned.
This answer was completely unexpected. A cameo role as a villainous supporting character?
Wen Yiyun's mind raced at that moment. As someone who had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she knew very well the value of a variety show, especially when the investor of this show turned out to be a mysterious tycoon who owned an entire island. She slowly straightened up, her eyes becoming focused and sharp, like a mother leopard that had caught the scent of its prey.
Are you serious?"
Her voice was a little unsteady, but it had shifted from her previous coquettish tone to seriousness.
"You want me to have a cameo role in your variety show?"
Wen Yiyun quickly weighed the pros and cons of the suggestion in her mind. If I agree," she turned to look directly at Lu Yuan, "can you guarantee that our crew can resume filming as scheduled tomorrow?"
Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, I always keep my word."
After making slight modifications to the entire process, the entire crew of the Inheritors gathered on the beach. Yan Quan raised the megaphone in his hand, and his voice echoed in the twilight of the island. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a special guest today. Ms. Wen Yiyun will play a mysterious role in our program, A Guide to the Island's Indigenous People." The 5 members of Star Girls gathered together, dressed in cool summer outfits specially designed by Lin Xiao for an island theme. Yang Lele frowned slightly, clearly puzzled by this sudden change. Zhao Shuer observed Wen Yeyun with a blank expression. Her keen intuition told her that this woman's appearance would make the game more complicated. The rules have been adjusted, Yan Quan continued. Today's task is to find the lost pearl of the sea god. Legend has it that this pearl is hidden in a secret location on the island, and only by solving an ancient riddle can it be found. You will be divided into 3 groups to compete. Wen Yeyun walked to the front of the group, her every step exuding the elegance and confidence of a professional model. My name is Hella, Wen Yeyun began, her voice carrying a mysterious charm. For centuries, my family has guarded the secret of the sea god's pearl. But now, the time has come, the pearl needs to find its true owner. Chen Jiai stood in the group, carefully observing Wen Yeyun's performance. As an actress herself, she could feel the professional aura emanating from Wen Yeyun. Group 1, Yan Quan announced, Yang Lele, Bai Lu, and Su Xiaoli. Your mission is to go to the coral reef area on the east side of the island and find clues about the moonstone. Group 2, Chen Jiai, Zhao Shuer, and Zhang Yi. You need to explore the ancient temple ruins in the center of the island. And I, Wen Yeyun took over, her voice becoming mysterious and alluring, will observe you all from the shadows. I am both guide and tester. Remember, the sea god's pearl will only choose truly pure and courageous hearts. Sun Yaki stood at the edge of the filming area, a walkie-talkie in her hand, ready to coordinate the actions of the various filming crews at any time. Watching Wen Yeyun's performance, she had to admit that Lu Yuan's decision had indeed added more drama to the show. Before the game begins, each group needs to choose a talisman, Wen Yeyun continued, pointing to an old wooden box on the beach. But be careful, one of them is a cursed item. The team that chooses it will face additional challenges. Yang Lele walked toward the mysterious wooden box, followed closely by the other members. Choose yourselves, brave explorers, Wen Yeyun's voice carried a hint of mockery. Let's see who Lady Luck favors today. In a nearby monitoring tent, Lu Yuan quietly observed everything unfolding. He held a glass of chilled coconut juice, a satisfied smile on his face. Zhou Manny stood beside him. Honey, Wen Yeyun's performance exceeded my expectations. She really got into character very quickly. A professional actor is a professional actor, Lu Yuan said calmly. She knows what to do when faced with a real challenge. All the equipment for each group is ready, Su Ye reported. The photography team is also in position and can begin filming at any time. Let Yan Quan do it, Lu Yuan said to Zhou Manny. Today's program is sure to be very exciting. Chapter 65, Game in Progress. A hotel waiter said to Lu Yuan, Sir, our hotel has a helicopter. Would you like to use it? Lu Yuan was very interested. Oh? That's great, take me to see it. Lin Xiao happened to hear this from the side and insisted on going together, even dragging her aunt Lin Wanqing along as well. Wen Yeyun volunteered, saying that she had received flight training and asked to be the pilot of the plane. The 4 followed the waiter to the helipad in the hotel's backyard, where a white Bell 429 helicopter was smoothly parked on the hotel's rooftop helipad. Lu Yuan bent down first and walked into the spacious cabin that could accommodate 6 people. Lin Xiao and Lin Wanqing then boarded the plane. Wen Yeyun opened the door and entered the cockpit. Lin Xiao chose a front row seat so she could have a better view of the island's terrain and find inspiration for the subsequent art design. Lin Wanqing sat down next to Lu Yuan. The cabin door is closed. The propellers spun faster and faster, eventually transforming into a colorless disc that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The plane shuddered slightly, then rose steadily and vertically. Through the arched portholes, you can see the hotel complex below rapidly shrinking in size. The entire panorama of Moonlight Island unfolds before your eyes like a scroll painting. The crystal clear, azure waters surround the lush, verdant islands. White sand beaches, like silver ribbons, adorn the island's edge. It's beautiful, isn't it? Lu Yuan's voice came clearly through the communication headset in the cabin. He turned to face Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing nodded, her gaze still fixed on the scenery outside the window. Yes, the wonders of nature always inspire awe. The helicopter began to adjust its angle and flew towards the main filming location of the variety show, which was the main beach. Just then, the fuselage suddenly shook violently due to an unstable cross-airflow. Lin Wanqing's body subconsciously leaned to the side. Lu Yuan naturally reached out and put his hand on her shoulder. Lin Wanqing is wearing a light purple sleeveless dress today. The dress is made of light silk and has a simple yet elegant cut. When Lu Yuan's palm touched her shoulder, she could clearly feel the masculine heat instantly penetrate the thin fabric and imprint itself on her skin. Her breath caught in her throat for a moment. She shifted her body slightly to the other side, subtly slipping out of Lu Yuan's grasp. Lu Yuan, Lin Wanqing turned to look at him. I heard from Xiao Xiao that you put a lot of effort into this variety show. She is very grateful to you for giving her such a great opportunity to showcase her designs to a national audience.
As her elder, I also want to thank you. But this child has always been single-minded.
Once she gets into her work, she forgets everything else. I'll have to trouble you to be more understanding and give her more guidance in her work in the future.
Sister Wanqing, you're too kind.
Lu Yuan withdrew his hand. Lin Xiao is very talented and hardworking.
I believe she will become an outstanding designer. It's an honor for Myth Entertainment to cooperate with her. Wow, this view is absolutely spectacular.
Lin Xiao exclaimed excitedly, pressing against the porthole and gazing at the island below, which was getting smaller and smaller.
Sister Wanqing, look over there, Lu Yuan suddenly approached.
Director Yan arranged a scene that looks very interesting from this angle. His face was almost next to Lin Wanqing's, one hand resting naturally on the back of her chair, the other pointing out the window. This position allowed his warm breath to spray near her ear.
Yes, the angle is indeed very good.
Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. She tried to remain calm, but her body involuntarily went limp, almost pressing against Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan's hand slowly rested on her shoulder, as if it were an accidental touch.
Look at that composition, doesn't it have a cinematic feel?
Lin Xiao remained focused on looking out the window, completely oblivious to the ambiguous interaction unfolding behind her.
Auntie, look. Those girls seem to be playing games on the beach.
Just then, the helicopter encountered a slight turbulence. Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation to lose his balance and placed his palm on Lin Wanqing's thigh to stabilize himself, feeling the delicate sensation of her thin stockings against his palm. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened instantly, a jolt of electricity shooting through her entire body from the point of contact. Her breathing quickened, but she dared not make a sound, biting her lower lip tightly.
Sorry, the airflow was a bit erratic just now, Lu Yuan whispered in her ear, a hint of amusement in his voice.
His hand didn't immediately move away, but lingered on her thigh for a few seconds, his fingers lightly tracing the surface of her stockings. Wan Yan's voice came from the front of the cabin. Mr. Lu, we are now flying over the main filming area for episode 2.
As you can see, Director Yan has set up multiple camera positions on the beach. Lu Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand and returned to his seat.
But his gaze still occasionally fell on Lin Wanqing, admiring her forced composure that couldn't hide her panic.
Lin Wanqing's heart was pounding.
She could feel the warmth of his hand still lingering on the spot on her thigh where he had touched her. She secretly glanced at Lin Xiao, and only breathed a slight sigh of relief after confirming that she hadn't noticed anything amiss. On the other side of the cabin, Wan Yan was professionally explaining the progress of the game below, but her keen female intuition made her notice the subtle changes taking place in the seats behind her. Through the reflection in the porthole, she could vaguely see the ambiguous intimacy between Lu Yuan and Lin Wanqing. As a woman who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, Wan Yage was all too familiar with this kind of game between men and women. Interesting, this man is really restless. He just rejected my advances at the resort, but now he's so interested in this woman. Wan Yage pondered to herself. She noticed the blush on Lin Wanqing's face and her slightly flustered expression, as well as Lu Yuan's confident composure. But Wan Yun was clever, she knew when to pretend not to see. She continued her commentary, occasionally glancing at the silent game out of the corner of her eye. At the very front, Lin Xiao remained completely absorbed in the exciting developments of the game below.
She clapped her hands excitedly. Auntie, look. Su Xiuli's team has found the second clue. This game is so much fun. Chapter 66 Top Girl Group. The sea breeze was slightly salty, mingling with the subtle woody scent of the luxury yacht. The helicopter's rotors had stopped spinning, leaving only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the beach in the distance, and the clear calls of a few seabirds. The filming of the first half of the variety show came to an end, and the crew was busy moving equipment and preparing for the next stage of production.
Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and his group returned to the modern glass villa that stood at the highest point of the island. Lin Wanqing returned to the villa, feigning fatigue, and went alone to the bedroom on the second floor that faced the sea.
The atmosphere in the open-plan restaurant downstairs was subtly tense.
The villa's kitchen was extremely well equipped with professional appliances, including all kinds of high-end cookware. Manny and Suya were preparing for dinner, or rather, engaging in a silent struggle over who should lead this dinner. The villa's freezer was filled with top-quality ingredients air freighted from all over the world. Manny took out a beautifully packaged Wagyu beef with clear marbling from the freezer. She unwrapped the packaging and placed the thick-cut steak on the cutting board. Picking up a kitchen knife, she began trimming the excess fat from the edges of the steak with professional and efficient movements. "Let's have Wellington steak for tonight's main course," she said to Suya, who was standing by the sink next to her. "President Liu mentioned it when we were at the Western restaurant last time."
"I remember."
Suya was preparing a grouper that was still twitching slightly. Her knife skills were extremely precise. She scaled, removed the gills, and gutted the fish in one swift motion. Her fingers moved nimbly over the fish's body, and in no time, a clean fish was placed on a plate. Today she changed into a beige cotton linen dress, with a light gray apron over it, making her look even more gentle and graceful. "Eating something too oily at night will be greasy," Suya said softly.
"Let's steam it instead, it's simpler.
It will bring out the natural flavor of the fish better."
Manny stopped what she was doing and looked at Suya. "What?" Manny asked, "Is Secretary Su questioning my ability to arrange dinner, or does she think that her own taste better represents President Liu?" Hey, you two beautiful ladies. Is there anything I can help you with?"
Han Shouying walked in gracefully, holding a glass of red wine.
Upstairs in Lu Yuan's room, Lin Xiao was curled up in Lu Yuan's arms.
He was wrapped in the shirt that still held his body heat, the wide hem just covering the top of his thighs.
"Ding dong.
Congratulations, host.
Lin Xiao has successfully conceived. A cash reward of 10 million yuan has been deposited into your account."
Lin Xiao's overall evaluation has reached 95 points, now a special reward has been triggered.
"The system is currently drawing a sample for you."
Congratulations, host. You have been granted access to a top-tier girl group.
Oh? A top girl group? System, where are they now?
We have already gone to the headquarters of Xinhua Entertainment to register.
I have to go and take a look. Let Manny take charge of this place for now.
Lu Yuan was very happy and decided to leave the others behind to go back by helicopter to take a look. Under the guidance of ground staff, the helicopter landed smoothly in the center of the helipad on the top floor of Myth Entertainment Company, which was marked with a huge H.
The hatch slid open to the side.
Lu Yuan bent down and stepped out of the cabin, his casual shirt and shorts, which he had worn on the island, billowing slightly in the slightly hot afternoon wind of Jiangcheng. In the empty corridor, only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slid open.
Lu Yuan's female assistant was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Lu, you must be tired from your journey. Where are they?" Lu Yuan took off his coat as he walked. "They're already in the meeting room." His assistant followed beside him.
The two walked one after the other through the open plan office area and finally stopped in front of the meeting room.
The assistant stepped forward and opened the door for him.
A rectangular black conference table occupied the center of the room. The three of them immediately stood up from their seats the moment they heard the door open, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed it many times.
The girl on the left is wearing a black sleeveless dress.
The dress is made of some kind of silk with a subtle, dark pattern. The hem of the dress falls just above the knee, revealing a pair of straight, fair-skinned calves.
On her feet were a pair of black stiletto heels.
Her hair was still up in a bun, with only a few deliberately loose strands framing her face. "My name is Han Shai-young," she said, walking to the center of the room and standing there. Former leader and main rapper of the top K-pop girl group Black Rose. The girl in the middle was wearing a burgundy V-neck silk slip dress, and her long, wavy blonde hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her two long, shapely legs were exposed to the air without any reservation. Her makeup was the most intense, with upturned eyeliner and full red lips, giving her an aggressive, cheetah-like beauty. "My name is Jenny Kim," she said, her voice slightly husky and languidly sexy. The main dancer of Black Rose, and also the visual center. Finally, there was the black-haired girl who always kept her head down and looked the most delicate. She seemed to sense Lu Yuan's gaze, and her body trembled slightly. Then she raised her head. It was a face that could almost be described as flawless. Her skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, so smooth that not a single pore could be seen. Her nose was small and pert, and her lips were a cherry blossom pink. Her doe-like eyes were moist, full of innocence and dependence.
That pitiful appearance could easily arouse any man's protective instincts. She wore a pure white off-the-shoulder dress with a full skirt adorned with delicate embroidered lace. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, the jet black strands contrasting sharply with the snow-white dress. When Park Won-young saw Lu Yuan looking at her, two beautiful blushes instantly rose on her cheeks. She lowered her head again in a fluster, her voice barely audible. "I am Park Won-young, I'm the lead vocalist in the group." "Welcome to Myth Entertainment," Lu Yuan said with a smile. "From today onwards, let's work together towards even greater goals. You must be very tired after traveling so far, so let me take you to the accommodations I have arranged for you to rest." President Lu, Han Kaiying shook her head. "Thank you very much for your arrangements, but if I may be frank, we would like to finish today's training first." "Yes, otherwise we won't be able to sleep." The other two also insisted. Chapter 67 Eating Barbecue. The assistant led the three through a long white corridor, where double doors at the end of the corridor were pushed open. Inside was a huge dance studio. 3 walls were inlaid with huge mirrors that reached the ceiling, and another wall was a floor-to-ceiling window, outside which were rows of tall city buildings. The floor is covered with professional non-slip matting. Bottled water, clean towels, and a small first aid kit are provided in the relaxation area in the corner of the room. This is the company's largest practice room. It has an independent ventilation and temperature control system, and the sound equipment is Dynaudio. If you have any other equipment requirements, please feel free to let me know. The assistant's voice echoed in the empty room. Lu Yuan didn't go and he leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed. "Your assistant has already gone to the villa area next door to check you in. You can go there to rest any time." "Thank you for the arrangements, Mr. Lu," Han Kaiying said, taking off her coat and casually draping it over the nearby bench. "However, before we rest, we'd like to do 2 hours of basic physical training and dance practice." Jenny Kim also took off her coat, instantly freeing her alluring figure from its constraints. Park Chae-young also silently walked to the center of the room and began to stretch her legs. Lu Yuan silently looked at the information provided by the system. Name, Han Chae-young. Age, 22. Health Index, 95%. Genetic Potential Rating, A. Pure Body, yes. Relationship History, 0. Overall Score, 92. Eligibility Overview, meets the award criteria. Name, Jenny Kim. Age, 21. Health Index, 93%. Genetic Potential Rating, A+. Pure Body, yes. Relationship History, 1. Overall Rating, 95. Eligibility Overview, meets the award criteria. System. Name, Park Won-young. Age, 20. Health Index, 92%. Genetic Potential Rating, yes. Pure Body, yes. Relationship History, 0. Overall Rating, 96. Eligibility Overview, meets the award criteria. This is a bit outrageous. Are all 3 of them chosen by fate? Is this their original data? Or were they created out of thin air by the system in this world? The reason is unknown, but having 3 more chosen ones in one's company is always a pleasant feeling. Lu Yuan sat down in the practice room and watched them practice. The practice room's speakers started playing upbeat electronic music. Han Chae-young stood at the very front of the group, like a strict instructor, her commands concise and powerful. 5, 6, 7, 8. Wave. Engage your core. Yuan-ing, your shoulders are too stiff. Jenny Kim moved like a water snake, her body following the rhythm, making smooth and powerful wave-like movements. Han Chae-young stood at the very front of the group, her expression focused and resolute, like a general preparing for battle. Every movement she made was precise and powerful, perfectly timed, without the slightest hesitation. The lines of her body, as she danced, resembled a fully drawn bow, brimming with explosive power. Park Won-young was behind her. Her dance moves might not have been as aggressive as Han Chae-young's, but every movement was full of flexibility and beauty, like a willow swaying in the wind, seemingly weak, yet containing a tenacious vitality. Jenny, on the other hand, is like a burning flame. Her dance moves are the most flamboyant and alluring. Her long golden hair leaves afterimages in the air as she turns, her waist twists dramatically, and her practice clothes accentuate her breathtaking curves. The last syllable falls. The 3 people's movements came to an abrupt halt on the same beat. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Yuan, who was watching from the side, clapped his hands slowly and deliberately. As expected of a top girl group, their performance is truly outstanding. Now that you've finished practicing, you must be hungry, right? Let's go, get some barbecue. Maji Korean Cuisine is a high-end Korean barbecue restaurant located in the Gyeongchang Financial District, occupying the top floor of an entire skyscraper. Lu Yuan led several girls out of the private elevator, where waiters dressed in modified hanbok were already waiting, and led them into the reserved private room. The private room features a sunken design in the center, with a huge black slab grill occupying the central position of the table. Pure copper exhaust pipes hang from the ceiling, gleaming with a warm metallic sheen. Guided by the waiters, everyone took off their shoes and sat down. Soft cushions were laid on the tatami mats, and there was enough space under the table for people to stretch their legs. Han Chae-young took the initiative to pick up the menu on the table and handed it to the other two people. Jean and I, Won-young, see what you want to eat? She took care of the other two's feelings like an older sister. Jenny didn't take the menu. She bent one leg and boldly stretched the other out, almost touching the other side of the table. She twirled her long blonde hair with her fingertips, and the tight black shirt, bound by the knot she had just tied, stretched her stunning curves even tighter. I'm fine with anything, she said, her voice slightly husky and sexy. As long as it's Mr. Lu's treat, I'll enjoy whatever I eat. She kept her eyes on Lu Yuan as she spoke. The waiter began serving the dishes. The finest A5 Wagyu beef was presented on an exquisite ice platter, its red and white marbled texture clearly visible. This was followed by freshly shucked Australian oysters, Iberian pork belly, and a variety of Korean kimchi and side dishes served in small plates, filling the entire table to the brim. The charcoal fire was already glowing red, and the smokeless design meant that there was hardly any smell of cooking oil in the entire private room. I can do it myself. Jenny took the silver barbecue tongs from the waiter. She picked up a slice of top-grade Wagyu beef, as thin as a cicada's wing, and skillfully placed it on the grill. The meat slices sizzled as they touched the hot grill pan, releasing their tempting oils and a rich aroma that filled the air. She grilled the Wagyu beef for only a few seconds on each side, and picked it up immediately when the edges of the slices curled slightly and turned an enticing caramel color. Instead of putting the meat on her own plate, she crossed most of the table and handed the still steaming, oily piece of roasted meat directly to Lu Yuan's mouth. Mr. Lu, please try the first piece. Her forward lean caused the already tight collar of her shirt to open again, revealing a deep cleavage. Don't be shy, everyone, start eating. Lu Yuan smiled and, seeing that Park Chae-young was a little shy, picked up a piece of grilled Wagyu beef from the grill and put it into the dipping sauce dish in front of Park Chae-young. Park Won-young raised her head, her doe-like eyes looking at Lu Yuan, then quickly lowered her head, two blushes appearing on her cheeks. She whispered thank you, boss, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Oh dear, our Yuaning is so thin-skinned. Unlike me, I'm thick-skinned, I have to fight for whatever I want to eat. Jenny picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a large, thick slice of pork belly on the baking tray. The tray immediately emitted a loud sizzling sound, and white smoke rose up. Chapter 68 Jenny is drunk. The group ate and chatted, and by the end, they were all a little tipsy. Jenny was very drunk and had already slumped over the table. Lu Yuan called his assistant, who then put everyone in the car and drove to the prepared villa area. The dark black Porsche glided silently along the flat asphalt road in the villa area, eventually stopping in front of a modern detached villa. The female assistant got out of the driver's seat, walked around the front of the car, and opened the car door for Han Chae-young and Park Chae-young in the back seat. Be careful on the road. Han Chae-young nodded towards the driver's seat after getting out of the car. Park Chae-young followed behind, and bowed slightly to Lu Yuan in the car and Kim Jenny, who was already unsteady on her feet. Lu Yuan half-dragged and half-carried Jean Jeannie, who was almost completely unconscious, out of the car. The strong smell of alcohol mixed with the expensive, woody fragrance worn by Jenny Kim wafted over. The keys. Lu Yuan held out his hand to the female assistant in the driver's seat. The female assistant handed him a key with metal tassels. Do you need my help? No need, you guys go back first. Be careful on the road. Lu Yuan closed the car door. The Porsche's headlights flashed twice before silently disappearing into the night. The street lights in the villa area emitted a soft, orange glow. Jenny leaned most of her weight on Lu Yuan. Her head rested on his shoulder, her long, golden curls cascading down, a few strands tickling his face. Lu Yuan used the key to open the black door of the villa. The room was completely dark. He fumbled for the light switch on the wall, and with a click, the lights in the entryway and living room instantly turned on. The central air conditioning in the room was running quietly,
and the cool air blowing on my skin made me feel slightly refreshed from the alcohol. The living room has a spacious layout, with a huge, off-white corner sofa that occupies almost a third of the space. On the wall opposite the sofa hangs an oversized LCD TV with a pure black screen, like a giant black mirror. The corridor on the second floor was narrower than that on the first floor, with several closed white doors on both sides. Lu Yuan pushed open the door that was directly opposite the stairwell. Master bedroom. A huge double bed, big enough for 4 or 5 adults to lie down, was placed in the center of the room. He placed Jenny's soft body on the large bed. "Water, I'm so thirsty," Jenny Kim murmured incoherently as she lay on the bed. Her long, golden hair was spread haphazardly on the gray sheets, clinging together in strands from sweat. The black silk blouse she had tied at the waist was now completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body. The hem of her shirt had long since come undone, exposing her fair and toned waist and abdomen to the air without any cover, revealing the beautiful outline of her abs. He had just turned around when a soft hand grabbed his arm. Jenny had sat up at some point, and her cat-like eyes, which had been somewhat hazy from the effects of alcohol, were now unusually bright, staring straight at him. The alcohol brought out 2 bright red blushes on her cheeks. "Don't go." Her voice was hoarse and sticky, a peculiar quality that comes with alcohol. "Stay here and keep me company." She spoke slowly, and every word was clear. With a slight exertion of her hand on the bed, she tilted her entire body toward him, instantly closing the distance between them. The bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Jenny Kim carried a tray covered with a white tablecloth and walked in carefully, barefoot. She had already washed up, and her long, seaweed-like golden hair was casually tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth, full forehead and gracefully shaped neck. She was only wearing a men's white shirt, which was very large, and the hem barely covered her pert and round buttocks, revealing 2 thighs as white as fine porcelain. She gently placed the tray on the bedside table. On the tray is a delicate Western-style breakfast. 2 slices of golden brown, crispy toast, a sunny-side-up egg fried on one side with the yolk still slightly runny, several slices of bacon caramelized, and a small bowl of brightly colored fruit salad. Next to it, a cup of steaming black coffee. "Boss, it's time to get up." She leaned down and whispered in Lu Yuan's ear, who was still fast asleep, her voice slightly husky and lazy. A warm breath brushed against Lu Yuan's earlobe. Lu Yuan turned over, his eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is Jenny Kim's face, which is still stunningly beautiful. And beneath her open collar, there was a deep cleavage that rose and fell slightly with her breath. "Breakfast is ready." Jenny sat up straight, a smile spreading across her face. She pointed with her slender finger to the tray on the bedside table. "Try my cooking." Lu Yuan sat up in bed, picked up a fork, and took a small piece of toast covered in egg yolk, putting it in his mouth. The toast was toasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The sunny side-up egg was also cooked to perfection, with a runny yolk and a rich eggy aroma that instantly enveloped the taste buds. "It tastes good." He gave an objective evaluation. "Is it just good?" Jenny Kim doesn't seem entirely satisfied with this assessment. She walked to the other side of the bed and then knelt down on it. Like a lazy yet dangerous cat, she crawled on all fours to Lu Yuan. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to less than an arm's length. "Boss," she lowered her voice even further, "last night I worked so hard, and this morning I made you breakfast again. You're just going to give me a good rating?" She licked her full lips, and her cat-like eyes gleamed with undisguised desire and ambition. "Or, boss, do you think there's something I can improve? Whether at work or somewhere else?" Lu Yuan smiled and patted her face. "There will be many more opportunities in the future. We should go to the company now." 30 minutes later, the two walked out of the villa. Jenny stood at the door, already dressed in a completely new outfit. A bright red sleeveless dress. The dress fell just above her knees, making her long, straight legs even more striking. She tied her long, flamboyant golden curls into a high ponytail at the back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. On her feet were a pair of equally bright red 10-centimeter stilettos. Lu Yuan also changed into a business casual outfit. His assistant had already parked his Maybach in the driveway. Lu Yuan opened the passenger door for her. Jean Genie bent down and got in. Myth Entertainment's most core project right now is the variety show The Inheritors, right? That's right. Lu Yuan started the car, and the Maybach smoothly merged into the traffic. Chapter 69 Dream Arc. I have reviewed the company's information. Apart from variety show production, the other two major business segments, artist management and film and television investment, are still in the initial stage. Jenny took out a lipstick from her small red handbag and carefully touched up her makeup in front of the rearview mirror. In other words, the company's current cash flow depends almost entirely on your personal investment, Mr. Liu, and the expected future returns of the Inheritors project.
You could say that. General Manager Zhou Manny Jeannie kept her lipstick, tossed it back into her bag, and turned to look at Lu Yuan, who was driving. She's very capable.
In such a short time, she's managed everything in the company perfectly.
But.
She paused, then leaned slightly towards Lu Yuan. She always seeks stability in her work, so she's not fast enough. She wants to be a competent housekeeper, while I want to be a general who expands your territory.
The Maybach drove into the underground parking lot of Myth Entertainment's headquarters. A private elevator provides direct access from the parking lot to the CEO's office on the top floor.
The car came to a smooth stop in Lu Yuan's designated parking space.
Get off the bus.
Lu Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to her, saying.
Jenny Kim did not get out of the car immediately.
She reached out and gently stroked the back of Lu Yuan's hand that was gripping the steering wheel with her slender fingers. Before entering the battlefield, she looked into his eyes. The general needs to obtain authorization from her sovereign. She bent down and unbuckled Lu Yuan's casual pants belt.
Myth Entertainment conference room.
Lu Yuan sat in the main seat, his fingers tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop. To his left was Zhou Manny, who had just returned from the island. Today, she was wearing a well-tailored gray striped suit, and the tablet in front of her displayed dense data and charts.
Jenny sat to his right.
Han Chai-young and Park Won-young sat side by side across the table.
All right, everyone's here. Lu Yuan stopped tapping on the table.
I called everyone here today for two things.
First, let's give this new group a name. Second, let's discuss how to make your debut.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Jenny Kim spoke up.
I'll go first. She stood up and looked around at everyone. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it Pandora. As for how they debuted,
a seductive smile appeared on her face. I suggest we find the top photographer in all of Asia to shoot a series of artistic portraits that push the limits of visual perception.
I've already thought of the location, the most pristine black rocky beach on Moonlight Island. I object. Zhou Manny's voice was as calm as ice.
She didn't stand up, but simply turned the tablet in front of her gently toward the crowd. On the screen, a data analysis chart appeared instantly, with a red curve marking the changes in the commercial life cycle of all girl groups that use sexiness as their main selling point over the past 5 years. This report shows that idols who follow an overly sexy image have an average lifespan of no more than 18 months. Furthermore, it greatly limits their ability to transition into high-end commercial value. She raised her head and looked directly at Jenny. Myth Entertainment's goal is to build a real business empire, not a short-lived influencer incubator. I suggest that the group be named Trinity, which symbolizes the three different qualities of our team, as well as the combination of the company, the artists, and the market. As for how we'll make our debut, she swiped the screen, the page switching to rows of logos from top international luxury brands. I've already made initial contact with 3 of them. We can use our status as brand ambassadors to directly land at this year's Paris Fashion Week with the themes of haute couture and artistic crossover. We want the market to know that Myth Entertainment produces luxury goods, not fast-moving consumer goods.
Can I say a few words?
Park Won-young spoke in a timid voice, nervously gripping the water glass in front of her.
I think the name could be Echo, because our songs can resonate in everyone's hearts.
Han Chai-young, who had been silent all along, stood up after Park Won-young finished speaking.
She walked to the large whiteboard at the front of the conference room and picked up a marker. My idea is... She wrote the phrase Dream Arc on the whiteboard. The name could be Dream Arc or Arc. Our team is an arc that carries 3 different voices and hopes. We must unite everyone's strength. Going it alone will only lead to internal strife. Our dream needs a powerful empire as its backing. She turned around and looked at Lu Yuan.
As for the debut strategy, I suggest combining Jenny Kim's visual impact, CEO Jay Chou's high-end positioning, and Won-young's musical core.
She uncapped the pen and quickly drew a timeline on the whiteboard.
The first step is to release 3 one-minute individual concept trailers online, each with a distinct style. Jenny's trailer can highlight her sexiness, Won-young's trailer can highlight her angelic voice, and I can showcase my strength and skill. Create the biggest suspense and buzz in the shortest amount of time. The second step is to immediately announce a collaboration with a top international fashion magazine when our buzz reaches its peak, releasing our first official music video.
The music video will be produced to film quality. At the same time, we will announce that we will be attending Paris Fashion Week.
The third step is to hold our first online concert immediately after returning from Fashion Week, which will be broadcast live globally.
We will respond to all the attention and doubts with the purest musical talent. Lu Yuan's fingers stopped tapping on the table.
He leaned forward slightly and glanced around at the four women around the conference table.
Each person's face bore different expectations and plans. Let's go with Kai Ying's suggestion.
He paused for a moment, his gaze finally settling on the woman who had remained composed throughout.
Han Chaiyang will continue to serve as captain.
His gaze shifted from Han Chaiyang's face to Zhou Mani's face.
All subsequent work will be coordinated by President Zhou.
Filming trailers, contacting the media, coordinating with Fashion Week, we can discuss these with the group members as much as possible.
At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone on the table vibrated, and the caller ID showed Su Muyue. Lu Yuan reached for the phone and swiped to answer. Mr. Lu, is now a convenient time to talk? Is that all right, Director Su? What can I do for you?
The intelligence you provided last time was very valuable, and we've made some new progress.
Do you have time at noon? I'd like to treat you to a simple meal. Chapter 70 Thanatos. Okay, has the location been decided?
I'll be waiting for you at Minji Wexuan in the city center at noon.
No problem, I'll be there on time. Minji Wexuan is a two-story independent building near the Jiangcheng municipal government.
It has green tiles and white walls, with a few green bamboos planted at the entrance. A pearwood plaque hangs at the entrance with 3 large, gold-plated characters written in a flamboyant style. A blue and gold Maybach slowly pulled up in front of the restaurant, and immediately a hostess in a cheongsam came forward with an umbrella and opened the car door. Lu Yuan got out of the car and handed the car keys to the valet next to him. The restaurant's interior is decorated in a classic style, with valuable calligraphy and paintings and antique ornaments everywhere, and a faint sandalwood fragrance permeates the air.
Mr. Lu, Director Su is waiting for you in the Listening to the Rain Pavilion on the 2nd floor. Led by the hostess, Lu Yuan walked through the winding corridors and up the creaking wooden stairs to the 2nd floor.
The door to Listening to the Rain Pavilion was ajar, and Lu Yuan reached out and pushed it open. Inside the private room, Su Muyue, dressed casually, was sitting by the window drinking tea.
Outside, raindrops fell from the eaves, creating ripples in the pool below.
Today, Su Muyue wore a white silk shirt and black suit trousers, which accentuated her slender and shapely legs. Hearing the door open, she put down her teacup and looked up.
You're here, have a seat.
Lu Yuan sat down opposite her, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. After you left last time, we conducted a surprise raid on the arena and arrested Wu Zhendong on the spot. More than 30 people involved in the case were also arrested.
However, Wu Zhendong is very stubborn and refuses to say anything.
Han Xiuya has also been taken into myth entertainment by you, and Jiangcheng has become much quieter recently.
The waiter pushed the food cart in and began serving the dishes.
Steamed grouper, crab meat lion's head meatballs, Buddha jumps over the wall, one after another, exquisite dishes were served on the table, their aroma filling the air. Try the Buddha jumps over the wall here, it tastes very authentic.
Su Muyue picked up the serving chopsticks and served Lu Yuan a small bowl.
Lu Yuan picked up the spoon, took a sip, and found the soup to be rich, mellow, and exceptionally delicious.
Thank you for your hospitality, Director Su. This meal is quite expensive. It's just a meal, nothing compared to the information you provided.
Besides, this isn't public money, it's my personal treat.
Su Muyue put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a napkin. To express my gratitude for your message, I have something to tell you.
Lu Yuhao has been very restless abroad lately, making contacts everywhere, seemingly planning something. According to our intelligence, he has financial dealings with an organization overseas called Thanatos. When Su Muyue mentioned the word Thanatos, her eyes remained fixed on Lu Yuan.
Have you heard of this organization?
I've heard a little about it, I've heard they do shady business. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Yes, we found that the Lu Group transferred a large sum of money to a foundation under Thanatos through an offshore company.
Although we cannot yet determine the specific purpose of these funds, we are certain that their relationship is far more than just a normal business collaboration.
Su Muyue picked up her teacup and took a small sip.
Your myth entertainment has been quite active lately.
I watched that variety show called The Inheritors too. The production quality is excellent. However, the bigger the tree, the more the wind blows. The Lu Group has suffered such a huge loss, they definitely won't let it go. I suggest you strengthen the company's security, especially your personal safety. Thank you for the reminder, Director Su. I will keep that in mind. The meal gradually drew to a close amidst the conversation. There's something else I need to tell you. Su Muyue ran her fingers along the rim of her wineglass. Oh? Please go ahead. Do you know why Wu Zhendong has been able to act so arrogantly in Jiangqing for so long? And what kind of shady things the Lu Group has done? Why? Su Muyue did not answer directly. She took out an unsealed craft paper file bag from her briefcase and slowly pushed it to the center of the table, next to Lu Yuan. These are some things I've recently compiled. Perhaps Mr. Lu would be interested in taking a look. Lu Yuan picked up the file folder and pulled out a stack of documents and several photos. The first photo shows the city's police chief getting out of a black Audi in a dimly lit underground parking lot, with Wu Zhendong opening the door for him. The second photo shows the bureau chief and Lu Yuhao's father, Lu Jianjun, drinking together in a private room at a high-end club. The subsequent documents contained bank transaction records and registration information for overseas companies. All the funds ultimately pointed to secret accounts opened overseas by the bureau chief's family. The chain of evidence is incomplete, but it is enough to illustrate many points. Lu Yuan put the file back in the file folder and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. He looked up at Su Muyue. Director Su, what do you want me to do by showing you these? To bring him down, we need a knife from the outside. And you, Mr. Lu, are the sharpest one. Su Muyue leaned forward slightly, her gaze intense. I know your connections are not simple. You have ties with Mayor Chen and even the provincial party committee. Moreover, from my observation, you are not a bad person. On the contrary, you have a strong sense of justice. Lu Yuan took out the black scorpion badge that Qin Lan had given him from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Su Muyue. The badge reflected a cool, eerie light under the restaurant's soft lighting. Does Director Su recognize this? Su Muyue picked up the badge, turned it over, and when she saw the Thanatos engraving, her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. Thanatos, it really is related to him. Where did you get this? A friend gave it to me. It's a keepsake left by her brother. It's said to be related to the real backer of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Yuan said. I'm giving it to you as a token of my sincerity in our cooperation. Su Muyue held the badge tightly in her hand, the sharp edges of the metal digging into her palm and causing a slight pain. Okay, she said, offering only one word. After a while, she spoke again, her voice carrying a hint of barely suppressed emotion. With this, many things will be much easier. Thanatos is meticulous in its operations and has always been very secretive in the country. We only have some peripheral clues. This badge could very well be the breakthrough. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yuan again, her eyes becoming incredibly firm. I need you to do something for me. Get rid of all the corrupt people in the bureau, so that it will be easier for me to get things done. He has people all over the police station. I have very limited personnel at my disposal. No problem, Lu Yuan replied readily. I will do my best. Chapter 71. Let's go to France. Private screening room on the top floor of the Myth Entertainment building. The heavy, soundproof door closed silently, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. The indoor lights gradually dimmed, leaving only the blue light strips emitting a soft glow on the baseboards and armrests of the seats. Lu Yuan sank into the largest and most comfortable single sofa in the center of the room, his legs crossed, in a relaxed posture. Zhou Mani sat to his left, her royal blue sleeveless dress gleaming like silk in the dim light. Han Cha-young, Kim Ji-ni, and Park Won-young sat on a row of sofas a little further away on the right. The huge screen lit up instantly after a brief period of darkness. The futuristic electronic sound effects penetrate the eardrums like an electric current. The first image is of Han Cha-young. In a scene reminiscent of industrial ruins, she wears a black, tight-fitting combat suit, her muscles bulging with power under dynamic lighting. Sweat drips down her chin, her gaze resolute and cold. After a series of powerful dance moves, the image freezes on her using a lipstick to draw a crown pattern on a broken mirror. The second to appear was Jenny Kim. The scene shifts to a magnificent Baroque palace. Jenny Kim, dressed in an almost entirely transparent black lace gown, reclines languidly on a throne covered in red velvet. Her curves are subtly revealed in the flickering candlelight, every glance, every movement exuding ultimate allure. The camera slowly zooms in, finally focusing on her fingertips, painted with bright red nail polish, gently catching a glistening droplet of water suspended in mid-air.
The third scene belongs to Park Won-young.
She sat quietly in front of a white grand piano, wearing a simple white dress and barefoot. Soft overhead light shone on her, as if draping her in a halo of holiness. The moment she opened her mouth, her ethereal, pure, and penetrating dolphin-like voice seemed to cleanse the soul. There were no lyrics, just simple chanting, yet it was enough to silence the entire world. At the end of the scene, a white feather slowly drifts down from the sky and lands on her fingertip.
Great, this individual trailer is perfect for building up popularity. Lu Yuan was very satisfied after reading it.
Judging from the data, the response to all 3 trailers has been very enthusiastic.
Joe Manny reported. Han Chae-young's trailer attracted the most female fans and gamers.
Jennie's trailer generated the most discussion among male audiences, and 3 high-end luxury brands have already expressed their intention to collaborate. Chae-young's trailer, on the other hand, sparked a phenomenal discussion among professional music critics and music fans.
Well, it's time to move on to the next step. Lu Yuan nodded. Book your plane tickets immediately. Paris Fashion Week is about to begin.
2 days later, on the morning of the same day, Arc and his group arrived at the ancient castle estate outside Paris. The black van convoy slowly came to a stop on the gravel-paved driveway. Joe Manny was the first to get out of the second car. She was wearing a well-tailored beige suit and holding a tablet computer, directing the staff to start unloading the equipment.
Move all equipment to the central area of the garden immediately.
Group C will be in charge of the lighting, and Group D will be in charge of laying the tracks.
We need to be quick and start shooting the first shot at 9 o'clock sharp.
As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the lead car that had just come to a stop, and opened the back door.
Lu Yuan got out of the car and took a breath of the fresh suburban air.
He was dressed relatively casually today, in a simple white t-shirt and khaki trousers. The 3 members of ARC also got out of the car behind them one after another. Despite their stunning appearance at last night's Fashion Week event, they showed no signs of fatigue. Han Chae-young, with her hair tied in a neat high ponytail and wearing a black tracksuit, was gesturing with French director Pierre, discussing the storyboard for a scene that would be shown later. Park Won-young, holding a harp, stood quietly to the side, curiously observing the beautiful estate. Sunlight shone on her hair, gilding it with a soft golden hue. Jennie Kim remained the center of attention.
She wore an extremely form-fitting pale purple halter neck dress, the hem of which was short enough to reach mid-thigh, swaying gently as she walked.
She wore oversized sunglasses that covered most of her face, her red lips slightly upturned, her posture like that of a Hollywood star on vacation. Just then, the roar of an engine came from the direction of the manor entrance.
A bright red convertible sports car with an extremely retro and flamboyant design drove into view, accompanied by loud music.
The sports car stopped not far from the convoy, and a young man wearing a floral shirt and a Panama hat jumped out of the driver's seat. He looked to be in his mid-20s, with short, slightly curly blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a cynical smile on his lips.
Wow, it looks like this place is quite lively today.
He whistled, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the staff carrying heavy equipment and the members who were clearly dressed as entertainers.
Hello, I am Etienne Arnaud. This estate is part of my family's property. Would you mind if I, an uninvited guest, took a look around your filming?
He spoke with a heavy French accent, but his English was fluent and he was very friendly.
Arnaud?
Joe Manny's eyebrows twitched slightly when she heard the surname. She immediately searched on her phone's browser, and soon a photo popped up. It was the face of the young man in front of her. Etienne Arnaud, the third son of the president of France's largest luxury goods group, is a playboy known in Parisian high society for his womanizing and love of art.
Joe Manny's face immediately put on a professional smile.
Hello, Mr. Arnaud, I am Joe Manny, the general manager of Myth Entertainment.
We are filming a music video here, and we certainly do not mind your visit. It would be our honor. Myth Entertainment? Etienne raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfamiliar with the name.
A promising new company from the East, Joe Manny replied neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Etienne's gaze fell on the 3 people behind Joe Manny. His eyes lingered on each person's face for a few seconds.
When he saw Jean Genie, a hint of amazement flashed in his azure eyes.
Beautiful ladies, may I have the honor of knowing your names?
He took off his hat and placed his hand on his chest in a standard French gentleman's bow.
After exchanging pleasantries, today's filming began. Silence. Everyone. Scene 1, Shot 1, get ready.
Director Pierre's loud voice broke the slightly delicate atmosphere. He directed the scene with his tone, as if he hadn't even seen the uninvited young nobleman.
Yuan, sit by the fountain, yes, right there. Lighting technician. Give me soft lighting. I want that feeling of light pouring down from heaven.
Holding her harp, Park Won-young carefully walked to the marble fountain in the center, which was carved with angels and dolphins, and sat down, guided by the staff. Her pure white dress, with its hem spread out on the blue stone slabs, resembled a blooming lily.
Action. Chapter 72: The Uninvited Guest. At Pierre's command, the red light on the camera turned on.
Park Won-young adjusted her breathing and gently plucked the strings with her slender fingers.
Ding dong.
The clear and ethereal sound of the piano, like a mountain stream, instantly flowed into every corner of the garden. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the ancient tree, casting dappled shadows on her.
Startled pigeons fluttered their wings and flew into the sky from the pond. Everything was as beautiful as an oil painting.
Etienne leaned back in his sports car, arms crossed, watching the scene with great interest, his smile growing wider.
He didn't say anything more, but just quietly enjoyed it. Cut. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Pierre jumped up excitedly from behind the monitor, showering the monitor with praise. Park Won-young stopped playing and bowed shyly towards the camera.
Next scene, Han. Get ready for the action.
Pierre glanced at the schedule and immediately switched to work mode.
Action director, come up here and check Han's blocking. The area was quickly cleared out.
Han Shai-young took off her sports jacket, revealing a black sports vest underneath. She has no excess fat on her body, and the muscle lines of her arms and abdomen are firm and smooth, full of strength. A tall French action director stepped forward and nodded to Han Shai-young.
Ready? Ready. Without any unnecessary words, the two immediately got into the zone.
Punches, kicks, elbows, and knees flew back and forth, the movements so fast they were dazzling. Although it was just a rehearsal, every collision carried real force and the sound of wind. Han Shai-young's movements were clean and swift. Her spinning back kick generated such a strong gust of wind that it even shook the blackout cloth on the monitor next to her.
The surrounding staff, both Chinese and French, watched intently, occasionally letting out suppressed gasps of amazement.
Even Etienne's carefree smile faded, replaced by focus and appreciation.
Okay. Stop.
After the sparring session ended, Han Shai-young and the action director simultaneously finished their moves and patted each other on the shoulder. She picked up the towel her assistant handed her, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and her breathing was steady, showing no signs of fatigue. Taking advantage of the break between venues, Jenny Kim, holding a glass of champagne, swayed gracefully and walked straight to Etienne's sports car. She ignored the warning look that Joe Manny was giving her.
Mr. Arnaud, it seems our performance did not spoil your enjoyment.
She spoke in fluent and authentic French, her tone carrying a subtle hint of flirtation.
Etienne was clearly surprised that this seemingly plain Asian beauty could speak such fluent French.
A hint of surprise flashed across his face, which quickly turned into even greater interest.
On the contrary, Mississippi. Both of your teammates are excellent, which makes me even more eager to see your performance.
I never hesitate to pay for truly valuable works of art.
He raised his glass and gestured slightly in Jenny's direction. I'm really looking forward to it.
A red sports car drove into the manor gate, the door opened, and a very beautiful blonde woman stepped out of the driver's seat.
It seems we have an uninvited guest, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Emmanuel. Etienne exclaimed in surprise, what a pleasant surprise.
You have graced my humble estate with your presence.
Lu Yuan and his companions were slightly taken aback.
The person who came was actually Emmanuelle Bert, a young French actress who had just become a sensation. Emmanuelle wore a sharply tailored white suit jacket today, seemingly without anything underneath, revealing a large expanse of smooth, delicate skin on her chest. Her signature short blonde hair was meticulously styled, and her face was adorned with light makeup, the slightly upturned eyeliner adding a touch of aggression to her already sharp eyes. Etienne ushered Emmanuel into the manor, and after a short while, he came out again and called Lu Yuan and Ark's group in, saying that Emmanuel wanted to talk to them. When Lu Yuan and the others entered the living room, she was lounging lazily on the sofa, her long legs crossed, holding a glass of amber liquid in her hand, which she was gently swirling. Seeing Lu Yuan and his group approach, she did not get up, but simply raised her chin, gesturing for them to sit down.
It's a pleasure to have you in Paris. Welcome.
Her voice had a strange magnetism. Lu Yuan sat down in the main seat opposite her, and the three members of ARC sat down next to him in turn. I saw your performance at Fashion Week, it was very interesting. Emmanuel took a sip of his drink, his gaze sweeping over Han Chae-young, Kim Jenny, and Park Won-young.
Especially that song, the melody and lyrics are very powerful. I'm currently preparing for a new film about women's self-awakening and revenge. I think your song is very suitable as the theme song for this film.
Han Chae-young straightened her back immediately.
An opportunity had arrived.
This was far more valuable than being a mere decorative figure in the fashion world.
It is a great honor to have your appreciation, Ms. B. Would you mind sharing some more details about the film? For example, the background story, or your specific requirements for the theme song? Really? That's wonderful. Our song is meant to give people strength.
Park Won-young's eyes sparkled, her hands clasped together nervously on her knees.
In terms of music, in addition to the theme song, our team of producers can tailor-make the entire film's original soundtrack for you. Whether it's intense action scenes or delicate emotional drama, we have the capability to provide top-quality soundtracks.
Business matters can be discussed with my team tomorrow.
She didn't look at Han Chae-young, but instead focused her gaze directly on Lu Yuan. Her sharp eyes seemed to have softened considerably at that moment. Now is entertainment time.
She extended her hand in an inviting gesture.
Mr. Lu Yuan, would you like to dance with me?
Lu Yuan stood up and grasped Emmanuel's outstretched hand.
Her hands were cool, with long, slender fingers and skin as smooth as the finest silk. The two of them walked together into the center of the dance floor. As the slow, ambiguous rhythm of the blues music played, the two began to move slowly into their dance steps. Even in flat shoes, Emmanuel was only half a head shorter than Lu Yuan. The two were very close, so close that Lu Yuan could almost smell the faint, citrusy scent of shampoo emanating from the ends of her hair.
Her body was very soft, with a slender waist. When Lu Yuan placed his hand on her, he could clearly feel her flat stomach and supple muscle lines under her tight dress.
You seem to know a lot about how to get along with strong women. Emmanuel's voice rang in his ears, warm and slightly tipsy. Each of them is like a rose with thorns. Beautiful, yet dangerous.
A rose needs a gardener who knows how to appreciate it.
Emmanuel chuckled softly and pressed his body even closer. A gardener? That sounds like a very patient profession.
She looked up at Lu Yuan, gazing into his eyes.
I'm curious to know, besides patience, what other qualities does a successful gardener need? You also need to know when to water, and when to prune the branches and leaves. I'm very curious about your past. Emmanuel's fingers traced circles on his back. A person who can make so many completely different types of women willingly serve you cannot be an ordinary person. Everyone has their own story, Miss B. Perhaps, at the right time, I will be willing to tell you one. The song ended. The two stopped dancing, and polite applause rang out around them. I'm having a small private party tomorrow night. Some interesting people from Paris will be there. If you are not busy tomorrow, I would like to welcome Mr. Lu Yuan and these beautiful ladies to come along. I look forward to sharing with you my personal collection of Romanicanti from 1978. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left gracefully. Chapter 73. Tasting wine is like tasting people. The next day, Lu Yuan made several phone calls from the MV shooting location. First, we need to confirm the filming progress of The Inheritors. The second episode has been filmed and submitted for review, and the filming of the third episode is in the planning stage. Secondly, I contacted Chen Jingshu and told her about the information Su Muyue had provided. I believe that the position of Jiangqing City Police Chief will be changed soon. As dusk fell, night, like a deep blue velvet, slowly enveloped Paris. The city lights, in the distance, began to illuminate one by one, like scattered diamonds on the ground. Meanwhile, at Emmanuel Bert's private estate near Versailles, a grand party is about to begin. The afternoon sun had long since faded, replaced by soft, carefully arranged lighting in the garden. On the lawn, waiters in white uniforms moved about, serving glasses of champagne, shimmering with golden bubbles, to each guest. The air was filled with the unique atmosphere of high society, a blend of expensive perfumes, fine wines, and fresh flowers. Lu Yuan's black Mercedes slowly came to a stop in front of the main building of the manor. The car door was opened by a doorman dressed in a tuxedo. Lu Yuan got out of the car first. Today he was wearing a well-tailored black silk suit, with two buttons casually undone at the collar of his shirt, which made him look both formal and effortlessly sexy. Immediately afterwards, the three members of ARC also got out of the car behind them one by one.
Tonight, they were all dressed up and looked radiant, like three bright stars rising in the new world.
Han Chae-young chose a simple black backless dress.
The front of the dress looked unremarkable, but the back was a different story. From her shoulder blades all the way to her slender waist, large areas of smooth, firm skin were completely exposed. Park Won-young looked like an elf who had wandered into the mortal world. She wore a strapless long dress made of countless layers of white tulle, with tiny, star-like diamonds adorning the hem. The most eye-catching, without a doubt, was Jenny Kim.
She chose a bright red, high-slit halter neck dress.
The dress was made of a lustrous silk that clung tightly to her voluptuous figure. Their arrival instantly made them the focus of the entire party.
Many guests held their wine glasses and cast curious and inquisitive glances at them.
They were talking in hushed tones when a languid, slightly hoarse female voice suddenly rang out from behind them.
"What, gentlemen, are you quite interested in my guests?"
When the group turned around, their smiles instantly changed to humble and respectful ones.
The person who arrived was none other than the host of tonight's party, Emmanuelle Burt. Tonight, she wore a striking black asymmetrical dress.
One side had a long sleeve, while the other side completely exposed her smooth arm and shoulder. The dress was made of a luxurious velvet material, like flowing night, clinging tightly to her body. Most striking was the necklace around her neck, composed of countless perfectly cut black diamonds of varying sizes. At the end of the necklace, a pear-shaped black diamond, the size of a pigeon's egg and named Tear of the Night, lay quietly between her sexy collarbones, shimmering with a cold yet captivating light. Those slightly upturned phoenix eyes were now watching with great interest Lu Yuan and his group, who were being watched by a crowd not far away.
I just feel that Mr. Lu Yuan and his team brought some new energy to this dull party. Of course, I hope they have fun.
After saying that, she raised her glass to the young men and then walked gracefully toward Lu Yuan.
"Mr. Lu Yuan, welcome to my manor."
She walked up to Lu Yuan with a warm smile on her face, befitting a host. "These beautiful ladies are truly radiant tonight. I hope you enjoy the arrangements I've made here."
"Thank you very much for your invitation, Miss B. Your estate, like you, is stunning." Lu Yuan also raised his glass and gently clinked it against hers. "It's my pleasure."
Emmanuel's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before turning to the members beside him. "Ms. Han, Ms. Kim, and Ms. Park. I know you may not be used to this kind of occasion, so please make yourselves at home."
"Thank you, Miss Bella," Park Won-young said shyly in a low voice.
Jenny winked at her and replied in French, "Your party is the best I've ever been to in Paris.
Especially the drinks here." Han Chae-young simply nodded and didn't say anything. Lu Yuan took the wineglass and gently sniffed it.
The classic aroma of Pinot Noir, a blend of violet, cherry, and a hint of leather. It seems to have truly reached its prime for drinking. A hint of surprise flashed in Emmanuel's eyes. She hadn't expected that this seemingly young Eastern man would have such a profound knowledge of red wine.
"Mr. Lu Yuan, it seems we share a fondness for wine?" "I know a little bit about it."
Lu Yuan raised his wineglass and smiled slightly at the ruby-like liquid inside. Such a fine wine, if one could visit its origin, it would surely be a different experience. "Of course, my wine cellar is only open to true friends and confidants." She gently put down her wineglass, made a pleased gesture, and a hint of playfulness appeared on her smile.
"I think, Mr. Lu Yuan, you are both."
She turned and led the way, with Lu Yuan following closely behind.
The two arrived at the manor's basement.
With a soft click, the heavy stone door slid open silently, releasing a unique aroma that blended the rich scent of wine with a cool, damp feel. Behind the door is a spiral staircase leading downwards. Every few steps, a dim wall lamp is embedded in the wall, illuminating the underground path with a mysterious and long glow. As you descend the steps, a circular space resembling the dome of a medieval church comes into view. The walls of the entire cellar are made of rows of dark oak wine racks, extending from the ground to the arched ceilings that are over 10 meters high. On each wine rack, countless bottles of red wine lay quietly, neatly arranged. A thin layer of dust covered the bottles, and the labels appeared ancient and dignified under the dim light. In the very center of the cellar stood a long table made from a single, massive piece of oak, upon which were placed various wine-tasting tools and decanters, gleaming with a silvery sheen under the light.
"This is a collection of all the fine wines that my grandfather's generation collected.
Most of them come from top wineries in Burgundy and Bordeaux."
Emmanuel's voice echoed in the empty wine cellar.
She walked to a wine rack and, as if caressing a lover's skin, gently brushed away the dust from a bottle of wine, revealing the gold-embossed vintage underneath. Many people believe that the value of red wine lies in its rarity and vintage. But in reality, like a movie, its true value lies in whether it can be opened at the right time by someone who understands it, thus unleashing its most perfect vitality. What Miss Bella said is exactly my plan for the future of myth entertainment. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity and stepped forward to take over the conversation. Chapter 74 Paris Night Tour. The success of a film cannot rely solely on the director's fame or the actor's popularity. It requires a complete, industrialized system to support it. Lu Yuan's voice was calm and professional. Art can be more than just the singer of the theme song for your company's new movie. We can be deeply involved in the creation of the movie characters. Oh? Emmanuel raised an eyebrow, looking at him with interest. Tell me about it. Your film is about female self-awakening and revenge. Our three members represent three completely different female images and stages of power. Interesting, Emmanuel turned his gaze back to Lu Yuan's face. We can continue our previous topic. Mr. Lu Yuan, such an outstanding team, why would they choose to work for you? She took a step closer to Lu Yuan, so close that they could smell the mixture of alcohol and body heat on each other. Her voice was very low, like a lover's whisper. What secrets do you hold? After she finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Yuan's reply, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips, which were fragrant with red wine, onto Lu Yuan's lips. The kiss was light and brief. Like a butterfly, it lands by chance and then flies away quickly. Emmanuel Burt turned and walked toward the steps leading to the ground, her high heels clicking crisply and rhythmically on the stone steps. The air here is too stuffy. Come on, I'll show you the real Paris. The two returned to the brightly lit party. Emmanuel Burt ignored the curious glances directed at them. She walked straight to a waiter and whispered a few words to him. A moment later, a Rolls-Royce convertible with retro and elegant lines and a body as black as night silently glided to the porch of the estate's main building. The car door was opened by a professional driver, and the interior was upholstered in dark red top-grade leather, exuding a faint woody fragrance. Emmanuel Burt was the first to sit down, then she turned around and raised an eyebrow at Lu Yuan, who was still standing there. What? Aren't you afraid to join me on a little adventure in this city? Lu Yuan didn't answer, but just smiled slightly, and then got into the car. As the car doors closed, the convertible slowly drove away from the estate, leaving the noisy party and the people with their own thoughts behind. A cool night breeze ruffled their hair. The car drove along the empty country road, and the lights of Paris in the distance looked like a golden band of light on the horizon, getting closer and closer. Aren't you curious why I brought you out alone? Emmanuel Burt broke the silence, turning her head to look at the man beside her. I believe that every decision Miss Burt makes has a deeper meaning. So what do you think is the deeper meaning? Perhaps they're tired of the dormant, labeled collections in the wine cellar. They want to taste something fresher, something more uncertain. Emmanuel Burt chuckled. You're very smart. Smarter than I thought. She turned her gaze forward again. I don't like methodical business negotiations, they're too boring. I prefer to rely on my intuition to judge whether a person or a project is worth investing in. What did your intuition tell you? My intuition tells me that you and your arc will be a highly profitable investment. But I haven't decided yet what form this investment should take. The car drove into the city. The Parisian night, stripped of the daytime hustle and bustle, reveals its glamorous yet languid side. The Ottoman-style buildings lining the streets, in the night, resemble sleeping noblewomen, elegant and dignified. The Seine flows quietly, its surface reflecting the dazzling lights on both banks, creating a shimmering, dreamlike scene. The Rolls-Royce passed through the Louvre Square, where the massive glass pyramid shone with a mysterious light in the night. This is Paris, Emmanuel Burt said, extending his hand as if to embrace the city. It's both ancient and young, both romantic and realistic. Every street, every building holds countless stories. Where do you think our story will unfold? The location of the story is not important, Lu Yuan said calmly and confidently. What is important is what kind of ending the protagonist wants it to have. The convertible stopped in front of a restaurant that looked unremarkable, but whose entrance was filled with luxury cars. There is no fancy sign here, only a small handwritten wooden sign with the restaurant's name written in cursive French, Le Secret Garden. Emmanuel led Lu Yuan through a long, quiet corridor with practiced ease. At the end of the corridor, behind an inconspicuous wooden door, the space suddenly opened up. It is a courtyard completely enclosed by a glass conservatory. In the center of the courtyard stands a century-old olive tree with lush foliage, and several dining tables are arranged in a pleasing manner beneath it. Several tables of guests were already dining, chatting quietly, creating a private and romantic atmosphere in the restaurant. "This is the hardest restaurant to book in all of Paris," Emmanuel Bert said, settling into a window seat with the best view. "There is no menu. The chef decides what to cook each day based solely on the freshest ingredients available. I hope you'll enjoy tonight's meal." The waiter poured chilled white wine for the two of them and then silently withdrew. "Ms. Han Shai-young is a very capable leader," Emmanuel said, swirling the wine in his glass. "She is ambitious, resourceful, and has a broad vision. I admire her." She looked up at Lu Yuan, "But I don't understand why a woman like her would willingly submit to you." "Perhaps she is not seeing the present, but the future." "Oh? What kind of future?" "A broader stage where her ambitions can be fully realized." Emmanuel Bert smiled somewhat helplessly. "Okay, let us not talk about work." She put down her glass. "Tell me about yourself. What did you do before you came to Paris?" Just then, the restaurant door was pushed open once again. A tall Asian man, dressed in a bespoke gray suit, walked in surrounded by bodyguards. He was about 35 or 36 years old, with his hair neatly combed and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses were long, sharp eyes that revealed a shrewd and calculating nature. As soon as he entered, his gaze swept around the restaurant. His gaze paused for a moment when it fell on Emmanuel and Lu Yuan, then he walked straight toward them. He wore a formulaic smile. "Miss Bella, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." His French was extremely standard and fluent, with almost no accent. When Emmanuel Bert saw him, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. But she quickly regained her elegant and composed demeanor. "Mr. Li, it is indeed a coincidence." Chapter 75 Come to China. "And who is this?" Mr. Li turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with a subtle scrutiny. "This is Mr. Lu Yuan, the chairman of Myth Entertainment, and also a very important friend of mine." Emmanuel Biga emphasized the word friend while leaning closer to Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Li extended his hand, his smile still impeccable. "I am Li Zirui, CEO of Star Capital Asia." Lu Yuan also reached out and gently shook hands with him. The other person's palm was dry yet strong. "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you." Star Capital. This name sounds familiar. Myth Entertainment? They're really young and promising. Li Zirui withdrew his hand, his tone tinged with admiration. "Your company's girl group arc is quite popular in Europe lately. We are considering making some new investments in the Asian entertainment industry. Would Mr. Lu Yuan be interested in discussing this further with us at some time?" So they came for my project. They're certainly well informed. Of course. I'd be very happy to if the opportunity arises. Lu Yuan picked up his wine glass and took a sip. Then I won't disturb Miss Bella and Mr. Lu's enjoyment any longer. Li Zirui bowed slightly, then turned and led his men to the other side of the restaurant. Throughout, his manners were impeccable, just like the most perfect English butler. But after he left, the atmosphere at the dinner table became somewhat awkward. "This person is like a shark that has smelled blood." Emmanuel tapped the table lightly with her fingers. "He didn't come here to eat, he came here to hunt." For the first time, a hint of displeasure rose in Emmanuel Bert's heart. She doesn't like her territory being invaded by outsiders. Especially when she is enjoying the thrill of chasing her prey. "Let's go somewhere else. I'm not in the mood to eat here anymore." Emmanuel Berra landed and walked out of the store. She dismissed the driver and drove Lu Yuan through the streets at night. The evening breeze, carrying the moist scent of the Seine, brushed against their cheeks. Emmanuel rested one hand casually on the steering wheel, his posture both languid and focused. Her black velvet dress billowed slightly in the night breeze, revealing her straight, slender, and beautifully shaped calves, as well as a pair of expensive red high heels on her feet. "How are you feeling?" Emmanuel Bert asked Lu Yuan. "The Parisian nights are more enchanting than I imagined." The sports car passed by Place de la Concorde, where the massive obelisk, illuminated by lights, pointed straight to the starry sky. In the distance, the Eiffel Tower, every hour on the hour, burst into a dazzling, diamond-like light, illuminating the entire night sky. "See those?" Emmanuel gestured with his chin towards the glittering shops outside the window. "Women as dreams, symbols of power. Some people would give anything to get them. Dreams should not be displayed in shop windows." Emmanuel's lips curled into a playful smile. "Then where should it be?"
It should be worn by someone who deserves it. The car eventually stopped at a secluded riverbank. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the only sound is the gentle flow of the Seine beneath your feet. The lights on the opposite bank appear distant and hazy across the wide expanse of water. Emmanuel turned off the engine, and the carriage fell silent instantly. She took out a bottle of chilled white wine and 2 delicate crystal goblets from the car refrigerator. A toast to the Parisian night, and a toast to this interesting encounter tonight. The 2 clinked glasses gently, the crisp sound particularly pleasant in the quiet night. Emmanuel took a sip of her drink, the cool liquid sliding down her throat. She set down her glass and leaned slightly towards Lu Yuan. I don't believe in coincidences. Emmanuel looked into Lu Yuan's eyes. Especially in Paris. Do you really think Li Zirui's appearance was a coincidence? Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. Lu Yuan mimicked her, swirling the wine in his glass. The important thing isn't why he appeared, but what his appearance means. Oh? It means there's one more player at the table. The game becomes more interesting. This guy always manages to easily steer the conversation in a direction that interests me. Emmanuel thought to himself. She completely relaxed, took off her high heels, curled her legs up in the seat, and sank into the soft leather seat. The star capital behind him is a vulture fund from Wall Street. What they do best is to find those seemingly glamorous but actually rotten prey in the market, and then swallow them whole. It seems he has taken us as his new prey. So what will you do? Will you team up with me to kick him out first, or accept his invitation and see what kind of offer he can make? Emmanuel's eyes sharpened. Miss Bella, you seem to have misunderstood something. What? I'm not here to play the game. He bent down and took the glass of wine that Emmanuel had just drunk from her hand. Then he drank the remaining white wine in the glass in one gulp. I'm here to set the rules of the game. Emmanuel watched the man drink the remaining wine from her glass, an action filled with undisguised possessiveness that made her heart skip a beat. Lu Yuan put down his wine glass, and before Emmanuel could react, he put one arm around her waist and the other hand on the back of her neck. A kiss, carrying the subtle aroma of wine, landed forcefully. The 2 kissed passionately in the cramped carriage. After an unknown amount of time, until both of them were somewhat out of breath, Lu Yuan finally stepped back a little. Emmanuel was gently pressed down onto the soft leather chair by Lu Yuan. Her expensive black velvet dress, under the man's large hands, made a heart-stopping rip sound as it was torn open from the chest to the waist. You're insane. Her voice trembled slightly, but Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance to speak further. He leaned down and sealed her protests with his burning lips. After it was over, only the 2 of them were left breathing heavily in the carriage. Emmanuel slumped in his seat like a lump of mud, utterly exhausted. It took her a long time to find her voice, which was now hoarse and barely audible. Give me a cigarette. Lu Yuan tossed her a cigarette and lit it for her. I lit one myself while sitting at the back of the car, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He looked at Emmanuel, who was still recovering, and spoke softly. Come to China. Chapter 76. The storm is brewing. A few days later, Lu Yuan returned from France with the ARC members. The trip to France was a great success, making ARC and his 2 friends known internationally. When Emmanuel Burt announced that he would be traveling to China in a few days to collaborate on a film with Myth Entertainment, it caused an even bigger uproar. The news caused an uproar. No one knew how Myth Entertainment, which was virtually unknown internationally, managed to hire this big star. The Lu Group, in particular, was completely taken aback. The elevator doors slid open silently to both sides. Lu Yuan stepped out of the elevator, his trench coat stirring a gentle breeze. The girl at the front desk stood up and bowed slightly. Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. Good afternoon. Lu Yuan nodded in response, without stopping. He walked through the open office area and pushed open the heavy frosted glass door to his own office. A woman was standing behind the door. Suya was wearing a well-tailored gray women's suit and skirt, and holding a tablet computer in her hand. She looked up and her eyes met Lu Yuan's. You're back, she said. Whom? Lu Yuan took off his trench coat and casually draped it over the coat rack by the door. While I was away, things were all right at the company, weren't they? Everything is normal. Suya followed him to the desk in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. President Zhou has handled everything very well. This is the list of documents that need your review and signature this week. I have categorized and organized them, and the electronic version has also been sent to your email. She placed the tablet on the corner of the desk. Lu Yuan walked behind the table, pulled out a leather swivel chair, and sat down. He didn't look at the tablet instead, he looked up at her. And you? What? Suya paused for a moment. Are you getting used to being here? Lu Yuan asked. It's all right. Suya's gaze fell on a pen on the table. It's just a job. I'll do my job well. That's good. Lu Yuan nodded, leaning back in his chair. Make me a cup of coffee. Okay. Suya turned and walked towards the tea station in the corner. The hum of the coffee grinder was very soft. There was a knock on the office door, and before anyone could respond, the door was pushed open. Jo Manny walked in, wearing a smart white suit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and holding a tablet in her hand. She smiled when she saw Lu Yuan. The big boss has finally decided to come back? Her voice was tinged with laughter, but her steps were quick. She walked straight to the desk and handed over the tablet in her hand. Take a look at this. I just received some news. After we announced our cooperation with Emmanuel Burt, the Lu Group's stock price hit the daily limit down at the opening today. Lu Yuan took the tablet, swiped his finger across the screen, and looked at the financial data and news headlines. As expected, he said. The news is going viral. The media is calling our front desk non-stop, all asking how we managed to get Ms. Burt to come. Several European distribution companies have also sent emails wanting to discuss the overseas distribution rights for the film. Jo Manny leaned forward slightly, her hands resting on the edge of the table. I've already instructed the Public Relations Department to give a unified response, saying that all information will be subject to subsequent official announcements. Well done. Lu Yuan handed the tablet back to her. Keep an eye on the pre-production work for the film. Have director Yen Quan hand over the Inheritors variety show project to Sun Yaki first, so he can free up his time to film our movie. If Emmanuel has any requests, fulfill them immediately. Money is not a problem. Don't worry. Jo Manny straightened up. I have a video conference scheduled with director Yen at 3 p.m. this afternoon to discuss the initial ideas for the film. Would you like to join me? Lu Yuan glanced at his watch. Okay. Send the meeting link to Suya and have her connect to this screen. He pointed to the huge display screen hanging on the wall. Suya walked over with a steaming cup of coffee and overheard this. She placed the coffee next to Lu Yuan and nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu. Jo Manny's gaze fell on Suya, then she looked at the cup of coffee. Secretary Su's coffee is getting better and better, it smells so good, she said. Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. Suya's voice was flat. Oh, right, Jo Manny said, as if suddenly remembering something, turning to Lu Yuan. There's another matter. Qin Lan intercepted some information. Although the Lu Group appears to have kept a low profile, it seems to be making contact with some unclean channels. Qin Lan is worried that they might use underhanded tactics, especially targeting the safety of our company's artists. Have her raise the security level to the next level. All core artists' schedules must be accompanied by double the security personnel. Also, please greet the Lu family for me and tell them that there are rules to the game. If they cross the line, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Yuan's voice was very calm. Understood. Jo Manny nodded. She glanced at Suya, then you two chat, I'm going to prepare for the afternoon meeting. She turned and walked out of the office, the door closing gently behind her. The chairman's office on the top floor of the Lu Group headquarters building. Lu Yuhao and Zhou Shimao stood in front of the huge mahogany desk with their heads down, not daring to look at Lu Jianjun sitting opposite them. On the floor lay a shattered purple clay teacup, and brown tea had soaked a patch of carpet. Useless. Lu Jianjun's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Some wild brat who appeared out of nowhere managed to fool you all? He's made the whole group lose face. Boss, I. Zhou Shimao wanted to explain, but he couldn't utter a single word. Shut up. Lu Jianjun slammed his hand on the table. I told you long ago, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. You never took it seriously. Now look what's happened, a mere mythical entertainment company has made us the laughingstock of the entire Jiangchang. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. After a long while, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes terrifyingly gloomy. This matter cannot be left like this. He spoke slowly. Business matters should be resolved according to business rules. Didn't he want to make a movie? Didn't he hire an international star? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Jianjun's mouth. Yuhao, go contact Vice President Wang of Huaying Group and tell him about the domestic distribution license for the movie Myth Entertainment that I mentioned, and ask him to check it. Also, give the tax authorities a heads up and tell them to pay close attention to this new company and check if there are any tax evasion issues. I understand, Dad. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Lu Yuhao's eyes. And another thing, Lu Jingxiang's eyes grew even more ruthless. This alone isn't enough to cripple him. Continue to contact that organization called Thanatos and pay them to take care of that Lu guy. Do it cleanly, don't leave any trace of us. Thanatos? Lu Yuhao was taken aback. But go when I tell you to. Lu Jingxiang roared. I want him to disappear from this world completely. Chapter 77. What a coincidence. The next day, Lu Yuan received a call from Su Muyue, who asked him to meet at a VIP private spa. This spa is known for protecting the privacy of its clients, with all guest areas being separated into individual sections. Lu Yuan sat in the temperature-controlled pool, the azure water gently rippling and enveloping his body. Surrounded by circular white Roman columns and tropical greenery, sunlight streamed through the dome, casting shimmering, water-like shadows onto the walls. A faint smell of chlorine and the fresh scent of plants filled the air. Apart from the sound of water, all was quiet. Su Muyue wore a black one-piece swimsuit, a conservative style, but the clinging fabric accentuated the toned and powerful curves of her body, a result of years of training. She leaned against the pool wall, holding a glass of champagne, the bubbles rising steadily in the golden liquid. Lu Yuan was opposite her, shirtless and wearing only swimming trunks. Water droplets slid down his well-defined abs and disappeared beneath the surface of the water. Thank you this time. Su Muyue raised her glass. Lu Yuan picked up another cup floating on the tray and tapped it against hers. The glass clinked together, making a crisp sound. I told you I would help you. Lu Yuan took a sip of his drink. How does it feel to be a bureau chief? He's the acting director, Su Muyue corrected. He's just in charge of the work. There are too many messes from before, and we have to clean them up one by one. We just finished a meeting this morning, and the internal personnel transfer plan was discussed all morning. Many people will be dissatisfied. Of course. Su Muyue looked at the bubbles in the glass. But it's okay. Some people are sitting in the wrong place, so they should move over. Her fingers gently caressed the side of the glass. It seems I won't be the acting director any longer soon, Lu Yuan chuckled. Su Muyue's lips curled up slightly. She swam a little closer, and ripples parted at her chest. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Lu Yuan, I don't know how to repay you. She stopped in front of Lu Yuan, only an arm's length apart. Her body underwater was faintly visible in the shimmering light. Your continued progress is the best reward for me, Lu Yuan said. I will. Su Muyue nodded, her gaze falling on Lu Yuan's shoulder. What kind of jiangcheng do you want? What I want is a jiangcheng with rules and regulations. Lu Yuan put his wine glass back on the tray. Whether in the business world or elsewhere. Su Muyue looked at him. Neither of them spoke again. The only sounds were the soft hum of the circulation system and the lapping of water against the pool walls. Su Muyue wanted to say something, but her voice changed as soon as she opened her mouth. Don't speak. Lu Yuan lowered his head and covered her lips with his. The cool pool walls and the burning lips created a stark contrast. Su Muyue resisted for only a second before giving up. Her body went limp, and her arms rose weakly to rest on Lu Yuan's shoulders. It was a tender kiss that was impossible to refuse. With no obstacles in the water, two equally powerful and healthy bodies made their first unreserved contact. Su Muyue's swimsuit was slippery, and Lu Yuan's hands roamed over her smooth back, feeling the firm muscles and delicate skin. His kiss grew deeper and more intense. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Yuan finally pulled slightly away from her lips. Their foreheads met, both breathing heavily, the steam from their breaths blurring their vision. Now, Lu Yuan's voice became somewhat hoarse with desire. Are we friends now? Su Muyue did not answer, but responded to him with her actions. She took the initiative to lift her head and kissed his lips again. The next morning, Lu Yuan just got out of his bed. Ding! A new offspring of the chosen one has been successfully conceived. Target, Su Mu Yue.
Reward, 10 million renminbi in cash has been deposited into your bank account via an anonymous charity price tax paid.
The host's current needs for film career development have been detected. Rewards being generated. Reward dispersed, all shares of Huaying Group have been legally transferred to the host's name.
Ownership documents, employee files, asset details, and other information have been sent to your encrypted email address.
Ha! Lu Yuan himself didn't expect to hit the jackpot on his first try, and the reward was Huaying Group?
Now all the obstacles to his plan to enter the film industry have been removed.
Good morning, honey. Joe Manny's voice sounded very awake. Good morning.
I have something to tell you, Lu Yuan said.
It must be a happy occasion, right? Ha, almost. Huaying Group is ours from today onwards. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Husband, you mean the largest film and television distribution company in China, China Film Group? Joe Manny confirmed. Right. Okay, I understand. Joe Manny seemed to have gotten used to Lu Yuan's constant surprises. Is there anything I can do for you?
Find some time to take your legal and financial teams and connect with the people at Huaying. From now on, there will be no more Huaying, only Xinhua Pictures.
All personnel positions will remain unchanged for the time being, Lu Yuan said. Okay, husband.
A bar without any signs. The lights were dim, and the air was filled with the aroma of aged whiskey and cigars. A man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses sat at the bar with a glass of single malt whiskey in front of him, but he didn't drink it. He was browsing a dark web interface on a specially encrypted phone. The interface is very simple, with a scorpion icon at the top and a line of blood-red Latin text below it, Mors certa, ora incerta.
Death is certain, only the hour is uncertain. This is the order-taking platform of the assassin organization Thanatos. The man is Thanatos' contact in Jiangcheng, codenamed Messenger. He received a new order request from the Lu Group. The order details were simple: target, Lu Yuan. Requirement, permanent erasure. The messenger tapped lightly on the screen, bringing up Lu Yuan's information.
The information is very ordinary, the resume is simple, and apart from his recent sudden wealth, there is nothing special about him. The messenger pondered for a moment and then replied with a message on the platform.
Order received. Target evaluation underway. Mission will commence once the first 50% prepayment is received. He put down his phone, picked up the glass in front of him, and downed the whiskey in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned his throat. Lu Yuan, he murmured the name, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 78. Emmanuel Burt arrives. Jiangcheng International Airport, VIP exit.
The automatic glass doors slid open, and a woman in a black trench coat and sunglasses stepped out, pushing a luggage cart with a composed gait. She was surrounded by several assistants and bodyguards. Emmanuel Burt wore a simple white t-shirt, slim-fit jeans, and flat shoes. Her long, golden curls were casually draped over her shoulders. She saw Lu Yuan and paused for a moment.
Lu Yuan walked over to her and took the suitcase from her hands. Welcome to Jiangcheng. Thank you, Emmanuel's voice carried a hint of travel weariness. It's very hot here in the summer. There's ice water in the car. Lu Yuan opened the back door. Emmanuel got into the car.
The door closed, shutting out the heat from outside.
Was the journey smooth? Lu Yuan asked. Not bad, I slept the whole way. Emmanuel looked at the scenery rushing past the window. Jiangcheng is more modern than I imagined. You'll like it here.
The atmosphere inside the car was quiet. Suya sat next to Lu Yuan, holding a tablet computer, seemingly looking at documents.
The top floor of the headquarters building of Mythical Pictures. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows occupy an entire wall, offering views of towering skyscrapers and a winding river.
The sunlight is dazzling, but it is softened by the special glass material. The office was quiet, with only the central air conditioning system running quietly.
Lu Yuan poured Emmanuel a glass of champagne, the ice cubes crackling softly in the glass. Is this your company? Emmanuel turned his gaze back to Lu Yuan. Yes, Myth Pictures, Lu Yuan said. It was specifically restructured for your collaboration this time. It sounds like an honor. Emmanuel smiled. I've read the script outline you sent. It's a very interesting love story. I'm glad you like it. Who's the male lead?
If it's one of those pop stars who just makes faces, I'm booking a flight back right now. There was no joking in her words. It wasn't he them. Lu Yuan placed the documents on the table and pushed them in front of her. Emmanuel's gaze fell on the document cover below the title. The lead actor's name was written as two names. Emmanuel Burt. Lu Yuan. She raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuan? She read aloud. I've never heard of this actress before. Is she a newcomer in your company? It's me. The office fell silent. Emmanuel, holding a wineglass, walked around the desk to stand in front of Lu Yuan. She was very close to him, with a faint scent of perfume and the cool aroma of champagne emanating from her. You? Emmanuel looked him up and down. Acting isn't like doing business money alone isn't enough. I know, Lu Yuan said, looking into her eyes. That's why I'm planning to use something else. For example? Sincere. Emmanuel smiled, and with a finger she gently touched Lu Yuan's chest. The warmth of her fingertips seeped through his shirt. Okay, I accept your sincerity, she said, but I have one condition. You say. Kissing scenes have to be done in one take. I don't want to practice with a novice repeatedly. Her voice was low, her breath brushing against Lu Yuan's cheek. Make a deal. Lu Yuan picked up his wineglass and clinked it against hers. The crisp sound echoed in the empty office. Upon learning of Emmanuel's arrival, the Lu Group immediately hired an online army to launch an operation. On the internet, a marketing account called Entertainment Deep Dive King suddenly posted a Weibo post. Breaking news! A wealthy man surnamed L, overestimating his abilities, actually attempted to act alongside an international film star. Reportedly, this tycoon has no acting experience whatsoever. This is purely a hobby, and he's spending a fortune just to get close to her. The poor actress has compromised her integrity for a pittance, ruining her reputation in her later years. The Weibo post didn't name names, but it included a blurred photo of Lu Yuan and Emmanuel at the airport. This message went viral on social media within 10 minutes of being posted. The comments section erupted in uproar. A wealthy man surnamed L? Jian Chang? Myth Pictures? Isn't that Lu Yuan? Hilarious. Rich people really know how to have fun. Are they treating the film crew like a harem? I feel so sorry for Emmanuel. A goddess of her generation has been tarnished by capitalism. Waiting for the movie to flop, turning myth entertainment into a joke. Countless online troll accounts joined in, stirring up trouble and quickly flooding the comments section with all sorts of offensive and obscene remarks. In a luxury apartment, Lu Yuhao smiled as he looked at the scrolling comments on his phone screen. He poured himself a glass of red wine, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked in the direction of the Myth Film Studio headquarters building in the distance, and chuckled. A few days later, filming began. All the crew members arrived at the studio. The studio was stuffy and hot. A huge blower was spinning in the corner, but it was blowing out hot air. The air smelled of a mixture of sawdust, paint, and dust. In the center of the scene is a replica of a Parisian corner cafe. The bar counter is polished to a shine, the bar stools are covered with red cushions, and a plastic rose sits in a small vase on the table. Lu Yuan sat in a booth by the window, a steaming cup of coffee in front of him. He was wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Emmanuel Burt walked in from outside the door, wearing a beige dress and carrying a book. She sat down opposite Lu Yuan. The camera slowly moved past the two people. What are you looking at? Emmanuel asked. Lu Yuan did not answer. His gaze went past Emmanuel's shoulder and looked at a certain place behind her. Card. Director Yan Quan's voice came from behind the monitor. Your gaze is off. Yan Quan stood up from his chair, walked over to Lu Yuan, and lowered his voice, saying, You're not looking at her, you're looking at a phantom, someone from your memory. Your eyes need to have something in them, yet they should also be empty. Understand? Lu Yuan nodded without saying anything. The script supervisor walked over and slapped the clapperboard in front of the camera. Scene 17, Shot 2, First Take. Action. Emmanuel walked back in from outside the door and sat down opposite Lu Yuan. What are you looking at? Lu Yuan's eyes were fixed on her, but his focus was unfocused. His lips moved slightly, as if he were savoring something. Emmanuel picked up the menu on the table and ran his finger across it. The coffee here is good. It's not bad, Lu Yuan said.
You like it too? I wouldn't say I like it. Lu Yuan's fingers traced the rim of the coffee cup. I'm just used to it. Silence fell between the two. The staff inside the shed held their breath. Yan Quan stared at the monitor, his brows furrowed. In the shadows of the studio, Qin Lan stood leaning against the wall. She wore a black tactical vest and overalls, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping across the entire set. A mythical security guard stood every few meters around the studio. She was in charge of security inside the shed, while Han Xiuya and the others were responsible for security outside. Her gaze swept over the staff carrying equipment and adjusting lights. It lingered for a second on a lighting assistant in a gray uniform. The man was adjusting the angle of a ceiling light. He seemed to notice Qin Lan's gaze and looked up. Their eyes met in mid-air. The lighting assistant nodded to her and then continued working with his head down. Qin Lan looked away, her brows furrowing slightly. Chapter 79 Codename Scorpion. Cut. Pass. Yan Quan's voice finally softened a bit. He stood up from behind the monitor and applauded everyone. A light-hearted murmur rippled through the film crew. Lu Yuan stood up, picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, unscrewed it, and handed it to Emmanuel. 20-minute break, then get ready for the next round. Yan Quan picked up a towel and wiped his sweat. Emmanuel took the water but didn't drink it. She walked to the monitor and watched the replay with Yan Quan. Lu Yuan walked to Qin Lan's side. Bored, he asked. No. Qin Lan's eyes were still scanning the set. Something feels off. Something's not right. I can't quite put my finger on it, Qin Lan shook her head. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Lu Yuan walked back to the center of the set, and Suya came over with the script. She was now Lu Yuan's personal secretary and production assistant on set, dressed in a well-fitting business suit, looking very capable in the noisy film set. Mr. Lu, this is the shooting schedule for this afternoon. She handed a document to Lu Yuan. Also, the Lu Group has started stirring up trouble online again. Should we have the public relations department handle it? She seemed to be wearing a new perfume today, a light orchid scent mingled with the warmth of her body, drifting into Lu Yuan's nostrils. Okay. Lu Yuan took the document and glanced at it. Tell Manny to arrange for someone to handle it. Okay. Suya lowered her head. I understand. Filming resumed 20 minutes later. This is a kissing scene. The scene is set on a replica of the Seine River, with a huge green screen in the background. Lu Yuan and Emmanuel stood by the bridge. According to the script, Lu Yuan would cup Emmanuel's face and then kiss her. Get ready. Yan Quan's voice was tense. All eyes were on the two of them. Lu Yuan reached out his hand, which stopped near Emmanuel's cheek. He looked into Emmanuel's eyes. Emmanuel looked at him too. Her eyes were blue, like a calm sea. On the high-maintenance corridor of the film set, the lighting assistant was looking down through the vent grill with a high-powered telescope. He was the assassin sent by Thanatos, codenamed Scorpion. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yuan's heart. He was calculating angles and distances. The view from here is excellent. One shot, one kill. Then escape through the other passage. The whole process shouldn't take more than 30 seconds. His fingers tapped lightly on the toolbox beside him. Inside was a sniper rifle. Next, Lu Yuan's fingers finally touched Emmanuel's cheek. Their lips drew closer and closer. Scorpion's breathing calmed down. Now. He prepared to take his tools out of his toolbox. Just then, he heard a slight static noise in his headphones. This is an alarm. Someone is approaching this passage. Scorpion stopped moving. He glanced at the entrance to the passage, which was pitch black. Without hesitation, he abandoned the operation immediately. Like a cat, he silently put away his binoculars and disappeared into the darkness at the other end of the passage. Almost simultaneously, Qin Lan appeared at the entrance of the passage. She held a miniature thermal imager in her hand. On the screen, a red, humanoid dot was receding into the distance, its temperature slowly decreasing. Qin Lan didn't chase after her. She knew she couldn't catch up. She picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. Attention everyone, the target is very alert. Immediately send men to surround him from the other side. Han Shouying's voice came through the earphone. Received, it's on its way. Meanwhile, the kissing scene had been filmed.
Emmanuelle walked to Lu Yuan's side, her voice low, so that only the two of them could hear her.
What are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? Lu Yuan smiled.
Your heart is beating very fast, Emmanuelle said, looking at him.
I can feel it. Isn't it normal to be nervous when filming a kissing scene with such a beautiful woman? Lu Yuan said.
Emmanuelle looked at him but said nothing more. She turned and walked towards her lounge. Lu Yuan watched her departing figure, then turned his gaze to the dark ventilation shaft high up. The mineral water bottle was deformed from being squeezed in his hands. The lights in the hotel's presidential suite were dimmed, with only a few wall lamps casting a warm glow on the walls. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling night view of Jiangcheng unfolds, with traffic flowing like a golden river between the skyscrapers. Emmanuelle Burt, having finished her bath, stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet, wearing a silk bathrobe. Her golden curls were still slightly damp, draped casually over her shoulders. She walked to the French windows, holding a glass of champagne, and gazed at the night view outside.
The bathroom door opened, and Lu Yuan came out. He was also wearing a bathrobe and holding a towel, drying his hair. He walked up to Emmanuelle and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Emmanuelle shifted slightly and leaned against him.
It's beautiful here, she said.
It's not bad.
Lu Yuan rested his chin on her shoulder, looking at the same night view.
What exactly happened today? Lu Yuan didn't speak.
He grasped her hand that was pressed against his chest.
You don't believe me? Emmanuelle asked. No. Lu Yuan shook his head. Some things are better left unknown than known. For example, someone wants to kill you?
Emmanuelle's tone was calm, as if stating a fact.
Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Emmanuelle smiled, a smile tinged with languor. Lu, I'm not some naive newcomer. I've seen more in Hollywood than you've seen in movies. Intimidation, threats, kidnapping, and even worse.
She placed the champagne glass in her hand on the table next to her.
You don't need to hide it from me.
She stroked Lu Yuan's cheek with her other hand.
You just need to tell me whether you can handle it. If not, I do have some connections.
Lu Yuan looked into her eyes and smiled.
Don't worry, it's a small matter. Emmanuelle stood on tiptoe and kissed him. After a long while, their lips parted. Is that girl named Qianlan your bodyguard?
Yes.
She is very professional, Emmanuelle said.
I like her. She will protect me.
I know. Emmanuelle drew circles on his chest with his fingers. I was just thinking, now that the danger is over, shouldn't we do something romantic?
The collar of her bathrobe had opened slightly from her earlier movements, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Damp hair hung down her collarbone, water droplets sliding down the curves of her skin and disappearing into the deep cleavage. The champagne scent in the air seemed to have absorbed the warmth of her body, becoming sweet and alluring.
Lu Yuan smiled, lowered his head, and kissed her lips again. Chapter 80 Countryside Scenery. At midnight, Emmanuelle was fast asleep. Lu Yuan tiptoed out of bed and walked to the study in the suite.
He closed the door and dialed Qianlan's number. The call was answered almost immediately.
President Lu. Have you found out the direction that person fled this afternoon? We found it. It's an abandoned municipal pipeline, with its exit in a demolition area 3 kilometers away. The surveillance cameras are all broken, so there's no footage.
Qianlan's voice was very calm.
As expected. Lu Yuan wasn't surprised.
Have you heard of this organization, Thanatos?
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. I've heard of it.
There was a subtle change in Qianlan's voice. A very ancient assassin organization, which is said to have never failed.
Their members' information is top secret.
My brother, he may have died at the hands of this organization.
You suspect that the Scorpion badge is related to them?
Yes.
I'm giving you a task, Lu Yuan said.
Put everything aside and use all the resources at your disposal to investigate this organization. I need to know their background, their operating model, and who this Scorpion is.
But your safety. I'll have Han Xiuying's people temporarily take over security.
You can investigate with confidence. Money is not a problem, manpower is not a problem.
Lu Yuan's voice left no room for argument.
We'll avenge Qin Feng together.
Yes. Qianlan's voice trembled slightly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan looked out at the deep night and dialed another number. Missing me so late?
Su Muyue's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone, with a very quiet background.
I ran into some trouble.
Lu Yuan briefly recounted what had happened on set that afternoon.
Su Muyue's smile vanished. Are you hurt? No. Qin Lan discovered it beforehand. That old dog Lu Jianjun has finally lost his temper and started biting. Su Muyue's voice turned cold. Thanatos, I've heard of him. This is going to be difficult. These people are all ghosts without identities. Even if we catch them, it will be hard to implicate the Lu family. I'm not asking you to arrest anyone, Lu Yuan said. I need intelligence. Who is this organization's contact in Jiangcheng? What unusual financial transactions have they had recently? Have any new members entered the country? You should have the channels for that, right?
Yes. I'll have my people investigate, Su Muyue said. You need to be careful too. I'll have the city police increase patrols at your film set tomorrow.
It's too obvious, it will alert the enemy.
Then we'll use plainclothes officers. Su Muyue paused, her voice softening slightly. Lu Yuan, promise me you won't take any risks alone.
When have I ever gone on an adventure alone? Lu Yuan laughed. That's true. Su Muyue smiled as well. Alright, it's getting late, you should get some rest. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. The Lu Group headquarters building was brightly lit.
Lu Jianjun stood in his office, hands behind his back, looking at a calligraphy scroll on the wall that read tolerance.
His expression was calm, but his furrowed brows betrayed his inner turmoil. The assassination attempt failed.
The online trolls were also suppressed by the company's PR team. That kid surnamed Lu is like a slippery eel, he always manages to slip out of the inescapable trap he's set at the most crucial moment.
This is something he cannot tolerate.
There was a knock on the office door.
Lu Yuhao walked in. Dad, I found out.
His face was filled with a morbid excitement. The reason why the distribution permit for Lu Yuan's movie was issued so quickly was because Mayor Chen Jingshu personally intervened.
Chen Jingshu? Lu Jingxiong turned around. Why is she helping Lu Yuan? I don't know. But it's definitely not a normal relationship. Lu Zhengxiang's eyes grew colder and colder. Well done, Lu Yuan. He sneered. He's even extending his reach into the city. No wonder.
He pondered for a long time. You go out first, he said to Lu Yuhao. After Lu Yuhao left, Lu Jingxiong took out an encrypted phone from the drawer and dialed a number.
The phone rang for a long time before it was answered.
It's me, Lu Jingxiong said in a low voice.
An aged voice came from the other end. What is it?
The next morning, Chen Jingshu called and invited Emmanuel and Lu Yuan to visit her villa in the countryside. Lu Yuan, with Emmanuel in tow, drove along the lakeside road in the driver's car. On one side is a shimmering lake, and on the other side are rolling meadows and forests. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the car windows.
Lu Yuan leaned back in the back seat with his eyes closed.
The tension of the past few days had left him somewhat exhausted. Although the threat from Thanatos had been temporarily averted, the Lu Group remained lurking in the shadows, like a venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. Emmanuel Burt sat beside him, watching the scenery rushing past the window. She was wearing a long white dress, her golden curls cascading over her shoulders, and large sunglasses. The car turned a corner and entered a private driveway lined with plane trees on both sides. At the end of the driveway was a house with a red roof and white walls. In front of the house is a large, neatly trimmed lawn, on which are placed white wicker tables and chairs and a huge parasol. The driver brought the car to a stop. The door opened, and Chen Jingshu, wearing a light gray cotton linen dress, came out. She wasn't wearing makeup, her long hair was casually tied back with a hairband, and she was barefoot, stepping on the warm stone pavement.
Lu Yuan opened his eyes.
He looked at Chen Jingshu outside the car window and felt somewhat unfamiliar with her. Without her identity as mayor, without her professional suit and polite smile, she looked like an ordinary woman next door. The driver got out of the car and opened the doors for them.
Emmanuel got out of the car first.
She took off her sunglasses, her blue eyes scrutinizing Chen Jingshu before her, and then looked around at the surroundings.
Mayor Chen, hello. Her Chinese was very fluent. Welcome, Miss Bella. Chen Jingshu smiled.
Here, please don't call me Mayor, just call me Jingshu. Her gaze passed over Emmanuel and landed on Lu Yuan, who had just gotten off the bus. You look tired, she said.
It's all right. Lu Yuan stretched his shoulders.
I've prepared afternoon tea, let's have something to drink first, Jingshu said, pointing to the parasols on the lawn.
The three people sat down in wicker chairs under a parasol.
On the table were black tea, lemonade, and several plates of delicate pastries. The air was filled with the scents of grass and lake water.
Jingshu poured a cup of black tea for everyone. It's beautiful here, Emmanuel said, breaking the silence.
She picked up her teacup with graceful movements. It's the house my father left me, Jingshu said. When I wasn't too busy with work, I would often come here to stay for a few days.
It's very quiet here.
It's clear you know how to enjoy life, Emmanuel said. I just occasionally want to escape from work.
Jingshu looked at Lu Yuan. The main reason I invited you here today is to welcome you and give you a proper welcome, Miss Bella. Chapter 81 Writing Forward. The three chatted for a while. Emmanuel watched them.
She didn't quite understand the business and political jargon in their conversation, but she could sense the subtle tension between them.
They're not like friends, nor are they just business partners. The scenery here is beautiful. Emmanuel suddenly stood up.
I'd like to go for a walk by the lake.
I'll stay with you. Jingshu also stood up. No need. Emmanuel glanced at Lu Yuan. I want him to come with me.
Jingshu paused for a moment, then sat back down, her smile unchanged.
Okay. Be careful, the path by the lake is a bit slippery.
Lu Yuan stood up with Ai Manu, and the two walked along the lawn toward the lake. Under the parasol, only Jingshu remained. She held her teacup, watching the two figures recede into the distance, her gaze calm.
The black tea in the cup was still steaming.
The lakeside breeze, carrying moisture, blew Emmanuel's skirt and long hair.
She likes you, Emmanuel said. You're overthinking it. No. Emmanuel stopped and turned to face him. A woman's eyes don't lie. Especially a woman in a high position.
If she didn't like you, she wouldn't take off her armor in front of you.
Lu Yuan looked at her. Are you jealous? Emmanuel smiled.
A little. After all, my man is so charming, and other women are eyeing him, so I have to express my dissatisfaction. She reached out and straightened Lu Yuan's collar. Today she wore a white V-neck dress, the neckline just right, showcasing her beautiful collarbones and neck without being too revealing. A gentle breeze blew, and the light fabric clung to her full breasts, outlining their rounded contours. In the sunlight, her fair skin seemed to glow, so smooth that not a single pore could be seen.
Why do you know her? Emmanuel asked. Business dealings, Lu Yuan said. Just business? Yes. Emmanuel looked into his eyes. He looked for a long time. Okay, I'll believe you for now, she said. But you have to make it up to me. How will you be compensated? Emmanuel stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips.
We'll talk about it tonight, she whispered in his ear. The two stood by the lake for a while, then turned and walked back.
Jingshu was no longer on the lawn.
An aunt wearing an apron was tidying up the tea set on the table.
Seeing them return, the aunt smiled and said, Miss Chen is preparing dinner in the kitchen. She asked me to tell you that you can go to your room to rest first. The room is ready. The aunt led them into the house.
The house was decorated in a simple style, mainly in natural wood and white. A fire was burning in the fireplace in the living room, making crackling sounds. Please follow me, both of you.
The aunt led them up to the second floor.
The second floor corridor was covered with thick carpet, making no sound when you stepped on it.
This is Miss Bella's room. The aunt pushed open a door.
The room was large, with a private balcony facing Mirror Moon Lake. A vase of fresh lilies sat on the bedside table.
Mr. Lu's room is next door. Lu Yuan nodded and went into his room. He closed the door and walked to the window.
From there, he could see a corner of the lawn below and the shimmering lake in the distance. He took off his coat, threw it on the bed, and then sank into the soft sofa.
He needs to get some rest.
I don't know how much time had passed when there was a knock on the door.
Lu Yuan?
It was Jingshu's voice.
Lu Yuan sat up from the sofa. Please come in. The door opened, and Jingshu walked in carrying a tray.
On the tray were a cup of hot milk and a small plate of cookies. She placed the tray on the coffee table. I noticed you didn't eat much this afternoon, and I was worried you were hungry, she said. She was dressed casually today, wearing a light gray dress with a white apron tied around her neck, and her hair was pulled up, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck.
Thank you, Lu Yuan said.
Chen Jingshu sat down on the sofa opposite him.
Are you getting used to it here? She asked.
Very good.
Very quiet.
That's good. Chen Jingshu looked at him, her eyes gentle.
I heard about Thanatos. Are you all right?
Fine. Lu Yuan, Chen Jingshu paused. Sometimes, I really wish you were just an ordinary person.
Why? Because that way, you won't be in so much danger.
Her voice was soft.
I don't want to see you get hurt. Lu Yuan looked at her.
Thank you for your concern, he said. Chen Jingshu seemed to want to say something, but in the end she didn't.
She stood up. You should get some rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready. She walked to the door, then turned back. Emmanuelle Burt was a very beautiful woman, she said.
Then, she opened the door and went out. The room returned to silence. Lu Yuan picked up the glass of hot milk. It was still warm.
The next morning, a black sedan drove away from the estate, disappearing along the driveway lined with plane trees.
Emmanuelle Burt sat in the back seat, rushing back to the set. She had a lot of filming to do that day.
Lu Yuan stood at the restaurant entrance, watching the car disappear at the end of the driveway. She's gone.
Chen Jingshu's voice came from behind him.
He turned around.
Chen Jingshu was wearing a white riding outfit today, which perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure. Her long hair was tied up high in a neat ponytail at the back of her head.
She wasn't wearing makeup, and her skin looked very translucent in the morning light. Lu Yuan replied.
Breakfast is ready, Chen Jingshu said. A simple breakfast was laid out on the table: toasted bread, perfectly fried sunny-side-up eggs, and 2 glasses of hot milk. The two sat facing each other, quietly eating breakfast. The only sounds were the soft clinking of their knives and forks against their plates. Sunlight streamed onto the table, and wisps of steam rose from their milk glasses.
Did you sleep well last night? Chen Jingshu asked first.
Very good.
Lu Yuan picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth.
It's very quiet here.
That's good.
She put down her knife and fork and picked up her napkin.
We're going horseback riding today.
The horses at the stable are quite docile, so there's nothing to worry about.
Do I look like I'm worried?
Chen Jingshu looked at him and then smiled.
She didn't say anything more and stood up.
Let's go, I'll take you to choose a horse. The horse farm is on the other side of the estate. You just need to walk through a small grove of trees to get there.
A dozen or so horses of different breeds strolled leisurely in the enclosure, swishing their tails. A coachman came up and greeted Chen Jingshu respectfully.
Bring out Moonlight and Wind Chaser, Chen Jingshu instructed. The groom quickly brought over 2 horses. One was a pure white Arabian horse, with a graceful figure and gentle eyes. It was none other than Moonlight. The other was a tall, black thoroughbred with well-defined muscles and sharp eyes, looking full of explosive power.
Chapter 82 By the Lake. Chen Jingshu walked to the white horse and stroked its neck. This is my Moonlight.
She turned to Lu Yuan. That black one is Wind Chaser, the wildest horse in the manor.
Would you like to give it a try? Lu Yuan walked up to Wind Chaser. The black horse snorted and looked at him warily.
He reached out, but instead of touching the horse directly, he stopped a few centimeters away from the tip of its nose. Chasing the Wind hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and rubbed against his palm.
Lu Yuan mounted his horse with clean, swift movements.
He pulled on the reins and gently squeezed the horse's flanks with his legs. Chasing Wind immediately understood and took a few steps in place, adjusting to the weight on his back.
Chen Jingshu also mounted her horse. Let us take a walk along the lake, she said.
The two rode their horses out of the horse farm, one after the other, and onto the lakeside path. The morning sun was just right, not too strong. The lake was like a giant mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. A gentle breeze rustled the willow branches along the shore. Horse hooves clattered rhythmically on the soft ground. They rode side by side along the lake, slowing down.
How's the matter with Lu Jianjun going? Lu Yuan asked. It's not optimistic. Chen Jingshu looked ahead.
The Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team is already investigating the Lu Group, but there's a lot of resistance.
The Lu family has been operating in Jiangcheng for decades, Their network of connections is incredibly intricate. Many things lack direct evidence. She sighed.
It's like a big tree, the trunk is cut down, but the roots buried underground keep growing outwards.
Is there anything I can do for you? No need. She shook her head. You've already opened the door for me. I can do the rest myself.
She turned her head and looked at Lu Yuan's profile.
I just didn't expect it to be this difficult.
Everything goes through a trial before it turns into something good, Lu Yuan said.
Chen Jingshu remained silent for a moment. The sound of horses' hooves was particularly clear on the quiet lakeside.
Lu Yuan, she asked softly, you seem to know everything.
There's still so much I don't understand. Then why do you always look so confident?
She seemed to be searching for the right word. Lu Yuan stopped his horse and turned to look at her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face.
Because I know where I'm going, he said.
Their horses stopped under a large willow tree by the lake. Chen Jingshu looked into his eyes, which were deep, like lake water, and she couldn't see through them. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little nervous. She looked away and gazed at the lake.
It's noon, let's go eat.
There's a restaurant by the lake that makes really good grilled fish.
Okay, Lu Yuan said.
They turned their horses around and rode towards the restaurant.
The restaurant was built on a wooden platform extending into the lake, offering a wide view. They chose a seat on the side.
The specialty here is the wild silverfish from Jingyue Lake, which are caught and grilled on the spot, Chen Jingshu introduced to him. She ordered a grilled fish and a few light side dishes.
Neither of them spoke while waiting for the food. A breeze blew across the lake, carrying a refreshing mist.
In the distance, a fishing boat glided by, leaving a long trail of ripples. Soon, a waiter came over with a huge tray, and an irresistible, overpowering aroma had already arrived. A silverfish, easily 2 feet long, was placed steadily in a rectangular baking pan, the embers of which still glowed faintly red. The skin was baked to a brilliant caramel gold, and it was evenly sprinkled with chopped bright green scallions, bright red chili rings, and scattered white sesame seeds, creating a colorful and artistic display. The most enticing part is the sauce covering the fish skin, which thickens under the heat of the charcoal fire, forming tiny bubbles that slowly burst, each burst releasing a complex aroma into the air. The waiter gently flicked the fish skin with tongs, and a small crack appeared on the crispy fish skin with a soft but clear snap, a declaration of ultimate crispness. Lu Yuan picked up a small piece of fish with his chopsticks. The fish skin was crispy, but the flesh remained surprisingly tender. He put the fish in his mouth. Chen Jingshu looked at him.
How is it? It's delicious, Lu Yuan said.
Eat slowly, be careful of fish bones, she said. The meal was eaten quietly, but in a very comfortable atmosphere.
After the meal, instead of riding horses, they chose to take a walk along the lake.
The sun was already high in the sky, but the breeze blowing from the lake was still quite cool.
They walked on the soft grass, their shadows stretching long.
My father used to love bringing me here, Chen Jingshu suddenly said.
What kind of person is he? Lu Yuan asked. A very upright and stubborn person.
Her eyes softened.
He used to be a history professor at a university. He always told me that people should live with integrity. He didn't like me going into politics. He said it was too complicated and not suitable for me. But he should be proud of you.
Maybe, she said. He died so young, and I didn't have a chance to prove to him that his daughter could also live with dignity. This was the first time she had spoken to a man about her family and the softest parts of her heart.
Lu Yuan listened quietly without interrupting her.
They came to a lake bay where the water was so clear that they could see the pebbles on the bottom. Chen Jingshu stopped, squatted down, and picked up a flat stone from the water. When I was little, my father taught me how to skip stones. She stood up, turned to the side, made a standard throwing motion, and flicked her wrist. The stone pieces bounced lightly on the water's surface, 1, 2, 3, 4, until they sank to the center of the lake. She turned to look at Lu Yuan, a childlike smile on her face.
Look. Lu Yuan also picked up a stone and threw it, imitating her.
The stone bounced awkwardly on the water's surface twice before sinking.
Chen Jingshu laughed.
Her laughter was crisp and clear, with a hint of pride on her face, like a little girl who had won a competition. Lu Yuan was still holding a stone in his hand, but he didn't throw it away, he just looked at her.
Chen Jingshu's smile slowly faded.
She sensed something different in his eyes.
What's wrong? She asked. Lu Yuan didn't answer, but instead took a step towards her.
The distance between them instantly shortened. She could smell the clean, sun-kissed scent on him.
A breeze blew from the lake, ruffling Chen Jingshu's hair.
A strand of hair stuck to her lips. She tried to brush it away, but Lu Yuan was faster. His fingers touched her lips. The skin there was soft.
Lu Yuan's fingertips were a little rough.
She felt her heart skip a beat. He picked up a strand of hair with his fingers and tucked it behind her ear. After doing this, his hand didn't leave, but slid down to support the back of her neck.
"Chen Jingshu," he said, "be my woman." Chapter 83 Linjin.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, Chen Jingshu felt as if time had stood still. The wind by the lake and the calls of waterbirds in the distance seemed to vanish in that instant. She could only hear her own heartbeat, each thud relentlessly against her eardrums.
Chen Jingshu felt that Lu Yuan's question didn't seem to be a question at all.
She looked into his eyes, and her face was reflected in them. She saw that her expression was one of surprise, and her lips were slightly parted. She wanted to back away, to create distance, to say something to break the suffocating atmosphere. She wanted to say, "We're just friends, and you're crazy."
But she couldn't say anything.
Her body seemed to be nailed to the spot. His hand was still supporting her neck, his thumb gently caressing her skin. That spot was very sensitive, and a shiver ran up her spine. She finally found her voice, but it was very dry. He didn't give her a chance to continue. He lowered his head and kissed her. His lips were warm, with a hint of tobacco. He was assertive and brooked no refusal.
My mind went completely blank.
Her identity as mayor, the rules of society, her father's teachings, everything crumbled in that kiss. All she knew was that she had been kissed by a man. Right there by the open lake, where people could pass by at any moment.
This is insane.
Her hand instinctively pressed against his chest, trying to push him away. But his chest was hard, like a rock. Her strength was useless against him. He wrapped his other arm around her waist and pulled her forcefully into his embrace. Her body pressed completely against his. She could feel his strong muscles and the rapid pounding of his heart. Her resistance grew weaker and weaker. Her hand, pressed against his chest, unconsciously tightened its grip on his shirt. Her body began to go limp. A strange feeling, both shameful and exciting, surged up from deep within her. He kissed her deeper. Just as she was about to run out of breath, he loosened his grip on her slightly. Their lips were still pressed together, their breaths mingling. "Look at me," he said, his voice a little hoarse. She slowly opened her eyes. The soft light of the setting sun cast a golden glow on his profile. A thin layer of sweat glistened on his forehead. She saw the undisguised desire in his eyes. She should have been afraid. But she wasn't. Instead, she felt as if a switch had been flipped inside her.
What do you want to do?" she heard herself ask in an unfamiliar, trembling voice. Lu Yuan did not answer.
He bent down, put his arms under her knees, and lifted her up in his arms.
She gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck.
He picked her up, turned around, and strode towards the grove of trees by the lake.
"Lu Yuan, put me down."
"Someone will see this," she struggled and said, her voice filled with panic. But he held on tightly, his steps never faltering. They crossed the soft grass by the lake and entered the grove of trees. The lights suddenly dimmed. The noise and openness outside were shut out.
The intertwined branches of tall trees cut the sky into tiny fragments.
The air was filled with the smell of earth and decaying leaves. It was very quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of the wind through the leaves and their breathing. Lu Yuan carried her inside until they stopped under a huge old oak tree. He didn't put her down, but instead let her lean against the rough tree trunk. His body remained pressed tightly against her, preventing her from moving.
There wasn't a single gap between them.
He had one arm around her waist, and with the other hand he raised, his fingers threading through her tied ponytail. The hairband came off, and her long hair cascaded down, covering her shoulders.
He looked at her.
In the dim light, her face was somewhat pale, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness.
There was panic, confusion, and a hint of expectation that she herself didn't even realize.
Her body was very soft, and through the thin fabric, he could clearly feel the curves of her body and her rapidly increasing body temperature. He lowered his head, no longer kissing her lips, but instead kissing her neck down her chin. She couldn't help but let out a groan, then immediately bit her lip.
The feeling was so stimulating.
The warm, moist touch on her skin, his hot breath on her neck, sent shivers down her spine. A tingling sensation spread from where he had kissed her throughout her body. Her legs went weak, and she could barely stand. If he hadn't held her tightly in his arms, she probably would have slipped to the ground. The arms around his neck tightened unconsciously.
Lu Yuan.
She whispered in his ear, her voice broken, "No.
Not here. Where are we going?"
His voice came in a muffled tone, his lips still lingering on her skin.
She couldn't answer.
Her reason told her that she should push him away immediately, straighten her clothes, and, as a mayor, give him a serious warning. But her body betrayed her.
The body is honest.
It craves more touch, deeper embraces, and the thrill of breaking the rules. His hand slid up from her waist and covered her soft breasts.
Her body trembled violently.
She could feel her breath becoming scalding hot, her chest heaving violently.
Jingshu.
He called her name in her ear. His voice was low, possessing a bewitching power. She felt as if she were hypnotized, all her resistance crumbling away. He buried his face in the crook of her neck and took a deep breath. "You smell wonderful," he said. She could hear his heartbeat mixed with her own, growing faster and louder. She could smell his scent, which mingled with her own, and the warmth of his body emanated from her through her clothes. Her hand slid down his neck, through his arms, and hugged his back. A breeze blew from the lake, carrying the scent of damp grass and trees. Chen Jingshu's white riding outfit was now wrinkled and covered with grass and dirt. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips were slightly swollen, and her long, loose hair was disheveled and draped over her shoulders, with a few wet strands sticking to her forehead and cheeks.
Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the lakeside, dipping his feet into the water.
The lake water was clear and reached above his ankles.
He turned to look at Chen Jingshu. "Get down and walk around."
She looked into Lu Yuan's eyes. His eyes were bright. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face, making him look very gentle. She bit her lip and, mimicking him, awkwardly took off her riding boots and socks. Her feet were very white, with round and lovely toes. She carefully walked to his side and put her feet into the water as well.
Chapter 84 Echoes of Twilight.
Hiss.
The water is very cold.
Chen Jingshu instinctively tried to pull back, but Lu Yuan reached out and grabbed her.
"Don't move," he said. He led her along the shallow waters of the lake, and they walked slowly forward. Their feet sank into the soft sand at the bottom of the lake. The cool lake water flowed between their toes. It felt magical. Neither of them spoke.
After walking about 10 meters, Chen Jingshu seemed to have adjusted to the water temperature. Her body relaxed, and her steps became steady.
Lu Yuan.
I was just thinking, she said, looking at the distant lake, the setting sun painting it a deep orange red. It's been a long time since I've felt so at peace. She found the word peace of mind strange. They had just done something so crazy in the woods. But she just felt very at ease. It was a feeling she had never had when she was sitting in the mayor's office, reviewing piles of documents.
"You're putting too much pressure on yourself," Lu Yuan said.
He released her hand and reached out with his other hand to gently brush a stray strand of hair from her face. "Jingshu, you are a woman first," he said, his fingers touching her cheek, "and then a mayor." His voice was soft, but every word was like a pebble that struck her heart. "Women need men to love them," he said.
Chen Jingshu didn't speak. She looked at him. The evening breeze from the lake blew, ruffling their hair. She moved closer.
She gently rested her head on his shoulder. The gesture was so natural. "Perhaps you are right." Her voice was soft, with a slight nasal tone. Lu Yuan reached out and put his arm around her shoulder.
They stood by the lake for a long time. The sun was about to set.
The sky had changed from orange-red to deep purple. A thin mist rose from the lake. "Go back, you'll catch a cold," Lu Yuan said. They returned to shore, dried their feet with the towels they had brought, and put their shoes and socks back on. Lu Yuan walked to the side of Chasing the Wind, mounted the horse, and then reached out his hand.
"Come up."
Chen Jingshu hesitated for a moment, then offered him her hand. With a gentle pull, he lifted her onto the horse's back. She sat in front of him, completely enveloped in his arms. Her back was pressed tightly against his chest. She could feel his firm muscles and his steady, powerful heartbeat. Lu Yuan spurred the horse's flanks, and Chasing the Wind galloped along the road they had come from, heading towards the manor at a leisurely pace. Another white horse, Moonlight, obediently followed behind them. The sound of horses' hooves echoed in the twilight. Their shadows, stretched long by the setting sun, swayed gently on the grass behind them as the horses moved. The red-roofed house of the estate grew larger and larger in the distance. Chen Jingshu leaned against Lu Yuan's chest, very quiet. Her cheek was pressed against the rough fabric of his shirt. Her arms were still wrapped around his waist.
Arrive. Lu Yuan stopped the horse.
The groom was already waiting at the entrance of the riding arena. He saw them riding back together on the same horse, paused for a moment, then immediately lowered his head, pretending he hadn't seen anything.
Lu Yuan jumped off his horse.
He turned around and reached out his hand to Chen Jingshu on horseback.
Get down.
Chen Jingshu offered him her hand. He took it and steadily helped her down from the horse. Her legs were a little weak, and she swayed slightly when she landed, but he caught her arm.
Settle them in properly, Lu Yuan said to the groom.
Yes, Mr. Lu.
The coachman took the reins.
Your face. Lu Yuan looked at Chen Jingshu and reached out his hand. His fingertips brushed against her cheek.
There was a small speck of mud on it.
Chen Jingshu's face flushed instantly. I'm going to take a shower. She avoided his gaze, turned around and walked quickly toward the house, her back view looking somewhat disheveled. The house was quiet. In the living room on the first floor, the fireplace was still burning. A maid wearing an apron was wiping a vase. When she saw Lu Yuan enter, she stopped what she was doing and smiled at him.
Mr. Lu, dinner is almost ready. Ms. Chen said you could rest in the living room for a while. Good. Lu Yuan sat down on the sofa.
The firelight from the fireplace cast shadows on his face. He picked up a magazine from the coffee table and casually flipped through it. The air smelled of food. It smelled of toasted bread and stewed beef. I heard the sound of running water coming from upstairs. It was coming from the direction of the bathroom. The sound continued for a long time. Then came the sound of a hairdryer. Then came the sound of footsteps going downstairs.
Lu Yuan put down the magazine in his hand.
Chen Jingshu came down the stairs. She had changed her clothes. She wore a loose-fitting off-white top and gray cotton trousers. Her hair was still wet, hanging over her shoulders, with water dripping from the ends. She wasn't wearing makeup, and her skin looked clean. She walked up to him and stopped.
I'm hungry.
She looked down at her slippers.
Then let's eat.
The maid had already set dinner on the dining table: French onion soup, golden brown garlic bread, and a pot of simmered beef stew and burgundy red wine. The two sat down facing each other.
Try this soup. Chen Jingshu ladled him a bowl.
It tastes very good.
Lu Yuan picked up a spoon and took a sip.
The soup was thick, with the sweetness of the onions and the saltiness of the cheese blending together, making it quite delicious. The meal was eaten in silence. After the meal, the maid served dessert and coffee. I want to go out for a walk, Chen Jingshu said.
It was completely dark. The streetlights in the manor came on, casting a warm yellow glow.
The night breeze was a bit cool, but it felt pleasant on their faces. They walked along the stone-paved path. Neatly trimmed bushes lined both sides of the path.
The chirping of insects could be heard.
Thank you for your help during the day, Lu Yuan said.
Thank me for what?
That horse.
Chen Jingshu smiled.
It's called Wind Chaser, and it was left to me by my dad. No one else has ever ridden it except my dad. You're the first.
Yeah. It seems to really like you, she said.
They walked to the lawn in front of the house. The tables and chairs from the daytime had been removed. Only an empty lawn remained. Chen Jingshu stopped and looked up at the sky. You can see the stars here, she said. The city lights are so bright that I haven't seen such a clear starry sky in a long time. Lu Yuan also raised his head. Over there, the brightest one, he pointed in a direction, that is Polaris.
My dad used to tell me the same thing.
Her voice was very soft. She suddenly turned around and hugged him from behind. Her arms were wrapped around his waist, and her cheek was pressed against his back.
Lu Yuan, she buried her face in his shirt, her voice muffled, what am I supposed to do with you?
I don't know. He reached out and covered her hands that were wrapped around his waist. Will you stay? She asked.
Tonight? I mean, in the future.
Lu Yuan fell silent. I have other things to do, he said. Chen Jingshu hugged her even tighter.
I know.
I know you're not an ordinary person.
You won't belong to just me. Jing Shu.
Let me finish, she interrupted him.
I don't want anything. I won't ask anything. I just want for you to leave a place for me in your heart, that's enough.
Lu Yuan turned around and cupped her face in his hands. Tears were glistening in her eyes. He lowered his head and kissed her.
Chapter 85 Demonstration.
Light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a thin, bright line on the dark gray quilt. The air was quiet, save for the distant chirping of birds outside the window. The other side of the bed was empty, and the sheets still bore the wrinkles of someone else's bed. The bathroom door opened.
Chen Jingshu came out.
She was wearing the white silk nightgown, and her hair was wrapped in a towel.
She was barefoot, stepping on the carpet, and walked to the bedside. Lu Yuan was still asleep, his breathing was steady. She looked at him.
After a while, she leaned down and gently touched his hair that had fallen onto the pillow with her fingers. She straightened up and turned to walk towards the wardrobe.
Inside the closet, the dark blue men's pajamas were neatly folded and placed in a compartment.
She opened another closet door, took out a new tracksuit, and placed it on the bed. Then she took out her own clothes and went back to the bathroom.
A dozen minutes later, she came out again.
She had changed into a light gray tracksuit, her long hair draped over her shoulders, the ends still slightly damp.
She wasn't wearing makeup. Lu Yuan had already sat up and was leaning against the headboard.
The two looked at each other.
"Good morning," she said.
"Good morning," he said. She pointed to the tracksuit on the bed.
"It's new. I don't know if it will fit you."
He picked up his sportswear. "I'll come downstairs and wait for you."
After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the room.
Inside the restaurant, breakfast was already laid out on the table: toast, fried eggs, bacon, and 2 glasses of hot milk. An auntie in an apron was arranging fresh lilies in a vase. Seeing her come downstairs, the auntie smiled at her. Chen Jingshu sat down at the dining table. She didn't touch the food in front of her, but picked up the milk glass and held it in her hands.
Footsteps echoed down the stairs. Lu Yuan came downstairs.
He had also changed into that tracksuit, which fit him perfectly.
He sat down opposite her, and the two began to eat breakfast.
Last night Chen Jingshu spoke first, her eyes fixed on the fried eggs on her plate.
Lu Yuan replied.
"Did you sleep well?"
"Very good."
She looked up.
Lu Yuan. "I am here.
Today, I'll take you to a fun place." A slight smile played on her lips.
"Fun places?"
"Yes," she said.
"You've definitely never played it."
"Yeah. I'll leave after I finish eating." She picked up a napkin, wiped her mouth, and stood up.
"I'll wait for you." A black Bentley Bentayga was parked in the driveway in front of the house.
The body was polished to a high shine, reflecting the sunlight.
Chen Jingshu walked to the driver's seat and opened the car door.
"I'll drive," she said.
Lu Yuan walked to the passenger seat and got into the car.
The car has a spacious interior with brown leather upholstery and a faint wood scent. Chen Jingshu started the car.
The car drove steadily out of the manor and onto the lakeside road.
The sun was shining brightly, and the lake shimmered. She opened the car window, and the wind blew in, ruffling her hair. The car stereo wasn't on, only the sound of the wind and the engine could be heard.
"Where to?" Lu Yuan asked. "You'll see when we get there."
She looked at the road ahead, her face showing an expression Lu Yuan had never seen before. The car didn't head towards the city center, but instead drove west along the suburban highway. The houses on both sides of the road became fewer and fewer, replaced by vast stretches of farmland and woodland. After driving for about 40 minutes, the car turned onto a narrower asphalt road at a fork in the road. There was an inconspicuous sign at the intersection that read Eagle Shooting Club, with a bullseye and 2 crossed rifles drawn next to it. After driving for a few more minutes, a complex of buildings surrounded by high walls and barbed wire came into view. The main gate was a black wrought iron gate, and 2 uniformed security guards stood at the entrance.
The Bentley pulled up to the door, and the gate opened automatically. The car drove in.
Inside was a large courtyard with several expensive cars parked there. At the far end of the courtyard stood a 3-story modern building with gray walls, designed like a fortress.
Chen Jingshu parked the car.
"Get off the bus," she said.
They entered the building.
The lobby was spacious, decorated in an industrial style, with disassembled diagrams and historical photographs of various firearms hanging on the walls. A manager in a club uniform saw them and immediately came to greet them.
Ms. Chen, you've arrived.
The manager's attitude was very respectful. Managerly, please arrange a VIP shooting range for us, in Zone A, Chen Jingshu said.
Okay, it's all ready for you.
Managerly gestured for them to proceed and led the way. They walked through a corridor and came to a heavy, soundproof door. Managerly swiped his card and opened the door. Inside is a separate shooting range, about 50 meters long.
At the end of the range are electronic targets.
Next to it is an equipment area with shelves displaying various types of pistols and rifles, and earmuffs and goggles on the tables.
Ms. Chen, your equipment is all ready.
Managerly pointed to a cabinet in the equipment area.
Would you like me to arrange a coach? No need, you can go out now. Okay, please ring the bell anytime if you need anything.
The manager bowed, left, and closed the door. The room was very quiet.
Chen Jingshu walked to the cabinet and opened it.
Inside hung 2 sets of black tactical shooting uniforms and 2 pairs of shooting boots. She took out a set and handed it to Lu Yuan.
Put this on. There is a small changing room next to it.
A few minutes later, both of them had changed their clothes. The shooting suits were very form-fitting, outlining the lines of their bodies. Chen Jingshu walked to the gun rack and picked up a silver Desert Eagle pistol.
She checked the magazine, then skillfully cocked it.
Her movements were very professional. She picked up a pair of goggles and put them on.
Do you know how to play? She asked Lu Yuan, turning around and holding the gun in her hand.
I know a little, Lu Yuan said.
Then let me demonstrate for you first. She walked to the firing position, feet shoulder width apart.
She raised the gun, gripped the handles with both hands, arms outstretched, and aimed at the target 50 meters away. Her profile was sharply defined.
A shot rang out. The sound was very loud, hitting my eardrums. She didn't pause.
She fired continuously. Bullets left the barrel, spent casings bounced out, and landed on the ground with a crisp sound.
One magazine is empty.
She put down her gun and removed the magazine. She pressed a button next to her, and a screen at the top of the target lane lit up, displaying her shooting score.
10 bullets, all hitting the bullseye.
Bullet holes are densely distributed around the center of the target. She took off her goggles and looked back at Lu Yuan. There was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead.
How is it? She said. Lu Yuan picked up a black Beretta M9 from the gun rack. He wasn't wearing goggles or earmuffs. He walked to the firing position next to her.
He raised his gun.
He didn't make any further aiming movements. He also began to shoot.
His firing rate was faster than hers. The gunfire was more intense.
After emptying a magazine, he put down his gun.
His target score was also displayed on the screen.
10 shots, all 10 rings. But the 10 bullet holes almost overlapped, right in the center of the bullseye. Chen Jingshu's expression froze. She looked at Lu Yuan's target, then at her own. Then she looked back at Lu Yuan. He stood there, his face expressionless. It was as if he had just done something very ordinary.
You call this knowing a little? She asked.
Chapter 86 Visiting the Set. Chen Jingshu grabbed Lu Yuan's collar. You're getting me a little excited. After a while.
On the sofa in the lounge.
Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa.
Chen Jingshu lay down on her side next to him, her head resting on his lap. She was still wearing that black tactical shooting uniform, but the zipper was half open, revealing a white sports vest underneath. Her hair was also a little messy. She held one of Lu Yuan's hands in her own, her fingers threading through his fingers, and their hands intertwined.
I have to go back to the city this afternoon, she said softly. Lu Yuan didn't speak.
He placed his other hand on her shoulder, his fingers stroking the fabric of her clothes. There's a meeting, she said.
What time? Lu Yuan asked.
3 o'clock. She sat up, her back to him. She reached up to tidy her hair, trying to tie it back up, but couldn't find the hairband.
I'll go back with you, Lu Yuan said.
Chen Jingshu turned her head to look at him.
Good.
She stood up and walked to the locker room door. Her shooting boots were still on the floor, one upright and the other lying down. I'll go change my clothes first, she said. She went into the dressing room and closed the door.
Lu Yuan sat up from the sofa. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table next to him, unscrewed it, and took a sip. On the table in the lounge were two people's earmuffs and goggles. The locker room door opened. Chen Jingshu came out. She had changed back into her light gray tracksuit. Her hair was still down, and the ends were a little damp. Lu Yuan also stood up. "Your clothes." She pointed to the neatly folded set on the sofa. He picked up his clothes and went into the dressing room. Chen Jingshu walked to the gun rack. The silver Desert Eagle and the black Beretta M9 were placed side by side on the rack. She walked to the door and pressed the call button. Soon, the door opened, and Manager Lee walked in. "Miss Chen, is there anything you need? We're about to leave. Could you please clean up the target lane for me?" "Okay, no problem." Manager Lee's gaze swept around the room before returning to Chen Jingshu. "The car is ready for you." The locker room door opened, and Lu Yuan walked out. He had changed back into his previous sportswear. "Let's go," Chen Jingshu said to Lu Yuan. They followed Manager Lee out of the shooting range and back into the club lobby, where several well-dressed men were drinking coffee in the lounge area. Upon seeing them, the men merely glanced at them without offering any further comment. They walked out of the building. A black Bentley Bentayga was parked at the entrance. The sunlight shone on the car, making it somewhat dazzling. A club waiter was standing next to the car. When he saw them get out, he opened the back door. "Miss Chen, Mr. Lu, please." Chen Jingshu glanced at the driver's seat. "You drive," she said to Lu Yuan. "Good." The waiter paused for a moment, then went around to the other side and opened the driver's side door. Lu Yuan got in. Chen Jingshu sat in the passenger seat. The car started and slowly drove out of the club's gate. The security guard at the gate saluted. The car got onto the highway. "Navigate to the municipal government," Chen Jingshu said. The car was quiet. The stereo wasn't on. Chen Jingshu rolled down the car window, and the wind blew in from outside. She rested her elbow on the window, propped her chin up, and watched the scenery rushing past. "Whose club is that?" Lu Yuan asked. "From a friend." "Do you go there often?" "Occasionally," she said, "when I'm in a bad mood." The car approached an intersection. The light was red. Lu Yuan stopped the car. He turned to look at her. Her profile was turned towards him, a few strands of hair were ruffled by the wind and clung to her cheeks. He reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. "The green light is on." Lu Yuan withdrew his hand and continued driving. The scenery outside the car window kept changing. Vast fields and forests were gradually replaced by sparse factories and warehouses, followed by low-rise residential buildings. Traffic on the roads began to pick up. Chen Jingshu lowered her hand from under her chin. She stopped looking out the window and turned to look at Lu Yuan in the driver's seat. Sunlight streamed in through the windshield and fell on his hands gripping the steering wheel. "I haven't felt this way in a long time," she said. "What do you mean?" "It's just she seemed to be searching for a word. It makes me feel at ease." The car merged onto the main road. The buildings along the roadside became taller and denser. "You're putting too much pressure on yourself," Lu Yuan said. "I need that." "No need," he said, his gaze still fixed on the road ahead. "A woman only needs one man to love her." Chen Jingshu didn't speak, but gently placed her hand on his right arm. "Maybe you're right," she said. The car stopped at an intersection, waiting for the red light. "Where will your meeting be held?" Lu Yuan asked. "City Government Building." "Which building number?" "Building number 1. 20 minutes left," he said. Chen Jingshu withdrew her hand from his arm. She took out a small mirror and a hairband from the armrest box. She looked in the mirror and began to tidy her hair. She combed her wind-blown hair neatly and then tied it into a simple ponytail at the back of her head. After doing all that, she looked at her face again. "How do I look?" she asked. "Very good," Lu Yuan said. "Just drop me off at that intersection up ahead," she said. "It's hard to park there." "I parked in the underground parking garage." "No need, it wouldn't be good if someone saw us." "Okay," Lu Yuan said. The car turned right at an intersection and entered the city's administrative center. The buildings here were very solemn, and there were far fewer pedestrians and vehicles on the road. He pulled over and stopped the car in front of a side entrance of a building. "I've arrived," Chen Jingshu said. She unbuckled her seatbelt but did not get out of the car immediately. Today she looked at him. "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" "Play with me," she said. "Is it fun?" Chen Jingshu looked at him and then smiled. "It's fun," she said. She got out of the car, waved to Lu Yuan inside, then turned and walked towards the building entrance. Her gait regained the steady and brisk manner befitting a mayor. The guard at the gate saw her and immediately saluted. Lu Yuan watched her figure disappear behind the building's doors. He didn't drive off immediately. Instead, he picked up a bottle of water that was next to him and took a sip. Lu Yuan checked the filming schedule on his phone and found that he still didn't have any scenes to film today. "I checked the schedule for The Inheritors again and found that the Star Girls had returned from the island and were filming the 4th episode of the variety show in the nearby mountains. Alright, let's go visit the set." He restarted the car and merged back into traffic. Chapter 87: Suwaping Mountain. 3 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs were parked at the exit of the underground parking garage of Myth Entertainment's headquarters. The vehicles had just been washed and reflected a metallic sheen under the lights. Lu Yuan stepped out of the elevator, having changed into a dark gray casual outfit. Han Xiaoying followed half a step behind him. She had changed out of her usual tight leather jacket and put on a well-tailored black dress, the hem of which reached just to her knees. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she wore light makeup. A team of security personnel in black suits stood beside the convoy. When they saw Lu Yuan emerge, they all bowed in unison. "President Lu. Is everything packed?" Lu Yuan asked. Han Xiaoying nodded. "As you instructed, 20 sets in total. They are all the latest models, air-freighted from overseas, and individually packaged." She gestured to the trunk of the last car. The trunk was open, and inside were rows of gift boxes bearing the logos of luxury brands, as well as a huge refrigerator filled with various high-end fruits and drinks. "Let's go," Lu Yuan said. He opened the back door of the middle car and got in. Han Xiaoying followed him in and sat next to him. The convoy drove out of the underground parking garage and merged into the afternoon traffic. Suwaping Mountain is located in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng, about an hour and a half's drive away. There is an ecological tea garden and an ancient village famous for its traditional handicrafts on the mountain. It is a newly developed tourist area, and the filming location for the 4th episode of The Inheritors was chosen here. The car was driven very steadily. Lu Yuan leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. Han Xiaoying sat beside him, watching the city rushing past the window. She didn't speak. The bodyguard glanced at them in the rearview mirror, then picked up the walkie-talkie. "Attention all units, maintain a safe distance. We will be entering a mountainous area in 1 hour. Please be aware of road conditions." The convoy exited the highway and began its ascent along the winding mountain road. The trees on both sides of the road grew denser. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the car windows. Han Xiaoying rolled down the car window. The air in the mountains was fresh, carrying the scent of earth and plants. After driving for another 20 minutes or so, the convoy stopped at an intersection with a sign that read Kuipingshan Folk Culture Village. The intersection was cordoned off, and several people dressed in program crew uniforms were on duty. Upon seeing the convoy approaching, a man who appeared to be in charge jogged over. Han Xiaoya lowered the car window. "We're here to visit the set, so please set up a cordon." The man paused for a moment, then saw Lu Yuan in the back seat. His expression immediately changed. "Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. What brings you here?" he said while calling out over the walkie-talkie, "Attention all units. Mr. Lu is here to visit the set. Quickly notify Director Sun." The cordon was quickly set up. The convoy slowly drove into the filming location. The ancient village features cobblestone paths, white walls, and black tiles. The production crew's equipment and vehicles are parked in a large threshing ground at the village entrance. Many staff members are busy at work. The appearance of the 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs immediately attracted everyone's attention. The car has come to a complete stop. Han Xiaoying got out of the car first and opened the back door. Lu Yuan got out of the car. Almost at the same time, Director Sun Yaki's voice came from a courtyard in the distance where filming was taking place. "Cut. What are you all doing? Focus." After Yan Quan was selected by Lu Yuan to film a movie, Sun Yaki took over the filming of The Inheritors.
The courtyard gate was pushed open, and Sun Yaki walked out quickly, holding a large megaphone. She saw Lu Yuan, then glanced at the 3 cars and the row of bodyguards in black suits, and paused for a moment.
President Lu?
What are you up to?
I came to check on you, Lu Yuan said. Did I disturb you? What you're saying? Sun Yaki put down the megaphone and smiled. You're the boss, you can come anytime. It's just, this is a bit too much.
Her gaze fell on Han Xiuying, who had just gotten out of the car. Han Xiuying nodded at her without saying a word. At this point, the bodyguards had already opened the trunk and started unloading things.
Boxes of gift boxes and cold drinks were being taken out. Thank you all for your hard work, Lu Yuan said to the staff around him. I brought some things to treat you all. This afternoon tea is on me.
A cheer erupted from the crowd.
President Lu is so generous. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Sun Yaki laughed too. Then I'll thank President Lu on everyone's behalf.
She called out to the courtyard, 20-minute break. Several girls dressed in simple blue printed cotton clothes came out of the courtyard.
They are members of Star Girls.
They are wearing makeup and have their hair styled in a retro way. Yang Lele, Jia Shuer, Jiang Yi, Bai Lu, Su Xiaoli. They saw Lu Yuan, and their expressions varied.
Yang Lele's face lit up with surprise. She quickly walked over. Mr. Lu, what brings you here?
Jia Shuer stood there with her arms crossed, her eyes darting back and forth between Lu Yuan and Han Xiuying beside her.
I've come to see you all, Lu Yuan said to Yang Lele.
His gaze swept over the girls. They had gotten a little tanned from being on the island, but they looked to be in good spirits. Han Xiuying stood behind Lu Yuan, like a quiet female companion.
Hello, Mr. Lu, Bai Lu greeted him politely.
Hello.
Lu Yuan smiled at them. How's the filming going?
It went quite smoothly, Jiang he said softly.
Director Yan is very strict with us, Su Xiaoli added. Strictness is a good thing, Lu Yuan said. He looked at Zhao Shuer, who hadn't spoken until now. What about you? What are your thoughts?
Zhao Shuer raised her chin.
I think Sister Sun is learning a lot from Director Yan. She's quite professional.
That's good. Lu Yuan turned around, and a bodyguard handed him a gift box.
These are gifts for you. Yang Lele accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Everyone has it.
At this moment, Lin Xiao also came out from another courtyard. She was in charge of the costume and art design for this episode.
Lu Yuan?
Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised to see him.
Oh, you're here too. Lu Yuan greeted her.
Lin Xiao smiled at Lu Yuan.
You, a big boss, what brings you to this remote and impoverished place?
Just wanted to see everyone, Lu Yuan said.
Mr. Lu, Sun Yaki said, would you like to go check out the footage we filmed on the monitor? Okay, Lu Yuan said.
Several staff members carried 2 long wooden benches out from under the eaves of the council hall and brought over a few folding chairs, arranging them in a somewhat irregular circle in the open space in the center of the square.
Lu Yuan sat down, choosing the bench with his back to the council chamber door.
The others sat around him in a circle.
What content was filmed today? His gaze was fixed on the 5 girls opposite him. Chapter 88: The End of the Bamboo Forest. Reporting to General Manager Lu, Captain Yang Lele replied, her back ramrod straight.
This morning's main filming focused on the part about learning the tie-dyeing technique.
The 5 of us have basically mastered the pattern design and dyeing process.
Sister Sun has given us some pointers on how to present ourselves on camera, and we're adjusting accordingly.
Tie-dye? Lu Yuan looked at their hands.
Lead dancer Jiang He immediately stretched out her hand, spreading it out. Indigo stains, which couldn't be washed off, still clung to her fingernails and knuckles. This color is really hard to wash. I scrubbed it for ages.
But the resulting handkerchief looks pretty good. Mine too.
Bai Lu, the youngest, stretched out her hand and added softly, the old master here said that if you smell the scent of indigo for a long time, the mosquitoes will stop biting you. The beautiful Su Xiaoli brushed her long golden hair aside and said, the sun was so strong that I had to reapply sunscreen 3 times. The straw hats that Sister Xiao Xiao gave us were really useful. Lin Xiao smiled at her. Zhao Shuer, who hadn't spoken until now, the girl who looked like an ice queen, took out a tie-dyed handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Yan Lele.
She dyed the handkerchief herself. The pattern was an intricate eagle circling overhead. Yang Lele took the handkerchief and showed it to everyone.
This was made by Schwer. She learned it the fastest, Yan Lele said.
Lu Yuan looked at the handkerchief. It's fine, he said.
Mr. Lu, the bodyguard spoke from behind Lu Yuan, opening the folder in his hand. This is the shooting schedule for this afternoon.
Would you like to take a look now?
Director Sun has arranged a scene where we learn to sing folk songs with the local villagers.
No need, Lu Yuan said.
He took another sip of water, then looked at Han Xiuying. Where are the things?
Han Xiuying stood up. She walked to the SUV, and a bodyguard opened the trunk.
She took out a long, dark blue gift box, walked back, and handed it to Lu Yuan.
This is for Sister Lin.
Lu Yuan handed the gift box to Lin Wanqing. A bodyguard walked over, took the gift box from Lu Yuan, and presented it to Lin Wanqing.
Lin Wanqing showed a brief moment of surprise.
This is? I dare not accept a gift from a big boss like you.
It's just a silk scarf, Lu Yuan said. It's a French brand, and I think it suits your style very well.
Lin Xiao stood up, took the gift box from the bodyguard, and placed it on her aunt's lap.
It's from Lu Yuan, so please accept it. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Xiao, then at Lu Yuan.
She smiled and said, Then I thank you, Mr. Lu. Han Xiuya then took out several gift boxes of the same size but different colors from the car.
There are plenty more,
she said, gesturing to her bodyguards to distribute the gift boxes. The Star Girl's sisters also have some. She personally carried 5 smaller, exquisitely packaged square boxes and walked up to the 5 girls.
These are perfumes for you, she said, handing the boxes to each of them.
Her manner was natural, like an older sister taking care of her younger sisters.
Thank you, Sister Xiuya. Yang Lele and Bai Lu stood up to express their gratitude.
All right, Lu Yuan stood up. You guys continue. I'm going to have a chat with Director Sun for a bit. He interrupted the conversation and turned to walk towards the courtyard where the filming was taking place. A group of women were left in the square, along with a pile of unopened gifts. When the whistle blew to signal the end of the lunch break, the crowd in the square began to move again. Sun Yaki held a large megaphone and loudly announced the group assignments. The girls were divided into 2 groups. One group continued to learn tie-dyeing techniques from the village's master, while the other group went to the stage at the east end of the village to learn a few local folk songs. Teacher Lin, Sun Yaki said, looking at Lin Wanqing and her daughter, you two don't have any plans this afternoon, so you can do whatever you want, get familiar with the village environment, and find some inspiration.
Lin Wanqing nodded.
Lin Xiao stood up.
Auntie, I want to go to the back mountain. I heard there are many plants there that can be used to make dyes.
I'll go with you, Lin Wanqing said.
I'll go with you, Lu Yuan's voice broke in.
He had walked out of the courtyard at some point and was standing beside them.
Lin Wanqing smiled and asked, Is President Lu also interested in these flowers and plants?
I came to check out a company project, Lu Yuan said.
You don't mind if I, a complete novice, come along and learn a thing or two, do you?
Of course I don't mind, Lin Wanqing said. The path leading to the back mountain is a narrow one paved with bluestone slabs, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side.
The road was lined with dense bamboo groves and unidentified shrubs.
Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lin Xiao walked in front, taking pictures of the roadside plants with her phone. Lu Yuan and Lin Wanqing walked side by side behind her, keeping a step's distance. I really like the scarf you gave me today, Lin Wanqing said first. She was wearing the scarf around her neck. It was dark blue with a gold iris pattern. You look great in it, Lu Yuan said. You've gone to so much trouble. Of course. Lin Xiao, who was scouting ahead, suddenly stopped and turned back to them, saying, Auntie, you and Lu Yuan walk slowly for now. I'm going to check out that hillside ahead. She pointed to a hillside in the distance covered with red wildflowers, and without waiting for their reply, quickened her pace and turned into a side road. Only the 2 of them remained on the path. The wind rustled through the bamboo forest. Xiao Xiao is still the same as ever. Lin Wanqing sighed, looking in the direction where Lin Xiao disappeared.
They continued onward.
The path began to steepen, and the stone slabs were covered in moss and a bit slippery. At a bend in the road, Lin Wanqing stumbled. Lu Yuan reached out and supported her arm. Lin Wanqing blushed. Thank you, she said, pulling her arm away. They walked for a while longer, both remaining silent.
There seems to be a courtyard ahead, Lu Yuan pointed.
At the end of the bamboo grove, one can vaguely see a low earthen wall and a faded wooden door.
They walked over. The courtyard gate was unlocked and ajar. Lu Yuan reached out and pushed it open, the wooden door creaking open.
The courtyard was small, paved with blue bricks, and overgrown with weeds in the corners. In the center of the courtyard was a well, its opening covered with a stone slab. Directly opposite the courtyard gate was a two-story wooden building, with faded carvings still visible on the wooden beams under the eaves. It seems like no one has lived here for a long time. Lin Wanqing looked around.
Shall we go in and take a look? Lu Yuan asked.
Without waiting for her reply, he stepped up the stairs and pushed open the door to the main room. Light streamed in through the open doorway, revealing some old furniture inside, a square table, several long benches, and a dusty spinning wheel in the corner. Lin Wanqing followed her inside. This must have been the house of a wealthy family in the village. She walked to the spinning wheel and gently brushed away the dust with her fingers.
Look at this wood, it's good stuff. Lu Yuan didn't look at the furniture. He walked to a carved wooden window, reached out to push it open, and tried to let some air in. The window latch was tight, and he had to use some force to open it. With a creak, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. The window faces the well in the yard. Lu Yuan, Lin Wanqing walked to his side and looked out the window as well. What exactly do you want to do?
I said I would inspect the project, he said.
Do you think I'd believe that?
Lin Wanqing turned to look at him. Sunlight streamed in from her side, gilding the silk scarf around her neck. Her gaze was calm. Lu Yuan also turned to look at her. He raised his hand, and Lin Wanqing's body stiffened for a moment, but she did not move. Lu Yuan's fingers touched the silk scarf around her neck, and then the skin on the side of her neck. The scarf is made of very fine material. His fingers gently caressed her skin, but it still doesn't feel as good as your skin. Lin Wanqing's breathing paused for a moment. Lu Yuan's hand slid down her neck and wrapped around her waist. With a gentle pull, she pressed herself against him. She looked up at him. His face was somewhat blurred in the backlight. He lowered his head, his lips drawing closer and closer to hers. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Wanqing's voice rang out again. Her voice was a little hoarse.
The clothes are all wrinkled.
She stood by the window, her back to him, adjusting the collar of her shirt. The scarf around her neck was slightly askew. Lu Yuan walked up behind her, stood behind her, and wrapped his arms around her waist. He rested his chin on her shoulder. I'll help you tidy up, he said. His hand covered hers. He held her hand and together they retied the silk scarf. His fingers touched the skin of the back of her neck.
Her body trembled.
Let us pretend that what happened today never happened, she said in a low voice. Do you wish it had never happened? He asked, his lips close to her ear.
Lin Wanqing fell silent.
She looked out the window. The weeds in the yard swayed in the wind.
Xiao, she can't know.
It took her a long time to say those words. Lu Yuan chuckled in her ear, and tightened his grip on her waist.
Chapter 89 The Chase. The next morning, Lu Yuan continued to film on set. Today's scene was a car chase and gunfight. The prop master is adjusting the hood of a blue pickup truck.
The truck is old, with dents and dried mud spots all over its body. A man wearing dirty overalls was leaning over the hood of the truck, half his body inside the engine compartment.
He was holding a wrench and tightening something. All departments, prepare.
Director Yen Quan's voice came from behind the monitor. He was sitting in a folding chair with a towel around his neck, which was already soaked.
Props team.
Double-check the location of the blood packs. I want a one-shot kill effect, not a water gun. The footage just now showed a man jumping out of a third-floor window, landing on the hood of a pickup truck, and then being shot dead by the people inside the vehicle.
The stuntman playing a dead body climbed off the hood of the car, rubbing his lower back.
Another crew member ran over to check the blood packs on his body. Not far away, Lu Yuan and Emmanuel sat in deck chairs under a sunshade.
Lu Yuan was wearing a black leather jacket and jeans.
Emmanuel was dressed similarly, but her jacket was burgundy. They were both wearing sunglasses. A makeup artist was applying something to Lu Yuan's face. It was a dark oil paint that looked like a mixture of dust and engine oil.
That's enough.
The makeup artist straightened up, admiring her masterpiece.
Mr. Lu, your makeup is finished. Lu Yuan nodded.
Would you like something to drink?
Emmanuel asked, turning her head to him.
She was holding a bottle of chilled soda water, with a layer of water droplets condensing on the bottle.
No need. Emmanuel unscrewed the cap herself and took a sip. Her lipstick left a faint mark on the bottle opening.
Are you nervous for the next scene? She asked.
And you? Lu Yuan asked in return. Emmanuel smiled and placed the soda on the low table beside him. I've done far more dangerous scenes than this.
I've been suspended by wires on cliffs, and I've spent time in a cage with sharks underwater.
That's you. Lu Yuan said, it's my first time. Emmanuel looked at him. But I don't see any tension on your face.
It might be because of the sunglasses. On the other side of the set, the assistant director was using a megaphone to call out to the extras to get into position. The extras were all dressed in matching black suits and were carrying fake submachine guns.
A black Mercedes-Benz was parked not far away, its body gleaming.
Lu Yuan would later drive this car, carrying Emmanuel, out of a narrow alley lined with shipping containers.
3 black SUVs will be chasing them.
The extras are the people sitting in the SUVs.
Han Xiaoying walked under the sunshade.
She was wearing a neat black combat uniform and holding a walkie-talkie in her hand.
Mr. Lu, the vehicle inspection is complete, it's absolutely safe, she said to Lu Yuan. Han Xiaoya gave a few more instructions to the bodyguard captain next to her and then walked away.
She paced back and forth at the edge of the set, her eyes scanning her surroundings warily. A waitress walked over carrying a tray with 2 cups of coffee on it. She placed a cup of coffee on the low table in front of Lu Yuan.
Mr. Lu, your coffee.
Then she handed another glass to Emmanuel.
Miss Burt, this is for you. Thank you, darling.
Emmanuel took off his sunglasses and winked at her.
Attention all units.
Yan Quan's voice rang out again, actors, take your positions. Prepare for the next take.
Lu Yuan stood up. Emmanuel also stood up.
The two of them walked side by side toward the Mercedes. Remember, Emmanuel said in a low voice, I'm going to lean out of the passenger window and shoot. So you'd better drive carefully.
I know. Don't let me fall. She added.
Lu Yuan stopped and turned to look at her.
No, it won't.
He opened the car door for her.
Emmanuel got in.
Then he went around to the other side and got into the driver's seat himself. The space inside the car is very small. He could smell her perfume and the hairspray in her hair. Outside the car window, the script supervisor, holding the clapperboard, slapped it in front of the camera.
Action.
Lu Yuan started the car. The Mercedes shot out like an arrow through the gaps between the containers.
3 SUVs followed closely behind.
The wind rushed in through the open car window, ruffling Emmanuel's hair. She pulled a prop pistol from under the seat and deftly released the safety. Lu Yuan jerked the steering wheel, and the car drifted beautifully, narrowly avoiding an oil drum lying on the ground. One of the oil drums was real, filled with water. The other was a prop, empty. He memorized their locations. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground. The car body was shaking violently.
Emmanuel leaned out of the window and pulled the trigger at the SUV that was hot on his heels. Sparks flew from the muzzle of the gun.
No bullets were fired. But in the SUV behind, pre-installed blood plasma packs exploded instantly, splattering red liquid all over the windshield.
An SUV lost control and crashed into a nearby container. All of this was carried out under rigorous calculation and rehearsal.
Every movement, every timing, was precise down to the second. But an accident still happened. Just as Lu Yuan's Mercedes was about to rush out of the alley, a motorcycle suddenly rushed out of the alley entrance.
A real motorcycle. Not a prop from the film crew. The motorcyclist was wearing a black helmet, so his face was not visible. The motorcycle's goal is clear. It's not the car, it's the people inside the car. It was Emmanuel leaning out of the car window. The moment Lu Yuan saw the motorcycle, he slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. The car's inertia was too great. He spun the steering wheel sharply with his left hand, and almost simultaneously reached out with his right hand, grabbing the back of Emmanuel's jacket and pulling her back into the car. Her head hit the car door. The motorcycle and the Mercedes passed each other. The motorcyclist now has something extra in his hand. It's not a gun. It was a dagger. A flash of cold light. The dagger slashed across the door of the Mercedes-Benz. It left a long, glaring scratch. If Lu Yuan had been half a second later, that scratch will appear on Emmanuel's neck. The motorcycle didn't stop, accelerated past them, and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned. The film set was deathly silent. Only the Mercedes engine was still humming. Hashtag 34 cut. 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 Number 34. Yan Quan's voice rang out like a thunderclap. He jumped up from his chair and slammed the walkie-talkie in his hand to the ground. Security. Where are they? Where the hell have they all gone? Xin Lan had already led her people in pursuit. But the motorcycles were too fast, they couldn't catch up at all. Lu Yuan turned off the engine. The car was quiet. Emmanuel sat in the passenger seat, still in a daze. Her hair was messy, and there was a red mark on her forehead where she had hit the car door. Are you all right? Lu Yuan asked. Emmanuel slowly turned her head. She looked at Lu Yuan. She didn't answer. She raised her hand and took off her sunglasses, her fingers trembling slightly. Chapter 90. Deep waters are good for catching fish. After some effort, Han Xiuya's security team apprehended the motorcyclist and handed him over to the police station. City Police Department, interrogation room. The harsh white light shone on the motorcyclist's face. He was probably around 30 years old, with a scar on his face and shifty eyes. He was still wearing his black riding gear, which was covered in dried mud. It's been 2 days. He hasn't said a word. Behind the one-way glass of the interrogation room, Su Muyue stood with her arms crossed, staring blankly into the room. Standing behind her was a middle-aged male police officer, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Director Su, this kid's really stubborn, he won't listen to reason. The captain handed over a document. We've checked, he's a professional hitman, Interpol has a record of him. Probably got paid, his professional ethics are pretty high. Su Muyue did not accept the document. Is there direct evidence pointing to the Liu family? There was indeed a huge remittance from overseas to his account some time ago, but the source of the funds was disguised in several ways, making it difficult to trace directly back to the Liu group. Difficult doesn't mean impossible, Su Muyue said coldly. Yes. Just then, Su Muyue's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. She walked to the end of the corridor and pressed the answer button. Director Su, what a show of power, came an old but strong voice from the other end of the phone. Who is it? I am Lu Jianjun. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Chairman Lu, Su Muyue said, looking at the gray sky outside the window, I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Young man, don't push things too far. Lu Jianjun's voice carried a hint of threat. Jiangchang is a dangerous place. Sometimes, taking a step back is better for everyone. Su Muyue chuckled. The water's deep enough to catch a few big fish. Chairman Lu, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll hang up now. She hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. She walked back to the criminal investigation captain, her eyes sharp as knives. Let the media in, she said. The captain paused for a moment. Director Su, the evidence isn't enough. I don't need them to report on the interrogation, Su Muyue interrupted him. I just need them to film this person being detained by our police for allegedly attempting murder on the set of Myth Entertainment. That's enough. The captain instantly understood her intention. Half an hour later. More than a dozen media outlets pointed their cameras and microphones at the gate of the city police station. At the press conference, a police spokesperson briefly reported on the progress of the Myth Entertainment studio attack, emphasizing that the police had arrested a key suspect and that the case was under further investigation. Immediately afterwards, an unverified rumor began to circulate wildly online that the suspect arrested by the police in the film set attack had connections with the Liu group. The source of the news is untraceable, but it has ignited the entire public discourse. But there are always those who are observant enough to coincidentally discover that this incident has intricate connections with the Liu group. Then, someone coincidentally released the news that the huge overseas remittances received by the assassin were orchestrated by Lu Jianjun. That morning, as soon as the stock market opened, the Liu group's stock began to plummet without warning. Panic spread among stock market investors like a plague. Countless sell orders flooded in, and the green line of the stock price cascaded down like a waterfall. The Liu group's public relations department was inundated with calls, but all they could do was repeat the pale word rumor over and over again. Chairman Liu. Something terrible has happened.
Several of our major shareholders are frantically selling off our stock.
Chairman.
The bank called, demanding that we immediately repay a loan that's due next month.
Dad.
Our stock price has hit the daily limit down.
The chairman's office on the top floor of the Lu Group headquarters was in a mess.
Lu Yuao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the glaring green line on the computer screen, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. Lu Jianjun slumped onto the leather sofa, looking as if he had aged 10 years overnight.
The voice of that young female bureau chief still seems to echo in my ears. The water is deep enough to catch a few big fish. He lost.
They suffered a crushing defeat. Jiangcheng, Yunding Mansion. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights twinkle in every home. Inside the restaurant, the lighting was soft, and the tables were covered with clean white tablecloths.
Lu Yuan was cutting the steak on the plate. Across from him sat Emmanuelle Burt.
She wore a black backless gown, her golden curls casually draped over her shoulders, and was sipping red wine.
The LCD TV on the restaurant wall is playing financial news.
Affected by the Xinhua Entertainment Studio attack case, the stock price of Lu's Group, a well-known enterprise in Jiangcheng, suffered a severe blow today, hitting the daily limit down immediately after the market opened in the afternoon, and the market panic was severe. According to experts, if the Lu Group fails to take effective measures to stabilize market confidence within the next 24 hours, it will likely face the risk of bankruptcy liquidation.
The female anchor's clear and articulate voice echoed in the quiet restaurant. Emmanuel put down his glass and picked up his knife and fork. What a dramatic day. Lu Yuan didn't look up.
He put a piece of cut beef into his mouth and chewed slowly.
The steak here is good, he said. Emmanuel looked at him. You don't seem surprised at all. What's unexpected? Lu Yuan looked up, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Unexpectedly, a company that attempted murder will be punished? Emmanuel smiled. Lu, sometimes your calmness is frightening. That day on set, when you pulled me back to the car, I was thinking, just who are you? A producer who doesn't want my leading lady to get hurt. Lu Yuan finished his glass of red wine. Is that all? Emmanuel's eyes were filled with inquiry. Lu Yuan did not answer.
He stood up, walked to the French windows, and looked at the night view outside. It's all over, he said softly, as if speaking to himself. Emmanuelle walked up behind him and gently hugged him from behind. Her cheek pressed against his back, feeling his body temperature and heartbeat. For me, her voice was slightly husky and languid, it's just the beginning. The news was still playing on television. The scene cuts to the entrance of Lu's Group headquarters, where a large number of reporters are blocking the entrance, and employees are hurrying around, their faces filled with confusion and unease. A once thriving business empire is collapsing into ruins at a visible pace. In the restaurant on the top floor of Hentaying Mansion, no one cared about any of this. Chapter 91A Farewell Kiss. Without any interference, the filming went very smoothly and was completed in just 2 months. Lu Yuan accompanied Emmanuelle on a sightseeing trip in Jiangcheng today. A corner of the old industrial area of Jiangcheng has now been transformed into an art district. Abandoned factory buildings have been converted into galleries, studios, and cafes. Lu Yuan and Emmanuel were standing in front of a huge oil painting. The painting depicts a girl in a ballet tutu, but her face is that of a fox. She stood on ruins, surrounded by collapsed buildings and burning flames. What do you think this painting is trying to express? Emmanuel asked. She was dressed casually today, in a white t-shirt, tight jeans, and large sunglasses. Destruction and rebirth, Lu Yuan said. Emmanuel turned his head to look at him. So, philosophical? What else could it be? A monster in a beautiful dress standing on ruins. What else could it be but destruction and rebirth? I thought you would say that this is an irony of reality. Emmanuel turned his gaze back to the painting. Beneath the beautiful appearance lies the instinct of animals. You could say that, Lu Yuan said noncommittally. They watched in silence for a while. The gallery was quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps. They walked past rows of paintings. Some were abstract, consisting only of chaotic blocks of color and lines. Others were realistic, depicting corners of the city or portraits of ordinary people. Emmanuel stopped in front of a photograph. The photograph is in black and white, depicting an old man's hand. The hand is withered, covered with wrinkles and age spots, but it is gently cradling a newborn bird. I like this one, she said. They left the gallery and walked along a cobblestone path. Tall sycamore trees line both sides of the road, and sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled shadows on the ground. An orange cat is napping in front of a coffee shop. They went into the coffee shop. The cafe wasn't crowded, and soothing jazz music was playing. They chose a seat by the window. The waiter brought the menus. Lu Yuan ordered an Americano, and Emmanuel ordered a latte. "I'm leaving tomorrow," Emmanuel said, stirring his coffee with a small spoon.
You can't bear to part with me?"
She looked up, her eyes curving into a beautiful arc. "The film's promotion and distribution still needs you."
"You'll be back," Lu Yuan said. Emmanuel smiled. "You're always so practical. So you enjoy working with me?" "I like you as a person, Lu," she said. "You're very different." "What's different?"
"I've worked with a lot of producers," Emmanuel tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Some of them are rich, some are powerful, and some are talented.
But in their eyes, I'm just a commodity. A pretty commodity that can bring them box office success and awards."
She paused for a moment, looking into Lu Yuan's eyes.
"You're different. I see something else in your eyes." "What is it?"
"Respect," she said.
"And love." Lu Yuan didn't say anything, he simply picked up his cup and took a sip of coffee. The sun is about to set.
The golden rays of the setting sun shone through the window onto Emmanuel's face, making her golden curls seem to glow. Dinner was at a private restaurant. The restaurant is hidden deep in an alley, with no signboard and only a small courtyard. There was a grape trellis in the yard, with the vines climbing all over the trellis. They were the only guests at their table.
The owner personally cooked several exquisite homestyle dishes:
steamed sea bass, dompa pork, and blanched kale. Emmanuel ate with great pleasure. She even picked up a piece of dompa pork with her chopsticks and fed it to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan opened his mouth and ate it.
After finishing their meal, they sat in the courtyard for a while.
It was completely dark.
"There are a few stars in the night sky."
"Thank you, Lu." Emmanuel leaned back in his chair, his voice slightly languid. "I'm very happy today." "Me too." The next morning,
sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel's presidential suite.
Emmanuel was still asleep.
She lay on her side, curled up in the blankets like a cat, with only her fluffy head showing.
Lu Yuan had already gotten up. He drew back the curtains. Sunlight instantly filled the entire room. Emmanuel shifted slightly, then buried his face even deeper. Lu Yuan walked to the bedside, bent down, and whispered something in her ear. "We're going to miss our flight."
Emmanuel uttered a few indistinct murmurs, turned over, and went back to sleep.
Lu Yuan smiled and straightened up.
He went into the bathroom, and after a while, he came out with a glass of warm water and placed it on her bedside table. Then he sat on the sofa next to him, picked up a newspaper, and quietly began to read.
10 minutes later, Emmanuel finally sat up.
She rubbed her eyes, her hair a mess. She saw the warm water by the bedside, picked it up, and took a sip.
"What time is it?"
Her voice was hoarse from just waking up.
7:30, Lu Yuan said without looking up.
"Oh God." She threw off the covers and ran barefoot into the bathroom.
On the way to the airport,
a French song was playing in the car. The female singer's voice was ethereal and melancholic. Manuel rested her head on Lu Yuan's shoulder, watching the scenery outside the window rush past.
High-rise buildings, overpasses, billboards. Everything is moving away.
The car stopped at the entrance of the airport's departure hall. Lu Yuan helped her take her suitcase out of the trunk.
"Okay," he said.
Emmanuel stood in front of him, looking at him.
She wasn't wearing sunglasses today.
Her eyes were blue, like a clear sea. Flight information was being broadcast over the airport's loudspeakers, and crowds of people were coming and going, pulling suitcases and hurrying along.
Emmanuel suddenly stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, and touched Lu Yuan's lips with hers. Then she quickly backed away.
"I'll be back soon," she said. After saying that, she turned around, pulled her suitcase, and walked into the crowded airport terminal.
Lu Yuan stood there, watching her figure disappear into the crowd. After a long while, he turned around and got back into the car. He didn't drive off immediately. He just sat quietly. That French song was still playing, on repeat over and over again.
The next morning, in a coffee shop, Sumuyue pinched the stem of the glass with her fingers and gently swirled it. So, the Lu group is completely finished. She looked at Lu Yuan sitting opposite her and stated a fact. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but just smiled slightly. Lu Jianjun and Lu Yuhao have both been arrested on suspicion of commercial bribery, illegal business operations, and premeditated murder. Sumu Yui paused for a moment. Their assets have been frozen, and the remaining shell will soon be divided up by other companies. She took a sip of coffee. You did it, she said. You could say that, he said, but ultimately they brought it on themselves. Sumu Yue looked at him, a smile appearing on her lips. Of course. They brought it all on themselves.
Emmanuel Burt is gone? Sumu Yue changed the subject. Chapter 92, Taking Over the Lu Group. She's a very charming woman. Sumu Yue's fingers unconsciously traced circles on the rim of the glass. Lu Yuan looked at her. You too, he said. Sumu Yue met his gaze, and after a few seconds, she smiled and looked away. I have another meeting. She stood up and picked up her trench coat from the side. I'll pay the bill. The main conference room on the top floor of the former Lu Group headquarters building.
More than 50 people filled the entire conference room. These people were all directors and core members of various departments of the Lu Group. In the past, they would pontificate and be full of vigor in this conference room. Today, no one spoke. The only sound in the conference room was the barely audible hum of the air conditioning system. The enormous oval conference table, made of precious black walnut wood, had a gleaming surface that reflected the cold metal light fixtures on the ceiling and the anxious faces of the attendees. Everyone was dressed in expensive suits or skirt suits, but at this moment, some people were drinking water incessantly, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. Some people had their fingers interlaced on the table, their knuckles turning white from the effort, and some people were looking down, staring intently at their laptops in front of them, but the screens were black. The meeting room door was pushed open.
Two men in black suits and wearing Bluetooth headsets stood on either side of the door.
They were tall and expressionless, like two silent iron towers. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from the doorway.
De. Each strike hit everyone's heart. Lu Yuan led Zhou Manny and Qin Lan in.
Zhou Manny wore a sharply tailored black suit skirt that fell just to her knees. Underneath, she wore a white silk shirt, the collar buttoned up meticulously. Her hair was neatly styled in a bun at the back of her head, and her makeup was impeccable, with a vibrant red lipstick that was the only bright spot in the black, white, and gray space. Her gaze swept across the room, cold and devoid of any emotion. Qin Lan was also dressed in black, but not in a suit.
It was more of a tactical casual outfit that accentuated her agile and explosive physique. Lu Yuan walked straight to the head seat and sat down. This seat had belonged to Lu Jianjun yesterday. Zhou Manny and Qin Lan stood behind Lu Yuan, their hands hanging naturally at their sides. All eyes were on Lu Yuan. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. Lu Yuan didn't speak immediately.
He took a thin folder from his briefcase and placed it on the table. Then came his cell phone. He placed his phone next to the folder, screen down. Throughout the process, his movements were unhurried and deliberate, and every detail was filled with a sense of control.
Lu Yuan finally raised his head and looked around the room again. Good morning, everyone.
Lu Yuan's voice rang out, loud enough for even the people in the last row of the conference room to hear clearly. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Lu Yuan, and I am the CEO of Myth Entertainment Group.
Starting today, I am also in charge of this place. His fingers tapped lightly on the black folder.
I know you all have many questions. Time is precious, so I'll keep it brief. Lu Yuan opened the folder. First of all, the name Lu's Group is now history. Myth Entertainment has completed the acquisition of all of Lu's Group's core assets. In other words, the company you are now working for is Myth Entertainment.
A slight commotion arose in the conference room. Although it had been expected, the fact was still announced so bluntly, causing a ripple of unease.
Lu Yuan ignored him. Secondly, regarding your future plans, this is what everyone is most concerned about.
He pulled a piece of paper out of the folder.
My meaning is very simple. Myth Entertainment doesn't need parasites who depend on the old era, rise to power through nepotism and sycophancy.
Lu Yuan's tone remained unchanged, but his words were as sharp as ice picks.
We also want to keep idle people.
His gaze fell on the piece of paper. Now, those whose names I am calling, please pack your personal belongings immediately and leave this building within 1 hour.
The Human Resources Department will contact you later to process your resignation and settle your salary. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath. Marketing Department, Director, Wang Haifeng.
A middle-aged man sitting in the front row suddenly looked up. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and his hair was slicked back. At that moment, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Lu Yuan had already looked away from him and continued reading the list.
Finance Department, Deputy Director, Li Feng. Human Resources Department, Recruiting Supervisor, Sun Jiangwo.
Each name read aloud was like a heavy hammer blow to the oppressive atmosphere of the meeting room. The faces of those whose names were called turned deathly pale, and some swayed, almost sliding off their chairs. Those whose names weren't called were like prisoners awaiting trial, barely daring to breathe. Sweat trickled down some of their foreheads.
All right. Lu Yuan finished reading the last name and put the paper back on the table. The list wasn't long, about a dozen people. Those whose names I called can leave now.
He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch.
You have 58 minutes left. The marketing director, Wang Haifeng, finally couldn't hold back any longer.
He stood up abruptly, his face flushed. I refuse to accept this, he shouted.
President Lu.
I've worked at Lu's for 20 years. From a regular salesperson to the position of marketing director.
I've shed blood and poured my heart and soul into the company. Why should I be let go with just a few words?
His voice echoed in the silent conference room, sounding particularly jarring. Some of the others whose names were also called also showed indignant expressions, seemingly swayed by his words.
Lu Yuan raised his eyelids and looked at him properly for the first time. Director Wang, he said, have you made a mistake? This ISNTA discussion, it's a notification, Lu Yuan interrupted him.
As for the credit you mentioned, as far as I know, during your tenure, at least 30% of the marketing department's annual public relations budget went to that shell company run by your brother-in-law.
Do you need me to read out the details of the accounts in front of everyone? Wang Haifeng's face instantly turned from flushed red to deathly pale.
His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. He slumped back into his chair, as if all his bones had been removed. But there were still some who were unwilling to accept it. Another manager who had been fired also stood up, his voice trembling with tears.
Mr. Lu, please give me another chance.
I have a wife and children to support, and a mortgage to pay. I can't live without this job. He was practically begging. Lu Yuan looked at him, his eyes showing no emotion. This is your own problem, it has nothing to do with the company.
Chapter 93 Ghost Protocol. This thoroughly enraged a segment of the population. You can't do this. This is illegal dismissal.
We're going to apply for labor arbitration.
That's right. We're not leaving. Let's see what you can do to us. Several people stood up and began to clamor. The atmosphere in the entire conference room became tense. Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow.
He simply tilted his head slightly behind him. Qin Lan, who had been standing behind him like a statue, moved.
No one saw how she moved.
All I saw was a black afterimage flash by. The next second, the man who had been shouting the loudest was lifted off his seat by Qin Lan, who had grabbed him by the neck with one hand. His feet were off the ground, his face had turned a purplish red from suffocation, and his hands were futilely clawing at the air.
Qin Lan's face remained blank. She looked at him as if he were an ant. Throw it out.
Lu Yuan spoke calmly. The two bodyguards in black who had been guarding the door came over, grabbed the man who was already limp, and dragged him out of the conference room like a dead dog.
The entire process was quiet and efficient. The conference room fell silent once more.
Everyone was stunned by the swift and decisive use of violence. They finally realized that the young man sitting in the main seat was not joking with them. Those whose names were called dared not raise any further objections. They stood up dejectedly, gathered their belongings, and walked out of the meeting room like a group of defeated roosters, heads hanging low.
Soon, the conference room was almost half empty. Those who remained all wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Lu Yuan looked at the remaining people, and his tone finally changed slightly.
It was no longer purely cold, but it still carried a condescending air of authority.
Congratulations everyone, you stayed.
He paused for a moment, giving them time to process it. This shows that you are capable and valuable individuals in our evaluation system.
Myth Entertainment needs you.
Lu Yuan stood up, placed his hands on the table, and leaned forward. This movement made him appear even more imposing. I know that many of you have not received the recognition you deserve in the Lu Group. Your talents have been suppressed and your achievements stolen. You are just tools used by the Lu family to amass wealth. His words resonated with many people. Some people's eyes began to change, slowly transforming from fear into a hint of anticipation. But Myth Entertainment is different. Here, everything is based on ability. Starting today, the salaries of all of you will be increased by 50%. Boom! These words exploded like a bomb in the crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. 50%. This is an unimaginable increase in any job change or promotion. In the future, the company will launch a brand new equity incentive plan. As long as you create value for the company, you will have the opportunity to become a shareholder and share in the dividends of the company's development. Lu Yuan's voice was full of persuasiveness. Our next goal is not just Jiangcheng, not just China. What we want to build is a global entertainment empire. And you will be the founding heroes of this empire. I've finished speaking. Those who want to stay, go back to your posts and do your jobs. Those who want to leave, the door is over there, you can leave now, I won't stop you. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he sat back down in his chair. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds. Then, a person stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will dedicate myself to the company to the utmost, even unto death. Once there's a first one, there's a second, and a third. Those who remained expressed their feelings, their voices filled with excitement and relief at surviving the ordeal. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Lu Yuan had transformed from fear into awe and fervor. The cleanup and incorporation were completed cleanly and efficiently. Meanwhile, in Europe, inside a little-known ancient castle. In the dimly lit room, only the flickering flames in the fireplace illuminated the ancient tapestries on the walls. Around a long conference table sat several figures whose faces were obscured. They were all shrouded in shadow, like medieval ghosts. An elderly butler, dressed in a black tailcoat and wearing white gloves, entered silently and gently placed a document in front of the figure at the head of the table. On the document bag, a scorpion pattern was printed in bright red sealing wax. This is a top-secret document from Thanatos. The figure at the head of the table extended a pale, slender hand and opened the document. The first page of the document contained a photograph of a creature codenamed Scorpion, with a bright red cross drawn on it. The second page contains a detailed report on the failure of the Jiangcheng mission. The third page contains information about one person. Name, Lu Yuan. The man in the photo is young, with calm eyes, yet his gaze seems to hold the depths of an unfathomable ocean. The figure finished reading the document and closed it. He looked up at the shadows across the long table. What is the council's opinion on this? His voice was hoarse, as if it were being rubbed on sandpaper. An aged voice came from the shadows. The honor of Thanatos must not be tarnished. Defeat must be washed away with blood. Another voice rang out, younger and with a hint of arrogance. Just a Chinese businessman. Scorpion must be old to make such a basic mistake. Let me go, and I guarantee I'll bring his head back within a week. The figure in the main seat remained silent. The flames in the fireplace flickered. No. He spoke slowly. The target is unusual. Intelligence indicates that his relationship with the Jiangcheng police is extraordinary, and he may even have connections with higher-ups. We can no longer use conventional methods. So what do you mean? Activate Ghost Protocol. The moment that word was uttered, the air in the conference room seemed to drop several degrees. Conduct the most comprehensive and thorough investigation of him. His family, his friends, his women, his enemies, everything about him. I need to know what he eats and drinks every day, who he sleeps with, and what his weaknesses are. The figure in the main seat stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the continuous rain outside. We must be like a real ghost, silently infiltrating his life, observing him, understanding him. Then, at the most unexpected moment, deliver the fatal blow. Find his weakness, and then crush it. Chapter 94: Snowflakes Falling Everywhere. Myth Entertainment's first film is already in the midst of intensive post-production. In search of new inspiration, Lu Yuan traveled alone by plane to Japan. It's only the beginning of winter, and Hokkaido is already covered in snow. When Lu Yuan stepped out of his private black Alfred van, his footsteps made a soft crunch on the ground. The snow was thick, already above his ankles. The air was icy cold, and when he breathed it in, it had a crisp, sweet taste.
"Mr. Liu, this way please." The speaker was a middle-aged man in a dark suit named Ken Watanabe.
He was the vice president of Seiho Company, Limited, the largest entertainment company in Japan. At this moment, he was respectfully leading Liu Yuan the way.
"This is Noborabetsu in Hokkaido.
A top-tier hot spring called Daiichi Takimoto Ken has booked an entire private villa just to accommodate Liu Yuan alone. This secluded courtyard, named Snow Moonflower, is hidden deep in the mountains and is not open to the public. The path leading to the villa was paved with bluestone slabs. Tall pine trees lined both sides of the path, their branches laden with snow, resembling giant corals draped in white velvet. The snow on the stone path had been cleared, but it was still a bit slippery.
Hotel staff in traditional clothing led the way, carrying lanterns.
As Watanabe-kan walked along, he introduced the history of the place. He said that the inn originated in the Edo period and has a history of over 150 years.
The hot springs here are genuine Hell Valley active volcanic hot springs, which have excellent therapeutic effects on the body. Liu Yuan didn't speak, he just listened quietly.
Passing through a rustic wooden gate, a delicate Japanese garden comes into view. In the center of the courtyard stood a gnarled black pine tree, next to which sat a small stone lantern. A thick blanket of snow covered the ground, with only a few stepping stones visible. Everything was so quiet that the only sound was the barely audible rustling of falling snowflakes. The proprietress, dressed in a kimono, an elegant middle-aged woman referred to as the lady-in-waiting, knelt before the entrance to greet them, accompanied by several young maids. Their heads were bowed low. "Welcome," the proprietress said in fluent Chinese. After a series of elaborate but ceremonial welcoming rituals, Liu Yuan was led to his private room.
The room is in a pure Japanese style.
The floor is made of tatami mats and exudes the fragrance of fresh rush.
A traditional Chinese ink painting depicting Mount Fuji in winter hangs on the wall.
One entire wall of the room is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, outside of which is the private open-air hot spring bath for this suite. The hot spring pool was small, built of natural rocks, and steaming. A clump of green bamboo grew beside the pool, its leaves covered with snow. The melting snow, heated by the steam, froze into long, thin icicles, which glistened under the dim light.
Outside the hot spring pool lay a primeval birch forest. The snow fell even heavier, dense and thick, weaving an endless white net between heaven and earth. "Mr. Liu, dinner has been prepared for you. It is the finest kaiseki cuisine from Hokkaido. Would you like to eat first or take a bath first?" Ken Watanabe asked from the doorway. "Let's soak in the hot springs first," Liu Yuan said. "All right. We won't bother you any longer. Please feel free to ring the service bell on the table if you need anything." Watanabe-kan and his men quietly slipped out, just as they had arrived. Liu Yuan was the only one left in the room. He took off his clothes and put on the yukata provided by the hotel. The dark blue cotton yukata was very soft.
The room had a separate shower. He quickly rinsed himself off and then opened the wooden door leading to the open-air hot spring. A wave of heat, a mixture of the smell of sulfur and the aroma of fir trees, hit us.
He walked down the steps and immersed his entire body in the warm spring water. The water temperature is just right.
The moment my skin touched the spring water, every pore on my body opened up. The fatigue from the journey seemed to melt away and dissipate slowly in the warm spring water. He found a comfortable position, leaned against the rock, and tilted his head back.
The cold snowflakes landed on his face and hair, quickly melting into water droplets.
The warm body and the cold sky created a strange contrast.
It was very quiet around.
The only sounds were the wind rustling through the trees and the dripping of hot spring water from bamboo pipes onto the surface of the water. He closed his eyes, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility.
He's here, searching for inspiration for his next film.
A film about humanity, desire, and redemption. The story might be set on a snowy winter day like this. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. I don't know how much time has passed.
A series of light, somewhat hurried footsteps came from not far away.
Then came the sound of the wooden door being pulled open. Liu Yuan opened his eyes and looked in the direction from which the sound came. A young girl wearing a pink kimono with cherry blossom patterns walked in from the doorway, carrying a black lacquered wooden tray, looking a little unsteady. She looked very young, probably only 17 or 18 years old, with her hair styled in a traditional Japanese bun, and her cheeks were red from the cold. She walked quickly with her head down, seemingly unaware that there were people in the hot spring pool. Perhaps it was because the wooden clogs on my feet were covered in snow, making them a little slippery. She slipped when she was 2 or 3 steps away from the hot spring pool. Ah! A short, startled cry. She lost her balance and fell forward.
The tray in his hand flew out.
A white porcelain sake pot and 2 small sake cups on the tray drew an arc in the air and fell into the hot spring pool with a few plop sounds. The warm sake instantly dissolved in the water, releasing a faint aroma of rice mixed with the smell of sulfur, which filled the air.
The girl herself fell heavily onto the wooden platform beside the hot spring pool.
His knee hit the wooden board with a dull thud. She lay there, motionless for a moment.
Stray hairs fell from her bun, obscuring her face.
Her body was trembling slightly. It was hard to tell whether it was from the cold or from fear. The girl slowly raised her head. Her eyes were large, pure black, like 2 obsidian stones glistening with morning dew. At that moment, those eyes were brimming with tears, but she stubbornly held them back, refusing to let them fall.
She finally saw Lu Yuan in the pool.
She knelt there, her body stiff, her mouth open but unable to utter a sound. The water in the pool was still swaying slightly, and the white sake pot and 2 small sake cups were submerged at the bottom, like a few smooth white pebbles.
"What's your name?" Lu Yuan asked.
His voice rang out in the quiet snowy night, very calm. The girl's body trembled violently. She looked up at him, her dark eyes filled with panic, her lips moved, but no sound came out.
"Get up and talk," Lu Yuan said again. "The ground is cold."
The girl seemed to be startled awake by those words. She hurriedly lowered her head, braced herself against the wooden plank, and tried to stand up.
"I'm so sorry."
She finally found her voice, her tone thick with a nasal tone and trembling.
I didn't mean to, I'll do it right away."
She lowered her head, her gaze falling on the hot spring pool. She reached out, as if trying to retrieve anything that had fallen in.
Chapter 95 Japanese Female Stars. "What's your name?" Lu Yuan asked.
"Yakaina." Her voice was very soft, like the buzzing of a mosquito.
"Zena?"
Yes. Xuanai, Lu Yuan repeated her name, "It sounds beautiful." The girl lowered her head even further, almost to her chest.
"Lift your head up." Yukina's body trembled again.
She hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly, little by little, raised her head. Her gaze still dared not look directly at Lu Yuan, but instead fell on the surface of the hot spring water, watching the rising steam.
"Look at me." Xuanai's body tensed even more.
Finally, she raised her eyes, and her gaze met Lu Yuan's in mid-air. They made eye contact for only a second before her gaze darted away in a panic, like a startled fawn. "Your eyes are very beautiful," Lu Yuan said.
Yakaina was stunned.
She subconsciously raised her hand, as if to touch her eyes, but halfway up, she lowered it as if she had been electrocuted.
"It's so clear."
"Like the snow here," Lu Yuan continued.
"My next film needs eyes like these."
The air froze once again. Xuanai stood there, motionless, like a statue frozen in ice and snow. The wind rustled through the trees.
Icicles on the bamboo leaves clinked and jingled.
Other than that, there was no other sound. Time passed very slowly.
Yukina's lips were slightly parted.
Her pupils seemed to be slowly dilating. Her chest began to rise and fall slightly. What are you saying?" She finally spoke, her voice dry and filled with disbelief. "I said, I want to invite you to act in my movie," Lu Yuan said.
"To be an actor." "Huh?"
She looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with incomprehensible bewilderment.
"An actress, me?"
She pointed to her nose, her voice trembling.
"Sir, you must be joking."
She started to ramble incoherently.
"I'm just a waitress from the countryside. I don't know anything. I'm not good looking.
How old are you this year?"
Lu Yuan interrupted her.
18 years old. "Why do you work here?" Because Xuana lowered her head, her voice trailing off, "The family needs money." "You can make a lot of money as an actor," Lu Yuan said.
"More than you could make as a waiter here for the rest of your life." Xuanai did not speak.
She just looked at Lu Yuan. Those clear eyes reflected the dim light and the swirling snow.
A tremendous, unprecedented temptation, like an invisible net, ensnared her.
She could feel her heart pounding heavily and rapidly against her chest.
Is it a trap? Is it a scam? She didn't know.
All she knew was that this was the only light she could see and grasp.
"Why, me?" she asked with all her might.
"There is no reason," Lu Yuan said.
I saw into your eyes, and I think you can do it. That's enough.
He added another sentence.
Of course, you can refuse.
When Xuanai straightened up again, the panic and confusion on her face were gone.
Sir, she said, if you don't mind. I do. Starting tomorrow, you won't be working here anymore. Yukina's body twitched, and her lips parted, but no sound came out.
I will have Mr. Watanabe arrange accommodation for you and find a special teacher to teach you acting, lines, and physical movements, Lu Yuan said.
I need to see your progress before filming begins.
Yes, she answered softly. Just then, a soft knock came from outside the door. It was the sound of knuckles gently tapping on a wooden door.
Mr. Lu, it's me, Watanabe. Watanabe Ken's voice came from outside the door. Come in.
The shoji doors were slowly pulled open. Ken Watanabe knelt outside the door and bowed deeply to Lu Yuan. Behind him, a woman was also kneeling.
Mr. Lu, I'm very sorry to bother you so late at night, Watanabe Ken said. This is Ms. Takahashi Rina, an actress from our Seiho Company, Limited.
She saw an internal screening of your new film and very much hopes to have the opportunity to express her admiration for you in person. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head again. The woman behind him also bowed deeply.
Get up, come in and sit down, Lu Yuan said. Yes.
Ken Watanabe stood up, stepped aside to let the woman behind him pass, and then walked into the room and knelt down next to Lu Yuan.
The woman named Rina Takahashi also came in. She wore a black kimono embroidered with flowing cloud patterns in gold thread.
Her hair was styled in an elegant updo, adorned with a simple pearl hairpin. Her makeup was light, but her features were delicate, and she possessed a serene air. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. She walked to the low table and slowly knelt down opposite Lu Yuan. Her movements were elegant and impeccable. After she came in, the air in the room seemed to change. Yukina, who had been kneeling beside her, lowered her head even further and huddled even tighter around herself.
Good evening, Mr. Lu. I am Rina Takahashi.
Her voice was gentle, like a clear spring flowing over rocks.
Please forgive my intrusion.
Ms. Takahashi, you're too kind, Lu Yuan said. I saw the preview screening of Midnight in Jiangcheng, she said.
It was wonderful.
I was deeply moved by both the cinematography and the pacing of the story. I haven't seen such a touching love story in a long time. As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, looking into Lu Yuan's eyes.
Ken Watanabe added, Rina is currently one of the most popular actresses in Japan.
Her films have been box office champions for 3 consecutive years. She has very high standards for scripts, so to receive her praise means that your film is truly a masterpiece. Personally, I really liked the character played by Mademoiselle Emmanuelle Burt in the movie, Rina Takahashi continued. Independent, charming, and with just the right amount of vulnerability. She is a very layered female character. She paused for a moment. So when I heard that Myth Entertainment's next movie was in the works, I had a very presumptuous idea.
Oh? I wonder if I could have the honor of playing the female lead in your next film?
After she finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Lu Yuan once again. The whole room fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of wind and snow outside the window.
Lu Yuan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The tea had already gone cold. Chapter 96 Sincerity. Miss Takahashi, Lu Yuan put down his teacup. It is my honor to have a national actress like you act in my movie.
Rina Takahashi shifted slightly. She slowly straightened up, a hint of undisguised joy on her face. But, Lu Yuan looked at her, I've already decided on the female lead. The smile on her face froze. Kenjiro Watanabe, who was standing next to him, suddenly looked up, his face full of surprise.
This Mr. Lu Watanabe Ken seemed to want to say something.
Lu Yuan ignored him and continued speaking to Takahashi Rina. However, there is another supporting female role in the script. It's a very important role with a lot of screen time and a very likable character.
If you're interested, you can consider it.
Rina Takahashi remained silent. She simply looked at Lu Yuan. The joy she had felt moments before was gone, replaced by a complex emotion.
The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Ken Watanabe's forehead. Of course, Lu Yuan broke the silence, it's just a suggestion.
Given Ms. Takahashi's status, it would indeed be a waste for her to play a supporting role.
Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Xuanai, who was kneeling beside him. Suena.
Yukina's body trembled violently, as if she had been startled awake, and she raised her head.
This is Ms. Rina Takahashi, the most outstanding actress in Japan. Yukina looked at Takahashi Rina with eyes full of awe and bewilderment.
I plan to cast her as another supporting actress in this film, Lu Yuan told Rina Takahashi.
Upon hearing this, Ken Watanabe's expression went beyond mere surprise. His mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. Rina Takahashi's gaze shifted from Lu Yuan to Yukina. She looked at Xuan Ai. From head to foot. Under Rina Takahashi's gaze, Yukina became even more uneasy.
She instinctively wanted to shrink back, gripping her knees tightly with both hands.
So that's how it is. Rina Takahashi suddenly smiled. She turned back and looked at me again. Mr. Lu, I was rude, she said. It seems I did not understand your thoughts. Her gaze fell on Yukina again.
This young lady has great potential. Her eyes are very clear.
Then, she said to Lu Yuan.
I'll play that supporting female role.
Miss Rina. Ken Watanabe exclaimed in disbelief.
Rina Takahashi ignored him and just looked at Lu Yuan.
It is an honor to work with Mr. Lu, no matter what the role is, she said.
I heard. Lu Yuan put down the teapot and looked at Takahashi Rina, who still maintained a calm demeanor. That Miss Takahashi never plays supporting roles.
Rina Takahashi's body showed no change.
The rumors are not credible, Mr. Lu. Her voice was gentle and steady. I value the quality of the script and the team I work with more than the size of the role.
Oh? Lu Yuan picked up the freshly poured tea and blew on it.
So, you're willing to lower your price for a good script?
Ken Watanabe's body trembled violently. He quickly raised his head, glanced at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with pleading.
But he didn't dare to speak and quickly lowered his head again. Rina Takahashi moved her fingers slightly as she held her hands in front of her.
An actor's value is not defined by the size of the role, she said.
I believe that a good supporting actor can shine just as brightly as the lead actor.
Well said. Lu Yuan nodded. It seems that Ms. Takahashi is indeed very sincere about this cooperation.
He pushed the cup of freshly poured hot tea to the center of the low table.
Then, he smiled. I was just joking.
Ken Watanabe abruptly raised his head, his mouth agape in an O shape, his eyes wide like saucers.
He looked at Lu Yuan, then at Rina Takahashi, his expression a mixture of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. What does Mr. Lu mean?
I said. Lu Yuan leaned back against the armrest, shifting to a more relaxed position. The role of the female lead was originally prepared for you, Ms. Takahashi.
The silence in the room was broken.
Ken Watanabe opened and closed his mouth a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say.
His expression shifted rapidly, finally settling into an almost obsequious, ecstatic smile. He bowed repeatedly to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu. You're so funny. Ha, you really startled me just now. His laughter was dry and exaggerated. Rina Takahashi looked at Lu Yuan.
I don't understand, she said.
What don't you understand?
Your behavior just now. If it was just a joke. It was a bit. She paused, as if searching for the right word. Too much.
Is that so?
Lu Yuan looked at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
I think this is a very good test. Test? That's right, Lu Yuan said.
I want to know just how determined the most popular actress in Japan is to get this role. I also want to know how sincere Seiho Corporation really is. If they can't even tolerate this little bit of grievance, then our future cooperation probably won't be pleasant either.
He spoke very frankly.
Ken Watanabe, listening from the side, broke out in a cold sweat.
He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes. Mr. Lu is right. It's what we should do. It's what we should do. Rina Takahashi's eyes flickered. Her gaze shifted from Lu Yuan's face to Xuan Ai, who was kneeling beside her. When Xuan Ai met her gaze, she lowered her head again like a startled rabbit. Then this young lady Takahashi Rina's voice was devoid of emotion. Her? Lu Yuan followed her gaze. She'll be playing a supporting role. The one I just mentioned, the very important one, with a very likable character. Mr. Lu, she said, excuse my bluntness. This young lady, if I remember correctly, is she a waitress at this hotel? Are you sure you want to cast a complete newcomer with no acting experience in a major film, a major supporting role?
That's why she needs you to teach her, Lu Yuan said, looking at Takahashi Rina.
That's right. Lu Yuan nodded. You are the best actress in Japan. No one understands acting better than you.
In the upcoming filming, I hope you can guide her properly, like a senior colleague.
I believe that with your abilities, Ms. Takahashi, you will definitely be able to bring her to the top.
He looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Or perhaps, Ms. Takahashi, you lack confidence in yourself? Chapter 97 Tokyo Tour. Rina Takahashi suddenly smiled. Unlike the previous polite smile, this one was more genuine and complex. Mr. Liu, she said, you are a really interesting person.
Her smile already indicated her choice. She stood up and straightened the hem of her kimono.
It's getting late, so I won't disturb Mr. Liu's rest any longer. She bowed slightly to Lu Yuan. I'm really looking forward to the sequel to the movie.
I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. After saying that, she glanced at Xuan-ai, who was still kneeling on the ground. Then, she turned around, opened the door, and went out. Watanabe Kenji felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and immediately scrambled to his feet, bowing several times to Lu Yuan at a 90-degree angle.
Mr. Liu. Well, then I'll take my leave now. Please get some rest. Don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything.
After saying that, he fled in a panic, almost running away.
The conference room of Shibao Company was filled with smoke.
A dozen or so screenwriters sat around a long table, each with a thick stack of documents in front of them. On the whiteboard in the center of the table, messy mind maps and relationship lines were drawn in different colored markers. The air was filled with the strong smell of coffee and cigarettes. A gray-haired man stood in front of the whiteboard. He was the head of the screenwriting team and a titan in the Japanese film industry who had won the highest award.
His name was Toshihiro Kurosawa. Not enough. Still not enough. Kurosawa slammed his marker down on the whiteboard.
The character's motivations are still too weak. We don't need a stereotypical hero, we need a living, breathing person.
Why did he make that choice? What is his past? What are his fears? I haven't seen any of these. A young screenwriter raised his hand. Mr. Kurosawa, we designed 3 versions of the protagonist's childhood trauma. Throw away all 3 versions. Kurosawa interrupted him. They're all cliches. Bullying? Parents' divorce? Can't you come up with something new? I want you to live. To observe. To dig into the deepest darkness and light of human nature. The meeting room was completely silent. This is how Shibao Film Company works. For a good script, they can lock themselves in a meeting room for days and nights without sleep, until they have squeezed out the last bit of inspiration from their brains. 3 days later, in Tokyo. Lu Yuan looked out of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling streets of Ginza. It was a world completely different from Hokkaido. Skyscrapers stood tall, neon lights flashed, and crowds surged like an endless tide. The doorbell rang. Lu Yuan opened the door. Rina Takahashi stood outside the door. She wore a beige long trench coat over a white turtleneck sweater and light blue jeans, with white flat shoes on her feet. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, she wore no makeup, and she wore black-rimmed glasses. She doesn't look like a national-level actress, she's more like a gentle and approachable girl next door. Good morning, Mr. Liu. She smiled. Are you ready for today's trip to Tokyo? Certainly. The two walked out of the hotel side by side. The sun was shining brightly, and it felt warm and cozy on my skin. Where should we go first? Lu Yuan asked. Rina Takahashi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Let me take you to a nice place first. She led Lu Yuan into a small alley. The alley was narrow, lined with old-fashioned izakayas and ryotei traditional Japanese restaurants. At the end of the alley was an unassuming sushi restaurant. The shop was small, with only a faded blue norin hanging at the entrance. This is it. Rina Takahashi pulled back the norin curtain and went inside. There were only 7 or 8 seats in the shop, in front of the counter. An elderly man with completely white hair, wearing a clean white uniform, was intently kneading sushi behind the counter. When the old man saw Rina Takahashi come in, he looked up and gave her a kind smile. Rina, you're here. Grandpa Kobayashi, it's been a long time. Rina Takahashi sat down at the bar naturally, then patted the seat next to her. Mr. Riku, please have a seat. And who is this? Grandpa Lin's gaze fell on Lu Yuan. One of my very important friends, Rina Takahashi said. Welcome.
There was no menu. Grandpa Kobayashi made sushi for them one piece at a time, using the freshest ingredients of the day. Sea urchin sushi melts in your mouth, carrying the fresh sweetness of the sea.
The tuna belly, rich and fat, melts on the tongue like snowflakes.
The conger eel sushi, brushed with a secret sauce, has a soft and chewy texture.
Each piece of sushi is a work of art. Grandpa Kobayashi's shop has been open for 50 years.
Takahashi Rina said to Lu Yuan in a low voice while eating, "My dad used to bring me here often when I was a child."
The taste here hasn't changed at all. It's delicious, Lu Yuan said. After finishing their sushi, Rina Takahashi took Lu Yuan to Sensoji Temple. There were many tourists here, and people were taking photos everywhere.
They passed through Kaminaraman Gate, which was adorned with huge red lanterns, and walked along the long Nakamai shopping street.
The street was lined with various old shops selling souvenirs and snacks. Rina Takahashi bought a serving of ninjio yaki and handed half to Lu Yuan.
"Try it tastes better when it's hot. Red bean paste pastries are sweet but not cloying." In front of the main hall, they followed the example of other tourists, putting money into the donation box, then ringing the bell with the thick hemp rope hanging from it, and putting their hands together in prayer.
After that, they went to draw lots. Rina Takahashi drew a great fortune slip.
Looking at the slip, a childlike smile spread across her face.
Lu Yuan also drew great fortune. Looks like we're both very lucky, Rina Takahashi said with a smile. It was already afternoon when we left Sensoji Temple.
They strolled along the Sumida River.
Sightseeing boats glided slowly across the water.
In the distance, the Tokyo skytree gleamed golden in the setting sun.
When I first started out, things didn't go very smoothly, Rina Takahashi suddenly said.
I failed auditions many times and played minor roles for many years without a single line. Back then, I often came here alone, looked at the Tokyo skytree, and told myself that I couldn't give up.
She turned her head and looked at Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, what was your past like? My past? Lu Yuan looked at the river. An ordinary programmer, writing code in front of a computer every day. Really?
A hint of surprise flashed in Rina Takahashi's eyes.
Real. It's completely unimaginable, she said. You and those people in the IT industry give me a completely different feeling. What's the difference?
There is something dangerous about you, Rina Takahashi said.
Like a beast lurking in the darkness.
Calm, but ready to bear its claws at any moment.
Is that so? Lu Yuan said.
How is Xuanai doing lately? He asked again. She works very hard, Rina Takahashi said. I hired the best acting coach for her, and she practices all the time except for eating and sleeping.
Her coach said she is improving very quickly and is a rough gem.
Sometimes when I look at her, it's like seeing myself many years ago.
The two walked and talked.
Before we knew it, night had fallen.
Tokyo's nights are even more dazzling than its days. Countless lights illuminate the city, transforming it into a city that never sleeps.
I'll take you somewhere, Rina Takahashi said. She took Lu Yuan to a private hot spring resort hidden in the Hakone Mountains. This club is not open to the public, it only caters to guests with special memberships. There is no lobby, no reception desk, only an elderly butler in a kimono quietly waiting at the entrance. They walked along a long path adorned with bamboo groves and stone lanterns, and arrived at their own private courtyard. In the courtyard, there is an open-air private hot spring pool. The pool was built of black volcanic rock, and next to it stood a gnarled maple tree. Although it was already autumn, the maple leaves had not yet turned completely red, presenting a mottled gradient of color from green to yellow to light red. The moonlight was beautiful, shining down like water onto the surface of the hot spring, creating shimmering ripples. There was a faint smell of sulfur in the air, along with the fresh scent of mountain plants. I'll go change my clothes first, Rina Takahashi said.
She went into the room.
Lu Yuan changed into a yukata in another room.
When he entered the hot spring area, Takahashi Rina was already waiting there. She was also wearing a yukata, a dark blue one. Her long, wet black hair was casually tied back, revealing her smooth neck.
She didn't go into the water, but sat on the rocks by the pool, immersing her fair legs in the water and gently swaying them. Seeing Lu Yuan approaching, she looked up and smiled. The moonlight shone on her face as she emerged from the water, her skin like fine white jade, radiating a soft, lustrous glow.
Aren't you coming down? Lu Yuan asked. Coming. Rina Takahashi replied. She rose from the rock and untied the sash of her yukata. The dark blue yukata slipped from her shoulders and piled up at her feet. Then, she walked down the steps and slowly stepped into the water. The hot spring water reached her ankles, calves, knees, thighs, and finally her waist and abdomen. The warm water embraced her body, and ripples spread across its surface. She walked up to Lu Yuan and stopped beside him. The two were about an arm's length apart. Neither of them moved beneath the water's surface. Mr. Lu, Rina Takahashi said. What kind of woman do you think I am? She asked. Chapter 98 Giant Panda. Lu Yuan did not answer. He turned his head and looked at her. Under the moonlight, her eyes shone brightly, like two clear springs, reflecting the moon's shadow and his figure. Rina Takahashi looked into his eyes. Then, she reached out, took the white porcelain wine pot from the stone platform by the pool, and poured him a cup of sake. She handed him the small cup. Her fingertips touched his fingers. Lu Yuan took the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. Rina Takahashi poured herself another glass. She didn't drink it, but simply brought the glass to her lips. In many people's eyes, I am national actress Rina Takahashi, she said. A perfect, flawless idol. What they like is the image that has been created. She put down her wineglass. But that's not all of me. She moved a little closer to Lu Yuan. The water rippled. Now, their arms are almost touching. She rested her shoulder on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Her head gently rested on his shoulder. The next morning, Lu Yuan received a call informing him that the post-production of Myth Entertainment's first film, Midnight in Jiangcheng, was nearing completion and it was time to enter the publicity and distribution phase. The first stop for promotional activities is Chengdu. The international banquet hall of a five-star hotel was packed with media reporters carrying cameras and microphones. The flashbulbs of the cameras twinkled like stars on a summer night, illuminating the entire banquet hall as if it were daytime. This is the scene of the premiere and press conference for the film Midnight in Jiangcheng. On the huge backdrop was the movie poster. The poster's main color was a deep blue, and the figures of Lu Yuan and Emmanuel Bert intertwined against the silhouette of the city, their eyes filled with a complex sense of story. Lu Yuan sat in the center of the stage. He wore a well-tailored black suit, without a tie, and the top two buttons of his shirt were casually undone. There were no notes in front of him, he only occasionally picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. Emmanuelle sat to his left. She wore a vintage-style dark green velvet gown, the hem of which cascaded elegantly to the ground. Her long, golden curls were loosely pulled back, revealing her slender swan neck. Her makeup was light, but the color of her red lips contrasted sharply with the color of her dress. She didn't look at the reporters below the stage, but simply turned her head to the side and listened quietly as the translator beside her translated director Yen Quan's speech in sync. The director's speech is over. Finally, it was time for the Q&A session. Almost all the reporters raised their hands at the same time. The host selected a female reporter who was sitting in the front row. The female reporter stood up and pointed the microphone at Emmanuelle. Ms. B, hello. The female reporter asked in fluent French, we all know that you are an internationally renowned movie star. What prompted you to decide to work with a new company from China that was relatively unknown at the time? Was it because of the salary? This is a very pointed question. The translator relayed the question to Emmanuelle. Emmanuelle picked up the microphone with a faint smile on his face. First of all, in my opinion, Myth Entertainment is not an unknown company, she said, her voice clearly carrying throughout the room through the microphone. I've watched their variety show The Inheritors, which is a very profound and culturally rich program. I believe that a company that can produce such a program must have an excellent team and vision. She paused for a moment, then turned her gaze to Lu Yuan beside her. Secondly, regarding the salary. She smiled, I did receive a salary that I couldn't refuse. A slight commotion arose from the audience. But this salary isn't in money. Emmanuelle's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan. It was Mr. Lu. He personally played the male lead in this film and acted opposite me. Being able to work with such a charming man is a reward that is more attractive to me than any amount of money. Her answer was perfectly flawless. The audience erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Lu Yuan picked up his water glass and took a sip. The second question was posed to Lu Yuan. A male reporter stood up, Mr. Lu, hello. As the CEO of Myth Entertainment, what are your considerations for personally taking on the lead role? Is it because you lack confidence in the company's other male actors, or is it simply to fulfill your own desire to work with an international superstar? This problem, too, is fraught with pitfalls. Lu Yuan put down his water glass and picked up the microphone. Because I don't want to give this opportunity to someone else, he said. The audience was completely silent. To be able to act opposite Miss Emmanuelle, Lu Yuan's gaze turned to Emmanuelle, their eyes meeting in mid-air, is every male actor's dream. I'm a man too, and I have my own selfish desires. His answer was surprisingly frank. But then he added something else. Of course, the main reason is to save money. The audience erupted in laughter again. The tense atmosphere was easily dispelled by his two seemingly unrelated remarks. The press conference went very smoothly. No matter how tricky the questions the reporters asked, Lu Yuan and Emmanuel worked together seamlessly, one diffusing the issue and the other elevating it, effectively eliminating any potential negative public opinion. It was already evening when the press conference ended. Lu Yuan and Emmanuel returned to the hotel's presidential suite. Emmanuelle kicked off her high heels and walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city lights coming on at night. The nights in Chengdu are beautiful, she said. Lu Yuan walked behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. His chin rested gently on the crook of her shoulder. Emmanuelle didn't move. She simply placed her hand over his hand that was wrapped around her waist. Neither of them spoke, they simply stood there quietly, gazing at the myriad lights of the homes outside the window. What are the plans for tomorrow? Emmanuelle asked. It's up to you, Lu Yuan said. I want to see giant pandas, she said, her voice filled with anticipation. I also want to go to Dujianjian, and I also want to go to Mount Qingcheng. Good. The next day, they got up very early. Both of them changed into casual clothes, wore baseball caps and sunglasses, and arrived at the giant panda breeding research base like ordinary tourists. Despite it being a weekday, the base was still packed with tourists. Emmanuelle was like a curious child, finding everything new and exciting. She pulled Lu Yuan along, squeezing into the crowd to watch the chubby panda cubs rolling around on the grass and climbing trees. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw a baby panda fall from a tree and land on its back. She took out her phone and took many photos of the panda cubs. Chapter 99 Night in Shanghai. Lu Yuan didn't take any pictures, he just stood beside her and looked at her. At noon, they found a hole-in-the-wall restaurant near the base and ate authentic Sichuan cuisine. Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, and fish-flavored eggplant. The food was very spicy. Emmanuel ate while sticking out his tongue, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his chopsticks never stopped. In the afternoon, they drove to Dujianjian. Standing on the Anlin suspension bridge, looking at the surging Minjiang River below and feeling the magnificent wisdom of the ancients, Emmanuel became calm. It's hard to imagine that people more than 2,000 years ago could build such a magnificent project, she said. Movies, stars are all too fleeting compared to it. The wind blew through her hair. Lu Yuan stood beside her, looking at the mountains in the distance. The next day, they went to Qingqing Mountain. The mountain path was quiet, lined with tall, dense trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the stone path. The air was filled with the fresh scent of damp earth and plants. Instead of taking the cable car, they climbed up step by step. Halfway up the mountain, Emmanuel was getting tired, and his forehead was covered in sweat. She lost her footing at a set of steps and swayed. Lu Yuan reached out and supported her arm. His hands were steady and warm. After Emmanuel regained his footing, he did not immediately let go of her hand. It paused for a few seconds. They continued climbing. It was already afternoon when we reached the top of the mountain. Standing in front of Laojun Pavilion, I lean on the railing and gaze into the distance. The distant mountains, stretching endlessly, are shrouded in a thin mist, like a giant ink painting. The wind was strong, making people's clothes flutter loudly. Emmanuel leaned against the railing, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Lu, she began, how are you doing in Japan? She asked the question very suddenly. Lu Yuan looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. Not bad, he replied. You saw Rina Takahashi? I saw him. She's a very charming woman, isn't she? Yes. Emmanuel opened his eyes, turned around, and looked at him. Will she be the lead actress in the next movie? Yes. They looked at each other. The wind from the mountaintop blew between the two of them. Emmanuel smiled. She tiptoed and whispered in Lu Yuan's ear.
Let us go down the mountain, she said.
I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot. The next stop for film promotion is Shanghai.
In a hotel banquet hall along the Huangpu River, the light from a crystal chandelier spilled onto a round table covered with a white tablecloth. The fan meeting hosted by Myth Entertainment in Shanghai for Emmanuel Burt had entered its final QA session. Emmanuel sat on the stage, having changed out of her casual clothes and into a champagne-colored halter neck dress, draped with a matching cashmere shawl. Her long hair was loosely styled in a bun at the back of her head, with a few stray strands falling beside her cheeks.
Lu Yuan sat next to her, wearing a dark gray suit with a white turtleneck sweater underneath.
Unlike in Chengdu, he didn't sit in the main seat, but chose a seat relatively to the side.
A young girl was given the opportunity to ask a question.
She stood up, gripped the microphone tightly with both hands, and her face flushed slightly with excitement.
Miss Emmanuel. Hello. I'm a big fan of yours.
The girl's voice trembled slightly. I wanted to ask, in the film Midnight in Jiangcheng, your collaboration with Mr. Liu was truly captivating, and we all thoroughly enjoyed watching it.
I'd like to know, for your next project, would you consider working with a Chinese team, or rather with Mr. Liu? After asking the question, the girl looked at AI Newt expectantly. All eyes were on Emmanuel.
Emmanuel picked up the microphone and smiled at the girl.
That's a very good question, she said. Myth Entertainment is a very professional team, and director Yen Quan is a director I greatly respect. If the opportunity arises, I would certainly be very willing to work with them again.
She paused for a moment after saying this. Then, her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lu Yuan.
As for Mr. Liu,
she drawled, a slight smile playing on her lips, it all depends on whether he's willing to give me this fee again. She spoke French slowly, with a slightly languid tone at the end. Before the on-site translator could even begin to translate, the French-speaking moviegoers in the audience already burst into knowing laughter and applause.
It was already evening when the meeting ended. The two left through the side entrance of the hotel. A black Mercedes-Benz van was already waiting at the door. The car merged into the congested traffic of Shanghai.
The neon lights outside the window, like a flowing river of light, glided across the car window.
Where do you want to go? Lu Yuan asked.
The Bund, Emmanuel said. The car stopped near the Bund.
The two got out of the car. The evening breeze was already a bit chilly.
The wind blew from the river, ruffling Emmanuel's hair and shawl. She took off her high heels, carried them in her hand, and walked barefoot on the cool riverside path.
Lu Yuan walked beside her.
They walked very slowly.
In the distance, across the Huangpu River, Lujiazui, with its towering buildings like the Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and Shanghai World Financial Center, shone brightly in the night.
On the river, cruise ships adorned with colorful lights occasionally passed by, sounding their long, drawn-out horns.
It's very different from the Seine in Paris, Emmanuel said. What's different?
It's taller, brighter, and younger here, she said. Paris is too old, every corner is filled with history, and sometimes it can feel suffocating.
It's different here, everything here seems to be growing.
She stopped, turned around, leaned against the railing by the river, and looked at Lu Yuan.
Lu, she said, you don't look like a businessman. Oh? I've met a lot of businessmen, producers, investors.
Their eyes are all filled with numbers and desire.
Yours aren't, Emmanuel said. You're more like I don't know. A warrior? An explorer? Or someone with a lot of stories?
Lu Yuan looked at her without saying a word. As the wind blew by, he smelled the perfume in her hair, mixed with the damp scent of the river. I used to be a programmer, he said.
Emmanuel raised an eyebrow slightly. This was an answer she hadn't expected at all.
It's the kind of person who sits in front of a computer all day, writing code, Lu Yuan added.
That sounds a little boring. Emmanuel smiled. It's pretty boring, Lu Yuan said.
Every day I'm staring at the screen, and all I see is code.
Emmanuel listened quietly.
Those days taught me something, Lu Yuan said.
What's up? Everyone is trying to live. No matter how glamorous or how destitute they may appear.
After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Emmanuel.
And you? What were you like before you became who you are now? Emmanuel did not answer immediately.
She turned around, leaned back on the railing, and looked at the lights on the opposite bank of the river.
Me? She said. I left home at 14 and went to Paris alone. I lived in a tiny attic, went to different auditions every day,
and was rejected by everyone. When I was hungry, I ate the cheapest baguettes, and when I was cold, I wrapped myself in all my clothes. Sometimes, I wouldn't say a word for a whole week. Her voice was very soft, as if it were about to be blown away by the river breeze.
And then? How did you manage to persevere?
Because I'm not resigned to it, Emmanuel said. I don't believe that my life can only end like that. She turned her head, looked at Lu Yuan, and smiled. You see, we're actually a bit alike. We're both people who crawled out of the mud.
Lu Yuan looked into her eyes.
Those blue eyes reflected the dazzling lights of the bund. He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair, which had been ruffled by the wind, behind her ear.
Emmanuel's body trembled slightly.
Then, he took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders.
Let us go, he said. I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 100 Journey through Kyushu. A private dock on the Huangpu River in Shanghai.
A black Mercedes-Benz van silently glided into the restricted area of the dock. The dock was deserted, save for a few tall lampposts casting a dim, yellowish glow on the river. A gentle evening breeze blew, and the river water lapped rhythmically against the barges on the shore.
The car stopped in front of the gangway of a giant cruise ship.
The cruise ship lay quietly anchored in the night, like a white mountain floating on the water. Its hull was sleek and brightly lit, with warm light emanating from every window. Even on the Huangpu River, where luxury yachts abound, its size and design stood out from the crowd.
On the hull, its name is written in elegant italics: World Dream.
The car door opened.
Lu Yuan got out of the car first, then walked around to the other side and opened the car door. Emmanuel got out of the car.
She was still wearing Lu Yuan's coat, and her champagne-colored long skirt was wrapped in a dark gray suit. She was barefoot, stepping on the cold cement ground, and looked up at the behemoth in front of her. This is she began, her voice tinged with uncertainty.
My boat, Lu Yuan said.
He took her hand. It takes about a day and a half to get to Kyushu from here, he said.
We can watch the sunrise at sea. Emmanuel did not speak.
She just looked at him, his blue eyes reflecting the lights of the cruise ship, as if stars were flowing within them.
The two walked up the gangway and onto the cruise ship.
The deck was covered with teak flooring and was spotless. The crew members, dressed in white uniforms, were already lined up and waiting. When they saw the two of them come aboard, they all bowed in unison.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome, madam, the captain stepped forward and said respectfully.
Lu Yuan nodded.
Go prepare dinner, he told the captain.
Take it to the suite on the top floor.
Yes, sir. The captain bowed again, then quietly led his crew away. On the vast deck, only the two of them remained.
Come on, I'll show you around. Lu Yuan took her hand and walked towards the cabin.
The interior of the cruise ship was even more luxurious than I had imagined.
The main hall had a 3-story high ceiling, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, shimmering brilliantly.
The floor was paved with white marble, so smooth that it reflected one's image. Artwork and fresh flowers were everywhere, adorning every corner. They passed a cigar bar, a whiskey lounge, an open-air deck with a standard swimming pool and a circular jacuzzi, and even a small private cinema with a collection of almost all classic films from the 1930s to the present. Finally, they took the sightseeing elevator to the presidential suite located on the top floor of the cruise ship.
The suite occupies the entire front half of the top deck.
Pushing open the door reveals a spacious living room with an entire wall of huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 270-degree panoramic view of the sea. The bedroom features an extravagantly large bed.
The bathroom boasts a round bathtub overlooking the sea. The walk-in closet is already stocked with brand new clothing.
From formal wear to casual clothes, from pajamas to swimwear, everything is provided, all the latest seasonal styles from top brands.
The suite also has a separate terrace with lounge chairs and a small infinity pool. Emmanuel stood on the edge of the terrace, watching the cruise ship slowly leave the dock and merge into the main channel of the Huangpu River.
The myriad lights of Shanghai gradually faded into the distance behind them, becoming a blurry halo. Her suit jacket billowed in the sea breeze. Go take a shower, Lu Yuan's voice came from behind her.
Change your clothes, we'll eat later. Emmanuel turned around.
Lu Yuan had already taken off his suit jacket, wearing only a black silk shirt. He leaned against the doorframe, holding a glass of red wine in his hand.
Emmanuel nodded.
When she came out of the bathroom, she was wearing a white bathrobe. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, and her face was bare of makeup, revealing a few faint freckles. The food cart had been pushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. A sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table covered with a white tablecloth, French-style baked snails, black truffle soup, pan-fried foie gras, and a whole freshly baked lobster.
Lu Yuan pulled out a chair for her.
"Try it," he said. The chef was at the Ritz Hotel in Paris.
Emmanuel sat down opposite him. The ship had already entered the East China Sea. All around was an endless, dark expanse of sea.
The stars in the sky were very bright. The two ate their dinner quietly, the only sound being the clinking of their knives and forks against their plates. At the summit of Mount Qingcheng, Lu Yuan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "You whispered something in my ear."
"What was it?"
Emmanuel paused for a moment as he was cutting foie gras.
She looked up at Lu Yuan.
The corners of her mouth slowly curved into a smile.
"You want to know?"
I said. She put down her knife and fork, leaned forward slightly, and looked into Lu Yuan's eyes. "To tell you not to be too infatuated with me."
Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment.
Then he smiled.
"That's it? Otherwise what?" Emmanuel picked up his wineglass, took a sip of red wine, and said, "What did you think it was?"
She looked at him with a sly glint in her eyes.
"What did I think it was?"
Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking at her.
"I thought you would say something else." "For example?" "For example, how long until I can see you again?" Emmanuel's eyelashes trembled slightly. She did not answer the question.
"Lu," she said, "you now have almost everything a man dreams of: money, a career, a ship that can take you away at any time. What more could you possibly want?" Lu Yuan picked up his wineglass and drank the rest of the red wine in one gulp.
He looked out at the dark sea. "Before, what I wanted was very simple," he said.
"A stable job, a wife who loves me, a small but cozy home.
Weekends to watch movies together and cook together. That's how I would spend my life."
His voice was calm. "But I later discovered that these things are even harder to obtain than owning a cruise ship."
"Why?" "Because people's hearts change," Lu Yuan said. "When there are no feelings, you are nothing." Emmanuel looked at him quietly.
"So, what you want now is revenge?" she asked.
"Revenge?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "That's too naive. I'm past that stage."
He turned back and looked at her. "What I want now is to never go back to the past," he said.
"I hope that the people I love and the people who love me can live good lives.
They don't have to worry about money anymore, and they don't have to be at anyone's mercy.
They can be free to do what they want." He paused. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Emmanuel looked into his eyes for a long time.
Then, she smiled.
"I don't know," she said. She stood up and walked to his side.
She bent down, placed her hands on the armrests of his chair, and leaned forward. Her lips gently pressed against his forehead.
"Good night."
After saying that, she straightened up, turned around, and walked into the bedroom.
Chapter 101: Rina's Invitation.
The cruise ship docked in Kyushu, where Rina Takahashi was already waiting at the pier.
Japan, Kyushu, Beppu. Umi Jigaku Onsen Sea Hell Hot Spring.
The air was filled with the distinctive, faint scent of sulfur, mingled with the fresh aroma of damp earth and plants. Sunlight filtered through the swirling white steam, cutting into soft beams that shone onto the cobalt blue pool. The surface was as still as a mirror, yet the underground heat constantly caused huge bubbles to rise, creating a thick white mist that shimmered in the surrounding subtropical vegetation with a hazy hue. Rina Takahashi wore a white cotton linen dress with a light gray knitted cardigan over it. She sat in the tea room next to the hot spring, brewing tea with an exquisite celadone tea set. Her movements were slow and focused, from warming the cups and placing the tea leaves to pouring water and serving the tea. Each step was performed with an almost ritualistic composure.
Lu Yuan sat opposite her.
He was wearing a black t-shirt, army green cargo pants, and white sneakers.
Emmanuel sat beside Lu Yuan.
She wore a ginger yellow silk dress, with the suit jacket Lu Yuan had given her draped over it. The sea breeze tousled her blonde hair, which she casually brushed behind her ear.
The tea room is semi-open, facing the mysterious blue hot spring. Rina Takahashi poured the first brew of tea into 3 small teacups.
The tea was a bright golden color. She held one of the cups with both hands and gently placed it on the saucer in front of Emmanuel. "Miss Emmanuel, please have some," she said in fluent French. "This is Gyokuro, the highest grade of green tea in Japan." Then, she placed a cup of tea in front of Lu Yuan.
"Mr. Lu."
Finally, she picked up her own glass.
AI Newt picked up the teacup. It was very hot. She held the cup to her lips with her fingertips, blew on it, and then took a small sip. It smells wonderful, she said. It has a seaweed flavor. Yes. Rina Takahashi nodded. Good gyokuro will have a unique aroma, which some people describe as seaweed, while others describe as bamboo leaves. Miss Emmanuelle has a very keen sense of taste. After she finished speaking, she looked at Emmanuel and smiled. Lu Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip. The scenery in Kyushu is very different from that in Hokkaido, Emmanuel said, looking at the rising steam in the distance. Winter in Hokkaido is cold and quiet, like a traditional Chinese ink painting. It's different here. The air here is warm and full of life. Yes, Rina Takahashi said. The hot springs of Beppu are known as hell. The ancients believed that a tremendous amount of energy was imprisoned beneath this land. It is both dangerous and fascinating. She looked at Emmanuel. Like a good movie, she said, it takes two completely different, even conflicting energies colliding to create the most dazzling sparks. Emmanuel turned his head and looked at her. Ms. Takahashi has a lot of insight into film. I don't deserve such praise, Rina Takahashi said. I'm just an actress. An actor's job is to transform themselves into a kind of energy and collide with their co-stars. As she spoke, she poured a second cup of tea into the three people's teacups. I've already read the script for Myth Entertainment's next film. Rina Takahashi put down her teapot, her gaze falling on Lu Yuan before turning to Emmanuel. It's a very compelling story. The structure is ingenious, and the characters are complex. Especially the two female leads, like light and shadow, like fire and ice, they depend on each other yet also fight against each other. She looked at Emmanuel. Mr. Liu has already decided that I will play one of the roles, she said. But after reading the script, the only other person who came to mind was you, Miss Emmanuel. The tea room fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of the hot spring water bubbling in the distance, gurgling, gurgling. Emmanuel didn't speak. She simply picked up her teacup and took another sip. Why me? She asked. Because of this role, Rina Takahashi said, she needs an extreme innocence and an extreme sophistication. She needs a childlike cruelty and a goddess-like compassion. These two completely opposite qualities must coexist in one person without appearing contradictory. Looking at the whole world, the only actor I can think of is you. Her tone was very sincere. Emmanuel looked at her for a while. Miss Takahashi is very good at giving compliments, she said. I'm just stating a fact, Rina Takahashi said. Emmanuel smiled. She put down her teacup and turned to look at Lu Yuan. Lu, what do you think? She asked him. Lu Yuan put down his teacup. There are indeed two female leads in the script, he said. And their roles are equally important. So? Emmanuel pressed. So, I agree with Rina's opinion, Lu Yuan said. If the two of you are willing to act together, this movie will be very different. Emmanuel's smile remained unchanged. She simply picked up her teacup and finished the rest of the tea. Can I take a look at the script? She asked. Of course. Rina Takahashi immediately took a folder from her handbag and handed it over. This is the French version. Emmanuel took it but didn't open it immediately. She simply placed the folder on her lap and gently tapped the cover with her fingers. Filming in Japan must be very tough, right? She suddenly asked. I've heard that Japanese crews are very strict, like the military. Yes. Rina Takahashi nodded. That's exactly how we work. Everything has to be precise, with no room for error. But that also ensures the highest efficiency and quality. It sounds very different from France, Emmanuel said. In France, we make films more like we're on vacation. The director might announce that we're done for the day and go out for a drink if the weather is bad or he's in a bad mood. She finished speaking and smiled. I might not be used to military style management, she said. Rina Takahashi looked at her and smiled. I believe that any habit can be changed for the sake of art, she said. And I believe that Mr. Liu's company will provide us with the best logistical support, won't it, Mr. Liu? She then steered the conversation towards Lu Yuan. Of course, Lu Yuan said. During filming, all your requests will be met. Emmanuel stood up and walked to the edge of the tea room. She watched the white steam rising in the distance, which shimmered and took on various shapes in the sunlight. Let me think about it, she said. Chapter 102 Cannes, France. The French Riviera sun shone unreservedly on the red carpet in front of the Palais de Festivals. The carpet, crimson, stretched like a frozen river from the entrance of the Hotel Martinez all the way to the top of the Palais de Festivals steps. The banks of the river were packed with media reporters from all over the world. Their camera lenses, like countless black eyes, greedily watched everyone who stepped onto the red carpet. Flashes of light went off one after another, and the sound of shutters clicked incessantly, like a never-ending downpour. At the end of the red carpet stood a high staircase. At the top of the staircase stood Thierry Frémaux, the artistic director of the Palais de Festivals. A black Bentley stopped at the starting point of the red carpet. The car door opened. Lu Yuan was the first to come out. He wore a standard black double-breasted suit from Tom Ford. The suit was perfectly tailored to fit his body, and the fabric had a subtle sheen in the sunlight. He wore a white shirt, a black bow tie, and a white silk pocket square tucked into his breast pocket. Instead of immediately walking onto the red carpet, he went around to the other side and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Emmanuelle Burt put her hand on his and got out of the car. The moment she appeared, the sound of camera shutters clicking doubled instantly. She wore a black off-the-shoulder evening gown from Dior's haute couture collection. The dress was simple in design, without any unnecessary embellishments, but the velvet fabric, like flowing night, made her already fair skin even more radiant. The train was long, trailing on the ground. Around her neck was a huge diamond necklace from Chopard, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. She waved towards the camera. Lu Yuan took her hand and walked with her onto the red carpet. They walked very slowly. Every few steps, they would stop and change direction and pose in response to the photographer's calls. Emmanuelle was a regular at Cannes. She was used to it all. A composed and elegant smile always graced her face. Every turn, every glance, was perfectly timed. Lu Yuan stood beside her. His face was expressionless. He didn't smile, nor did he try to appear aloof. He simply stared calmly ahead, occasionally turning his head to exchange a glance with Emmanuelle. When Emmanuelle's skirt is blown up by the wind, he will naturally reach out and straighten it for her. The red carpet host came forward to greet them. Emmanuelle. Welcome back to Cannes, the host exclaimed enthusiastically. You look absolutely stunning tonight. This dress was made for you. Thank you, Emmanuelle smiled. This handsome gentleman is Mr. Lu Yuan, the male lead of Midnight in Jiangcheng and also the producer of this film, right? The host turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. Yes. Mr. Lu, how does this first time in Cannes feel? There are a lot of people, Lu Yuan said. The host paused for a moment, then laughed. Yes, it's always this lively here, the host said. Emmanuelle, what are your thoughts on working with a new actor from China this time? Lu is not a newcomer, Emmanuelle said, placing her hand gently on Lu Yuan's arm. He is very talented in acting and works very hard. I have learned a lot from working with him. He is one of the best co-stars I have ever met. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was also looking at her. Neither of them spoke. But at that moment, the flashes from the surrounding cameras intensified. They walked up to the steps. Lu Yuan lifted Emmanuelle's skirt and walked up the steps with her. Thierry Frémaux, artistic director of the Palais de Festivals, gave Emmanuelle a warm hug. Then, he reached out and took Lu Yuan's hand. Welcome, Mr. Lu, he said. I've seen your film, it was excellent. It has a long-lost, classic film noir quality. Thanks. Upon entering the Palais de Festivals, the enormous Lumiere Hall was already packed. Lu Yuan and Emmanuelle sat down in the middle of the first row. The lights gradually dimmed. The giant screen lit up. The dragon emblem has appeared. Then comes the opening sequence of Myth Entertainment. The movie started. 2 hours later. When the last shot ended, the screen went black, and the credits appeared, the entire hall fell silent. No one spoke, and no one applauded. The silence lasted for about 5 seconds. Then, applause erupted from somewhere. Immediately afterward, like a wildfire ignited, applause spread rapidly, instantly resounding throughout the entire hall. Everyone stood up, turned around, faced Lu Yuan and Emmanuelle in the first row, and applauded vigorously. It crashed against everyone's eardrums like a tide or a storm. Lu Yuan stood up. Emmanuelle also stood up. Her eyes were a little red. She turned around and gave Lu Yuan a hug. The applause lasted for a full 10 minutes. That night,
On a private beach in Cannes, Myth Entertainment hosted a grand celebration party for midnight in Jiangcheng. A white carpet of sand covered the beach, and a band played jazz.
Champagne bubbles rose steadily in crystal glasses.
Filmmakers, stars, and producers from all over the world strolled among them, glasses in hand.
The focus of the party was undoubtedly Lu Yuan.
Quentin Tarantino walked over with a glass of margarita, patted him on the shoulder, and said in his characteristically rapid-fire manner, "Hey, man.
Your movie is so cool. That long take. My God, how did you shoot that? It reminds me of Orson Welles' Touch of Evil." The famous French actress Isabelle Huppert also came over.
She looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with admiration. "Mr. Lu, your performance has a dangerous charm."
"Congratulations."
Hollywood's top producers also extended offers to him.
Lu Yuan moved with ease among these bigwigs in the film industry, clinking glasses and chatting with them. Emmanuelle wasn't with him.
She was surrounded by a group of old French friends, chatting happily.
The party was halfway through. Lu Yuan, holding a glass of whiskey, walked to the edge of the beach.
He took off his leather shoes and stepped barefoot onto the cold sand.
Waves surged up in waves, covering his ankles, then receded. Emmanuelle, without anyone noticing, also came over.
She took off her high heels and carried them in her hand.
The hem of her gorgeous evening gown was wet from the seawater.
She walked over to him and stood beside him. Neither of them spoke, they simply gazed at the dark sea in the distance.
"We succeeded."
After a long silence, Anout finally spoke.
"Yes," Lu Yuan said.
"What are your plans next?" she asked.
"Bring Myth Entertainment to Hollywood." Lu Yuan took a sip of whiskey.
Emmanuelle turned his head and looked at him. The sea breeze ruffled her hair.
"If you need a Hollywood partner," she said, "I'd love to."
Lu Yuan looked at her and smiled. He raised the wine glass in his hand.
"To our new beginning." Emmanuelle also raised his champagne glass and gently clinked it against his. Chapter 103: Crowned Queen. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning.
On the terrace of the penthouse suite at the Hotel Martinez in Cannes. A white dining table sits in the center of the terrace, covered with a white tablecloth. On the table is a simple breakfast: freshly baked croissants, fresh strawberries and blueberries, a pot of coffee, and a pot of black tea.
Emmanuelle sat at the table.
She had taken a shower and changed into a loose white linen shirt and matching shorts. Her long, golden hair was casually tied back with a headband, and she wore no makeup. She was reading a copy of that day's Le Figaro.
Lu Yuan came out of the room. He was wearing a black cotton t-shirt and gray athletic shorts, and he was barefoot. He sat down opposite Emmanuelle. Emmanuelle put down the newspaper.
"Front page," she said, "Midnight in Jiangcheng, an Eastern surprise at Cannes." She pushed the newspaper over. The front page of the newspaper featured a photo of them on the red carpet steps yesterday. In the photo, she was turning to look at him, and he was adjusting her dress. Lu Yuan glanced at the photo, picked up a croissant, and broke it in half.
Cahiers du Cinema gave it 4 stars, Emmanuelle continued.
Their review said that the film showed people new possibilities for Chinese cinema, a cinematic language that doesn't pander to the West, but can be understood by the world.
She poured herself a cup of black tea. "The major Hollywood talent agencies have been calling me non-stop," she said.
"They all want to sign Lu Yuan. They say you have a unique quality that blends Eastern mysticism with modern male hormones."
"It sounds like an advertisement for some kind of perfume," Lu Yuan said. Emmanuelle smiled.
She picked up a strawberry and put it in her mouth.
"So," she said, "what have you thought about the proposal from last night?" "Which suggestion?" "A partner in Hollywood."
"Oh."
Lu Yuan took a sip of coffee. "Do you have any specific ideas?"
"We can set up a new production company," Emmanuelle said.
"Headquarters will be in Los Angeles.
I'll be in charge of integrating Hollywood resources, including directors, screenwriters, actors, and union relations.
You'll be responsible for providing funding and final decision-making power." Her thinking was very clear.
"Sounds good," Lu Yuan said.
"Have you thought of a name for the company?" "Not yet," Emmanuelle said. "Maybe we could call it EML? An initial of Emmanuelle and Lu."
She looked at him, her eyes questioning.
Lu Yuan did not answer. The TV in the suite was on, playing a French news channel. The female news anchor reported international news at a rapid pace. Then, the screen switched to the entertainment section.
Footage of the Cannes Film Festival appeared on television. It was the red carpet from last night. In the video, the two of them are getting out of the car. The scene then cuts to the end of the film's premiere. The entire audience rises to their feet and applauds. The camera zooms in on them, showing Emmanuel with red eyes. The headline of the news article was, "Eastern Power shines in Cannes, Midnight in Jiangcheng may become the biggest dark horse for the Palme d'Or."
Lu Yuan's phone, which was on the table, vibrated.
He picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from Joe Manny.
"Boss, the domestic box office is booming." After the news of the successful premiere at Cannes came back, the screening managers of major cinema chains adjusted the screening schedule overnight.
The screening share of Midnight in Jiangcheng has soared from 25% yesterday to 55% today.
It is expected that the box office for today will exceed 100 million. Lu Yuan put down his phone.
He looked at Emmanuel across from him.
"Let's name the company Myth," he said. Emmanuel paused for a moment. "It uses the same name as your company in China?"
"Yes," Lu Yuan said, "Myth Pictures, Hollywood Division."
"Why?"
"Because I want everyone to know," Lu Yuan looked at her, "where this company comes from."
Emmanuel looked into his eyes.
The sunlight on the terrace shone on her white shirt, making it somewhat dazzling.
She picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of black tea. "Okay," she said. "I like this name." Of course, at night. The Palais de Festivals, Lumiere Hall.
A huge crystal chandelier illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. The air was filled with a mixture of expensive perfumes, champagne, and an indescribable scent called anticipation.
This is the scene of the closing ceremony and awards ceremony of the Cannes Film Festival. The world's top filmmakers have gathered here.
Dressed in their finest attire and sporting impeccable smiles, they sit in velvet chairs, awaiting the final announcement.
Lu Yuan sat in the first row.
He changed out of his casual daytime clothes and into a black tuxedo, a white shirt, and a black bow tie. His hair was neatly combed.
Emmanuel sat beside him.
She wore a deep purple strapless gown, studded with tiny diamonds that shimmered like a flowing galaxy under the lights. Her blonde hair was styled in a bun, revealing her long neck and graceful shoulders.
She wore a pair of teardrop-shaped sapphire earrings.
On stage, the host is using humor to connect the entire awards ceremony. Best Actor, Best Director, Jury Prize one award after another was presented.
The camera crane occasionally swept across the audience, capturing the expressions of each nominee.
Finally, the moment of awarding the Best Actress award arrived. On the big screen, clips of the 5 nominees' performances began to play.
When a clip from Midnight in Jiangcheng appeared, applause erupted in the audience.
In the clip, Emmanuel, playing the female lead, smoked a cigarette on a rainy night street, her eyes hazy and broken.
The clip has ended. The award presenter, Adrien Brody, who is also the Cannes Best Actor winner, walked to the center of the stage. He opened the envelope in his hand and glanced at it.
Then, he looked up, smiled, and faced the microphone.
"This year's competition was extremely fierce," he said.
All 5 ladies delivered one of the greatest performances of their careers. He paused for a moment, keeping everyone in suspense. The air below the stage seemed to freeze.
Lu Yuan looked at the stage.
Emmanuel sat beside him, her back ramrod straight. Her hands were resting on her knees.
"The Best Actress award goes to..."
Adri Ambrosio drew out his words.
"Emmanuelle Bert, the lead actress in Midnight in Jiangcheng."
As he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause.
All the cameras simultaneously focused on Emmanuel in the front row.
Emmanuel covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide open.
Lu Yuan turned to look at her.
Then he reached out and took her hand.
Chapter 104, Let's Dance.
Lu Yuan brought her hand to his lips and kissed it gently.
Emmanuel seemed to be awakened by the kiss.
She stood up. She first hugged Lu Yuan, who was standing next to her. Then, lifting her skirt, she walked step by step onto the stage amidst thunderous applause.
She took the gold palm leaf-shaped trophy from Adrien Brody and walked to the microphone.
The hall gradually quieted down.
Emmanuel held the trophy and looked down at the audience. I don't know what to say."
Her voice trembled slightly.
"Standing here feels like a dream to me." She paused for a moment and took a deep breath.
20 years ago, I came to Cannes for the first time. At that time, I was a newcomer, I knew nothing about the future, I simply loved movies.
20 years later, I stand here and receive this award.
I want to say that my love for movies has never changed.
Thank you, Can. Thank you to the jury. It is your recognition that makes me the happiest actor in the world tonight.
Thank you to Mr. Yen Quan, the director of Midnight in Jiangcheng.
You are a great director.
With your lens, you created a heartbreaking yet incredibly real world.
Thank you to all our crew members. Film is a collective art form. Without each and every one of you, there would be no such work.
As she spoke, her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Lu Yuan in the first row.
Finally, she said, I want to thank one person. He was the producer of our film and also my co-star.
He had no acting experience whatsoever when he decided to take on the role.
Everyone thought he was crazy. I thought so too. A burst of good-natured laughter rang out from the audience.
But during filming, I saw in him a purest and most powerful force. That force came from his trust in the film and his dedication to the role. He brought out a side of myself that I had never seen before.
He made me believe that there are no boundaries to acting.
Her eyes were a little red.
This award doesn't just belong to me. It belongs to you too, Lu.
She raised the trophy in her hand, facing Lu Yuan.
Thank you for bringing me back to life.
She spoke her last words in English.
Thank you for giving me a new lease on life.
The audience erupted in applause once again.
Lu Yuan sat in the audience.
He looked at Emmanuel on the stage with a smile on his face. The applause subsided.
The awards ceremony came to a close. Guests began to rise from their seats and head towards the banquet hall.
Emmanuel was surrounded by reporters and photographers below the stage.
Flashbulbs were constantly going off in her face.
Holding the Palme d'Or trophy, she smiled and answered the questions thrown at her by the reporters.
Emmanuel, what does winning this award mean to you? What are your new work plans for the future? Is your relationship with Mr. Lu merely that of business partners? Lu Yuan did not walk over.
He stood on the periphery of the crowd, looking at Emmanuel, who was surrounded in the center. After a while, he turned around and walked towards the exit.
Half an hour later. An open-air dinner on the rooftop of the Palais de Festivals.
This is a celebratory dinner for all the winners and jury members.
Unlike the solemn atmosphere of the closing ceremony, the atmosphere here is much more relaxed. A band was playing soothing jazz.
Waiters carried trays, weaving through the crowd. Guests gathered in small groups, holding champagne glasses and chatting quietly. From the edge of the terrace, you can overlook the entire night view of Cannes. In the distance, many yachts with their lights on are moored on the sea.
Lu Yuan stood alone in the corner of the terrace.
He wasn't holding any wine, he was just leaning against the railing, gazing at the night sky in the distance.
Footsteps came from behind him. He didn't turn around. Emmanuel walked up to him.
She was still holding the trophy in her hand. She placed it on the railing beside her. The metal base of the trophy collided with the stone railing, making a soft click sound. She leaned against the railing, standing next to him.
Neither of them spoke.
The sea breeze blew, lifting the hem of her skirt and the collar of his shirt. I thought you were gone, Emmanuel said after a long silence.
I went to the restroom, Lu Yuan said.
The reporters have gone crazy, Emmanuel said.
They asked me so many questions. For example? For example, they ask us when we're getting married. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at her.
She didn't look at him, but gazed at the distant night sky.
Lu Yuan smiled.
Your acceptance speech was very well said, he said.
Which sentence? The last sentence. Thank you for giving me a new life?
Emmanuel turned to look at him. Her eyes shone brighter in the night than the sapphires she wore in her ears.
That's the truth, she said.
She reached out and took his hand. Her hands were no longer cold. Her palms were warm.
Lu, she said, when I was backstage, director Almodovar found me. Pedro Almodovar?
Yes, Emmanuel said.
He watched our film.
He said he wanted to write a script specifically for the two of us.
You agreed? I said I needed to ask my partner first.
She looked at him, took his hand, and squeezed it a little tighter.
What do you think, my partner? She asked. Lu Yuan looked at her but did not answer immediately. In the distance, someone is calling Emmanuel's name.
He was the chairman of the jury, this year's chairman.
He walked over to them, holding a wine glass.
Emmanuel released Lu Yuan's hand. I'll be right there, she said. She picked up the trophy from the railing, turned around, and faced the chairman.
Lu Yuan watched her retreating figure.
She clinked glasses with the chairman, chatted, and wore an elegant and proper smile. She is now the leading lady at Cannes. She is the focus of all of Europe. He looked at her for a while. Then, he took his phone out of his pocket and dialed a number.
The call was connected.
"It's me," Lu Yuan said in Chinese.
"Joe Manny, it's early morning where you are, right?" On the other end of the phone, Joe Manny's sleepy voice came through. "Boss? It's okay. What happened?" "It's nothing," Lu Yuan said. "I just want to let you know something. Get ready, you're coming to Los Angeles next month." "Los Angeles?"
Mythical Pictures, Hollywood branch, is about to be officially established, Lu Yuan said.
"There are many things you need to do.
Contact the best headhunting firms. We need a top-notch legal team and a top-notch financial team."
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone.
"Okay, boss." Joe Manny's voice immediately became clear and efficient.
"I'll start working on it first thing tomorrow morning." Lu Yuan hung up the phone.
When he looked up, he found that Emmanuel had somehow ended the conversation and returned to his side.
"She didn't win the trophy."
"Who were you talking to on the phone just now?" she asked. "Someone from the company," Lu Yuan said.
Emmanuel raised an eyebrow.
"We just established a partnership, and you've already found your next one?" she asked, her tone unreadable.
"I'm just arranging the company's specific matters," Lu Yuan said.
She reached out and took Lu Yuan's arm.
"Let us go," she said. "Let us go down and dance." Chapter 105. Arriving as a group. Emmanuel took Lu Yuan's arm and walked down from the terrace.
They returned to the banquet hall.
In the dance floor, several couples were already swaying gently to the music. The band was playing a waltz.
She took his hand and led him onto the dance floor. Lu Yuan placed one hand on her waist. She placed one hand on his shoulder. Their other hands were clasped together at their sides. The two began to spin to the beat of the music.
Emmanuel's deep purple gown, its hem swaying like a blooming iris, danced across the dance floor. Her sapphire earrings swayed gently with her movements.
The people around the dance floor spontaneously made way for them. People stopped talking, holding their glasses, and looked at the couple in the center of the dance floor. Their dance steps were perfectly harmonious. Every turn, every forward and backward movement was coordinated flawlessly, as if they had been dancing together for many years.
"When did you learn to dance?" Emmanuel asked.
Her voice was soft, just loud enough for him to hear.
"Back in college," Lu Yuan said, "the school offered ballroom dancing as an elective course." 4 credits? For a girl. Emmanuel smiled. "And then what? Did you catch up with him?" "She became my ex-wife."
Emmanuel's smile remained unchanged. She simply rested her head gently on his shoulder. Her hair brushed against his chin. It had a faint, pleasant fragrance.
"Lu," she said, "thank you." "Thank me for what?" "All." The rhythm of the music gradually slowed down. The two stopped dancing.
Lu Yuan's hand remained on her waist.
"After Cannes, we'll rest for a few days," he said. "Then, we're going to Japan." "Going to the East?" Emmanuel looked up at him. "Is it for research on Almodovar's films?" "No," Lu Yuan said, "it's our movie." "Our movie?" "This is the first film that Myth Pictures is collaborating on with Shibao Company, Limited." Lu Yuan said. "The script is already written." He spoke calmly.
Emmanuel looked at him without saying a word. Her eyes reflected the light from the crystal chandelier in the banquet hall.
"Rina Takahashi?" She repeated the name. "I've heard of her. She is the most popular actress in Japan right now." "Yes." "When did you decide on this project?" "Before coming to Cannes." "Why are you only telling me now?" "Because you weren't the Cannes Best Actress winner before," Lu Yuan said. Emmanuel looked into his eyes.
After a few seconds, she smiled.
"This is the most beautiful reason I've ever heard," she said.
She rested her head back on his shoulder.
"What is the script about?" she asked.
"The story of 2 female assassins," Lu Yuan said.
"One is like fire, the other like ice.
They are each other's best partners, and also their most dangerous enemies."
"That sounds interesting. Rina Takahashi will play fire, and you will play ice." Why?
Because of your eyes, Lu Yuan said. When your eyes are calm, they're like a frozen lake. But beneath the ice, there's a bottomless whirlpool.
Emmanuel did not speak. The music has ended. Polite applause rang out in the dance floor.
Lu Yuan released his hand from her waist.
Emmanuel straightened up as well.
Next week, in Tokyo, Lu Yuan said.
The production team will have a script reading session. You will see her then. Okay, Emmanuel said. Japan, Kyoto.
The rainy season has not yet fully arrived. The sky is light gray, and a few drizzles occasionally fall, shrouding this ancient capital in a damp and hazy veil. The air is filled with the scent of moss and earth.
Myth Entertainment booked an entire upscale Japanese-style inn at the foot of Arashiyama as their lodging for the trip.
The inn, named Togetsuke, consisted of a secluded courtyard surrounded by tall bamboo fences and maple trees.
Several black Toyota Alphords silently pulled up at the entrance of the hotel, where a blue cloth curtain hung. The car door opened. Lu Yuan got out of the car first. He was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, khaki casual pants, and white sneakers.
Immediately afterwards, a group of young girls poured out of the cars behind them, chattering away. Yang Lele, the captain of Stargirls, wore a high ponytail, a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Looking capable and composed, Jiang He, the main dancer, wore a short sports top that revealed her tight waistline, and a pair of loose cargo pants that made her look energetic. Lead singer Bai Lu, wearing a beige cotton linen dress, followed quietly behind. Su Xiaoli, the visual center, wore a fisherman's hat, a short top with puff sleeves, and a pleated skirt, looking like a girl next door on a picnic, while Zhao Shuer was still in a black tracksuit, with headphones on her face and a distant expression. The three members of Arc Girl Group showcased a different, more mature, and sharp style. Han Chae-young wore a fitted knit top and wide leg pants, Park Won-young wore an oversized blazer with cycling shorts, and Kim Jenny wore a sharply tailored black jumpsuit, her eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. While Su Xiaoli took off her hat, looked at the quaint entrance in front of her, and exclaimed softly, "This place is so beautiful." The innkeeper, a middle-aged woman dressed in a plain-colored kimono with exquisite makeup, was already waiting at the door with several uniformed waitresses. Upon seeing them, she bowed respectfully.
"Welcome, Mr. Lu, and ladies." Her English had a soft Kyoto accent. Lu Yuan nodded.
Joe Manny got out of the first car, walked up to the proprietress, and handed over the next arrangements to her in fluent Japanese. The girls were led by the waiter through the curtained entrance hall and into the hotel's courtyard. The courtyard was large, covered with carefully raked white sand, interspersed with a few blue rocks, and a gnarled black pine tree stretched out from the sand. A wooden corridor connected the various rooms, and outside the corridor was a gently flowing stream.
"This is where we'll be staying for the next week."
Sun Yaki, the producer of Stargirls, clapped her hands to get the girls' attention.
"Everyone, go to your rooms first and put your luggage away. In an hour, we'll have a meeting to discuss the specific filming schedule for this episode of The Inheritors." The girls from Starlight Girls responded, each took their keys, and headed to their rooms in twos and threes. "Mr. Lu." Han Chae-young walked to Lu Yuan's side. "We're going to Tokyo this afternoon. Our schedule at the TV station is already full." "Okay," Lu Yuan said. "Mr. Watanabe has already made arrangements in Tokyo. You can focus on your work. After you finish, come back here for a vacation." "Okay."
Han Chae-young nodded. Jenny, standing nearby, glanced at the Starlight Girls who were curiously looking around the courtyard and said, "They look very relaxed, like they're on vacation." "Their job is to relax in front of the camera," Lu Yuan said.
Jenny glanced at him but didn't say anything more. Chapter 106 Kyoto. An hour later.
The meeting was held in the hotel's largest tatami room. The girls had changed out of their casual clothes from the journey and into the matching light blue Japanese yukatas provided by the hotel. They knelt on the tatami mats, each with their own notebook in front of them. Lu Yuan sat in the main seat. Beside him was Sun Yaki, the director of The Inheritors. Sun Yaki wore a black Chinese-style button-down shirt today, with her hair tied up in a bun at the back of her head, looking serious and capable. "This Kyoto special," Sun Yaki began, her voice soft but resonant, "is themed craftsmanship. Over the next week, you will experience and learn 3 traditional Japanese crafts: wagashi, Japanese sweets making, yuzen dyeing, and Japanese dance."
"Wagashi?" Su Xiaoli's eyes lit up. Sun Yaki glanced at her. "This isn't a food show," she said. "What you need to learn is the extreme focus that wagashi Japanese confectionery chefs have on ingredients and techniques.
It's their spirit of doing something simple to the extreme, day after day, for decades. We have invited the 15th generation successor of Kenryo Yashifusa, a 300-year-old wagashi Japanese sweets shop in Kyoto, to teach you, Sunyaki said.
We will go to his workshop tomorrow morning.
As for Yuzen dyeing, she continued, we will go to a century-old dyeing workshop in Arashiyama. You will design and make your own Yuzen dyed silk scarf. Finally, regarding Japanese dance, we have invited geishas from Gion to teach you the most basic movements and steps.
A geisha?
Jiang He sat up straighter.
Yes. Sunyaki nodded. I hope you can learn from them that precise control over every subtle movement of the body. This challenge will be huge.
Sunyaki's gaze swept across the faces of the 5 girls one by one. I hope you remember that what the Inheritors is about is not how pretty or cute you are, but whether you, as candidates for Inheritors, have a humble heart that can calm down, feel, learn, and respect another culture.
The Japanese style room was completely quiet. I have nothing more to add. After saying that, Sunyaki looked at Lu Yuan. Boss, is there anything you want to say to them?
Lu Yuan looked at the 5 girls in front of him. Director Sun's words are my words, he said.
Just one thing, have fun and learn well. The meeting has ended. The girls dispersed, some returning to their rooms to rest, others strolling in the courtyard. Lu Yuan walked alone to the end of the corridor.
There is a small terrace there, facing the bamboo forest on the back hill. He leaned against the railing and lit a cigarette. Bai Lu had come over at some point, carrying a sketchbook and a pencil. She saw Lu Yuan smoking, paused for a moment, and stopped a few meters away.
Lu Yuan saw her. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray on the railing.
Come here, he said. Bai Lu hesitated before walking over. She also stopped by the railing, but kept a step away from him.
Can't sleep? Lu Yuan asked.
Bai Lu replied softly, I'm a bit of a light sleeper.
What are you thinking about?
I want to sing, she said.
What Sister Sun just said about craftsmanship reminded me of some melodies.
But I can't quite grasp them. She opened the sketchbook in her hand, which already contained some indeterminate musical notes. Sing it for us, Lu Yuan said. Bai Lu glanced at him, a little shy, but still nodded. She cleared her throat. Then, she started humming. There were no lyrics, just a very soft, slow melody. Her voice was clear, like a mountain stream flowing over blue stones.
The melody carries a touch of Japanese style, as well as a lingering, faint sadness.
In the bamboo forest, the wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, as if accompanying her singing. She finished singing a short section, then stopped and looked at Lu Yuan with some nervousness.
How about it?
It sounds great, Lu Yuan said.
Really?
Really, he said.
You're very talented.
Bai Lu's face flushed slightly. Here, take this.
Lu Yuan took a small thing out of his pocket and handed it to her.
It was a very delicate, silver music box.
This is?
I just bought it at the airport, Lu Yuan said.
Turn it on and listen.
Bai Lu took it and wound up the music box.
The tinkling music began to play in the quiet air.
Kyoto, Arashiyama, Togatsuk Ryokan. The drizzle has stopped. Sunlight peeked through the thick clouds, a damp, bluish-white color. The air was cool, carrying the crisp scent of rain-soaked plants and damp earth. Birds sang in the bamboo grove, their voices clear and melodious.
Lu Yuan walked out of the room and into the courtyard.
He changed out of yesterday's hoodie and into a simple white t-shirt and black athletic shorts, with flip-flops on his feet. His hair was still a little wet, as if he had just taken a shower. The courtyard was very quiet. He walked slowly along the wooden corridor. As he passed by Su Xioli and Bai Lu's room, he heard them talking very quietly inside.
This eyeshadow color is so hard to apply. Try using this brush, it might help.
When I passed Jiang He and Zhao Shuer's room, the door was open.
No one was inside. Team leader Yang Leilei's room door was also open, and she was standing at the door, drying her wet hair with a towel.
When she saw Lu Yuan, she stopped.
Good morning, boss. Good morning, Lu Yuan said. Where are they? Xiaoli and Bai Lu are putting on makeup, Yang Leilei said.
Jiang He and Shuer should be in the back of the dojo.
A dojo?
Yes, there's a small dojo for practicing kendo behind the hotel. Jiang He said she wanted to go there to stretch in the morning.
Lu Yuan nodded.
He continued walking forward, bypassing the main building, and arrived at the back of the inn.
There is indeed a small, semi-open air dojo with wooden floors. The dojo faces the bamboo forest on the back mountain. Jiang He was standing in the center of the dojo. She wore a black sports vest and gray tight-fitting yoga pants, which accentuated her toned and sculpted figure. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She was performing some basic dance moves, stretching the ligaments in her legs and waist. Her movements were large in range but very stable, full of control and explosive power. Zhao Shuer sat on the wooden floor to the side. She was wearing a loose gray tracksuit, white headphones, leaning against a pillar, reading a book. A steaming cup of tea sat in front of her. Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of the dojo and watched for a while. Jiang He stopped after finishing one of her movements and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. She saw Lu Yuan and was stunned for a moment. "Boss?" "Continue," Lu Yuan said. He walked to the weapon rack on the other side of the dojo. On the rack were several bamboo swords used for practice. He picked up one of them and weighed it in his hand. Then, he walked to the center of the dojo. He assumed a standard stance, like a mid-level kendo practitioner holding a sword. Jiang He looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. Zhao Shuer also took off one earphone, shifted her gaze from the book, and landed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't look at them. He took a deep breath. Then, he took a step forward and swung his bamboo sword. The movements were clean and swift. The bamboo sword sliced through the air with a soft, restrained whistling sound. Then came the second movement, the third movement. Chapter 107 Twin Flowers. Every movement he made, from the angle of his sword swing to his body posture and footwork, was precise as if from a textbook. His expression was focused, his eyes calm. He and the bamboo sword in his hand seemed to become one. One set of basic sword swing exercises is complete. He sheathed his sword and bowed. The whole process was smooth and seamless. The dojo was very quiet. Jiang He stood still, not moving. She looked at Lu Yuan with an incredulous shock in her eyes. Zhao Shuer also put down the book in her hand. "Boss." Jiang He began, her voice a little hoarse, "You have studied kendo?" "I've read a few books." Lu Yuan put the bamboo sword back on the weapon rack. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the temple. Kyoto, City Center, Kenryokubo and Confectionery Workshop. This is a shop with a history of over 300 years. The workshop is a traditional Japanese machiya townhouse, with the shop in the front and the factory in the back. The air is filled with the sweet and sticky aroma of red bean paste and rice flour. Filming for The Inheritors has begun. Several cameras are pointing at the large control panel from different angles. Behind the control panel stood 5 girls from Starlight Girls. They had all changed into white work clothes provided by the workshop, and were wearing headscarves and masks. An old man stood in front of them. The old man was Mr. Takagi, the 15th generation successor of this shop. He was over 70 years old, with gray hair, but in good spirits. He was thin and wore a faded dark blue work uniform. His face was almost expressionless, his eyes stern and focused. Lu Yuan and Sun Yaki stood outside the filming area. "The most important thing about wagashi Japanese sweets is the heart," Mr. Takagi said. His voice was not loud, but it was clear and carried an undeniable authority. His words were simultaneously translated into Chinese by the translator beside him. "What you hold in your hands is not dough, not red bean paste. It is life. You must use your hearts to feel it, to communicate with it." He picked up a small piece of white nikiri, a main ingredient in wagashi, and placed it in his palm. "Look at my hands," he said. His movements were slow. He used the warmth of his palms to gently knead, press, and rub the piece of rib. Then, he used a small, triangular wooden stick to lightly tap, draw, and pick at it. It only took a minute. A small, delicate white chrysanthemum bloomed in his palm. The petals were layered upon layered, and the veins of each petal were clearly visible. The girls let out a suppressed gasp. "Now, you come here," Mr. Takagi said. The girls picked up the cutting tools in front of them and began to imitate. Then, chaos erupted at the scene. "Ah! Mine has cracked!" Su Xiaoli exclaimed. The dough in her hand was too dry, and several cracks had appeared. "Teacher, is this too soft?" Bai Lu held up the shapeless, sticky lump in her hand and asked softly. Jiang He's problem was exactly the opposite. She clearly treated making wagashi Japanese sweets like kneading dough.
The piece of kneaded dough in her hand became dry and hard, like a stone. Zhao Shuer was quite quiet. She frowned and tried very hard to carve flower petals with a wooden stick, but the result looked more like a squashed bun. Only team leader Yang Lele remained relatively calm. She was the slowest but also the most diligent. Although what she was holding had nothing to do with chrysanthemums, at least it was round. Mr. Takagi walked back and forth behind them without saying a word. His face grew increasingly pale. Finally, he stopped behind Jiangyi. He looked at the stone in her hand and shook his head. He held out his hand. The translator immediately handed him a freshly cut piece of pork. Mr. Takagi placed the new rinkichi on the table in front of Lu Yuan. "Come here," he said to Lu Yuan. All eyes were on Lu Yuan. The camera immediately adjusted its angle, giving him a close-up. Lu Yuan looked at Sun Yaki, and she nodded. Lu Yuan took off his coat and rolled up the sleeves of his t-shirt. He also put on a headscarf and a mask and walked to the control panel. He picked up the piece of prawn. He didn't start immediately. He simply placed the skewer in his palm, closed his eyes, and felt its temperature and texture. Just like Mr. Takagi said. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. His hand began to move. His movements, like Mr. Takagi's, were slow but very steady. He kneaded, pinched, pressed, and squeezed. Then, he picked up the triangular wooden stick. Dot, stroke, pick. His eyes were very focused. Everyone held their breath. Another chrysanthemum slowly took shape in his palm. Its shape, size, and even the curvature of each petal are almost identical to the one Mr. Takagi just made. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared in Mr. Takagi's eyes. He walked over to Lu Yuan, picked up the chrysanthemum he had made, and examined it carefully. Then he nodded. This is the first major filming location in Japan for the new movie Twin Flowers, a collaboration between Shinhwa Pictures and Toho Company, Ltd. Today, we're filming the first official scene between the two female leads, Emmanuel as ice and Rina Takahashi as fire. The film crew booked the most central area of Daeju Temple, the Chun Hall. The Imperial Palace is a typical example of a sleeping palace, a massive wooden hall surrounded by a surrounding corridor. The courtyard in front of the palace is paved with white pebbles. At this moment, the courtyard has been cleared for filming. All tourists are kept on the perimeter. Inside the hall, staff from various departments, including lighting, photography, and sound recording, were working diligently and systematically on final preparations. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. No one spoke loudly, only the faint sounds of equipment adjustments and footsteps could be heard. Lu Yuan sat alone behind the director's monitor. He was wearing a black linen shirt today, the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, and dark gray casual trousers. Beside him was a folding chair with a script on it, but he wasn't reading it. On the other side of the monitor sat the film's director, a rising Japanese director named Akira Kurosawa. He was probably in his 40s, with a beard, wearing a black baseball cap, and a serious expression. Emmanuel and Rina Takahashi sat on either side of the hall. They had all changed into their costumes and put on their makeup. Rina Takahashi wore a bright red, modified kimono. The hem of the kimono was short, only reaching her thighs, allowing for easy movement. A wide black obi sash was tied around her waist, with two short swords inserted into it. Her long hair was tied high in a ponytail, her eye makeup was sharp, and her lips were bright red. She leaned against a pillar with her eyes closed, completely still. Emmanuel was dressed in a pure white, modified Western-style swordsman's outfit, a tight-fitting white blouse, black trousers, and black boots. A rapier hung at her waist. Her blonde hair was styled in a bun, and her face was almost entirely bare of makeup, except for a very light touch of silver eyeshadow at the corner of her eye. She held a script in her hand, reading it, her finger occasionally tapping lightly on a word. The two were about 20 meters apart. They did not communicate. "Attention, all departments." The assistant director's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Final check. 5 minutes from now, scene 1, shot 1, first take, get ready to begin." The staff quickened their pace. 5 minutes later. Action. Director Kurosawa's voice is brief and powerful. The clapperboard clicked in front of the camera. The hall fell into absolute silence instantly. Filming begins in chapter 108. Rina Takahashi opened her eyes. She straightened up from the pillar and slowly, step by step, walked towards the center of the hall. Her steps were light, and her wooden clogs made a crisp, rhythmic sound on the wooden floor. She walked to the center of the hall and stood still.
Emmanuel closed the script and stood up.
She walked to the center of the hall. Her boots made almost no sound as they hit the floor. The two stood 3 meters apart.
Face to face.
"You've arrived," Takahashi Rina said, her voice carrying a lazy, cat-like tone.
"I'm here." Emmanuel's voice was flat, without any inflection.
"I've been waiting for you for a long time," Rina Takahashi said.
"I know." Rina Takahashi smiled.
She reached out and drew a short knife from her waist.
The blade gleamed coldly in the lamplight.
Emmanuel also reached out and grasped the hilt of the dagger at his waist.
The next moment, Rina Takahashi moved.
Her figure flashed like a red lightning bolt, instantly appearing before Emmanuel. The dagger in her hand was aimed straight for Emmanuel's throat.
Emmanuel did not back down.
She drew her short sword and parried upwards.
Clang.
The sound of metal clashing was particularly jarring in the empty hall.
Sparks flew everywhere.
Missing her first strike, Rina Takahashi ducked, and with another short knife in her hand, she silently slashed towards Emmanuel's abdomen.
A pincer attack from above and below. Emmanuel's body arched backward at an angle impossible for an ordinary person.
Her upper body was almost parallel to the ground. She dodged the fatal blow, and at the same time, the short sword in her hand, like the forked tongue of a viper, thrust upward toward Takahashi Rina's jaw. Rina Takahashi withdrew her short sword, crossed her 2 swords, and parried Emmanuel's sword.
The two were locked in a stalemate.
Their faces were very close together.
So close that you can see yourself reflected in the other person's pupils. Their breaths mingled together.
"Your movements have slowed down," Rina Takahashi said.
"You've been talking too much nonsense," Emmanuel said. Lu Yuan looked at the screen on the monitor.
On the screen, the faces of the 2 women are enlarged. Their eyes show neither anger nor hatred, only an extreme focus and a tacit understanding that only their adversaries can comprehend.
The stalemate lasted only a second. Emmanuel's knee slammed upwards, striking Rina Takahashi's chest.
Rina Takahashi released her twin swords and leaped backward, dodging the attack.
The two distanced themselves again. Silence returned to the hall.
It was as if the lightning-fast exchange just moments before had been an illusion.
Cut. Director Akira Kurosawa's voice shattered the silence. "Excellent. Very good." For the first time, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. He stood up and gave a thumbs up to the 2 people in the hall. The staff members couldn't help but applaud. In the center of the hall, Rina Takahashi sheathed her dagger. Her chest heaved violently. Sweat beaded on her forehead.
Emmanuel, leaning on his short sword, was breathing softly. The two looked at each other without saying a word. A few seconds later, Rina Takahashi smiled.
Emmanuel smiled too. Lu Yuan stood up from his chair and walked into the hall. He walked up to them. He first looked at Rina Takahashi, and then at Emmanuel.
"You could have moved a little faster just now," he said.
"Emmanuel, your last knee strike wasn't too powerful enough."
The applause in the hall stopped.
Everyone was looking at Lu Yuan. Director Akira Kurosawa frowned, but remained silent. Emmanuel looked at Lu Yuan without refuting him. "Let's do it again," Lu Yuan said. Kyoto, Fushimi Inari Shrine. This is one of the most popular shrines in Kyoto. The most famous feature is the approach to the summit of Mount Inari, which is made up of tens of thousands of vermilion torii gates. The torii gates stand side by side, stretching endlessly like a red tunnel.
Afternoon sunlight filters through the dense gaps between the torii gates, casting dappled, ever-changing shadows on the stone-paved mountain path. The light is a bright orange-red, the shadows a deep, dark purple. The film crew has cleared the densest section of the torii gate tunnel halfway up the mountain.
Tourists are kept at a distance. Today we're filming a complex 3-person chase scene. In the script, Rina Takahashi plays Fire, who is hunting down ice, played by Emmanuel.
Meanwhile, Yukina plays a mysterious local girl who moves between them, seemingly helping ice escape.
Director Kurosawa is giving instructions to 3 actors. Lu Yuan did not participate.
He sat on a folding chair behind the monitor, holding a bottle of ice water in his hand. The 3 actresses have already changed into their costumes.
Emmanuel was still wearing that white swordsman's uniform.
Rina Takahashi was still wearing that red, modified kimono.
Yukina changed into a shrine maiden's outfit, a white top and a scarlet kimono-style skirt.
Her hair was tied back with a white paper ribbon. She wore no shoes, only white tabi socks. In her hand, she held a kagura bell with a jingle attached. Shuena, Director Kurosawa was saying to her, "Your character is very familiar with this place. You need to use the terrain. These pillars, these steps, are your weapons. You need to move among them like a little fox, guiding Emmanuel and confusing Takahashi." Shuenai nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. "Rina," the director turned to Rina Takahashi, "your emotions need to be more outward. Anger, impatience. You are a top-notch assassin, but your targets keep escaping from your grasp. You need to wear that frustration and murderous intent on your face." Rina Takahashi nodded. "Emmanuel," the director said, turning to Emmanuel one last time, "you're still the same as yesterday. Calm and precise. But you need to show a little fatigue. You're injured, and your strength is waning. You need to make the audience worry about you." Emmanuel nodded. "Okay, let's try walking at once first." The three of them went to their respective positions. Rina Takahashi was below the approach path, Emmanuel was in front of her, and Setsuna was standing at a corner further ahead. "Start." Rina Takahashi drew her twin swords and charged forward. Emmanuel turned and ran. She didn't run fast, and her steps were even a little unsteady, but with each turn and each dodge, she was able to avoid the beams of light shooting from behind, keeping herself hidden in the shadows. Rina Takahashi, however, disregarded everything and charged recklessly through the light and shadow. Her figure, in the dimly lit tunnel, resembled a burning will-o'-the-wisp. Shuena shook the bell in her hand at the corner. The crisp sound of bells echoed through the tunnel. Upon hearing the bell, Emmanuel immediately changed direction and turned into a narrower alley. Rina Takahashi chased after them to the corner, hesitated for a moment, and then followed them inside. "Cut," the director yelled. "Shuenai, your expression. You're not sightseeing. You need to be tense, be alert. Let's do it again." They tried twice more. On the third take, the director was finally satisfied. "All right. All departments, get ready. Filming is officially starting." The clapperboard clicked. Action. Chapter 109 Arc in Kyoto. The chase begins again in the red tunnel. The photographer, carrying his camera, ran alongside them with remarkably nimble steps. In the monitor footage, light and shadow are rapidly intertwined. Emmanuel's figure always moved in the shadows, like a ghost. Her breathing was rapid, but her eyes remained calm. Rina Takahashi's figure shifted constantly between light and shadow, her expression furious and ferocious, her twin swords drawing deadly arcs in the pillar of light. Yukina's figure appeared in the foreground of the scene. She glanced back, her face tense. She rang the bell again, and then, instead of taking the usual path, she stepped onto a nearby rock, grabbed the torii gate pillar, and like a gecko, nimbly flipped over, disappearing into another side path. Upon hearing the bell, Emmanuel flipped over without hesitation. Rina Takahashi chased after them to the rocks, not slowing down, but instead kicking off a pillar of the torii gate, using the momentum to leap into the air, flipping over the beam. Her red skirt billowed in the air like a giant butterfly. Behind the monitor, everyone held their breath. This move was designed by the martial arts instructor. It is extremely difficult. Rina Takahashi landed steadily. But when she landed, there was a small patch of moss growing on the stone slab beneath her feet because of the rain. Her foot slipped. Although she quickly regained her balance, the small mistake was still faithfully recorded by the camera. Cut. Akira Kurosawa's voice was filled with frustration. Rina Takahashi stood still and bowed deeply in the direction of the director. "Sorry." "It's okay, Rina," the director said. "This move is indeed too difficult. Let us do one more take." They filmed 2 more takes. Finally, a perfect one was found. The director yelled cut, with satisfaction. The staff all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan stood up from his chair. He arrived at the filming location. The 3 actresses walked over. All 3 of them were covered in sweat. Shuenai's face was flushed from nervousness and exertion. "Boss." Director Kurosawa also came over. Lu Yuan ignored him. His gaze first fell on Emmanuel. "Your rhythm is good," he said, "but you could add a little more detail. For example, you could make your breathing a little more rapid. You're injured, you're on the run, and you're about to run out of energy." Emmanuel nodded.
Then, Lu Yuan's gaze turned to Takahashi Rina. You have great explosive power, he said, but sometimes, too much of a good thing can be bad. The way you just jumped over the torii gate was because you rushed too hard, and when you landed, you didn't give yourself enough time to adjust your center of gravity, which is why you stepped on the moss. Rina Takahashi's face paled slightly. You should observe the landing point in advance while you're in the air. This isn't a martial arts competition, this is filming a movie. All your movements should serve the camera, not showcase your skills. Rina Takahashi lowered her head. Yes. Finally, Lu Yuan looked at Xuan'ai. Yakina felt a little nervous under his gaze and subconsciously tightened her grip on the Kagura bell in her hand. You have a lot of talent, Lu Yuan said. Yukina's eyes lit up. Many of your little gestures, like the look in your eyes when you climb over the rocks, and the expression on your face when you turn around, are very good. They are not designed, but your instinctive reactions. That is very precious. But, he changed the subject, your problem lies here as well. You rely too much on your instincts. You don't know where the camera is, you don't know which angle makes you look your best. You also don't know how to use your body to guide the audience's gaze. You are a fine piece of raw jade, Lu Yuan said. But raw jade needs to be carved. Kyoto, Tagetsu Village. All promotional appearances for Art Girl Group in Tokyo have concluded. Han Chae-young, Jenny, and Park Won-young returned to Kyoto late last night. Early in the morning, Lu Yuan called the three of them to the courtyard. You've worked hard, Lu Yuan said. You're off today. No work, no training. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. Han Chae-young was wearing a beige knitted cardigan and white trousers, looking very gentle and elegant. She smiled when she heard those words. Really? Boss? Park Won-young, wearing a bright yellow sweatshirt and with her hair in pigtails, looked very energetic. She seemed very excited. Jenny Kim was dressed in a black tracksuit, her hands in her pockets. She didn't speak, but looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Really, Lu Yuan said. The bathrobes have been prepared for you. Change into your clothes and let's go out. 10:30 a.m. Kayomizudera Temple. The Ninanzaka and Sananzaka roads leading to the temple were packed with tourists. The roadsides were lined with shops selling all sorts of souvenirs, matcha ice cream, and kimizuyaki. The three girls had all changed into brand new yukatas. Han Chae-young chose a light purple outfit with an elegant wisteria pattern. Park Won-young chose a pink outfit with cute rabbits and cherry blossoms. Kim Jenny chose a black outfit with red trim and a pattern of blooming spider lilies, which looked somewhat alluring. Their hair was styled by the hotel's professionals, adorned with delicate hairpins. They wore wooden clogs, which made a crisp tap sound as they walked. Lu Yuan followed behind them. He hadn't changed his clothes, he was still wearing the same casual clothes as yesterday. He was carrying a camera. Boss, take a picture of me. Park Won-young stopped in front of a store selling Totoro merchandise, holding a huge Totoro plushie, and made a peace sign at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his camera, aimed it at her, and pressed the shutter. Han Chae-young was carefully selecting fans in a fan shop. She picked up a folding fan painted with a lady's portrait, opened it in her hand, and examined it against the sunlight. Jenny wasn't particularly interested in the things tourists were so enthusiastic about. She walked to a railing by the roadside and looked at the panoramic view of Kyoto in the distance. Lu Yuan walked over and stood beside her. Don't you like it here? He asked. There are too many people, Jenny said. It's too noisy. You're an idol, Lu Yuan said. You should get used to and enjoy being surrounded by people. Jenny turned her head and looked at him. Do you enjoy being treated like a commodity and scrutinized by onlookers? If you only see yourself as a commodity, Lu Yuan said, then your perspective on the world will be limited to price. You'll be exhausted. Jenny Kim did not speak. After leaving Kayamizu-dera Temple, they went to Gion. On Hanamakoji Street, they were lucky enough to spot a geisha hurrying by. She wore a gorgeous kimono, her face was thickly powdered white, and her lips were a touch of crimson. She walked quickly and soon disappeared around the corner of the alley. Park Won-young shouted excitedly. As evening fell, they arrived at the Como River. They sat down on the grass by the river. The setting sun painted the sky orange-red and the surface of the Como River a flowing gold. The restaurants on the opposite bank had already lit their lanterns. Lu Yuan bought beer and snacks from the convenience store next door. Come on, let's celebrate, the work is done smoothly. He handed them beer.
Park Won-young happily accepted it. Han Chae-young also smiled and thanked her. Jenny hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it.
Chapter 110 Akihabara. 8 p.m., Pontocho.
This is a very narrow alley, only wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. On both sides of the alley are izakayas and ryotei, traditional Japanese restaurants with red lanterns hanging on them.
Lu Yuan led them into an unassuming izakaya Japanese pub.
The shop was small, with only a bar and a few small tables. The owner was a taciturn middle-aged man.
They sat at the bar.
Lu Yuan ordered sake, as well as grilled skewers, tempura, and some side dishes to go with the sake.
The warm sake quickly made the atmosphere more relaxed.
Park Won-young has a low alcohol tolerance. After 2 drinks, her face turned flushed.
She also became more talkative. Boss, she rested her chin on the bar, looking at Lu Yuan. When can we make a movie too?
When you're ready, Lu Yuan said.
When will we be ready?
When there are stories in your eyes.
Eyes?
Park Won-young blinked her big eyes.
Don't my eyes tell a story?
Yes.
Lu Yuan smiled. It says I want to eat meat. Park Won-young pouted.
Han Chae-young, standing to the side, was amused by him. She covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders trembling slightly.
Jenny Kim didn't say much. She just slowly drank her wine.
Her face flushed slightly, but her eyes shone brighter than usual.
Boss, she said.
Starlight Girls, what will happen to them next? She asked. They will complete the filming of The Inheritors in Japan, Lu Yuan said. Then, they will release their first official album.
What about us? Jenny asked. Will we have an album too? Meeting. Will there be variety shows? Yes, it will. Then what is the difference between us and them?
Jenny asked him, looking at him and uttering each word clearly. Inside the izakaya, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Han Chae-young's smile faded. She looked at Kim Jenny, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes.
Park Won-young also sensed the change in atmosphere. She quieted down and looked at them somewhat uneasily.
Lu Yuan picked up the wine pot and poured himself a glass of wine. Star Girls is a growth-oriented girl group, he said.
Their selling point is their growth.
Fans will watch them grow from rough stones into diamonds.
This process is long, but also very interesting. They represent hope.
He drank the glass of wine in one gulp. And you, he put down his glass and looked at Jenny, you are different. You were finished products from the very beginning. You possess top-notch professional skills and the most mature stage experience. You don't need to grow, you just need to conquer.
You represent desire. Hope is for looking up to. Desire is for sinking into, Lu Yuan said. That's the difference between you and them.
Jenny looked at him without saying a word. Her breathing was somewhat rapid.
Let's drink.
Lu Yuan picked up the wine pot and filled her glass.
Why think so much? Today, you're just 3 ordinary girls out having fun. Late night snack time is over. It was already late at night when everyone came out of the izakaya.
The red lanterns in the alley are still lit.
Lu Yuan walked at the very front.
Han Chae-young helped Park Won-young, who was already unsteady on her feet, and followed behind.
Jenny walked alone at the very back.
She looked at Lu Yuan's elongated silhouette under the lamplight, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
Back to Du Yue's wing. Lu Yuan watched them walk into their respective rooms.
Instead of returning to his room, he went to the terrace at the end of the courtyard. He leaned against the railing, lit a cigarette, and looked at the bamboo forest in the night.
Tokyo, Akihabara. Filming for the variety show The Inheritors in Kyoto concluded yesterday. Lu Yuan kept his promise. He brought the 5 girls from Starlight Girls to Tokyo. He also arranged a pilgrimage to anime and manga mecca for them. At this moment, they were standing on the main street of Akihabara.
It's Sunday, and the streets have been turned into a pedestrian paradise, with no vehicles on the road.
Towering skyscrapers line both sides of the road. Huge LED billboards are playing trailers for the latest anime series and music videos from idol groups. People dressed in all sorts of cosplay costumes handed out flyers on the street. The Maid Cafe sign was placed in the most conspicuous position.
The air was filled with electronic music, anime songs, and the noise of the crowd, creating a unique cacophony that belonged only to this place. The 5 girls were like birds released back into the mountains. Wow, Su Xiaoli's eyes had turned into stars. She pointed at the giant figurine advertisement one moment, then at the guy on the street corner cosplaying as Gojo Satoru from Jujutsu Kaisen. Look, boss. That Gojo Satoru is so cool. Bai Lu seemed somewhat at a loss. She stayed close to Captain Yang Lele, curiously observing everything around her, but not daring to stray too far. In her hands, she was still clutching the Nezuko doll she had bought online the night before. Jiang He and Zhao Shuer walked together. Jiang He wasn't very interested in the girls dressed in cute maid outfits. Her gaze was drawn to a shop on the second floor that specialized in selling all kinds of used game cards. Zhao Shuer was still wearing her headphones, but her pace was noticeably slower than usual. Her gaze stopped in front of a shop window. Inside, a set of exquisitely crafted Asuka Langley Sorio battlesuit figurines was on display. As the team leader, Yang Lele had to keep an eye on Su Xiaoli, who was running around excitedly, while also taking care of Bai Lu, who was a little shy. She also had to keep looking back to make sure the other two weren't lost. She was wearing a simple striped shirt and jeans, but a thin layer of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Lu Yuan followed behind them, his hands in his pockets. He looked like a father taking his daughters on a spring outing. They first went to a large figurine store. As soon as Su Xiaoli and Bai Lu entered, they disappeared into the sea of PVC figurines. They wandered between the shelves, clutching various Demon Slayer merchandise. Boss, look at this. This is a limited edition featuring Zenitsu sleeping. It's so cute. Shinobu Kocho is so pretty. Jiang Yi headed straight for the trading card area. Zhao Shuer followed silently behind her. An hour later, Lu Yuan finally pulled the 5 girls, who were already laden with shopping bags, out of the store. Each of them was carrying shopping bags of various sizes. After leaving the figurine shop, they visited several other anime merchandise stores. As they passed a clothing store with a Cospatio sign, the girls stopped in their tracks without prior arrangement. The shop window displays an exquisitely crafted cosplay outfit of Mitsuri Kanroji, the love pillar. This is a cosplay shop? Su Xiaoli's eyes lit up again. Can we go in and take a look, boss? Bai Lu mustered her courage and asked in a low voice. Lu Yuan nodded. Let's go. Chapter 111 Cosplay. The store is very large. It displays all sorts of cosplay costumes from different anime and games. The girls went completely wild as soon as they went in. They went straight to the Demon Slayer section. Ah! They have Kaneo. That Ninja Sisters team uniform is so cool. Nezuko's kimono is so beautiful. They picked up the clothes and compared them to themselves, chattering excitedly. Want to give it a try? Jiang He asked. She looked at the Lianzhu outfit hanging in the middle, her eyes filled with longing. Is it okay? Su Xiaoli immediately looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes shining with anticipation. Ask the clerk, Lu Yuan said. The shop assistant was a young man dressed in a butler's uniform and wearing glasses. He politely told them that the store offered fitting and rental services, and that there were changing rooms nearby. The girls immediately cheered. They quickly chose the characters they wanted to cosplay. Su Xiaoli chose Nezuko Kamadu. Bai Lu chose Kaneo Tsuyuri. Team Captain Yang Lele chose Shinobu Kocho. Zhao Shuer, surprisingly, also chose a Shinobu Kocho team uniform. Jiang He, without hesitation, picked up the outfit worn by the love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri. They grabbed their clothes and rushed excitedly into the changing room. The changing rooms are individual cubicles separated by thick curtains. Lu Yuan found a sofa against the wall and sat down. Anime songs were playing in the store. He took out his phone and glanced at the email from the company. About 10 minutes later, the curtains were gradually pulled open. The girls came out one by one. Su Xiaoli, biting on a replica bamboo tube and wearing a pink kimono, tried her best to imitate Nezuko's innocent and naive eyes. Bai Lu put on the Demon Slayer core uniform, with Kaneo's white cloak draped over it. She also wore a purple wig and the iconic side butterfly hair accessory. She stood there shyly, not daring to look at Lu Yuan. Yang Lele and Zhao Shuer both changed into Shinobu Kocho's outfit. Yang Lele's figure was more proportionate, and she looked very capable in the team uniform. Zhao Shuer, on the other hand, was taller and had a more aloof and elegant air about her. Standing together, they looked like twins. Boss, do we look good? Su Xiaoli asked indistinctly. Lu Yuan nodded. Good.
Where's Jiang He? Yang Lele asked. Why hasn't she come out yet? The words had barely left his mouth. The curtain of the innermost changing room was pulled open a crack. Jiang He's head peeked out from inside. She wasn't wearing a wig, her chestnut curls were a little messy. Her face wore a troubled and embarrassed expression. Boss. She called softly, could you come here for a moment? Lu Yuan stood up and walked over. What's wrong? He asked. This dress. I can't wear it. Jiang He's voice was even softer. Her face was very red. Where can't you put them on? It's behind me. And those socks, they're too long. I can't reach them. Lu Yuan stared at the narrow gap that had been opened. He could see Jiang He's bare, smooth back. And the intricate and delicate straps of that cosplay outfit. What can I do? Lu Yuan asked. His voice was calm. The music in the store had just switched to a rather soothing tune. The other 4 girls also looked over curiously. Jiang He tightened her grip on the curtain. She hesitated for a few seconds. Then, she pulled the curtain open a little more. Could you come in and help me? The 4 girls in front of the sofa Su Xiaoli, by Lu, Yan Lele, and Zhao Shuer were all dressed in their respective character costumes, their eyes all fixed on this side. Their faces showed a mixture of curiosity, surprise, and a hint of enjoying the spectacle. Lu Yuan didn't look at them. His gaze lingered on Jiang He's half head peeking out in the narrow gap that had been opened. He nodded. Good. After he finished speaking, he strode towards the innermost locker room. He walked to the curtain and stopped. Jiang He pulled the curtain open a little more, leaving just enough space for one person to pass through. Then, her figure retreated back into the shadow of the curtain. Lu Yuan went inside. Behind him, a heavy, dark blue cotton and linen curtain was drawn, completely isolating him from the noise and sight of the outside world. The changing room was smaller than I had imagined. It was about the size of a tatami mat. 3 walls were made of wood, with a rectangular dressing mirror and several hooks hanging on them. The air smelled of new clothes and wood. There was also a faint, distinctive scent of ginger and shampoo. The only lighting came from a small lamp overhead that emitted a warm yellow glow. The light was dim. Jiang He stood in the dim light. She was facing away from the entrance and towards the full-length mirror. She was already wearing the iconic, open-chested Demon Slayer Corps uniform top, the one worn by love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri. However, the straps at the back of the top hung loosely. She was only wearing a pair of very short black safety shorts. The pair of green striped over the knee socks, which reached the top of her thighs, had one that she had barely managed to pull up to her knee, while the other was still crumpled and bunched up at her ankle. Her chestnut brown hair, slightly disheveled from her earlier attempt, cascaded down her smooth back. Hearing Lu Yuan enter, her shoulders instinctively shrank back. Her body stiffened slightly. Lu Yuan closed the curtain behind him. Turn around, he said. His calm voice broke the silence in the small space. Jiang He glanced at him in the mirror, then took a deep breath and slowly turned around. Now, she has her back to the mirror and is facing Lu Yuan. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked. I can't tie this strap myself. Jiang He pointed to her back. Her arm was bent back at an awkward angle. And the socks. She pointed to her legs again. They're too long, and they're too tight, I can't pull them up. Lu Yuan stepped forward. The distance between the two people has become closer. Lu Yuan was so close that he could clearly see her slightly reddened earlobes due to nervousness, and the fine downy hair on her neck. Take your hand away, he said. Jiang He obediently lowered her hands, letting them hang at her sides. Her fingers were clenched nervously. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the straps on her back. The design of that garment was indeed very complex. The white straps had to be crisscrossed through several pre-drilled holes on his back before finally being tied into a knot at his waist. He reached out, pinched the end of a strap, and began patiently threading it through the tiny holes. He was very focused on his movements. In the dressing room, only the faint sound of fabric rubbing against each other could be heard. His fingertips would inevitably touch the skin on her back. Her skin was very smooth, and with each touch, Jiang He's body would tremble slightly. The movement was very small, but Lu Yuan could feel it. She held her breath. Lu Yuan didn't speak. He simply continued what he was doing. Chapter 112 Starlight Girls Cosplay Group.
Soon, the straps on her back were tied. He tied a neat knot around her waist.
All right, Lu Yuan said.
Zhang He breathed a sigh of relief. She moved her shoulders.
Next up are socks.
After he finished speaking, he squatted down in front of Zhang He. The changing room was too cramped. When he squatted down, his eye level was exactly at her thigh level.
Zhang He's body tensed up instantly.
Her hands instinctively covered the hem of her skirt.
Lu Yuan did not look up at her.
His attention was focused on the pair of green-striped socks. He reached out and grasped the edge of the sock that was bunched up at her ankle. The socks are made of a very elastic material. The edges are trimmed with white lace.
Lift your leg up a little, he said.
Zhang He hesitated for a moment, but still obediently raised that leg slightly. Lu Yuan's hand began to exert force. He carefully pulled the socks up her calves, little by little. Through the thin fabric, his fingers could clearly feel the firm and elastic muscles of her calves. He pulled it on slowly and steadily, making sure every inch of the sock was flat and snug against her legs. The socks were pulled up past the knees and continued upwards. The lace trim stopped at the midpoint of her thighs.
The other one, he said. He repeated the action he had just performed. After both socks are on. He stood up. What else?
No. That's all. Zhang He's voice was still trembling slightly. Her face was already flushed.
She didn't dare to look Lu Yuan in the eye. Let's go then.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and pulled open the curtain of the changing room. The outside lights suddenly flooded in.
He went out first.
Zhang He stood there for a few seconds before following them out. As soon as she went out, she was immediately surrounded by 4 other girls.
Wow! Zhang He! You're so hot! Su Xiaoli circled around her, exclaiming in amazement. Ahem! Yang Lele cleared her throat. Why did it take so long?
The clothes aren't very comfortable to wear, Zhang He explained softly. Her gaze flickered, avoiding Lu Yuan's eyes. Finally, all 5 girls had changed into their respective outfits. When the 5 of them stood together, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the store.
The shop assistant took a group photo of them. They decided to wear these outfits to the Demon Slayer themed cosplay parade being held in Akihabara.
When the 5 of them walked out of the clothing store and onto the central avenue of Pedestrian Paradise, they immediately caused a small commotion.
Look! Over there! It's the Demon Slayer Corps! Wow!
That love pillar has such a great figure.
Nezuko is so cute. Countless mobile phone cameras were pointed at them.
The girls were a little nervous at first, but they quickly got into character. Su Xiaoli took small, quick steps, hiding behind Yang Lele, only revealing her pair of curious big eyes. Bai Lu stood quietly to one side, holding a replica Nichiren blade in her hand, posing for photos with everyone who wanted to take a picture with her.
Yang Lele and Zhao Shuer stood together, their faces bearing the gentle yet aloof smile of Shinobu Kocho.
Zhang He was the most outgoing. With one hand on her hip and the other raised to her mouth, she struck Lian Zhu's classic heart-fluttering pose. Her figure perfectly complemented the outfit, and every smile and gesture drew attention from those around her.
Lu Yuan followed not far from them.
He was like a most dedicated agent and bodyguard. He carried their clothes and all their shopping bags. When overly enthusiastic fans tried to get too close, he would suddenly step forward and physically separate them. The parade proceeded slowly through the streets. The girls quickly became friends with the other cosplayers around them. They struck various poses together, attracting bursts of camera flashes.
The sun gradually set in the west. The billboards in Akihabara are even more dazzling with lights.
The parade reached its end. At the end of the event, the host invited all the cosplayers to a temporary stage for a group photo. The 5 girls from Stargirls were invited to the very center.
The 5 of them stood in a row.
Su Xiaoli crouched at the front, with Yang Lele and Zhao Shuer behind her, each drawing their Nichiren blades and assuming fighting stances. Bai Lu stood to the side, quietly watching the camera. Zhang He stood at the highest point, arms outstretched, a bright smile on her face.
3, 2, 1. The moment the host announced the countdown. Below the stage, all the flashbulbs turned on simultaneously. At that moment, the world seemed to be nothing but pure white. Lu Yuan stood outside the crowded throng.
He looked at the 5 girls shining on the stage. A slight smile appeared on his face. The group photo session concluded. The stage lights dimmed slightly. Cosplayers gradually came down from the stage. The 5 girls from Stargirls also stepped off the stage. They huddled together, chattering excitedly.
That was amazing! Su Xiaoli exclaimed, jumping up and down while hugging her bamboo tube.
I saw so many people taking pictures of us down below. Yes, Bai Lu nodded, still a little shy, but her eyes sparkling.
So many professional cameras.
Lu Yuan was already waiting below the stage. He placed the several large shopping bags containing their clothes and spoils at his feet. The girls ran over and surrounded him.
Boss!
Su Xiaoli looked up at him, her eyes shining brightly in the evening light.
How did we do just now?
Not bad, Lu Yuan said.
Is it just not bad? Su Xiaoli pouted.
Boss,
have you been watching us from down here the whole time?
Yang Lele asked.
So, who do you think looks the best among the 5 of us?
Su Xiaoli asked another tricky question. Before Lu Yuan could answer, she raised her hand on her own.
I think it's me. Nezuko is the cutest.
Clearly, Lianju looks the best, Jiang He said from the side.
She was clearly very satisfied with her current outfit.
She even deliberately twirled around, showing off her excellent figure. Shinobu Kocho is the most elegant, Zhao Shuier said abruptly.
Yes, Sister Ren is the best. Bai Lu echoed.
Seeing that an internal team vote was about to turn into a small-scale argument, Yang Lele quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
All right, they all look good. The 5 of us are the Demon Slayer Corps Akihabara division, right?
No, a voice said.
It's Su Xiaoli.
She shook her head, then turned her gaze to Lu Yuan.
We're still missing one. What's missing?
Yang Lele asked, puzzled. Our Demon Slayer Corps is all here, Su Xiaoli pointed to herself and the other 4 girls, but where are our enemies? As she said this, everyone's eyes followed her and fell on Lu Yuan.
If there are no enemies, who are we going to fight?
Su Xiaoli said confidently.
Lu Yuan looked at them. So, he asked.
So, Su Xiaoli said with a sly, fox-like smile, Boss, why don't you cosplay one too? Chapter 113 Future Plans.
Yeah.
Bai Lu chimed in, this was probably her boldest statement of the day.
What will the boss cosplay?
Jiang He's eyes lit up as she looked Lu Yuan up and down with great interest. We're all demon slayers now, so the boss can only cosplay as a demon. Let me think, Su Xiaoli stroked her chin, how about the boss cosplays that?
Upper Moon 3, Akaza?
No, Jiang He immediately shook her head, that one isn't handsome.
Then, Upper Moon 2, Doma?
That's even worse, that's a pervert.
Who else could it be? Kibutsuji Musen.
Zhao Shuier suddenly spoke up.
The scene fell silent for a second.
Then, all the girls' eyes lit up.
That's right. The final boss. Yes. This is it.
Su Xiaoli clapped her hands.
The boss's figure and temperament are absolutely perfect for cosplaying Musen.
I think I saw Musen's clothes in that shop earlier.
Bai Lu also remembered. Let's go. Let's go now.
Without saying a word, the girls grabbed Lu Yuan's arms and headed towards the cosplay costume store. Lu Yuan was surrounded by them. I didn't say I was going to wear it, he said.
No. You have to wear it.
Su Xiaoli clung to his arm, acting spoiled.
This is a team activity, Yang Lele said with a smile. The boss can't make exceptions for us. That's right. He couldn't persuade them otherwise.
5 minutes later, he returned to the Cospatio clothing store.
The shop assistant wasn't surprised to see them return.
He smiled and took a brand new suit covered in a dust bag from behind the shelf. The white suit and top hat that Musen Kibutsuji wore when he disguised himself as an ordinary person.
Lu Yuan took the clothes and went into the dressing room.
The girls stood outside, lined up, eagerly waiting. This time, it didn't take long. The curtain was pulled open.
Lu Yuan came out from inside.
In that instant, it seemed as if all the light in the store was focused on him alone.
He wore a well-tailored white suit with a black shirt underneath and a white tie.
He wore white gloves and a white top hat with a black ribbon around the brim. The shop assistant was very thoughtful and provided him with a black, slightly curly wig and a pair of blood-red contact lenses.
He just stood there quietly.
There was no deliberate attempt to strike a pose. But that elegant, noble, yet slightly gloomy and dangerous aura naturally emanated from him. The girls were all stunned. Several seconds passed. Wow, Su Xiaoli exclaimed first, "Boss, you're so handsome." It's practically Musin himself." Bai Lu echoed softly. Jiang He stared at him intently, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. A rare look of surprise appeared on Zhao Shuer's face. Even the usually composed Yang Lele was somewhat stunned. "All right." Lu Yuan pulled down his hat brim. "Let's go. How do you want to shoot?" "Oh, right. Take a picture." The girls then seemed to wake up from their daze. They pulled Lu Yuan along and returned to the streets of Akihabara. They found a relatively quiet open space with neon billboards in the background. "Come on, first one." Su Xiaoli volunteered to be the director. The plot is that the Demon Slayer Corps encounters Musin disguised as a human. Everyone make that wary expression. So, the 5 girls drew their Sunwill swords, assumed fighting stances, and surrounded Lu Yuan in the middle. Lu Yuan stood between them, a faint, disdainful smile on his face, perfectly embodying the ease and confidence of the final boss. A guy who was also a cosplayer passing by kindly took this photo for them. "All right. Next scene." Su Xiaoli shouted again, "The plot is that the love pillar has been bewitched by Lord Musin. She has betrayed us." "Ha? Why me?" Jiang He was taken aback. Because of the love pillar's character setting, she's very easy to fall in love with people. Su Xiaoli said matter-of-factly. So, Jiang He put away her soft sword and, somewhat embarrassed, walked to Lu Yuan's side. "Come on, Jiang He, make that expression of admiration mixed with a little fear, and take the boss's arm," Su Xiaoli instructed. Jiang He blushed slightly, but still did as she was told. She reached out and gently took Lu Yuan's arm. "All right, everyone else, put on that you traitor look of deep remorse." Yang Lele, Zhao Shuer, and Bai Lu all looked at Jiang He with very complicated expressions. Su Xiaoli even pointed at her with a trembling finger, completely immersed in her role. The photos turned out surprisingly well, full of drama. They took many more photos. The Kocho Shinobu sisters Yang Lele and Zhao Shuer were on either side of Lu Yuan, holding the tips of their knives to his neck. Nezuko Su Xiaoli ambushed him from behind, attempting to chop him in the back of the neck with a hand chop. There was also a group of people who had been knocked to the ground, with only Lu Yuan standing in the middle, looking down at them like a king ruling the world. Every photo was full of joy and creativity. The girls completely let loose. They no longer saw Lu Yuan as a high and mighty boss, but as a friend they could joke and play around with, or even family. It was completely dark outside. The streetlights in Akihabara, however, shone even brighter. "All right, that's enough for today." Lu Yuan checked the time. "Go back and remove your makeup, then go eat." "Hey, I want to play a little longer," Su Xiaoli said reluctantly. "There are plans for tomorrow." They went back to the clothing store and changed back into their own clothes. Tokyo, Ginza. Lu Yuan led the 5 girls to a kaiseki restaurant located on the top floor of a building in Ginza. Lu Yuan had booked the largest private room at this restaurant in advance. The room had huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the bustling night view of Ginza. Below were the endless stream of cars and brightly lit streets, while in the distance, the warm lights of Tokyo Tower shone. The girls had changed back into their casual clothes and removed their cosplay makeup. They had spent the afternoon having a blast in Akihabara and were now a little tired, but still very excited. They knelt on soft cushions around a large wooden dining table. "Wow, it's so beautiful here." Su Xiaoli pressed her face against the glass window, looking at the night view outside. "Looking down from here, it feels like the whole of Tokyo is at our feet. The tableware here is so exquisite." Bai Lu carefully picked up the small porcelain plate in front of her, which was decorated with several hand-painted maple leaves. Waitresses dressed in kimonos came and went quietly like ghosts, serving dishes that were as exquisite as works of art. Prepayment, 8-inch cake, nyukatsuki, kazaki. Boss, Jiang Yi picked up a piece of crystal-clear sea bream sashimi with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, chewed it a few times, and her eyes lit up. "It's delicious." "Eat more if you like," Lu Yuan said. Boss, Su Xiaoli asked, taking a sip of sake and her cheeks slightly flushed, "Where can we go next time? Where else can we go?" "I'd like to visit the 109 building in Shibuya." "We'll wait until you come to Japan next time," Lu Yuan said. "If you do a good job, you'll naturally get a vacation." "Yay!"
The atmosphere at dinner was very relaxed.
They chatted about the interesting things that happened in Akihabara during the day, which cosplayer was the coolest, and where they planned to put the figurines they bought in their dorm room.
Lu Yuan listened quietly most of the time, occasionally interjecting a word or two.
When a grilled dish was served, Yang Lele suddenly spoke up.
Boss. I have a question.
Yang Lele put down her chopsticks, her expression more serious than before.
I want to know, what exactly are the company's plans for us, for Stargirls, for the future?
The question immediately fell silent in the private room. The other 4 girls also stopped eating and looked at Lu Yuan.
Chapter 114 Niso Corporation.
You already have a certain level of recognition in China, Lu Yuan said. Your song The Inheritors has made many people aware of you. Your singles have also performed very well.
But that's not enough.
An idol group can't rely on just 1 or 2 hit singles or a hit variety show.
You need an album that can establish your style and status. An album that can win awards.
So, once you've finished all your work in Japan and returned home, your first priority will be to prepare your first official album.
An album? Yang Lele's eyes lit up. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded.
I've already asked Joe Manny to contact the top songwriters, producers, and choreographers both domestically and internationally.
Nith Entertainment will invest heavily in this album, no expense is too much. I want to make it the best album of the year. Silence fell once more in the private room. But this time, behind the silence lay immense surprise and anticipation.
A very soft voice broke the silence.
It is White Dew.
She clutched the hem of her clothes, lowered her head, and spoke as softly as a mosquito's buzz.
Can I give it a try too? Try what? Writing songs.
Bai Lu looked up, her face flushed, but her eyes held an unprecedented determination. I sometimes write melodies myself, although they're not very good.
Sure, Lu Yuan said without hesitation. Bai Lu was stunned.
She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to agree so readily. When you get back, compile everything you've written into a demo and send it to me, Lu Yuan said. I'll find the most professional producers to listen to it. If they think you have potential, the company will fully support you. Even if they don't think it's good enough, the company will arrange top-level creative courses for you. I hope that each of you will not only be performers on stage.
Lu Yuan looked at them. I hope that you can all become true artists. Find the field you are best at and most passionate about, and then do it to the extreme. Bai Lu's eyes immediately reddened. She nodded vigorously. I will try my best. Boss, Zhang, he began, what about me? I feel like my dancing has reached a bottleneck. I want to learn something more powerful. What kind do you want?
I want to go to America, to Los Angeles, and study in those top dance studios for a while, Zhang Yi said, expressing a wish she had kept hidden in her heart for a long time.
Sure.
Lu Yuan repeated those 2 words, after the promotional period for your album ends.
If you still want it that way, the company will make arrangements for you. All expenses will be covered by the company. As for you, Lu Yuan then looked at Zhao Shuer, who had remained silent, what are your thoughts?
Zhao Shuer raised her head and looked at Lu Yuan.
She remained silent for a few seconds. I want to act, she said. Acting? This answer surprised everyone. Yes. Zhao Shuer nodded. I want to become an actress. Why?
I feel that on stage, I play the role of Zhao Shuer from Stargirls, she said.
But I want to try playing a completely different person and living a completely different life. I think that would be very interesting. Okay, Lu Yuan said. I'll have the company's film and television department keep an eye out for suitable roles for you. Start with some small supporting roles. Acting is different from being an idol, it requires more experience and growth. The time it takes to eat a meal. Lu Yuan planned out a path to the future for each of them.
The next day, Konan, Minato Ward, Tokyo. A black Toyota Century slowly came to a stop in front of the global headquarters of Niso Interactive Entertainment. This building is itself a declaration of power. It is constructed entirely of dark gray glass curtain walls and steel structures, with cold, precise lines, like a huge crystal that has been meticulously cut. Sunlight shone on the glass, reflecting a cold, dazzling light. In the plaza in front of the building, the huge Niso logo and SP sign quietly and powerfully proclaimed that this was one of the cores of a global gaming empire. The car door opened. Ken Watanabe, the vice president of Saibao Company, Limited, got out of the car first. He was wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit, and his hair was neatly combed. He quickly walked to the other side and personally opened the car door for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan got out of the car. Today he wore a black turtleneck cashmere sweater, a dark gray Chesterfield coat, black trousers, and a pair of polished black derby shoes. He wasn't wearing a tie. His attire was simple, but the fabric and cut of each garment exuded an understated elegance. Two receptionists in Niso uniforms were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Watanabe-kan and Lu Yuan, they immediately bowed deeply. "Mr. Watanabe, Mr. Lu, welcome. Minister Kudo is already waiting." One of the receptionists led the way. They walked through a spacious, futuristic first-floor lobby. The lobby had a high dome, a predominantly white color scheme, and was accented with blue LED strips. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the intricate structure of the ceiling. On the wall, a huge screen was playing a loop of high-energy montages of SP's latest games. Sony employees, wearing various name tags, hurried through the lobby, each exuding an aura of focused confidence unique to tech elites. The elevator was high speed. Numbers jumped rapidly on the screen, giving almost no sense of weightlessness. Finally, the elevator stopped on the 35th floor. "Arrive." The receptionist led them not to the usual meeting room area, but to a pure white corridor separated by glass walls. At the end of the corridor was a huge laboratory. The laboratory was separated from the outside world by a full wall of anti-static glass, and it was filled with all kinds of precision instruments. Green waveforms danced on the oscilloscope, the robotic arm moved silently, and the indicator lights on the server blinked rhythmically. In the center of the laboratory, a figure wearing a white anti-static suit was leaning over a workbench with his back to them. She wore an anti-static wrist strap, and her long hair was tied back with a simple hair clip. All her attention was focused on the dark green motherboard in front of her, covered with complex circuits and chips. Her fingers, holding a pair of tweezers, were carefully adjusting a component on the motherboard, smaller than a grain of rice. Her movements were steady and precise, possessing an almost artistic beauty. "That's Ms. Shizuka Kudo, the head of the hardware R&D department," Ken Watanabe introduced in a low voice to Lu Yuan. Chapter 115: The Game Empire. Lu Yuan remained silent. His gaze pierced through the thick glass and landed on the focused figure. "Byte. A chosen one matching the criteria has been detected. Name code name, Kudo Shizuka. Age, 32. Health index, 95%. Genetic potential rating, A. Eligibility criteria for rewards. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 0. Overall rating, 90. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. System review, motherboard and rows. A genius engineer who explores ultimate beauty within cold logic circuits, the youngest core architect in the history of the SP series mainframes. Her wisdom is enough to build a brand new digital empire. The receptionist seemed to have received some kind of notification. She looked inside and pressed some kind of button. In the lab, Shizuka Kudo put down her tools. She straightened up, stretched, and then turned around. She took off her goggles. Her appearance was cool and intellectual. Her features were delicate, but her face lacked any superfluous expression. Her skin was very fair, and her lips were pale. She wore a white anti-static suit over a simple gray shirt. Her gaze met Lu Yuan's through the glass. She nodded slightly to them as a greeting. Then, she walked out of the lab, took off her anti-static suit, and stood in a sterilization device for about 10 seconds. When she finally walked up to Lu Yuan and the others, she had changed back into a smart gray women's suit. "Mr. Watanabe, it's been a long time." Her voice, like her appearance, carried a hint of coldness. "This must be Mr. Lu Yuan of Myth Entertainment. I've heard so much about you." "Minister Kudo, I'm sorry to interrupt your work," said Ken Watanabe. "It's all right." Kudo Shizuka turned her gaze to Lu Yuan. "The meeting room is ready. This way, please." She walked ahead and led the way. The meeting room is located at the very top of this floor. With its 270-degree curved floor-to-ceiling windows, it offers a panoramic view of the entire Tokyo Bay. The sky in the distance is a pure blue. The three sat down at the huge conference table. The female secretary served coffee. "Mr. Lu, is your visit here to discuss the possibility of content collaboration?" Shizuka Kudo asked directly. She sat very upright, her hands resting on the table.
Content collaborations can be handled by my people.
Lu Yuan picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and said, I'm here today because I'm more interested in hardware.
Hardware? Shizuka Kudo's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly.
I'm very interested in the design of the SP series, Lu Yuan said, especially its high-speed SSD and 3D audio technology.
It's outstanding. Thank you.
This is the result of our team's hard work, Shizuka Kudo replied in a very official tone. However, Lu Yuan changed the subject. Its CPU performance, in my opinion, is still too conservative.
And its design has also made too many compromises in order to take into account heat dissipation. Shizuka Kudo looked at him without saying a word.
She was waiting for him to continue.
Miss Kudo, Lu Yuan put down his coffee cup, his gaze fixed on Kudo Shizuka's eyes. Would you be interested in personally leading a brand new gaming empire? Silence fell over the meeting room. Ken Watanabe's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze in mid-air.
Kudo Shizuka's expression remained unchanged.
About 3 seconds passed.
She tapped her fingers lightly on the table.
Mr. Lu, she said, I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. My meaning is very simple. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair. Myth Entertainment is preparing to develop a brand new, next-generation game console of our own.
I'm here to invite you to be the chief person in charge of this project.
This time, the silence lasted even longer.
Outside the window, an airplane flew slowly across the sky, leaving a white trail in its wake.
Kudo Shizuka's lips suddenly curved upwards in a small arc.
It was a polite smile, but one devoid of any warmth.
Mr. Lu, are you joking? She said. Do I look like I'm joking? Well then, if I may be so bold, Kudo Shizuka's smile vanished.
Her eyes sharpened.
Mr. Lu, do you know how much investment is required from a design blueprint to a mass-produced game console that's placed in the living rooms of gamers worldwide? She didn't wait for Lu Yuan's reply. It's in the hundreds of millions of US dollars. This only covers the initial R&D and production line construction costs, not including market promotion and subsequent ecosystem maintenance. Do you know what the core competitiveness of a game console is besides performance? It's the supply chain.
It's whether you can get the world's top chips, memory, and screens at the lowest cost.
It took Niso over 30 years to establish the partnerships he has with giants like Samsung, TSMC, and BMD. It's an impenetrable barrier. How do you plan to break it down? Do you have your own chip design team? Do you have your own operating system kernel development team? If not, are you planning to completely outsource and then just assemble a computer with your logo on it? Finally, and most importantly, games.
A game console without enough high-quality exclusive games to support it is just a pile of expensive electronic waste. How do you plan to convince thousands of game developers worldwide to abandon a platform they've cultivated for decades to develop games for your brand new, uncertain platform? She spoke quickly, clearly, and logically. Each question was like a scalpel, precisely targeting the most vulnerable part of this fantasy. After she finished speaking, the only sound in the entire conference room was the faint hum of the air conditioning vents.
Ken Watanabe had already put down his coffee cup. He looked at Lu Yuan with some nervousness.
Lu Yuan listened to all the questions, but his expression remained unchanged. He did not answer any of the questions directly. He simply took a black card out of his pocket, gently placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Shizuka Kudo. It was a completely black, matte metal card with his name and a phone number printed on it using only gold foil stamping.
Myth Entertainment has prepared an initial budget of $500 million for this project. He spoke. His voice was calm. This is just seed funding.
As for games, My Mythical Pictures owns the most top-tier IPs in the world.
And as for those game companies I don't own. He paused for a moment. I will buy them directly. Shizuka Kudo's pupils contracted sharply for a moment.
She looked at the black card on the table, then looked up at Lu Yuan. This man was not joking. Behind his calm gaze lay a kind of unfamiliar, undeniable madness and confidence. It is a power capable of burning away all common sense and rules.
Lu Yuan stood up from his chair. My offer is valid indefinitely, he said.
If one day you get tired of dancing to someone else's rules, you can make this call. After he finished speaking, he nodded to Shizuka Kotori. Then, he turned and walked towards the door of the conference room. Ken Watanabe paused for a moment, then quickly stood up and followed. In the huge conference room, only Shizuka Kudo remained. she maintained her upright posture. Her gaze fell on the black card lying quietly on the table.
The sunlight outside the window shone on the gold embossed lettering of the card, reflecting a dazzling light. Chapter 116 Mythical Games.
The Fuji Room Banquet Hall on the second floor of the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, Japan.
5 minutes until the press conference officially begins.
This place has become a battleground for technology and financial media from around the world. More than 300 journalists from all over the globe have arrived, packing the entire banquet hall to capacity.
Cameras and lenses are densely packed, like a jungle.
The air was filled with the cacophony of conversations in various languages, the clatter of keyboards, and the clicking of camera shutters. Everyone seemed both anxious and excited. No one knew what Myth Entertainment, the Chinese entertainment giant, was up to by suddenly holding such a high-profile press conference in Tokyo. The invitation simply stated, "Witness the beginning of a new era." On the giant LED screen at the front of the banquet hall, the logo of Myth Entertainment is slowly rotating.
Time passed by, second by second. It was exactly 2 p.m.
The lights in the room suddenly went out. All the noise vanished in an instant. Only the camera shutter continued its tireless clicking.
On the LED screen, the logo of Myth Entertainment disappeared, replaced by a deep universe. A powerful CG animation, produced by a top-notch special effects team, begins to play.
From chaotic nebulae to the birth of the first star, from barren planets to the budding of life, from ancient civilizations to futuristic cities, finally, the image freezes on a mysterious Rubik's Cube radiating blue light, composed of countless codes and light paths. The Rubik's Cube slowly rotated, eventually coalescing into two large, gold-embossed characters: Myth. The music stopped abruptly at its climax. The stage lights came on. A figure emerged from the shadows of the stage.
It's Lu Yuan.
He wore a well-pressed black bespoke suit, a white shirt, and no tie. One button was undone at the collar. He walked with unhurried steps to the back of the podium in the center of the stage.
The moment he appeared, the flashbulbs went off like explosives, instantly illuminating the entire banquet hall as if it were daytime.
The sound of camera shutters was as dense as a torrential downpour.
Lu Yuan didn't look at the cameras. His gaze calmly swept over the reporters' section below the stage. "Good afternoon," he said.
His voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone, resonated throughout the entire venue.
"I am Lu Yuan, the founder of Myth Entertainment." He paused for a moment, seemingly giving the reporters ample time to take photos. "Today, we are not here to release a movie or an album. We are here to announce the birth of a new era."
He pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. On the screen behind him, a line of text appeared: Mythic Games.
A small commotion broke out in the press section below the stage.
"Today, I am officially announcing the establishment of Myth Games, a brand new subsidiary of Myth Entertainment Group. Its sole objective is to develop a completely new next-generation game console that can compete with Nexos, Nintendo, and Microsoft."
These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake.
The scene was initially deathly silent. The reporters were stunned, wondering if they had misheard.
A few seconds later, the silence was replaced by a deafening roar. "What? Has he gone mad? Are you kidding me?"
The reporters whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock and disbelief.
Lu Yuan ignored the reactions from the audience. He pressed the next button on the remote control. On the screen appeared a huge, shocking number: $5 billion. To this end, Myth Entertainment will provide an initial budget of $5 billion for this project.
The venue fell silent once again. This time, it was truly deathly silent.
Everyone was stunned by this number, leaving their minds blank. $5 billion.
This is no longer a business plan, it's an almost insane, all-or-nothing gamble.
"I know what you're thinking," Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. "You'll think this is a joke." The arrogant words of an amateur.
"So, next, I will introduce the person in charge of this plan. He is also the first and most core creator of this new empire." He turned around and stretched out his hand to the side of the stage.
"Let us welcome Ms. Shizuka Kudo, CEO and Chief Product Architect of Myth Games."
The spotlight shone on the side of the stage. A figure emerged from the light. She was wearing a pure white suit skirt, her long hair was tied up at the back of her head, and her face had a cool, expressionless makeup. The moment they realized who she was, the Japanese reporters in the audience erupted in a frenzy.
"Kudo? Kudo Shizuka? That SP version of Shizuka Kudo? Niso's national treasure level genius?" You can't be kidding. How could she be here? The appearance of Shizuka Kudo was even more impactful than the $5 billion budget. She walked over to Lu Yuan and took another microphone from his hand. The flashbulbs from the audience were going absolutely wild. That evening, at 7 o'clock. Kagurazaka, a high-end restaurant in Akasaka, Tokyo. This is a Michelin 3-star restaurant hidden deep in an alley, with only a small curtain at the entrance and no signboard. The top-floor private room is named Sky Dome. 3 walls of the room are enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the dazzling night view of Tokyo unfolds, with the Tokyo Tower gleaming red in the distance. Lu Yuan and Shizuka Kudo sat facing each other. Between them was an exquisite kaiseki meal. Shizuka Kudo had changed out of her white suit and into a dark blue kimono with subtle patterns. She let her hair down, and her demeanor softened, losing some of the sharpness she displayed at the press conference. Congratulations. Lu Yuan raised his sake cup. Today, you are the focus of the whole world. I think what they're more interested in is your $50 billion. Shizuka Kudo also raised her glass and gently clinked it against his. A crisp sound. Starting tomorrow, she took a sip of her drink. Sony's stock price may experience a tsunami. The legal department will talk to me, and former colleagues may treat me as a traitor. My phone will be ringing off the hook. Do you regret it? Lu Yuan asked. No. Shizuka Kudo shook her head. Actually, I feel very excited. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on her face. Though it was subtle, it came from the heart. In my last few years at the company, I felt like a paper hanger. My daily work was to repair and fix things in a house with a fixed structure. It was a constant compromise between performance, cost, and the market. And you, she looked at Lu Yuan, gave me an empty plot of land. It allowed me to build a real palace from scratch, according to my own ideas. I'm not just giving you an empty plot of land, Lu Yuan said. I will give you everything you need to build this palace. Funding, talent, technology, content, everything. Then what do you want? Shizuka Kudo asked. What kind of empire do you want? What I want is a truly seamless digital entertainment ecosystem that connects movies, music, games, virtual idols, and even future VR/AR, Lu Yuan said. Game consoles are just the first cornerstone of this empire. Myth Entertainment's film IPs can be adapted into top-tier AAA games. Popular characters from the games can debut as virtual idols. The virtual idols concerts can then utilize the VR technology we are currently developing. He was painting a picture of a grand, almost unrealistic vision. Shizuka Kudo listened quietly. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She saw in this man a kind of obsession and madness, just like hers, in creating the ultimate product. They are the same kind of people. Chapter 117: The New Era. Akasaka, Tokyo, Japan. The press conference that shook the global technology and finance world ended 5 hours ago. But the aftershocks it has stirred up have only just begun. At this moment, Lu Yuan and Kudo Shizuka are in a high-class restaurant called Kagurazaka Ishikawa. This restaurant is hidden deep in a quiet cobblestone alley in Akasaka, with no conspicuous signboard, only a small curtain with the words Ishikawa hanging on the door. It has been awarded 3 Michelin stars for many years and is famous for its exquisite ingredients and zen-like dining experience. Lu Yuan had booked the only private room on the top floor, named Sky Dome. This is a completely private space. 3 sides are floor-to-ceiling windows made of a single, massive pane of glass. Outside, the dazzling night view of Tokyo unfolds. Skyscrapers stand shoulder to shoulder, forming a steel forest. The flowing traffic, shimmering with light, resembles a surging golden river. In the distance, the red Tokyo Tower stands quietly and strikingly against the night sky. The room was decorated with extreme simplicity. There was a rectangular dining table made from a single piece of ebony, a few soft futon cushions, and a calligraphy work hanging on the wall. That was all. Lu Yuan had changed out of his afternoon suit and was now wearing a black turtleneck cashmere sweater and dark gray casual trousers. He knelt in the main seat. Shizuka Kudo sat opposite him. She also changed out of the sharp white suit she wore at the press conference. She put on a dark blue use and dyed kimono with subtle silver wave patterns, and a black Hakata ori sash woven with white houndstooth. Her long hair was pinned up with a simple silver hairpin, revealing the smooth and beautiful lines of her neck. Having shed her professional armor, her cool and sharp aura softened considerably. In the dim yet warm light, she looked more like a well-educated young lady from an ancient family. The elegant waitresses, dressed in kimonos, entered and exited quietly, like silent shadows. Exquisite kaiseki cuisine was served one dish after another. From the appetizer Sakezo Kokaido sea urchin with caviar to the colorful Has-sun, resembling a garden scene, and finally to the crystal-clear Mukozuke sashimi served in an ice bowl. Each dish is like a work of art. The reporters this afternoon seemed to be going crazy. Shizuka Kudo picked up a slice of pufferfish sashimi as thin as a cicada's wing with her chopsticks, dipped it lightly in the special soy sauce, and then put it in her mouth. She chewed very slowly. They're going to go crazy for a while. Lu Yuan poured himself a glass of sake. Tomorrow morning, Niso's stock price will probably plummet quite spectacularly. The head office has called me 3 times already, Shizuka Kudo said. The legal department sent 11 emails. My former mentor, who was the previous chief architect of SP, also sent me a very long message. He said I was a traitor to the company. Her tone was calm, as if she were talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Do you regret it? Lu Yuan asked almost the same question as in the afternoon. No. Shizuka Kudo shook her head, then looked up at Lu Yuan. Her eyes shone with an astonishing light in the dim light. Actually, I feel very excited. It's like an alchemist who has been locked in a cage for a long time has finally been given a chance to build his own alchemical tower. She paused, then put down her chopsticks. Mr. Lu, to be honest, I found your invitation to Niso's conference room absurd, she said. It sounded like a presumptuous layman's daydream, built on money and destined to fail. What made you change your mind? Lu Yuan asked. It was your last sentence, Shizuka Kudo said. I will buy them directly. At that moment, I realized that you and I might be the same kind of people. We don't believe in rules, we only believe in power. You believe in the power of capital, and I believe in the power of technology. We both have an almost obsessive desire to create something unprecedented. So, I've come. I want to know, she leaned forward slightly, what kind of empire do you really want? Is it just a mainframe that's more powerful than the SP5? I don't believe it. If that's the case, you don't need to come to me. With $5 billion, you can buy the best contract manufacturers and design companies in the world. Lu Yuan looked at her. No. One host is just the beginning, he said. What I want is not a game console. What I want is a truly seamless, mythical digital entertainment ecosystem that connects movies, music, games, virtual reality, and even future AI-powered social interaction. He didn't describe it in great detail, but his tone carried an undeniable certainty. My Myth Pictures is collaborating with the world's top directors to produce epic films. The IPs of these films can be directly adapted into AAA games with cinematic visuals and the same grand worldview. We are preparing a girl group composed of top idols. They can not only hold concerts in real life, but also become virtual idols in our game world, with completely different identities and stories. Their concerts can even be directly conducted through VR devices, allowing fans all over the world to participate in the immersive experience. Myth Entertainment has acquired a large number of online literature copyrights. Those stories with hundreds of millions of readers will become a continuous source of content in our ecosystem. They will be adapted into movies, animations, games. Each story is a world. And the game console is the gateway to our vast empire. It's a key. It connects the real and the virtual, and is the ultimate platform for all content. Therefore, it must be the most powerful, the most convenient, and the most beautiful. Shizuka Kudo listened quietly. Her breathing became somewhat rapid. Her hands, which were resting on her knees, unconsciously clenched into fists. She was a top-notch engineer, a technological genius. She understood better than anyone what the blueprint Lu Yuan had drawn up meant. That wasn't just a product, it was an unprecedented, massive, closed-loop ecosystem that encompassed all forms of entertainment. If it could really be achieved, that would not be a commercial victory. That was a revolution. A complete upheaval of the entire entertainment industry. And she will personally build the foundation of this new world. This temptation is irresistible to any engineer who holds the ultimate ideal of technology. So she began, her voice trembling slightly. What you need me to do is not just a motherboard for a game console. It's designing an entire underlying hardware architecture for this future empire? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. I need you to forge a unique heart for myth. A heart strong enough to drive this vast empire. Kudo Shizuka looked at him and remained silent for a long time.
The Tokyo night view outside the window flowed into a dazzling galaxy in her clear eyes. She suddenly smiled. "I know why top directors and actors are willing to work with you," she said.
"You are a very dangerous man.
You're not just using money to lure them, you're using a dream that they can't refuse to kidnap them." She took a deep breath, then stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to Lu Yuan, "Was also kidnapped by you." She looked out the window at the dazzling night view. "I accept this kidnapping," she said. Then she turned around and went back to her seat. She picked up her empty sake cup, then picked up Lu Yuan's cup and filled both cups. She pushed one of the cups in front of Lu Yuan. She picked up the other one herself. "From today onwards, Shizuka Kudo will serve you," she said.
"Not for salary, not for position.
For this crazy and great empire that we are about to create together." She raised her glass. Lu Yuan also raised his glass. Two exquisite Kuriko glasses gently clinked together in mid-air. It made a ding sound, a crisp sound,
like a tolling bell announcing the arrival of a new era. Chapter 118 Arcs Concert. Kitanamaru Park, Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, Japan. Night had already fallen.
The enormous onion-shaped dome stood quietly amidst the greenery of the park. This was the Nippon Budokan. It was a sacred place in the hearts of countless musicians.
Tonight, this place belongs to ARC.
This is the first time they have stepped into this octagonal hall since their debut with Shinwa Entertainment, and it is also the Tokyo stop of their first Asian tour concert. Outside the venue, crowds of people finishing their day's work were pouring in from all directions, converging into luminous streams. Most of them held official ARC light sticks. At the top of the light sticks was a black logo resembling the ace of spades.
Lu Yuan did not use the main entrance.
His Toyota Century drove directly into the stadium's underground parking lot via a special passage reserved by security personnel. Shin Lan and a security team composed of core members of Myth Entertainment's security department were already waiting here.
Lu Yuan got out of the car.
He was wearing a simple white t-shirt, black casual pants, and white sneakers.
"Boss."
Shin Lan stepped forward.
She was wearing black tactical trousers and an inconspicuous gray hoodie, the brim pulled low.
"Everything is normal," she said.
Lu Yuan nodded.
Under the protection of Shin Lan and several security personnel, Lu Yuan took the internal staff elevator directly to the VIP box located on the second floor of the South Grandstand.
This is a completely isolated space.
Thick soundproof glass reduces the deafening noise from the stadium by 90%. The room contains comfortable sofas, a bar, and a separate bathroom. Through the huge glass window directly in front, one can enjoy an unobstructed view of the entire stage and the audience seating area. At this point, there were still 20 minutes until the start of the game. Inside the venue, all 14,000 seats were occupied. The dimly lit, enormous octagonal stadium was filled with a sea of pink and black light sticks.
An atmosphere of anticipation, excitement, and fervor permeated the air.
The deafening cheers and chatter rose like a never-ending tide.
Lu Yuan didn't sit down on the sofa.
He walked to the glass window, put his hands in his pockets, and quietly looked at the surging sea of stars below. Beside him, Ken Watanabe and several high-ranking executives from Toho Company Limited sat upright. They had been waiting there for some time. "Mr. Lu, ARC's popularity is truly beyond imagination," Ken Watanabe said, his tone filled with amazement.
"The tickets for the Budokan were all sold out in 5 minutes.
The merchandise was also snapped up before the show even started.
This is unprecedented among female idol groups in recent years." Lu Yuan did not turn around, his gaze remained fixed on the arena.
Next to the bar, there was a laptop. On the screen, a data backend was displayed, showing real-time updates on the number of viewers for the live stream, online sales of related merchandise, and the popularity of topics on social media. An employee dressed in a Myth Entertainment uniform was quietly sitting in front of the computer.
7:30 p.m. All the lights in the venue went out in an instant.
The world was plunged into pure darkness. The next second, a scream as loud as a landslide erupted from every corner of the venue, almost lifting the dome of the martial arts hall. In the darkness, the 3 giant LED screens in the center of the stage lit up simultaneously. The VCR has started playing. To the accompaniment of futuristic electronic music, the faces of Han Chae-young, Kim Jenny, and Park Won-young appear alternately on the screen. They wear highly aggressive makeup and have sharp eyes. A virtual city constructed with CG effects collapses and rebuilds behind them. The music stopped abruptly at its climax.
The screen went dark. On the stage, dozens of dazzling white beams of light shot into the sky. In the center of the stage, the lift slowly rises. 3 figures appeared in the smoke. The screams at the scene reached a new peak. A powerful drumbeat begins. It's their debut song, Venom. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, the music started and the dance began. Their movements were perfectly synchronized and powerful. Every turn, every wave, every fixed point was so precise it was as if they had been programmed by a computer. The director's camera work was flawless. At times, there were close-up shots that quickly switched between the 3 women, capturing fleeting, alluring expressions on their faces. At other times, there were panoramic shots from directly above the stage, showcasing the complex and glamorous formations they formed with dozens of backup dancers. Bang! As the first chorus ended, dazzling flames erupted from both sides of the stage. The intense heat was so intense that even the audience in the front rows could feel it. Lu Yuan remained standing by the window. His gaze wasn't on the stage, but rather on the 2 secondary screens on either side of it, which were specifically used to project close-ups of the members. What he saw was not art, not passion. Instead, they are commercial symbols that have been refined through countless trials and precise calculations. Jenny's rap section. Her enunciation is clear, her rhythm is incredibly strong, and her eyes convey an undisguised ambition and aggression. Every gesture, every expression, precisely conveys a "I am the only one" message to the audience. This is the core charm of the group, the key to attracting young female fans who crave power and independence. A close-up of Park Won-young. She has a near-perfect face that conforms to mainstream East Asian beauty standards. When she makes that signature, slightly innocent wink at the camera, the fan area below erupts in a particularly loud scream. She is the group's visual center, a magic weapon for attracting male fans and the general public. As the team leader, Han Chae-young played a perfect balancing role between the two. Her dance moves were the most precise, and her vocals the most stable. When the camera focused on her, she always wore a calm and confident smile. She was the team's pillar of strength, the guarantee of the team's professionalism. Lu Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie. "Director," he said calmly, "for the 3rd song, switch to camera number 4 and give Park Won-young a 3-second close-up. Let her make eye contact with the camera where she turns around." Received. A brief reply came from the walkie-talkie. Ken Watanabe and several other high-ranking executives from Towa watched quietly from the sidelines. They looked at Lu Yuan as if he were a general commanding a battle. 5 fast-paced dance tracks in a row came to an end. The stage lights dimmed. The 3 people walked to both sides of the stage, quickly drinking water and wiping their sweat. The fans at the scene began to chant their names in unison. Kim Jenny. Han Chae-young. Park Won-young. Ark. Kim Jenny. Han Chae-young. Park Won-young. Ark. A few seconds later, the lights came on again. The lyrical segment begins. The 3 of them sat on the high stools. Park Won-young picked up a wooden guitar, while Han Chae-young sat in front of a white grand piano. The music started. It was a beautiful R&B love song. The fans in the audience put down their light sticks and turned on their phone flashlights. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall transformed from a sea of pink and black frenzy into a pure white, tranquil starry sky. Chapter 119 Encore. Lu Yuan glanced at the data on the laptop next to the bar. After the ballad segment began, sales of albums and related merchandise for ballads on the online store started to rise significantly. This was a meticulously designed, large-scale commercial event using music and stage as its medium. Every element was designed to stimulate the audience's emotions, which were then precisely translated into commercial value. The concert lasted 2.5 hours. A girl wearing a t-shirt with the ARC logo stood in Section A of the inner field. In her hand, she tightly gripped a light stick that had turned pink and black. The moment the lights went out, she, like everyone else around her, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The stage is far away. She couldn't see her idol's face clearly. She could only see 3 small, glowing figures. But it doesn't matter. Their faces were displayed on the giant screen in front of her. Flawless faces. She waved her light stick along with the people around her, chanting the cheers she knew by heart. Her voice was hoarse, and her arms ached from waving. But she felt nothing. When her favorite slow song played, the venue transformed into a white sea of stars. She cried. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. She didn't know why she was crying. Maybe it was because the song was so beautiful, Or maybe it was because the atmosphere was so moving. Maybe it was simply because, at that moment, she felt she wasn't alone. She was sharing the same emotion with the 14,000 people in the audience, and with those three distant figures on stage. At that moment, she felt healed. After the fans shouted encore 3 times at the top of their lungs, the three of them, wearing white t-shirts and jeans with the concert logo printed on them, ran back onto the stage. They stopped performing intense dances and simply ran back and forth on the extended platform with microphones, interacting with and waving to the fans in the audience. They read the thank you letter in Japanese, which they had learned in advance but were not yet fluent in. Jenny's voice choked up halfway through her sentence. Park Won-young and Han Chae-young, standing beside her, smiled and patted her on the back. After the entire audience joined in singing their most popular slow song, the three of them walked to the center of the stage, held hands, and bowed deeply to all the audience members below. It exceeded 90 degrees. On the huge LED screen, the names of all the staff members began to scroll. The lights came on. The concert has officially ended. The dream has ended. The crowd began to leave in an orderly fashion, with expressions of satisfaction and exhaustion. Lu Yuan stood in the box for a while longer. He watched the staff members go on stage to dismantle the equipment, and the cleaning staff begin to sweep up the trash left in the audience seats. The venue, which was just moments ago incredibly noisy and bustling, is now visibly cooling down and emptying out, returning to its original coldness and emptiness as a massive building. "Let's go backstage and take a look," Lu Yuan said. He turned around and said to Kan Watanabe, "Backstage. This is a completely different world. In stark contrast to the glamorous stage, this place is chaotic, noisy, yet highly efficient." Staff in black overalls hurried about, communicating loudly through walkie-talkies. Various equipment, clothing racks, and prop boxes were piled up on both sides of the corridor. The air was thick with the smells of sweat, hairspray, and boxed lunches. Lu Yuan and his group walked through the maze-like corridors. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to Ark's private lounge. 2 security guards from Myth Entertainment were standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, they immediately opened the door. The lounge was packed with people. Makeup artist, stylist, agent, assistant. Han Chae-young, Kim Jenny, and Park Won-young slumped onto the sofa. Their makeup was ruined, and their hair was soaked with sweat, clinging to their faces in strands. They were still wearing the t-shirts they had worn during the encore, but those two were now completely drenched in sweat. They were panting heavily, and their assistant was wiping the sweat from their faces with a towel. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, all the staff in the room stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. "Boss." The 3 people on the sofa immediately struggled to stand up. "Sit down," Lu Yuan said. His voice wasn't loud, but the room immediately fell silent. He walked to the sofa and looked at the 3 of them. Their faces revealed undeniable exhaustion. 2.5 hours of intense singing and dancing had nearly drained all their energy. But the way they looked at Lu Yuan still held a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, like students waiting for their final exam results. Lu Yuan remained silent. He just stared at them for a full 10 seconds. Finally, he spoke. "Chae-young, in the 3rd song, there's a part of the high note that's off by half a key." Han Chae-young's body stiffened for a moment. "Yuan-ing, when you were interacting with fans on the extended stage, you stood too far forward. Twice, you blocked the spotlights from the main stage that were shining on Jenny." Park Won-young's lips moved, but no sound came out. "Jenny," Lu Yuan said, turning to Jeannie one last time, "your stamina is still not up to par. In the last 3 songs, the range of your dance moves was noticeably smaller by at least 20% compared to the beginning." After he finished speaking, the lounge fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath. The 3 girls lowered their heads even further. Ken Watanabe stood to the side, a hint of reluctance in his expression. In his opinion, the performance just now was already perfect. But Lu Yuan's voice rang out again. "Overall, it's not bad. Thanks for your hard work. Go back and get some rest. I don't want to see the same mistakes we made tonight in tomorrow's second game." After he finished speaking, he turned around and didn't look at them again. "Let's go," he said to Qinlan. Lu Yuan left the lounge. Until his figure completely disappeared through the doorway. The stagnant air in the lounge began to move again. On the sofa, Han Chae-young, Kim Jenny, and Park Won-young seemed to breathe a sigh of relief simultaneously. They glanced at each other, then collapsed onto the sofa. Tokyo, Imperial Hotel, presidential suite. An hour has passed since ARC's second and final concert at the Nippon Budokan ended. Lu Yuan returned to the suite. He took off his outdoor clothes, changed into a black silk bathrobe, and went into the bathroom. A dozen minutes later, he came out of the bathroom, his hair still wet, water droplets dripping from the ends of his hair onto the dark fabric of the bathrobe, leaving small dark stains. He walked to the bar in the living room, took out a bottle of single malt whiskey from the liquor cabinet, poured himself half a glass, and didn't add ice. He took his wine glass and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, Tokyo's nightscape unfolds tirelessly. The headlights of vehicles converge into a flowing river of light, and countless windows are lit, resembling a silent sea of stars. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Lu Yuan did not turn around. A while later, the suite door was opened from the outside using a room key. Xin Lan walked in. Chapter 120 has been found. She wore a black, sharply tailored women's suit, a white shirt, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. She wore no makeup. She wore flat leather shoes and walked silently on the carpet. She walked to the center of the living room, stopped, and kept a distance of about 5 meters from Lu Yuan. "Boss," she said. Lu Yuan turned around and looked at her. He didn't say anything, but simply swirled the wine glass in his hand. Xin Lan took out a very thin tablet from the inside pocket of her suit. She stepped forward and gently placed the tablet on the glass coffee table in the center of the living room. Then, she took a few steps back and returned to her original position. "Found it," she said. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down on the sofa. He picked up the tablet and turned on the screen. On the screen, a man's information was displayed. At the top of the document was a passport photo. The man in the photo was about 40 years old, with an Asian appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed. He looked like an ordinary office worker or a middle-level manager in a company. Below the photo is his personal information. Name, Tanaka Makoto. Public identity, senior partner at KM Investment Consulting. True identity, head of the intelligence processing team at the Tokyo branch of the Asian division of the international assassin organization Thanatos. Code name, Scribe. Internal functions, responsible for intelligence gathering, background analysis, action route planning, and cleanup of traces after mission failure. Below is more detailed information, including his daily routine, fixed schedule, several restaurants and bars he frequents, his license plate number, and the specific address of the luxury apartment he owns in the port area. The document concludes with a textual description. Based on cross-referencing of the leaked encrypted communication records from within Thanatos and a re-examination of the arena incident from back then, it has been confirmed that Tanaka Makoto, codenamed Secretary, was the intelligence officer in charge of the Qin Feng assassination mission. He planned the entire mission process and personally determined the final action plan. Lu Yuan's finger slid down on the screen. The page switched to a real-time monitoring map. On the map, a red dot was slowly moving inside a building near Kabukicho Ichiban-gai in Shinjuku Ward. Lu Yuan finished reading all the materials. He put the tablet aside, picked up the whiskey on the table, and took a sip. "What do you want to do?" he asked. "I want him dead," Xin Lan replied. Her voice was completely flat. "Will you do it yourself, or should I find someone to do it?" Lu Yuan asked again. "I can't take action," Xin Lan said. "My current role is the security manager of Myth Entertainment. Any action I take is directly linked to the company. I don't want my personal matters to cause any trouble for the company." "Okay," Lu Yuan said. He took his phone out of his pocket. He found a number and dialed it. The phone was answered after only one ring. "It's me," Lu Yuan said. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, with some background noise. "Boss." It was Han Xiaoying. "I'm in Japan. There is someone I need to take care of," Lu Yuan said. "Send me the address and information." Han Xiaoying's voice was equally calm. "I've sent it to you." Lu Yuan glanced at the tablet on the coffee table. "I want him to disappear from this world tonight. Make it clean." "Understood," Han Xiaoying said. The call ended. Lu Yuan placed his phone on the coffee table. He looked at Xin Lan. "That's fine," he said. Xin Lan stood still, her gaze lowered, fixed on the ground. Silence fell over the presidential suite. The only sound was the occasional, faint noise from the ice maker. A long time passed. "Thank you, boss," Xin Lan said, her voice lower than before.
It's your duty to avenge your brother, Lu Yuan said. Xin Lan raised her head and looked at Lu Yuan. No, she said. My brother's revenge was already taken the moment you decided to get involved.
This is just the end. She bowed deeply to Lu Yuan.
Then, she straightened up. The security department just received news that NISO's legal department has sent a lawyer's letter to our new company, Myth Games, accusing us of poaching in unfair competition, she said, resuming her role as the professional and capable security minister.
Let them send it, Lu Yuan said. In addition, Ms. Shizuka Kudo would like to meet with you tomorrow morning to discuss the formation of the core technology team for the new company. New. Xin Lan finished reporting everything.
She picked up the tablet from the coffee table and put it back in her pocket.
Then I'll take my leave.
She bowed again, then turned and quietly left the suite. The door was closed gently.
Lu Yuan sat alone on the sofa. He didn't move, just stared at the amber liquid in the glass. At the same time, Tokyo, Shinjuku, Kabukicho.
This is Tokyo's city that never sleeps. Huge neon signs, layered upon layer, painted the sky with eerie colors. The streets teemed with people. Fashionably dressed young people, drunken office workers, male escorts soliciting customers, and tourists from all over the world mingled together, creating a vibrant tapestry of desire.
Deep within Kabukicho Ichiban Gai, on the 7th floor of a building. This is a members-only jazz bar called Orion. Unlike the hustle and bustle downstairs, it's quiet here.
Dim lighting, soothing jazz music, and the aroma of cigars and whiskey fill the air. A man dressed in an expensive suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat at the bar.
It was Makoto Tanaka. He was drinking a glass of Yamazaki 18-year-old.
In the ashtray in front of him was a half-smoked cigar.
A relaxed expression appeared on his face.
He had just finished a day's work. The press conference during the day had kept his intelligence team extremely busy. Myth Entertainment and that Lu Yuan were like a shark that had suddenly plunged into a pond, disrupting everything. He needed to sort through and analyze a massive amount of information to assess what impact this new player would have on the organization's future business.
But now it's time to get off work.
The bar wasn't crowded.
People sat in 2s and 3s in the booths, talking quietly. A tall woman in a business suit walked to the bar and sat down in an empty seat next to Makoto Tanaka. She ordered a gin and tonic.
She looked like a white-collar worker from a nearby office building, who had just finished working overtime and came here to relax with a drink.
Makoto Tanaka's gaze swept over her briefly before looking away.
He wasn't interested in women who were so eager to approach him.
The woman's drink was quickly prepared. She picked up her glass and took a sip.
Then, as if by chance, she turned her head and looked at Makoto Tanaka.
"Do you also work nearby?" she asked.
Her voice was very pleasant.
Makoto Tanaka ignored her.
The woman smiled and said nothing more.
She took out a very thin women's cigarette from her handbag and lit it. Chapter 121 Premiere.
She took a drag, then slowly exhaled the smoke toward the ceiling. After a while, she seemed to remember something.
She took out a small metal pillbox from her handbag.
She opened the pillbox, poured out 2 white pills, and swallowed them with the gin and tonic in her glass.
The entire movement was completed in one smooth motion. Makoto Tanaka continued drinking his beverage.
He didn't notice that after taking her medication, the woman casually placed the metal pillbox on the bar counter between them.
A while later, the woman's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. "Hello, what? Okay, I'll be right back."
She hung up the phone, a somewhat anxious expression on her face. She finished her drink in one gulp, took out a few bills from her purse, and placed them on the bar. "Keep the change," she told the bartender. Then, she stood up, picked up her handbag, and hurriedly left the bar.
She didn't look at Makoto Tanaka even once from beginning to end.
She also didn't take the small metal pillbox that she had forgotten on the bar.
Makoto Tanaka finished the last sip of whiskey in his glass. He took out his wallet, ready to pay. His gaze fell on the forgotten medicine box. He glanced in the direction the woman had left, but she was long gone. He frowned. He picked up the medicine box, opened it, and glanced inside. It contained ordinary aspirin.
He shook his head, closed the medicine box, and set it aside. He planned to hand it over to the bartender. He called the bartender and paid the bill.
He stood up, ready to leave. Just as he turned around,
He suddenly felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. A sharp pain. His breathing suddenly became difficult. His vision began to darken. He tried to call for help, but he couldn't make a sound. His hand clutched his chest, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Bang! His forehead slammed against the hard bar counter. His briefcase fell to the ground. The surrounding guests were startled by the noise. "Hey! Are you all right?" The bartender also leaned out from behind the bar. Makoto Tanaka's body slowly slid down the bar counter. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were still open. His pupils had begun to dilate. He was looking at the dim, flickering light on the ceiling. The music in the bar was still playing. The world, in his eyes, gradually lost its color. A few minutes later. Imperial Hotel Tokyo, Presidential Suite. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa. His cell phone was on the coffee table in front of him. The phone screen lit up briefly. It's a new text message. The text message was very simple, containing only 3 words. Processed. Lu Yuan picked up his phone, glanced at it, then turned off the screen and put it back on the coffee table. He picked up the glass of whiskey, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked out the window and took a sip of his drink. Roppongi, Tokyo, Japan. Night had fallen. The massive glass and steel complex in Roppongi Hills, illuminated by countless lights, resembled a futuristic arc floating in the night. Outside the Toho Cinema, a red carpet stretched from the edge of the street all the way to the cinema's main entrance. On either side of the carpet, black velvet barriers divided the area into 3 sections. Closest to the carpet were hundreds of photojournalists from all over the world, their lenses like rows of black cannons, densely aimed at the entrance to the red carpet. Behind the press area were fans waving glow sticks and lightboards, their screams and shouts merging into a cacophony of sound. Tonight is the global premiere of the movie Twin Flowers. It's exactly 7 o'clock. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a smooth stop at the beginning of the red carpet. The moment the car door opened, all the flashes on the scene went off simultaneously. That white light illuminated the night as if it were daytime. The clicking of camera shutters was as dense as a torrential downpour. Lu Yuan got out of the car first. He wore a perfectly tailored, charcoal black single-breasted suit with a white shirt underneath, unbuttoned at the collar. His hair was cut very short, and his face was expressionless. He ignored the cameras on both sides, turned around, and reached his hand into the car. A hand wearing a long white silk glove rested on his hand. Emmanuelle Burt got out of the car. She wore a deep sapphire blue off-the-shoulder silk gown, the hem of which trailed on the ground. Her golden curls were styled in an elegant updo, and she wore a diamond necklace. The moment she appeared, the shouts from the reporters and the screams from the fans reached a new high. She faced the camera with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. Then, Rina Takahashi also got out of the car from the other side. She wore a long, asymmetrical, scarlet dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her eye makeup slightly sharp. She wore no jewelry around her neck. The red hue stood out strikingly under the flashing lights. 3 people stood in a row. Lu Yuan stood in the middle, with the 2 female protagonists standing on either side of him. They didn't exchange words, they just stood there side by side, letting countless cameras capture this moment. About 30 seconds passed. Lu Yuan walked forward. Emmanuelle and Rina Takahashi followed behind him. They walked down the red carpet. "Mr. Lu. Look this way. Rina-san. Over here. Emmanuelle. Please, look here." The reporters shouted loudly in Japanese and English. Lu Yuan didn't turn his head. His gaze remained fixed on the end of the red carpet. Emmanuelle and Rina Takahashi, on the other hand, would occasionally stop and turn towards the direction from which the shouts came, allowing the reporters to take photos. In the middle of the red carpet was an interview area. A host dressed in a formal gown was already waiting there. "Mr. Lu, Ms. Emmanuelle, Ms. Takahashi, welcome," the host said in fluent Japanese and English. The 3 people stopped in their tracks. "Mr. Lu, as the producer of this film, what prompted you to decide to make such a bold film about a female assassin?" The host handed the microphone to Lu Yuan. "This is a good story," Lu Yuan said. "Ms. Emmanuelle, as a top Hollywood star, what are your feelings about working with an Asian team this time?" "Very professional, very enjoyable." Emmanuel looked at the host and replied in English, "Ms. Takahashi is a very dedicated actress, and it was a great pleasure to act opposite her."
Ms. Takahashi, was there a lot of pressure working with Ms. Emmanuel this time?
Your performance in the film was amazing, with many challenging action scenes.
What preparations did you make for that? It's an honor to work with Ms. Bella. Of course, there was pressure, Rina Takahashi replied in Japanese.
Before filming began, I underwent 3 months of physical and combat training. I'm grateful to the production team for giving me this opportunity to challenge myself in a completely new way.
Chapter 122 Sunset Boulevard. The brief interview concluded. The three continued walking forward.
After walking down a long red carpet and through the lobby of the cinema adorned with huge movie posters, they were led by a staff member through a side door into the cinema's largest screening room, Screening Room 1. The screening room was already packed with audience members. They were all lucky viewers who had been selected or invited, as well as people from the film industry. Upon seeing the three enter, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers.
Lu Yuan, Emmanuel, and Rina Takahashi walked straight onto the stage. The stage lights were very bright.
Thank you all for coming to the premiere of Twin Flowers today. Lu Yuan stood in the center of the stage and took the microphone from the staff. His voice was calm. This film went through a lot from preparation to completion.
I hope it will bring you an unforgettable viewing experience. Thank you.
After he finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Emmanuel, who was standing next to him. Good evening, Tokyo, Emmanuel began in Japanese, eliciting good-natured laughter from the audience.
I'm very excited to be standing here. This film has been a very special journey for me. I hope you will enjoy it. Finally, there's Rina Takahashi. She took the microphone, bowed deeply to the audience. Thank you everyone.
This work is the one I have poured the most effort into in my career so far. I feel very happy to have been able to complete it with Mr. Liu, Ms. B, and all the excellent team members.
Please enjoy the next 2 hours.
After she finished speaking, she bowed again. The three people walked off the stage and, guided by the staff, sat in the reserved seats in the first row. The lights in the screening room slowly dimmed. The logo of Myth Entertainment lit up on the huge screen.
The movie has officially begun. 2 hours later.
As the film's final shot freezes on Emmanuel and Rina Takahashi standing side by side on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the distant sea, the end credits roll and soothing background music fills the theater. The entire room fell silent.
A few seconds passed.
Thunderous applause began in the back rows and quickly spread throughout the entire theater.
All the audience members stood up and clapped enthusiastically.
The applause lasted for a long time. The lights in the screening room came back on. Lu Yuan, Emmanuel, and Rina Takahashi also stood up, turned around, and bowed to the audience.
The premiere has ended. Guests and audience members gradually left the venue.
They were guided to the banquet hall of the adjacent hotel to attend a celebratory reception. Lu Yuan and his two companions arrived at the party venue directly through a special passage. Inside the banquet hall, elegantly dressed women mingled, and glasses clinked in a lively atmosphere.
Many prominent figures in the Japanese film industry, including directors, producers, and actors, attended the reception. They gathered around to congratulate the three. Mr. Liu, congratulations. A masterpiece.
A famous director with gray hair and black-rimmed glasses walked over and said.
He was Takeshi Kitano. Thank you. Lu Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with his.
Rina, your performance this time is truly remarkable, another veteran actress said to Rina Takahashi. Thank you, senior, Rina Takahashi replied modestly. Emmanuel was surrounded by several French embassy officials and Chamber of Commerce representatives who spoke French.
Lu Yuan stepped out from the crowd. He walked to a corner by the window and picked up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray.
He looked out the window at the night view of Roppongi without saying a word.
After a while, Rina Takahashi also came over.
She had a polite smile on her face, but she looked somewhat tired.
Mr. Liu.
She stopped beside him. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yuan said. You are the one, Rina Takahashi said. She also picked up a glass of champagne. Just now, director Shunji Iwai invited me to star in his next film, Rina Takahashi said, looking at the bubbles in her glass.
It's a good thing, Lu Yuan said. I refused. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at her. Why?
Because I want to know when Shinhwa Entertainment's next movie will start.
Rina Takahashi turned her head and looked into his eyes. That movie about the game empire. At that moment, Emmanuel also came over. She took off her gloves and was holding a glass of red wine. They're talking about Japan's tax policy for next year. It's so boring, she said in English. Her gaze swept between Lu Yuan and Takahashi Rina. What are you talking about? We're talking about our next story, Lu Yuan replied. Oh? Emmanuel raised an eyebrow. When will it begin? After our queen has finished building her castle, Lu Yuan said. He raised the champagne glass in his hand. Congratulations to us, he said, for twin flowers. Emmanuel and Rina Takahashi also raised their glasses. 3 cups gently clinked together against the backdrop of Tokyo's night view. Los Angeles, California, USA. A Gulfstream G650ER private jet taxied smoothly on the private runway at Van Ness Airport and eventually came to a stop on an empty tarmac. The roar of the engine gradually subsided. The gangway was slowly lowered and connected to the ground. The cabin door opened. Lu Yuan stepped off the plane. He was wearing a black casual jacket over a white t-shirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. He was wearing sunglasses and carrying no luggage. A man in a black suit, who was waiting at the bottom of the gangway, immediately stepped forward. Mr. Lu, the man said in English. Lu Yuan nodded. A black Cadillac Escalade was parked at the edge of the tarmac. The man opened the back door for Lu Yuan. The car started and smoothly drove away from the airport, merging into the traffic flow of Highway 405 in San Diego. Outside the car window, there was a view unique to Los Angeles. The 8-lane highway was congested with traffic. The sun was strong, even dazzling, and a thin, golden mist hung in the air. Tall palm trees lined both sides of the road, stretching straight towards the sky. In the distance, rolling hills covered with withered yellow vegetation stretched out. Billboards displayed posters for upcoming movies and the phone numbers of law firms. Lu Yuan looked out the window without saying a word. The car traveled on the highway for about 40 minutes before exiting. The surrounding scenery began to change. The buildings on both sides of the road became low and elegant, surrounded by neatly trimmed greenery and blooming flowers. The car eventually stopped in front of a hotel on Sunset Boulevard. Chapter 123 Infinite Echoes. Chateau de Chateau de Chateau. This white, castle-like building stands quietly by the roadside, covered by dense trees and vines. It's like a silent old man who has witnessed a century of Hollywood's history. The waiter at the door opened the car door for Lu Yuan. The hotel lobby was dimly lit and decorated in a retro Gothic style. The air was filled with the smell of old wood and leather. Lu Yuan didn't linger in the lobby and checked in directly. He was led to a private cabin on the top floor. The next day, at 11 a.m. Franklin Avenue, Los Angeles. A restaurant called 101 Coffee Shop. This is the kind of restaurant you'd find in a Hollywood movie. Stone exterior walls, red vinyl booths, checkered flooring, and a long bar with swivel bar stools. There weren't many customers in the restaurant. A few tourists were taking pictures. 2 elderly men were drinking coffee and reading newspapers at the bar. Lu Yuan chose a booth by the window. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, casting bright spots of light on the tabletop. He ordered a black coffee. He didn't drink it, but just stared at his blurry reflection in the coffee cup. 10 minutes later, the restaurant door was pushed open, and the bell on the top of the door rang out with a crisp ding-a-ling. A person walked in. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, tall but very thin. She was wearing a faded gray band t-shirt with the logo on the chest worn so badly that the design was no longer legible, ripped jeans with holes at the knees, and old Converse sneakers. Her golden hair was casually tied into a messy bun at the back of her head with a pencil, with a few stray strands falling beside her cheeks. She wore black-rimmed glasses, the lenses of which were a little dirty. She wasn't wearing makeup, and her skin appeared somewhat pale in the California sun, with faint dark circles under her eyes. A canvas tote bag was slung over her shoulder, stuffed with a laptop and a thick folder, the edges of which were already slightly curled. Bite. A chosen one matching the criteria has been detected. Name nickname, Sarah Jenkins. Age, 28. Health index, 78% long-term sleep deprivation, mild malnutrition. Genetic potential rating, S+. Eligibility criteria for rewards. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 1. Overall rating, 93 without makeup. Eligibility overview meets the award criteria. System evaluation, a diamond in the Hollywood gutter.
A screenwriter with S+ level narrative talent, she can construct grand worlds comparable to any epic with her words. Her screenplay, Infinite Echoes, has been hailed as the greatest and least likely science fiction screenplay of the decade to be adapted. Sarah Jenkins stood at the restaurant entrance for a moment, seemingly looking for something. Lu Yuan raised his hand in front of her.
Sarah saw him.
She walked over and sat down opposite him. She placed the heavy tote bag on the seat next to her.
"Mr. Lu?"
she asked, her voice slightly hoarse.
"It's me." "Sarah Jenkins?" Lu Yuan said.
"Yes."
Sarah nodded. A waitress walked over.
"Give him a refill, and then give me the same one, thank you," Sarah said to the waiter.
The waiter refilled Lu Yuan's cup with coffee. "Yesterday my agent told me that the founder of Myth Entertainment wanted to meet with me."
"I thought he was crazy," Sarah said. She picked up a small creamer scoop from the table, tore it open, and poured it into her coffee. "He is not crazy," Lu Yuan said. Sarah stirred her coffee with a very small spoon without saying a word. "I've read your script," Lu Yuan said.
"Which one?" Sarah asked. "The one about the AI detective, or the one about the time travel paradox?" "Infinite Echoes."
Sarah stopped stirring her coffee. She looked up at Lu Yuan through her slightly dirty glasses. "Every producer in Hollywood read that script," she said. "And they all told me it was a great story, but it could never be made into a film.
It was too grand, too complicated, and too expensive."
"They are wrong," Lu Yuan said.
Sarah looked at him for a long time.
"So, you came to me wanting to buy the adaptation rights for $500,000, and then have your company's screenwriting team turn it into a popcorn movie about Chinese people saving the universe," she said. A self-deprecating smile played on her lips.
Lu Yuan took out a pen and a checkbook from his pocket.
He had specifically asked the bank to prepare these after he came to the United States. He opened his checkbook, unscrewed the pen cap, and wrote a string of numbers on it. Then he tore off the check, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Sarah.
Sarah lowered her head. Her gaze fell on the check.
The amount on the check reads, $10 million.
$10 million US. Sarah's pupils contracted for a moment. "This is the payment for the script," Lu Yuan said. "After tax.
Furthermore, I will not change a single word of yours. The film will be shot exactly according to your script. You will be the sole screenwriter and executive producer of this film. You will have the final say on everything regarding the script." Sarah didn't look at the check, her gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan's face. "Why?" she asked. "Because it's a good story," Lu Yuan said.
"What do you mean by exactly according to the script?" Sarah pressed. "Have you read the appendix? Those settings about quantum physics, string theory, and the construction of multidimensional space?
That script requires building a complete, unprecedented visual system.
Do you have a concept of how much that costs?"
"I have it," Lu Yuan said.
"The production budget for this film is $500 million US. This is just a preliminary budget. If needed, there is no upper limit."
Relaxing background music played in the restaurant. Sarah leaned back in her booth, took off her glasses, and pressed her finger firmly against her forehead. She felt that her brain was somewhat oxygen deprived.
"Why should I believe you?" she asked. "Who are you? A Chinese tycoon who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Do you think you can buy an Oscar in Hollywood with your money?" "You don't have to believe me," Lu Yuan said, "but you can investigate what Myth Entertainment has been doing lately."
He stood up. "I will be in Los Angeles for a week," he said. He placed the money for the coffee he hadn't drunk from beginning to end, along with a $100 bill, on the table.
"Think about it carefully."
After he finished speaking, he didn't look at her again, turned around, and walked out of the restaurant.
The bell on the door rang again.
The sunlight shone on his back, casting a long shadow on the floor.
Sarah Jenkins was the only one left in the restaurant. She sat in that red booth.
She looked at the cup of coffee on the table, and next to it, at the check with a string of zeros.
A long time passed. She reached out and picked up the check. Chapter 124: Searching for the Director. Chartreux Estate Hotel, Los Angeles, USA.
Lu Yuan was in the living room of his detached house. He was wearing a white cotton t-shirt and black lounge shorts, and was barefoot. There was a laptop on the table, its screen lit up, displaying Sarah Jenkins' script titled Infinite Echoes. His phone was next to his computer.
My phone vibrated and the screen lit up. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Lu Yuan answered the phone. "It's me." It was Sarah Jenkins' voice on the other end of the phone. "Okay," Lu Yuan said. "I agree," Sarah said.
"My lawyer will contact your agent today to handle the contract and payment matters," Lu Yuan said.
"I only have one question," Sarah said. "Explain. Is all of this real?" "It's true," Lu Yuan said. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. "Okay," Sarah said. Then she hung up the phone. Lu Yuan put down his phone. He picked up the landline on the table and dialed a number. "It's me. Find me a director," he said. "His name is Vincent Kane. I need to see him within 3 days. 2 p.m., Malibu, California. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan is driving on the Pacific Coast Highway.
On one side are steep, sun-bleached cliffs, and on the other side lies the vast Pacific Ocean. The blue sea shimmers in the sunlight, and white waves crash against the beach again and again." Lu Yuan sat in the back seat of the car. He was wearing a light gray linen shirt, white casual trousers, and brown loafers. The car turned at an unmarked fork in the road and drove up a steep, winding private road into the mountains. At the end of the road stood a massive gate, constructed from a single block of concrete.
The gate was completely undecorated.
The car stopped in front of the door. A camera hidden in the wall turned around and pointed at the car's windshield. A few seconds later, the heavy concrete door slid open silently to one side. After the car drove through the gate, there was a path paved with white gravel. On both sides of the path were dry landscape gardens. There were no lawns, no flowers, only rocks of various shapes and carefully combed sand. At the end of the road was a house. It was a modernist building constructed entirely of glass, steel, and exposed concrete. Like a giant, geometric sculpture, it was quietly embedded in the cliff. The car was parked at the entrance. A man in a gray uniform with an expressionless face opened the car door for Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan got out of the car and walked into the house. The interior of the house is minimalist. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows bring the view of the Pacific Ocean into the room without reservation. The furniture is minimal, consisting of only a few classic designs by renowned designers. There are no paintings on the walls. The entire space is quiet and spacious, like an art gallery. The homeowner is standing in the center of the living room. He looked to be around 60 years old, tall and thin. He had short, silver-gray hair, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. He wore a black turtleneck sweater and black trousers. He is Vincent Kane. A legendary name in Hollywood.
He only directed 4 films in his lifetime, but each one is considered a classic. He was known for his extreme perfectionism, his passion for technology, and his reclusive personality. He hasn't directed a new film in 10 years.
Vincent Kane didn't speak. He simply looked at Lu Yuan and then gestured for him to sit down.
In the living room, there were only 2 black leather armchairs. They were placed 3 meters apart, facing each other.
Lu Yuan sat down on the sofa opposite him.
"I hate producers," Vincent Kane began. His voice was hoarse and deep. "They're accountants who kill art." "I am not a producer," Lu Yuan said.
"Oh? I'm someone who provides you with canvas, paint, and absolute freedom," Lu Yuan said. "That's all."
Vincent Kane looked at him without speaking. His sharp gaze, like a scalpel, seemed to dissect Lu Yuan's skin.
"Infinite Echoes," Lu Yuan said.
Upon hearing the name, Vincent Kane's eyes flickered slightly. "Sarah's script," he said, "a great piece of garbage that can't be filmed."
"Why?" Lu Yuan asked.
"Because it tries to explore things that the medium of film cannot convey," Vincent Kane said. "It's about the non-linearity of time, the quantum nature of consciousness, and the meaning of existence itself.
These things cannot be explained clearly through the lens.
If you film it, all you'll get is a pile of expensive, flashy, but meaningless visual garbage.
Viewers will either fall asleep or pretend they understand it." "I agree," Lu Yuan said. Vincent Kane was somewhat surprised. "So what I need is not a director," Lu Yuan continued. "I need a visual philosopher. Someone who can translate these abstract concepts into a completely new and unprecedented visual language. Someone who can make the audience not just understand but feel all of this." There is only one person in all of Hollywood who can do this. Vincent Cain leaned back on the sofa. He remained silent for a long time. Give me a reason, he said. Why me? And why now? Because humanity is about to enter a new era, Lu Yuan said. AI is reshaping our social structure, biotechnology is redefining the boundaries of life, and virtual reality will blur the lines between reality and illusion. Sarah's script isn't a futuristic allegory, it's a reality unfolding right now. Audiences need a film to help them understand and confront this impending, unfamiliar new world. We need to leave a mark on history. And you, Lu Yuan looked at him, you've been silent for 10 years. You must be waiting for a work that is truly worth your time. A work that can summarize all your film philosophies and at the same time, usher in a new era. Infinite Echoes, that's the work. Silence fell over the living room once again. Only the faint sound of distant waves could be heard. Vincent Cain stood up. He walked to the huge glass wall, turned his back to Lu Yuan, and looked out at the Pacific Ocean. What about the budget? He asked. $500 million as seed money, Lu Yuan said. There's no upper limit. What about the casting rights? It's entirely up to you. What about the final cut? It's also with you. Vincent Cain turned around and looked at Lu Yuan again. You know how I make movies, he said. I might spend $3 million on a 3-second shot. I might torture an actor hundreds of times in a single scene. I'll go over budget and over time. In the end, I might deliver a 3.5-hour movie that completely fails to meet market expectations. I know, Lu Yuan said. That's exactly what I want. Vincent Cain stared at Lu Yuan for a very long time. A complex, indescribable expression appeared on his face. Give me your contact information, he said. I need to read the script again. Chapter 125, Two Newcomers. 8 p.m. Beverly Hills, Hollywood. A party is being held in a mansion overlooking the entire Los Angeles skyline at night. This was a birthday party hosted by CAA Creative Artists Agency for one of its top stars. Almost every Hollywood celebrity was there. Directors, producers, actors, agents all engaged in lavish socializing amidst champagne, music, and a swimming pool. Lu Yuan is here too. His success at Cannes and the recently announced Mythical Games project have made him one of Hollywood's hottest figures. Countless people, with wine glasses in hand, are trying to strike up a conversation with him. Lu Yuan changed into a well-tailored dark blue suit, with a white silk shirt with the collar open underneath. He leaned against the railing of the terrace, holding a glass of champagne, gazing at the dazzling sea of lights in Los Angeles in the distance. Just then, a woman walked towards him. She had short, platinum blonde hair, cut like an elegant helmet, which fully revealed her small, well-defined face. She wore a black, form-fitting halter neck dress, the fabric of which flowed like liquid, outlining her muscular, cheetah-like physique. Her skin took on a healthy honey hue under the light, and the lines of her shoulders and collarbones were clear and strong. What was most striking about her were her eyes. They were cat-like, gray-green eyes, focused yet wild. She carried a wineglass, walking barefoot on the cool marble floor, each step silent but powerful. Bite. A chosen one matching the criteria has been detected. Name code name, Anya Thorne. Age, 22. Health index, 95%. Genetic potential rating, A+. Eligibility criteria for rewards. Pure body, yes. Relationship history, 0. Overall rating, 94. Eligibility overview, meets the award criteria. System evaluation, a rough gem. She possesses astonishing acting talent and primal vitality, but has yet to receive a true opportunity to shine. Her eyes burn with pure ambition. Mr. Lu. Anya Thorne walked up to Lu Yuan and raised her glass. I heard you're looking for actors for Infinite Echoes. The news spread very quickly, Lu Yuan said. This is Hollywood, Anya Thorne said. I read the script. Back when it was still in my agent's spam folder. What do you think? I feel that the female lead, Eve, is me, she said. Her gaze was direct and challenging. Lu Yuan looked at her but did not answer immediately. Just then, a man's voice came from the side. Hey Anya. Stay away from our new tycoon, you're scaring him. A man walked over. He was about 40 years old, with dark brown curly hair and tired but still captivating eyes. He held a glass of whiskey,
a cynical smile playing on his lips.
He is Ethan Croft.
A former Hollywood A-list star and Oscar winner, his popularity has waned in recent years due to personal life issues and the box office failures of several films.
Good evening, Mr. Croft, Lu Yuan said. Just call me Ethan.
Ethan Croft clinked glasses with him. I just heard from my agent that you bought a script that is impossible to film and found a director who is impossible to come back to work. Looks like you're planning something big in Hollywood, Ethan said, taking a sip of whiskey.
Have you chosen someone for the male lead, Adam?
He looked at Lu Yuan and asked directly. Ethan Croft looked at Lu Yuan, then glanced at Anya Thorne beside him. A subtle, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips.
So, Ethan said, a script that could never be filmed, a director who could never return to the screen, and now, a newcomer who claims to be the female lead, and a washed-up movie star who wants to make a comeback.
Mr. Lu, I have to say, your project sounds like a complete disaster, or an unprecedented miracle. He downed the whiskey in his glass in one gulp.
I like it, he said. Anya Thorne ignored Ethan's self-deprecating humor.
Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan's face like a searchlight. She didn't repeat herself, but her posture and the focus in her eyes spoke volumes.
Casting isn't my job, Lu Yuan said.
His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear amidst the noisy background music of the party.
That's the director's job. Vincent Caine doesn't meet with any actors, Ethan said. That's a rule everyone in Hollywood knows. He only accepts people he already has in mind.
Rules can be broken, Lu Yuan said. He took a cell phone out of his pocket.
This phone was different from his usual one. It was specifically for handling business in the United States.
He pressed a few buttons on the screen, then handed the phone to Ethan Croft.
Enter your number and your agent's number, Lu Yuan said. Ethan took the phone, glanced at Lu Yuan, and then entered two numbers. Lu Yuan put his phone away and looked at Anya Thorne. Anya Thorne took a black card from her small, almost invisible handbag. The card bore only her name and a number.
She held the card between two fingers and handed it to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan took the card.
3 days later, Lu Yuan said, 10 a.m. Paramount Studio 17.
My assistant will contact your agents and send them a page of the script. Just one page? Anya Thorne asked.
Just one page, Lu Yuan said. After he finished speaking, he didn't give the two of them a chance to ask any more questions. He turned around, holding his glass of champagne, and walked back to the noisy center of the party.
His figure quickly blended into the glamorous crowd.
Only Ethan Croft and Anya Thorne remained on the terrace. Ethan glanced at Anya and shrugged.
Looks like we've had a date, he said. Anya remained silent.
She stared in the direction Lu Yuan had disappeared, a glint of light flashing in her gray-green eyes.
3 days later. 10 a.m.
Los Angeles, Paramount Pictures, Studio 17.
This is a huge, empty, black box space. Complex lights and mechanical structures hang from the ceiling. The floor is black.
The walls are also black, covered with thick foam to absorb all extraneous sound. There was a quietness in the air, almost a sense of stillness. In the center of the studio, there were only 3 chairs.
Lu Yuan sat in one of the chairs. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt and jeans today. Next to him sat Vincent Caine. The legendary director was still dressed in his signature head-to-toe black.
His eyes were closed, like a silent statue. In his hand, he held a script.
It was The Complete Infinite Echoes.
The 3rd chair is empty.
Ethan Croft and Anya Thorne arrived half an hour early.
Instead of sitting in the rest area, they stood at the other end of the empty studio, each making their preparations.
Anya was wearing a black tracksuit and doing stretching and vocal exercises.
Her face was bare of makeup, and her platinum blonde short hair looked even shorter than it had 3 days ago. Ethan leaned against the wall, holding a few pages of the script they had received just yesterday. He simply stared at them without saying a word. He wore a worn leather jacket and faded jeans. He looked tired, but his eyes were focused.
Chapter 126 Training.
That evening, at 7:30.
Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. Spago Restaurant, Wolfgang Puck's flagship restaurant. Lu Yuan had booked a private room on the 2nd floor.
It had a separate terrace overlooking the olive trees in the garden below and the sky in the distance, which was tinged purple by the sunset. Several people were already seated at the table.
Lu Yuan sat in the main seat.
He had changed into a dark gray cashmere sweater. Vincent Cain sat to his left. He hadn't changed his clothes.
Screenwriter Sarah Jenkins sat next to Vincent.
She wore a clean white shirt and jeans, her blonde hair was combed, but her black-rimmed glasses were still a bit dirty. She looked somewhat uneasy, her hands resting on her knees.
Ethan Croft sat to Lu Yuan's right. He had changed into a dark brown casual suit with a black shirt underneath and no tie.
He looked more relaxed than during the day, holding a glass of Scotch whiskey in his hand.
7:35.
Anya Thorne has arrived. She wore a short, tight-fitting silver sequin dress that revealed her long, muscular thighs. On her feet were black stiletto sandals. Her platinum blonde hair was meticulously styled, and she wore smoky eye makeup, making her gray-green eyes appear even deeper. She entered the private room like a bolt of lightning, shattering the relatively tranquil atmosphere.
She sat down in the empty seat next to Ethan.
"Am I late?" she asked.
"No. The timing is perfect," Lu Yuan said. The waiter began serving the food.
The first half of dinner was spent in near silence. The only sounds were the clinking of knives and forks against plates.
Vincent Cain is eating. Sarah is eating. Ethan is drinking. Anya is drinking too. Lu Yuan put down his knife and fork.
"Starting tomorrow," he said, "this project will enter a 1-month quiet period." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him.
"During this month, we will not have any public preparation activities.
The production team will not be formed, and there will be no news about casting or location scouting."
Ethan, Anya, Lu Yuan looked at them. "You need to disappear. Disappear completely from the public eye.
Your agents will announce that you need to take a break for personal reasons.
I will arrange a plane to take you somewhere. There, you will undergo a month of completely closed training." "What kind of training?" Anya asked.
"Physical training, combat training, and most importantly, zero-gravity environment simulation training," Lu Yuan said. "The script contains a large number of scenes that take place in zero-gravity or microgravity environments. I need your bodies to adapt to and memorize that feeling in advance. Not to perform it, but to make it your instinct. As for where it is,"
Lu Yuan said, "you'll find out when you get there."
Ethan Croft looked at Lu Yuan. He didn't speak, but something in his eyes ignited. In his 45 years of life and dozens of films, he had never started a project this way.
"Sarah." Lu Yuan then looked at the female screenwriter.
"Whom?"
Sarah responded somewhat nervously. "I've booked your plane ticket."
"You're leaving for Geneva tomorrow," Lu Yuan said.
"Geneva?"
"Yes.
CERN, European Organization for Nuclear Research," Lu Yuan said. "I will arrange a top-level visit permit for you. You will be there for 2 weeks. You will talk to the physicists there, see how they search for the God particle, and see what the real Large Hadron Collider looks like. I hope you can incorporate the most cutting-edge, real scientific details into the story you've already written. Let it have a solid scientific core based on philosophical speculation."
Sarah Jenkins opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She simply nodded vigorously. A trip to CERN for research was a dream opportunity for any science fiction screenwriter.
"Vincent." Lu Yuan finally looked at the director.
"I'm not going anywhere," Vincent Cain said.
"I hate traveling."
"You don't need to go anywhere," Lu Yuan said. "For the next month, you will be staying here with the world's best concept designers, visual effects supervisors, and art directors. I will bring the top teams from Industrial Light Magic ILM and Weta Digital to Los Angeles. They will work with you to build the visual prototype of the entire film. All you need to do is tell them your nightmares, your fantasies, all the crazy ideas in your head. Then, turn them into something visible to the naked eye. And I," Lu Yuan picked up his wineglass, "will pay for all of this."
The private room was completely silent.
The exquisite dishes on the table were still steaming hot. But nobody cares about them anymore.
Everyone's breathing became somewhat heavy. What Lu Yuan described was not the production process of a movie.
It was a crazy, no-holds-barred blueprint aimed at creating a whole new world. Ethan Croft suddenly chuckled.
He raised his glass of whiskey. "Respect to madness," he said. Anya Thorne raised her champagne glass. Sarah Jenkins awkwardly raised her water glass as well.
Vincent Cain looked at them and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he also picked up the glass of red wine that he hadn't touched before.
Lu Yuan raised his glass and gently clinked it against theirs in mid-air. "No.
he said. Respect to miracles. Outside the Spago restaurant, valet parking attendants drove up in several cars. Ethan Croft and his old Porsche 911. Anya Thorne and her black Range Rover. Sarah Jenkins called an Uber. No one said anything more. They simply got into their respective cars and disappeared into the dazzling river of cars that shimmered in the Beverly Hills night. Lu Yuan and Vincent Kane were the last to leave. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class glided quietly along Santa Monica Boulevard. "Do you know what you're doing?" Vincent Kane broke the silence. "I know," Lu Yuan replied. $500 million US. You know that amount of money can feed an entire country in Africa for a whole year. No. You're like a madman who stormed into a casino and bet all your money on a number that nobody even knows what it is. That number is called the future, Lu Yuan said. Silence fell once again in the carriage. Until the car drove back to the Chateaumont Hotel. The car door opened. Lu Yuan was about to get off the car. "Mr. Lu," Vincent Kane called out to him. Lu Yuan turned around. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Vincent Kane said. "Come to my studio. I'll show you something." Then, he signaled to the driver to start the car. The black Mercedes disappeared silently into the night. The next day, at 6 in the morning. Van Ness Airport, private helipad. The sky wasn't fully light yet. A faint glimmer of dawn was visible in the eastern sky. The air was cold. Two people were standing at the foot of the gangway of a Gulfstream G700. Ethan Croft. He was carrying only a simple travel bag, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and jeans, the hood pulled low, obscuring most of his face. Anya Thorne. She wore a gray, well-fitting tracksuit and white sneakers. Her face was bare of makeup, and her platinum blonde hair was slightly disheveled. She looked more like a college student heading for a morning run than a Hollywood rising star. There was an untamed, primal animality about her. She was also watching the plane, her eyes devoid of curiosity, only a focused concentration as if about to enter a hunting state. Chapter 127 Training End. The two stood 3 meters apart and did not speak. A black SUV drove up and stopped a short distance away. Lu Yuan got out of the car. "We've all arrived," he said. "Where are we going?" Anya asked. "A theme park," Lu Yuan replied. The gangway was lowered. "Get on the plane," Lu Yuan said. "You'll see when we get there. I'll pick you up in a month." Ethan and Anya exchanged a glance, then boarded the plane one after the other. The hatch closed. The plane began taxiing on the runway, then accelerated and took off. Soon, it became a silver dot of light disappearing into the dawn. On the same day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Geneva, Switzerland. Coentland International Airport. Sarah Jenkins emerged from the arrivals hall, dragging a huge suitcase. She had been on a plane for over 10 hours and looked exhausted, her face pale. She found the taxi waiting area and got into a car. "CERN," she said to the driver. The car drove through the city of Geneva and headed towards the suburbs located on the border between Switzerland and France. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a huge park comprised of countless modern buildings. At the park entrance, the flags of dozens of countries were flying. "This is it," the driver said. Sarah got out of the car. She stood under the huge, iconic sign for European Organization for Nuclear Research, looking up at everything before her. She felt very small. A man wearing a suit and a name tag around his neck walked over. "Ms. Jenkins?" he asked in English with a French accent. "It's me. Welcome to CERN. I am Dr. Michel Bachmann. I will be your guide for the next 2 weeks." He led Sarah into the enormous, globe-shaped Global Center for Science and Innovation. The main loop of the Large Hadron Collider is located 100 meters underground, with a circumference of 27 kilometers. Dr. Bachmann introduced as he walked. Sarah followed behind him like a child visiting a museum for the first time. Her eyes took in everything around her, huge models, intricate diagrams, and scientists in white lab coats hurrying about. There was a smell in the air that was a mixture of coffee, paper, and ozone. "We're heading to the Atlas Atomic Instrumentation Experiment Control Center now," Dr. Bachmann said. "There, perhaps you can find some inspiration." On the same day, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Malibu, California. Vincent Kane's private residence. That house, built of glass and concrete and perched on the cliff, no longer resembles a quiet art museum today.
Its living room has been transformed into a futuristic battlefield.
A dozen large, high-resolution monitors were temporarily set up.
Dozens of high-performance computer mainframes hummed in a corner of the room.
Wires were scattered all over the floor. A dozen of the world's top concept designers and special effects artists from Industrial Light Magic and Weighted Digital gathered here.
Some were frantically wielding paintbrushes on giant digital drawing tablets.
Others, wearing VR headsets, were building city models in virtual space. Still others were huddled together, fiercely debating the skeletal structure of some alien creature.
Lu Yuan and Vincent Kane stood in the center of the room,
like the two eyes of a storm. "No, I don't want this streamlined spaceship." Vincent Kane pointed to a design on a screen.
"It's too cliché.
Our spaceship should be like an irregular, self-collapsed crystal.
Its surface should be constantly flowing and changing. Show me the singularity. What happens inside a black hole when it devours a star? Draw it out. Not scientifically, but theologically."
I don't want any zippers or buttons on the character's clothing.
All the clothes should be some kind of living fabric.
They should change color and shape according to the character's emotions.
He speaks very fast, and his demands are increasingly outrageous.
He was like a greedy tyrant, squeezing every last drop of imagination from the minds of these geniuses. But none of the designers and artists complained.
Instead, their faces all wore expressions of extreme excitement and fervor.
Because Vincent Kane posed a challenge they had always dreamed of, a challenge they had never faced before.
Lu Yuan stood to the side, not saying a word from beginning to end.
He simply watched and listened. Like a silent god, watching his world being created, bit, by a group of fanatical believers.
1 month later. A desert area in Nevada, USA, that is not open to the public.
This place was once a testing ground for a secret military project.
It has now been bought by Myth Entertainment and completely renovated. A helicopter landed on the helipad next to a huge, silver-domed building.
Lu Yuan stepped off the plane.
The base's commander, a former soldier in a gray uniform, was waiting for him below. "How are they?" Lu Yuan asked.
"Reporting, sir," the man replied in a military tone. "Both trainers have completed all training exercises to the highest standards. Their physical fitness data, combat skills assessments, and zero-gravity adaptation tests have all far exceeded expectations.
Especially that lady.
Her learning ability and body control are the best I've ever seen.
She's like a machine born for battle." Lu Yuan nodded. "Take me to see them." He followed the man into the silver-domed building.
Inside was a huge, pure white space. In the center of the space, suspended, was a huge training pod that simulated the interior environment of a space station. The training chamber is a completely zero-gravity environment. 2 figures were inside, engaged in combat training.
Ethan Croft.
He was shirtless, wearing only black training shorts. His muscles were much more defined than a month ago. His movements were precise and steady, like those of a seasoned tiger.
The other person was Anya Thorne. She was wearing a black, tight-fitting training outfit. The training outfit perfectly outlined every curve of her body.
Her muscles were taut and explosive, like a cheetah poised to pounce. In the past month, she seemed to have grown even more, her body exuding a dangerous and deadly, pure sensuality.
Sweat soaked her hair, strands clinging to her smooth forehead.
Her lips were slightly parted from the intense exertion, and her chest heaved violently. Her gaze was intensely focused.
Their fighting style is completely different from that on the ground.
They used the walls to perform reverse pushes, changing their direction and speed.
Every punch and kick they threw required precise calculation of the reaction force.
This is no longer a fight, but a deadly ballet performed at high speed in 3-dimensional space.
Bang! Anya kicked off the inner wall of the training pod and shot towards Ethan like a bullet.
Ethan flipped in mid-air to dodge her attack, grabbing her ankle and throwing her forcefully. Anya was thrown out by him and crashed into the wall on the other side. But immediately, like a gecko, she pressed herself against the wall, adjusted her posture, and prepared for the next attack.
"Stop!" Lu Yuan's voice rang out in the training cabin through the loudspeaker. Ethan and Anya both stopped moving.
They floated slowly in the air, panting. They saw Lu Yuan in the control room outside. "Training is over," Lu Yuan said.
"Welcome back." Chapter 128 officially begins filming. Deep in the Black Rock Desert, Nevada, USA. There were no landmarks on the horizon. Only the cracked, whitish salt flats stretched to where the sky met the earth. The air was dry and scorching, and the sunlight poured down without any obstruction. In the center of this uninhabited area, which resembles an alien landscape, stands a huge, windowless cube-shaped building. Its exterior walls are pure black, like a huge obsidian that suddenly appeared in the desert, absorbing all the surrounding light. The surface of the building is covered with a special coating that makes it almost non-reflective even under strong sunlight. This is a permanent studio that Myth Entertainment spent months and hundreds of millions of dollars building specifically for the film Infinite Echoes. Codename, The Void. Today marks the first day of filming for Infinite Echoes. The interior of the building is a perfect cube space with sides of 200 meters. Its walls, ceiling, and floor are all made of a special, flexible material that emits light evenly. At this moment, they are emitting a pure white light without any color difference. There are no shadows here. Light pours in from all directions, obliterating the outlines and sense of distance of all objects. Standing here, one loses all perception of space, as if floating in an infinitely extending, pure white void. A makeshift work area had been set up at the edge of the soundstage. Dozens of top crew members from around the world were busy working there. Monitors, lighting control consoles, and recording equipment were scattered like intricate islands in this white sea of light. Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the work area. He was wearing a black hoodie, dark work pants, and desert boots. He didn't speak, but just looked at the center of the area. Beside him stood screenwriter Sarah Jenkins. She wore a gray hoodie with the CERN logo in faded jeans. She wore her black-rimmed glasses, clutched a notebook tightly in her hand, and her eyes held a mixture of tension and intense excitement. She had only been back from Geneva a few days prior. Vincent Caine sat in the director's chair. He was still dressed in all black, from head to toe. In front of him were 16 monitors, each pointing at the center of the set from a different angle. His expression was like that of a rock dried by the desert winds. Two people were standing in the center of the field. Ethan Croft and Anya Thorne. They were wearing theatrical costumes. It was a garment unlike anything seen before. It looked like liquid metal, or flowing shadows. It had no seams, no buttons, and seemed to grow out of their skin, perfectly conforming to every inch of their bodies. When they are still, their clothes are pure black. But when they move, the surface of their clothes shimmers with the movement of their muscles, like ripples on the surface of water. Anya's face was bare of makeup. Her platinum blonde short hair was cut even shorter, almost touching her scalp. Her body, like a drawn sword, exuded power and a dangerous aura. A month of intensive training had stripped away the last trace of Hollywood glamour, leaving only a pure, dedicated focus on the role. Ethan stood opposite her. He had lost weight, and his facial features were more defined. He didn't look at Anya, his gaze was lowered, fixed on the pure white ground beneath his feet. The weariness and cynicism in his eyes had vanished. In their place was a bottomless emptiness. First scene, first time. The script supervisor raised the clapperboard and brought it down. Action. Nothing happened. Ethan and Anya simply stood in that pure white space. Like two forgotten sculptures. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No one made a sound on set. Everyone held their breath and watched the monitor. Cut. Vincent Caine's voice resounded throughout the entire studio through the loudspeakers. Ethan, he said, I need more emptiness. You're just spacing out right now. I need your body to tell me that you've been here for 10,000 years. Every pore of yours should radiate that hollow weariness worn down by time. Anya. He turned to the actress. You have too much curiosity. Like a child who has wandered into a toy store. When he first saw Adam, she must have been like an animal that had never seen its own kind since birth, smelling a similar scent for the first time. It was an instinctive, uncertain approach, tinged with a hint of fear. Not discovery, but confirmation. Prepare. He said another thing. Neither Ethan nor Anya spoke. They closed their eyes and took a deep breath. Scene 1, Scene 2, the script supervisor's voice rang out. Action. Ethan opened his eyes. This time, his gaze had changed. If before it was merely empty, now even that emptiness was gone. It was an absolute nothingness. As if his soul had been ripped away. Anya opened her eyes as well. The excitement and curiosity in her eyes were replaced by a more primal, animalistic wariness.
She looked at Ethan, tilting her head slightly, like a feline assessing a threat. She walked toward him.
Her gait was no longer human.
She seemed to be floating in a weightless environment, each step so light it was almost weightless. She walked up to him. She reached out, her fingertips slowly, and brought them close to his cheek.
Cut.
Vincent Kane's voice rang out again.
Light, he said.
Inside the photography studio, all the white light went out in an instant.
The entire space was shrouded in a hazy, half-lit atmosphere.
Only a few work lights were on. I don't want this damn, uniform, fucking dentist light.
Vincent Kane stood up. He walked to the lighting technician's console.
I need light, I need emotion, he said. When Eve gets close to Adam, the light should become softer. When her hand touches his skin, at that moment, I need a very faint, almost invisible, breath-like light to shine from where they touch. The lighting director, a gray-haired man who had won several Oscars, frowned.
Director, this requires reprogramming the entire lighting matrix. It might take a few hours.
Then let us do it, Vincent T. Kane said.
If we can't finish today, we'll do it tomorrow. If we can't finish tomorrow, we'll do it next week. I can wait.
He walked back to his chair and sat down.
Everyone, take a break, he said. The entire morning was spent in this constant adjustment and testing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Filming resumed. First scene, 17th time.
The script supervisor's voice already carried a hint of weariness.
Action.
This time, when Anya reached out, her fingertips touched Ethan's cheek. A faint halo of light bloomed from the point where they touched. The light was soft, like the light of a firefly, flashing and disappearing in an instant. But it was precisely captured by a camera mounted on a special track and running at 2,000 frames per second.
Ethan's body stiffened the moment he was touched.
His eyes slowly closed.
Your hands are so warm.
He spoke. His voice was dry and weak, like the sound of 2 rocks rubbing together in the desert. This was the first line he spoke this afternoon.
Anya's fingers gently slid across his cheek. She didn't smile.
Her face remained expressionless. But in her eyes, in those gray-green eyes, something shattered.
Then, it pieced itself back together.
It was an extremely complex and indefinable look in his eyes, a mixture of doubt, confirmation, sadness, and a hint of joy. I think her voice was as soft as a sigh. I should get to know you. She finished speaking.
Silence. This silence is different from all the previous silences. It is heavy. It's like an invisible boulder pressing down on everyone's chest. The entire studio was completely silent. Everyone stared at the 2 people on the monitor.
They watched them stand in that white void, enveloped by a heavy, tangible silence. A very, very long time passed.
Cut. Vincent Kane's voice broke the silence.
His voice was lower than before.
He didn't say good, nor did he say do it again.
He simply stood up and walked to the monitor playback console.
Lu Yuan also walked over. Sarah went over too.
They stood there, looking at the footage they had just taken.
No one spoke. On the screen, 2 people dressed in black, shimmering costumes stand against a pure white background. Behind them stretches an infinitely long space devoid of any reference points.
The scene was quiet and empty, yet filled with an indescribable, immense tension.
That was more than just a play. That was the beginning of a world. Chapter 129 Mythical Experiment Machine. Inside the film studio, the void. The desert sunlight was blocked out by the massive black building.
Inside the studio, that pure white space remained dark today. Several warm yellow work lights illuminated the work area.
The center of the space was cleared out.
A long, black table with simple lines stood there, surrounded by several chairs.
Lu Yuan sat in one of the chairs.
In front of him, on the table, lay a large, black briefcase. The briefcase was made of some kind of matte composite material and had no markings on it.
Shizuka Kudo stood on the other side of the table.
She had just flown in from Japan. She wore a dark blue blazer over a white turtleneck sweater and matching trousers. She wore light makeup, and her hair was styled in a bun. Her face showed signs of fatigue from the long flight, but her eyes remained sharp and focused.
Good afternoon, Mr. Liu, she said. Shizuka, Lu Yuan said. Shizuka Kudo placed her hand on the black briefcase. She didn't open it immediately.
Before I open it, she said, I want to show you some data first.
She took a very thin, almost transparent tablet computer from her handbag. She placed the tablet computer flat on the table, and the screen lit up. A series of complex data streams, 3D structure diagrams, and performance curves scroll rapidly across the screen. Mythos 1, said Shizuka Kudo, referring to the name she gave the console. Its main processor is a custom chip developed in collaboration with TSMC, based on a 3-nanometer process. We call it Pangu. Its theoretical peak floating point performance can reach 120 trillion operations per second. This number is 3 times that of the most powerful Sony PS5 Pro currently on the market. The image on the screen switched to a complex 3D model of a chip that was rotating at high speed. For its memory, we didn't use the traditional GDDR6 or GDDR7. We used HBM3E high bandwidth memory, with a total capacity of 32 GB and a bandwidth of 2.5 TB per second. This means that we can elevate the ray tracing effect at the current 4K resolution to a completely new and unprecedented level of photorealistic realism, and maintain it at a stable 120 frames per second. She swiped the screen again. The screen switched to a real-time rendered demo animation. It was a cyberpunk city on a rainy night. The reflections of neon lights shone dazzlingly on the wet ground. Raindrops pattered on the puddles, creating incredibly delicate ripples. A close-up of a character's face revealed the pores, sweat, and tiny scratches on his skin with perfect clarity. For its storage, we collaborated with Samsung to develop a brand new solid-state drive. Its sustained read speed can reach 25 GB per second. This almost completely eliminates game loading time. A large open-world game of 150 GB can go from launch to the playable interface in less than 3 seconds. Its cooling system was designed entirely independently by my team. We abandoned air cooling and traditional water cooling. We used a custom-made phase-change cooling system made of liquid metal and graphene composite materials. It can ensure that the core temperature of the Pangu chip can still be controlled below 60 degrees Celsius under long-term full-load operation. At the same time, it is almost noiseless. On the screen, an infrared thermal image is displayed. The red area representing high temperature is very small and stable. We call its controller a neural connector. It has a built-in array of miniature haptic feedback motors that can simulate everything from the slight touch of raindrops on the skin to the violent impact of swords clashing, all incredibly realistic feedback. At the same time, it also integrates an EEG sensor. Through learning and calibration, it can read the player's most basic emotional fluctuations: tension, relaxation, excitement, fear, and feed these emotions back into the game in real time, affecting the game's progress. Shizuka Kudo turned off the tablet. She looked at Lu Yuan. All of the above is data, she said. Now, it's time to see the actual product. She reached out and gently swiped her hand across an unseen sensor area on the side of the black briefcase. Click. A soft sound. The box popped open automatically. White, cold mist emanated from the box. That's not dry ice, but an inert gas discharged from the cooling system to maintain the low temperature inside the chamber. The fog dissipated. Myth 1 lay quietly inside the velvet lining. It's a pure black, irregularly shaped polygon. The casing is matte, with very sharp lines, exuding a futuristic feel. Its size is smaller than any other console currently on the market. It's about the size of a shoebox. Its surface has no visible interfaces or buttons. There was only one place where a faint, breath-like white light flickered. Shizuka Kudo took it out and placed it on the table. It has no physical buttons, she said. All operations are done via voice or gestures. She picked up the handle that was called the neural connector. The controller's design is also very futuristic. Its surface is covered with a skin-friendly biomimetic material that can be finely adjusted to fit the size of the player's hand. Please grant authorization. A cold, synthesized female voice came from inside the main unit. Authorization code 001, Shizuka Kudo said. The white light on the host, which looked like breathing, turned blue. A holographic projection is projected from the top of the host. It was a dynamic, mythical entertainment M-shaped logo composed of countless points of light. The logo slowly rotated in the air and eventually transformed into a simple user interface. What do you want to see? Shizuka Kudo asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained silent. He looked at the user interface that was floating in the air and emitting a blue light. He reached out his hand. His fingers passed through the image made of light. There is no tactile sensation. This he said. I know what you want to ask, Shizuka Kudo said. we developed a matching device, a haptic glove. It allows you to actually touch these holographic images. But it's still in the lab stage and not stable enough yet. Currently, we recommend the following interaction methods: voice, or through a neural connector. Lu Yuan picked up the handle. The controller is quite heavy. The surface material has a warm, smooth feel. When his hand grips the controller, a slight vibration comes from inside, as if it is scanning and recording the shape of his palm. Please perform basic emotion calibration, the electronic female voice sounded again. Some simple patterns and words appeared on Lu Yuan's handle. Please relax. Imagine a scenario that makes you feel nervous. Please recall a moment that made you happy. Lu Yuan did not follow the instructions. He looked at Shizuka Kudo. What about the game? He asked. We started from scratch and simultaneously developed a technology demonstration game, said Shizuka Kudo. It's called Origins. She made a gesture in mid-air. The holographic interface has changed. A game icon appears in the center of the screen. The icon depicts a large, growing, glowing tree. Shizuka Kudo pressed a hidden button on the controller. The scene before my eyes changed in an instant. All the lights in the studio were turned off. The entire space was plunged into absolute darkness. Then, a starry sky appeared before them. That's not a projection. That was some kind of incomprehensible image presented directly on the retina. The starry sky was incredibly realistic. Every star and every nebula was clearly visible. They seemed to be floating in the center of the universe. A huge, white planet appeared before them. Welcome to Origins. The electronic female voice said. Chapter 130 Origin. Dark. Pure darkness, devoid of any impurities. Then, a glimmer of starlight appeared in the darkness. Then came the second point, the third point. In the blink of an eye, billions of stars, like dust being awakened, lit up one after another in Lu Yuan's vision. He was no longer in that empty, dark film studio. He and Shizuka Kudo had vanished, along with the long black table and the cold glowing briefcase. He was floating in the center of the universe, enveloped by a vast, silent, and magnificent sea of stars. This wasn't a projection, nor an illusion created by VR glasses. It was an unprecedented experience. These images seemed to bypass the eyes, playing directly in his visual center. He could feel his body, yet he couldn't. He felt weightless, like a wisp of consciousness, freely floating in this false reality. Before him, a vast, solitary white planet floated silently. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, reflecting the light of distant stars and radiating a cold and sacred aura. Welcome to Origins. That cold, electronic female voice echoed in his mind once again. Lu Yuan subconsciously wanted to turn his head to observe his surroundings. To his surprise, he found that he didn't need to do so at all. His field of vision was 360 degrees, with the spiral arms of the distant galaxy behind him and the glacial rifts on the surface of the planet in front of him equally clear. He looked at Shizuka Kudo beside him. She too had transformed into a blurry humanoid silhouette made of blue light dots, silently floating beside him. This is the origin? Lu Yuan's voice sounded calm, but his hand holding the neural connector tightened unconsciously. This is just the beginning. Shizuka Kudo's silhouette rippled slightly as she spoke. Currently, it's just a huge, freely explorable sandbox. We've replicated the entire Milky Way galaxy at a 1:1 scale. 100 billion stars, and theoretically trillions of planets. You can visit each and every one of them. How do we do it? Think, Shizuka Kudo said, use your will. Lu Yuan focused his gaze on a distant red nebula. The shape of that nebula resembled a giant bird spreading its wings. The instant his thought arose, the surrounding sea of stars instantly transformed into streams of light. Countless rays of light swept past his body. He felt no acceleration, and the concept of time seemed to blur here. The next second, the light stopped. He had arrived inside the red nebula. A massive cloud of gas, composed of hydrogen and helium, enveloped him like a thick fog. In the distance, young, blue stars were being born within it, radiating intense light and heat. Although he knew it was all an illusion, his skin seemed to genuinely feel a warm, baking sensation. The haptic feedback system in the controller is simulating the radiation of a star. Shizuka Kudo's voice rang out at the opportune moment. In the server, we've set unique physical parameters for each star: mass, temperature, spectrum, age.
So, the warmth you feel when you're near a red giant and a white dwarf is completely different. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand, and he saw his translucent palm, made of light, passing through the magnificent nebula.
He tried to touch the gaseous dust, but couldn't grasp anything.
He then focused his attention on an ordinary, yellow star deep within the nebula.
Another leap forward. He arrived at the center of a star system. A sun in its prime burned quietly. 8 planets orbited it slowly in their respective orbits.
This is a randomly generated star system, similar to our solar system, Shizuka Kudo explained.
We placed some surprises in this star system. You can try to explore its third planet. Lu Yuan immediately flew towards the blue-green planet.
As the distance closed, the planet's details became increasingly clear.
Continuous mountain ranges, vast oceans, white clouds, and even the outlines of continental plates were clearly visible. He passed through the atmosphere without encountering any turbulence or friction.
The view before him shifted from the grandeur of space to the magnificence of a bird's-eye view.
He saw a dense, boundless primeval forest.
He slowly descended and finally hovered above the forest canopy. The wind rustled through the treetops, creating waves of green. He could hear the wind, the birdsong, and the roar of the distant waterfall. He could even smell the damp, fresh scent of earth and plants in the forest after the rain.
Smell is also simulated?
Lu Yuan found it hard to believe.
Yes.
Through a miniature, directional odor molecule release device.
Shizuka Kudo's tone carried a hint of pride.
We have recorded and analyzed more than 10,000 basic odors. Currently, it can combine more than 90% of the odors in nature.
However, it is very expensive and is still only in the laboratory stage.
Lu Yuan stopped speaking.
He silently wandered around the planet.
He flew over the ice-covered polar regions and saw huge, mammoth-like creatures migrating across the ice fields.
He dived into the deep sea and saw swarms of fluorescent jellyfish and molten lava gushing from an underwater volcano.
He arrived at a desolate desert and saw the enormous ruins of an alien civilization, eroded by wind and sand over millions of years. Those obelisks, thousands of meters high and covered with incomprehensible symbols, stood silently under the light of the twin satellites, exuding a mysterious and lonely beauty.
How long did all this take? After a long while, Lu Yuan finally asked.
If we relied solely on human effort, it might take 10,000 years, Shizuka Kudo replied.
But we developed an AI specifically for generating and evolving the universe's ecosystem, which we call Nuwa.
We only input the most basic physical and chemical rules, and then let it evolve on its own in a supercomputer for 3 months.
Everything you see now was created by it. We just selected some of the more interesting results and put them into the game. That's not all.
In Lu Yuan's vision, Kudo Shizuka's blue light and shadow made a gesture. The world around us began to collapse. Forests, oceans, deserts, planets, everything shattered into countless points of light, and then, as if blown away by the wind, disappeared. The world returned to pure darkness once again. Then, a beam of light shone down from above. They appeared in a huge, pure white amphitheater.
In the center of the amphitheater was a stage. A virtual Shizuka Kudo made of data is standing on the stage.
Her image is exactly the same as her in real life, even the wrinkles in her clothes and the reflection in her hair are incredibly realistic. Welcome to the prototype of the mythological metaverse.
Shizuka Kudo spoke on stage.
Her voice was no longer that cold, electronic tone, but her own. In the future, here, you can hold a virtual concert, with audiences from anywhere in the world. You can watch a movie that doesn't exist, where the characters and plot will change in real time based on your emotions and choices. You can discuss relativity with Einstein, and explore Hamlet with Shakespeare. Games are merely the gateway to this world. The virtual figure on the stage reached out its hand to Lu Yuan.
Our goal is to create a completely new world.
A digital twin world that is parallel to the real world, but has infinite possibilities.
The surrounding darkness faded away.
The warm yellow work lights in the photography studio were turned on again.
Lu Yuan remained seated in the chair, holding the futuristic-looking controller.
Before him lay the long black table and the matte black mainframe, its blue LED indicator flashing. It was as if the long journey through the stars and into the unknown planets that we had just experienced was just a fleeting illusion. But he could still feel a faint electrical sensation from the neural connector on his fingertips, and he could still smell the damp grass and trees in that primeval forest. All of this was a reminder to him that the experience he had just had was real.
He looked up at the real Shizuka Kudo standing opposite him. Kudo Shizuka's face still bore a trace of fatigue from her long explanation, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. In those sharp, focused eyes burned the passion and confidence of a creator, along with a barely perceptible tension awaiting judgment. She had laid bare all the effort, talent, and ambition that she and her team had put in over the past few months to Lu Yuan. Now it's his turn to give his judgment. At the same time, on the other side of the Earth, Geneva, Switzerland, the European Organization for Nuclear Research (CERN). Hundreds of meters underground, in a huge, circular tunnel, the deep hum of machinery echoed. Sarah Jenkins, dressed in a white dust suit and wearing a safety helmet, stood next to a massive detector known as the CMS Compact Muon Coil Solenoid. This detector resembled a futuristic, layered mechanical behemoth, riddled with pipes and cables of various colors and shapes. A white-haired physicist with an Italian accent was pointing to the core of the detector, explaining with great enthusiasm how the Higgs boson was discovered here. Sarah listened intently. Her notebook was now densely filled with symbols and formulas that she herself could barely understand. For the past 2 weeks, she had been like a sponge that had fallen into water, frantically absorbing everything here. The imaginative settings in her original script, based on quantum physics and spacetime theories, seemed so pale and naive in the face of these truly cutting-edge technologies. Almost every night, she spent her nights in her hotel room overturning and reconstructing her story. Her script is undergoing a dramatic transformation, much like the particle collisions occurring within this detector. An open-air cafe on Santa Monica Beach in Los Angeles. Vincent Cain sat under a parasol, wearing sunglasses, looking at a row of tablets on the table in front of him. Each tablet displays different content. Some are twisted, Cthulhu-esque designs of creatures, others are massive, dizzyingly complex concept drawings of space cities, and still others are visual effects previews simulating a time-folding effect. Several unshaven, plaid-shirted visual effects supervisors who look like they came from Weta Digital or Industrial Light Magic were surrounding him, nervously awaiting his evaluation. The texture of this creature's skin is wrong. Vincent Cain pointed to one of the pictures. What I want is that translucent feeling, somewhere between a carapace and soft tissue, where you can see the blood vessels flowing underneath. Like a deep-sea crab that has been skinned. And this city, he pointed to another image, where is its anti-gravity logic? Why do the buildings extend upwards instead of growing in all directions? In a space without a fixed concept of up and down, a city shouldn't grow like this. He rejected almost all of the designs. But for every one he rejects, he offers a more outlandish and more specific direction. These top Hollywood artists, in his presence, resembled a group of trembling schoolchildren. But in their eyes, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, their eyes shone with an excited light. They knew they were involved in something other than an ordinary movie. Led by a madman, they are using light, shadow, and code to construct an unprecedented dream.